You clearly could become stronger by killing enemies. Yet after your rebirth, you can't even crush an ant. A month ago, you accidentally ruined the princess's purity while drunk, and in a fit of rage, the emperor wanted to exterminate your entire clan. However, the princess spoke up and spared your life. Thus, to avoid going against his own word, the emperor sent you, who should have been imprisoned in the dungeon forever, directly to a death camp at the border to await death. At this moment, just as you were lost in thought, a sound of food being served suddenly came from outside the cell door. With the mindset that it's better to live poorly than to die well, you soon received a spoonful of clear water and a piece of bread hard enough to chip your teeth. After soaking the bread in the clear water, you began to wait. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared. Kid, give me your food. However, facing this strong man, you did not resist. Instead, you just lowered your head and chose to remain silent. The strong man showed a look of joy upon seeing this, but just as he crouched down to grab the flatbread, a sharp wooden stick pierced directly into his eye. Immediately, you decisively placed the chain around the strong man's neck and then used all your strength to pull on the chain, refusing to let go no matter how much he begged for mercy, because you knew that if he survived this time, the next one to die would be yourself. It wasn't until the strong man's struggles weakened and he stopped breathing that you slowly released your grip. Then you picked up the piece of flatbread covered in dust, but just as you were about to take a bite, a voice suddenly echoed in your mind. Ding! Complete the first kill of the enemy. The enemy explosion attribute system is activated. Killing one enemy grants 0.2 attributes. Completing the first kill rewards 1 attribute. In the next moment, a simple panel appeared before you. But what puzzled you was that the only attribute you could increase was physical strength. So you tried to add the attribute points you had just obtained. And instantly a surge of heat flowed through your entire body. And your body underwent a noticeable change. Not only did your previously thin figure become much stronger, but even your mind became clearer. You suddenly understood that this single attribute of physical strength had enhanced your power, speed, constitution, and spirit all at once. According to your judgment, if you want to break this iron chain, your physical strength must reach at least 5 points, which means you need to kill 50 ordinary enemies. Thinking of this, you looked at the other people in the cell, but at that moment, a noisy sound of footsteps came from outside the cell. In the next moment, a centurion appeared and said, "There is a task at hand. We need to retrieve 20 death row inmates from the death row camp." For a moment, all the death row inmates showed panic on their faces, as this meant that the inmates would follow regular soldiers outside, serving as cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention. Soon, 2 guards began to look around, and before long, someone was chosen by the guards. One of the guards pointed to a spot and shouted, "You come out." But after a while, no one responded. A cold smile appeared on the guard's face, and then he walked in directly, dragging a death row inmate out by the hair. The death row inmate struggled on the ground, kicking his legs continuously. Seeing this, the guard instantly drew his knife and held it to his neck. Suddenly, the death row inmate seemed to think of something, and decisively put his left thumb into his mouth. With a painful grunt, he spat out his own thumb, while a sinister smile appeared on his face, saying, "According to the laws of Dachien, one who loses a thumb is considered disabled. So if I'm disabled, I don't have to go, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the guards revealed a playful smile. "I didn't expect that a death row inmate like you would understand the laws of the Great Chien." The death row inmate seemed to recall his former self and couldn't help but show a hint of pride, saying, "I was an 8th rank official in the court, and I have been well read since childhood. So what is this?" Upon hearing this, the guards looked disdainful and sneered. "Even if you were a 1st rank official today, it would be the same once you enter this death row camp." After saying that, he pulled out the knife again and said unceremoniously, "Either you disable your right thumb, or you step outside." Hearing this, the death row inmate glanced at his right hand and froze in place. Losing the rarely used left thumb was nothing, but if he lost the right thumb, he would only be waiting to die in this cruel death row camp. Thinking of this, he could only helplessly walk out. After all, there was still a chance to come back once he was out. The guard sneered and ignored him, then continued to select people among the death row inmates. Soon, you saw a guard's finger pointing at you, but although you were nervous inside, you appeared exceptionally calm. The golden finger needed to kill enemies to become stronger. As long as you could survive the first mission, the path ahead would only get easier. Soon, 20 death row inmates were gathered. Lu Fujiang took a glance, nodded, and then had his subordinates lead the people away. Before long, the death row inmates arrived at a tent. Lu Fujiang pointed at a pile of worn-out soldier uniforms and said, "Everyone put on the clothes properly. Tonight, your task as death row inmates is to accompany us to ambush a small camp of the northern barbarians. Although completing the task won't change your status as death row inmates, it will allow you to have a better time in the death row camp, and you will be rewarded with a big meal with meat and wine. Many death row inmates became excited upon hearing about the food and drink, and even your stomach couldn't help but growl. After all, eating a piece of bread every day is simply not enough to fill you up. Soon night fell, and the death row inmates were taken to a clearing on the grassland. With a command from Captain Lu, several soldiers immediately took out a basket filled with various weapons. They distributed them according to the number of inmates, one for each person, but the quality seemed poor. Some held a 1-meter-long spear, others a broken long stick, and even some had a knife that was almost half broken, while you received a very dull tetanus blade. Then, the group set off under the moonlight. After an unknown amount of time, everyone finally stopped. Following Lu Fuzhang's gaze, they saw a bonfire in the distance on the grassland. Surrounded by the nomadic barbarians of the northern Man grasslands, Lu Fuzhang turned to the people in the death row camp and said, "Later, you will sneak over with us. Your task is to charge into the camp and set fire, creating a commotion to attract the attention of these barbarians, so we can launch a surprise attack from behind." Upon hearing this, the death row inmates' expressions changed. Charging into the northern Man camp was no different from seeking death, right? Lu Fuzhang seemed to have guessed the thoughts of the death row inmates and comforted them, saying, "Don't worry, we won't let you die in vain. You just need to set fire to create chaos, and then you can hide and meet up with us safely." Seeing that the other party spoke so seriously, some of the death row inmates felt reassured and nodded in agreement. Seeing this scene, Lu Fuzhang waved his hand, and 100 regular soldiers of the Deqian took advantage of the night to spread out around. Before long, you arrived at a place just a few dozen meters away from the northern barbarians' army. Captain Lu gave the order, "Deal with the sentry." 2 soldiers quickly rushed out into the night. Soon after, the sound of a partridge was heard. Hearing this, Captain Lu turned to the group of death row inmates and said, "We've dealt with the ones in front. Now it's up to you." The group of death row inmates exchanged glances, then began to approach the northern barbarian army camp with their ragged weapons. Meanwhile, you silently followed in the middle of the group, neither moving ahead nor falling behind. Soon, just as a group of people was about to approach the northern barbarian army camp, a whistle suddenly sounded in the night. Accompanied by the whistle, the death row inmates no longer hesitated. "Let's take down those northern barbarians. Even though I'm a death row inmate, I look down on them. Charge, if you want to live. Don't hesitate." Amidst the shouts of encouragement, a group of death row inmates scattered and rushed towards the northern barbarian army camp. After hearing the commotion in the northern barbarian camp, they immediately grabbed their weapons and assembled. "There's an enemy attack. Everyone grab your weapons." The originally calm northern barbarian camp instantly became lively. At this moment, in one part of the northern barbarian camp, you cautiously walked with a rusty long knife, and when you encountered a tent, you used the long knife to hook the nearby firewood and ignite it. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out, and a death row inmate encountered a northern barbarian soldier, who knocked him to the ground with just one blow. The northern barbarian soldier mercilessly swung his knife down. He raised his head and locked eyes with you, seemingly feeling the moment. This northern barbarian soldier charged at you alone with his knife drawn. You decisively raised your hand to block with your long knife, feeling the power coming from your blade. The northern barbarian soldier immediately showed an expression of disbelief. He couldn't understand why a seemingly weak soldier was able to withstand his knife. Feeling that the opponent's strength is not as great as your own, you swing forcefully, knocking the northern barbarian soldier's long knife away, and in the next second, you raise your tetanus blade and instantly slash towards the northern barbarian soldier's neck. With a ci-la sound and the sound of flesh being pierced, a splash of blood falls on your cheek. But at this moment, an unexpected thing happened. Because the rusty knife was too dull, it got stuck directly in the neck of the northern barbarian soldier, and in severe pain, he fell to the ground and howled. Seeing this, you silently mutter to yourself, "I'm really sorry. It's not that I don't want to kill you with one blow, it's just that the weapon is too unreliable." Immediately, you pick up the sharp long knife he dropped on the ground, without hesitation, decisively giving him a quick end while also cutting off his left ear. In the next moment, the system prompt sounded in my ear, "Kill one enemy, gain attribute 0.15. Without hesitation, you decisively added it to your physique, and after a few breaths, your strength increased again. Listening to the noise around you, you soon arrive in front of a northern barbarian tent. Just as you are about to light a fire, a sudden commotion comes from inside the tent. Your eyes brighten, and you carefully approach the tent flap to wait. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a person crawls out of the tent, and in the next moment, blood splatters everywhere. Kill one enemy, gain attribute 0.12. The knife did not miss, and the system prompt sounded quickly. It seemed there was some movement outside, and the people inside the tent hurriedly asked. Hearing the sound, you took a deep breath and decisively plunged into the tent. As a splash of fresh blood stained the white tent, the voices inside instantly stopped. Looking at the mess in the room and the strange smell in the air, you disdainfully kicked the northern barbarian soldier on the ground, secretly complaining, "So messy, killed one enemy, gained attribute 0.13, the panel displayed, Master Li Dao, Physique 2.15, available attributes 0.25, just a quick glance, with a thought, you added all available attributes to your physique. As the heat flowed through your body, your physical strength rapidly increased, and your physique was approaching 2.5 times that of an average person. However, if you want to gain a true sense of security, you must first stack your attributes to 10. At this moment, the outside of the tent became increasingly lively. You cut off the left ears of 2 soldiers, wrapped them up, and put them in your bosom, then decisively walked out with your knife. On the other side, seeing this situation, Lu Fuzhang no longer hesitated, he decisively blew the whistle, ordering his soldiers to attack the northern barbarians' camp. For a moment, the northern barbarians' camp became even more chaotic. The once aggressive northern barbarian soldiers lost their momentum upon seeing the regular army of Deqian and began to choose defense instead. Meanwhile, you wielded your long knife. Moving around, whenever you encountered a lone northern barbarian soldier, you decisively stepped forward to engage in combat. Relying on your extraordinary physique, even without using any fighting techniques, you could quickly resolve battles against ordinary northern barbarian soldiers, and your moves became increasingly fierce. Finally, the northern barbarian soldiers finally discovered this fierce person and began to gather in a group. The regular army of the Great Qian dynasty also discovered your prowess, so they took you as their leader and began to clean up the northern barbarian soldiers. Li Dao's long sword blocked and helped a Deqian soldier block the long sword of the northern barbarian soldier, and sent the northern barbarian soldier away again with a backhanded slash. Thanks. Faced with the gift of saving his life, that Deqian soldier hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Li Dao didn't hear it as his attention was focused on the system beep. Kill one enemy, gain attribute 0. 2. This was an elite monster. One was almost as good as 2 ordinary soldiers. However, just as Li Dao was happy, a voice suddenly rang out. Lay down your weapons and surrender without killing. It was the voice of Chief Lu Fu. Surrender without killing? Facing this sudden voice, Li Dao was in a hurry. Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. Wouldn't it be a loss to let him not kill him? Taking advantage of the fact that the northern barbarian soldiers had not yet made a decision, Li Dao simply picked up a sword on his left hand as well, and directly followed the Dacian soldiers towards the northern barbarian soldiers with the 2 swords. Maybe it was because Li Dao's performance was too prominent and crazy. The already shaken hearts of the northern barbarian soldiers completely crumbled. I surrender. Don't kill me. Surrendered. Surrendered. Facing the ferocious and incomparable Li Dao, the northern barbarian soldiers put down their weapons and surrendered. Li Dao's long sword also froze between the necks of a northern barbarian soldier. Seeing that Li Dao did not make a move, that northern barbarian soldier let out a long sigh of relief. Seemingly seeing the unwillingness in Li Dao's eyes, the northern barbarian soldier even revealed a provocative gaze. Next, stabbing, a head fell to the ground. What are you doing? Why did you kill him? He had obviously surrendered. You're killing prisoners. You're out of order. The northern barbarian soldiers faced with this scene had begun to crusade against Li Dao with their words. In response, Li Dao shrugged and said in a faint voice, "Sorry, hand slipped." Hearing this, a group of people's voices crunched to a halt. But soon, they couldn't help but start swearing, one race after another. After all, what kind of handslide can cut off a man's head? Stabbing. Amidst the curses, another head fell to the ground. This time, the voices once again came to a grinding halt, and everyone looked at Li Dao with unbelievable gazes. Even the soldiers of the Deqian dynasty froze. Once might be amiss, but twice might be a bit suspect of intentionality. Li Dao turned his gaze to the northern barbarian soldiers and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, my hand slipped again." This time, none of the northern barbarian soldiers dared to curse anymore, and could only look at Li Dao with horrified gazes before hurling silent insults in their hearts. Chapter 5: Killing Prisoners. Adding points to become stronger. Who's killing prisoners? Want to die? A voice came from among the Deqian soldiers, and soon Lu Fu Chang squeezed in from the crowd. Who is killing the prisoners? Chief Lu Fu asked with a cold sweep of his gaze. In the next second, all eyes swept towards Li Dao in unison. What's your name? Chief Lu Fu gazed at Li Dao. Li Dao casually dropped the knife in his hand and said in a faint voice, 9-5-2-7, 9527? Captain Lu froze and suddenly jerked his head up. You're from the Death Row Battalion? Hearing the words Death Row Camp, everyone present, including the northern barbarian soldiers, froze. For the identity of Death Row inmates Li Dao does not deny. This kind of thing cannot withstand the investigation. Nodded his head and admitted it. Hiss. Seeing Li Dao admit it, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Most of the death row inmates that people see on the battlefield are sent to their deaths, or just know how to hide and shiver in no man's land. But this carrying two knives to fight in the front line still survived the death row inmates many people is the first time to see. It's simply much rarer than a national treasure. Captain Lu settled down, looked up and asked, "Why did you kill the prisoners?" Li said, "Hand slipped." "Chief Lu, how can a hand slip twice?" Li Dao, "The first time it was a left-handed slide. The second time it was right-handed. It's not the same." "Chief Lu?" Northern barbarian soldier, asterisk 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 asterisk. Whoosh! A long knife suddenly bounced up from the ground and went straight through one of the northern barbarian soldiers who had cursed the hardest. In an instant, the entire room was silent once again. Chief Lu's face turned even redder with anger as he asked, 9527. "I'm asking you, what are you going to say about this?" Li said, "I'm sorry, this time it's the left foot that slipped." Lu Fu Chang was furious and laughed. "Does that mean you have to slide your right foot a little later?" Lido shrugged. "Who knows?" The northern barbarian soldiers were silenced by a death row camp of death row inmates to fight surrender, not to mention surrendered but also be killed, and now also be threatened. Really no human rights at all. Seeing Li Dao's appearance of a dead pig, Lu Fu Chang also instantly lost his temper. After all, what can you count with a death row inmate? Court-martialed? Death row inmates are not soldiers. Kill him? It was supposed to be ing death row, alright. Besides, it would have been fine if he had secretly killed before, but how could Lu Fu Chang do it now? The success of this night attack was due to the death row inmate 9527. What's more, the more powerful the death row inmates were, then the more useful they would be on the battlefield, and the soldiers under their command would suffer many fewer casualties. This made it even harder for him to kill. In the end, Chief Lu could only deal with it simply and punish it slightly. Unbeknownst to him, the reason Li Dao dared to wantonly kill the captives was because it was the same as what he thought. In Li Dao's opinion, he was already on death row, so what was he afraid of? Is it possible to sentence him to death again? 9527. Because of your killing of prisoners on this occasion, there will be no war credit for you on this one. Does that part of the battle credit for killing the enemy still count? Kill the enemy? How many have you killed? Li Dao didn't say anything, and pulled out a blood-stained cloth bag from his bosom, and once he opened it, all of the left ears of the northern barbarian soldiers were inside. After a rough count, he lifted up and said, 18 in all, counting the 3 on the ground. That's 21. Captain Lu looked at the 3 dead captives on the ground with a dark face. These 3 don't count. If killing prisoners could be considered killing the enemy, then Li Dao would not be the one to do it. Li Dao didn't retort and said in a faint voice, that would be 18. The attributes are there anyway, so don't bother with the ears. However, it was these 18 that still made all the Deqian soldiers present unable to help but be shocked. The Great Qian and the northern barbarians have been fighting each other for hundreds of years, winning and losing, and the ratio of battle losses has generally remained at 1 to a little more than 1. In other words, the life of a Deqian soldier can only be exchanged for the life of a northern barbarian soldier. Today is a night attack. This ratio may not count, but at best it is 1 to 2. The life of 1 Deqian soldier can be exchanged for the life of 2 northern barbarian soldiers. However, this 9527 was the one who directly killed 18 northern barbarian soldiers by himself. This was more than the number of enemy kills in the lifetime of the vast majority of the Deqian regular army present. Chief Lu did not expect the other party to be able to kill 18 northern barbarian soldiers in a row. Looking at the year that the other party handed over, Chief Lu took a deep breath before speaking. As a punishment for killing a prisoner, the base battle merit for this barracks mission will be waived for you. And if there's a next time, the battle merit for killing the enemy will also be waived for you. Upon hearing this, Li Dao revealed a smile. Thank you, husbandman. Experiencing the benefits of attribute points, he wasn't too concerned about battle merit anymore. Anyway, as long as you get stronger, war credits and whatnot are still at hand. Chief Lu snorted coldly. Although I don't understand why you entered the death camp, but if you have the ability, cherish it, don't be too arrogant, and also don't have any other petty thoughts. Understood. Li Dao knew what Chief Lu was talking about. It is to warn him not to think that he has force of his own and choose to run away. In fact, Li Dao knew that he could have run away completely if he wanted to before. But run away and then what? When you enter a death camp, your biography is erased, which means he becomes black. And black households are ostracized and targeted wherever they go, and may even be treated as wanted criminals when they are caught by the authorities. Even if he ran out of the Deqian dynasty into other dynasties, not having an identity in this world is the same as not having an ID card in the previous world. It's okay if no one is checking on you, but if someone is, then it will be hard to move an inch. So, Lido never thought about such things. He's going to kill his way out of the death camp with honor and a new identity. And there's another primary reason why it's done. That is that he has loved ones in this life. The only way to get back is to use a clean identity. The northern barbarian soldiers had surrendered, and the next step was to clean up the battlefield. Normally, after the battle, the death row inmates are put in solitary confinement. After all, they have to be brought back. Probably because Li Dao had previously performed too prominently and saved many Diqian soldiers. No one raised this matter. Moreover, after counting, everyone also realized that of the 20 death row inmates brought in this time, only one person, 9,527, had survived, so there was even less to say. Leto glanced around and came to a campfire. There was also a roasted leg of lamb set up on the campfire. He wasn't polite either, picking up the roasted leg of lamb and hugging it and nibbling on it, to eat like he didn't eat like he did. After taking a bite and tasting the long-lost flavor, Li Dao let out a long sigh of relief. While eating the leg of lamb, Leto mumbled in his mind, "Panel." The next second, the panel popped up in front of him. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 3. 16. Available attributes, 1. 24. After the fight at the beginning, his physique had reached as much as 3 times that of a normal person. In the back, because the fight was too intense, there was no time to add attributes, and even more attributes were saved. As he ate the roasted leg of lamb, he used his mind to silently add all the attributes to his physique. For a moment, heat surged through him. It could be that physical strengthening puts a certain amount of stress on your body and more intense hunger emerges. Click. Li Dao took a bite and bit down on the roasted lamb along with the bones inside, because 3 times the body of a normal person, so that his teeth are not generally good. Bones into his mouth also together with his bite and swallowed into the stomach. A dozen breaths later, the heat flow faded, and Li Dao's body strength climbed to a new level once again. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 4. 40. Available attributes, 0. More than 4 times the physique of an ordinary man. Li Dao felt like he could cut someone in two with a single slash even if he was using the wound-breaking wind blade that he had at the beginning. If he had been able to have the power he had now before, he wouldn't have to be as scrupulous as he was at the beginning, and he could have charged into the northern barbarian soldiers and wielded them in a big way. After all, 4 times the body of a regular person is totality. 4 times the strength, 4 times the stamina, 4 times the resilience, and a speed and reflexes beyond normal. P.S. In reality, speed and reflexes don't multiply by doubling your physique. They only increase gradually. Taking one of these out might not cause an overwhelming shock, but if all of these were stacked together, the effect would be terrifying. With 4 times the power, that even an iron rod could become an unbeatable weapon. With 4 times the stamina, he was almost a perpetual motion machine, that even if he swung his sword for a night he wouldn't get tired. With extraordinary speed, striking out to kill, no ordinary soldier could avoid his active attacks. With superhuman reflexes, ordinary people's moves were slow motion in his eyes, and he could react on the fly and counterattack in time, especially when placed on an ancient cold weapon battlefield. His combat power would be infinitely magnified. And that's just the beginning. After all, only a week had passed since he had gotten the system, and he had only experienced 1 fight. Subsequently, as he develops, his strength will only grow like a snowball. The battlefield was cleaned up quickly. After all, it was only a small contingent of northern barbarians with no important supplies. Over here, Li Dao was also painfully full. Although the flavor wasn't as complex as the roasted meat in the previous life, compared to the food inside the death camp, these roasted meats were considered delicious on Earth. 9527. Suddenly a voice came to his ear. Looking back, he found that Chief Lu had come to his side at some point, and was holding a date-red horse at his side. "Can you ride a horse?" Lu Fu Chang asked as he patted his horse. Will, how could Leto not know how to ride a horse? The earldom he inherited at the beginning was a third-class military title, and when he inherited it, there would be a special person to test his riding and archery martial arts. That even if he was stuffing money and connections to finally get through, he still knew how to ride a horse in a simple way. Upon hearing this, Chief Lu nodded. "Then you will ride back with us. One last reminder. With your skills it's not impossible to walk out of a death camp with a straight face. Don't make the wrong decision." Understood. Because he came on foot while it was night and went back on horseback. Li Dao soon followed Lu Fu Chang's troops back to Chengdu town. That is, where this army was stationed at the border. Bring it on. Li Dao had just dismounted, and Chief Lu came to his side and handed over a pair of hand ruffles and leg irons. Seeing this familiar equipment, Li Dao took the hand quite frankly and then put it on himself. It used to be a shackle that bound him, but now for him the hand ruffles and shackles were just an excess for him, and sooner or later he would lose them. Soon after, Li Dao also returned to that familiar place once again. Death row camp cell. As soon as they pushed open the door, the death row inmates inside the cell froze in unison upon seeing Li Dao. They didn't expect Li Dao to come back alive, After seeing that he was the only one who came back, the people in the cell concluded even more that the person in front of them was not to be messed with. Li Dao didn't care about these people's reactions and directly chose a corner to sit down. After the exuberant fight earlier, now that the excitement had faded, he was left with nothing but sleepiness. In a daze he fell asleep. This time there were no wooden spikes in his hands, because he has gained more power than the wooden spikes. As for whether or not anyone had sneaked up on him, he wasn't worried. His 4 times the size of a normal human's physique gave him such a keen sense of perception that he could detect when an ordinary person came a little closer to him. Naturally, I'm not worried about that. Chapter 6, New Mission, Killing to Establish Authority. This sleep, Li Dao slept for a full 8 hours. It wasn't until noon the next day that this gradually woke up. Comfortable, Li Dao stretched his back, and a crackling and snapping sound was emitted from his entire body. At that moment, a scent drilled into his nose. Meat flavor? There's meat there. It really tastes like meat. I want meat. And the smell of alcohol. Someone do me a favor and let me have a drink. Let me have a bite of meat and a sip of wine. I'd rather die now. The aroma soon filled the cell, and the death row inmates who smelled it were all as crazy as if they were crazy, especially those who had been incarcerated for a long time. But they would rather die than eat a mouthful of meat or drink a mouthful of wine. Slumped against the cell door, the death row inmates saw a jailer approach with a wooden tray. There was a roast chicken on a wooden platter and a jug of wine. Seeing this scene, the death row inmates became even more frantic. Some of the men hungrily slumped against the cell door and sniffed frantically at the smell of alcohol and meat, then closed their eyes and imagined, as if that would put something in their mouths. The jailer stopped outside the cell door where Li Dao was. Unlocking the door, the jailer brought in the food. Who's 9527? The jailer asked as he looked to the cell's many death row inmates. Li Dao got up and walked over to the jailer. I'm 9527. Upon hearing this, the jailer laughed softly. 9527. You performed well on the last mission. This is a special reward for you from Centurion Lu. Li Dao received the meat and wine and smiled lightly. Please trouble the jailer to thank Master Lu for me. Will do. Possibly understanding something, the jailer did not treat Li Dao as harshly as he did the usual death row inmates. Before leaving, the jailer patted Li Dao's shoulder and said with a slightly deeper meaning, it's best to eat faster. After the jailer left, Li Dao leaned against the wall with his drink. Tearing off a chicken leg, he took a nonchalant bite, then popped the cork and took a swig of wine. The surrounding death row inmates gulped at the sight of this scene, and their eyes were dead set on the meat and wine in Li Dao's hands. Suddenly, one person couldn't help himself and stood up to walk next to Li Dao. Little brother, can you let me have a bite? I'll only have one bite and promise not to eat more. The visitor seemed to be worried that his image was not right, and wiped his face to reveal a kind face. Li Dao glanced at it, his eyes staring at the face for a moment, and slowly asked, Tooth? Upon hearing this, the visitor's face stiffened for a moment, but he quickly said, No, I'm wrongly accused. I'm a 9th-ranked official of the Imperial Court. 9th grade officer? Yeah. And do you recognize this word? Li Dao casually wrote a random word on the ground with his grease-stained hand. This word that's a raw word. Ah, yes, it's a raw word. I didn't react for a moment. Upon hearing this, Li Dao revealed a sneer. I'm sorry, I misread it. It's not a raw character. Now the man showed an embarrassed expression, which quickly turned into a face full of anger. You tricked me? So what if I play you? I kill you. The kindly old man suddenly showed a fierce face and his right hand probed towards Li Dao's face. At a glance, Li Dao realized that the old man had something in his hand. A wooden thorn? It was seen him use it before, so it was modeled to be used against him. If it was the one at the beginning, he could really not react well enough to take a bit of a loss. But with his quadruple reaction, the old thing's strike was as if in slow motion. Li Dao decisively reached out and grabbed his opponent's wrist. Click! With a crunching sound, the old thing's wrist came to be folded directly by him. Ah! In the face of the old thing's screams, Li Dao's face did not change, but instead revealed a faint smile and said, You old thing, you don't even recognize the word death yet you are still an official? Spurred on by the pain, the old thing got scared and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I won't eat. Don't kill me. The teeth all deserve to die. After saying that, Li Dao was a kick. Bang! The old thing's entire body flew directly backwards, as if a painting was hanging on the wall, and it took a while before it fell down, the back of its head drenched in blood. At that moment, the system beep sounded. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute 009. Seeing the system prompts, Li Dao was quite surprised. He did not expect this old man with white hair to have such a good body, but the thought of the other man's occupation made it clear. When the tooth had no good body, it would have been killed long ago. The so-called toothman is an ancient human trafficker. Some women or elderly people are good at using their conditions to trick others into trusting them. And the moment the old man revealed his kind face, Li Dao guessed the identity of the other party. After all, it was simply impossible for an old man to survive in this death camp without some means, and the tone of voice that spoke to him, much like the smiles he'd seen on some of the photos of elderly peddlers in his previous life. It wouldn't have been a big deal to give him such a smile on the outside, but to show that kind of smile in a death camp was to really treat him like a little cutie. I've got it. After finishing off the old thing, Li Dao continued to sit down and eat as if nothing had happened, probably because of his ruthlessness this time, once again interrupting some people's small minds. No one dared to come up. Seeing this scene, Li Dao felt pity, blamed that old thing's profession as a human trafficker. Put it to ordinary criminals he might still be able to tolerate a little, but for people like human traffickers he had no patience at all. A few minutes later, Li Dao ate and drank his fill and leaned against the wall. Some of the surrounding death row inmates saw Li Dao even eating and chewing the chicken bones had shown their disappointment. They thought they could lick a bone, but they didn't realize that not a single chicken feather remained. Li Dao ignored these people's reactions and just silently added the attributes he had just harvested to his physique. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 4. 49. Available attributes, 0. I'm trying too hard to be surprised that I'm getting stronger again. Looking at the chains on his hands, Li Dao felt that this thing should not be able to bind him now. However, the chains couldn't bind him, but the death row status could, so it was necessary to keep waiting. Time continues to pass. Soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Li Dao stayed in the death cell either sleeping or resting his eyes, but there was no hurry in his mind. It would have been fine if he hadn't revealed his strength, but when he revealed his own strength, he believed that those in the barracks, such as Lu Fu Chang, wouldn't let go of this good tool of his for nothing. At that moment, a footstep sounded through the door. A jailer appeared outside the cell door, and he opened it while shouting towards the cell. 9, 5, 2, 7, come out here. Li Dao got up and stretched, dragging his handcuffs and shackles with him as he walked towards the cell door. During this time he also saw many people in the cell giving him gloating looks. In their opinion, it was pure luck that Li Dao was able to come back from his first mission on death row, and he would definitely die outside the second time. After walking out of the cell, it wasn't long before Li Dao encountered an acquaintance. Chief Lu Fu, 9527. I didn't go back on my word. Upon seeing Li Dao, Captain Lu took the initiative to open his mouth to greet him. Li Dao smiled slightly. The meat is delicious and the wine is good. Possibly because he had dealt with them, Chief Lu acted quite familiar with them, stepped forward and patted Li Dao's shoulder, laughing lightly. If the mission can still be accomplished this time, the same rewards will be doubled for you to come up with one. Upon hearing this, Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Captain Lu, it looks as if this mission is not simple. Hearing this, Captain Lu gathered his smile, then whispered, this time the mission is a bit difficult. We need to ambush a cavalry team of northern barbarians. The cavalry of the northern barbarians? Hearing this, Li Dao wanted to say that this was more than a little difficult. For the average death row inmate this was a hellishly difficult task. And the reason for this is entirely because the northern barbarians are best known for their cavalry. The northern barbarian dynasty, as a nation made up of countless tribes of nomads, was the best at training war horses and cavalry. It could be said that even a 3-year-old child from the northern barbarian dynasty was able to practice good horsemanship, so one could imagine how terrifying the cavalrymen they had picked out of their many populations were. This, coupled with the mobility of cavalry, makes them generally difficult to deal with. However, there was no fear in Li Dao's heart, or maybe it was because of the system's ability to turn an emotion like fear into exuberance. He was more excited than fearful about fighting people. Of course, there is also the factor of becoming stronger now. If he's still the same weakling he was before, he won't even be able to hide. Are we playing the lead again? Li Dao realized that while he was chatting with Chief Lu, many jailers led various kinds of death row inmates over. Instead of answering the question directly, Lu Fu Chang just blinked and glanced at Li Dao's clothes. That should be considered a default. And the next process is pretty much the same as the previous mission. Li Dao and his group were taken away from the death row and came to a military tent to change their clothes. Then Lu Fu Chang explained the mission. When the group of death row inmates heard that the mission was to ambush a group of northern barbarian cavalry, each one of them showed an expression of resistance. But no one dared to say anything more even after seeing the surrounding Dechin soldiers who drew their swords halfway out. There's still a chance to survive if you put up a fight, but if you blow up now, you're going to die here on the spot. Perhaps because of the urgency of the mission, Chief Lu had the soldiers issue their weapons after explaining the mission. Unlike the last time, this time when the weapons were handed out to Li Dao, they were no longer tattered weapons, but 2 brand new shiny long knives, and this scene instantly unbalanced the surrounding death row inmates who had gotten their hands on bad weapons. I'm not convinced. Why are we all such crappy guys when his weapons are so new? I want new weapons too. That's right. We want new weapons too. Why should we all be on death row? He's not like us. You guys are being discriminatory. He's a little white boy who doesn't deserve a weapon that good. The death row inmates soon began to speak in words about the injustice in their hearts. All be quiet. Suddenly, a voice brought the words of all the death row inmates to a screeching halt. Chief Lu looked at the group of death row inmates and said in a cold voice, "If you want the same weapons as 9527 you can. Go and grab them yourself from the hands of the northern barbarian soldiers. Go and loot them. And when you grab them, they will be given to you." What about him? Chief Lu laughed and looked at the person who spoke. "Excuse me, but those two swords of his are exactly the ones he snatched from the northern barbarian soldiers during his last mission." Hearing this, the group of death row inmates all revealed unbelievable expressions. It was probably because this mission was more important. So the death row inmates selected looked quite strong. As for Li Dao, although he had gone through several enhancements, his body type had not changed much from the outside, and he still looked a bit slim, which resulted in him being considered a relatively small and delicate kind of person among this group of death row inmates. And that's why it arouses the suspicion of so many people. Seeing this, Captain Lu revealed a smile and his gaze went to Li Dao. 9527. You can try to convince them. Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded and looked towards the group of death row inmates revealing a faint smile. Whoever doesn't want to step forward and beat me, these two swords will belong to whoever does. As soon as the words fell, a man immediately squeezed his way from the death row to Li Dao. Nearly 2 meters tall, with a dark and strong body, the whole person looked tough. Seeing this, many of the death row inmates who hadn't reacted had a pang of regret. Had they known that that little white boy was so unamused, they would have stepped forward first. The big black man seemed to know that he had gotten a bargain and showed a joyful expression. Facing Li Dao, he taunted, "Little white boy, if you give me the 2 knives in your hands voluntarily right now, I can consider striking a little lighter, or else I might accidentally kill you." Whoosh! A brightly shining knife was stuck in front of the big black man. Li Dao raised his hand and hooked it. Cut the crap. Looking for death. Seeing that he was so provoked by a little white boy, the black big man decisively picked up his long knife and slashed straight across Li Dao's face, looking like he was laying down a deadly hand. Seeing this, Li Dao simply raised his sword and then swung it. Just when everyone thought that Li Dao was going to perish under this blade of the big black man, only a click was heard as the blade shattered. When everyone looked back at Li Dao and the big black man, they realized that Li Dao's blade was intact, and only half of the big black man's knife was left in his hand. Jab! In the next second, a ripping sound rang out. Immediately afterward, a crack extended from the black man's brow directly to his abdomen. In an instant, a large stream of blood spurted out of the crack, and the big black man fell to the ground in the process. Kill 1 enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 22. The system's prompt made Li Dao's eyes light up. This big black man hadn't grown that meat for nothing. It had provided him with so many attributes. Chapter 7, The Northern Barbarian Cavalry. Out of the way. The body of the big black man fell to the ground, as if it also fell on the hearts of the many death row inmates. Originally, some of the death row inmates were still feeling sorry for themselves, but now they instantly lost that previous thought, and instead were glad that they hadn't jumped out so quickly to seek death. Chief Lu looked at the group of death row inmates. Any more comments? Upon hearing this, the group of death row inmates hurriedly shook their heads. The body of the one who had commented earlier was still hot, so how could they dare to have a comment? No comment, then get ready to go. 2 hours later, after some time of rushing, the group arrived at the place of the ambush. The ambush was at the junction of 2 peaks. There is an old road in the center, and on either side are mountainous woods. As for Li Dao, their mission was to take the lead in blocking the northern barbarian cavalry when they arrived here, and cooperate with Captain Lu and the soldiers under him to encircle the northern barbarian cavalry here. You guys wait here for a bit. Chief Lu arranged the death row inmates into position and sent 2 scouts to check when the northern barbarian cavalry would arrive here. Clutching his long sword, Li Dao leaned under a tree and slowly sharpened it with a rock. Despite his strength, there was efficiency in such things as killing. Having a knife is more likely to kill an enemy more quickly than bare hands, so it's important to take care of your weapon. At the same time, he also added the attributes that the black man dropped earlier to his physique in passing. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 4. 71. Available attributes, 0. There was already almost 5 times the physique of a normal person, and I didn't know if this physique could keep adding up so infinitely. It would be really sick if it could be stacked indefinitely. The other side. It didn't take long for the scouts that Chief Lu sent out to return. Husbandman, the northern barbarian cavalry is almost here. The scouts came back and hurriedly ran to Captain Lu to report the situation of the scouting ahead. Upon hearing this, Chief Lu immediately got up and said to the group of death row inmates, all of them quickly ambush well. Wait for my whistle, and rush out together to stop these northern barbarian cavalrymen, and make sure not to let one get away. Li Dao picked up his long sword and silently walked to his chosen position. Because it was already the second time, there was no more nervousness like the first time. Instead, there was an inexplicable exuberance inside. With the slow passage of time, finally, after an incense stick of time had passed, the shadows of the northern barbarians' cavalry appeared in the distant mountain pass. For a moment, Li Dao's sharp five senses detected that the breathing of the surrounding group of death row inmates, including those of the Dacian regulars, had thickened. But rightly so. The northern barbarian cavalry had a reputation for being a formidable force to kill, so it was natural to be worried. The northern barbarian cavalry slowly moved over towards the ambush site, and Lu Fu Chang had already placed his hand in his mouth, ready to give orders. Finally, after the northern barbarian cavalryman entered the ambush site, a whistle blew. In the next second, the ambushed Dechen soldiers released a large number of cold arrows aimed at the northern barbarian cavalry. For a while, cold arrows turned into a rain of arrows pouring down towards the northern barbarian cavalry. Just when everyone thought that this wave of ambush was going to take credit, no one noticed a cold smile on the corner of the mouth of the leading northern barbarian among the northern barbarian cavalry. Back to defense. Suddenly, a voice rang out among the northern barbarian cavalry. In the next second, the northern barbarian cavalrymen moved in a neat and tidy manner, and in unison, they pulled out an iron shield from a package on the side of their horses to defend themselves. When the rain of arrows fell, most of them were warded off by the iron shield. Only a small portion landed on the warhorse's crotchet by the northern barbarian cavalrymen. But this portion was already irrelevant, as long as the people were fine. Over here, Chief Lu also sensed that something was wrong. The northern barbarian rider reacted too quickly, almost subconsciously, as if he had prepared in advance. However, at the moment there was no more time for him to guess. Because of his whistle, the death row inmates of the death camp also directly mangled up. Li Dao also initially sensed that something was wrong, but after only a slight hesitation, he followed the death row inmates and rushed up, because he always knew one thing clearly. And that was that with his current physique, he could totally fight to see what happened. And if the situation was not right, he could totally escape. In short, he wouldn't be foolish enough to throw his life away. Seeing that the death row inmates had rushed up, Lu Fu Chan thought quickly in his head. Finally clenching his teeth, he ordered, all together, go down and charge. At this moment, as the death row inmates of the death row camp rushed down the hillside, it was as if the northern barbarian cavalry had also prepared for this. The cavalrymen on both sides pulled out their 3-meter-long spears in unison to stab at the charging death row inmates. In just one wave, half of the death row inmates were penetrated through their bodies on the spot. The remaining half was also dumbfounded by the scene. It's not a good idea to flush, and it's not a good idea not to flush. However, Li Dao didn't care about that much and decisively swung his sword and charged. The spear could block ordinary people, but it could not block him who possessed nearly 5 times the physique of an ordinary person. The northern barbarian cavalry side had also discovered Li Dao. Just when Li Dao was about to rush into the northern barbarian cavalry, behind the first row of northern barbarian cavalry, a few spears suddenly poked out and came straight at Li Dao. Moreover, these spears were not stabbing indiscriminately, but each had its own target, and all of them were aiming at the fatal part of the human body without exception. If it was an ordinary person facing the attack that burst up might have already disorganized themselves and been penetrated by a few spears. Li Dao's gaze was fixed. And with his concentration, these spears slowed down a lot in his eyes. He dodged through the gaps of several spears in the air with his strong physique, and directly drilled into the thicket of northern barbarian cavalry. This scene stunned the surrounding northern barbarian cavalry. How could they have imagined that someone would dodge their perfect combined attack in such a way? However, at this moment, Li Dao would not give them time to be surprised. Looking at the northern barbarians' cavalrymen in armor, Li Dao directly swung his sword. Click! With a heavy slash, the armor on a northern barbarian cavalryman directly shattered, and his entire body even fell off his horse. Li Dao made a decisive move to make up for it, and a slash went through the northern barbarian cavalryman's face. Kill 1 enemy, gain attribute, 0, 21. Hearing the system prompt, Li Dao secretly thought in his heart, worthy of being a northern barbarian cavalryman, this physical quality alone far exceeds that of ordinary northern barbarian soldiers. At this moment, Li Dao's actions also caused the northern barbarian cavalry around him to completely wake up. The first row of northern barbarian cavalrymen were still using their spears to reject the enemy, while the second row of northern barbarian cavalrymen behind them drew their long swords and slashed at Li Dao. Seeing this, Li Dao directly rolled over onto the warhorse of the northern barbarian cavalryman that he had hacked to death, while swinging his sword in return. The other side, facing the ambush of the Dacian soldiers, the defense of the northern barbarians' cavalry could be described as watertight. However, everyone did not expect the crowd to have the extra oddball, Li Dao. to break through the defense of the Northern Barbarians' cavalry. This also led to holes in the Northern Barbarian cavalry's formation. The reason why Lu Fuzhang can become a centurion also has a certain military vision, and at a glance, he saw the unexpected surprise of 9527. So at once he ordered, all the men on the right flank, give me an attack toward the position where 9-5-2-7 is located. Also because of this order, it helped Li Dao relieve a lot of pressure from the Northern Barbarian cavalry. After all, it was true that his 4 times closer to 5 times stronger than normal body was strong, but it wasn't strong enough to run through a group of well-militarized Northern Barbarian cavalry. It was hard to resist his flesh and blood in the face of a sword or a gun without eyes, facing a group of Northern Barbarian cavalrymen's tacit cooperation inside the opponent's encirclement. It was already impressive for him to be able to defend himself. After the arrival of support from Captain Lu, Li Dao, who had been holding back for a while over here, finally had the space to utilize his strength. Riding a warhorse, he charged straight through it with his sword, all the way through. Any dog that passed in his way had to take a stab from him, and because he was extremely heavy with his sword, many Northern Barbarian cavalrymen were cut off their horses by his sword when they were not paying attention. There were some even less fortunate ones who were directly looked at by a slash at a weak spot in their armor and then brutally hacked to death. In short, wherever Li Dao hacked, there was chaos. Lu Fuchang was also glad to see Li Dao's play for a while. I'm glad that there is a special presence of September 5th, 27 on the death row called this time. Otherwise, this time, not to mention ambushing the Northern Barbarian cavalry, whether or not they can go back alive is a big question. After thinking about it, he looked at the gradually white-hot battle and decisively joined the fight. In the meantime, Li Dao's side was charging with a flurry of slashing and killing, but he ended up charging halfway through the charge when he realized that there was no one in front of him. It was only after this look that he realized that he had overcharged and rushed straight out of the Northern Barbarian cavalry's encirclement. Watching the Northern Barbarian cavalrymen that he had heavily injured die one by one at the hands of his own people, his heart was dripping with blood and heartache. These can be all his attributes. So he hastily turned his horse around, slapped his horse's ass with his long sword, and charged into the middle of the battlefield once again. This time, Li Dao learned to be smart, in which he specialized in dealing with those Northern Barbarian cavalrymen who could be killed with a single slash. Also as a result, the system's pleasant beeps kept ringing in his ears. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0, 22. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0, 20. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0, 19. Kill one enemy. The available attributes inside Li Dao's panel also began to increase continuously. Asshole. Because of Li Dao's conspicuous performance, he quickly caught the attention of the Northern Barbarian cavalry leader. He had noticed the Stakian from the initial destruction of their cavalry formation. At first, he thought it was the other party's luck and didn't care too much about it. Their Northern Barbarian cavalry could still take care of all the Deqian soldiers. However, as this Deqian man never died, but instead massacred their Northern Barbarians cavalry, he finally realized that this Deqian man was not simple. At this moment, he decided to personally kill the other party. The other side. Li Dao was painfully harvesting attribute points when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Go to hell. In the next second, a voice accompanied by the sound of breaking wind came from behind his head. He subconsciously leaned over, and a blade light grazed the back of his head. At this moment, many cold sweats appeared on Li Dao's back. This was the first time since being reborn that I was this close to death. However, this was not the end. That long knife saw that one blow did not hit, the second knife quickly swung over again. This time Li Dao reacted and directly raised his sword to block. In an instant, he only felt a terrifying force coming from the blade. The unrivaled power unexpectedly lost its effect at this moment. But soon, Li Dao came back to his senses from his surprise. This was a battlefield. A single distraction could take his little life. Kid, you won't have a chance to run wild this time. Looking at the fallen Li Dao, the Northern Barbarian leader revealed a hideous smile and raised his sword to slash again. This blade was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Dao's eyes. Bang! Without waiting for Li Dao to dodge, a sword suddenly plunged from the side and blocked the Northern Barbarian leader's attack. It was only when Li Dao looked at this that he realized that he didn't know when Chief Lu came to his side. Captain Lu looked at Li Dao first before turning his head to look at the Northern Barbarian leader. Northern Barbarian? It's not too good for you, a Hotian martial artist, to bully an ordinary person. A Hotian? Hearing this term, Li Dao couldn't help but stare. A childhood memory suddenly came back to mind. Chapter 8, Memories of the Past. Beheading the Northern Barbarian leader. At that time, Li Dao's memory had not been revived. And he was not uncle in Yuan. His father in this life was. He wasn't as old as he is now either. Just 7 years old. He also remembers when he was more than just a man. There were 2 other little girls by his side. One was his sister, while the other. Recalling this, Li Dao froze a little. The other one turned out to be his fiancée. But none of that matters right now. As far as he could remember, his father had invited an old Taoist priest from outside who wore a Taoist robe and looked immortal, because nowadays, his mental strength was also nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person. So he even remembered that the conversation between his father and that Tao-robed old man back then was like this. Taoist master, I will trouble you today. It's not troublesome. Qualification testing is originally the poor Taoist's part. After you. Then, after the exchange between the father and the Taoist, in the memory of that Taoist put his hand on homeopathy on the wrist of Li Dao's little sister. After the past few breaths, the Taoist let go of his hand. The father quickly asked, Taoist, how is my daughter's qualification? The Taoist wore a smile on his face and nodded. Your daughter's qualifications are good and equal, so she can cultivate. Hearing this, his father's face showed joy. It's good to have qualifications. It's good to have qualifications. After that, the Taoist put his hand on his fiancée's wrist again. This time it was enough to wait for a dozen breaths of Taoist people did not let go. Expression and still changing, and finally even revealed a surprised expression. I can't imagine that poor Taoist can see the rumored extreme qualifications today. The Taoist looked at his fiancée and shook his head and sighed. Pity, pity, it's a daughter's body. Surprised by his fiancée's qualifications, his father couldn't help but ask after returning to his senses. Taoist, how is Yuer's qualifications a pity? Can it be that there is something wrong with her body? The Taoist shook his head and laughed bitterly. Uncle, some misunderstanding. Poor Tao said pity is for the poor Taoist temple pity. Excellent qualification is rare in 100 years. It is a pity that the poor Taoist temple cannot accept female disciples. Miss, this kind of disciple is still not a pity? Father asked. So what is you going to do? The Taoist said soothingly. Don't worry, uncle. Although the White Cloud Temple where the poor Taoist is located cannot accept female disciples, the poor Taoist knows a sect that specializes in accepting female disciples. It's called Yaoqi and it should be the most suitable place for her to go. The father nodded his head after understanding clearly, and finally landed his gaze on the youngster. Please, Taoist master, test my son's qualifications again. Naturally, the Taoist put his hand on his wrist again. A few breaths later, the Taoist's expression changed once again, but instead of the initial amazement, it was tinged with complexity. After releasing his hand, the Taoist shook his head and let out a long sigh. Taoist priest, my son's qualifications. Seeing that the Taoist's face did not look right, his father had a foreboding feeling in his heart. The Taoist shook his head and said, Uncle, with all due respect to the poor Taoist, your son was born with an extinct vein and is unable to cultivate. Born with an extinct vein? If you want to cultivate, there needs to be channels in one's body that allow true qi to travel, which people who cultivate call veins. And according to the poor Taoist's testing, your son does not have these veins in his body, so naturally he cannot cultivate. So, father let out a long sigh, but quickly came clean. If you can't cultivate, then you can't cultivate. And when you inherit my title in the future, it's good to be an ordinary person. This is pretty much the end of Li Dao's memories. He remembered that not long after that fiancé of his was taken away by a veiled, immortal woman. And the youngest sister was later taken as a disciple by a powerfully dressed woman and brought to practice. He was the only one who since then had been no longer harshly disciplined by his father and mother, but seemed intent on letting him live freely. This memory continued until the unexpected death of my parents in this life. Since then, he has become a playboy with no one to discipline him. At the end of the day, it's about him getting drunk at a palace banquet, having his memory revived, destroying someone's innocence, and then being sent to a death camp. In other words, Li Dao had come into contact with cultivation when he was 7 years old. Only because of his qualifications, he wasn't able to formally come into contact with cultivation. That means the so-called Hotian martial artists are real. I feel that there is such a thing as a practitioner in this world. Li Dao at the moment has a complex mood. This thought with the system he can quickly be invincible in the ancient cold weapon era. The result is now giving him to make a mess of the practitioners of these existences. Although it was unclear exactly how powerful the cultivators were, judging from the northern barbarian leader's stance, the cultivators were definitely not weak. At the very least, his current physique of nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person was a bit difficult against this so-called Hotian martial artist. But soon, Li Dao adjusted his mind. Not just a cultivator. He had a system in place. Even if he could simply only add his physique, his future was definitely not worse than the so-called cultivators. All he needed now was to get steadily a little stronger and he was done. As for the future, let's talk about it later. It was as if centuries had passed in Li Dao's mind, but only an instant had passed in reality. In front of his eyes, Lu Fu Chang raised his sword and the northern barbarians' leader directly confronted each other. and both sides directly engaged in a king-to-king sparring match. Gale blade technique. The northern barbarian's leader shouted. The long knife in his hand directly swung out of the stump, straight towards Lu Fu Chang's face, and there was a strong wind mixed in the blade. In the face of this scene, the long sword in Lu Fu Chang's hand was not slow to swing, and the two sides slashed countless sparks in the air. The two of them exchanged hands as if the wind was swirling, making the surrounding group of people surprisingly still not dare to approach. With Li Dao's physique that was nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, even if he leaned too close, he felt the faint tingling sensation on his skin. Real energy? Li Dao thought in his heart as he looked at the airflow that erupted between the two. Soon, he came back to his senses. Now was not the time to wait. What he needed was to get stronger quickly. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 4. 71. Available properties, 2. 13. Looking at the available attributes on the panel, Li Dao decisively chose to add all of them to physique. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 6. 84. Available attributes, 0. In the next moment, a familiar heat flow arose through the body. Because he had added too many points at once, Li Dao's skin was flushed with a layer of red from the churning of qi and blood in his body. At the same time, a terrifying sense of power arose from within Li Dao. The sudden burst of power gave him the urge to let it all out. At this moment, a northern barbarian cavalryman noticed Li Dao's abnormality, and he thought he had found an opportunity to directly rush over and slash. However, a blade light came to him faster than he did. Stabbing. As the blade flashed, the armor on the northern barbarian cavalry directly crumbled apart, a bloody ripple scattering into the air. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 24. And that was just the beginning. Li Dao rolled over onto his horse, holding his sword in his right hand and directly re-entering the heavy siege. Without the northern barbarian leader's block, where he passed the northern barbarian cavalryman tumbled over, after adding up again. At this moment on the battlefield, except for Lu Fu Chang and the northern barbarian leader, no one can block him. All of them are not his one enemy, and as a result, he was harvesting attributes faster and faster. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 21. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 18. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 23. Kill one enemy. Li Dao's mighty scene thus attracted many Diqian soldiers. They began to spontaneously charge after Li Dao. In a short period of time, originally also rely on cavalry to slightly dominate the northern barbarian cavalrymen were instantly washed away, miserably surrounded by Dacian soldiers. And the commotion on this side quickly attracted the attention of the northern barbarian leader and Lu Fu Chang. The afterglow of Lofrao's eyes noted the scene with excitement. On the contrary, the northern barbarian's leader, his face was already all black. How could he not imagine that he had obviously done well enough? How could the battlefield evolve to this point? Chief Lu blocked a blade and laughed. That barbarian across the street. The situation is settled. Why don't you surrender quickly? Surrender? The northern barbarian leader gritted his teeth and bellowed. We northern barbarian cavalrymen die without surrendering. Kill. With a loud shout, the aura on the northern barbarian leader's body suddenly skyrocketed by a knot. This scene caused the opposite Lu Fu Chang to be startled, and he couldn't help but scold. You don't speak of martial virtues, temporarily playing breakthrough for me. Upon hearing this, the northern barbarian leader was also stunned when he returned to his senses, and after feeling the changes within his body, he immediately began to laugh. Ha 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 ha, the bear god blessed me, allowing me to break through to the Hotian 5th grade. He gazed at Chief Lu, revealing an icy smile. Let's see how you can block me this time. This time, the northern barbarian leader once again fought with Lu Fu Chang. Compared to earlier, because of the breakthrough, his blade was heavier and faster this time. Click! The long sword in Chief Lu's hand suddenly broke off from the center. Go to hell! The northern barbarian leader laughed out loud, and the long knife in his hand directly swung down, with the momentum of cutting Lu Fu Chang in two. Upon seeing this scene, Chief Lu's pupils shrunk, revealing an appearance of a dying man. It was also at this moment that a long knife was inserted between the two to block the blade, and Lu Fu Chang was pulled away from the northern barbarian leader's attack. Who? Seeing that he was once again spoiled, the northern barbarian leader roared in anger. When he got a better look, he was even more angry, because the person who saved him was the very person who had badgered him. Li Dao looked at Captain Lu, who was saved by him, and laughed lightly. Captain Lu, you saved me once and I saved you once. We are even. Lu Fu Chang laughed after returning to his senses. Not really even. You had room to dodge before. I'm purely waiting to die, so I owe you one. After saying that, he glanced at the northern barbarian leader, who looked like he was going to eat someone across the street. However, if you want me to return it to you, it's better to take care of this guy first. Leave it to me. Hearing this, Li Dao spoke directly. Give it to you? Lu Fu Chang froze. He was going to say together. How could he not expect this 9527 to want to fight alone? Li Dao nodded. Just leave it to me. I don't want to be robbed of the battle by you. Actually, the battle credit was not important. Mainly because he was worried about the head being robbed. Prof. Lu, I've seen the war credit. I've never seen such a war credit. This is purely to war credit, do not want a life. Seeing that Li Dao had made his decision, Captain Lu couldn't say anything but, take care. The other side. The northern barbarian leader also knew that he had changed opponents again, but he wasn't worried at all because in his opinion, this little white guy in front of him was even weaker than the one just now. He was able to solve it before when he hadn't broken through to the Hotian 5th grade, but now that he had broken through it would be even easier to solve. Kill. Without saying a word, the northern barbarian leader raised his sword and rushed at Li Dao to kill him. Li Dao held his long sword in his hand and met him decisively. Swish! The two knives soon clashed together. In this instant, both of them froze, and both of them had sensed the other's power that was heavier than before. Battlefield disorientation was only for a moment, and soon the two couldn't care less and directly fought together at close range. Not far away, Chief Lu also froze for a moment when he saw Li Dao's ferocity. Why is this 9527 getting more and more aggressive? Li Dao and the northern barbarian leader sparred for a while, and both sides exchanged words. Suddenly, a collision followed by a smooth separation of the two. The northern barbarian leader held his sword in one hand and led his horse with the other. Laughing coldly, if this is the only extent you have, then you are not far from death. Li Dao smiled faintly. Try it. Just try it. After saying that, the northern barbarian leader charged over once again. As he approached Li Dao, the movement of his hands suddenly changed. Gale blade technique. This time, the northern barbarian leader's sword cut countless residual shadows in the air, and likewise became faster and heavier. Seeing this, a smug smile even appeared on the northern barbarian leader's face, as he had long been preparing this move so that he could catch the opponent off guard. The other side. Li Dao also noticed that the northern barbarian leader had changed his blade out, but he waited for this moment. Extra points. One thought went down, and all the attribute points that had been harvested earlier were added to the physique. In an instant, an explosive force was placed on Li Dao. With this force, Li Dao's slash was extremely fast, so fast that it flashed by in the blink of an eye. Bam! In a clash of weapons, Li Dao and the northern barbarian leader figures crossed paths. Stabbing. A gash suddenly split open on Li Dao's right arm and blood flowed out from the wound. Click. The blade broke. However, it was not Li Dao's blade that broke, but the northern barbarian leader's. At this moment, the northern barbarian leader's eyes were lost in thought, and his mouth muttered, I actually lost. In the next second, the armor on his body cracked all the way from his neck to his waist, and countless amounts of blood spurted out from the cracks. In the meantime, the system's beep also sounded in Li Dao's mind. Chapter 9 Tenfold Physique. Martial arts dropped out. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. Sex Duine. Seeing the system's prompt, Li Dao couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart. According to the calculation of killing the enemy to drop 1/10 of their attributes, the overall attributes of the northern barbarian leaders were at least 7 times more than those of the ordinary people who entered. However, he had previously noticed that the northern barbarian leader actually didn't have a very high physical strength, probably only 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person, and the reason why he was able to obtain so many attributes was probably because he was a cultivator with some attributes that ordinary people didn't have. Let's say for example, true chi. With a thought, Li Dao added the attributes dropped from the northern barbarian leader to himself. In the next moment, a familiar stream of heat appeared. It was only that he didn't feel it as strongly compared to before, probably because his physique had already adapted to this level of strengthening. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 9. 38. Available attributes, 0. Seeing this, Li Dao revealed a smile. Nearly 10 times the physique of a normal person. This was on the verge of reaching his goal from the start, but it's time to raise his own goals. After all, if everyone was an ordinary person, 10 times the physique of an ordinary person would be enough for him to make a big difference in this Cold War era. But when it comes to practitioners, then forget it. It was hard for him to feel safe without a couple hundred body points. The other side. After the northern barbarian leader decapitated Li Dao, the Lu Fu Chang who was watching the battle from the side immediately froze. He had thought that 9527 would be able to fight the northern barbarian leader for a dozen or so rounds and that would already be pretty good. But I didn't expect that 9527 would be able to kill the other side. After the surprise was followed by excitement, seeing the northern barbarian's leader die and fall to the ground, he immediately shouted towards the surroundings, "Your leader is dead. Why don't you all quickly surrender?" The leader's dead? At the sound of the voice, the remaining northern barbarian cavalrymen turned their gazes over. Because the armor on the northern barbarian leader was different from the armor on the ordinary northern barbarian cavalry, it was quickly noticed. Seeing the northern barbarian leader who had fallen to the ground and was already dead, in an instant, the northern barbarians' cavalry's morale dropped by leaps and bounds, and their fighting strength declined by leaps and bounds, and they couldn't even maintain their formation. The death of the leader meant they had little chance of winning. Finally, one of the northern barbarian cavalrymen could not resist the fear of death and threw his weapon away and dismounted to surrender. And with the first comes the second and the third. Soon, the remaining northern barbarian cavalrymen also dismounted and surrendered. Seeing this, Li Dao didn't know what to say for a moment. If I had known, I wouldn't have tackled the northern barbarian leader first and cleaned up these northern barbarian cavalry first. However, he turned his head and thought like this: if he didn't do anything, Lu Fu Chang would definitely die at the hands of the northern barbarian leader. The scene will turn ugly then. It is likely that the soldiers of the Dacian dynasty will be the same as the current northern barbarian cavalry, because the morale of the leader died and chose to surrender. Never mind. It's not that bad. Overall the math on this one has been pretty good. When he came out, his physique was less than 5 points, but now he was already close to 10 points of physique, which was more than double. At this time, Li Dao suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something where the dead northern barbarian leader's armor was broken. Curious, he walked over and crouched down to take a look at a yellow, bloodied cloth stuck in the seam of his armor. Reaching down, he held out the bloodied cloth, which appeared to be wrapped in something. Opening it, 2 books appeared in front of him. One is called Yellow Sun Secrets and the other is called Galeblade Technique. Seeing this, Li Dao froze for a moment. Surprisingly, it was a cultivation technique and a sword technique. It looked like it should be the gongfu and sword technique that the northern barbarian leader cultivated. 9527. You're in luck. Suddenly, Chief Lu's voice rang out from behind him. Looking back, because the northern barbarian cavalrymen had surrendered, the remaining Dacian soldiers, like last time, had already begun to tie up the captives and clean up the battlefield. Does this need to be turned in? Lido asked as he shook something in his hand. He didn't think of hiding these 2 books when he picked them up, and besides, he couldn't hide them. Death row inmates are undressed and cleaned when they return, and changed into thin prison garments that can't hide anything. Unless, that way, Li Dao killed himself and was not willing to accept it. After looking at it, Lu Fu Chang said truthfully, according to reason, all things captured on the battlefield should be handed over. But, the words came to him as he turned his head down and coughed dryly, whispering, but sometimes there are exceptions. Keep this to yourself. I'll pretend I didn't see it. With that, he turned and walked away. Looking at the back of Chief Lu Fu, Li Dao smiled and shook his head. It looked like those 2 performances had earned him some trust with this centurion. To be honest, for this centurion, Li Dao was also quite favorable. After all, the other party was able to take the initiative to save him. Placing the 2 books in his arms, he was going to take them back at night and try to practice. Although when he was a child that old Taoist priest said that he was born with an extinct vein and could not cultivate at all. But what if the old Taoist priest is senile? After all, there are a lot of old crooks these days. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up this way. Everyone is also assembled. Chief Lu asked to the soldier beside him, "How's the tally?" The soldier nodded. "The tally is complete. Read it to me." The soldier nodded and took out a piece of paper from his arms and read, "In this battle, 55 men came out of the death row battalion. 54 died and 1 survived alone." As the words came to this point, the gazes of all the remaining Dacian soldiers looked in unison at Li Dao, who was leaning against a tree not far away. For Li Dao, some of these Dacian soldiers were seeing him for the first time, while others were seeing him for the second time. But no matter how many times they saw it, Lido impressed them. Hearing that he was the only one left, Li Dao's expression didn't change much, or it was already clear, after all, that even he had almost died under the northern barbarian leader's sword, not to mention a group of ordinary death row inmates. The soldier's report continues. At the end of the day, the ambush of the northern barbarians could be considered a disastrous victory. The northern barbarian leader died, and the northern barbarian cavalry's more than 100 cavalrymen died 80% of the time, leaving only 20% of the northern barbarian cavalry, or about 20 northern barbarian cavalrymen left. Dacian soldiers' side including death row battalion totaled nearly 200 people. The result is only left to more than 50 people. Is not a miserable victory what else can be? After hearing this, Chief Lu also let out a long sigh. Although he knew that the casualties on his side were not low, he still felt sad after hearing that, especially seeing his soldiers fading away one by one in his hands. But this is war. This was still just a small-scale friction between the Dacian dynasty and the northern barbarian dynasty at the border. If they really met a large-scale battlefield, I'm afraid that these people they threw in wouldn't even be able to smash up a bubble. Seeing everyone ready, Chief Lu beckoned. Finish packing then set out to return. Shortly afterward, Li Dao followed Chief Lu's group back to Changgu town once again. Unlike the last time, this time he was escorted into the death camp by Chief Lu specifically to prevent the 2 books in his arms from being discovered. This is as far as I'll send you. You saved my life. If you need anything you can have the jailer let me know. If it's not difficult I'll do it for you. Chief Lu whispered in Li Dao's ear before sending him inside. Li Dao nodded and walked into the previous death cell. Like the last time, he re-entered death row to another surprised look from his original cellmates. Shocked that he'd gone out a second time and come back again, he found a corner and leaned back to sit down as usual. Soon after, the familiar scent once again filled the death cell. The cell door opened and a jailer walked in with a plate of roast chicken and a bottle of wine. 9527. This is what Chief Lu asked me to give you. Probably because Chief Lu specifically said something, the jailer's attitude towards Li Dao, a death row inmate, became more polite. Thanks. No need to thank you for helping Master Lu. Take your time then. You're good to eat. Just let me know if you need anything. Trouble. Sending the jailer away, Li Dao leaned against the corner with his own roasted chicken and wine and ate directly. For once, there would be no ungrateful people coming to bother him. Apparently, his interaction with the jailers made these same death row inmates feel the gap, and no one dared to easily offend him, and he himself fell into a comfortable position. After eating and drinking, Li Dao squinted at the feeling of being slightly drunk from drinking. It was getting late. After a silence fell within the death cell, Li Dao opened his eyes. After noticing that everyone in the cell was asleep, he took out of his arms the 2 books he had seized from the northern barbarian leader earlier. First he opened the Gongfu called Yellow Sun Technique. Once opened, inside was indeed a cultivation method, teaching people how to refine their true qi. With a mental strength that exceeded that of normal people by 10 times, Li Dao quickly had the entire book in his mind. After that, he placed the Yellow Sun Technique back in his arms, then plopped his knees and closed his eyes as he attempted to cultivate. Half an hour later, opening his eyes, Li Dao slowly spat out 2 words. Rubbish. After half an hour, he hadn't practiced a single hair. According to the Yellow Sun secrets, he needed to mentally engage and perceive the hidden veins within himself. The result was that after sensing for half an hour, nothing was sensed. Feeling that the old Taoist priest was not wrong, a natural extinct vein is a natural extinct vein. There really isn't any vein at all. Otherwise, with Li Dao's spiritual power, he would probably be able to perceive that so-called vein very easily. Also, now that his physique had reached 10 times that of a normal person, if he really had that so-called vein, even if it was only a little bit, it should have appeared after the 10-fold strengthening, but it just didn't appear. This also confirms a math problem. As long as something is 0, then no matter how many times he doubles it then it is still 0, and will never become anything. He didn't have a chakra, so it was that his physique reached 100 million times that of a normal person, and he should not be able to cultivate is not able to cultivate. Never mind, it was only supposed to be a try anyway. Not being able to cultivate Li Dao has and only has a small loss in his heart. After all, his system's main ability was still to develop his own physique. Even if he was able to cultivate, there was no way he would give up the shortcut of the system and not go for it, and instead go for a bitter closed-door cultivation. So what if the cultivation is more powerful? 10 points of physical fitness is not enough then 100 points of physical fitness. 100 points of body is not enough then 1,000 points of body. If 1,000 body points aren't enough, then 10,000, 100,000, a million. He just didn't believe that when he could destroy a city and a country with one punch there would still be someone to talk to him about the matter of cultivation. The cultivation technique did not work, so Li Dao backhandedly pulled out the Gale Blade technique. I don't know if the knife technique thing would be useful to him in the absence of true qi. Chapter 10, Super Enlightenment. The Chancellor's Invitation. Li Dao flipped open the Gale Blade technique. The content inside was different from the cultivation technique. It was a combination of pictures and words. As before, the first thing he did was to quickly commit the entire book to memory. After memorizing it, he placed the secret book of the Gale Blade technique back into his arms. Since there was no sword for him to practice with, Li Dao could only rehearse the Gale Blade technique in his mind based on his imagination. Probably because the physical enhancement is an all-around enhancement for him. It made him reach 10 times the level of an ordinary person at the spiritual level as well. Just by rehearsing in his mind, he was also able to clearly replicate the moves in the secret book of the Gale Blade technique. Half an hour later, Li Dao opened his eyes, and a hint of sternness flashed under his eyes. He looked to his hands and had a feeling at the moment. It was as if as long as he had a sword in his hand, he could perfect the Gale Blade technique. Even recalling once again his previous encounter with the northern barbarian leader, he had the feeling that he could easily see through his opponent's blade techniques. If the northern barbarian leader appeared in front of him again, even if he didn't rely on his physical body to press people down. He felt that he would be able to defeat the other party's Gale Blade technique by suppressing it with his Gale Blade technique. Is this considered a new skill that comes with a strong physique? Li Dao had originally thought that his own physique could be continuously strengthened, and that he would need to take the path of one force breaking all laws. However, he hadn't thought that after his physical body had been strengthened, his spiritual level could reach such a level that he could quickly learn a blade technique. Although the Gale Blade technique was relatively simple, this ability to learn it perfectly just by looking at it and then rehearsing it in one's mind was just as perverse. I wonder if the combination of one power and one skill is any good? It's supposed to be screwed up. An extraordinary body paired with extraordinary killing techniques. Who could stop him in this situation? As long as the physique was able to suppress the opponent, then it was only a matter of time before the enemy was hacked to death. Thinking of this, he was even less concerned about such a trivial matter as not being able to cultivate, and if we really want to say it, this infinitely enhanced physique of his should also be considered a form of cultivation. It was just that it took a different path than the cultivation of true qi. His type of cultivation should be called horizontal training. Time passes slowly. It was probably because the last mission had left Lu Fu Chang's men relatively dead and wounded, and a week had passed without Li Dao waiting for a new death row mission. All he could do inside death row was snooze and sleep in boredom, or perhaps researching and studying the Gale Blade technique to see if he could rely on his 10 times more powerful brain to remodel this blade technique and make it more suitable for him. Not to mention, after 7 days of research it really did allow Li Dao to research something. He had really managed to streamline the Gale Blade technique after continuous rehearsal and disassembly in his mind. Save some of the moves that go along with the running of the true qi, changing to a stance suitable for this body prana of his to perform. To summarize, it was that the revamped Gale Blade technique was now more suitable for him to harvest the lives of his enemies on the battlefield. Another day passes. Li Dao was resting his eyes in the corner of the cell. At that moment a footstep came from outside the cell. He instantly opened his eyes and looked in the direction the voice came from. It didn't take long for the face of Lu Fu Chang to appear outside the cell. 9527. Come out here. The jailer opened the cell door and shouted to Li Dao inside. Li Dao got up and patted the dirt on his body and walked out of the cell door. Another mission? Looking at Chief Lu, Li Dao directly opened his mouth to inquire. Captain Lu shook his head. There are no more missions for the time being. This time I'm looking for you for something else. What is it? Li Dao revealed a curious gaze. In his opinion, with the value he had shown, he shouldn't be able to do anything other than killing people. At the signal of Chief Lu, the jailer used the key to open the handcuffs and shackles on Li Dao. Then greeted, "You'll see if you come with me." After saying that, he walked towards the deeper part of the death cell. Li Dao rubbed his wrists and watched Lu Fu Chang's back as he slowly followed. The deeper they went, the emptier the cells around them became, and by the end of the day many of the cells were devoid of a single death row inmate. Is there no one here? Li Dao asked. Chief Lu looked at the empty cell and said calmly, "Recently, there have been more border frictions and the consumption of death row inmates has been faster." It was clear from the tone of voice that death row inmates were not treated as human beings at all here, but only as expendable. After saying that, Chief Lu's afterglow paid special attention to Li Dao's expression and realized that there was no reaction. Explaining, "But don't worry, you're not like them, because you're more valuable, so you won't be treated as expendable." Li Dao nodded, not caring about the term consumables. In his opinion, as long as they were really the ones who deserved to die, it was normal to be served as expendable. After all, they were supposed to be dead, and if they were a bit more brutal, some of them might not even be good enough to be dead if they wanted to be. As the two continued deeper, a door soon appeared in front of them. Li Dao turned around and asked, "Captain Lu, here?" Chief Lu explained, "This is where I'm going to bring you. Go inside and you'll see what's coming for you this time. But don't worry, it's definitely not a bad thing. Instead, it might be a good thing, and it's up to you to grasp exactly how." Leaving behind a meaningful sentence, Chief Lu opened the door and made a motion of invitation. Good thing? Li Dao shook his head. It was all here, so he could only take one step at a time. Stepping through this door, a dimly lit passage appeared before him. A bright light flickered at the end of the passage. With 10 times the perception of a normal human, he could detect several living beings at the bright light. Li Dao paced slowly toward the bright light. As it was about to get closer, his eyes changed. It was because he detected that the breathing of these people inside was not the same as normal people, but instead, it was very much like that of Chief Lu and the northern barbarian leader at the time. It's not hard to guess that they should all be one of a kind, also known as a practitioner. Finally, Li Dao walked to the end of the passage and a room appeared in front of him. At the same time, he got a good look at the people in the room. There were 5 of them in all, and 4 of those 5 are very distinctive. One of the people closest to Li Dao was surprisingly a full 2.5 meters tall, with an extremely burly figure, like a small giant. Just standing there motionless could give him a terrible sense of oppression. The most important thing was the aura on his body, giving Li Dao a beastly feeling. Possibly because Li Dao's eyes were too wanton, the little giant violently looked back, and the two eyes directly collided together. At this moment, Li Dao felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce tiger. Seemingly oblivious to what was wrong, the little giant turned his head back around and leaned against the wall in a daze. Next, Li Dao's gaze shifted to a petite figure beside the little giant. To say it was petite was not to show petite in comparison to the little giant, but that the other could be petite in itself. Less than 5'2", dry and thin all over, with dirty cloaked hair. However, Li Dao was able to perceive an even wilder aura from the little man than the little giant. It shouldn't be wild. It should be crazy. Similarly, the villain sensed Li Dao's gaze and immediately looked back. Hiss. With a hiss, the villain revealed the lower half of his face and made a threatening expression at Li Dao. A mouth. Only inside were rows of jagged teeth. The eyes were crazy with some clarity mixed in, as if they were psychotic. Along with the two figures that were somewhat normal compared to the first two. One was a middle-aged fat man with a lewd face. One is an old man with a godly mouth. The only normal person present would be a middle-aged man standing in the center. He was wearing Dakian-style armor similar to that on Lu Fu Chang, but his rank should be higher than Lu Fu Chang. Again, the man gave him the most dangerous feeling of all these people. You're finally here. You're the only one missing. The middle-aged man revealed a smile when he saw Li Dao. You are? Li Dao asked with a raised eyebrow. The middle-aged man spoke. Wei Yun, Grand Commander of the mighty Martial Battalion. At those words Li Dao couldn't help but stare. The Commander-in-Chief of the mighty battalion? If he remembered correctly, this army stationed in Changgu Town was the mighty battalion, and the Chancellor is the supreme officer here. That is to say, Lu Fuchan's top boss. After thinking, Li Dao gazed at the four people around him. I wonder what Commander Wei is looking for from me. A mediocre death row inmate? Mediocre? Wei Yan shook his head and smiled, saying, to be able to kill nearly 50 people in just 2 death row missions, including a leader of the Northern Barbarians' 100-man cavalry. I don't think this is mediocre. Li Dao glanced at the remaining 4 and also found a place to sit down on his but before saying, let's get straight to the point with what's going on. Wei Yun lightly laughed. Since everyone has arrived as well, then Mr. Wei will speak straight. I asked a few of you to come here today because I want to ask a few of you to be able to join together to help our mighty martial battalion resolve some matters. Hearing this, Li Dao raised his eyebrows. Before he could say anything, suddenly someone else jumped in from the sidelines to make a comment, only to see that middle-aged fat man jump out and say nonchalantly, are you kidding? Let me Shin-san help your court? I think you want a fart to eat. My words to you here. Today I just die here. I Shin-san also absolutely do not help your court officers. After saying that, the middle-aged fat man named Shin-san turned around and walked towards the passageway, looking like he wanted to leave directly. In response to this attitude of the middle-aged fat man, Wei Yun's face remained calm and even wore a faint smile. Looking at Shin-san walking further and further away, Wei Yun muttered to himself under his breath. Forget it then. I was thinking of letting you guys help with something, and afterward, I'll return your household registration and set you free. In the next second, a strong wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Only after the people present had a good look did they realize that the middle-aged fatty Shin-san had appeared in front of Wei Yun from inside the passageway in the blink of an eye. Is it true what you say? You can give me my domicile and my freedom? Shin-san grabbed Wei Yun's armor with an exuberant face. I thought you said you weren't going to help the court officers? What do you mean help the court? I'm being spontaneous and helpful. Didn't you say again that you wouldn't change your mind if you died? The problem is I'm not dead yet. Upon hearing this, Wei Yun smiled faintly and said, what I said is true. So you agree? Agreed. Shin-san nodded his head with a firm face, letting those present understand what the true fragrance theorem meant. But it's useless for you to agree alone. Wei Yun looked at the 4 Li Dao people and continued. You also have to get the 4 of them to agree as well before you can do so, because what needs to be done can be a bit dangerous. The 5 of you need to be together for that to happen. After hearing this, Shin-san turned back to the 4 Li Dao people, clapped his hands and said loudly, what are you 4 waiting for? This is freedom. Ahem. The only old man present coughed dryly and said in a raspy voice, getting me to agree is fine. Fatty, you will be my medicine boy for once. Shin-san instantly jumped up and said with a look of displeasure, why should I be your medicine boy? The so-called medicine boy is a person who is used to test medicines, and generally people who are good at medical skills will use medicine boys. The old man disliked back nonchalantly, then I will disagree, and you will wait for death with me in this death camp. You. Shin-san couldn't do anything when he saw the old man being so rogue, and finally could only compromise, saying, that medicine of yours won't kill you, right? The old man laughed coldly and said confidently, The old man has never drugged anyone to death in his entire life of practicing medicine. Seeing that the other party was so confident, Shinsan revealed a half-hearted look. At this time, Wei Yun, who was on the side, spoke up. Shinsan, you can trust him. He has indeed never drugged anyone to death. Really? Really? Okay then, I'll trust you once, but say you can only try the medicine once. Seeing that the fat man agreed, Li Dao on the side glanced at Wei Yun, always feeling that this Wei Yun, who had been wearing a smile, was a bit unsuspicious. That's when Shinsan found him again. I say, this somewhat handsome brother, you should agree too. After all, you're so young. Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a shame to be stuck in this death camp? Probably because the old man had suffered a loss there. When it came to Li Dao, Shinsan behaved extremely politely. Li Dao looked at Shinsan and then turned his gaze to Wei Yun, saying, it's fine to promise, but you need to answer a few questions for me. Wei Yun smiled faintly and said, yes. First question, how many things do we need to help you accomplish? Wei Yun raised his eyebrows and said, 10 pieces. Li Dao's face instantly darkened. Negotiable. If it was 10 pieces, he might as well save up his battle credits in peace, because even if you think about it with your butt, you know that a mission that can organize 5 people to go out alone must be particularly difficult. Upon hearing this, Wei Yun shook his head in a rather lost manner. Then name a few. Hearing this, Shinsan froze on the sidelines. Feelings can still be negotiated. Then wouldn't he have given that look before for nothing? In response to Wei Yun's question, Li Dao raised 3 fingers. 3. The sight of Shinsan looked stupid, which have so talk about conditions. This is more than blocking the waist to cut or ruthless. Just when he was afraid of Wei Yun angry want to help to say something. Okay, 3 is 3. Wei Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Shinsan almost fell in place. The feelings of 3 things can be sent off. This is if I am afraid that do not even bring a counteroffer. Seeing Wei Yun agree, Li Dao asked his second question. Will there be a mission of certain death? When these words came out, Shinsan and the old man not far away froze. Eyes looked at Wei Yun in unison. Why do you ask? Wei Yun raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Li Dao uttered a famous quote from his previous life very calmly. It has not been true since the beginning of time that a cunning rabbit dies and a traitor cooks, and that a flying bird hides a good bough. The cunning rabbit dies and the traitor cooks. The bird of prey hides the good bough. Wei Yun slowly read out these words. For a moment he felt a wave of sadness, a feeling of people leaving. Finally he changed his previous attitude and said in a deep voice, don't worry, Mr. Wei is not that kind of person. Although what I'm asking you to do is very dangerous, I definitely won't purposely victimize you. Brother, you say this is really good. It's a shame that you're here on death row. You should go to the examination of the scholar. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to be a prince consort and sleep with the princess. Shinsan said with a face of admiration from the side. Unbeknownst to him, the one he complimented even if he didn't become the emperor's son-in-law. He had already put the princess to sleep, and it was also the one with the highest status in the Dacian dynasty. Seeing Wei Yun and Shinsan reacting so strangely, Li Dao then recalled that this world was different from his previous life, so the historical process was also different, and some of the things that were present in his previous life were not present here. If there was no such thing as sleeping with a princess, and no system, just with the ancient poems from his previous life he could also make a good living in this world, right? Unfortunately, this life is temporarily not giving him the opportunity to be a scribe. Instead, he will first experience an exciting life on death row. Any more questions? After returning to his senses, Wei Yun asked. No more. Li Dao shook his head. The most wanted question he already knew. Seeing Li Dao agree, Shinsan sighed in relief, then turned his gaze to the remaining 2 people. A little giant, a little madman. Taking a deep breath, Shinsan decided to deal with the little madman who looked the best to deal with first. Seeing this, Wei Yun couldn't help but speak up and remind. Shinsan, I advise you to be careful. Don't worry, a mere little guy. I'll get my hands on him. 1 incense stick later. A few people only saw 2 silhouettes constantly moving inside the room at an extremely fast speed. Shinsan was running, and the little madman was chasing after him, and hissing madly as he did so. Save me, big brother. Shinsan was covered in rags, and there were even 2 bite marks on his buttocks and arms as he ran and begged for help. The old man was powerless to do anything on the sidelines. He was so old going up was probably just giving away his head. Wei Yun also said that letting Shinsan solve the problem by himself can't be relied on. Finally, Shinsan placed his eyes on Li Dao. Now at the moment it looks like this brother is the only one who might be able to help him. Big brother, help me. After saying that, he ran towards Li Dao with his woes. Li Dao could see Fatty's good intentions at a glance. Just as Shinsan pounced in front of him, Li Dao didn't have the slightest bit of politeness and kicked Shinsan to the side. And after Shinsan flew out, the little madman behind him also pounced towards Li Dao in the same direction. In the face of the crazed little lunatic, Li Dao reached out with a quick eye. With one hand, he grabbed the little madman by the neck. With a single hand lift, the little lunatic could only keep struggling in mid-air. Because his arms and legs were too short, he could only claw around and hiss at Li Dao. Dude, you're pushing it too hard. Shinsan climbed up from the ground and couldn't help but say in a sly manner when he saw that the little madman was subdued. Li Dao just gave a contemptuous look and stopped paying attention, then placed his gaze on the little madman in his hand. In his opinion, no matter what the reason was, this little thing needed to be subdued first, or else doing things together in the future would probably be troublesome. Seeing that the little lunatic was still clawing around trying to tear people apart, Li Dao revealed a faint smile and said to himself, "Let's let you experience a big windmill." After saying that, he lifted the little lunatic in his hands and spun him around. 1 lap, 2 laps, 10 laps. Li Dao's hand speed is getting faster and faster. At first the little crazy also twisted too, but when the number of turns reached a certain number of times, he also finally cannot top. A pair of crazy eyes instantly no previous madness, turned into panic, overwhelmed, and finally it is full of panic and confusion. Chapter 11 Shinsan, you're really not a human being. This scene left Shinsan and the others dumbfounded as well. How could they not expect Li Dao to use this kind of tactic against the little madman? Finally, after Li Dao felt about right, he finally stopped. When he stopped, he let go of the little madman as well. Bang! The little madman sat his butt directly on the ground, both eyes staring blankly right in front of him for a long time. At this moment, it was as if he saw his own Teiyukai beckoning to him. It was only after the past 5 minutes or so that there was gradually a god in the little madman's gaze, and the madness in the bottom of his eyes slowly surfaced again. However, when he saw Li Dao on the side, that dash of madness instantly disappeared and was replaced by panic. Aha! With a wild scream of panic, the little lunatic directly rolled and crawled to hide in the corner, carefully looking at Li Dao from afar, as if he was afraid that he would be caught by Li Dao again in the next second to have a big windmill. Not far away, Shinsan also couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother, it's still you who has a way. Then he looked at Wei Yun and said, this little lunatic has been conquered by this brother, so it should be counted over. Wei Yun returned to his senses and nodded his head. He was also greatly surprised at Li Dao's means of dealing with the little madman, and his heart was in admiration. That leaves the big guy next. Speaking of the big man, Shinsan glanced at the small giant not far away somewhat abashed. He couldn't even deal with the little madman, let alone this kind of person who just didn't look like he could be messed with. While he wasn't weak in tonnage, can fat compare to muscle? And he was completely out of his league in terms of mass. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Li Dao once again. Brother, why don't you still take care of him? Li Dao gave this goonish fatty a blank look, but there didn't seem to be any way out at the moment, and without Wei Yun making a move, it seemed that he was the only one to try to convince this little giant. Suddenly, that's when the little giant, who was still fuming, moved, turning back to Li Dao. He pointed at himself and muffled his voice. Beat me in strength and I'll listen to you. At the sound of his voice, before Li Dao could say anything, Shinsan on the side was anxious first. I say big guy, you didn't look at what tonnage you have, comparing your strength with this brother, so why don't you compare it with the little guy over there to see who's nimble? With one hand he pointed to the little madman hiding in the corner. The little lunatic saw the obnoxious fat man not far away, bared his teeth and growled, and when he saw the person who had just brought him around in a circle, he unconsciously shrunk his head, not daring to blow up his jabs. The little giant didn't pay any attention to Shinsan at all, only gazing at Li Dao. Okay, I agree. Li Dao finally nodded his head in agreement. Even though Tiny is tall and seems to be the powerhouse, he's not bad. A physique almost 10 times that of an ordinary man is not something to look at. At the same time, he wanted to try how much power the big guy in front of him had. Confused, Shinsan exclaimed. In his opinion, Li Dao comparing his strength with this big guy was just purely giving away his head. Wei Yun was watching the scene with interest. Say, how does it compare? Li Dao looked at the little giant and asked directly. Then this. The little giant stretched out a hand and put it up on the only stone table in the room. Li Dao looked at it and nodded. Okay. The two men came to the stone table and placed their hands on it at the same time. That even if Li Dao's hand is not small, but in front of the small giant's big hand also seems a little small, the discerning person can understand the gap at a glance. Dude, come on. Although he knew that the possibility of winning was unlikely, Shinsan still came to the side to give Li Dao encouragement and cheer. After all, sing good not bad. I'll be the referee for once. Then, Wei Yun walked forward and held both of their hands. Begin! With a command, Li Dao and the little giant fired in unison. In the next second, Li Dao felt a terrifying force coming from his wrist. In just one shot, his hand was crushed to the other side. He took a deep breath. His muscles surged and his veins flared. and his two hands froze in midair all of a sudden. Little big man couldn't press down with his force, and Leto couldn't counter it for the time being. 10 times the normal body couldn't outweigh the little giant. So I have to say that the power was really a gift. In this way the two people's hands have been frozen in midair. You can't help me and I can't help you. Probably because the two men's power had been stalemated. This pressure gradually transferred to the stone table. As several people watched, the stone table began to tremble and cracked a few slits centered on the elbows of the two men. Click! Suddenly, the stone table shattered apart along with a sound, and the two subconsciously loosened their hands, leaving behind a floor of broken stone debris. How does it count? How is this going to count? Shinsan looked at Wei Yun and asked in a hurry. This? Wei Yun was also in trouble for a moment. At that moment, the little giant on the side took the initiative to speak up. He gazed at Li Dao and said in a muffled voice, "You're great. I'm convinced." When he finished, he turned away from himself and stood by the wall again, launching himself. Shinsan was instantly delighted when he heard this and said to Wei Yun, "This should count as all 5 of us agreeing now." Leto shook his head and stepped aside without speaking. Wei Yun looked at Shinsan with a slight smile and said, "Didn't I say from the very beginning that the purpose of coming here today is to invite you all to join us in helping our mighty warrior battalion? So why wouldn't I agree to it?" "Wait," Shinsan frowned. "Since it was you who invited us, wasn't it supposed to be you who convinced the 5 of us?" "Yeah. Then why does it become us convincing ourselves?" "Who knows?" Shinsan suddenly turned back to Li Dao with a strange look on his face and asked, "Brother, did you guess this a long time ago?" "Aha." In fact, Li Dao had guessed it from the moment Shinsan walked back. The play is also nothing more than the Dark Chancellor teasing the lewd middle-aged fat man. Shinsan scratched his head and grumbled, "Then why didn't you tell us?" Li Dao pointed to the little madman on the side. "Did you ask me to tell you properly?" This time Shinsan had an embarrassed look on his face. It seemed like he was the one who was messing around from the beginning to the end. It didn't matter to Leto anymore about that. Since they were going to do things together, it was only natural for him to try out the strength of these teammates. Things point out, Shinsan is not stupid. A little thought to understand exactly what the situation. Turning to Wei Yun, he said, "You really aren't human." 1 incense stick later, all 5 sat down. Shinsan, the old man, and the little giant were nothing, and all sat over peacefully. It's the little maniac on the sidelines who has to make a scene. But it ended up under a look from Leto. Seeing this scene, Wei Yun smiled faintly and said, "Same as what was said at the beginning." Mr. Wei asked the 5 to help with 3 things in the Wei Wu battalion. There are no mandatory death tasks for the 3 things. And after the 3 things are over, Mr. Wei will return the 5 to their household registrations. And will give the 5 freedom. The conditions are fine, right? No. Shinsan just wanted to say that it's no problem, but suddenly thought of what happened before and hastily covered his mouth, his eyes carefully looking at Li Dao. "I say, brother, this guy's words are no problem, right?" Li Dao glanced at Shinsan and slowly said, "No problem." Ugh. Wei Yun looked at Li Dao and couldn't help but sigh. How nice if you weren't that smart. If it wasn't for this 9527 in front of him, the conditions he offered probably wouldn't have been as simple as they are now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, 9527, can you tell me how you know my bottom line is 3 things? I don't know. I don't know why you said that then. Upon hearing this, Li Dao shrugged. Isn't this just normal bargaining? Who knew that when I said 3 things? You agreed painfully. Seeing the sincerity on 9527's face, Wei Yun was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Ha ha ha, you guys have your moments of being fooled. Shinsan immediately couldn't help but laugh. After returning to his senses, Wei Yun took a deep breath and looked at Li Dao. You lied to me? Li Dao smiled faintly. Don't mind Wei Commander. Just kidding. Wei Yun didn't get angry. Instead he revealed a satisfied smile. It looks like Captain Lu didn't find the wrong person. You're smart and indeed suitable to be the leader of the 4 of them. He pulled out a thin booklet from his pocket and handed it to Li Dao. It is? The register, which contains individual information on all 4 of them, but not yours. Why aren't there any for me? Unlike them, your identity information is completely erased and you are already dead to the outside world, whereas the 4 of them have long been registered because of their special characteristics, so the information will be retained. Speaking of this, Wei Yun frowned slightly and said, to be honest, with your ability it should have been recorded as well, and wouldn't have erased the entire household registry. I just don't know why not a single bit of information was left behind. Hearing this, Li Dao slightly understood. Ordinary people, because of their prevalence and the fact that the probability of them walking out of a death camp is so small that registering them doesn't make much sense. Eliminating the domicile doesn't affect anything because the end result is that the person dies and the domicile is eliminated. And death row inmates similar to Shinsan have above average skill and rarity. Although it was said that entering a death camp would eliminate the household registration, a part of the information would still be left behind because of its special characteristics. As for him, it was purely accidental. If it wasn't for the system, he would probably have died in his first death row mission by now. Naturally, they won't be in this particular group of 5. Picking up the register, Li Dao smoothly turned over the first page, and the contents appeared before his eyes. Name, Shinsan. Sex, male. Age, 36. Offenses, theft, extortion, kidnapping, cultivation, Hotian 6th grade. Details, good at light kung fu, concealed weapons, lock picking, and mechanisms. Shinsan came over to look at himself and couldn't help but say, "Have you guys got it wrong? I'm a divine thief. When have I ever done anything about kidnapping?" Wei Yun faintly said, "Did you kidnap a child the last time you stole?" Shinsan's eyes widened. "I didn't expect that kid to show up either. Just simply tying him up to keep him from screaming." "What kind of kidnapping is this?" Wei Yun looked up and laughed. "Then do you know why you, a thief, are in this death camp?" Shinsan froze and said in surprise, "Can it be that it's because of that child?" "Well, that kid is the Emperor's brother-in-law. Or else you're an ordinary flying thief not even worth the men of the brocade guards making a move on you." The Emperor's brother-in-law? Shinsan's mind instantly collapsed. On the side, Li Dao ignored the exchange between the two. He understood why Wei Yun had given it to him. Obviously, as he said, he needed to be the leader of these 5 people. Glancing at the remaining 4, he inexplicably felt as if this leader was not a good one. Chapter 12, The Problematic 5. A big goofy guy, a god-awful old man, a little crazy guy, and finally a sizable cutie. Is this combination really reliable? Li Dao shook his head and opened the register in his hand, flipping through the information of the remaining 3. Name, Little Crazy Man. Sex, male. Age, 17. Offense, injuring a Jinui, resisting arrest. Cultivation, none. Details, fast, agile, steelbound, long sharp nails. Name, Old Ghost. Sex, male. Age, 101. Crimes, trafficking in counterfeit medicines, possession of poisons, practicing medicine without a license. Cultivation level, Hotian 1st grade. Details, good at medicine, poison, and health care. Name, Su Hu. Sex, male. Age, 12. Crime, resisting arrest, homicide. Cultivation, Hotian 9th grade. Details, born divine. In addition to this information, the register contains specialized notes on some of the circumstances of the 3 individuals. According to the explanations of the notes, the little lunatic was originally an ordinary child, who was captured and practiced as a compulsion child by an alien since he was young, and his body has been stereotyped ever since. And even his spirit has been problematic due to the too perverse process of refining the compulsion child. The reason why he was locked up here was because the inhuman who victimized him was released to deal with the Dakian brocade guards when he was captured, and as a result, the inhuman was killed on the spot by the brocade guards, and after the inhuman's death, without anyone to manipulate him, he was captured and brought here. Seeing the old ghost's note, Li Dao was even more stunned. The old ghost was initially just an ordinary disciple of the Pill King Valley, because he had once saved someone's life to make him addicted to some human body difficulties, so much so that he went a little crazy behind. There was also an explanation on it about the cultivation level of Old Ghost Hotian 1st grade. The old ghost practiced an easy-to-learn, hard-to-master technique from Medicine King Valley. Its feats do not give people great power, and its main function is to strengthen the body and prolong life. Therefore, even though he already had the strength of a Hotian 1st grade, he didn't have a few hard power, and the means to deal with others could only be by using poisonous techniques, and the old ghost also had a bad habit. That is, he never used poisonous techniques to kill people. It is also because of the old ghost's solitary independence and eccentricity that the officials are worried that he will cause a big trouble with his poisonous skills one day. Plus he offended a big shot by curing a patient to save his life one time, and that is why he was arrested here. As for the final Su Hu, Li Dao carefully looked at the column of names, and then looked at Su Hu, who was a tall man on the side. That's 12 years old? Whose 12-year-old is 2 meters 5. But this information was checked out by the brocade guards, so there shouldn't be such a low-level error. Look at the physical condition. It's a total god's reward. According to the information in the notes, Su Hu was born an orphan, and when he was born, his father abandoned him in the mountains in a fit of anger after he killed his own mother because of his excessive size. Instead of dying, Su Hu, who was abandoned in the mountains, was taken by a tigress and raised to adulthood. He was named Su Hu because his father's surname was Su. It was probably because drinking tiger's milk from a young age coupled with his own natural talent that gave the 12-year-old his current size. And the reason why he was captured here is because his adoptive mother, the mother tiger, went in and out of the mountains and was killed by a group of hunters. In a rage, Su Hu kills all the hunters to avenge his mother's death. When the Jinui learned of this, they arrested him. As for the cultivation level, it was because the brocade guards had detected a small amount of true chi in Suhu's body, and that was why they had rated him as a Hotian martial artist. As for how true chi is practiced, that no one knows. After looking through the register in his hand, Li Dao felt that apart from Shinsan, the rest were 3 problem children. However, while they are problem children, they are 3 talents all the same. The little lunatic was a bit mentally unbalanced even though he had been refined into a compulsion child, but he was lucky to still retain some wisdom, as evidenced by his fear of Li Dao, and because it was a compulsion child, his sinews and bones were amazing. Steel and iron. Extremely fast, that even without cultivation. Shinsan, who was good at lightness, with his cultivation of the 6th grade of the Hotian, couldn't easily get rid of him. If this was paired with a good cultivation qualification, future achievements would definitely not be low. The old ghost goes without saying. Living for more than 100 years is considered to be a man of honor in the previous world. There is a saying that the older one gets, the more demonic he becomes, and although he is a god, he is definitely the one who understands the most from everyone present. Not to mention Suhu at the end. It's totally God's reward, which is why Suhu didn't have a good origin. If Suhu had his origins and had this body at 12 years old, he would definitely be the perfect battlefield general. If you bring a little bit of talent in your cultivation, you are a proper battlefield meat grinder. Plus he's an open man. For a moment, Li Dao somewhat admired Wei Yun. How he managed to match such a combination. Stealing Gavara Makoto. There was no lying to him. This prison is full of talent. As for Shin-san at the end, Li Dao glanced at the sizable cutie that was still skeptical, shaking his head. How this thing looked like a mascot. Nope, not auspicious to have him around. Only barely a pendant. Alright fatty, don't dwell on why you were captured. Instead of dwelling on that, think about how to get out of the death camp. Old Ghost couldn't look at it anymore and couldn't help but remind him from the sidelines. Shinsan returned to his senses and gave Wei Yun a grudging look, and in his heart, he could only recognize his own bad luck. Lido put down the register, looked up and asked, "Any assignments now?" Wei Yun froze. "The 5 of you have only just gotten together. Sure you don't want to rub it in?" Li Dao glanced at Shinsan and the 4 others and shook his head after a moment of hesitation. "There's no need. Instead of temporarily sharpening the sword here, it's better to just go." "That's fine." Wei Yun nodded. "It just so happens that I have an urgent matter in hand that requires your hands." "What is it?" "Assassinate the 3rd prince of the Falling Cloud tribe." A little later. According to Wei Yun's explanation, Li Dao, several people understood the mission this time. Although the northern barbarians are nominally a dynasty, their internal forces are intricate and complex, more like a dynasty composed of large and small tribes combined with each other, and there are good and bad relationships between tribes. Currently, the main target of the Great Qian was a large tribe in the northern barbarian dynasty, the Tamu tribe. The reason why they would target Dakian was partly because the weather was about to start winter and the Tamu tribe wanted to plunder some resources from the Dakian dynasty. Another aspect is that because the border between the Tamu tribe and the Dakian dynasty intersects, there are large and small frictions every day, and the accumulated grudges are extremely deep. The reason why the assassination of the 3rd prince of the Falling Clouds tribe is because the Dakian dynasty has information that the Tamu tribe intends to pull together the Falling Clouds tribe to target Dakian. The 3rd prince of the Falling Cloud tribe was the very person who negotiated this cooperation. Because of the suddenness of the incident, it was too late to mobilize manpower within Dakian, so the only way to select people is from the border camps. At the same time, because they could not let the people of the Falling Cloud tribe and the Tamu tribe know that it was the Great Qian who had sent someone to assassinate the 3rd prince of the Falling Cloud, the people inside the barracks could not do anything. This is where the special death row inmates in the death camps become surrogate targets for accomplishing the mission. The town of Changgu was close to the location where the 3rd prince of the Falling Clouds was passing through, and Wei Yun was then given this mission. Falling Clouds, Wei Yun. Shinsan snorted a laugh. "I say Wei Commander. This tribe was born to grudge you." Wei Yun ignored it and looked at Li Dao with his gaze. "How about it? Will you take this mission or not? What happens if you don't answer?" "Not so much, because this mission happened suddenly, that even if I don't do it the above can't blame me. On the contrary, if I do it I may get a share of the credit," Wei Yun said with a glib face. "Then have you learned of any escorts around that 3rd prince of the Falling Clouds?" Lido asked casually. "Yes." Wei Yun nodded his head and explained. Because the people of the Falling Cloud tribe likewise decided to negotiate on an ad hoc basis out of the blue. There should be no masters around, and even if there were, they would not be of the high kind, but there should be a lot of ordinary soldiers, and I've probed that the 3rd prince of the Falling Clouds has at least a team of 300 people around him. Not too many masters? A team of at least 300 people? Li Dao's entire body froze. Was this considered a mission delivered to his door? For him, The second one between killing an expert and killing a group of ordinary soldiers was less difficult for him, and at the same time, the gain was the greatest. If this was all true, then this mission would really suit him too well. Is it difficult? But yes, it is indeed too difficult to rely on the 5 of you for a team of 300. When Wei Yun saw Li Dao's silence, he thought he was thinking of giving up. Wait, the mission we took. Li Dao suddenly spoke. You guys picked it up? Aha. That's 300 people, and there could be hidden masters, and there are only 5 of you. Wei Yun said with a puzzled expression. He wanted Li Dao's 5 to do the job for him, but he didn't want to let the 5 go to their deaths, and he had said before that he wouldn't let the 5 be exposed to a certain death mission. In his opinion, if 5 people impacted a group of 300 people, even if they could successfully assassinate the third prince of the falling clouds, in the end, they would most likely not be able to escape and come back, or damage quite a few people. Upon hearing this, Li Dao said with a faint smile on his face, "It's always necessary for you to get your money back, isn't it?" Wei Yun. He was tempted to say that this was not the way to return the capital, but the other party had already promised so painfully. What else could he say? It didn't matter whether it worked or not. It didn't affect him anyway. Or that sentence, are all death row camp people? That even if some have special ability of death row, but it is always a death row. The meaning of its existence is to create redundant value for the Dacian dynasty. Cannot create value will not affect anything else. Okay, but you're not going to ask anyone else for their opinion? Wei Yun gazed at the remaining 4. He did let Li Dao be the leader of the 5, but there was nothing he could do if the remaining 4 disobeyed him. Need? Li Dao didn't answer, but turned back to the 4. Su Hu muffled his voice. I'll follow you. You decide. The little lunatic had a shadow over Li Dao, so naturally it was impossible for him to retort. The old ghost joyfully laughed. Young people just love to fool around. But I like it. A mere 300 people? The medicine children I used to use to test the medicine are more than this number. This time even accompany you to play. In the end, Shin-san was left alone. Shin-san was just about to say something when he suddenly realized that the rest of the several people's gazes were on him, and could only mutter in a low voice. The 4 of you don't have an opinion. So what can I say alone? Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked back at Wei Yun. All agreed. Wei Yun gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but say, it really suits the 5 of you to get together. Since you've all agreed, this mission is in your hands. If you need anything you can mention it now. 1 incense stick later. Shin-san looked at his previously captured equipment cheerfully. The old ghost, on the other hand, was clutching a bunch of bottles and jars of stuff and muttering divinely. Little Crazy and Su Hu had a tacit understanding, coming together to eat and drink furiously at a large pile of food, looking like they were starving inside the death cell. What do you want again? Wei Yun looked at the last remaining Li Dao and asked, what do I want? Li Dao pondered a little and said, if you really want to give it, then give me a knife that cuts down 300 people without a curling edge. Wei Yun raised an eyebrow. Are you preparing to finish the job alone? Li Dao shrugged. That's the idea, but I don't know if I can do it. You're a talent too. Wei Yun reached out and took out the knife from his waist and put it down in front of Li Dao. Built with 100 years of Shin iron. I will lend it to you for the time being. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. So willing? Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to complete my mission and let this sword be seized by the people of the Falling Cloud tribe? Wei Yun gave a smile. At first I thought you were crazy, but in the end, I thought that someone as smart as you shouldn't do anything that you weren't sure of, so I bet that you'd be able to come back. If I lose, I'll lose a sword at most, but if you lose, you'll lose your life. Chapter 13, Discovered? Then kill them all. Picking up the Shin iron sword handed over by Wei Yun, the first sensation in his hand was heaviness. Obviously it looked exactly the same as an ordinary standardized sword, but it weighed 7 or 8 times as much, and an ordinary soldier would probably struggle to even pick it up. Swish! With a draw of his right hand, Li Dao sheathed his sword, and a stern coldness came into view, sharp to the naked eye. Good knife! Compared to the normal sword he had used before, this basalt sword couldn't be more suitable for him. The knife was a killing knife, and with the gale blade technique that he had worked out himself, it gave him an urge to leap into action at the moment. Li Dao looked up. When do we move? Wei Yun said bluntly, if you leave early, tonight is the best time. Then what are you waiting for? Prepare the horses. Outside the town of Long Valley, the 5 gathered with Wei Yun. Say, why do you want me to take this little nutcase with me? Shin-san was riding on a horse, while the little madman was tied not far behind him. The little madman continuously bared his teeth at Shin-san and struggled, and his mouth of saw teeth continuously rubbed and tore, making hissing noises, which made Shin-san's scalp numb when he heard it. Wei Yun lightly laughed, because you're the most suitable. Upon hearing this, Shin-san gazed at the remaining 4. The leader, Li Dao. Needless to say, The little lunatic was most afraid of him after being educated and didn't dare to approach at all. On the other side, Su-hu rode on a horse, because his weight was too huge. The entire back of the horse was dominated by his big ass, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache when he watched that horse straining. As for the old ghost at the end, a man of over 100 years of age who looked like he could blow away in a gust of wind. Could he withstand the tossing and turning of the little madman? Looking around, Shinsan surprisingly also felt that he was the most suitable one. Forget it. Shinsan looked down. He was used to being pitched. Wei Yun walked over to the horse that Li Dao was riding. The location markers are given to you. There is an 80% probability that they will pass by there tonight. You guys should be able to intercept in front of the third prince of the Falling Clouds team if you speed up to get there now. Got it. Alright then, you guys get a move on. Li Dao turned back to look at Shinsan and the others with a pat on the back and said, "Departure." In the meantime, on an ancient road in the northern barbarian border, a party of several hundred men rode slowly in one direction. Among them, the leader rode a blood-red horse and was dressed in a gorgeous, young-looking young man. This person was none other than the third prince of the Falling Cloud tribe who had come to negotiate with the Tamu tribe this time. Beside him was a burly man in armor, the exclusive chief of guards of the third prince of the Falling Clouds. Third prince, do we really have to leave in such a hurry? Sure you don't want to talk to the king? The head guard said with some concern to the young man beside him. The third prince of the Falling Clouds waved his hand and said with an indifferent face, "There's no need to specifically notify father about this kind of thing. I can do everything myself. We just need to wait for the negotiations to be completed and go back to resume our orders directly with father." But the Tamu tribe is close to the Great Qian border. If the Great Qian knows that we're going to unite with the Tamu tribe, it's likely that they'll send people to target us. What are you afraid of? Our Falling Cloud tribe is equally large. I don't believe that Great Qian will be the first to make a move against me when we don't. But, the head guard was quickly cut off when he tried to say something else. Don't but. There aren't that many buts. We just need to head to the Tamu tribe and return home to resume our duties after negotiating the subsequent distribution of benefits. It's simple. The third prince of the Falling Clouds didn't take the words of the chief of guards seriously at all. At that moment, he couldn't help but yawn and turned around to ask, "Chief Protector Jin Shang, what time is it now?" Back to the third prince. "It's half an hour short of the Z hour. It is so late? Then have the party stop and camp in half an hour. I want to rest." Third prince, I suggest that it's best if we don't stop to hurry and head directly to the Tamu tribe. But I'm sleepy. The three princes. Jin Shang wanted to say something else, but was interrupted again by the third prince of the Falling Clouds raising his hand. "Jin Shang, let me just ask if you can protect me?" "Yes," Jin Shang answered without hesitation. As the chief guard of the third prince, protecting the third prince is his responsibility. If the third prince dies, he dies. And if the third prince lives, he can also live. The third prince of the Falling Clouds smiled. "Since you're so confident, what's wrong with me taking a break?" Jin Shang instantly didn't know what to say. It was impossible to punch himself in the face. In the end, he could only choose to bow his head in compromise. Seeing this, the third prince of the Falling Clouds smiled smugly and immediately ordered, "Walk for another half an hour, and all camp in place to rest." "Yes, third prince." Half an hour passed quickly. The third prince of the Falling Clouds group also stopped on time and on point, and began to build a fire and set up camp in place. It should be said to be worthy of the nomads of the steppe. In the short time it took to burn the incense, the camp was made. At this moment, not far from the camp of the third prince of the Falling Clouds, behind a sloping field, the 5 Li Dao people gathered around. "Fatty, is this the foolproof trap mechanism you were talking about?" Looking at the target's camp in the distance, Li Dao turned back to Shinsan. Shinsan looked innocent. "I didn't see that they would stop and camp in place either." Glancing at the camp of the third prince of the Falling Clouds, which was less than 100 paces away from where he had set up the trap, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Why did you stop? Why not take a few more steps forward?" The old ghost nagged aside. "You little fatty, you wasted all those poisons of mine for nothing." For Li Dao, Shinsan is not good to say anything, but for the old ghosts his main fight is a respect for the old. "Waste of poison? What kind of poison that doesn't kill? And my poison wasn't meant to kill anyone? Is poison still poison if it doesn't kill? Why don't you try?" Seeing the two start to fight, Li Dao kicked Shinsan in the ass. "Shut up. As for why not kick the old man? More than 100 years old. He is now a poorer than can not afford to kick. If not careful, maybe directly to the people are not kicked. The trap is useless. So what do you think we should do now, boss? We can't wait for tomorrow during the day. The probability of the trap being discovered is too high that way." Ever since he knew that Li Dao was the leader, Shinsan had a mouthful of bosses, and it was clear that he was older than Li Dao, but his main focus was a thigh hugger, not waiting for tomorrow. That, when they've rested, A direct night attack. Li Dao took a look at the color of the sky and decided immediately. A night attack? Shinsan couldn't help but open his mouth to advise. Boss, this is a team of 300 people, and we don't know if there are any experts inside. Is a night attack reliable? What if they are discovered? Discovered? Li Dao replied directly. Then kill them all, and no one will notice. Shinsan, do you want to hear the stuff you're talking about? In the end, it's better to settle on the next night attack. Old Ghost was in charge of drugging Little Crazy and Su, who were in charge of creating chaos when they were discovered, and Li Dao was in charge of commanding. As for Shinsan's success in harvesting the most important tasks, assassinate the third prince of falling clouds, but whoever made him the best at lightness. Of course, that's just scratching the surface. Li Dao's main objective was still to utilize these 300 or so northern barbarian soldiers to harvest attributes. Boss, if I get caught you must save me. Knowing that he was in charge of assassinating the third prince of the falling clouds, Shinsan's heart was incomparably nervous and said with a serious face. In response, Li Dao went up and patted Shinsan's shoulder. Persistence is victory. Time passes slowly. As the night deepened, the camp where the third prince of the falling clouds was located gradually quieted down, leaving only an unextinguished campfire burning at night. Li Dao slowly approached the camp with a group of 4 people. Because they were very careful, and because a few people were quite agile, no one noticed their approach for a while. Old man, lay some poison. Li Dao turned back to the old ghost on the side and said, what poison do you want? I have it here. While saying that, the old ghost tried to pull out his own bottles and jars, but was quickly stopped by Li Dao. Don't care about any poison, just a poison that can keep these people from waking up. Then I know that you are going to. Seeing that the old ghost was about to continue again, Li Dao decisively turned back to Shinsan. When the old ghost finishes administering the medicine, you will go and assassinate. Boss, don't leave me behind. Got it. Cut the crap. After saying that, Li Dao turned his gaze to Su Hu and Little Crazy Man on the side. Su Hu is for the time being whatever he says and has no opinion. As for the little lunatic, at this moment, he was deadlocked by a ball of gauze. He wanted to struggle, but immediately quieted down under a look from Li Dao. Su Hu, keep an eye on the little madman. Don't let him make trouble. Got it. Su Hu yanked the little lunatic over with one hand, perhaps because they had eaten meat together before. For Su Hu, little crazy people do not want to resist like that to Shinsan, although a little twisted, but did not attack Su Hu. One incense stick later, the old ghost took out the prepared poison and reached out to test the night breeze before opening the bottle. Only a flash of yellowish gas was seen drifting down the wind towards the inside of the camp. After the past few minutes, the old ghost nodded. Almost there. Although the allotment was rushed, as long as they don't make any big noise, these people won't even wake up for a while. Li Dao nodded and looked back at Shinsan. Shinsan grimaced bitterly and nodded his head as he took advantage of the darkness to vanish towards the inside of the camp. Not to mention, although Shinsan is full of fat, but it is very flexible, with their own lightweight, quickly disappeared into the camp. Seeing that Shinsan left smoothly, Li Daoxin thought that he was ready to wait for Shinsan to finish assassinating the 3 princes of the falling clouds and then let the 4 people leave first, and he could stay and make a big mess then before leaving. After all, it was important for him to complete the assassination mission. But harvesting attributes with northern barbarian soldiers is more important. Although Wei Yun had said that he wouldn't unload, he wouldn't gamble his life on the humanity of others. Therefore, he wouldn't give up every opportunity to improve his strength. A little bit of time passed. Li Dao's 4 men had been waiting in a hidden place next to the barracks. Suddenly, several voices rang out from the barracks. Who are you? Where are the guards? Assassin! You're an assassin! Dare to assassinate our third prince! Die for me! Hearing these voices, Li Dao quickly understood that Shinsan had been exposed. Old ghost, didn't you say your poison was fine? It's no problem. So how's the fat man causing a ruckus? Maybe it's not ordinary people that the fat man is messing with. What do you mean? Those poisons I just dispensed can only deal with ordinary people. Before Li Dao could say anything, a silhouette suddenly appeared on the side. Li Dao subconsciously had to raise his hand to attack. Wait, it's me. Only then did Li Dao see clearly that the visitor was Shinsan. What's going on in there? I don't know. I only just got close to that third prince's military tent, and then I was spotted. And if I hadn't run so fast, I might have been killed by that guy with a single slash. Shinsan said with a palpitating face. What about the people who found you? I don't know. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from within the barracks. Bastards! The assassins are here and you assholes are still sleeping. Don't get up yet. This loud and rough voice soon made the originally quiet camp noisy, and the sleeping soldiers all woke up. The group subconsciously turned their gazes toward the old ghost. The old ghost quickly shook his head. My poison is definitely fine. Suddenly, he raised his hand and tried. His face changed. No good. The wind has changed. The poison didn't blow in. Li Dao shook his head. It was true that it was better to rely on people than to rely on oneself. He drew the Xian iron sword at his waist. Since this move didn't work, let's switch to the second assassination method I mentioned before. Shinsan subconsciously asked, what second assassination method? Li Dao said directly, it's the assassination method that kills all the discoverers. Shinsan? To be honest, this was also Li Dao's initial thought. If it wasn't for the consideration of Shinsan and the four, his absolute first choice would have been to go up recklessly. Chapter 14, Crazy Slaughter. Attribute Surge. Are there any problems with any of it? Li Dao turned back to a few people. If these people wanted to retreat he wouldn't refuse. But if he was asked to leave, then no matter what he would have to cut down a wave before doing so. It couldn't be a wasted trip. Su Hu didn't say anything, and a wild aura unnaturally emanated from his body. The little lunatic seemed to understand, tearing the cloth from his mouth and baring his teeth at the barracks. My old man has seen nothing. These are minor problems. Despite the miss, the old ghost continued to act confident. The last remaining Shinsan saw that all four were fine with it and could only say stiffly, of course I'm fine with it. Li Dao nodded. No problem then. As soon as he pulled out the Xian iron sword at his waist, he directly turned around and rushed towards the barracks. Ow! Su Hu let out a hiss and immediately followed suit. The little lunatic stood on Su Hu's shoulder and shouted as well. Old Ghost shook his head when he saw the three who rushed out. Young people are just impulsive. He pulled out some bottles and jars from his arms and poured them inside a gourd, revealing a wry smile as he walked towards the barracks. Shinsan looked at the four people who left and gritted his teeth to follow them as well. He wouldn't end up well if these people died, so he might as well put up a fight. Who are you? Li Dao's appearance was quickly noticed, and the guards of the third prince of the falling clouds immediately questioned him. However, the only thing that answered them was a slash. In an instant, all three guards had their throats slit by the Xian iron blade. For a moment, a familiar and friendly tone rang in Li Dao's ears. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 18. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 20. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 21. Seeing such a high-quality return, Li Dao revealed a satisfied smile. Also this scene was seen by all the guards not far away. The enemy is here. Go up and kill him. I have an enemy on my side too, but he's so big. Ah, I've got a madman on my side. What is this? I'm in so much pain. On the other hand, Su Hu and several others had also broken into the barracks from other places. The already chaotic military camp instantly became even more noisy. In the meantime, inside the main tent of the Falling Cloud tribe, Jin Shang, what's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? The third prince of the Falling Clouds got up from his bed, rubbing his eyes and frowning. Jin Shang walked up and directly half-kneeled on the ground and said, back to the words of the third prince. There are enemies trying to assassinate you, and the guards are fighting the enemies outside. Stab me? The third prince of the Falling Clouds was so frightened that he instantly came to his senses and hurriedly asked, why would someone assassinate me? Jin Shang's face darkened as he wondered why he hadn't said that already and ended up being disliked back. However, the other party was someone he was protecting, so he could only say, it might be someone who wants to sabotage the negotiations between you, the third prince, and the Tamu tribe. I can't believe someone is really trying to hurt me. Exasperated, the third prince of Falling Clouds suddenly looked nervous and asked Jin Shang, the assassins won't really break in, right? Upon hearing this, Jin Shang got up with a confident look on his face and said, don't worry, third prince. I just observed that there were only 5 assassins. It's impossible for them to barge in front of you across 300 guards, not to mention that there's still me. The third prince of the Falling Clouds was slightly relieved, and a sudden interest came to his heart. Then can I go out and see how these assassins died? Originally, Jin Shang wanted to refuse, but when he thought that if he could let the third prince see their escort guards in great splendor he should be able to gain more trust from the third prince, he ghostly agreed. With me here, the third prince can watch with confidence and boldness. Then let's go. Third prince, please. In the military camp, Li Dao, with one hand of the Xian iron sword and one hand of the Gale blade technique, crisscrossed a group of guards unstoppable. Wherever the blade passed, either limbs or blood rained down, and all of the other party's attacks on him were blocked drip by drip in front of his keen insight. Looking at the rising attribute points in the panel, the more he killed, the more painful it became. The other side, the rest of them are on a killing spree. 2 meters tall Su Hu stood in a group of guards like a human tank. He did not use weapons, completely rely on a pair of fists left and right, that is, but no one can get close to him. And the little madman was really bringing out his madness at the moment, sneaking around among the guards and killing people with his petite and nimble movements. From time to time, he ran to Su Hu's shoulder and bared his teeth or hissed a few times at the surrounding area. Not like killing, more like having fun. The weirdest of all also belongs to the old ghost's side. Originally, the old ghost's several unreliable maneuvers made it a bit hard to figure out what level he was really at. But now, he goes around with a gourd of poison. Wherever the poisonous gas passed, it was inhaled by the guards, making them instantly turn red-eyed. Then one of the guards seemed to be infected with madness and started biting people all over the place without distinguishing between enemy and friend. Kinda confirms the old ghost's information that he never killed anyone with poison. Now it seems that the poison he did use doesn't kill people. It's just that the poisoned people will kill each other. As for Shin-san at the end, he also perfectly played the nature of his team pendant. A man ducking and running around not knowing what he's doing. The curtain of the main tent was lifted by Jin Shang, who greeted him warmly. "Third Prince, please look. Your guards are desperately trying to keep you safe." In the next second, a silhouette suddenly flew in from the distance. "Third Prince, be careful." Jin Shang's eyes are quick and he kicks at the figure. However, it was only after the figure hit the ground that he saw that he had kicked one of his own. Kill. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound. Jin Shang looked back once again, only to see a tall giant with a hideous face charging across the room at his location. The visitor was none other than the wildly explosive Su-hu. He was shirtless, with well-defined muscles and dozens of wounds. Because his muscles were so terrifying, these wounds only hurt his flesh and could only be considered minor. One of his fists was all scarlet and stained with blood foam. At this moment, Su-hu did not look like a human being, but more like a crazy tiger. And the little lunatic also stood on Su-hu's shoulder and kept screaming madly. And every now and then, he pounced on the guard's face and tore and pulled with his own sharp claws and teeth. Ah! The third prince of the falling clouds, who had just walked out of the military tent, happened to see this scene. Normally pampered where he had seen this kind of scene, the whole person couldn't help but shiver. He only felt a warmth coming from his crotch. Jin Shang, hurry! Hurry up and stop them. The third prince of the falling clouds pointed at Su-hu's little crazy duo and said in a hurry. As a Hotian second-grade martial artist, Jin Shang naturally sensed the situation of the third prince of the falling clouds at the moment, and that even if he was very loyal, a trace of contempt couldn't help but flash in the bottom of his eyes. Taking a glance at Su-hu's little madman duo, he couldn't help but frown. Third prince, I would suggest that it's better to let the guards stall them first. After all, there are still 3 other assassins, and it's better if I'm in charge of close protection for you. The third prince of the falling clouds didn't care about this. The dampness in his crotch made him burst with shame at the moment. He only had one thought at the moment, and that was to get those 2 things not far away that made him ashamed. I'm asking you by order of the third prince to take care of both of them. Third prince, then your safety. Have the rest of the guards come and protect me first, while you take care of those 2 demons. Available. Do you want to go below the belt? One sentence left Jin Shang speechless, and he also knew that he had to make a move, and he couldn't afford to carry the charge of committing the following offense. Jin Shang ordered the dozen or so guards around him to come over. You protect the third prince. Leaving behind a sentence, Jin Shang decisively rushed towards Su-hu and Little Crazy. All he wanted to do now was to use the lives of these 2 to wash away the humiliation he had experienced on Prince San-san, while venting the upset in his heart. Die for me! Jin Shang was the first to arrive in front of Su-hu and threw a heavy punch. Su-hu also sensed Jin Shang's strength and didn't dare to be careless. Roaring angrily, his sandbag-sized fist also swung up. Bang! The 2 fists collided with each other, making earth-shattering sounds, and the airwaves even lifted a layer of earth on the ground. Jin Shang's face changed when he felt the power coming from his arm, but soon he clenched his teeth. Retreat for me! The true chi in his body was stimulated, and the frozen fists were once again powered up. This time Su-hu was lifted out by this sudden force. Su-hu's tyrannical eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, seemingly equally surprised by the other party's power, but quickly recovered. The other side. Jin Shang was surprised in his heart, because he realized that this opponent of his did not use a single trace of true chi when he was sparring with him, relying entirely on brute force, but that was all it took to make him spend 80% of his strength. What the hell kind of freaky stuff is this? Possibly having found an opponent to indulge in a battle. Su-hu grinned a somewhat hideous smile. Kill! Suddenly he let out a loud roar and charged directly towards Jin Shang horizontally. Over here, Jin Shang drew the long sword at his waist after returning to his senses, because he could see that the opponent in front of him didn't look like a human being, like a beast, like a fierce tiger. If a normal person had such brute strength he might even be a little more careful, but if it was a wild beast he wasn't afraid. After all, there is ultimately a gap between man and beast. The Gale Blade technique in Li Dao's hand was used more and more skillfully. The guards were killed and injured in his hands, and the surrounding area was left with a field of corpses, and at the end of a group of guards is only dare to surround him, but no one dares to easily charge up, for fear that they step into the dust of those dead guards. While he was at it, he also took the time to glance at the panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 9. 38. Available attributes, 8. Sex Duine. Although he already had a guess in his mind, he was still taken aback when he actually saw the amount of available attributes. This was because the number of available attributes was on the verge of catching up with his own physique, meaning that his physique could almost double with the addition of points. This gave him a suppressed exuberance in his heart, and the corners of his facial mouth curled up slightly. This scene caused the surrounding guards to burst into panic, thinking that this murderous demon was going to make another move against them. There were even individual guards who had begun to back away. The reason why they were like this was because they had already killed and injured 40 to 50 people in the long siege, occupying 1/6 of the total number of their guards. However, they never succeeded in inflicting even a little bit, not even a little bit of skin-breaking injury on the other party. What was even more frightening was that after a battle, they were tired of constantly wandering around, but the person in front of them had not even breathed a single breath, clearly looking like a human, but as if he was a monster, not knowing how to get tired. Fighting such an enemy and seeing no hope, how could this make them not break down? Die for me! Suddenly, a shout rang out in the distance, extraordinarily loud. A great commotion then came from a short distance away. Who is it? Li Dao's gaze subconsciously followed the direction the voice came from. To be able to create such a huge commotion meant that an expert was making a move, and the voice from before was so unfamiliar, so it was most likely that an expert existed among these guards. That meant that one of them had taken on this hidden master. Thinking of this, Li Dao swept a glance at the guards around him, shook off the blood on his shin iron blade, and walked towards the direction the voice came from. Seeing this scene, the guards in front of the road were scared and hurriedly dodged towards the surroundings, fearing that they would be solved by this monster in front of them with a single smooth slash. Although Li Dao's heart ached for the meat around him that had been delivered to his mouth at this moment, he was not ruthless enough to ignore his teammates, even though it was only a temporary team and it was full of nervous teammates. Since he was the leader, he had to bring people back while he brought them out, especially when he should already have the strength to deal with it. Chapter 15 Li Dao saves the day. Physical fitness doubles. What's the use of having more strength? Without true chi you're just a beast. Jin Shang swung a knife at Su Hu, constantly suppressing the gifted Su Hu with the true chi in his body, and mocking with each slash. As if proving something, the little lunatic lay on Su Hu's shoulder, looking at the increasing number of wounds on Su Hu's body, and suddenly gave a violent yell and lunged straight towards Jin Shang. You're just a little beast too. Jin Shang's long blade swung out, a 3-inch blade aura covering the blade directly slashing at the little madman. With a miserable scream, the little madman was directly cleaved out. Humph! Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Jin Shang's mouth. The chief of guards is mighty. At this moment, the surrounding guards who were bullied by Su Hu and the little madman suddenly shouted loudly. Jin Shang suddenly had a burst of complacency rising in his heart as well. The third prince of the falling clouds also nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. Suddenly he twisted his waist, frowned, and said to one of the guards at the side, "Go find me a pair of bottoms, and by the way, bring me a chair. Today I'd like to see how these assassins die." When the little madman flew out backwards, Su Hu's entire body was stunned in place. Images suddenly and unconsciously flashed before his eyes. It was his adoptive mother, a tiger down in a pool of blood, and around the tiger, many humans were giggling, just as they were now. At last he saw a man laying the skin of a stripped tiger on his body and laughing. As the memories became deeper and deeper, Su Hu's eyes became redder and redder, and the wild aura on his body grew stronger and stronger with it. If someone could see inside Su Hu's body at this moment, they would realize that those nameless true chi in his body began to run wildly. Bang! Suddenly, an aura erupted from Su Hu's body, kicking up a puff of dust on the ground. This scene instantly attracted Jin Shang's attention. This is a breakthrough? Yet all is not lost. Su Hu stood in place, and suddenly another aura erupted out, and, with it, the wild aura of his body intensified. If someone were to look closely at this moment, they would be able to realize that Su Hu's originally tall enough figure was slowly increasing at an even speed. Just like that, the aura on Su Hu's body erupted 3 times in a row before it gradually stopped. At this moment, the original smugness on Jin Shang's face had completely disappeared, replaced by a face of shock. He had never seen a person who could break through 3 times in a row. He was even more puzzled as to why a person didn't use it when they clearly had true chi. Finally, Su Hu also reached his limit. When his chi reached its peak, his whole body suddenly moved and kill. With a roar, Su Hu ignored the injuries on his body and headed straight for Jin Shang. So what if you break through? You must die today. At this moment, Jin Shang's killing intent was even greater because he was jealous of the talent of the person in front of him. If he were to have the other party's talent, he wouldn't have been trapped as a Hotian martial artist for so many years. However, even though he couldn't become an innate martial artist, It would be worth it to strangle a supreme genius. Bastard Blade 3. Jin Shang's body's aura shook as a blade light with a black aura slashed at Su Hu. In response, Su Hu was undaunted and directly blasted out a fist. It was also at this moment that a flash of tiger claw shadow appeared above his right fist. Boom! The sword and fist emitted violent fluctuations as they clashed together. The smoke cleared. Facing this knife, Su Hu blocked. Jin Shang saw this and the coldness under his eyes grew even more. And without hesitation, he raised his sword again. Hegemony 3 extremes 2 extremes. In the face of this blade, Su Hu did not hesitate to choose a hard top. After a collision, he topped out again. Also, as he held off the slash, a large amount of blood suddenly gushed out from the wound on his body that had been slashed earlier, like a fountain. Seeing this scene, Jin Shang teasingly smiled. Do you really think that knife wounds with attached knife chi are that simple? Now that the blood vessels under the wounds in your body have been crushed by the knife chi, you will bleed to death sooner or later. He glanced at the knife in his hand and sneered. Thank me. I'll take you straight away with the third knife. With those words, Jin Shang flung his long blade. Bastard Sword 3 Jedi 3rd Jedi. This knife momentum than the first two knives more vigorous. Straight to Su Hu face door and go. If this knife hit, that even if Su Hu can resist again is useless. However, because the blood flow is too much, Su Hu that even if the strong into the tiger at the moment also into the weak, will only be able to stay and wait for death. Die! Jin De shouted. He had already seen that a genius was about to fall under his sword, and a sense of stealing joy could not help but rise in his heart. One by one, they're not letting up. Suddenly, a voice rang out next to both Jin Shang and Su Hu. In the next second, Jin Shang's eyes blinked and realized that Su Hu had disappeared. Bang! His third slash also slashed the air and landed on the ground, leaving a thin slash mark. Who? Jin De raised his head angrily. At a glance, he saw a young man standing not far from him. The young man had a knife at his waist, and in his left hand he carried a petite figure, the very assassin who had been sent flying by his slash not long ago, and with his right hand holding the target he had just targeted. It was clear that the three were in cahoots. Hiss! Seeing that Su Hu was saved, the little lunatic weakly screamed in Li Dao's hand, and although he still couldn't understand it, he could feel that he seemed to be a little happy. Come on, you might as well take care of yourself for a while. The knife that the little madman received was not light. It was good that he was a compulsion child. His whole body was copper skin and iron bones, otherwise he might have died on the spot. Hiss! At Li Dao's words, the little lunatic weakly hissed, then forced himself to move and climbed onto Su Hu's shoulder, getting down at ease. When Su Hu saw that the little madman didn't die, a large portion of the madness under his eyes dispersed, revealing a naive smile. Seeing this scene, Li Dao was quite surprised. He didn't expect Su Hu and the little madman to get together and get closer. Seeing that the three were together and still in the mood to communicate with each other, Jin Shang immediately felt that he couldn't hang on to his face, and immediately ordered the guards around him. What are you looking at? These three assassins have wasted two of them. Don't you hurry up and go up and kill them. One assassin's head for 100 gold. In Jin Shang's opinion, the two most powerful of the three were already defenseless, and the remaining one was a turtle in a jar. A reward of $100? Hearing this, the guards' eyes lit up and their hearts were dumbfounded. I don't blame them for being greedy, but mainly because 100 gold is worth too much. Even in the prosperous Dakian, 1 gold is equal to 100 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver is equal to 101. An average day's income of an ordinary person is almost 21. 1 tael of silver is the income of an ordinary person for 5 days. 1 gold is 500 days. 100 gold is enough to match the income of an ordinary person for 50,000 days. Enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live for 100 years. You can imagine how tempting 100 gold can be to a person. Kill. Finally, one of the first guards couldn't help himself and directly raised his sword to kill the 3 Li Dao people. Soon the rest of the guards couldn't stand it anymore and also drew their swords and surrounded them. But what they didn't notice was that a portion of the guards in the crowd didn't mean to move. Instead, they were carefully backing away. Seeing the guards surrounding him, Su Hu tried to move, and soon his feet went limp. Leave it to me. If it was Li Dao alone, he would be able to defend himself in the face of such a large number of people surrounding him. But after bringing along Su Hu and Little Crazy Man, it was a bit worse. But who let him open up? Li Dao opened the system panel with a single thought. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 9. 38. Available attributes, 8. Sex Duine. System, add points. The next second, the system changes. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 18. 07. Metamorphosable. Available attributes, 0. At this time, Li Dao noticed a new change appearing behind the physique column. But metamorphosis? What do you mean? But he couldn't think about that in detail, because the heat flow from the physical enhancement had already appeared. This time the heat flow came swifter and in greater numbers than ever before. In an instant, a layer of red color flared up on Li Dao's skin as a terrifying sense of power rose up in him. At the same time, his mind was clear. In this state, he felt like everything around him had let go, as if time had slowed down. The head is mine. One of the guards slashed with his sword. Since Taoist Li's looked the most like a normal person, he became the first target of the guards. In Li Dao's eyes, the guard's knife was waving in the air very slowly, so slowly that he was getting a little impatient. Swish! Li Dao slapped his hand directly on the blade. There was a click. In the next second, the blade directly shattered into a dozen pieces. Because of the addition of Li Dao's strength, the shattered pieces of iron were like concealed weapons that shot directly towards the guards that surrounded them on the side at a very high speed. Ah! What's this? What's going on? A portion of them were heavily injured by the shattered blade before they could react. There was even an unlucky guy who was directly hit in the eyes by the fragments, directly penetrating into the inside of the skull and dying miserably on the spot. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 18. At this moment, the rest of the guards around them also killed over, because Su Hu and Little Crazy were on Li Dao's right side. These guards were targeting the two of them. The heat inside Li Dao's body came and went quickly, and soon his physique was completely strengthened. How powerful is a body that is 18 times stronger than the overall physique of an ordinary person? Li Dao next perfected this physique. As soon as he pulled the Su Hu duo to the left side, facing the guard on the right side, he lifted up and kicked. With a kick, the eyes of the first guard who led the way bulged, and his body directly folded into 180 degrees from the waist. Then he turned into a cannonball and flew out directly backwards, and the few people behind him were also injured by Li Dao's terrifying Li Dao while stopping him, and directly spat out blood and flew out. This kick directly knocked down dozens of guards. Because of this wave of reinforcement, Li Dao's figure was more flexible. Imagine a strength that was stronger than Su Hu, in combination with a body that was more flexible than that of Little Crazy Man. How terrifying the combination of the two would be. In the crowd, Li Dao was thus protecting Su Hu and his duo with one hand as they circled back and forth while dealing with the surrounding guards. But that was the case, and still none of the guards were able to approach the three. Often, those who ate Li Dao's first attack would absolutely perish on the spot, with no exceptions. After just a dozen rounds had passed, more than 100 guards lay around Li Dao, some seriously injured, some dying, and a few dead. One should know that the third prince of the falling clouds had brought a total of more than 300 guards with him, and before that, he had been dealt with by Li Dao's few people who had settled for a total of almost 100 guards. That meant that half of the remaining 200 or so guards were lying down. If we add those guards who didn't dare to make a move against Li Dao, it could be said that there was almost no one left, and this scene also caused Jin Shang, who was not far away, to finally return to his senses. Another monster, and it was an even more powerful monster than the two before it. Similarly, he also noticed that this monster did not use true chi and fought entirely on physical strength, but he could not imagine how a human could have such a terrifying body. But soon, his heart surged. He would feel a stronger sense of accomplishment from killing someone with such a talent. Get out of the way, all of you. Hearing Jin Shang's order, the group of guards, as if they had heard the savior's cry, moved away from Li Dao without a bit of hesitation, as if hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to their own chief of guards. Jin Shang stepped forward and said, "I don't know who sent you guys, but I'd like to start by thanking the people behind you, because whichever power it is, the loss of a talent like yours should hurt their flesh as well." Does it hurt? They're from a death camp. But right now, he didn't bother to explain so much, and just glanced behind this expert in front of him, only to see a gorgeously dressed youth standing in the middle of a dozen or so guards. This would be the so-called third prince of the falling clouds. Harvesting attributes was his aim, but likewise resolving the three princes of the falling clouds was likewise his aim. The third prince of the falling clouds couldn't care less about watching the show after seeing that he was being targeted by a monster. Without hesitation, he ordered, "Chief Guard Jin Shang, kill these three assassins for me, immediately and immediately." Yes. For this order, Jin Shang accepted it without hesitation, as it was also in line with his wishes. "All of you assassins will be buried here today." Jin Shang did not hesitate to strike. A long knife with a blade on came straight at Li Dao's face. For the experts, Li Dao also gave due respect, placing the Su Hu duo on the ground and decisively pulling out the Xian iron sword on his waist. Bastard Blade 3. Gale Blade Technique. In just a split second, the blade that was interspersed with the blade's aura clashed with the blade that was filled with brute force. Bang! The next second a silhouette flew out backwards. The silhouette landed smoothly on the ground after a prancing in midair. How is this possible? Jin Shang looked at the trembling hand with a shocked face. Just now when the two blades collided, a terrifying force came from the other party's blade, causing him to step back to unload the force, and even now, His hand was still trembling from that terrifying force. He felt that he had already guessed that the other party's physique was amazing, but he didn't expect that he had still underestimated it, and this was no longer a power that the other party's body could harness. Chapter 16, Shinsan and the Old Ghost. You, what kind of monster are you? Jin Shang was shocked as he looked at Li Dao, who had a normal human physique but exerted unnatural human strength. Monster? Li Dao smiled faintly. A monster is a monster. It's better than being a waste. Compared to the initial one that was like a waste, if he could become a monster, he would be willing 100 times over. You're done striking out? Then it's my turn. Li Dao copied the Xian iron sword and stepped on his foot. A huge force drove him to rush towards Jin Shang like a cannonball. Gale blade technique. A knife flung out. Although there was no blade aura that could be brought out by true chi, but because the speed of the power was too terrifying, a strong wind naturally arose to set off a ripple in the air. Jin Shang's pupils shrunk, and he hastily raised his sword to block. Bam! His entire body was once again lifted out by the terrifying force. Li Dao did not stop and directly chased after Jin Shang, constantly waving his Xian iron blade, and the gale blade technique was like a real gale constantly invading towards Jin Shang, and in the process, his comprehension of the gale blade technique became even more profound, and his strikes became more and more tricky. On the opposite side, Jin Shang's pressure suddenly increased greatly, because in addition to facing the heavy blade with terrifying force, he also had to face the light of the blades coming from all directions. In the meantime, the third prince of the falling clouds on the side still wanted to see his guardian grow in power, but what he saw was Jin Shang retreating, and a clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that Jin Shang had already tried his best. No, I can't stay here. I have to leave for help. The third prince of the falling clouds looked a bit terrified, and his mouth kept muttering, no longer having the stiff upper lip from the very beginning. Eventually, he made his decision. Turning to the guards around him, he said, "Don't look. While the head guard is holding these assassins back, quickly take me out of here." The guards nodded their heads even after returning to their senses. Yes, third prince. They were also unwilling to face an opponent that terrifying, so they might as well follow the third prince and run away. As for the head guard, Jin Shang, they could only hope that he would seek his own fortune. After all, they were the ones who fought for their lives on weekdays, and Jin Shang was mostly picking up the credit, so there was no psychological burden. Why does it smell so good? Having just walked inside the military tent with his guards, the third prince of the falling clouds wrinkled his nose as an ethereal fragrance entered his mouth and nose. Before he could react, he saw the guards around him fall softly to the ground one by one, poisoned. He had only one thought in his mind at the moment. This should be the third prince of the falling clouds. At that moment, the third prince of the falling clouds only felt a coldness in his neck, and looked down to see a dagger hanging on his neck at some point. Looking back, he saw only a chubby, middle-aged fat man, and another old man stepping out of the shadows to the side. It was Shinsan and the old ghost. Old man, this time the medicine is the right one. What was all that with you before? Taking a look at the fallen guards, Shinsan couldn't help but spit. Without hesitation, the old ghost retorted, "It has nothing to do with my medicine. It's the wind that's changed." Okay, now I'm not going to argue with you. If we wait any longer, the big guy and the little crazy guy might be dying. Shinsan kicked the third prince of falling clouds, knocking him to the ground and said, "Go, have your guards bring my two fellows here." "I don't. Bring it or die." Shinsan's dagger flung out, directly inserted in the middle of the two legs of the third prince of the falling clouds, just a little bit short of the vital point. I'll go. The stunned third prince of the falling clouds didn't dare to refute, and hastily nodded in agreement. The guards outside the tent were busy watching the show. Suddenly the tent opened and three figures walked out. "You, third prince, there's an assassin. There's an assassin over here." "What? Where's the assassin?" The three quickly caught the attention of the remaining guards around them. However, what no one noticed was that although the guards shouted that there was an assassin, none of them dared to approach easily, as if they were afraid of encountering another monster-like assassin. After all, none of the three assassins from before were any good. "Speak!" Shinsan racked his dagger and said in the ear of the third prince of falling clouds. The third prince of the falling clouds looked at the guards around him and hurriedly shouted, "Don't look! Why don't you hurry up and bring the two strong warriors who fell over there?" A strong man? Not an assassin? But one look at the situation of the third prince of the falling clouds showed why he said that. "What are you standing around for? Come on!" Finally a guard moved at the urging of the third prince of the falling clouds. However, just as they approached Su Hu and Little Crazy, they were shocked by the aura coming from the other party and backed away in fear, afraid that they would be killed if they were not careful. "Do it!" Seeing this, the third prince of the falling clouds shouted once again. But compared to his majesty, it was obvious that Su Hu and the others gave the guards a more terrifying feeling. "Forget it, let's go over there ourselves." These two guys don't recognize anyone. Understanding the character of the two men, Shinsan then set up the three princes of the falling clouds and brought the old ghost close to the Suhu duo. Hiss! Just as he approached, the little madman took the lead, making a threatening stance with a hiss. It's me, not the enemy, Shinsan said in a hurry. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, the little madman's hissing increased violently. Shinsan? But fortunately, the little lunatic was simply scaring Shinsan, and after screaming twice, he ignored it and weakly lay on Suhu's shoulder. Suhu is not in good shape either. Because of the loss of blood, the skin turned a little waxy, and the cheeks are also much paler. But that's the case, he still maintained his attacking stance, with the attitude of a wounded tiger that is still ferocious. Shinsan took a look at the blood left all over Suhu's floor and the wounds on his body and said, "Old devil, the big man is hurt so badly. Can you do it or not?" The old ghost hummed lightly. The old man's medical skills are the most invincible. When he finished speaking, he pulled out some bottles and jars from his arms. Seeing this, Shinsan had a puzzled look on his face. "I say, old ghost, you're not thinking of flying solo, are you? You used these same drugs when you dispensed poisons before." Glancing at Shinsan, the old ghost started dispensing the medicine on his own, explaining as he did so, "There isn't a single bottle of medicine on this hand of the old man that is poison. This is what the old man has been working on for so many years. Although these are not poisons, once formulated down by old man, he can evolve hundreds of poisons with different effects. By the same token, the old man can configure these medicines into normal medicines. Finally, I have to tell you one more thing. The old man's means of curing people is much more skillful than his means of poisoning them. Poisons are only for self-preservation. Healing people is the foundation of the old man's life." During the time he spoke, his hands were constantly moving, and soon several bottles of medicine were dispensed by him. The old ghost walked toward Suhu and the little madman with the medicine, ignoring the wild aura on Suhu, and directly took the medicine into his hands. "Look out!" Shinsan was startled by this scene, fearing that Suhu or little crazy man would make a move against the old ghost, but the result left him stunned. Facing the old ghost, Suhu and little crazy instantly lost their initial aggression. "Old ghost, what are you?" Shinsan had a surprised look on his face. It's important to realize that these two guys are not convinced by anyone but Lido. The old ghost said with a calm face. The old man has been practicing Changchunjinshi for nearly 100 years, and his breath mimics the natural breath of the world. So it's fine for normal people, but it has a miraculous effect on these two. He took out a bottle and opened the cap and placed it under Suhu's nose. Suck! Suhu nodded his head and inhaled, and in the next second his whole body was flushed, and his whole body was instantly much more energetic. After that, the same let the little maniacs have a go as well. The old ghost also explained at the same time. This is the blood spirit mist configured by the old man, specially used to lock up the life of trauma patients, that even if all the 5 organs are ruined, it can make people hard for half an hour. After that, he took out another bottle and poured out some sticky ointment from it to apply on the wounds on Suhu's body. This is the blood spirit cream, an enhanced version of the blood spirit mist. It can't be done with the living dead, but it can still be done with flesh and bones. After applying the blood spirit cream, Suhu's bleeding wound instantly stopped bleeding, while only a layer of blood scab visible to the naked eye appeared on the wound. And with the penetration of the medication, the blood scabs are getting thicker and thicker. Likewise, the old geezer drugged the little madman on the sidelines. This scene not only stunned Shinsan, but also stunned the third prince of the falling clouds and the surrounding guards. In particular, the effects of this drug left no one present unmoved. After all, when you go out into the world or go to war, what you are most afraid of is that your injuries will be difficult to heal. "You big guy, you've wasted a lot of my medicine this time." After applying it to Suhu, the old ghost couldn't help but show a few moments of flesh pain on his face. After thinking about it, he glanced back at the surrounding third prince of the falling clouds guards with a glance suddenly brightened up. Walking over to the third prince of the falling clouds, he said, "Trouble you, little one, to do me one more favor." "What favor?" "It's simple." Soon after, Shinsan froze as he looked at the guards who were lined up in front of Old Ghost to have their blood drawn and asked, "What are you doing, Old Ghost?" "Dispensing. You think I got those drugs out of thin air? Human blood can be used as medicine?" "Oh," to the old man, "naturally everything can be used as medicine, but also the old man's heart is good. Otherwise." The Old Ghost couldn't help but give a wry smile. The other side, while Old Ghost and Shinsan were rescuing people and drawing blood, the exchange between Li Dao and Jin Shang continued. Although Li Dao had an amazing physique and was able to suppress Jin Shang at every turn, but Jin Shang was, after all, a Hotian second-grade martial artist. In the case of not running out of true chi, one's own strength was still there. I block. Facing Li Dao's long sword that was like a raging wind and rain, Jin Shang also kept waving his long sword to resist. Suddenly, he realized he didn't seem to be blocking things. Looking carefully, he realized that the other had stopped at some point. Jin Shang was about to say something when he suddenly saw his opponent kill again. This time he understood why the other man had stopped. It was trying to disrupt his rhythm. Knowing that he had already adapted to his opponent's high-frequency heavy blades just now, this sudden stop made his entire body suddenly uncomfortable. Stop! Jin Shang shouted in a hurry. At those words, Li Dao's face did not change and he still kept striking out. Jin Shang saw this and hurriedly said, "I'm not going to fight anymore. Let me go. The third prince of the falling clouds is given to you. Won't it break your third prince's heart if you do that? So what if he's sad? I just want to live." At this moment, Jin Shang completely overturned the loyalty in his heart. Facing that 2-bit prince who couldn't listen to human words, he now only wanted to live this one thought. Too bad you met me. Li Dao shook his head. What do you mean? Jin Shang had a puzzled look on his face. It was obvious that he was just an insignificant character and it took a lot of effort to kill him. If you met anyone else you might live, but forget about me. After all, he could only get stronger if he kept killing people, especially since he had already wasted so much time with the other party. It felt like a blood loss not to kill him, and in order not to let himself suffer, he could only let the other party die. Jin Shang's face darkened, completely not expecting the other party to pester him like this. This cut is for you. Suddenly, Li Daoxuan's iron sword flung out, and the original rhythm changed. Nameless slash. This slash was a slash that he had summarized from this constant exchange of blows and the previous honing in his mind, stemming from the Gale Blade technique, but different from the Gale Blade technique, and has only 2 effects, which are fast and accurate. Chapter 17, Return. Metamorphosis. The body that cannot be defeated by knives and guns. Poof! The sound of entering flesh rang out. Jin Shang had just raised the long blade that he wanted to block but it was too late. Ahem! Jin Shang spat out blood from his mouth. Looking down at the long knife that was inserted into his throat with an unbelievable face, his hallowed Hotian second-grade martial arts practitioner even died on a guy who only used brute force. Pust! Li Dao suddenly drew his sword and shook off the blood on his basalt iron sword. The system's voice rang in his ears as promised. Kill 1 enemy. Gain attribute, 1. 54. It should be said that it was worthy of being an expert, that even a tenth of the attributes were 1.5 times that of a normal person. If he hadn't killed quite a few guards in the beginning to give him many more attributes, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with the head guard in front of him. Jin Shang's death made the surrounding guards like headless flies. You look at me and I look at you, simply do not know what to do now. Run! A few moments later there was only this one thought left in these people's minds. However, how could Li Dao let go of these meats that were delivered to his mouth? Raising his Xian iron sword without mercy, he unleashed a massacre on the remaining guards around him. For these northern barbarians, that even if they gave up resistance, he still wouldn't be soft. Although Li Dao was only a foppish earl in the imperial capital before his memory was revived, he still had some understanding of the northern barbarians, the great Qian's worldly enemy. The northern barbarians, regardless of men and women, young and old, for the people of the Dacian dynasty are resentful. Every year, the Dacian dynasty border zone do not know how many people were plundered by the northern barbarians, but also because the northern barbarians almost all the people of the army, so that this part of the sin falls on every northern barbarians are not too much. Leave me alone. I have a wife and children at home. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. Li Dao's heart at the moment was as cold as the basalt knife in his hand. 1 incense stick later, all that was left around him was a field of corpses, not a single living soul again. At the same time, many of his available attributes that had been emptied were replenished. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 18. 07, metamorphosable. Available attributes, 4. 63, plus some. Looking at the notes behind the column of physique, Li Dao experimentally added points, only to find that the available attributes were not added to physique as usual. Instead, the words metamorphosable, which had suddenly appeared earlier behind the physique, flickered for a moment. Need to complete this metamorphosis first? But metamorphosis doesn't sound easy, and there's no way he's going to metamorphose here. Wait until we get back. Closing the panel, Li Dao prepared to go and find Su Hu and the others, because he exited the fight with Jin Shang a long way away. He didn't really know how the situation was over there, but it shouldn't be a problem, even though Su Hu and Little Crazy Man were both seriously injured. After he lured away the most powerful chief of guards, he still had no problem defending himself in front of those remaining guards. Old man, you smoked everyone? Shinsan watched as the last guard suddenly weakened and snapped, a look of surprise on his face. The old ghost replied as he contentedly put away this harvest. The old man never kills anyone. I left them all a breath of fresh air for a few. It's just that they don't fight for it themselves. as far as he was concerned. Anyway, anything he didn't just whip to death didn't count as a murder on his part. It's none of his business as to how he dies afterwards. Shinsan also knew the character of the old ghost after a period of contact and was not surprised. He kicked the third prince of the falling clouds in his hand to the ground and said, "Why don't you just smoke this guy as well, since Ben is here to kill him anyway?" Him? The old ghost just glanced at it, and said directly, "This guy is full of problems, all 5 poisons, seems to be young. In fact, the body because of excessive indulgence has been completely deficient. I can't see. You look after yourself." "All right." Shinsan looked at the 3 princes of the falling clouds and said directly, "Well, it's time to send you on your way. But don't worry, I'm not like the old ghost that loves to torture people. I'm a little knife a scratch, to ensure that you go away in pain." The third prince of the falling clouds had a bit of a breakdown in his mind. He wanted to live, not to leave in pain. Looking at the gradually approaching dagger, he directly fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. "Let me go. I am the third prince of the northern barbarian falling cloud tribe. Killing me my father will not let you go." Upon hearing this, Shinsan hemmed and hawed. "This third prince, do you recognize us?" "No, not recognizable. You don't even know us, and you expect your father to know us? Kill you and no one will know it was us." 3 princes of the falling clouds. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said in a rush, "Wait, listen to me. You guys don't look like you're from the government, but from the Jianghu, right? So what if it is? If it's a man of the government I have nothing to say about dying, but if you're from the Jianghu, then someone must have used certain conditions to get you to kill me. What the hell are you trying to say?" Seemingly seeing hope, the third prince of the falling clouds hurriedly said, "What price did they offer for you to kill me?" "I will open double." "No, I'll open 10 times the price. As long as you guys let me go, I'll give you 10 times the price. How do you think?" Shinsan was just about to say something when suddenly a voice came from not far away. "Is it hard to believe that you have 50 lives to pay for us?" Shinsan turned around and looked happy. "Boss?" Seeing that Li Dao was the only one, he hurriedly asked, "Is that expert dead?" "Dead. Ha ha, I knew you could do it, boss. That guy screwed me over before." Shinsan couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. On the contrary, on the side, the third prince of the falling clouds' heart trembled when he heard Li Dao's words. Before, he was still holding a fluke in his mind thinking that Jin Shang could kill back to save him, but now he was completely desperate. Li Dao looked at Su Huan little crazy on the side and froze for a moment as he realized that their injuries were basically healed. After seeing the old ghost on the sidelines where he didn't understand who did it, couldn't help but say, "Old ghost, your medical skills are much more reliable than your great poison skills." Being flirted with, the old ghost wasn't embarrassed, and said bluntly, "My medical skills are inherently more reliable than my poison skills." Li Dao nodded and looked back at the third prince of the falling clouds. "This is the mission objective?" Shinsan nodded. "I was just about to settle him." Pust. In the next second, the Xian iron blade did not enter the chest of the third prince of the falling clouds. The third prince of the fallen clouds looked down at the knife in his chest with an unbelievable face. Obviously he still wanted to talk about the conditions in. How did he just die like this? But it was too late. He had sensed his life draining away. A few breaths later, kill 1 enemy, gain attribute 006. Lido? He looked at the dead third prince of the falling clouds with some suspicion. How much of a loser was this guy to give him such little attributes? Worse than his very first physique. Forget it. A mosquito is still meat. It's always impossible to return properties. On the side, Shinsan just came back to his senses and froze. "This is killing?" Lido asked rhetorically. "Not killing to save for New Year's?" Shinsan. In the next second, he suddenly walked over to the corpse of the third prince of the falling clouds and began to strip off his clothes. "What are you doing?" Li Dao was shocked by Shinsan's action. "This guy looks lewd enough. It's hard not to be a broken sleeve." Shinsan heatedly laughed without looking back. Killing and touching corpses can't be wasted. He only saw him pounding and taking down a string of beads from the third prince of the falling clouds, looking up and asking, "Boss, these beads are of good color. Do you want them?" Seeing this, Li Dao realized that Shinsan was having an old problem. "Take it and play with it yourself." Shinsan was not polite, and decisively stuffed the beads into his own bosom, and continued to start looking on the corpse of the third prince of the falling clouds. Li Dao glanced at the old ghost trio and said, "Then let's take a rest and return to Changgu town in half an hour." After that, he found a clean spot and sat down on his butt to rest. Having killed so many people, it would be a lie to say that there was no mental burden. After all, it wasn't like he was born a murderous maniac, so he needed to tone down his emotions a bit to prevent himself from being truly made a murderous maniac. Half an hour passed quickly. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky was still light, Li Dao led several people back to Changgu town. A town. Inside the main army tent, Wei Yun looked dazedly at the 5 people in front of him. You killed the entire team of the third prince of the falling clouds? He only asked the 5 to find a way to assassinate the third prince of the falling clouds. Not for you to play group annihilation, as to play so big. Speaking of this, Shin-san came with vigor. This is all the boss's credit. He alone exterminated nearly 100 guards and killed that Hotian's second grade guard leader. The 4 of us are mainly just playing the sauce. Hearing this, the old ghost skimmed his lips and wondered who was the one who was the most beat up, but there were some things he was too lazy to say at his age. Oh, Wei Yun looked at Li Dao with a surprised expression. You were able to solve an expert of the Hotian's second grade? Li Dao said casually, maybe because the guy was a water boy. As he said that, he even glanced at the old ghost on the side. After all, this guy was a Hotian first grade. Old ghost? Wei Yun returned. Even if it's watery, what you've shown is already impressive. In the level of Hotian martial artists, a single person who can break 100 armors is already a relatively strong expert. Although you are not dealing with regular armor guards, it's not bad to be a guard, so you don't have to be modest. Li Dao shrugged and said no more. In his mind, the lower he acted, the better. Seeing that Li Dao didn't want to say much, Wei Yun didn't want to awkwardly continue the conversation and spoke. After a night of twists and turns, I'm sure the 5 of you are tired, so go rest. Shin-san spoke up. I say, Commander Wei, don't you say that letting us rest means letting us go back to the death cell? Why yes. You all have done me a great favor. I will give you all a separate army tent to rest in. Shin-san revealed a satisfied smile. That's more or less the same. The 5 of them walked out of the main army tent and were quickly led by a soldier to 5 connected army tents. Shin-san and the 4 subconsciously turned their gazes toward Li Dao. Take your pick. Rest up so you can finish the next 2 tasks. After saying this, Li Dao walked into the center-most military tent. The remaining 4 looked at each other and each chose a military tent to walk into. Li Dao walked into the military tent and saw a bed and a table with a lot of food on one side. Instead of walking to the food, he came to the bed and sat down on his knees. The heart murmurs. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 18. 07, metamorphosable. Available attributes, 4. 63. Glancing at the 3 words metamorphosable, he hesitated just a little before decisively determining it with his mind. In the next second, he felt his entire body shake. An inexplicable tearing sensation arose from within him. It wasn't a mere tearing of flesh and skin. It was as if every cell in his body had begun to tear. There were no words to describe it. At the same time, information about the physique metamorphosis appeared in his mind. According to the information in his head, when a person's physique reaches a certain level, it will reach its limit. And at this time, if you want to break through the limit, you have to enhance your body's potential. Like when a cultivator reaches a certain limit, they can rely on their true chi to break the limit, thus allowing themselves to be transformed. Is similar to the case of a great realm breakthrough. But Li Dao himself was different. He was unable to possess true chi. There was no true chi in his body to help him break the limit, so he needed to rely on his physique to break the limit on his own. It was difficult for ordinary people to achieve this level, but because he had a system, breaking the limit was easy. All he needed to do was to add some points, and all he needed to do was to bear the pain when his physique broke through the limit. If he couldn't even carry the pain, then there was no need for him to have the system. But as painful as this form of metamorphosis was for him, it also had benefits that the average person didn't have. That is, with every metamorphosis, a particular function of his body would complete a special metamorphosis that would bring him unexpected benefits. Understanding what the metamorphosis was all about, Li Dao clenched his teeth in death and began to endure. The system was his secret, and he didn't want his abnormality to be known. However, the tearing pain grew more and more intense, and gradually his entire body went numb. Time passes slowly. I don't know how much time passed before Li Dao felt the pain begin to fade away. At the same time, he realized that his body was beginning to change. It's as if the metamorphosis has begun. This is skin. Li Dao acutely sensed that what had changed was his own skin. It was as if his skin was being transformed at this moment, with some changes that he himself couldn't figure out. But no matter how it changes, this should be a good thing for him. If an outsider was present at the moment, they would notice that the skin on Li Dao's body gradually darkened. 10 minutes later, at this moment, the pain in Li Dao's body completely disappeared, and he understood that his metamorphosis was complete. This is, Li Dao looked down and realized that his skin had completely turned dark black, and just as he was surprised, he realized that this appeared to be just a layer of dead skin, and the real skin was underneath this layer of dead skin. He put his hand directly on the dead skin and tore at it. The dead skin cracked to reveal what his skin really looked like. Compared to his previous skin, his skin was now much paler. But not overly so. It was a healthy color. That wasn't even what caught his attention. After he went through a subtle observation, he realized that his skin was still as soft as normal, but there appeared to be a change in texture. Toughness. By the way, his skin has become more resilient than before. Li Dao quickly tore the dead skin off his entire body, and he realized that every inch of his skin was the same. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 18.07. Available attributes, 4.63. Sure enough, the metamorphosis was complete and the words inside the brackets disappeared, but exactly how he had changed the panel wasn't there. How about adding some to try? Li Dao's thoughts moved. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 22.70. Available attributes, 0. There was no change. There wasn't the so-called argument that he imagined that adding points needed to be doubled in order to improve after a certain level of physique was reached. It was still how much was added and how much it enhanced itself. The familiar heat flowed through their bodies, transforming their bodies and brains. Unusually, he realized that this time while his physique was strengthened, his skin appeared different from before. This would be the special metamorphosis the system was talking about. Only I didn't expect it to land on top of the skin. This is getting tougher? Suddenly, something seemed to come to Li Dao's mind. Getting up, he picked up the basilisk sword that was even placed on his bedside. Without the slightest hesitation, the hand held the basalt knife and decisively slashed at his left arm. If it was before, even if he possessed a physique 20 times that of an ordinary person, with the sharpness of the Xian iron blade, the scratch would still have to be made, because he had learned a scientific explanation about the strength of the human body in a previous life. Changes in the strength of a person's body have little to do with the degree to which they are able to resist the intrusion of external forces. In other words, a person is physically strong and resistant, but it's mainly because the muscle cushioning allows them to resist a certain level of external force, but they're still going to get hurt when they should. And it has been scientifically calculated that the average person who wants to ignore bullets needs at least 10,000 times the physical strength of the average person to be able to do so. Found on the internet, not the author's words. So it can be seen that unless the body strength reaches a very horrible point, it is still easy to be injured under external force. And his next experiment was to experiment with the changes in his own skin. Accompanied by the stroke down of the Xian iron blade, he didn't feel the normal sensation of cutting through the human body. Rather, it was like having the sensation of cutting through tough leather with a dull knife. The blade simply couldn't cut into it. Taking the basalt blade up for a look, he realized that there wasn't even a white mark on his skin, only a red mark. And with his recovery ability, the mark disappeared in just one breath. Sure enough, what this physical metamorphosis changed was the strength and toughness of his skin. Otherwise this cut would definitely see blood with his previous skin and even hurt the muscles inside. Next, Li Dao began to experiment with the maximum force his skin could withstand. With a sharp weapon like the Xian Tai blade, twice the strength of a normal human was useless. 5 times the strength of a normal person can leave a white mark on the skin and recover in the blink of an eye. 10 times the strength of a normal person could barely scratch his skin. But an injury of this magnitude would scab over and heal in a matter of moments with his 20 times the recovery ability of a normal person. In the end, Li Dao used his full strength to let the Xian iron blade slash at his arm before he managed to cut the blade inside the muscle. However, it was clamped dead center by his high-density muscles. It was important to realize that this was all still based on his use of the Xian Tai blade. If this were an ordinary knife, I'm afraid that the blade wouldn't be able to injure him even if it was cut off. With the strength of his skin now, he could fully claim a phrase like a sword is invulnerable. And that's just for experiments in the category of sharps. Li Dao believed that there was more to his skin than just this metamorphosis, and that there should be something even more amazing about it. Of course, the most important thing was that after his skin had undergone metamorphosis at this moment, its ability to resist external forces would also increase as his physical strength increased. Then Li Dao thought of a very deep question. That is, what if he gets appendicitis later? Of course, the question was just a random thought he had. Realizing that what he possessed was a body 20 times that of an ordinary person, and that in addition to strength and other aspects, his resistance to viruses and bacteria and so forth was likewise 20 times that of an ordinary person. What could cause him inflammation? Not to mention that even if he did have inflammation, his immunity would allow it to heal so quickly that he wouldn't even need to open up and perform surgery. Chapter 18, Second Mission. Innate Martial Artist. Understanding the changes in himself, Li Dao sighed in his heart. Slightly more power to defend himself. The metamorphosis of his skin increased his ability to stay alive drastically, and the road behind him could be much better. Cleaning the faded skin off his body and getting dressed, Li Dao then sat down at the table and took a big bite. After eating and drinking, he stretched his back and fell back on his bunk to sleep. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, after Li Dao's 5 successfully assassinated the third prince of the falling clouds, Wei Yun did not look for the door again. They had also taken the initiative to look for Wei Yun, but failed to find him and could only continue to wait. But the good thing was that the days were more comfortable than those inside the death camp, and they were able to eat and drink enough every day. Finally, during the afternoon of the third day, Wei Yun took the initiative to ask the five to meet. On this day, inside the main army tent, Wei Yun sat on top of the main table and picked up his wine cup to the five Li Dao people. First of all, I would like to thank the five of you here. Because of the death of the third prince of the Falling Clouds, the matter of negotiations between the Tamu tribe of the Northern Barbarians and the Falling Clouds tribe has been temporarily broken, which is considered to alleviate some of the pressure on the border region. After saying that, he drank the wine in his cup in one go. Beside the wine table, Shinsan drank a cup of wine and spoke directly. What's the use of saying these nice things? Why don't you give a few of your brothers some practical benefits, such as directly arranging domicile and free agency for the five of us? The corner of Wei Yun's mouth twitched. He still underestimated Shinsan's thick-skinnedness. He just meant it verbally, and as a result, the bastard took it seriously. Ignoring Shinsan, he gazed at Li Dao, who was at the side. Although it won't give you any practical benefits, it will allow you to complete 3 things as early as possible. And today I'm looking for you to come here to tell you about the second task that you need to do. Upon hearing this, Shinsan couldn't help but mutter, can this be considered a benefit? Ignoring Shinsan, this sizable cutie. Words, Li Dao put down his wineglass and directly opened his mouth to ask, what does the second thing require us to do? For him, having a mission was a good thing, and the faster it was accomplished, the sooner he could also get rid of the status of death row inmate. Wei Yun sniffed and said directly, although we temporarily broke the connection between the Northern Barbarian Tamu tribe and the Falling Clouds tribe, the Tamu tribe didn't stop there. According to a piece of information obtained from our frontline scouts, the Tamu tribe, in addition to negotiating with the Falling Clouds tribe, has also customized 100,000 arrows from the Northern Barbarian Fiery Fire tribe, which, unsurprisingly, are being used to deal with our Dakian army. Hearing this, Shinsan's face changed. I say, surnamed Wei, you don't say that this mission is for us to intercept these 100,000 arrows? Wei Yun shook his head. Of course not. Shinsan sighed in relief. That's more like it. But immediately afterward, Wei Yun added, it's not about intercepting these 100,000 arrows, but finding a way to destroy these 100,000 arrows. Pop. Shinsan immediately slapped the table and stood up. Surname Wei, you don't treat us like little cuties. 100,000 arrows. Such an important material is not comparable to that trash of the third prince of the Falling Clouds. When the time comes there will definitely be many people escorting these arrows, and there are quite a few masters. You are purely and simply wanting us to go to our deaths. In the face of Shinsan's attitude, Wei Yun is not annoyed. After all, and a size cute. What's there to count on? He turned his head to Li Dao. 9527. What do you think about what I said? Li Dao put down the wine cup in his hand and said softly, this mission is indeed very human to accomplish. If you don't want to break your trust to us, Commander Wei, there should be something else that you haven't said. Wei Yun could not help but clap his hands and sighed. I still underestimated your cleverness. You are right. This matter is indeed a little difficult for people. So, turning back to Shinsan, he continued, so not only will the 5 of you go this time, I will also bring a portion of the mighty martial battalion to accompany you. Shinsan skimmed his mouth. This time he had nothing to say. After all, people's rightful owners had gone. If you say you're going to die again, then you're not even screwing yourself over. Hearing that Wei Yun was going on his own, Li Dao stared and asked, is it tricky? Wei Yun nodded. Indeed, it's a bit tricky. I've gotten word that there's an innate martial artist inside the escort this time. Innate martial artist. At those words, Li Dao's few people couldn't help but stare. With regards to cultivation levels, Li Dao had also gained some understanding through his exchanges with Old Ghost and the others during this period of time. Cultivation in this world is divided according to realms: Hotian martial artists, innate martial artists, Zongshi martial artists, and Grand Zongshi martial artists. Among them, the Great Master belongs to the town character, generally belongs to the bottom of each country, and easily does not make a move. And Zongshi martial artists are the most powerful characters in the Jianghu on the surface, but they are also very rare, and they belong to the top group of people when they are placed in the whole dynasty level, and innate martial artists are the mainstream of the Jianghu. Often, most of the so-and-so masters that people say they've heard about are at this level. If Li Dao was allowed to analyze it, in his eyes ordinary people belong to small monsters, Hotian martial artists belonged to elite monsters, and then innate martial artists belonged to boss-level existences. Don't look at the difference of only one word between the Hotian innate, but in reality, the strength gap is at least 10 times to start with. And the Jin Shang he dealt with last time was only a Hotian 2nd grade. Not even a Hotian 1st grade. An innate martial artist? You're not kidding. Who can deal with this? Shin-san had a face of nonchalance. And it was obvious that he was also aware of the power of an innate martial artist. Wei Yun spoke. Don't worry guys. That innate martial artist doesn't need you guys to do anything. I'll be able to deal with it. Shin-san looked surprised. You're an innate? Wei Yun smiled faintly. Why not? Shin-san couldn't say anything at once. He felt a bit bold. The feeling that he had been disliking an innate realm big shot all this time. For a while he was a bit impressed with himself. How's that for consideration? Do you guys take this mission? Wei Yun turned his gaze back to Li Dao. Pick it up? Li Dao turned back to meet Wei Yun's gaze directly and spoke. We want to not take it, but do you agree? Disagree. Then what are you wasting your breath on? Wei Yun. Well, it was his own stupidity. 2 days later, outside the town of Na *********, the 5 Lido men got on their horses and gathered together as they had done last time. Unlike the last time, this time they were surrounded by many more people. 9527. Long time no see. An acquaintance suddenly came to greet Li Dao. Master Lu. Li Dao looked at the visitor. It was none other than the Chief Lu Fu who had many encounters with him in the beginning. Chief Lu stepped out to take a look at Li Dao and the 4 people beside him and said, if this mission is completed, you guys should almost be able to get out of the death camp. 2 more to go. For Lu Fu Chang, Li Dao didn't hide it. He should know about this kind of thing as well. TSK. Chief Lu couldn't help but sigh. It looks like you guys are solid here. Li Dao shrugged. Who knows the outcome until the end? He didn't dare to pack his bags for such a thing for a while yet, unless he was really free one day. After that, the 2 of them chatted a bit more, and Captain Lu left. He was a centurion. Besides Wei Yun, it was him and a few centurions who were the biggest and needed to lead the group. Shortly after, Wei Yun rode out on his horse. With his command, the party set off toward the outskirts of Na *********, because it was considered an early march. The mighty battalion, led by Wei Yun, arrived early at the location where the ambush was needed, a location where the fiery fire tribe and the Tamu tribe meet, because this area belongs to the desert plains, and there is only one crossroads, which is considered to be the necessary route for the transportation team of the Tamu tribe. Just like that, Wei Yun led an ambush around this road. Li Dao had just found a good hiding place when he realized that Chief Lu Fu had come near him with his men. He revealed a puzzled expression. Captain Lu, what are you? Lu Fu Chang waved his hand. Don't mind us. We simply want to ambush with you. It's safer. At those words, Li Dao was a bit speechless for a moment, but he let them be. There were also a few people from Shinsan who had the same idea as Captain Lu. They similarly ran to ambush near Lido. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, the night passed, but there was still no sign of the Tamu tribe escort on that only road. Against the blazing sun above his head, Shinsan sweated profusely and said, is that guy surnamed Wei remembering wrongly? How come no one has come yet? If no one has come yet, we'll just keep dryly waiting? As soon as these words came out, the soldiers around Captain Lu glared at Shinsan one by one, expressing their dissatisfaction with the way he addressed Wei Yun in his words. But can care about this, he is not Shinsan. Directly said, how still do not let people say. Death row inmates also have the right to speak. Stop it. There's movement. Lido suddenly spoke up. At those words, Shinsan immediately shut up, and the rest of the people also climbed up one by one to observe. Sure enough, looking along in the distance, one could only see a convoy of cars coming from afar. The flag of the caravan was none other than the tribal flag of the Tamu tribe, and it should be the team that escorted those 100,000 arrows. Captain Lu rose slightly to look into the distance, his brows furrowing slightly. This team seems to have a bit too many personnel. It's a group of at least 1,000 people, 1,000 men. That's enough to start a small war. Li Dao glanced at it and suddenly noticed that there were 2 different tribal flags in this caravan. So he spoke. The people in here should have people from the Fiery Flame tribe in addition to the people from the Tamu tribe. So it looks like there are more people in the team. The Fiery tribe? After thinking for a moment, Chief Lu quickly analyzed the reason. Then it should be that the previous incident of the Falling Cloud tribe made the people of the Tamu tribe wary. So the people of the Tamu tribe borrowed some people from the Blaze tribe to escort this batch of supplies. Hearing that there was a change in the number of enemies, the faces of the people around them turned ugly. The difficulty of this mission was already not small, and now that there were such variables, it could be said to be even more difficult. Li Dao saw that there was no movement on Wei Yun's side, so it should be that the mission continued. As it happened, continuing the ambush also belonged to his idea. After all, for him, as long as there were no particularly powerful people, the more ordinary people or weaker Hotian martial artists that came, the better for him, especially after his skin had gone through a metamorphosis. The tactic of human warfare had almost completely lost its effect on him. After all, the vast majority of people couldn't even break his skin, and couldn't threaten him at all, and those who don't threaten him are lambs to the slaughter for him. In conjunction with his extraordinary physical strength and recovery, given time, he felt that he could kill this team of 1,000 people all by himself. With the passage of time, the teams of the Tamu tribe and the Flame tribe were getting closer and closer to their ambush position. Finally, not long afterward, the other party's convoy entered the ambush range. Just then, too, a whistle sounded across the plain. At the sound of the voice, Chief Lu decisively ordered, "Everyone get up and shoot arrows." In a flash, 200 archers appeared on the hillside on both sides of the caravan, and the first round of arrows rained directly towards the caravan to invade it. In the meantime, below, the people of the Tamu tribe and the Flame tribe also noticed that they had been ambushed, so he hastened to yell for his men to be on guard, but it was still a bit late. The first round of arrows came down, and many of the escorting men in the group died under the rain of arrows. Before they could react, under Wei Yun's command, a second round of arrow rain once again invaded towards the caravan below. Damn you all! It was also at this time that a roar rang out in the middle of the caravan. In the next second, a figure leapt into the air from the Tamu tribe's caravan, only to see the silhouette's hands waving in the air for a while. A part of the arrow rain seemed to be twisted by an invisible force to deflect all of them under his movements, causing all of this part of the arrows to end up in the open space. Seeing this scene, Li Dao muttered to himself, "True Qi externalization. Innate martial artist. This person should be the innate martial artist who was hiding in the ranks of the Tamu tribe." At this moment, Wei Yun also noticed the silhouette that suddenly jumped out. Immediately, he ordered, "The front line will charge, the back line will cover, and destroying the arrows will be enough." After saying that, he copied the long sword at his waist and headed straight for the innate martial artist who had blocked the rain of arrows. Half of the soldiers under his command swooped down towards the caravan, while the other half continued to shoot arrows just to cover their teammates. The other side, Li Dao didn't bring hesitation when he saw this scene, and directly copied the Xian iron sword and followed the foremost team to charge west down. After all, it's good to rush early or harvest properties. Seeing this, Captain Lu also immediately ordered, "All of you, charge along with 9527. This wave is a faith-following one that he's mainlining." Similarly, when Su Hu and the others saw Li Dao move, they did not hesitate too much and directly followed him. A few minutes ago it was calm and quiet, and a few minutes later the two teams were killing each other. Chapter 19, Unexpected. Half-step ascended martial artist. After entering the chaotic caravan, Li Dao didn't forget about this mission while harvesting attributes. When he came to a carriage, he slashed the several guards escorting the carriage to death with a single slash. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 21. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 20. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 23. Ignoring the system's beeps, he lifted the box at the back of the carriage, only to see many arrows neatly placed inside, with a faint wooden scent emanating from them, obviously arrows that had just been crafted not long ago. Here, Li Dao saw Lu Fu Chang leading the men and raised his hand in greeting. At the sound, Captain Lu led his men over quickly and also saw the fresh arrows. "You lead the destruction of the arrows and I'll cover for you." Li Dao spoke directly. "Okay." Chief Lu nodded and immediately told his men to get ready, and as soon as the people of the Tamu tribe saw that someone was trying to intercept the arrows, a group of people immediately came over to stop them. Seeing this, Li Dao showed no mercy and decisively launched his sword against these people. In just a few breaths, the people who came to support him were cut down and turned into attributes in his panel. Just then, a silhouette rushed out from the people of the Tamu tribe. The man is strong, holding a double axe, bare-breasted all the way to kill. Around the Qian soldiers none of its opponents, seemingly recognizing that Li Dao was the most powerful one among the Dechen soldiers. He aimed his axe at Li Dao and shouted, "Thief, don't be wild." As soon as the words fell, the man lifted his double-board axe and chopped directly towards Li Dao's face. 9527. Look out. Seeing this scene, Lu Fu Chang hurriedly shouted. This visitor was ferocious by the look of his stance, and he was afraid that he was not even a one-sided enemy of the other party. Originally, Li Dao thought that such a large team could not have only one innate martial artist escorting it. There should be some latter-day martial artists interspersed in the team, and then one came rushing out just as I thought of it. Looking at the oncoming double-board axe, Li Dao had no fear to speak of under his eyes and raised his hand to meet it with a blade. When the strong man saw that the person under his eyes dared to block his double-plate axe with one hand, he immediately felt that he was being underestimated, but likewise revealed a hint of disdain. Dare to be arrogant, then let the other party know how terrifying his power is. Die for me. The double-board axe fell with the momentum of force, pulling 1,000 pounds, and smashed on the Xian iron sword in Li Dao's hand in the process. Bang! A sword and two axes soon clashed together. However, an amazing scene appeared. Facing the double-board axes, Li Dao blocked a 2-meter man with a double axe with just a single hand and a single blade. This scene caused Chief Lu's entire body to directly freeze. He remembered that not long ago Li Dao was only barely able to deal with a northern barbarian leader of the Hotian 5th grade. How long had passed? But he was able to single-handedly and easily deal with a Hotian martial artist who was not weaker than the northern barbarian leader. Was this progress that fast? In particular, he could also see that Li Dao did not use his true chi at all, relying entirely on a brute force. How is that possible? The burly man revealed an incredulous expression after watching his double-board axe being blocked by a youth 2 heads shorter than him. Looking at the strong man, Li Dao smiled faintly. The accuracy is enough, but the force is a bit lacking. The strong man was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a large force coming from the double-board axes. Li Dao lifted one hand. The strong man's hand was disengaged, and the double-plate axe was directly thrown into the air. Nameless slash. The Xian iron blade in Li Dao's hand made an upward pick, instantly penetrating the strong man's neck. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute 108. In the next second, the burly man fell to the ground with a thud. After returning to his senses, Chief Lu could not help but give Li Dao a thumbs up. Li Dao nodded and aimed at the rest of the enemies. In the meantime, while the large troop was exchanging blows, not far away, Wei Yun also exchanged blows with the innate martial artist from the Tamu tribe. It should be said that it was worthy of being an innate martial artist. The place where the two sides exchanged blows was filled with true chi, making the surrounding people not dare to approach easily. People of the Dacian dynasty, how dare you sneak up on our Tamu tribe's escorting team? Aren't you afraid that we northern barbarians and your Dacian dynasty will go to war? Seeing that the 100,000 arrows of the items he was escorting began to be damaged, the innate martial artist of Tamu shouted furiously towards Wei Yun, who was fighting with him. Go to war? Wei Yun smiled coldly and said, don't tell me you don't know what this batch of arrows of yours is used for. And also your so-called war between northern barbarians and Great Qian is false. It should be the war between Great Qian and your Tamu tribe. Not all tribes in northern barbarians are willing to fight against Great Qian. The other party was dumbfounded by what was said. And in the end, he could only vent all his heart's fire on Wei Yun, attacking successively more fiercely than once. But Wei Yun wasn't a vegetarian either, especially since the mission this time was only to destroy the 100,000 arrows and not to rob and kill these people. He didn't have to fight for his life at all. He only needed to stall this innate martial artist, so he half fought and half retreated. This caused the innate martial artist on the opposite side to hold back a bit. Aha! The innate of the Tamu tribe was unusually irritable, suddenly stopping his hands and turning his head towards the team of the Blaze tribe. People of the Blaze tribe, are you guys just going to watch like this? Remember what your tribe's king said before. If there is any loss of arrows this time, your Blazing Fire tribe will have to bear part of the responsibility. Hearing this, Wei Yun's face changed, feeling that something was wrong with the situation. At that moment, a person walked out of the Fiery Fire tribe. Upon seeing the other party, Wei Yun frowned. Innate? But soon he shook his head again. The innate aura on the other party was not stable at all. This is a half-step precursor? The so-called half-step innate martial artists were those whose realm was unstable when their Hotian 1st grade broke through to innate martial artists. In this case, if the breakthrough continues, then the probability is that it will fail. And once it fails, it will be very difficult to break through again. So, some people utilize some way to pause during the breakthrough and continue to build up their strength waiting for the next breakthrough. This condition was known as a half-step innate martial artist. This kind of person's cultivation was higher than the Hotian 1st grade, and possessed some of the power of an innate martial artist, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Tashin, I didn't think you'd ever beg. The visitor, a half-step innate, stood out with a faint smile and looked at the innate of the Tamu tribe. Tashin's eyes were filled with anger as he said bluntly, Li Xin, are you going to make a move or not? Out, of course. Li Xin smiled faintly and said, but what your Tamu tribe promised our Blaze tribe before needs to be doubled. Double? Tashin's face was ugly as he said, why don't you guys go grab it? Robbery? Is it as fast as extortion? Watching the tribesmen fall into a disadvantage for a while, Tashin also had to agree to Li Xin's conditions. I agree. So hurry up and make your move. Don't worry, Li Xin shouted behind him. Sons and daughters of the Blazing Fire tribe, let the people of the Tamu tribe see what it means to be a true warrior. Phew! When the people from the Fiery Fire tribe heard the sound, they let out a loud cry and headed towards the people from the Tamu tribe for support. What about you, Li Xin? Tashin gazed at Li Xin. Li Xin glanced at Wei Yun and said bluntly, I'm a half-step innate, but I can't deal with a true innate. You stall him, I'll deal with these little rats of Dechen first. After saying that, he didn't care about Tashin's face, and with a flick of the long stick on his hand, he headed straight for the Dechen team. When the Dechen soldiers saw that someone suddenly raided them, they were about to kill them immediately. A trace of contempt flashed under Lai Xian's eyes, and with a casual fling of the long stick in his hand, several Dechen soldiers flew out upside down, and where they were attacked by the long stick turned into scorched black, wailing in pain. Seeing this scene, Wei Yun's face immediately turned ugly. He had nothing to worry about if it was just the ordinary people of the Flame tribe supporting the people of the Tanu tribe. The only worry was that there was a half-step innate among the other party. Such a person would be an absolute crushing line of blow if he landed on his team. The most important thing is that this kind of leader can drive the morale of his side, thus suppressing the morale of the Dacian soldiers to the extent that the scene is even more unfavorable to the Dacian soldiers. Ha ha ha, realize how I felt before. Tashin smiled coldly and said, don't worry, I won't let you pass unless you can kill me. Kill Tashin? Wei Yun simply do not report this idea. The same level of killing unless the gap is too large. Otherwise a killing down a short time is difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. Retreat? Such a thought flashed through Wei Yun's mind. If he retreated now, although the mission had failed, at the very least he would be able to preserve a portion of his men. But if it continued, it was likely that all of his men would die here. And even he could die here under the combined efforts of Tashin as well as that half-step innate of the Flame tribe. However, just as he was hesitating, a huge commotion suddenly appeared in the Dechen team not far away. Wei Yun and Tashin subconsciously looked back. It was discovered that it was Liebshin who had met his match. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** wrong. The little giant was no one else but Su Hu. Kill! Su Hu roared. His hands took on the appearance of a tiger's claw as he slapped at the long stick that came pumping. The claws and sticks clashed with each other, making a huge commotion. The long stick bounced off under Su Hu's tremendous force, but Su Hu was not doing well at the moment either. The long stick was extremely hot, as if it was entangled in a blazing fire, causing severe burns to appear on Su Hu's palms. Lai Xian revealed a flash of surprise when he felt the sense of power on the long stick. Born with divine power? But soon he laughed coldly. So what if he was born with divine power, without entering the innate? No matter how powerful it is, it's useless. Immediately holding the long stick, he was about to kill towards Su Hu. Just then, a nimble figure blocked in front of Su Hu and threw something towards Lai Xian. Look at your grandfather's concealed weapon. A concealed weapon? Lai Xian laughed coldly and shook his long stick, directly hitting the so-called concealed weapon. In the next second, the concealed weapon exploded into pieces, and a smudge of smoke spread out from it. Some of the nearby fiery fire tribespeople were stained by the smoke and dust, and their eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and they soon slashed and killed indiscriminately towards the surroundings without a head. Poison. Seeing this scene, Lai Xian hurriedly held his breath. In looking up, he found that the large man had been led off towards the distance. Trying to run? Lai Xian decisively chased after him, daring to tease him. Whoever comes today will have to die. Don't look. You don't have a chance. Tashin suddenly struck out at Wei Yun. Originally, Wei Yun thought of retreating and abandoning the mission, but a silhouette inexplicably flashed through his mind after seeing Su Hu. It always felt like that person could help him out. It was a bit unbelievable, but he just inexplicably wanted to hold on to it. Looking at the charging Tashin, Wei Yun took a deep breath and decided to wait and see, just in case a miracle happened. Chapter 20, Beheading Half-Step Ascendant. Mission accomplished. Boss, help! Li Dao was concentrating on killing the enemy and destroying arrows when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking back, he found Shin San in the distance, framing Su Hu and running towards his position. And behind the two, a figure kept chasing towards the two and was getting closer and closer. Still want to run? Go to hell. Although Shin San was good at lightness, he still fell short against a half-step innate expert and was soon caught up. Lai Xian directly raised his hand and slammed a stick towards the two. Bang! Seeing that the two were about to be smashed, suddenly a long knife blocked the stick. Boss! Seeing the visitor, Shin San's face was delighted. Help! Lai Xian's face looked much uglier again when he saw someone blocking his stick. One after another, someone would always get in his way. The killing intent in his heart grew even more, and he decisively lifted his long stick to strike again. Flaming stick technique. The baguette was flung, and a layer of flame wrapped around the baguette even emerged out of thin air, heading straight for Li Dao. Boss, be careful. Seeing this, Shin San was taken aback, but in the next second, he was kicked in the body along with Su Hu and flew out. Facing this strike, Li Dao directly raised his sword to block it. Seeing this, a hint of cunning appeared in the bottom of Lai Xian's eyes. When the Xian iron blade and the iron rod collided together, only to see the flames on top of the iron rod flinging out directly towards Li Dao's face. Seeing this, Li Dao's pupil stared and raised his hand to block his cheek. Ha ha, my fiery true chi isn't that easy to block. Lai Xian confidently laughed out loud. The flames gradually dispersed and Li Dao's figure was gradually revealed. After seeing Li Dao's appearance clearly, the smile on Lai Xian's face gradually stiffened. How? Lai Xian looked at Li Dao, who only had some reddened skin on his arms, showing an unbelievable expression. This flame of his was not an ordinary flame, but a flame inspired by part of the innate true chi. Even if it could only be maintained for a moment only, it was full of killing power, and an ordinary person would be burnt to a crisp with just a simple touch. But it only caused the skin of the person in front of him to be flushed with red. Li Dao looked down at his arm. There was a burning sensation, but it wasn't serious. It looked like his skin had gone through a metamorphosis that did something else he hadn't realized. Taking advantage of his opponent's loss of concentration, he decisively launched his sword straight at the opposite side of the door. But the half-step innate was worthy of being a half-step innate, and after returning to his senses, he still blocked Li Dao's slash. However, even that half-step innate retreated several steps back under Li Dao's terrifying power. Lai Xian's face no longer had the confidence it had before, and his gaze turned cautious. Li Dao didn't give the opponent in front of him time to hesitate and raised his sword to kill. To him, time is an attribute and must not be wasted. Seeing this, Lai Xian also did not hesitate to raise his stick to strike back. For a moment, the two sides battled together. Nameless slash. Flaming stick technique. The basalt iron blade collided with the iron rod, rubbing out a large amount of sparks and flames. However, in the face of Lai Xian's flame attack, Li Dao did not care about the rest of the place except for occasionally blocking the flames that burned towards his face, which could not burn through his metamorphosed skin anyway. But again, he couldn't do anything about the other side for a while. It can't go on like this, Li Dao thought darkly in his heart. After all, if it was a stalemate like this, he would be at a disadvantage whether he won or lost the fight. So he said in his mind, Panel, Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 22. 70. Available attributes, 8. 36. As his own physique became stronger and stronger, Li Dao's speed in killing people became faster and faster, especially in this kind of large-scale melee, which was simply like a fish out of water for him. So soon he had accumulated a considerable number of attribute points. With a thought, he added all of his attributes to his physique. In the next second, his panel changed and, Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 31. 06. Available attributes, 0. After the addition was completed, a sense of power instantly surged out of Li Dao's body, so his slashes became faster and faster, and each one became heavier and heavier. If one were to say who felt obvious about Li Dao's surging strength, of course it would have to be Lai Xian, who was fighting Li Dao. As time passed, Lai Xian's expression shifted from the initial gravity to surprise, to finally revealing an unbelievable expression. He hadn't seen a man at all who got stronger and faster the more he fought. At first he was able to keep up with his opponent's rhythm, but eventually he realized he was gradually losing it. Stabbing. Suddenly Lai Xian felt a pain in his chest and realized that he had failed to block it, and was slashed directly in his chest. Seeing this, Li Dao's killing intent increased and he chased after him without any hesitation. Lai Xian wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by a sudden attack. While Li Dao kept swinging his sword, he was also constantly observing Lai Xian's movements with his eyes quickly. After a period of hand-to-hand combat, the opponent's movements gradually broke down under his eyes. Relying on his brain power that exceeded that of a normal person by 30 times, he quickly analyzed and summarized the opponent's stick method in front of him in a short period of time to find a certain pattern. And once he understood the pattern, then it also meant that he could find the loopholes in this stick method. Finally, at the moment the opponent raised his hand, he discovered a loophole in his opponent's game, and his mind quickly made a judgment. Facing the opponent's incoming stick, this time Li Dao didn't put out his sword to parry it, but instead raised his right hand to directly grab it. However, this was a self-inflicted death in the eyes of Lai Xian on the opposite side. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lai Xian's iron rod burning with blazing fire smashed heavily into the palm of Li Dao's hand, but the imagined picture did not appear. In Lai Xian's unbelievable expression that one hand directly and steadily grasped the iron rod, letting the blazing fire on the iron rod burn. Nameless slash. It was also at that moment that Lai Xian realized that his opponent's long sword was also coming towards him. Not good. Alarms sounded in Lai's confidence, and he subconsciously had to raise his stick to defend himself. Only then did he realize that his iron rod had long been grasped by the other party in the palm of his hand. Put! The Xian iron sword went straight through Lai Xian's neck in a smooth manner. Although half-step innate martial artists were very strong, so strong that they could deal with ordinary people as if they were cutting grass and crushing ants, but the physical body was not much stronger than an ordinary person. To summarize it all, if you get killed, you die. Compared to this kind, Li Dao felt that it was still a bit more stable to have this horizontal training system of his own. Stacking armor first when you hit someone is more important to save your life. The long knife was drawn out, and gurgling blood spurted out from the knife wound at Lai Xian's neck. He pointed one hand at Li Dao, his pupils filled with pain. He was a half-step innate, and he might even achieve the existence of an innate martial artist in the future, but he died in obscurity at the hands of a soldier. It was a great shame for him. Well, if you're going to die, hurry up and die. Aren't you tired of holding on so hard? Seeing that the other party never refused to fall to the ground, Li Dao mercifully stepped forward and gently patted him on the shoulder. Poof! Liaxin fell obediently into a pool of blood and took his last breath with his eyes wide open, not being able to rest in peace until he died. The system's beep also sounded at this moment. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 3. 14. It should be said that it was worthy of the master who almost injured him, giving just as many attributes. However, it seemed to be a lot, but Li Dao knew that most of it should be the so-called true chi attribute taking up the bulk. If one were to provide attributes based on one's physical body, it was estimated that these drops would have to be scaled down quite a bit. After thinking about this, Li Dao looked down at his left hand. Because of the hard grip on that stick, a layer of burns appeared on his skin even though it had undergone a metamorphosis with extremely strong resistance. But it didn't matter. With his recovery power, this injury could be recovered soon. This was because the scene of Li Dao and Lai Xian's fight was only second to Wei Yan's fight between the two innate martial artists. That's why quite a lot of people's attention was drawn to the two during the three-way melee. When they saw Lai Xian die and Li Dao win a great victory, the people of the Blazing Fire tribe and the Tamu tribe revealed unbelievable expressions. On the contrary, it was different on the side of the Dacian soldiers. Each one of them was close to shouting at the top of their voices. Ha ha ha, 9-5-2-7. I knew following you would work. Chief Lu was also keeping an eye on this side, and when he saw the half-step innate Lai Xian die, he was shocked at Li Dao's strength while at the same time he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Looking at the surrounding northern barbarian soldiers who were still frozen, he shouted, "Little ones, give me a kill, kill." The Dacian soldiers killed one by one as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Seeing this scene, Li Dao's face darkened. They are happy to kill. What about him? Not caring, he raised his sword and killed the crowd once again. Because of knowing Li Dao's power, the result was that wherever Li Dao passed by, those soldiers of the Tamu tribe and the Flame tribe began to flee in all directions. After all, no one wanted to be treated like an ant and be chopped to death in passing. The scene here was also quickly seen by Tashin and Wei Yun, who were exchanging blows not far away. What? Li Xin is dead. I vaguely heard someone in the tribe mention Lai Xian's death. Tashin's eyes were full of unbelievable colors. That was a half-step innate martial artist, not some stinky fish and shrimp. How could he die so simply? And the opposite side of Wei Yun learned that half-step innate died in his heart great joy. At the same time also roughly understood who helped him to solve that big trouble. Some glad that he did not choose to give up in the beginning. Tashin, let's see what you have to say now. The happy Wei Yun changed his previous depression, and even his sword felt much smoother. Damn you! Tashin was full of anger that he couldn't release, especially when he saw his own men retreating under the attack of the Dacian soldiers. His heart was burning with anger. Couldn't help but curse. Lai Xian, you piece of. However, no matter how much he cursed, it wouldn't help. It still couldn't change the current battle situation. With time, the morale of the Dacian side was getting stronger and stronger, and a large number of arrows were destroyed by the Dacian soldiers under the command of Captain Lu and the others. On the contrary, most of the people from the Tamu tribe and the Blaze tribe had already given up on guarding the arrows, and if it wasn't for the fact that Tashin, the Arch-Chancellor, was still around, they might have started to run away a long time ago. Finally, not long afterward, the arrows from the last wagon were destroyed. Seeing this, Lu Fu Chang took out the whistle on his neck and blew it directly, not far away. Wei Yun's face was pleased at the sound, understanding that the whistle indicated that the mission had been completed. The same whistle was blown after a strike got rid of Tashin. The other side, hearing the whistle, Lu Fu Chang immediately ordered, "All hands on deck. Mission accomplished. Prepare to retreat." Yes, the Dacian soldiers responded. Since the mission has been accomplished, then there is no need to continue to fight. In the fight and so on, the soldiers of the two tribes of the northern barbarians fall into despair. Then it is the time for them to rebound, and then it will only increase the casualties on the side of the Great Qian. Li Dao slashed a northern barbarian soldier who could not hide quickly enough, and was a little reluctant to continue killing when he heard Chief Lu's order. He still understood the principle that military orders were like mountains, and at the same time, he also understood that the consequences of continuing would not be favorable to their side, because it was the Dacian side that had the advantage. The retreat went smoothly, and the people of the Tanu tribe and the Flame tribe couldn't wait for the Dacian people to leave. So naturally, there was no such thing as blocking them. Seeing that all of the Dacian troops had withdrawn, Wei Yun also knew that he did not need to continue dragging his feet. After the blow decisively dodged away from the enraged Tashin. "Don't run away from me!" Tashin, who had fallen into a berserk state, immediately looked like he was chasing after him, especially when he saw the retreating troops of Dichen soldiers. The anger in his heart increased. However, it was too late, as the Dacian troops had already run out some distance under Wei Yun's cover. Facing Wei Yun, an innate martial artist who was bent on leaving, he obviously had no way to keep anyone. In the end, all that was left of Tower Hill was a mess. Chapter 21, The First Beauty of Dacian. On this side, in order to prevent the people of the Tanu tribe and the Flame tribe from sending people to chase after them, Wei Yun took the rest of the mighty warrior battalion on a long journey back to Changgu town. "Lu Neng, take a head count." Just after dismounting from his horse, Wei Yun shouted at Captain Lu. Yes, Lu Fu Chang, or Lu Neng, turned his head and started counting the number of people. One incense stick later, the head count was complete. He came to Wei Yun and cupped his fists in front of him and said, reporting back to the Chancellor, 800 people went on this mission, and 536 people remain. Wei Yun sighed. Lost over 200 brothers? Lu Neng bowed his head. Yes, it's still thanks to 9,527. If it wasn't for him exterminating that half-step innate martial artist from the Flame tribe, we might even have trouble completing the mission. Wei Yun nodded and said, tally up the dead brethren, and double the pensions to send to the brethren's families. Yes. After taking care of this, Wei Yun got up and walked over to Li Dao and said in a deep voice, thank you. If it wasn't for Li Dao, everything might have been just as Lu Neng had said, and their Wei Wu battalion would really have suffered heavy losses, and might not even be able to complete their mission. Li Dao shook his head and said, it's just a matter of getting what you want. Wei Yun continued, but I still want to thank you. After he finished speaking, he looked at the Shin iron sword in Li Dao's hand and said, the sword is good to use, isn't it? It's pretty good. It's a gift. You don't have to give it back. Okay. Naturally, I'm sure. You've helped me save a lot of my brethren with this blade. Upon hearing this, Li Dao touched the hilt of the Shin iron blade, which had also helped him brush up on his attributes. Report. Just then, a sudden rush of hoofbeats rang out from a short distance away. The crowd looked back, only to see a Dacian soldier quickly running to Wei Yun and half kneeling on the ground. Reporting to the Chancellor, there is an urgent mission coming from the rear. After saying that, the soldier pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Wei Yun. Urgent mission? Wei Yun frowned and picked up the letter and opened it directly to view it. After looking at it for a moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and he couldn't help but let out. Bold. This sound made the surrounding group of people freeze, curious as to what exactly had made this chancellor so angry. Wei Yun took a deep breath, looked up at Li Dao's 5, and said in a deep voice, the rest of you return to your original positions. 9, 5, 2, 7 You guys come with me to the main tent. Shortly afterward, inside the main tent, Wei Yun sat on the main seat, his face somber, and said, gentlemen, it may be necessary to dispatch the third mission to you in advance. Upon hearing this, Shen San was excited. This was a good thing for them. After completing this mission, they would be free. Li Dao asked, Commander Wei, the mission should have something to do with that letter in your hand. Faith? The gazes of Shen San and the others also looked at Wei Yun's hands. Wei Yun didn't hide it and nodded. It does have something to do with this letter. Li Dao nodded and said, just tell me straight. What is the mission this time? Wei Yun clutched the letter in his hand and said in a deep voice, just as we ambushed the arrows escorted by the Tanu tribe, the Tanu tribe's great king sent a team to our dynasty. According to the information spied by the scouts, this team is led by the Grand Prince of the Tanu tribe, and its purpose is only one thing, and that is to discuss the matter of peace with my great Qin dynasty. A reconciliation? Shen San, with a puzzled face, asked, what's the worry about peace and marriage? With the current national strength of Diqian, it's not enough to refuse. What has it got to do with this mission? Wei Yun shook his head and said, you may not be aware of some of the circumstances within the court. If it was before, the royal family regarding the matter of peace would not have agreed to it, but this time it's different. Shen San bristled. What's different? Wei Yun looked around to make sure there were no more bystanders before continuing. Just over a month ago, a bad scandal occurred within the court. Hearing this, Li Dao's eyelids jumped uncontrollably, and an ominous premonition inexplicably arose in his heart. Bad scandal? Shen San instantly became interested when he heard this. Gossiping about this kind of thing was liked by almost everyone. Wei Yun coughed and said, you guys don't rumor it if I say it. Don't worry. Shen San patted his chest. I'm known in the Jianghu as the honest and trustworthy little Langjun, and my mouth is notoriously tight. So Wei Yun then continued. Rumor has it that on top of the palace banquet of the royal family more than a month ago, there was a bold person who broke into the royal palace exams and spoiled the innocence of a princess. Click. Suddenly, a shattering sound rang out from within the military tent. Wei Yun and a few others looked back and realized that Li Dao had some wineglass shards on his hands. Li Dao flung the debris from his hand with a calm expression. You guys continue. At this moment his heart is extremely complex. Which starts ahead, he knows who this is talking about. How can he not think of all to this remote border? Eat melon can still eat to their own body. Seeing that nothing happened, Shinsan couldn't help but say, then this is too bold. Daring to sleep with the princess right inside the palace. Truly a model for my generation. Ahem. Li Dao let out a cough. Boss, are you okay? Shinsan was concerned. Li Dao waved his hand. I'm fine. You guys continue. Shinsan scratched his head, saw nothing going on, turned back and continued to ask, Commander Wei, then do you know that it was that princess who was badgered for her innocence? Upon hearing this, Wei Yun lowered his voice to a minimum and carefully said, it's Princess Mingyue. What? Hearing those 4 words, Shinsan couldn't help but cry out in shock. You keep your voice down, fat ass. Wei Yun hastily covered Shinsan's mouth, fearing that he would shout out some shocking words. Fighting to push Wei Yun's hand away, Shinsan couldn't help but say with red eyes, tell me who did this. I'm going to kill him. Li Dao? Wei Yun frowned and said, Shinsan, what does this have to do with you? It's a big relationship. Shinsan gritted his teeth and said, that's Princess Mingyue, rumored to be the first great beauty of Dakian. My dream girl, how can her innocence fall on a shameless man? Ahem. Li Dao coughed dryly and couldn't help but ask out loud, how do you know it's a shameless person? Shinsan did not hesitate to say, scourging the palace. Of course it is a shameless person. Li Dao was dumbfounded, and he couldn't explain anything. You can't say that you also ruined someone's innocence because of an accident. However, he also didn't expect Princess Mingyue to still be evaluated as the first beauty of Dakian by Dakian Jianghu. As he thought about it, his mind couldn't help but recall a figure of startling beauty. Seems like there's nothing wrong with what this review says. He admitted that Princess Mingyue was considered the most beautiful person he had ever seen. Well, it's the most beautiful both outside and inside. But soon Li Dao noticed something else. He frowned and asked, then what does what you said, Commander Wei, about reconciliation have to do with this matter? Wei Yun let out a long sigh. Because the great prince of the Tamu tribe is rushing towards Princess Mingyue. At those words, Li Dao's gaze froze and his fists subconsciously clenched. Immediately after that, Wei Yun added, originally, with His Majesty's favor for Princess Mingyue and Princess Mingyue's reputation in the folklore, it was the great prince of the Tamu tribe who became the great king of the Tamu tribe before he came to ask for a marriage, and it was unlikely that the Dakian royal family would agree. But the bad thing is that Princess Brightmoon is spreading such bad things out at this time. Because this kind of thing is a scandal within the imperial family. There are naturally people on the imperial capital side who are thinking of suppressing this matter. And the appearance of the Tamu tribe's grand prince is tantamount to giving some people a step down. As long as Princess Mingyue is married to the grand prince of the Tamu tribe, in addition to pulling in the Tamu tribe, she can also cover up the royal scandal. In short, there are some people who look at Princess Mingyue in a bad light and are not harboring good intentions. And seeing that Princess Mingyue is too favored, they want to marry Princess Mingyue off. Right now it's impossible to tell. But when the great prince of the Tamu tribe does arrive at the imperial capital, there may yet be someone who will actually bring this to fruition. Li Dao directly asked, then what is our mission this time? Wei Yun placed the letter on the table and said in a deep voice, block the great prince of the Tamu tribe from stepping into the great Qian kingdom to prevent the matter of peace. He also whispered a hint when he finished. This message comes from the Brocade Guard. Jinui? Li Dao instantly understood when he heard this. Jinui Wei is an official organization directly under the emperor. If the news comes from the Jinui Wei, then this mission should be a secret mission sent down by the emperor of Diqian. It's true what they say, you can't mess with a man who is a daughter controller. After hearing just one piece of information, they immediately sent someone to nip it in the bud. Originally, with Li Dao's poor relationship with the Diqian emperor, it would have been good enough for him not to do anything bad on this kind of mission, and it would have been impossible for him to think of stopping it. But when he thought of that absolutely beautiful silhouette, a different kind of mind inexplicably rose in Li Dao's heart. He only had one thought at the moment, and that was how the woman he had slept with could be cheap for someone else, especially a barbarian. On this point, he tentatively agreed with the great Qian emperor. Li Dao looked up and asked directly, when is the mission? Yeah, when's the mission? Shinsan reddened his eyes and said, even if it's Princess Mingyue who has lost her innocence, it's not for him, a barbarian, to get his hands on. Li Do. Why did he feel that Shinsan was more attached to this matter than himself? Can't it be that this is the charm of the no one beauty of Diqian? I don't know what Shinsan would think if he knew that he was the one who ruined Princess Mingyue's innocence. Wei Yun explained. Because this mission is special. Those of us who are familiar with the face at the border can't get our hands dirty, so it can only go by the 5 of you. Chapter 22, The Jinyui's Temptation. 5 people? 5 of us again? Even if Shinsan is impulsive again, he understands that for a while. Wanting to stop the great prince of Tamu from going out of the northern barbarians into Diqian is simply not something that the 5 of them can do. After all, the great prince of Tamu was not like the third prince of falling clouds. One is the future heir of a large tribe, the next tribal king. One was just one of the many children of a tribal king who were out of place. There was a huge gap between the two, and naturally they were treated differently. If the third prince of the falling clouds chief of guards was a Hotian second grade, then Grand Prince Tamu's chief of guards would at least be an innate martial artist. Although Li Dao was able to kill half-step innate martial artists, he was only a half-step innate martial artist, and that half-step is a qualitative change. Simply put, the half-step gap made the difference in strength between the two sides at least tenfold. Unless Li Daoning could also single-handedly take on 10 half-step innate martial artists, it would be impossible to deal with that innate martial artist. But can he deal with it? In their opinion, being able to kill a half-step innate martial artist with physical strength was already a great miracle. Trying to deal with a true innate martial artist was no longer humanly possible. Therefore, the crowd did not pin their hopes on Li Dao. Wei Yun raised his hand and pressed it down, saying, "Don't worry. Of course we won't just let the 5 of you go to intercept Grand Prince Tamu's group. This time you were sent to just be responsible for assisting them." Who are they? The brocade guards. Hearing this, the few people present couldn't help but stare, especially Shinsan, who himself had been captured by the Jinyui in the death camp in the first place. So as soon as the words Jinyi Wei were mentioned he remembered his black history. On the one hand, he was helping the girl of his dreams to get out of her predicament, and on the other hand, he was the one who had been his enemy in the first place, which put him in a dilemma. In the end, Shinsan gritted his teeth and decided to give up his hatred for the time being. After all, it's about his freedom in addition to the girl of his dreams. Li Dao on the other side also did not expect to be supervised by the Jinyi Wei himself in this matter. It looks like the Great Qian Emperor is determined to block the Great Prince of Tamu outside the Great Qian country's gates. That's not bad, and he approves of the behavior. Commander Wei, when will the mission depart? Li Dao asked. Looking up, because of the urgency of the matter, the people from the Jinyui side are still on their way here, and it will take almost a day before they can come over, so you have a day to rest. Wei Yun opened his mouth. Back inside the army tent, Li Dao sat on the carpet and turned over his hand to look at it. The palm that had been injured by the half-step innate realm stick earlier had all healed into a layer of charred black blood scab. He rubbed his palms together and the scabs all cracked open to reveal the perfectly healed skin inside. Half-step innate realm? Li Dao muttered to himself under his breath. If he looked at his current strength, purely with his physical strength, a half-step ascended realm martial artist was not his opponent. He just didn't know if he could deal with the ascended realm. However, just from the aspect of destructive power, an innate martial artist should have enough lethal power to kill him. On this point alone, Li Dao felt that his strength was still a bit insufficient, and that he needed to continue to improve his physique. It was important to realize that this was still only the innate realm, and there were also martial artists in the sovereign realm as well as the grand sovereign realm behind them. Originally, he thought that the speed of his physique's improvement was already fast, but now he saw that it still wasn't fast enough. The panel opened with a thought from Li Dao. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 31.06. Available attributes, 9.68. After beheading that half-step innate martial artist last time, he followed up by taking advantage of the demoralization of the Tamu tribe and the Flame tribe to harvest quite a few attributes. Since the current attribute points could only be used to enhance the physique, Li Dao didn't have any idea of keeping the attributes and added them when he could. System, add points. As the words left his mouth, a familiar heat arose within him, probably because it provided nearly a third of his overall attributes at once. The effect was extremely noticeable. He could see with the naked eye that his skin had undergone some sort of change, moving towards being tougher and more resistant. A dozen breaths later, the lift was complete. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 40.74. Available attributes, 0. 40 times the physique of an ordinary man? What kind of concept is that? If ordinary strength is enough to pick up 100 pounds of an object, then 40 times that is 4,000 pounds. Ordinary people facing 4,000 pounds of force, rubbing it will hurt and touching it will kill them. 4,000 pounds of strength alone wasn't the point. The point was that while possessing 4,000 pounds of strength, he also possessed maneuverability that was unspeakable to ordinary people. It also possesses 40 times the stamina and physical strength of an ordinary person, as well as a reaction force beyond normal. What's more, 4,000 pounds of strength was only his base strength. When combined with speed or power technique, he can also hit beyond his base strength. For example, there is someone with a body of one who can lift 100 pounds, but if he is a boxer, then he can combine speed and skill to allow himself to hit with 200 pounds of force. In short, all aspects all add up to him being a human weapon, combined with the powerful defense given to him by his metamorphosed skin. On the ancient battlefield he was a battlefield meat grinder, and a self-willed meat grinder at that. After lifting up, Leto began to eat the food on the table. At the same time the mind began to consider one thing. After all, if he completed the third task, he was about to be granted free agency if Wei Yun kept his promise. So where should he go then? Forget it, let's wait until we're really free. The day passed quickly. At Wei Yun's notice, Li Dao and his group of 5 came inside the main army tent. Inside the main army tent they walked into they found that besides Wei Yun there were 2 other people wearing special clothes and carrying swords on their waists. As a former earl of the imperial capital, Li Dao instantly recognized these 2 men as being clear of their Genie Wei equipment. You're here. Wei Yun introduced the 5 to Li Dao. These 2 are the people you are assisting on this mission. One of the 2 brocade guards looked up at Li Dao's 5 frowning and said, Commander Wei, are these the people you picked for us? Are you not fooling us? But rather His Majesty. This. Wei Yun looked at the 5 Li Dao people and slapped his forehead. That is, he knows 5 people so more understanding and do not mind. But if put to outsiders, on the 5 people this all dirty dress, not be treated as a beggar is good. No wonder will cause misunderstanding. So he explained, both of you please rest assured that I have no intention of fooling His Majesty. The 5 of them are truly capable of helping you too. Help us? The brocade guard smiled faintly and disappeared in the next second. Then let me see if they're really capable. When that brocade guard reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the leader Li Dao. A flash of cold light flashed. This knife went straight to Li Dao's right ear. For the average person, the brocade guards are extremely fast. But for Li Dao, the Jinui is still a bit slow. From his disappearance to his reappearance he was watched. At the same time, he had a clear view of this knife. Li Dao's face did not change. His right hand lifted up and directly grabbed at the brocade guard to slash out this blade. And when everyone came back to their senses, they only saw this scene. The body of the Jinchui's blade was held on Li Dao's right side by one of his hands in a death grip. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of the brocade guard, clearly not expecting his blade to be blocked. Just as he tried to draw his sword, he realized that he couldn't pull it out of his opponent's hand with his own strength. Before the brocade guard could finish his words, he suddenly felt a lightness in his blade, and because of a moment of inertia, his entire body unconsciously took a few steps back. After returning to his senses, the brocade guard was not annoyed, but instead asked with slight interest, born with divine power? Aha! Very impressive. The kitsune nodded. He didn't take the previous friction to heart either. It was just a test run on his part. If he really wanted to strike out and hurt someone, he wouldn't have used just that little bit of strength. After speaking, he turned back to Wei Yun and said, Commander Wei, it looks like what you said is true. Wei Yun smiled faintly. If a talent like Li Dao was not recognized, then I'm afraid that the only one who could hold a hand in the entire Wei Wu camp would be him, an innate martial artist. Did you tell them about the mission? The Jinshuai who had struck out asked. Explained. Wei Yun replied. Then the brocade guard looked back at the 5 Li Dao people and said, because of the special mission, His Majesty only sent the 2 of us, so we still need the cooperation of the 5 of you. The specific task is to stop the Great Prince of the Tamu tribe from entering the Great Qian borders. After all, if there is an accident in the northern barbarians' borders, it can only be their problem. And if there is a problem in my Great Qian borders then we will have to take the responsibility. And I hope you all remember one thing clearly. This mission is to block, not rob and kill, so we just need to mess up. According to the news from the frontline scouts, for the sake of this peace marriage, the Great Prince of the Tamu tribe took a special treasure of the Tamu tribe as a bride price. So this time our target is such a treasure. As long as we rob the treasure, with the Tamu Great Prince's personality of loving face will definitely give up on the matter of the peace marriage for the time being. Once this thing drags on into the winter, then there's no need to care. Shen-san, with a puzzled look on his face, asked Li Dao, who was at the side. Boss, why is it that you don't need to care if you drag it out until winter? Li Dao understood the reasoning after a little thought and explained. The reason why the Tamu tribe is constantly trying to invade Deqian while making peace is mainly because their tribe is short of food for the winter. And once it does go into winter, then these things don't make sense and naturally they don't continue. Because Li Dao did not cover his voice, Wei Yun and the brocade guards on the side heard him clearly. The brocade guard who hadn't been making a move suddenly spoke. Commander Wei, I didn't think that there were such talents under your command. It's a bit of a pity to put this in the border barracks. Wei Yin didn't answer with an awkward smile. After all, he couldn't possibly tell the brocade guards in front of him that these 5 people were all death row inmates in the death camp. If the 2 brocade guards knew the identity of the 5 death row inmates, hell knows what they would think. Chapter 23, The Situation of the Yuanfu Mansion. The brocade guard who had been sitting suddenly got up and spoke. Alright, since the people have already arrived, let's act quickly, and we can go back to deliver our orders if we finish the mission earlier. Wei Yin couldn't help but ask, is there such a hurry? Upon hearing this, the other person from the brocade guard smiled faintly and said, if it wasn't for the fact that there were some matters that weren't too convenient for the likes of us to deal with, then the person who came wouldn't be the 2 of us brocade guards 100, but the commanding envoy. Commander? Hearing this word, Wei Yun's face changed. It wouldn't be such a petty fight if things really got to that point. The commander of the Jinui is the highest official in the Jinui organization, with a position of the 3rd rank. Their cultivation was at least at the beginning of the sovereign realm. If he really let this commander make a move, then it would probably not be running towards the great prince of Tamu, but rather the great Qian emperor would want the life of the great king of the Tamu tribe. Similarly, he did not dare to underestimate even the 2 brocade guards 100 in front of him. Everyone knows that because of the special nature of the brocade guards, facing ordinary officials regardless of civil and military, there is a higher level of this statement. That is to say that even if he was 1,000 husbands senior commander, he was only at the same level as the 2 people in front of him. Even so, it's already a lot of restraint on the part of the court. Okay, I'll see you 2 off. No, it's more convenient for the 7 of us, but we can go and come back quickly. With Wei Yun's preparations, the 7 quickly mounted their horses. After some exchanges, Li Dao and the others also learned the names of the 2 brocade guards. The one brocade guard who took a shot at Li Dao was Gao Liang, and the other was named Sun Zhang. Sun Bai Hu, Gao Bai Hu. Good luck with this mission. After saying that, Wei Yin gazed at the 5 Li Dao people and nodded. This time is the last mission of the 5 Li Dao. Completed, then you can get the household registration to regain their freedom. If it fails, I'm afraid it will be hard to save my life. After all, this mission was sent by the imperial capital, and someone would need to take the blame regardless of success or failure. And part of the reason why they would need someone to assist them was because the Jinui wanted to find a few backstabbers just in case. Of course, this is not to say that the 2 brocade guards are not good. It's just that this is the ethos of the dynasty, and this is how the social class is. A group of 7 people kept riding their horses on the plains and soon came to a valley location. Standing on the side of the valley, Sun Zhang looked at the map and said, this place belongs to the path that the Tamu tribe must take to step into the boundary of the Great Qian country, so the 7 of us will just wait here. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Li Dao's few people and said, is there anyone among you who is good at lightness? When these words came out, several people's gazes looked at Shinsan. Him, Sun Zhang and Gao Liang looked at Shinsan, who was at least 200 pounds, for a moment and didn't know what to say. After that, they looked at the rest of the 3 people besides Li Dao. The more they looked at them, the more they felt that this combination was very problematic. Normal military camps that have this kind of people, but they couldn't say anything about it. It was easy to demoralize them. Sun Zheng directly said, since you are good at lightweight skills, then I will trouble you to take charge of scouting the target's location. As for the rest, then rest and wait. Although Shinsan was reluctant in his heart to listen to the words of the brocade guards, but at the thought of a free body he didn't have any nonsense. Disliking Wei Yun, that was also because he understood his character would not be too much with him. But if he disliked the 2 brocade guards in front of him, it was expected that he would have no good fruit to eat. After all, he was still aware of the great name of the Jinui. All of them were killed. A few people sat down idly. Li Dao then took the initiative to ask, I heard that the 2 of you are from the imperial capital and come from the brocade guards, so you must know many things. Gao Liang said bluntly, little brother is from the imperial capital? Li Dao hesitated for a moment and nodded. It should be considered. In fact, it was reasonable to say that the household registration had been removed, so he could only be considered a black household. But it was obviously impossible to tell the 2 people in front of him. Should? Gao Liang revealed a puzzled look. Is there such a thing as should or shouldn't? I see you mean there's something you want to ask us. Sun Zhan was suddenly speaking from the sidelines. Li Dao nodded. It's been a long time since I've been back to the imperial capital, and I'm a bit curious about what's happening in the imperial capital. Gao Liang suddenly laughed. Curious? You're not trying to pry Princess Mingyue's business from us, are you? You guessed? That's normal. This matter shook the entire imperial capital when it first came out, and you're the one who knows about this mission. And you're from the imperial capital, so it's not normal to be a bad oddity, right? So can we talk about it? Gao Liang and Sun Zhang glanced at each other and laughed lightly. If it is some confidential matter indeed, I can't tell you. But this matter is already almost known throughout the country nowadays. And even the great prince of Tamu knows that it is naturally not considered confidential. And now that I have nothing else to do, it is possible to have a chat with you. Still, gossip is something everyone likes, and Li Dao's behavior was normal. Likewise, pass the gossip most people like. Although Jin Yiwei sounds like a serious profession, but after all, they are all human beings, and they are only serious during the mission, and they like to chat about gossip during the weekdays. Hearing the words of the two brocade guards, Li Dao then did not hesitate and asked, I know that Princess Mingyue was defiled by an outlaw, and I am somewhat curious as to what happened to that outlaw. Speaking of the outlaw's second son, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Li Dao's face, and he didn't know if this counted as cursing himself. Outlaws down? Golightly said bluntly, then you've asked the right person. Immediately afterward, he whispered, on the surface, everyone has heard that the outlaw Earl was imprisoned deep within the heavenly prison because of Princess Mingyue's plea for mercy. But I have an acquaintance from the heavenly prison who told me that the night that Earl was imprisoned, someone took him out of the heavenly prison and was secretly executed by His Majesty. Sun Jiang pulled Gao Liang. You're crazy. You dare to spread such words. Gao Liang shrugged his shoulders. What's wrong with that? There are many people who know about this matter. It's no longer a secret. Who doesn't know that our Majesty is a daughter-loving maniac? Let me look at it. That Earl is already considered to be dying a slow death if he wasn't lynched on the spot. Sun Jiang nodded in agreement when he heard this. Damn dog Earl. It's really cheap for him to die. It's also because he was lucky that he didn't fall into the hands of our brocade guards. Otherwise it would be hard for him to even think about dying. The corner of Li Dao's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but say, is that Earl so inviting to be hated? More than that, Cao Liang casually said. After he died, because of Princess Mingyue's plea, the earldom in his name was not dealt with for the time being. But that Earl's house didn't fall well with Princess Mingyue's good name in the folklore, so that every day to that Earl's house to throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves countless people. It is said that that Earl's house every day can clean up a few 100 pounds of rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, and even more ruthless there are splashing feces in water. And no one inside the Earl's court sued the officials for their business. Anyway, if I were inside the Earl's court, I'd have no face. Hearing these words, Li Dao momentarily felt that it was good for him to be dead. This would be social death if it were alive. Actually, that's not the worst of it. Sun Jiang looked at Li Dao and spoke. These tactics are disgusting at best, but what is truly powerful also belongs to the targeting of an Yuan Bo's lineage by those dignitaries in the imperial capital. I have heard that under the targeting of these dignitaries, the assets of the Yuan Bo lineage have been devastated, and before we left the imperial capital, we even heard that the people inside the Yuan Bo house had begun to sell off their family assets, and it is estimated that it won't be long until, even if His Majesty doesn't make a move, those dignitaries will make the Yuan Bo house fall into disrepair. Hearing this, Li Dao's fists couldn't help but clench, and his face gradually became gloomy. Although it was said that he was a reborn person, the nearly 20 years of living in the Yuanfu house was not a falsehood, and even the memories of these nearly 20 years were even more profound than the memories of his previous life. Naturally, he had his own emotions about everything in the Yuanfu house. Hearing the front of the house of an Yuan Bo was thrown leaves, throw rotten eggs and even splash feces, he can laugh it off. After all, these actually can not hurt people. But if someone really wanted to make the Yuanfu family fall apart, he couldn't accept it in his heart. In contrast, he didn't even have such a big complaint about the great Qian emperor wanting to kill him. After all, it was his bad guy innocence in the first place, and killing only one of him would have been considered his luck. Li Dao couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, then do the two of you know who was targeting the Yuanfu mansion? Sun Jiang casually said, there are too many. Except for some families that were originally close to the Yuanfu house, the vast majority of the imperial nobles have targeted the Yuanfu house. But if you have to ask me to say it, I should count the people from the Chancellor's house as the most targeted. Gao Liang picked up. It's normal for the Chancellor's office to target it. After all, everyone in the entire imperial capital knows that the Grand Duke of the Chancellor's office has his heart set on Princess Mingyue. Sun Jiang suddenly laughed. This is not very normal. Princess Mingyue is the first beauty of Dakian. Is a man have ideas well? The reason why those dignitaries target in Yuanfu, most of them hold a bit of envy and jealousy hate. Speaking here, he looked at Li Dao and continued. Of course, more than that, he still wants to show goodwill to the Chancellor's office. After all, the Chancellor is the head of the 100 officials, and that civil official doesn't want to lean upwards. The Chancellor's residence? As a person from the imperial capital, Li Dao naturally knew the position of the Prime Minister in the Dechen dynasty, even in the depths of his memory. He had once had a conflict with that Grand Duke of the Chancellor's office, and the two had even fought, and he had still won the fight. Only in the end, he heard that the other party left the imperial capital after losing to him and worshipped within a certain sect, and he heard that the qualifications were tested to be very good, and at that time, the Chancellor's residence even held a feast to celebrate this matter. He had guessed at the time that the Chancellor's Grand Duke should have lost to him before choosing to learn from a master. I didn't realize that the grudge hadn't been resolved then, but now there was another one. At night, everyone rested. Lido, on the other hand, sat in front of the campfire to keep watch. In his mind, he was constantly recalling the words that had been exchanged between him and the two brocade guards during the day. It looked like if he was able to regain his household registration, the first thing he would still have to do was to go back and see how the Inuenfu house was doing. At the same time, if he had the chance, he would like to apologize to that Princess Manhwa whom he had only met once. After all, he had caused this whole thing from start to finish. Chapter 24 Attack. Snow Devil Zhao Dongyan. Because of his amazing physique, just one night without rest wouldn't have any effect on Li Dao. Early the next morning, Shen San, who had rested for the night, was once again dispatched to search for the traces of the Talmud tribe's great prince's team. Finally, at noon, Shen San harnessed his fat body and ran back. Here we are. I see the Taki tribe's group. It should be that great prince of whatever. Shen San panted. Finally, the two brocade guards, Sun Zhang and Gao Liang, immediately got up, their bodies naturally radiating a stern aura. Gao Liang glanced at Li Dao and several people, changing from the frivolity of last night's chat, and said in a deep voice, "All get ready," as well as remembering what our mission is on this trip. In the meantime, on the side of the valley, a convoy of cars advanced far toward the valley. The caravan was red in color, with large red flowers wrapped around many of the wagons with goods in them, which seemed strange in this desolate valley area. Master Lu, do you think this is as far as it goes? It's just marrying a woman without innocence. Why make it so grand? In the caravan, a young man riding a white horse said with a face of impatience to a middle-aged man beside him who was also riding a horse and wearing a green Taoist robe. The middle-aged man nodded his head and said, "As for Princess Mingyue, as the favorite princess of the great Qian Emperor, that even if she lost her innocence, her status is the highest amongst the many princesses in the great Qian imperial family." The young man frowned. "That's not as bad as this. Can't we engage in this again when we enter the territory of the great Qian country?" "No, you have to know what we're asking for, so you have to be tight." Upon hearing this, the young man skimmed his mouth. "Forget it, I heard that Princess Mingyue is the #1 beauty of Dakian, so if you don't have innocence, then you don't have innocence. Let's just play around with it." These words also explained the identity of the young man, who was the Grand Prince of the Tamu tribe. The man on the side that he called Master Lu was his master from childhood, and was likewise the one who escorted Grand Prince Tamu on this trip. The convoy slowly made its way towards the valley. At this moment, the side of the valley, Li Dao and the others had been waiting here for a long time. "Gentlemen, what's the next move?" Understanding that Sun Zhang and Gao Liang, the two brocade guards, were the ones in command of this operation, Li Dao naturally would not overstep his authority. Sun Zhang swept his eyes over the ranks below and quickly made a judgment. "Look, there are two people there who are escorted by a group of people and are dressed differently from the others. One of them should be the Grand Prince of Tamu who has stepped forward to make peace this time." After that, his eyes looked towards the several carriages located at the back of the caravan. That back there should be the bride price used for this trip to make peace, and without any surprises, that special treasure is hidden inside these carriages. So, the next step is simple and straightforward. Create chaos, then find the treasures in the caravan and take them away. And the mission is complete. And one more top priority. Whatever happens to the rest of the people inside the caravan is fine. But the great Prince Tamu cannot die at our hands. Li Dao looked at the two. "Then how will the tasks be distributed?" Sun Zhang looked at Li Dao and the others and replied, "What are your thoughts?" Shen San was the first to open his mouth and laughed. "I'm not good at killing people, but I'm more than good at stealing things, so leave that treasure to me." Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked at the remaining three, "Then let Old Ghost and the three of them assist you. After all, there are quite a few people escorting behind." Then he looked at the two of them, Sun Zhang and Gao Liang, and continued, "I'll accompany you to create chaos." For no other reason than he wanted to see what this toad who wanted to eat swan meat looked like. Could be. Sun Zhang nodded his head and agreed with Li Dao's idea. With the passage of time, Grand Prince Tamu's caravan was getting closer and closer to the position where several people had been ambushed. Release. At Sun Zhang's command, Li Dao and Su Hu each pushed two huge boulders down the hillside. "Go!" Seeing this, Gao Liang rushed towards the convoy with his men at the command. In the meantime, the caravan in the valley was advancing steadily when suddenly two loud movements spread through the empty valley. When the group of people looked up, they only saw two huge boulders smashing towards the caravan. This one caused the convoy to instantly panic. There's an ambush. The guards around the Grand Prince of Tamu were instantly alert. Master Lu. The Great Prince of Tamu was startled by the sudden movement and hurriedly turned his gaze to Lu Shi, who was at the side. Don't worry, Great Prince. It will be fine. The middle-aged man known as Master Lu's gaze quickly looked towards his surroundings, and the sharp-eyed man quickly spotted several people attacking downwards from the hillside. There's an assassin. Everyone stand by. Along with the middle-aged man's order, all the guards neatly escorted the Great Prince of Tamu. Afterwards, the middle-aged man cupped his fists towards the Great Prince of Tamu and said, "The Great Prince can just wait here. I'll go and exterminate these assassins." After saying that, he stomped his foot and his entire body directly rushed out. The other side. Sun Jiang and Gao Liang. Several people also saw the middle-aged man who rushed head-on. Upon seeing the true chi stirring around the middle-aged man, a word appeared in the minds of several people. Innate martial artist. I'll deal with it. Gao Liang dropped a sentence and went straight to the middle-aged man. As the titular brocade guard 100, he was also an innate martial artist, or else he wouldn't be sitting in this position. Humph. Seeing that the visitor still dared to take a shot at the initiative, a cold smile flashed under the middle-aged man's eyes, and he immediately slapped his palm out. Gao Liang was also undaunted and directly met him with a palm. Bang! Both palms were soon in the air. But in the next second, Gao Liang's face changed with a brush. A shift in the air even backed up and landed on the ground. He looked down at his palm, only to see a layer of frost condensing on it, making him feel a piercing cold. Moreover, there was a piercing aura in this layer of frost that was continuously eroding his palms. This is Cold Ice Palm, the Heavenly Mountain School's mastery? Gao Liang said with an ugly face. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sneered, still a bit insightful, knowing about the Cold Ice Palm. At this moment, several people from Sun Jiang also came to Gao Liang's side. A quick glance showed that Gao Liang and the middle-aged man fell into a disadvantage as soon as they exchanged blows. Sun Jiang also noticed the difference in Gao Liang's palm and looked surprised. Cold Ice Palm? He hurriedly turned his gaze back to the middle-aged man. Suddenly, he frowned and his expression was stunned again as he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's you! The culprit who committed countless bloodshed in the border plateau 15 years ago. Snow Demon Zhao Dongyan. Suddenly hearing this name, the middle-aged man's expression also froze, followed by a playful look. I can't imagine that after 15 years, there's still someone who remembers the title and name of Snow Demon Zhao Dongyan. It's really rare. I'm a bit curious about your identities. Who is Snow Devil Zhao Dongyan? Shun San asked curiously from the side. Sun Zhang's face was grave as he explained. A traitor of the Great Qian sect Tianshan sect. 15 years ago Tianshan sect hunted down and killed to the border, creating countless bloodshed. It is said that at that time, he was seriously injured by the Heavenly Mountain sect's experts and fled to the Northern Barbarians' territory, and was expected to die in the Northern Barbarians as a result, but I didn't expect that he didn't die. Shun San couldn't help but ask, is he very powerful? 15 years ago, he was already an innate martial artist. You say it's impressive. 15 years ago innate martial artist. Then now, Shun San couldn't help but feel a jolt, subconsciously approaching Li Dao to try and find safety, but was quickly deterred by a glare. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled, saying, Zhao Dongyan was my name 15 years ago. Now that I've joined the Tamu tribe and changed my face, you can call me Lu Yen. Sun Zhang laughed coldly. No amount of changes you can make will change your identity as a deceiver and murderer, and now you have to add treason to it. Lu Yen looked indifferent. Let you guys say what you want. Anyway, saying more won't change the reality that you're all going to die here today. As someone who could survive from the Tianshan sect's crowd of experts, one was by his strength, and the other was by the fact that he was thick-skinned enough, or else he wouldn't have joined the Tamu tribe. In the next second, Lu Yen disappeared into place, his palm carrying a chilling aura straight towards Gao Liang. Apparently he was thinking of taking care of an opponent first. Seeing this, Sun Zhang hastened to make a move to stop it. Neither he nor Gao Liang were Lu Yan's opponents in a single fight, so naturally they could not let him succeed. Soon, the two sides battled together. Shun San suddenly opened his mouth when he saw this. Boss, what do we do now? Or else escape? It looks like the two of them are in dire straits. Run to where? Do you think you'll be better off with the two of them dead? Li Dao said without a trace of humor. Shun San said with an aggrieved face. Then what do we do now? Li Dao swept his gaze over the caravan at the bottom of the hill. The mission continues. You guys continue to look for that so-called treasure. What about you? Of course I'm helping them both. Seeing that Shun San wanted to continue saying something, Li Dao was about to lift his leg without saying anything. Shun San hurriedly dodged away, not daring to say more. As he passed by, the old ghost cheerfully pulled out a small bottle and handed it over. Little boss, this will help that brocade guard, but remember to recycle it for me. Recycling? Lido couldn't figure out what it meant for a moment. As he walked by, Su-hu didn't say anything, and anyway, it was right for him to do as he was told. Little crazy man, on the other hand, followed Su-hu. After a few people had left, Li Dao looked at the bottle in his hand and quickly walked to Gao Liang's side. What are you doing? Dressing. After saying that, Li Dao picked up the bottle and opened it to pour out the medicine inside, only to see that the so-called medicine turned out to be some meaty little worms. Gao Liang also froze when he saw the medicine and subconsciously asked, how is this medicine to be applied? Li Dao frowned. Can it be that this medicine is taken internally? Upon hearing this, Gao Liang quickly shook his head. I won't eat it even if it kills me. At this moment, a bug accidentally crawled out of the mouth of the bottle and landed on Gao Liang's frost-covered right hand, only to see the bug suddenly glow blue, and the condensed frost actually showed signs of decline. Seeing this, Li Dao understood and immediately poured out all the worms onto Gao Liang's right hand, only to see that all the bugs began to glow blue, as if they were absorbing the frost that had been condensed with their true qi. Not long after, the frost faded and Gao Liang's hand returned to its normal state. There, Golightly looks to his right hand with a surprised look on his face. Li Dao looked down and realized that the bugs had turned stiff one by one, seeming to understand what the old ghost meant by recycling in his mouth. He regathered the bugs and put them back into the bottle. In the meantime, on the other side, Sun Jiang was a bit unable to hold on. Although he was also an innate martial artist, there was clearly a gap between his cultivation and Lu Yen. The most critical or Lu Yen, that hand of cold ice palm. No special means he simply cannot cope with. Simply do not dare to touch. Which also led to more he was afraid of the hand. Chapter 25 Immune to the ice palm. But the man ran away. Seeing that Sun Jiang was losing at his own hands, Lu Yen struck out with words, if that's all you've got, then leave your life here. Sun Jiang didn't say anything either, because he had nothing to say. 15 years ago the Snow Devil had stepped into the innate realm, while he was only broken through in the last few years. Both sides had a gap in their strengths, and continuing to talk would only dampen his confidence. Go to hell. Lu Yen relied on the strength of the crush, and a hand of stunts cold ice palm finally caught the opportunity. Suddenly a palm slapped to dodge when Sun Jiang. Thieves don't think so. After a shout, Gao Liang suddenly killed out from the side, his long sword in his hand heading straight for Lu Yen. Lu Yen was stunned. In the face of the sudden attack, if he continued to strike at Sun Jiang it would be a life for a life, so he immediately turned around and blocked back. When the three of them staggered apart, Lu Yan's gaze went to Gao Liang's right hand and his voice sank. You were able to dissolve my cold ice true chi so quickly. Sun Jiang also revealed a look of surprise. He had been prepared to make a sacrifice. Gao Liang ignored Lu Yan and gazed at Sun Jiang. Let's go together. Good. Sun Jiang nodded heavily. Lu Yan saw the situation, although accidentally his own cold ice palm true chi was dissolved, but also still a confident face. Two people, so what? District 2 innate early stage. I can have long since stepped into the middle innate for many years, mastering nearly perfect realm of cold ice palm. For a while, the three of them battled together. Although Lu Yan's strength in cold ice palm allowed him to still have an advantage in the exchange of blows, but facing the years of silent cooperation between Sun Jiang and Gao Liang, he simply could not take the two for a moment. Li Dao was thinking about how to help the duo deal with this snow demon when suddenly his afterglow noticed some movement, only to see that in the caravan not far away. Because of the attack of Shinsan's several people, the caravan side had been in great chaos, especially when the great prince of Tamu saw that these people were running towards the bride price that was used to make peace on this trip. He was also instantly anxious and hurriedly ordered, the guards of honor, quickly go and stop these thieves for me. Some of the guards in the escort nodded and then killed Shinsan and the others. Li Dao's gaze also couldn't help but fall on that great prince Tamu, glancing back at the snow demon. The snow demon was very powerful, but all the same he had a soft spot, and that was this grand prince of Tamu. As the guard of the great prince of Tamu, if something happened to the great prince of Tamu, I'm sure that it wouldn't be easy for him. So, instead of trying to figure out how to deal with this tricky snow demon, it would be better to have a takedown. As for the matter that he had previously agreed that he could not kill the great prince of Tamu, Li Dao did not care too much about it. He only wanted to use the great prince of Tamu to threaten the snow demon, but he did not have the intention to kill him. But this snow devil didn't know that. Until now he thought that a few people were assassins who came to assassinate the great prince of Tamu. Thinking of this, Li Dao stomped his feet and headed straight for the escort of the great prince of Tamu. Over here, after the attack on the caravan, the attention of the guards around the Grand Prince of Tamu was focused on fearing that something might happen to the Grand Prince of Tamu. Therefore, Li Dao's undisguised figure quickly entered the eyes of the guards. There are thieves coming towards the Grand Prince. Be on guard. When they saw Li Dao coming in a surprise attack, the guards were instantly on guard. Seeing this, Grand Prince Tamu directly ordered, Send out a few people to deal with this thief. Yes. With a command, 5 of the guards in the escort rode straight towards Li Dao. Kill. One of the guards led the way, the long knife in his hand coming straight at Li Dao's face. Good coming. Li Dao picked up the shin iron sword with one hand and stepped on the ground to slam out his sword. In an instant, one man and one horse crossed paths. In the next second, a silhouette flew backwards from the horse and landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, the remaining 4 guards also killed over. The 4 of them were perfectly coordinated, stabbing towards the fatal position of Li Dao's body at different angles. If it was before, Li Dao would have thought about avoiding it. But now, facing this kind of attack, he didn't do any defense at all. The 4 guards also didn't expect the surprise attack by a few people to go so smoothly. However, after their long knives pierced the body of the person in front of them, they realized that the tip of the knife pierced down only because of the elasticity of the skin. There was a little sinking sensation, but it did not hurt the person in front of them at all. The scene left the 4 of them dumbfounded. As for Li Dao, he also took advantage of the gap between the 4 men's strikes to decisively strike back with his sword. With a horizontal sweep, the shin iron blade was flung directly at the 4 with a terrifyingly huge force. Click! Only a few sounds of armor shattering could be heard, and the 4 of them flew out backwards in unison with blood. Shortly after the 4 of them landed on the ground, the system's beep came. Kill 4 enemies, gain attribute, 3. 56. 4 people alone provided more than 3 points of attributes, and it looked like these guards also had cultivation on their side. With this, the 5 guards that originally rushed out instantly died 4 times, and the remaining guard that was initially cut off from his horse didn't fare well either. Although Li Dao's slash was blocked by his opponent with his sword and armor, the force was completely punched out. 4,000 pounds of strength combined with the speed of that previous swing. A huge force of at least 8,000 pounds landed on that guard. It looked like he had no injuries on the surface, but in reality, when that huge force fell on his body, his internal organs could not withstand it at all, even if he was a cultivator. True to form, it didn't take long for the system's beep to sound. Kill 1 enemy, gain attribute, 0. 68. Originally, Grand Prince Tamu thought that a mere thief his guards could easily take care of each other, but he never thought that it would end with 5 guards being overwhelmingly decimated. Looking at the Great Prince of Tamu among the guards, Li Dao lifted his shin iron sword in his right hand and began to approach step by step. What are you waiting for? Why don't you get on it? Seeing this scene, the Great Prince of Tamu hurriedly ordered. This time, 10 guards stood out directly from the guards to kill Li Dao. A few minutes later, these 10 guards, like the 5 guards before them, all transformed into a string of numbers in Li Dao's panel. This time, the Great Prince of Tamu could no longer sit still. Looking at the thieves who were getting closer and closer to him, he couldn't help but shout loudly towards the distance. Master Lu, save me. The other side. Facing the retreating Sun Jiang and Gao Liang, Snow Demon Lu Yan became more and more excited the more he fought, as if he could already see the 2 of them turning into ice sculptures under his cold ice palm. Similarly, Sun Jiang and Gao Liang were also having a hard time. The 2 of them, even if they joined forces, could only resist for a little while longer in each other's hands. The main trouble was Snow Demon's out-of-this-world cold ice palm. Sometimes even after dodging the attack, just by virtue of the cold ice true chi naturally emanating from the cold ice palm made the 2 men's bodies unconsciously stiffen. However, just then, a shout came. Master Lu, save me. Hearing this voice, Lu Yan's face instantly changed. When he looked back, he saw a man continuously approaching towards the Grand Prince of Tamu. There were also the bodies of a bunch of guards scattered around the man. The rest of the guards circling up didn't stop the man. If he didn't rush over to support him, he was afraid that it wouldn't be long before the Great Prince of Tamu would fall into the hands of the other side. Vile! Lu Yan couldn't help but look at Sun Jiang and Gao Liang and curse. Despicable? Sun Jiang and Gao Liang's afterimages also noticed the image in the distance. When he saw Li Dao sweeping a group of guards across his eyes, he instantly understood what he meant. Gao Liang even couldn't help but say, "You also have the face to talk about being despicable. When you betrayed your master and worshipped the Tamu tribe in the back, why didn't you think so?" Regardless of what Lu Yan said, he also needed to go support Grand Prince Tamu now. He was already wanted by the Dacian dynasty. If the Great Prince of Tamu had an accident in his hands, then he could not mix with the northern barbarians. It was not easy for him to stay up for 15 years, and he became the master of the Great Prince of Tamu, and in the future he might become the king's teacher of the Tamu tribe. So how could he let go like that? In an instant, the idea of killing both Sun Jiang and Gao Liang was dropped in his mind. "You guys wait." Dropping a harsh sentence, Lu Yan decisively turned around and rushed towards the location where the Great Prince of Tamu was. Before Sun Jiang and Gao Liang could be happy, their faces suddenly changed. Gripes. The Snow Demon went over. What about him? Gao Liang hurriedly shouted. "Be careful." Lu Yan has gone back. Over here, Li Dao was in the middle of killing a group of guards when he suddenly heard a familiar voice ringing in his ears. In the next second, an icy killing aura came from behind his head. You're the one who badgered me? Go to hell. Li Dao looked back only to see Lu Yan using a handful of cold ice palms directly at him. He subconsciously swung his sword to slash. Cold ice palm. Seeing this, Lu Yan spat out a large amount of cold ice true chi from his palm. The Shin iron blade had just come close to that cold-filled palm, instantly condensed with a layer of frost, along with Li Dao's own wrist covered with it. Bam! The swords and palms collided, and a large amount of ice slag splashed out in all directions. Li Daosuke stared as the blade was unexpectedly blocked by Lu Yan with the cold ice on his palm. It should be said that it was worthy of being an innate martial artist. This kind of tactic was simply not something that could be compared to that of an Hotian martial artist. On the opposite side, Lu Yan's face was also grave for a moment, because that slash just now made his palms vibrate with raw pain, and almost the cold ice couldn't block it. He glanced at his opponent's right hand that was frozen by the cold ice palm face, which was a little better. Cold ice palm. As one strike failed, Lu Yan decisively slapped out another palm with his left hand. Li Dao frowned and decisively switched hands to palm out. Bang! The two palms clashed with a loud sound. This time, Lu Yan solidly felt the tremendous force that nearly broke his arm, but he believed that the opposite side would only be worse off than him. Over here, after the two palms clashed, under the effect of the cold ice true chi, a layer of frost instantly covered Li Dao's entire arm, and there was also a tendency to spread towards his body. Die for me. Lu Yan revealed an icy smile. It was also at this moment that two silhouettes killed to his side, simultaneously swinging their swords towards Lu Yan's arm. Humph. Where Lu Yan did not understand who came to spoil his good deed, he decisively drew out his own hand to avoid the attack. When he looked up again, he only saw that the three had already retreated tens of meters away. You're okay. Looking at Li Dao's entire arm that was covered in frost, Gao Liang's face was ugly. He had suffered from the cold ice palm, so he naturally knew how powerful this cold ice true chi was. Without waiting for Li Dao to reply, Lu Yan on the opposite side was the first to laugh. Don't get your hopes up. He's hopeless. Gao Liang decisively retorted. What's hopeless? Didn't I recover just now? Lu Yan sneered. You're just a palm. He's a whole arm. And you were able to use your innate true chi to temporarily resist my cold ice true chi, that's why your palm wasn't ruined. He gazed at Li Dao and sneered. And he's the one who doesn't even have any true chi. You don't have true chi? Hearing this, Sun Jiang looked at Li Dao with a stunned expression. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing, and Li Dao nodded directly. Gao Liang's face turned ugly as he looked at the entire arm covered in frost. Because if that's true, it's really hopeless. Ha ha, wait for death. Lu Yan mocked. Sun Jiang and Gao Liang had a bitter look on their faces, which seemed to be true. Waiting to die. Waiting for what? Suddenly, Li Dao opened his mouth. Lu Yan's laughter stopped and he asked bluntly, by now you should be feeling a chill in your chest, right? To tell you the truth, this is my cold ice true chi approaching your heart vein. When the cold ice true chi really enters your heart vein, you'll be hard to be saved by the gods at that time. Li Dao frowned. But my chest isn't cold. Lu Yan laughed coldly. Just pretend. The frost on your arm is made up of my cold ice true chi. You mean this? Li Dao raised his left arm and shook his body, only to hear a click. The frost on his arm instantly cracked. In the next second, all the frost scattered to the ground, revealing an intact arm. Nope. And then what? In order to make it easier for Lu Yan to see clearly, Li Dao also purposely converted several directions for his arm and even moved his fingers. At this moment, Lu Yan's entire expression froze as he revealed an unbelievable expression. How is it possible? You clearly received my cold ice true chi hard. Li Dao shrugged and said, but that's just the way it is. In reality, only Li Dao himself knew exactly what was going on. When he was hit by the cold ice palm, he noticed a bone-piercing icy breath constantly trying to drill down the pores of his skin into his arm. However, his skin had undergone a metamorphosis, so it blocked these icy breaths very well, and only a small amount of the cold breaths drilled into his body. However, after these breaths entered his body, they were washed away by the power of chi and blood boiling inside him before they could cause any damage. In combination with his strong recovery power, his arm had completely recovered just from this effort of talking. Anyway, after these few discoveries, he learned that after his own skin went through a metamorphosis, not only was his physical resistance stacked, but even his magic resistance was stacked as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to deal with Lu Yan's cold ice true chi so easily, as well as the fiery flame true chi of the half-step innate before. This scene left Sun Jiang and Gao Liang on the side stunned. You really don't have any true chi? Gao Liang asked with some uncertainty. He somewhat couldn't believe that someone could block an innate martial artist's attribute true chi with their flesh and blood alone. Li Dao shook his head and said, Wasn't it you who said you were born with divine power? Gao Liang couldn't help but spit out. Who is born with divine power like you? Sun Jing suddenly asked at this time. Do you feel that you can still withstand his cold ice true chi? As long as it's not a long time, it should be okay. Anyway, as of now, Li Dao didn't feel that this cold ice true chi that made Sun Zhang Gao Liang and the two of them fear like a tiger could have much lethality against him. At those words, Sun Zhang's eyes lit up. That's good. On the side, Gao Liang's face was also happy. Just in time, the three of us can join forces. At this time, Lu Yan on the opposite side also returned to his senses. The gaze that looked at Li Dao also changed from the previous contempt to scorn. After all, the cold ice palm that he was most proud of suddenly didn't work as well as it used to, which naturally made him jealous. Seeing the three conferring with each other, he seemed to see what they were thinking. If he really let the three of them join forces smoothly, he might not be able to land anything good today. He glanced at the heavily casualty-ridden escort and the chaotic caravan not far away, and after thinking for a moment, he flew to the side of Grand Prince Tamu. Master Lu, why haven't you done anything yet? Seeing Lu Yan, Grand Prince Tamu asked with a displeased face. Great Prince, the opponent is a bit tricky this time. If I go all out, I might not be able to notice your safety. What? The Great Prince of Tamu's face instantly changed. In his opinion, nothing was more important than his own little life. Previously, he also let Lu Shi make a move because there were many guards who could protect him temporarily. Now even Lu Shi was unsure of protecting him, which caused the heart of the Great Prince of Tamu to become uneasy. So he hurriedly inquired, then what should we do now? Lu Yan hesitated for a moment and said slowly, it depends on what you want to do. Great Prince, if you want to continue, I can stall the three of them, but it's hard to say exactly what the winner will be. But if you run, Lu still has the confidence to protect you. Great Prince. Hearing this, Grand Prince Tamu hesitated for a moment and inquired, how certain are you, Master Lu? About 60%. 60%? The face of the Great Prince of Tamu turned ugly down. That meant there was a 40% chance that he would fail. So what would he do? Would he die here? By then, once he died, then his brother would take over the Tamu tribe for him, and then the throne of the great king would be someone else's, and the beauty would be someone else's as well. Everything he has will be inherited by someone else. Thinking of this, Grand Prince Tamu made a decisive decision. He didn't want his brother to enjoy life for him. Lu Shi, protect me from here and go back to the Tamu tribe. I'm not going to reconcile. I'm going back. Grand Prince Tamu said in a hurry. Good. Today I, Lu Yan, will lay down my life to protect the Great Prince as he returns to his tribe. Lu Yan said with a righteous face. Master Lu, the Great Prince of Tamu had a touched look on his face. Lu Yan ignored the Great Prince of Tamu and directly ordered to the surrounding guards, all of them, abandon the supplies and retreat. Protect the Great Prince to return to the Tamu tribe. Yes. With a shout, the guards escorted the Tamu tribe as they rode away. This scene could freeze Sun Zhang and Gao Liang in their tracks. What does that mean? It looks like Lu Yan doesn't want to fight anymore? Lu Yan turned back to look at Li Dao's trio and let out his voice. Today and spare your 3 lives. In the coming day, Lu Mao will definitely take your heads. Hiya! Retreat! After releasing the words, he decisively sped up his horse and chased after the evacuating group of the Great Prince of Tamu, leaving behind a confused Sun Zhang and Gao Liang. What's the point of turning around and running away? There was also the question of whether or not their mission was considered complete this time after they fought off the Great Prince of Tamu. That should count as done. After all, having lost the bride price for the marriage, and with so many dead and wounded in their own ranks, no one would be embarrassed to run to the marriage in such a sorry state. Chapter 26 Wei Yun is captured. Li Dao breaks into the enemy camp. Boss, why did all of them run away? At this time, Shinsan ran over with Old Ghost and the others. Just now, they were busy looking for that so-called treasure, only to find that the guards who had previously fought them to death suddenly retreated quickly one by one. The master has run away. Can they not? Lido said as he dusted off the remaining frost on his body. Running away? Then our mission this time. Li Dao swept his gaze over the wagons with goods. Isn't everything here? Look for it. No need to look. Sun Zhang suddenly spoke. No need to look? Shinsan's few faces were puzzled. Aha! Sun Zhang explained his conjecture. They escaped in such a sorry state. They could only return to the Tamu tribe, and it is impossible for them to go to the Great Qian. And this mission is considered complete. Li Dao opened his mouth and asked, then what if they go back and revitalize and continue the peace again? Gao Liang laughed on the side. That's another mission. Nothing to do with us. Lido. Sure enough, no matter which world workplace is the same, they will find a way to get rid of the trouble. In that case, they saved themselves the trouble. The third thing promised to Wei Yun had been accomplished, so the next thing was to welcome his free body. Half an hour later, several people dug holes to bury the looted goods. After all, it wasn't practical for just the 7 of them to take them away. Mission accomplished. Then we both take our leave. Sun Jiang and Gao Liang cupped their fists at Li Dao. Leaving just like this? Not going back to Changgu Town to tell Commander Wei? That won't be necessary. We just need to be responsible for His Majesty. Okay, well, have a safe trip then, both of you. Gao Liang patted Li Dao's shoulder and laughed. You've helped us a lot this time. We'll treat you to a drink when you return to the imperial capital some other day. Buy me a drink? If the two knew who he really was, they would probably eat the knife. But the surface nodded and coped. Soon after, the two left, leaving Li Dao with 5 people. Li Dao looked at the mess around him and spoke. Next, go back and turn in your mission for a free body. Seemingly, there was also some impatience within him. Li Dao took the 4 of them all the way back to Changgu Town without taking a break. However, upon returning to Nagatani Town, several people froze. Only many corpses appeared outside of Town. Among them were the corpses of Dacian soldiers and some of the remaining unfamiliar corpses. What's going on? Shinsan said with wide eyes and a shocked face. Without speaking, Li Dao jumped off his horse and walked over to one of the corpses and looked at it. When he saw the other person's dress, he muttered to himself, Falling Cloud Tribe? He recognized the strange corpses as wearing the clothes of the Falling Cloud tribesmen. That means it was the Falling Cloud tribe that attacked Town. Go in first. The 5 of them led their horses all the way towards the interior of the town of The further inside, the more corpses there were on the ground. And again, they were all the corpses of Dacian soldiers and Falling Cloud tribesmen. And by the looks of it, it was just the Falling Cloud tribesmen. Just as the 5 had just stepped through the gates of Long Valley Town. Whoosh! Li Dao's ears twitched as he subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed it, only to see an arrow in his hand. Who? Shinsan and the others were instantly alert as they looked in the direction the arrows came from. Falling Cloud Barbarian, we'll fight you. In the next second, only to see many woefully dressed Dacian soldiers rushing out from some hidden corners. The person at the head of the group, Li Dao, still recognized him, and it was none other than Captain Lu Nang Lu. Master Lu. Li Dao's words caused Lu Nang, who had buried his head and charged over, to hit the ground, raising his head to look at it before realizing it wasn't an enemy. He quickly raised his hand and said, Wait, don't do it, it's one of our own. Li Dao looked at the injured Lu Nang and inquired, What is this situation in Changgu Town? Lu Nang's face was bitter. On the night after you guys left yesterday, Changgu Town suddenly encountered a sneak attack from the Falling Cloud tribesmen. We were caught off guard, so Changgu Town was lost. Are you the only ones left? Li Dao looked at the remnants of the soldiers behind Lu Nang and saw that there were less than 200 left in number. To know that the mighty battalion itself is a 1,000-people battalion. The town of Changgu has more than 1,000 people. Even if the middle of the loss of some of that, in the end at least the remaining 700 to 800 people. As a result of this one night, less than 200 people left, and every one of them are all wounded state. Aha! Lu Nang hung his head and nodded. Suddenly, Li Dao thought of something and asked with a frown, What about within Wei Commander? He is an innate martial artist, should not die that easily. Mentioning Wei Yun, Lu Nang's face became even more bereft. Last night's battle came to an end when Wei Commander realized that the Wei Wu Battalion was no match for the people of the Falling Cloud tribe, so he alone led the remaining people of the Falling Cloud tribe to run away, and his whereabouts are unknown now. Hearing this, Li Dao's face darkened. He took a deep breath and asked directly, Then did you guys see clearly that Commander Wei ran in that direction? Shinsan asked in some confusion. Boss, half a day has passed. He's probably already in a bad way. Li Dao said in a deep voice. Live and let live, Shinsan muttered. As for that, the old ghost couldn't help but remind. Little fatty, if Wei Yin dies, who's going to give you a free body? Hearing the 3 words free body, Shinsan suddenly had a jolt. Can it be that all of them have to be handled by Wei Yun? Who do you think promised you those terms? Who recognized you without him? The old ghost said nonchalantly. Shinsan was anxious, and turned to Lu Nang and asked in a hurry. Quickly say, Wei Yun ran off in that direction. Lu Nang didn't dare to delay when he saw this and pointed in one direction. Seeing this, Shinsan directly said, Boss, let's go after them. We must not let that Wei Yun fellow die. Li Dao directly mounted his horse and said, You guys stay behind, I'll go after them myself. Available. Before Shinsan could finish speaking, he saw Li Dao slapping his ass and rushing directly in the direction Lu Nang pointed to. Old ghost, should we go after them? Shinsan couldn't help but ask. Go after them? The old ghost also looked away and sat his ass down on the ground. If you want to go after it, you go after it. After he finished speaking, he looked at the injured group of soldiers and laughed. Today, the old man will be kind. So if you want to see a doctor to heal your injuries, come over and line up. The other side. Li Dao had been paying attention to the traces on the ground ever since he rode out of a town. Soon, he found a trace that might have been left behind by the Falling Cloud tribe's pursuit, and immediately followed the trace to continue his journey. At this moment, there was still some distance away from Li Dao. A camp is temporarily stationed here. In the center of the camp was a wooden cage containing a man with many chains around his body. If Li Dao was present at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was Wei Yun. And this is the temporary camp of the Falling Cloud tribe. A man from the Falling Cloud tribe walked to the front of the cage and threw a ladle of cold water into it, and said in a cold voice, "Tell me, is it you people from Diqian who killed our tribe's third prince?" Bah! Wei Yun nonchalantly spat to his mouth, grinning a cold smile. "Say your mother's big pants. What does the third prince of your tribe have to do with our great Qian? Ha! How dare you talk back?" The people of the Falling Cloud tribe directly took a pot of boiling hot water from a bonfire on the side and splashed it towards Wei Yun. When the boiling water fell on his body, Wei Yun's face instantly turned ugly, but he still endured it with hardened teeth. This scene caused the people from the surrounding Falling Cloud tribe to sneer. Tough mouth. At this moment, a man from the Falling Cloud tribe stood up from the crowd, and the people around him instantly stopped talking. They had deployed a total of 2 innate martial artists on this trip against Wei Yun's Weiwu battalion. One is named Jinhua, the other Jinsha, and this was one of the innate martial artists named Jinhua, one of the leaders. Jinhua walked up to Wei Yun and laughed lightly. "I don't know if our third prince's death has anything to do with your great Qian. It may not be relevant. It may be relevant, but those don't matter anymore. The most important thing now is that we must make the death of the third prince have something to do with your great Qian. All you need to do now is to admit that our third prince's death was caused by your great Qian. Then not only will we let you go, but we will also agree to let you join the great Falling Clouds tribe. What do you think?" Wei Yun frowned. "You are from the anti-Qian faction of the Falling Cloud tribe. In the northern barbarians, the Falling Cloud tribe was nominally a neutral tribe. The attitude towards Dacian has always been ambiguous. Moreover, a group of them didn't like this ambiguity, and they preferred to wage war against Dacian just like the Tanu tribe, so that they could harvest better resource lands. In the beginning, the third prince of the Lokyun who was killed by them was a member of the anti-Qian faction, which is why they concealed the king of the Lokyun tribe to go out to negotiate with the Tanu tribe. And now the reason why the other party was doing this was just to find an excuse to use to convince those rest of the Falling Cloud tribe. Thinking about this, Wei Yun would be even more unlikely to let go, even if the third prince of the Falling Clouds was really robbed and killed by his people. So what if you know? Anyway, give your answer quickly. Jinhua urged with a look of impatience. Wei Yun didn't want to talk, simply closed his eyes directly and remained silent. Seeing this, Jinhua understood the other party's meaning. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun was approaching midday. So the order was given, "Put up a flag for me and hang him up in the storm." In this way, the bruised and battered Wei Yun was hung directly on a pole against the scorching sun. At this moment he seemed to think of something and muttered, "Sorry, 9527. For death Wei Yun was not afraid. The only thing he had regrets about was not being able to fulfill the promise he had made. Time passes slowly. The blazing sun above Wei Yun's head became more and more intense and piercing, and he only felt that he was dry and weak, because the injuries on his body were too severe. Coupled with a blast of sunlight, his vision in front of him had begun to blur. Vaguely, he saw a figure gradually approaching in the distance. 9527? Wei Yun burst into a bitter smile and muttered to himself. It's said that hallucinations appear in front of a person's eyes when they are about to die, and it looks like it's true. So he didn't hesitate to bite the tip of his tongue and stimulate himself with pain. Although he felt sorry for 9527, he wouldn't allow himself to think of another man on his deathbed. He wanted a beautiful woman instead so that he could at least walk in comfort. However, the thrill of pain did not take away the figure he saw before him. Instead, along with the figure getting closer, he also heard the sound of hooves. Wei Yun was instantly jolted. His consciousness instantly woke up. This was surprisingly not an illusion. In the meantime, Li Dao also approached the camp and got a good look at the camp, which happened to belong to the Falling Cloud tribe. At the same time, his eyes noticed Wei Yun, who was hung on the flag. Relying on his above-average eyesight, he easily realized that Wei Yun was not dead at the moment. This brought a sigh of relief to his heart. Luckily Wei Yun didn't die, or else taking too big of a loss would have made him so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Over here, because Li Dao hadn't concealed himself in the slightest, the people from the Falling Cloud tribe had also discovered him. Report, a stranger approaches. With a shout, the soldiers in the camp quickly assembled in the clearing. It also included the 2 innate martial artists. 9527, you leave me alone. There are 2 innate martial artists here. Wei Yun, who was hanging on the pole, shouted in a raspy voice in a hurry after he came back to his senses. In his opinion, with 2 innate martial artists guarding the camp, it was impossible for Li Dao to get him out and possibly take his own life. Li Dao heard Wei Yun's voice. His gaze quickly rested on the 2 silhouettes at the forefront of the group of soldiers. 2 innate martial artists? Li Dao didn't think too much about it, but opened the system panel at the first opportunity. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 40. 74. Available attributes, 10. 98. Not long ago the battle against the Grand Prince of Tamu didn't manage to kill the last snow demon Lu Yen, but killing those high-quality guards also provided him with attributes that were worth a lot of money. I don't know if 50 times a normal human's physique is enough, but whether it was enough or not, he wouldn't be satisfied until he'd chased it here and tried it. Plus some. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 51. 72. Available attributes, 0. In an instant, familiar heat coursed through his body. The boiling chi and blood caused his battle spirit to boil up as well, and his entire body had an urge to give vent to it, as if he had been doped up. He didn't hesitate, and immediately sped up his horse and directly rode face output up at the Falling Cloud tribespeople. Facing Li Dao, who was charging head-on, the 2 innate martial artists on the side of the Falling Cloud tribe revealed cold smiles and immediately ordered, "Go on me and kill him. Kill!" A group of soldiers just rushed towards Li Dao with a brain. After all, they were facing a person who didn't carry a bit of fear at all. However, what they didn't know was that this charging behavior of theirs was like a herd of sheep charging towards a tiger in Li Dao's eyes, acting as if they were trying to hold the tiger up. In just a single glance, accompanied by the added power of the horses, dozens of soldiers were directly knocked out. At the same time, the long swords of the surrounding soldiers were all slashing towards Li Dao. Not far away, the 2 innate martial artists did not take Li Dao seriously, and instead, they even started betting. Jinhua spoke up, "How long do you guess he'll last in there?" San smiled faintly. 30 seconds at most to die violently among them. Jinhua laughed. "You said 30 seconds, so I'll give him a high look." 40 seconds. Sans shrugged. "We'll see then." Facing the countless blades coming from all around him, with Li Dao's reflexes he was able to react quickly and dodge them perfectly. But he didn't want to dodge because dodging would affect the efficiency of his blades. In a flash, countless blades were slashing at Li Dao's body. However, apart from tearing a gash in the clothes on Li Dao's body, these blades could not even hurt the body underneath the clothes. The scene caused the surrounding soldiers to freeze in unison, but they had no chance to react. Li Daoxuan's iron sword flung out, and bloodlight directly spilled in a circle. Kill 8 enemies, gain attribute, 1. 24. 8 people providing only 1.24 attributes? It was a far cry from the guards of the Great Prince of the Tamu tribe, which looked like a group of ordinary soldiers with no cultivation. A glance at the dense concentration of soldiers around him was not enough quality, but it could be made up with quantity. Li Dao simply jumped directly into the crowd to kill. However, this scene in the eyes of Jinhua and Jin Sha, who were not far away, was just being stupid and looking for death. It looks like he won't be able to carry it for 30 seconds. San sneered. Are all Dakian soldiers this stupid? Jinhua couldn't help but comment from the sidelines as well, and the only one of those present who could see the situation clearly with the help of his perspective was Wei Yun, who was hanging on the flag. In his vision, Li Dao was like no man's land amidst the Falling Cloud barbarians. Harvesting lives everywhere. Wherever he passed, the Fallen Cloud brute was a large area with one slash. Watching him hanging on the flag was a burst of blood boiling. If he was not chained, he probably would have risen up and clapped his hands. He was especially surprised when he saw clearly that Li Dao completely ignored the blade. For innate martial artists, they could rely on their true chi outward to defend themselves against swords and spears. However, he clearly knew that Li Dao did not have true chi in his body, and relied on his physical strength to kill. He also knew that there were some martial arts that were also capable of quenching the body and enhancing the basic strength of the human body, but those martial arts also required true chi to work with them. If the true chi collapsed, then they would also be, at best, a bit stronger than the bodies of martial artists of the same level, but definitely not this perverse. For a moment, he didn't even know how to use words to describe the word Li Dao. Suddenly he thought of Li Dao's status as a death row prisoner and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I don't know if it's that little cutie. Doesn't it feel a pity to throw such a good natural general onto death row?" Chapter 27 1 against 1,000. Chopping the innate. The killing continues. As time passed, these soldiers of the Falling Cloud tribe grew desperate, because they realized that the attacks of themselves and others were completely helpless against the person in front of them, and the sharp blade slashes on the other party's body couldn't even hurt a single hair. Instead, a casual slash from the other side could take away a large number of their lives. Over time, no one wanted to easily approach the terrifying enemy in front of them. But what made the front soldiers most speechless and devastated was that because the rear soldiers specifically couldn't see how the front soldiers constantly squeezing them towards the enemy. This also leads to some reluctant soldiers wanting to fight for their lives without this possibility. Stop squeezing. This guy's killing it. Kill. Don't kill it. This guy can't be killed at all. Kill. I'll kill you mother asterisk 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 Get thee outta here. Kill. In the end, the soldier died under Li Dao's casual slash. When the soldier who had been desperately shouting to kill squeezed in front of Li Dao, he looked at the bodies and blood on the ground before realizing why the man had just been blocking him from getting closer. At the moment, he wanted to bring back to life the one who stood in his way, but all that awaited him was the sharp blade of the Xian iron sword. After all, at this point in time, Li Dao had already gone completely killing mad. Although it could not reach 10,000 troops, it could barely be considered as if no one was in the middle of 1,000 troops. Ordinary soldiers face him only to wait for merciless slaughter. This was one of the things that made people with strong physical bodies superior to true Qi martial artists. If a martial artist keeps using true Qi, then the true Qi will always be consumed after a certain period of time, and by then the martial artist will only be reduced to an ordinary person who is a little stronger than ordinary people. Soldiers swarming around it could really pile it up with their heads, but Li Dao was different. Although he didn't have true Qi, he had endurance beyond normal people. Just a simple swing of the sword didn't consume much of his energy at all. Instead, along with the killing, his entire being was getting smoother the more he killed in his heart, especially as he watched the attributes inside his attribute bar rise more and more. The knife in his hand would only slash faster and faster. At this moment, Li Dao's ears were constantly ringing with a pleasant system beat that he never got tired of hearing. Kill 4 enemies, gain attribute, 0, 65. Kill 6 enemies, gain attribute, 1, 13. Kill 5 enemies, gain attribute, 0, 96. Kill the enemy. It doesn't provide much in the way of attributes each time, but it beats the frequent rewards. Suddenly, a distinctive tone appeared in his mind. 100 consecutive kills. Bonus attribute, 5. 100 kills in a row? The system still has such a reward mechanism? It suddenly occurred to him that he had been rewarded with a little bit of attribute when he had completed his first kill, because the subsequent long period of time only had the attributes dropped from killing the enemy and not the attributes rewarded by the system. He had thought that apart from the first kill reward, the subsequent system would not provide him with a reward. He didn't expect that he would only be able to obtain the system's reward by completing 100 consecutive beheadings, which was something he hadn't thought of. It was also unknown if this kind of reward was only available the first time, or if it was not available later on, or if one needed to continue to raise the number of consecutive kills in order to receive the system reward. All in all, though, the 5 attributes were a surprise. This sudden reward made Li Dao's killing heart grow even stronger for a moment. If killing was a job, then the sudden overtime pay would nearly go a long way in motivating Li Dao, a hard-working employee. In the meantime, the faces of Jin Hua and Jin Shao waiting outside the encirclement gradually looked out of place. What's going on? What's taking so long? Jin Hua's face hardened. Let's not talk about 30 or 40 seconds. It's been a few minutes and the battle is still going on. And vaguely he heard the sounds of his own soldiers screaming. Not good. I'll go check. Jin Hua pressed on, leaving a message and running out. The scene that appeared when he got really close to the battlefield made him freeze. His men were bloodied inside as a figure went on a rampage slaughtering his men. Asshole. Seeing this scene, Jin Hua's eyes instantly reddened, and with a roar, he rushed into the crowd, all the while shouting from the side of his mouth, "Everyone evacuate!" Originally, this raid on Changgu town and the capture of Dakian Grand Commander Wei Yun was considered a great victory for their falling cloud tribe, but after such a kill from the other side, the battle-loss ratio plummeted. How could he sit still? Li Dao took away a few more people with another slash, when he suddenly heard a flash of coldness from behind him. Turning his head to look, he realized that it was one of the other party's innate martial artists rushing at him. Good coming. Li Dao glanced at his panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 51. 72. Available attributes, 25. 78. After that initial massacre, coupled with the 5 points of attributes rewarded by the system, this had brought his spare attributes to a staggering nearly 26 points, which had already surpassed half of his physique at this point. Should be about right. Facing an opponent that could potentially kill him, the more life-loving Li Dao would naturally report back with his full strength. System, give me a raise. The next second, the panel changed. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 77. 50. Available attributes, 0. Along with the 20 or so points of attributes added to his physique, a massive stream of heat appeared from within his body and quickly traveled throughout his body. With every point he swam, his physique strengthened a bit. For a short time, his entire skin appeared a flushed red color. Even between breaths, a faint white breath was visible pouring out of his nose. At this moment, The killing intent in Li Dao's heart accompanied by his physique also skyrocketed. Seeing that the other party's innate martial artist was getting closer and closer, he also had an idea of his own strength to consider, and the criteria for consideration was right in front of him. Kill. With a muffled roar, Li Dao copied the Xian iron sword and similarly charged towards Jinhua. The other side. Jinhua was just thinking about how he could capture the person in front of him and then torture him to death, when he suddenly heard a roar, only to see that the other party was actually charging straight towards him, looking for death. Seeing this scene, he mentally labeled the person in front of him as such, because in front of his eyes, the other party was at most a rather strange Hotian martial artist. After all, he couldn't even release his true chi externally, so naturally he couldn't be an innate, divine eagle claw. Jinhua formed a claw with one hand, and a dash of sharp true chi appeared on his fingertips. Facing the oncoming blade, he moved his hands in a quick flash, easily dodging the blade while clasping his right hand fiercely on Li Dao's arm. A flash of surprise also appeared under Li Dao's eyes when he saw this. Judging from the movement of his opponent's attack, this should be an innate martial artist who excelled in unarmed combat and was very agile. First, I'll waste one of your hands. Jinhua couldn't help but put a confident smile on his face when he saw that his right hand had landed on his opponent's arm. In the next second, true chi exploded through his fingertips in a vicious grab. Stabbing, the sleeve robe shattered, along with a flash of blood. But when the hand was closed, Jinhua froze as he looked at the strips of cloth and bloodied pieces of skin on his fingertips. No way. Absolutely not. How could there be only so much damage? In his mind, this grab down should have brought a large swath of flesh and blood, but instead there was just this little flake of skin. On the opposite side, Li Dao looked down at the 3 bloody marks on his arm and raised his eyebrows. Couldn't help but say, an innate martial artist? Why are you using all the tricks of a woman? As far as he could remember, when he messed with his female classmates in his previous life during his school days, the other party also left such scratches on him. This kind of wound would have scabbed over in less than an hour back then. And now, Li Dao glanced down, and it was clear that there were still marks from just a moment ago, but they were now completely scabbed over. His arm shook, and the bloody scab shattered, revealing the skin inside intact, without even a scratch. A woman's move? The corner of Jinhua's eyes twitched. When had his divine eagle claw ever been described like that? In his anger he struck again, and he was still not convinced. After an exchange of blows, he once again managed to land his claws on Li Dao's arm. He also no longer underestimated the other party, and immediately used all his strength to catalyze the innate true chi at his fingertips, then grabbed fiercely. This time, he clearly perceived that when this claw went down, the innate true chi was even briefly blocked out by that layer of flesh and blood skin, and could not pierce through that layer of skin at all. With a scratch and pull, the layer of skin was only barely broken open by the innate true chi. However, the layer of super dense muscle under the skin once again blocked the innate true chi. Stabbing. After taking his hand back, Jinhua looked at the tiny bit of flesh under his fingernail cracks. His face became even more ugly. How could he not expect that his divine eagle claws, which could pierce gold and shatter stone, would one day be embarrassed by a man's flesh and blood? Are you a human or a ghost? If he didn't have a problem, then the only one with a problem could be the person in front of him. This kind of terrifying body, he could not imagine at all how it could appear in a human's body. Li Dao looked at the slowly healing wound and smiled faintly. With blood and flesh, what else can it be if not a human? As soon as the words fell, he decisively struck out towards this innate martial artist in front of him, because from the previous situation he had already learned that his own body now, which was more than 70 times that of an ordinary person plus his metamorphosed skin, had already made him hard to kill. Then the next step is to experiment with your attack cap. Nameless slash. Li Daoxuan's iron sword went straight for Jinhua's neck. After Jinhua recovered from his shock, he hastily dodged to avoid it. But Li Dao's strike was much faster than he had imagined. And even though he was very good at lightness, he just barely dodged it. Stabbing. Jinhua suddenly realized that he had clearly dodged the other party's blade, but his outside clothes were still broken open by the blade. However, he clearly realized that there was no true chi attached to the opponent's blade. It's hard not to. A horrible thought appeared in his mind. Is it possible that this is a sharp edge cut by pure brute force? This instantly made Jinhua a little skeptical. What kind of pervert is this? At this moment, the surrounding soldiers of the Falling Cloud tribe saw their own commander and the enemy exchanging blows as they quickly retreated. Originally, they had thought that it would be simple for the commander to take out the enemy, but it turned out that they realized that it was actually their own commander who had lost the battle. And against Jinhua, an innate martial artist, Li Dao currently had only one way to fight. That is to take advantage of the fact that it is difficult for the opponent to hurt him, and to give a return attack with all his strength. This led to Jinhua being wary of Li Dao the entire time he was on him, because even if the other party didn't have a bit of true chi, A random slash under the terrifying brute force could seriously injure him. The other side. Hanging on the flag, Wei Yun saw Li Dao, who was pressing Jinhua to fight, watching with his mouth open the entire time. Originally thought that with the strength of 9,527 even stronger will be able to deal with half-step innate. Did not think that innate martial artist he can also deal with. In the meantime, as the falling cloud soldiers dispersed, Jin Sha, who was not far away, similarly saw Jinhua and Li Dao's exchange of blows. Aha! Upon seeing that Jinhua had the lower hand, Sans stood up straight for an instant, but he soon relaxed again. I can't believe I still have the heart to play. Sans couldn't help but grunt coldly. In his vision, the enemy kept attacking and Jinhua kept dodging. With his understanding of Jinhua's strength, there were countless opportunities for him to counterattack, but he just kept dodging. This was not a game, so he didn't worry about it, and continued to lean against a stake on the side and watched. Unbeknownst to them, Jinhua's side is completely walking a tightrope at a height of 10,000 feet, with every foot hanging by a thread, because Li Dao's attacks were so fierce with each slash, and as if the whole person did not know fatigue. Each slash was also very fast and accurate, and almost every slash was able to attack towards the most suitable place. This led to that even though Jinhua's stance was very good, he was sweating coldly after every dodge. At this moment, he could only curse a monster in his heart. After all, how could a human stand up to an attack of this frequency? He had originally thought of utilizing his stance advantage to drain the stamina of the opponent in front of him, but this time and time again, the opponent's stamina wasn't drained, and his true chi was about to bottom out. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shout, "Sans, hurry over and help me." Not far away, Sans heard Jinhua's plea for help and didn't take it seriously at all, just said loudly, "You play by yourself, I'll just watch." Inside Jinhua, at #UN%*. He calls that playing? He's clearly dying here. Okay. Li Dao didn't give Jinhua a chance to speak as his attacks became more and more severe. At this point, it appeared as if on the surface the frequency of his attacks had been consistent. However, in his mind, the silhouette of this innate martial artist in front of him kept skimming through his mind, because every physical strengthening along with his spirit strengthens together. Nowadays he who possessed more than 70 times the brainpower of an ordinary person was completely able to analyze a person's behavioral moves in his mind's eye in a single mind frame. And when a person's behavioral actions are completely framed in his mind, they will soon be seen through by him unless the other person changes something drastically. Finally, after a few more exchanges, Jinhua's behavioral every move was completely simulated by Li Dao in his mind. Left, Li Dao's gaze froze, and the knife he had just slashed out was suddenly deflected towards the left. Jinhua's side was habitually ducking to the left when he suddenly saw the oncoming blade. Stabbing. The voice came to an abrupt halt. This time, Li Dao's blade no longer landed on his clothes, but precisely on top of Jinhua's throat. No matter how strong your true chi is, a body of flesh and blood can't stop the sharpness of basalt. Jinhua opened his eyes, covering his neck and spitting blood from his mouth, his eyes staring dead at Li Dao. How could he not imagine how the blade's trajectory could have slewed back in such a strange route? Unbeknownst to him, his every move had already been replicated in Li Dao's mind, and based on his previous behavior it was deduced that there was a 90% certainty that he would dodge to the left, and that Li Dao only needed to send the blade over at a certain point in time. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 1031. After Jinhua gulped his breath, the system's beep sounded. Aha! Upon seeing the attributes that killing an innate martial artist provided him with, Li Dao's entire body froze. After 10? Translated, the overall attributes of an innate martial artist had reached as much as 100 times that of an ordinary person. More than his overall physique. Should he say that it was worthy of being an innate martial artist? According to the previous hand-to-hand calculations, in front of this innate single on the body is only a dozen times that of an ordinary person's physique. That is to say, the true chi attribute of this column occupies as much as 80% of the overall attributes of an innate martial artist. What a horrible ratio. In the meantime, along with Jinhua's death, the air around Li Dao suddenly became extraordinarily silent. Raising his head to look, he saw that all the falling cloud soldiers were staring stupidly at the dead Jinhua's body. After one of the soldiers returned to his senses, his feet subconsciously began to back away. And that's just the beginning. With the first, there was a second. All the soldiers began to back away from Li Dao. Their so powerful commander was already dead. It was simply meaningless for them to go up and kill other than giving away their heads. Not far away, Sans, who had just been poking fun at Jinhua, also froze in place. He still didn't understand why Jinhua just died so suddenly. Isn't he playing? How to play your life away. If Jinhua was still conscious at this moment and knew what was going on inside Sans' mind, he would have cursed. I want. Sans, who had returned to his senses, was just about to think about making a move to help Jinhua take revenge when a sudden jolt in his head calmed him down. He's not that far off from Jinhua. If Jinhua didn't play himself to death, but was actually killed when he was outmatched by his opponent, could he go up and fight? From Jinhua's previous cry for help, it seemed like he wanted to escape, but couldn't. That is to say that the strength of the other party gave Jinhua nowhere to run but to ask for help. San's feet were fixed in place. Now he had two choices. One was to avenge Jinhua's death. He might also die at the hands of the other party, thus being destroyed by the other party's one-man regiment to destroy their team. The second is to run away. Stay in the Green Mountains, not afraid of no firewood. Wait for him to become stronger and then help Jinhua to take revenge. Over here, after Li Dao finished off the innate martial artist in front of him, his gaze naturally fell on another innate martial artist not far away. Last one left. Then, he was just about to move. Then he saw the innate martial artist not far away suddenly roll over and mount his horse. Originally, he had thought that the other party would come towards him, but to his surprise, the other party directly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. A voice was also left behind. All retreat. This sound seemed to lift the restrictions of the soldiers of the fallen clouds, only to see the soldiers of the falling clouds who were still slowly backing up quickly running towards the camp one by one as if they were pumped with chicken blood. They had only one idea, and that was to mount their horses and go after their other commander. Li Dao? The scene made him freeze as well. This isn't what he thought it would be. Shouldn't it be a group of people pouncing on him and fighting for their lives to help that innate martial artist avenge his death? What's wrong with running away? I don't know if he reacted slowly or the other party ran too fast. By the time Li Dao came back to his senses, one of the most backward falling cloud soldiers had already ridden out 100 meters away. Chapter 28, Freeing Wei Yun. Looking at the innate martial artist who had already disappeared, as well as the back of the remnants of the falling cloud soldiers fleeing, after hesitating for a moment Li Dao still didn't chase after them. For him, today had been a profitable day. This harvest can be considered a surprise. The most important thing now is to make sure that Wei Yun doesn't have any problems. If this guy died, then all his efforts in this period of time could be considered a waste of time. On the flagpole, Wei Yun's mouth was slightly open, and up to now, he hadn't fully recovered from the surprise of Li Dao's decapitation of the innate martial artist. It wasn't until he felt the flagpole being lifted and lowered that he drifted back to his senses. Li Dao looked at the dull-eyed Wei commander and went forward to pat on his face, inquiring, "Wei commander, not dead?" Feeling the slight pain on his face and making sure that it wasn't a dream, Wei Yun shook his head. "It's fine. The other party didn't lay a deadly hand on me. The people of the Falling Cloud tribe captured him mainly to make him admit that he was the guilty party for killing the third prince of the Falling Cloud. They didn't kill him, just tortured him, so it looked like he was miserable, but in reality it was just a depletion of his true chi coupled with some external injuries. No lesser arm or leg injuries would be considered only minor for any of them border generals." At this moment, Wei Yun suddenly raised his head with a touched face and looked at Li Dao. 952-7. "I didn't expect you to run over and save me. It really moved me too much." After saying that, he suddenly opened his hand, showing a gesture of wanting a hug. Li Dao dodged it with a sidestep. His face darkened. "You're touched too early. I was just thinking that no one would return our free bodies if you died, so that's why I had to do this." "I know, but you couldn't lie to me to get me to move." Wei Yun is not a little cutie. Naturally clear that the relationship between the two is not that close. The reason why I said that was just a little bit of emotion, but I did not expect to be ruthlessly broken reality. Li Dao raised his eyebrows and said bluntly, "What do you gain by touching me? You're not afraid I'll turn against you and not give you your freedom if you do this to me? You can try." In the next second, the shentai knife he had sent out was set between his neck, constantly traveling back and forth, and under the stimulation of the cold blade, a layer of goosebumps could not help but rise on his body, and he could not help but have his sweaty hairs stand up. Wei Yun believed that at this moment, as long as he dared to speak out against his words, this knife would definitely slice through his neck without hesitation. And 9527 was such a decisive person. He had seen how murderous this one was when he hung in the air earlier, and the excitement on his face almost the entire time he killed was not acted out. It was completely from the heart. He couldn't imagine what kind of person would view killing as a pleasure. Wei Yun sidestepped and carefully dodged the shin iron knife, rubbing the goosebumps on his body while saying, all right, I'll just talk, not so much as to move the knife." Upon hearing this, Li Dao put away the shin iron sword and put it back into its sheath, extending a hand towards Wei Yun. "It's time to go back after being out so long." Wei Yun froze as he looked at the outstretched hand and suddenly revealed a smile. "Thank you." Regardless of whether 9527 was motivated by freedom or something else, he had always been saved by the other party, and this was a favor he had to recognize. Pulling Wei Yun up, Li Dao swept his eyes up and down at the injuries on the other's body. Can you still ride a horse? Riding a horse? Do you believe that if the people of the Falling Cloud tribe come back I'll be able to kill some more? Speaking with movement, probably pulling at the wound. It instantly hurt the corners of his mouth. Li Dao couldn't help but give a blank look. Ride your own horse if you can. I don't really want to ride a horse with a man. Wei Yun spat helplessly from the side. Speaking as if I'm willing to ride a horse with a man, Li said. Who knows? Wei Yun? Inside the town of Long Valley. After Old Ghost's treatment, most of the remaining Deqian soldiers within the town of Changgu were saved. Many of the soldiers around them gave the Old Ghost a grateful expression, because some of them had their broken arms back by the Old Ghost. There were even many soldiers on the verge of death who were hardened and kept alive by the Old Ghost's godlike medical skills. Looking at his already scabbed wounds, Captain Lu couldn't help but marvel. You're really talented, Old Ghost. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. I say, Old Ghost, your medical skills are so powerful. How come the Jinui there recorded you as practicing medicine without a license, selling fake medicines, and being arrested? Upon hearing this, the Old Ghost snorted lightly. Someone is beneficent. The old man fulfilled his wish, but he had the brocade guards arrest me. After that the Old Ghost explained the general course of events. After hearing the Old Ghost's story, everyone froze. In the story of the Old Ghost, a dignitary who had a son but suddenly wanted a daughter in his old age asked if there was any way for him to have a daughter again. The old geezer happened to be debugging a medicine at the time, and was just short of a test subject, so with a bit of maneuvering on his part, the dignitary had a daughter. As for why that dignitary at the end of the day let the Jinui arrest him, it was because that dignitary had a daughter but no more sons. The Old Ghost hardened himself with his medical skills to turn the dignitary's son into a daughter, a real daughter kind of thing, and was able to get married and have children. Fortunately, the son of the nobleman is an uneducated scum. Genie Wei thinking of the old man is also considered to be a harm, so they did not kill on the spot, just arrested into the prison. Hearing the Old Ghost say this, everyone present subconsciously clenched their legs. Instead, the Old Ghost said to himself, seeing his meeting his fate, if any of you want to turn into a woman, the old man can help for free. Shinsan couldn't help but say from the side, Old Ghost, you won't be punishing me by making me a medicine boy. Before he thought that being a medicine boy is nothing. The Old Ghost is so good at healing, and it's fine if he doesn't die from eating. But now so look, sometimes live is better than dead to go it. If he's still that big official's son, absolutely will not choose to live. The Old Ghost shrugged. It's unclear for now. I'll let you know when I've developed a new drug. The small talk soon ended and Lu Neng sighed. I don't know if 9527 can catch up and save Commander Wei. Shinsan, who was present and Wei Yun's least dealt with, had a sad face at the moment. Wei Yun, ah Wei Yun, don't die. Who will give me back my free body if you die? If you can come back alive, I'll call you a grandpa for all I care. As soon as the words fell, Shinsan heard a sound of horses' hooves coming from not far away. Shinsan, I heard what you said. Hurry up and call grandpa. The crowd looked back in unison at the sound of the voice, only to see two figures riding their horses from the shattered gates of the town of Long Valley not far away. One was Li Dao, and the other was naturally Wei Yun. Commander Wei. Lu Neng sat up from the ground with a surprised look on his face. The rest of the soldiers of the mighty battalion were also excited and wanted to get up. That even those who couldn't stand up were lifted up by their teammates next to them. Wei Yun looked at his men with a long sigh in his heart, but still greeted them with a forced smile. It's good that everyone is fine. After he finished speaking, he gazed at Shinsan. Fatty, what about calling me grandpa as promised? Shinsan's face was a shade of green and purple. Fatty, manly man, you won't keep your word. Wei Yun continued to tease. You asshole. Wei Yun this time waved his hand again. Forget it, for the sake of 9527 saved my life. No need for you, grandpa. Shinsan opened his mouth without changing his face after screaming, wanting to use one sentence to exempt my family boss from saving your favor. Is it possible, Wei Yun? Shinsan then walked to Wei Yun and extended his hand. Wei Yun glanced down at nothing and asked, what are you doing? Give us back our freedom. Can't pay it back now. Why? Fatty, you don't want to see what has become of the mighty battalion. How do you expect me to pay it back? So when are you going to pay it back? At the very least, I'll have to wait until the mighty battalion is rebuilt so that I can contact the people up there. Really? Of course it's true, Wei Yun said very seriously. Death row inmates want to restore the household registration is not so simple. There must always be a process. In short, I guarantee that I will definitely do the household registration as soon as possible for you guys, and return you to your free body. Shinsan looked skeptical. You're not playing us again. Wei Yun shrugged. If you don't believe me, then you always believe in 9, 5, 2, 7. Shinsan turned back to Li Dao. Boss, is this guy reliable? Leto said bluntly. We'll see if it's reliable or not when we wait and see. He had asked about the situation on the way back from the two of them, and naturally would not make as much of a fuss as Shinsan. At those words, Shinsan glanced at Wei Yun. I'll trust you one last time. Don't worry, time ebbs away. A month had passed since the attack on Changgu town and Wei Yun's return. In order to prevent the people of the Falling Cloud tribe from attacking again, Wei Yun moved the remnants of the mighty warrior battalion away to another uninhabited ancient town 100 miles to the east of Changgu town. After a month of construction, the new old town has taken on a bit of a new look, and was renamed Chongping Town by Wei Yun. It means, long life and peace. The only thing that made Wei Yun strange was that when he named Chongping, 9-5-2-7's face looked a bit odd. This day, inside a tent in Chongping Town, the 5 Leto men gathered together. The bed was quiet with the usual crazy little lunatic lying on it. The old ghost took the little madman's pulse and examined it closely from the sidelines. After a few moments, the old ghost let go. There. At those words, the little madman hurriedly climbed up and moved around. The quiet immobility had suffocated him, and if it wasn't for the fact that they were all familiar with each other, he would have started to play crazy long ago. Leto stood aside. How's the situation? The old ghost shook his head. It can be cured, but not here. He glanced at the little lunatic and explained. I once understood this kind of compulsion child exoticism. It comes from some ancient clans in the mountains in the south of Deqian. If you want to save the little lunatic, you have to make a trip there before you can do so. Su-hu suddenly got up and said, Go! After this month's time together, the two similar kindred spirits, Little Crazy Man and Su-hu, became closer and closer, and when he saw that Little Crazy Man had hope for a cure, Su-hu naturally agreed to come down without saying a word. The old ghost nodded. If you say go then go. The old man's favorite thing to cure is this difficult disease, but we still have to wait for Little Wei Commander to return us free. Hearing this, Shinsan on the side came to be angry. This Wei Yun can't be that he doesn't want to give us a free body. It's been a month, how come there's still no result? At this time, the curtain of the camp tent was lifted by someone and a voice came out. Fatty Shun, I just came in here and heard someone insulting me. Insult you? I'd like to hit you. It's been a month. Your camp mighty is better. But where's the old man's freedom? Shinsan turned around and was about to start cursing, but as a result, when he saw clearly what Wei Yun was holding in his hand, his expression froze, and he hurriedly said, What you are holding in your hand is. Wei Yun smiled slightly. The household register. Shinsan froze. Really? Wei Yun. Guess. Shinsan. Although he wanted to snatch the unknown household register from Wei Yun's hands, he knew he couldn't do it. Alright Commander Wei, it's that time of the day so don't tease him. Li Dao stepped forward at this time and said. Likewise, there was curiosity in his gaze, and after waiting for a month, he was getting a little impatient. See Li Dao open. Wei Yun, also not in the nonsense, walked to the table in front of the booklet in the hands put down, casually turned together a page. The above clear record of some people's household registration information. Soon the household register was turned to a blank page. Next all you need to do is to tell me about yourselves, and I can register you. And after that, when you hand it in, from now on in the officialdom you will be the ones who have a household registration again. Wei Yun glanced at the 5 Li Dao people. Which one of you will go first? A few gazes subconsciously looked towards Li Dao. Okay, I'll go first then. Li Dao took a deep breath and sat across from Wei Yun. Since being locked up in the death camp, from despair to hope, step by step to this point, ghosts know how much pressure in his heart, and now finally able to please the identity of death row inmates. At this point, Wei Yun suddenly reminded. One more thing to remind you. A household registration should not be the same as the previous one. Otherwise there will be problems. It is better to write an unfamiliar household registration that is completely unrelated to the previous one. Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded. This was something he was naturally aware of. Especially his identity is relatively special and sensitive, which if accidentally discovered, the old man of the great Qian emperor will never let him go. However, the name will not be changed. The entire Dacian dynasty 20 million people. Li's surname is one of the big surnames. There are a lot of people with the same name. Simply a name he is not afraid to be found. After that, Li Dao told Wei Yun the household registration information he thought of to write in the household register. Come on, it's my turn. Just as Li Dao finished speaking, Shinsan nonchalantly sat on the side. Anyway, Wei Yun was right here, so the old ghosts and the few people didn't bother to fight with him for strength. In less than an incense stick of time, the household registers of all 5 were recorded. After registering, Shinsan couldn't wait to ask, when will we be able to leave this hellish place? Wei Yun put away the booklet and said, although it has been registered, you still need to hand this booklet over for the people above to record it, and then make tooth tags for you. and you can only enter and exit all over Dakian when you get the tooth tags. Dental license plate. This thing Li Dao understand. In ancient times is similar to an identity card, used to indicate identity. In the blink of an eye, time came to 3 days later. Inside the tent, Wei Yan handed each of the 5 tooth tags representing their identities into the hands of each of the 5 people. With the tooth plate represents the identity has been recorded in the official records of the Great Qian. The future that even if the tooth plate is lost, can also be replaced. It also represents a formal farewell to the status of death row inmates and a new identity for the 5. Touching the poorly textured dental plate in his hand. At this moment, Li Dao only felt as if an invisible shackle had opened on him, and he was completely relaxed both physically and mentally. 3 months have passed since the memory was revived. From a generation of third-ranked earls to a death row inmate, and then from death row inmate back to normal status. It all seemed like a dream to him now. He still vaguely remembered how desperate he was when he was first put on death row, and thanks to awakening the system, he was finally able to regain his freedom in the present. Be happy. Wei Yan did not know when he came beside Li Dao to reveal a smile. He understood very well about Li Dao's feelings. After all, not a few death row inmates pass through his hands every year, and most of those death row inmates were numb and desperate, and the few who were somewhat competent could only last for a short while before they went crazy on one of the death row missions. So far, the 5 Li Dao men were also the first death row inmates who survived his hands to freedom. Naturally, I'm glad. Li Dao discreetly and carefully put away the dental plate and turned around with a faint smile. Commander Wei, you should have something to say to me. Wei Yan looked stunned, shook his head and laughed. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Well, in addition to giving you the dental license today, there is something else I want to ask you. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. What is it? Wei Yan said with a serious face. I wonder if you have the will to join the military camp. It's important to realize that often people like you, who definitely don't get their original identity back, will be more in a state of limbo. With your previous performance I realized that you're especially suited for the barracks, and if you can stay, you'll definitely have a smooth path in the future. So do you want to think about it? Li Dao's expression was stunned. There was some surprise at Wei Yan's words, not realizing that he was inviting him to join the military camp. After a few moments of thought, he gave his answer. It's something to think about, but not right now. What do you mean? Li Dao shrugged. I wanted to go home and look around first. This is also something that has been thought through before, especially after learning about the targeting of the Chancellor's residence from both Sun Jiang and Gao Liang. He couldn't wait to go back and take a look. All right. Wei Yan could also understand Li Dao's thoughts and nodded. If there is any idea of joining the army, you can look for me. Li Dao nodded. Day 2. Outside the town of Chongping, the dental license was only obtained yesterday, and today the 5 Li Dao people were ready to leave. But yeah, they were tired of this place. Li Dao rode and looked at the remaining 4. Are we all sure? Shin-san said cheerfully. Boss, just don't worry. I guarantee to send the 3 old ghosts to the place. Although they had all been restored to free agency, Shin-san still spoke of the boss in one mouthful. In his words, once a boss, always a boss. Simply put is that people in the world, more friends more road, especially the death camp to get along so that Shin-san understand their own side of the 4 are not ordinary people. He is an ordinary people want to mix open that have to hold the thighs, and Li Dao is that the thickest. Li Dao nodded. That's good. You guys be careful along the way, don't make any accidents. Due to the fact that the little madman was refined into a compulsion child, although he was preserved with a certain amount of spiritual intelligence, he had serious after effects. According to the old ghost's judgment, if the little madman continued, he would not live for more than a year before he could not suppress the compulsion poison in his body and died a violent death. Thus, the old ghost's decision was to take the little madman and personally travel to the southern mountains of Diqian to find a cure for the little madman. Su Hu, on the other hand, because of his homelessness and his closeness to little crazy man, decides to protect old ghost and little crazy man along the way. As for the last Shin-san, he decided to send the 3 to the southern mountains of Diqian before continuing to mingle in his own Jianghu. That's why there's a parting of the ways now. Shin-san was just about to leave with the 3 old ghosts when he suddenly thought of something and pulled out a handful in his arms, only to see many gold and silver belongings being taken out by him. Boss, the rivers and lakes are a long way away. These coils are for you, and the journey will be easier. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. Did you pass these all along from the previous missions there? Shin-san scratched his head and smiled. Just passing by. Li Dao glanced at Shin-san's bulging package, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Worthy of being a thief. You're on death row and you don't forget to steal. Looking at the gold and silver handed over, Li Dao shook his head. You take it. I don't need it if I have it myself. He already had quite a bit of silver on him, all of which was given by Wei Yan. It's not a return favor, but he deserves it. Completed 3 missions in exchange for free agency. but those accumulated battle credits were given to Wei Yun in real terms. According to the exchange of 1 ear for 1 or 2 silver, Li Dao took a few hundred taels from Wei Yun, and he alone was enough to spend for the time being. That's fine. Shinsan finally clasped his fist at Li Dao. Boss, then we'll be on our way first. Go. Li Dao smiled slightly and clasped his fists as he returned. Shinsan turned back to look at the red sun rising in the distant plains, couldn't help but let out a long whistle, and with a fast horse and whip, he took the 3 old ghosts and went on his way. Li Dao watched the silhouettes of the 4 people gradually disappear into the plains, turned his gaze back to the north, and softly whispered to himself, "Then I should go as well," said in a flick of the horsewhip. Soon after, his figure would disappear into the northern plains as well. In the meantime, 2 men in armor stood leaning against the fence of Chongping town. "Chancellor, isn't it a bit of a shame that September 5th, 27 is gone?" Lu Neng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Li Dao in the distance. "No pity. Why?" Wei Yun looked ahead with his eyes and smiled slightly. "Because sooner or later he will return. A man like him, the rivers and lakes don't suit him. The battlefield does." Upon hearing this, Lu Neng froze, recalling in his mind Li Dao's appearance of killing the enemy in the battlefield. He couldn't help but say, "If he goes to the battlefield, then our Diqian may have one more great killing star." Wei Yun patted Lu Neng's shoulder and laughed softly. "As long as the knife doesn't cut into our necks, whatever." Lu Neng laughed. "That's true." Chapter 29 Arrangement. Iron Family Merchants. 2 days later, Yumen Township. This is the largest state gate pass in the eastern territory of Dakian, and is likewise the first town after the east enters Dakian. Under the hot sun, a man and a horse slowly approached the guard gate barrier. Seeing this, a small general guarding the gate raised his hand and shouted, "Stop the comer! Enter the town and show your dental license." Li Dao stopped his steps and took out the tooth tag from his pocket and handed it over. The young gatekeeper took the tooth tag, examined it carefully, and after looking up and down at the dusty Li Dao, inquired, "Where did you come from and where are you going?" "From the town of Nagoya, bound for the empire." "Long Valley town?" the young general guarding the gate asked. "Is it possible to recognize Commander Wei?" Lido put his hands on his waist, and this action instantly put the soldiers behind the small guard on alert. All of them drew their long swords at their waists, with an air of being ready to rush up at any moment. Li Dao was not surprised by the soldiers' reactions, but he did not stop, but quickly took out the Xian iron sword from his waist. "I wonder if your lordship can recognize this Xian iron sword." The young gatekeeper raised his hand to stop the soldiers behind him, and backhandedly took the basalt blade and surveyed it, his eyes lighting up when he saw a certain marking. "So it's really Commander Wei's people." Rude, rude, rude. The gatekeeper's attitude changed drastically. From his previous caution he became happy all of a sudden. Politely handing back the Xian iron sword, Li Dao took the Xian iron blade and asked, "Wei Yun told you about it?" "Aha." The young general guarding the gate revealed a smile. "A few days ago, Commander Wei told me that one of his friends would be entering the gate here, and asked us to help out, and by the looks of it, it should be this Gongzi Yu, because he didn't know Li Dao. But looking at his age it wasn't too much to call him Gongzi. And how did he ask you to help me?" He was not surprised by Wei Yun's initiative. After all, that guy owed him a big favor. "Is your excellency heading to the imperial capital?" "Yes. Your excellency doesn't know. This eastern border is far away from the imperial capital. It's hard for the average person to arrive at the imperial capital alone all the way along the way, so usually the people of Yumen town go to the imperial capital together in a group. And we don't have the ability to send your excellency to the imperial capital, but we can help your excellency to recommend a suitable group." Under the gatekeeper's explanation, Li Dao quickly learned about the situation in Yumen town, because the town of Yumen is in a border town, and is extremely remote. Therefore, it was difficult for the average individual to reach this place, and often only some caravans that traveled the border would come and go between these border towns. And the best way for an individual to get to the outside world from here is to join a group and travel in company. As for grouping, Lido agrees. Although he had a map in his hand that went from Yumen town to the Great Qin imperial capital, he had a tough time reading modern maps, let alone this kind of ancient map, really letting him fumble around on his own. Half a month's journey was estimated to take months to get there, so the best thing to do is to get someone to lead the way. Li Dao nodded. "Then I'll trouble you." After saying that, he took out 10 taels of silver from his pocket and threw it over. "You're too polite, my lord. You're a friend of Commander Wei." The young gatekeeper received the silver with a bitter smile. "There's no need to be polite. Wei Yun is Wei Yun. I'm me. If there's a problem, let him find me, and this money can be taken as a way to buy alcohol for the brothers," Lido said casually. Upon hearing this, the young gatekeeper didn't know what to say, and could only cup his fists and said, "Don't worry, Your Excellency. We'll make sure to arrange for you properly." Under the guidance of the young general guarding the gate, Li Dao led his horse and quickly entered the interior of Yumen Town. After entering Yumen Town, Li Dao realized that compared to the exterior, the interior of Yumen Town was obviously much more prosperous than the outside. The town of Jade Gate is not big, but there is no shortage of all kinds of things in it. Along the way there are carpets and hawking merchants everywhere. All kinds of restaurants and buildings have everything. Seems to be able to see Li Dao's doubts. The gatekeeper explained on the side. These are the merchants to and from the border. Although the border is remote, but for the merchants coming and going from different countries is a place to make money. Most of the merchants don't want to go too far, will directly wholesale the goods here. And gradually this place is also prosperous. But Gongzi, don't look at them as being very enthusiastic. But no businessman is a crook. And these people are the fastest ones to run away once there's any wind. Speaking of which, the keeper's words were filled with contempt. Shortly after, the gatekeeper brought Li Dao inside an inn. Standing outside the door, Li Dao saw the plaque above the inn at a glance. Tiejia Inn. Below that is a small plaque with the same 4 words. Tiejia Dark Bureau. I can't imagine there's an Iron family property here as well. There is some understanding of the Iron family Lido, the first imperial merchant of the Dacian dynasty. The industry is spread throughout the entire Great Qian territory. Even the neighboring countries have the Iron family's industry, and the scale is not small. Its Iron family estate is said to be rich, and, in addition to wealth, the power of the Iron family is not trivial in Dacian. In every generation of the Iron family, there would be a woman married into the royal family, married to the Dacian royal family, and their status was not low, so the Iron family had also always been a royal relative. It is precisely for this reason that the Iron family has not been scorned by the Dacian royal family, but instead has always had signs of support. The two walked into the building, only to see that the people inside were a group of dusty people who looked similar to Lido. The gatekeeper led Lido to the counter. Xiao Qian, please tell your shopkeeper to come out. The gatekeeper said directly to the shopkeeper at the counter. Seeing clearly the person coming, store assistant a smile. Get it, Zhao master, you two wait a moment. I will go to notify the shopkeeper. Shortly after, the store assistant led a chubby man in a fancy dress out. Elder brother Zhao, what brings you here today? The shopkeeper said cheerfully. Don't get close. The gatekeeper said directly. Have you had any large groups going to the imperial capital here lately? I need you to arrange for someone to get in for me. A large group going to imperial? The shopkeeper thought about it, seemed to think of something, came close and whispered. The large team is really there. It is our Iron family's own group, but want to go in a little strict. Need to be clean. Zhao old brother you this. The gatekeeper glared at the shopkeeper. Feelings that you think the person I brought is not innocent? The shopkeeper smiled sarcastically. I don't dare to dare. That's not what I'm saying. The young gatekeeper. Forget it. There's no need to bull asterisk with you. Help me get this friend inside, and I'll count it as a favor to you. At those words, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. The value of this favor wasn't low, but thinking of the man who was leading the group this time, he asked again uncertainly. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with the people you brought? The goalie was out of breath. Do you want me to put my head in your place as a guarantee? No. The words here, the shopkeeper also understands that the person behind the gatekeeper should be really innocent, so he patted his chest and said, don't worry old brother Zhao. I guarantee with the reputation of the Iron family that I'll let this bit of brother behind you arrive at the imperial capital safely. That's good. The gatekeeper turned his head to look at Li Dao. My lord, you can just stay at this inn for the rest of the day. The shopkeeper will make arrangements for you. Thanks, Lido said seriously. Although the two exchanged a whisper, he naturally heard it clearly with his sharp 5 senses, so he also knew that this matter was handled with great care by the little gatekeeper. The young gatekeeper laughed. Commander Wei saved my life on the battlefield back then. If you're his friend, you're my friend. No need to be polite. Soon after, the little gatekeeper took his leave, leaving Li Dao alone at the inn. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly. Guests can stay in the store first and leave tomorrow. After saying that, he slapped the store assistant beside him. Still not quick enough to go and clean up this gentleman's room. Under the guidance of the store assistant, Li Dao came to a room. The store assistant asked, is there anything else you need? Sir? Li Dao looked down at the dress he was wearing and pulled out a piece of silver from his pocket and threw it over. Help me prepare some hot water meals and a clean set of clothes. The shopkeeper took the silver to show a happy expression. Lo Gongzi, I guarantee to give you a proper arrangement. 1 incense stick of time later, a bucket of hot water, a set of black clothes, and a meal were laid out in the room. Li Dao let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I can take a hot bath. This human town is okay. In Changgu town, because of the remoteness of the surrounding area, water resources itself is very scarce. Drinking water can be, but want to take a bath is impossible. At best, is to use a towel dipped in some water to wipe. The tattered clothing on his body was removed. revealing his lean muscles underneath his clothes. The physique had been strengthened over and over again, and his form became more and more perfectly formed, with every muscle fitting perfectly on his body. Soaking into the water, he let out a long breath once more. It had been more than 3 months since he had last bathed when he had been in an Yuan Bo panel. While soaking in the bath, Li Dao called out softly, "Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 87. 81. Available attributes, 0. Ever since the last time he killed that innate of the Falling Cloud tribe, there had been no more chances to earn attribute points, so the physique had been fixed on that. When the trip to the imperial capital is over, it will be time to think about the future." Early the next morning. Knock, knock, knock. The store assistant stood outside the house and knocked on the door while saying, "Sir, the shopkeeper asked me to inform you that the team is leaving." Crunch! The door to the room opened, and the store assistant was just about to say something when he suddenly froze in place. "This gentleman. Who are you? Where is the gentleman from yesterday?" At this time, the man inside the door of the room was dressed in a long black coat, with a straight posture. His green silk was like ink. A handful of black hair was erected by a hairband, and 2 strands of hair naturally hung down at his temples, especially a face, handsome and hard, sword eyebrow and starry eyes. Anyone who came would have to praise a beautiful boy. "Don't bother looking. I'm the guy from yesterday." Li Dao voiced a reminder. The store assistant revealed an unbelievable gaze, completely unable to reunite this gentleman in front of him with the dusty figure from yesterday. It took a good few moments before he came back to his senses and said, "Your Excellency is really sorry. You are so good looking that I am a bit afraid to recognize you. It's completely demoralizing to say that." Li Dao expressed his understanding for the shopkeeper's reaction, as he was also surprised by his looks yesterday. Although before entering the death camp, his appearance was quite impressive, but due to years of drinking and eating meat, staying in greenhouses and other places, resulting in body loss and lack of qi, so he appeared a bit fat and shriveled. The standard of 100 points at most make a 70 points. And now the enhancement of the physical body seems to be also linked to his appearance has also gone through a series of regulation enhancement. The face value is also improved by a large margin. 100 points can at least hit 90. He felt that he didn't have to worry about people from the past recognizing him as the former Li Dao if he returned to the imperial capital, because the current him and the former were merely the same in terms of bone phase, but there was a huge difference in their specific appearance, and it was completely like he had changed into a different person. "Well, did your boss say where to assemble?" Li Dao opened his mouth and asked. The store assistant hurriedly said, "I don't know. Sir can go downstairs to find the shopkeeper." Under the guidance of the store assistant, Li Dao re-meet the shopkeeper. Upon seeing Li Dao, the shopkeeper revealed the same confused look as the store assistant. He reacted only after the shopkeeper's explanation, and immediately revealed a warm smile. "Just follow me, my lord." On the way to the meeting point, the shopkeeper looked at the knife on Li Dao's waist and inquired, "May I ask if you have cultivation on your side?" "Li Dao, what is the meaning of this?" The shopkeeper explained. "I won't hide it from you. The team you're going to this time is a caravan organized by a big shot of my iron family, and if you want to join in you must have an identity. If you are not good at martial arts, I will arrange for you to be in a general capacity such as a horseman. If your son is skilled in martial arts, then he can be arranged as an escort for the escort. Compared to a horseman, the escort will be treated better along the way." Seemingly thinking of something temporarily, soon the shopkeeper explained again. "Of course, even if it is escorting the prince, there is absolutely no need to worry about safety. There are not yet a few ungrateful roadblocks within the Great Qian territory that dare to block the convoy of my Iron Family Dark Bureau." Li Dao thought for a moment and spoke, "Then arrange for me to be a guard." Although it was said that there was no cultivation, this body of his was much stronger than any cultivation. "Okay." After walking for a short while, a convoy suddenly appeared in front of Li Dao's eyes. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of carriages in the convoy, stretching hundreds of meters along the way, most of which were goods, a few of which were carriages that people rode in, and many escorting personnel. Not bad for the Iron family. With his keen perception, Li Dao realized that many of these escorts were armed with cultivation skills. "Spectacular, isn't it?" the shopkeeper explained from the side. "It's only our Iron family's caravan that can organize such a large fleet. Ordinary families simply can't do it." The shopkeeper's words were filled with the pride of being a member of the Iron family. That's the way it was in ancient times. 7 ranks of officials at the prime minister's door. If the status of the family is high, then even if it is a family slave, the status will be elevated with it. The shopkeeper brought Li Dao to the middle of the caravan and found a small captain of the guards who was responsible for the caravan's escort. "Boss Qian, I'll trouble you to help arrange this one." The shopkeeper finished and shoved over a purse. The man took the purse and weighed it, revealing a satisfied smile. "All right, I'll take care of this matter. After sizing up Li Dao, he waved his big hand. Kid, then just follow me when the team sets out later. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper turned around and said, the next thing you can do is to follow the caravan, and just leave the caravan directly when you arrive at the imperial capital. Li Dao cupped his fists and said, trouble the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper waved his hand. Ha ha, your excellency doesn't have to be like this. It's all just human interaction. What the few people didn't notice was that outside a luxurious carriage not far from the few people, a little girl in a long turquoise-colored dress took in this scene. Chapter 30 Tai San Yang. Bai Yuer. Poof. The girl in blue snorted coldly and lifted the curtain of the luxurious carriage to get in. After she sat down, she said with an indignant face, Miss, now the people below one by one are getting more and more excessive. Eating, taking and asking for things, knowing people who don't know are all stuffed inside the fleet. On the main seat inside the carriage, there was a woman wearing a long pale golden dress. The woman's green silk is like ink. Her appearance is like white jade carving. Her face is like solid grease. Her eyes are like dotted paint. And she is wonderful, just like a jade person. With a light smile on her face, she looked at the personal maid who had grown up with her and said, the border is tough. It's not easy for them to be stationed here. As long as it's not a big deal, there's no need to make a big fuss about it. But as hard as the conditions are, our iron family gives them better treatment. The girl known as Yuer muttered in a small voice. The stunningly beautiful woman laughed softly. Then how about I give you some more money so that you can live in this Jade Gate town for a long time? Yuer shook her head. I don't want it. The wind and sand here are bad for your skin. I wouldn't want to pay more money. If you won't, why should they? The stunning woman looked out through a gap in the curtains and sighed softly. Not everything is solvable with money. Yuer seemed to be able to tell that something was going on in her own young lady's mind, and asked in a low voice, Young lady, are you still worried about your marriage? You're quite the little wit. Hey. Yuer laughed nervously. I know that you don't look at those royal descendants, miss, but I feel that you don't need to worry about these things at all. Miss, the stunning woman looked puzzled. Why? Yuer spoke with a natural face. You and Princess Mingyue are so close, and Princess Mingyue is so favored by His Majesty. You can beg Princess Mingyue to help you break your engagement. The stunning woman froze and reached out to touch her lovely maid's head without saying anything more. It would be nice if things really worked out that way. Alright, Yuer go ask if it's ready outside. The caravan should be leaving. Lowering her hand, the stunning woman said softly, Yes ma'am. Led by the escort squad leader, Li Dao quickly arrived next to a carriage escorting goods. Just follow this car when the convoy leaves. The guard squad leader said. Got it. Li Dao nodded. That who? At that moment, a sweet and soft voice rang in both of their ears. The two of them turned around to look, only to see a young girl with a clear and lovely appearance appear on the side. Seeing the visitor, the guard squad leader hurriedly greeted. So it's Miss Yuer, may I ask what's up? Bai Yuer glanced at Li Dao on the side. Her expression first froze, and when she returned to her senses and glared, she then turned her head and asked, Miss asked me to ask if your caravan is all ready. The small captain of the escort hurriedly said, It's ready. My side is ready to go at any time. Please don't worry miss. That's good. If something goes wrong, the lady will be held accountable. Bai Yuer finished and continued to walk to the next caravan, and as she passed by Li Dao, her face inexplicably blushed and she quickly walked by with a light hum, causing Li Dao, who was on the side, to reveal a puzzled expression. Just now, he inexplicably felt a hint of hostility coming from this little girl, but it quickly turned to shame and anger. Had he ever seen her before? Looking at the little girl's distant back, Li Dao asked the small captain of the guards on the side, This big brother, can you tell me if the convoy leader this time is the one from the Iron family? You don't know? I've just come to Yumen town from outside the border. That's weird. The escort squad leader raised his chin at the luxurious carriage not far away. See that luxurious carriage? Saw it. That's where the third young lady of the Tai family Tai San Yang is sitting. Tai San Yang? Hearing this name, Li Dao's face revealed a flash of surprise. At one time for this name in the imperial capital he was like a thunderbolt. As her name suggests, Iron San Yang is the third in the Iron family line, and has two older brothers on top of her, and the Iron Lady has a title of Iron Lady. The reason why so called because she above the Iron family boss too is notorious waste dude, infamous than when he was more than ever. And although Tai San Yang is a daughter, she is gifted and has been wise since childhood. At the age of 12, he embarked on the business of the Iron family and showed amazing business talent, making the Iron family's business flourish for a time. Such a comparison led to the growing fame of Iron San Yang. Yet that's not what Iron San Yang is most famous for. Fame and looks once crushed her business accomplishments, and she and Princess Mingyue were known as the two great beauties of the imperial capital. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that this party's caravan was led by this Iron Lady. but he was just surprised. No matter how powerful Tai San Yang was, it had nothing to do with him. There had been no interactions in the past, and it would be difficult to have any interactions in the future. If I had to say, the link between the two might be that Princess Akatsuki. One was Princess Mingyue's close bosom friend, and the other was the man who had broken the other's innocence. Not long after the time had elapsed, news came from the front that the caravan was to leave. Along with the carriage in front of him slowly moving, Li Dao sat on his but on the carriage escorting the goods and acted as a temporary guard. Because Yumen Town was far away from the imperial capital, coupled with the fact that the caravan stretched out, the speed of the rush was not very fast, and there was a need to stop and rest during the journey. And just like that, 7 days passed before the journey was half over. Stopped for a break for dinner. With the sound of a gong, the carriage slowly stopped, and Li Dao jumped off the horse to move his muscles. Because he was an escort, he didn't have to build fires and stoves to cook like some of the horsemen who accompanied him. After a few moments, Li Dao watched as a turquoise-colored figure came from a distance. Humph! When he passed by Li Dao, the familiar soft humming sound resounded once again. Hearing Li Dao look puzzled, it had been an unknown number of times that the little girl had inspected the caravan every time the carriage stopped, and every time she passed him, she grunted. With his powerful memory, he assured himself that he had never seen the girl before and had no idea what had offended her. But in the past few days he had learned the identity of the other party. Tai San Yang's personal maid Bai Yuer. After a moment, when Bai Yuer passed by Li Dao, she once again hummed softly. At this time, Li Dao couldn't help but ask out loud, "This girl, may I ask if I have sinned against you in any way?" Just after asking he regretted it. A little girl humming just hum. It has no effect on him. Why ask for trouble? So he simply turned his head. When he didn't say anything, "Was that you talking just now?" He still hadn't dodged it. And soon Baiyower came closer to inquire in a soft, sweet voice. "Not me." Lido shook his head decisively in denial. "You're the one who spoke." Baiyower jumped in front of Li Dao and said with a serious gaze. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Li Dao was frank and raised his head. "May I ask if the girl has something against me?" At those words, Baiyower froze, and after returning to her senses and thinking of her reaction a few times before, her cute little face couldn't help but blush. But soon she nodded her head seriously with a red face and said, "Yes. Yes?" Li Dao had a puzzled look on his face. "I don't think I've ever seen you before, girl." Baiyower's gaze looked around and suddenly stretched out a white and cute finger to point in a direction. "He helped you join our caravan through the back door." Li Dao looked back and saw the small captain of the guards who had helped him join the Iron family's caravan and instantly understood the meaning of the words. He was a little speechless for a moment, and a little helpless at the same time. This kind of thing seemed normal to him, but looking at the serious-faced little girl in front of him, he felt that it wasn't normal. After all, if he really pursued the matter, he didn't take advantage of it. Thinking of this he regretted even more to call Baiyower, before not picking out okay, bear with it on the past. Now that it's picked out that's going to be resolved. After all, this little girl was that Iron Maiden's personal maid, so if he said something he might be kicked out of the caravan. What will he do then? A knife on Tai San Yang's neck for him to lead him into the imperial capital? Isn't that purely self-inflicted? Thus, Li Dao very frankly spread his hands. "Alright, my problem. Then what do you say about it, Miss Yuer?" With these words, it was Baiyower's turn to not know what to show. According to her initial idea, it was to kick these unruly people out of the fleet. She glanced around at the middle of nowhere and felt something was wrong. She was a kind person. What if she really left someone here? What if someone got killed then? But it was all said and done, and she felt uncomfortable not doing something about it. In the end, Baiyower thought of her own young lady, so she puckered her face and looked at the somewhat good-looking man in front of her, and spat out 2 words in a soft, sweet voice. "Bad people." After saying that, she didn't do anything else. She just stood still and stared with big eyes. She didn't know why she did that. She only knew that her own young lady could sometimes scare off many people just by simply looking and not talking. And the person in question, Li Dao, didn't feel anything at all, but instead felt quite amused. Roughly guessing the character of the young girl in front of him, he spoke. "How about this? As a punishment for my mixing up with the caravan, how about I compensate you?" Upon hearing this, Baiyower retracted her gaze and asked with a skeptical expression, "How are you going to compensate? How about a payout?" "Yes, according to the Iron Family Dark Bureau's price, escorting one person starts at 10 gold. 10 gold? That's 1,000 taels. Li Dao felt that the little girl in front of him was trying to steal money. However, on second thought, given the status of the Iron Family Dark Bureau, 10 gold didn't seem like much. Looking at the little girl in front of him, his head spun. Then he said, "What about my lack of money?" Li Dao didn't give the little girl in front of him a chance to continue talking, and with a long sigh, he said, It looks like I can only be thrown out of the caravan by you. There's no village in front of me around here, and it's in the middle of the mountains, so I don't know if I'm a weak, skinny young man who will be targeted by wild beasts and then given to eating. I guess I'll die a horrible death if I do encounter it. First they were disemboweled and gutted by wild beasts, and in the end only a pile of skeletons was left exposed to the wilderness. Stop. Bayuer's face was pale, shocked by the images that her mind was brainstorming. She just wanted to verbally reprimand the man. There was that thought there. Seemingly afraid that Li Dao would not be able to think straight, she said again in a hurry, I don't want your money. Seeing that the little girl was frightened, Li Dao's heart was momentarily interested, and his mouth continued, I'll feel guilty if I don't want money. Seeing that the youth in front of her was so serious, Bayuer somewhat regretted that she had spoken too much. After a moment's hesitation, she thought of something and suddenly said, then you'll pay off the fare another way. What way? Bayuer looked at Li Dao's outfit and curiously said, by the looks of you you should be a four-way tourist. What are you trying to say? Bayuer's eyes suddenly lit up. Then since you're a four-way tourist, you should have traveled to many places and learned many stories. Li Dao froze, and after thinking about it, he said, sort of. So, are you a good storyteller? Hearing this, Li Dao almost understand what the situation. If other requirements are not really difficult to say, but storytelling. So it said, I guess it's more sort of good at storytelling. Really? I can tell you, I've heard a lot of stories too. Li Dao laughed lightly. I promise no one has heard my story before. Okay, then this girl will believe you once. If the story is good, I don't want your fare. If it's not good, see how this girl will teach you a lesson. Looking at the people around him who had already started eating, Li Dao touched his stomach. You have to let me eat before telling another story. Bayuer looked around and left a you wait and ran away. A short time later, she retraced her steps, with a bowl of hearty meal in her hand, placing the meal in Li Dao's hand. He then said, here you go, be good and tell me stories once you're full. Li Dao looked at the meal in his hand and wondered, why is it so sumptuous? This girl fights for food. Of course it's different from others. Thanks. Li Dao left a sentence and buried his head to start eating. A bowl full of rice was all he could manage in a few minutes. Looking at Li Dao's eating appearance, Bayuer thought to herself, eating looks pretty good too. But soon she reacted to how treacherous her thoughts were, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. And then good looking, so what? She is the home of the young lady's personal maid. In the future with the young lady with the marriage. The young lady married who? She will be who the bed warming maid. There is no choice. She took a glance at the appearance of the man in front of her, and prayed in her heart that her own young lady must find a good-looking husband in the future. And she didn't force herself to do so. She only wanted to be similar to the man in front of her. Soon Li Dao finished his meal and put down his bowl. Bayuer sat on the side of the carriage in a serious manner and said softly, you can tell me a story after you finish eating, right? Naturally. Li Dao wiped his mouth and smiled slightly. Then may I ask Miss Yuer, what kind of story would you like to hear? What kind of story do you have? That's a lot. Li Dao had a breakdown. Ancient romance, fairy romance, historical romance, or perhaps Eastern mythology, Western magic, historical masterpieces. Anyway, pick one. I'm fine with it. In his previous life, Li Dao, as a book age of nearly 20 years of old bookworms, all kinds of novels have dabbled in, because the body strengthens so that those memories are incredibly clear, and really talk about him for 3 days and 3 nights without a break. On the side, Bayuer heard a series of story types coming out of Li Dao's mouth. Her crimson little mouth slightly opened, revealing a very shocked expression. After a while this spoke, do you have all those stories you told? All of them? Take your pick. Bayuer's embroidered brow furrowed in a tangle. She wanted so badly to hear it all, and in the end she threw her choice back. You know too much, so tell me whatever you want. I'll listen to whatever you tell me, but don't you dare lie to me. Okay, then I'll tell you a story about a reckless man. Reckless people? Bah! Wrong story. It's a story of a human and a snake demon. Oh, Chapter 31 Convoy Attack, The Unexpected Tai Sanyang. 3 days later, during the break, Li Dao leaned on the wagon and told stories under his breath. Since then, Fa Hai and the White Lady have lived happily ever after at the Leifeng Tower. Li Dao's gaze went to Bayuer, who was at the side. Well, the story ends here. Is it over? Bayuer waved her little pink fist with an indignant face. That guy Su Xian is so hateful. He even spoiled the White Lady's innocence. And that Fa Hai, his brain is not enlightened. He doesn't even know how to love in the beginning. He has lived so many years for nothing. It's good that the ending was better. And Fa Hai and the White Lady were able to spend a long time together in the Thunder Peak Pagoda. Ahem. Li Dao stifled a smile in his heart. If he let this little girl know the original story, he didn't know what kind of result it would be. He tapped Bo on next to him. The story is done. Let's clear the air. Too clear? Bayur was dazed for a while, and only then did she think of what the two of them had discussed and counted on before, and a touch of reluctance inexplicably rose in her heart. There is a disenchantment with the story and the rest of her eyes carefully glanced aside at the good-looking side of the face, and it was the first time she had ever talked to a stranger for so long, other than a lady, and a man at that, and it was strange in her mind that Bior was torn for a while, and suddenly made up her mind and said, "That can you continue to tell me other stories to listen to later?" As if to prove her resolve, she added in a rush, "I don't listen to your stories for nothing, I can pay you." Leto shook his head. "No need to pay." At those words, Bayur's face revealed a touch of loss, thinking that the other party was unwilling to continue telling her stories, and whispered, "If you're not willing, forget it." Sizing up this little girl over here, Li Dao laughed softly. "When did I say I'm not willing? What do you mean? There's no need to pay. I'll just tell you if you want to listen, and if you feel bad about it, then just bring me more meals in the future." "Really?" Bayur's cute and pretty face was full of surprise, and her dark eyes seemed to be shining brightly. "Really?" Li Dao smiled slightly. Looking at this little girl in front of him, his mind inadvertently recalled his own sister. Both were just as innocent and cute. "Unfortunately, I haven't seen my sister for nearly a decade now, since she was sent away as a child. Moreover, probably because he had stayed in the death camp for too long, killing too many people made him unconsciously generate some hostility within him, although he temporarily suppressed these emotions by virtue of his own will and heart. But this was not a solution either. That's when he remembered a saying from his previous life. Beautiful things make people feel good. He then realized that talking to this little girl in front of him, he found that all the hostility in his heart dissipated a lot. Apparently, little girls were among the good things in his mind. "Then let's make a deal." Bayur suddenly stuck a white and cute little thumb in front of Li Dao. "Pull the hook." Hooking up? Li Dao was shaken by Bayur's adorable movements, and when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but smile and put his hand over to hook Bayur's little thumb. "Okay, pull the trigger." "Miss, I'm back." Bayur drilled into the carriage with a face of excitement, and with a soft sweet voice hastily said, "Today's story is finished. Miss, I'll continue to tell it to you." Tai Sanyang stretched out a jade finger to make a point on Bayur's brow. "You little maid, you wouldn't have taken him as a sweetheart, would you? Or else why would you be in such a hurry to run out every day?" Bayur's face flushed red and she quickly retorted, "That was for me to collect stories for you, miss, and there was no such thing as a sweetheart or anything like that." "Really? Really? Forget it then." Tai Sanyang propped up her jade hand and leaned lazily on the soft cushion, inadvertently revealing her perfect curves. "Originally, I was planning to help you as a matchmaker. It looks like you don't cherish it, so I can only say it's a pity. Miss you." Bayur blushed scarlet, where she could not see that her own young lady was poking fun at herself, but when she thought of the bad guy's face, inexplicably very heartwarming again what was going on. Seeing that Bayur was about to cry in shame, Tai Sanyang then collected herself and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Continue telling your story." Mentioned the story, Bayur instantly came to energy. She does not have many hobbies. She loves to listen to people's stories, and that is to tell stories to people, especially to their own young lady. One incense stick of time later, Bayur mimicked Li Dao's tone and said, "Since then, the White Lady and Fa Hai lived happily ever after at the Thunder Peak Tower." To the side, Tai Sanyang's embroidered brows frowned slightly. Are you sure this is the end of the story?" Bayul's expression froze. "That's right, that's what he told me." Tai Sanyang pondered carefully for a while and suddenly revealed a meaningful expression. Lifting her head and teasingly said, I suddenly thought of another way to narrate this story. See how it goes." The next day, break time. "Big liar." Bayur stood in front of Li Dao and said loudly in a soft sweet voice. Li Dao looked puzzled. "When did I lie to you? White Lady and Su Xian are the couple. Fa Hai is the bad guy. Lido? What the hell? How does this little girl know? First you tell me why you're saying that." Bayur wrinkled her agaric nose and said, "It's all because my young lady told me." After that, she told the story that Tai Sanyang had rewritten for her yesterday. After listening, Li Dao took a long breath of relief. Just now by the little girl to reveal the truth he thought that there was another reborn traveler in this world, but after listening to it, I realized that it was someone who had found some small holes in his story, and then rearranged the story in such a way that, although it was roughly the same, many of the small details in it were not the same as in the original version. Not bad for an Iron Maiden. After understanding that the reason for everything came from that Tai Sanyang, Li Dao couldn't help but admire it in his heart. To be able to tell a story and listen to it once and find the problems with it, and to roughly rearrange the original version, is not something that just anyone can do. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer's pretty face was filled with exasperation. Miss guessed right. You just lied to me. Looking at the face of the soft and cute Bai Yuer in front of him, Li Dao didn't hold back and pinched his upper hand on his face. I'll recompensate you for a storyline. You. Bai Yuer's face suddenly flushed for a while, pointing at Li Dao without knowing what to say. Bad people. Suddenly, Bai Yuer turned around and ran away, not forgetting to leave her meal behind on her way out. Bad guys? Li Dao was stunned at first and looked at his fingers after returning to his senses before he felt something was wrong. The action of pinching his face earlier should be considered molestation. No wonder the little girl reacted so strongly. It couldn't be helped. Bullying his own sister when he was a kid was what he did, and the habit hadn't changed. Bai Yuer ran all the way back to the luxurious carriage and got inside. The whole person froze. Tai Sanyan laughed softly from the side. Yuer, why are you back so early today? Bai Yuer raised her head in exasperation. He really lied to me. What a bad guy. Bad guys? Tai Sanyan's face sank. Since you said he's a bad guy, he must be a bad guy. How about I have the guards step in and finish him off? No. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer subconsciously blocked it, but raising her head was to see her own young lady's flirting face. Yuer, it looks like you're really in the throes of spring. Bai Yuer blushed red and said, I'm not. I'm going to stay with you all the time, miss. Tai Sanyang smiled faintly, accompanying Miss Me. You may be entrusted with more than you can handle in the future. Oh. At those words, Bai Yuer's face turned white, but she was still full of stubbornness. Then it's even more important for you not to leave Miss behind. Tease. Tai Sanyang reached out and touched her own little maid's hair, whispering, Don't worry Yuer, Miss won't let you suffer. Aha. Baiori hummed softly and rubbed herself against the soft hand like a kitten. The time went fast. 3 days passed quickly again, accompanied by the carriage all the way. The distance to the imperial capital was getting closer and closer. Originally, Li Dao thought that after messing with Bai Yuer that day, she wouldn't come looking for him. But I hadn't expected the little girl to be angry with her mouth. But her body was honest, and she would come to him with a hearty meal when the time came. It may also be that the little girl is a little arrogant. Every time the rice down. Also do not speak. Just waiting for Li Dao to tell her a story. Listen to the end of the walk without a trace of hesitation. This day, as in the previous days, Li Dao ate the meal brought by Bai Yuer, and then he was going to start telling a story to Bai Yuer, who was sitting on the side of the carriage. The word is out. As soon as these words were uttered, Li Dao's voice stopped. Bai Yuer was stunned and subconsciously asked, What about behind the great pandemonium? Why don't you talk about it? Li Dao didn't answer, but inquired, Miss Yuer, does your iron family have anyone to greet you halfway? Greetings? Bai Yuer shook her head. How is this possible? The caravan all went straight all the way to the imperial capital Tai family residence. There is no such thing as greeting. Like this? Why do you ask? Because. Before Li Dao could finish his words, countless air-breaking sounds suddenly rang in his ears. In the next second, only nearly 100 arrows rained down from the mountains on both sides of the road, and as if Li Dao had predicted it, he directly pulled Bai Yuer and turned to dodge, but the rest weren't so lucky. Originally, the people in the caravan were eating and resting when they were suddenly caught off guard by this sudden attack, and many of them were killed under the rain of arrows before they could react. Enemy attack. The people within the Iron family's caravan also reacted relatively quickly, and a few of the escort leaders hurriedly shouted out. But everything happened so suddenly that for a moment the guards couldn't organize themselves. All in all, this shower of arrows caused the originally tidy caravan to instantly become chaotic. Miss, over here. Bai Yuer shook off Li Dao when she came back to her senses and was filled with anxiety as she tried to find her own young lady. And just then, a second wave of arrows rained down from the woods in unison. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuer was scared and subconsciously stood in place, as if she was an overwhelmed little animal. That little girl. Li Dao arrived in front of Bai Yuer with a single step. His left hand swept her into his arms. His right hand pulled out the Xian iron sword and waved it in the air. All the arrows that were close to the two of them were all shattered. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuer seemed to have grabbed the straw that saved her life, pulling Li Dao's cuffs full of tears. Bad man, help save my lady. Tai Sanyang? Li Dao raised his head to look, and only then did he realize that after these two waves of arrows rained down, because of the chaos in the caravan, the carriage that Tai Sanyang was in stopped alone in the middle of the caravan. As for the guards around them, they had not yet recovered from the chaotic rain of arrows. For a while he was somewhat skeptical that these guards were not spies beaten in by the hostile forces of the Iron family, that there were henchmen who only knew how to protect themselves and didn't care about their own masters. At the same time, Li Dao also noticed that many black-clothed men suddenly sprang out from both sides of the mountain forest, and were heading straight for the carriage where Tai Sanyang was. And, after the rain of arrows stopped, there was a large number of people killing from both sides. Looking at the pleading gaze of the little girl in his arms, Li Dao didn't hesitate too much, and after stuffing Bai Yuer into a box to hide it, he approached towards the carriage where Tai San Yan was. He hadn't touched the knife in over a month, and to be honest he had itchy hands. Go on, catch the iron San Yang and retreat. When a group of black-clothed men approached the luxurious carriage, the one at the head ordered the men around him. Yes, the black-clothed men around them were about to rush onto the carriage at once. It was also at this moment that a cold aura flashed by. Several black-clothed men who were just about to approach the carriage suddenly had their throats slit, blood waving all over the place. Who? The leader of the men in black chided, but the visitor didn't pay any attention to him at all, and instead directly dug headfirst into the inside of the carriage. Iron. Li Dao was just about to open his mouth to say something, when he suddenly became aware of a strong wind spreading out. He subconsciously raised his hand and blasted it up, but in the twinkling of an eye, he felt bad. As Bai Yuer said before, she and Tai Sanyan were the only two people in the carriage. Bai Yuer was hidden by him, then the immediate. With such a sudden strike, that even he couldn't retract his hand in time, recovering at most half of his force. But for him, that even half of the power was not something a normal person could handle. Just as Li Dao wondered for a moment if he would slap Tai Sanyang to death, the two palms clashed together in the air. This pair of palms, Li Dao felt that he did not hit on a human hand. Instead it was like hitting on a piece of water. The power was instantly unloaded by a large portion, and the remaining force was hard resisted by that one hand. Li Dao was about to continue saying something, but he just looked up to see another slap coming towards him. There's no end to it. He's here to save lives, not take a beating. Those hands, which were about to land on Li Dao, stopped the instant those words were spoken. Who are you? A melodious and pleasant voice with a hint of huskiness rang in his ears. Li Dao raised his head to see the other party's true face clearly. The mind subconsciously compared the face in front of her with another face deep in her memory. Equally stunning, but the beauty is varied. Princess Bright Moon is clear and cold, like a fairy god in the world, unattainable. And the face in front of me, the eyebrows are all the charm. The temperament has a few lazy, but a pair of eyes like black pearls as if they have some kind of color that can penetrate the heart. The figure was even more graceful and voluptuous, like a ripe peach, as if it could squeeze the juice out with a pinch. Properly all queenly. These thoughts just flew through Li Dao's mind as he faced Tai Sanyan's question and said bluntly, "You're Tai family's guards." Tai Sanyan's eyes narrowed slightly. "I know all the Iron family guards. Why haven't I seen you? I was temporarily outsourced." Temporary? Outsourced? Tai Sanyang's embroidered eyebrows raised slightly, her eyes seeming to see through the person in front of her. "You're the bad guy that you're talking about?" Li Dao didn't reply as he sensed the movement outside the carriage. This shouldn't be the time to talk about this. It should be to go out first. Thinking of the slap the two had sparred with earlier, he continued, "Since you know martial arts, let's rush out together first." "No," Tai Sanyang suddenly spoke. "Why not?" Li Dao had a puzzled look on his face. Tai Sanyang's pair of bright eyes looked deeply at Li Dao. "I don't want the fact that I know martial arts to be known." "Don't want to be known?" Some rumors of the imperial capital that once existed suddenly flashed through Li Dao's mind. Rumor has it that the reason why the Iron family is willing to let Tai Sanyang, a woman, manage the family estate and also get the consent of the Iron family's oldest too, is that one reason is because Tai Sanyang is a woman, and sooner or later she will have to marry someone. The second is that Tai Sanyang was tested to be unsuitable for cultivation from a young age. Just not being suitable means that even if she cultivates her cultivation, she won't be very high and will be easy to pin down. And judging from what Tai Sanyang exposed just now, this Iron maiden, who was not fit for cultivation, had clearly reached the innate realm. Not suitable for cultivation can reach the innate realm at this age? So it was obviously Tai Sanyang who was hiding something from the people of the family. As for why she's hiding it, she must have something up her sleeve. And the reason why she was exposed just now was probably also because she encountered a sudden enemy that made her have to make a move. I hadn't realized that Li Dao was a false enemy. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. So what do you want me to do? Help me hide it while protecting me. Chapter 32, Retreating the Enemy. Jealous Tai Sanyang. Outside the carriage, Li Dao's sudden strike caused the dozen or so black-clothed men to freeze. "To be back to God," the leader of the black man said in a bad mood. "What are you waiting for? Rush in and kill the male. The female directly take away." "Yes." The reacting black-clothed people raised their swords and were about to rush into the carriage. Two men in black were the first to jump to the curtain outside the carriage, and one of them gave a wink to the other. The other man nodded, reaching carefully toward the curtain with one hand and one knife. Bang! In the next second, a loud bang came, only to see the roof of the carriage suddenly explode into pieces, and while wood shavings flew everywhere, two silhouettes drilled out from inside the carriage. Li Dao wrapped one hand around Tai Sanyang's slender waist, and the two of them landed on a clearing not far away. Where do you put your hands? Tai San Young clenched her shell teeth as her bright eyes glared at Li Dao. Li Dao looked down, only to see that his hand was right on that surplus waist, and he could feel the delicate skin underneath even through the long skirt. Facing Tai San Yang's questioning, his hand didn't move and he replied without changing his color. Then how do you want me to protect you? By pulling your hair? Or lift your neck? Or pick up a leg alone? Upon hearing this, Tai San Yang brainstormed the images of these actions, and her face instantly turned bad. Li Dao looked around at the black-clothed men approaching over, leaned down and whispered in Tai San Yang's ear. If you want to hide your martial arts skills, then bear with it. After so many years of bearing with it, you won't even be able to bear with this little action. The more Tai San Yang heard, the more ugly her face became. Although the words are this truth, but she has never had contact with strange men is difficult to adapt. Be careful. Before Tai San Yang could return to her senses, she suddenly fell directly into a sturdy embrace under a force. You. She looked up and was about to say something when she suddenly saw two heads flying up on one side, blood still waving in the air. It was then that he realized that the man beside him was trying to protect himself. Don't hesitate, all of you. I don't believe he can still beat so many of us by himself. Seeing that he was out of his element, the black-clothed man in the lead hurriedly ordered. The remaining black-clothed men looked at each other and tacitly rushed over in unison. Careful. Seeing this scene, Tai San Yang couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Don't worry, Li Dao smiled lightly. As long as these people were not innate martial artists, they would not be a threat to him at all. And even if there were innate martial artists, the ordinary innate realm could not help the current him. He just flashed back and forth among a group of black-clothed men with Tai San Yang in his arms. After a dozen or so breaths, Li Dao shook off the blood on the Xian iron blade. Only the system's beep was heard in his ears. 13 kills, attribute gained, 7, 12. It had to be said that these black-clothed men still had some cultivation, but unfortunately, they were facing a completely unreasonable existence like Li Dao. Waste. The tone of the leading black-robed man was disgruntled when he saw all of his men dead. He raised his head to look at Li Dao. Kid, it's a pity that you're still going to die here today. After saying that, the black-clothed man's figure suddenly became illusory. Black sand palm. When Li Dao and Tai San Yang looked at the visitor clearly again, they were already close to their eyes. The opponent's palm with one hand entwined with black baleful chi came straight towards Li Dao's chest, while one hand tackled towards Tai San Yang on one side. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. With Tai San Yang in his arms, if Li Dao tried to dodge, Tai San Yang would definitely be captured. But if he tried to keep Tai San Yang, he would also definitely be hit by this palm. Tai San Yang also watched the movements of the black-clothed leader in her eyes, and the incomparably intelligent her also instantly understood what the other party was thinking. Her mind sank. Although she very much didn't want to expose her martial arts skills, she was more than likely not going to allow herself to be captured at this point in time. The reason why she thought so was because she hadn't thought at all that this man behind her would take the initiative to help her block this palm. True chi released in the case of the other party is obviously the innate martial artist. Even if the same as the innate martial artist. 8. This palm is certainly not good. Hard to resist this palm. I'm afraid not to die will also be seriously injured to the relationship between the two. Ping Shui met how does not exist to give up their lives to help her this possibility. So it was up to her at the moment. Jen Sui. Tai San Yang was about to operate the innate true chi in her body to strike back at the other party, but at that moment, her waist was firmly grabbed by a hand. Her bright eyes narrowed. Hardly. Facing the palm that had already come in front of him, Li Dao's brows furrowed and a decision was quickly made in his mind. He tightened his left hand and dodged the lead black-clothed man's tackle on Tai San Yang with a sideways turn. Bang! In the next second, the palm of that one hand covered in black baneful chi solidly blasted onto his back. You. After truly seeing this palm clearly, Tai San Yang's gaze froze as well. But right now, Li Dao didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Sensing the stinging pain in his back, he didn't hesitate to choose to backhand back. No fancy tricks, just a solid slap out. On the opposite side, the leading black-clothed man was also frozen by Li Dao's movements. In his opinion, an individual would choose to protect himself first. And when the other party raised his hand towards himself, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Dying? It doesn't work at all. Black sand palm. He decisively raised his hand again to blast upwards. And when the two hands collided together in mid-air, the leading man in black's face suddenly changed. There was a click. With a crunching sound, the arm of the leading black-clothed man snapped directly in the middle. And with the residual power of this palm still remaining, Li Dao slapped heavily on the chest of the leading black-clothed man again. Bang! The man in black furiously sprayed a mouthful of old blood, and his entire body directly flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. The leading black-clothed man climbed up from the ground, looking at his broken right arm with an unusually ugly face. At the same time, He also noticed that his right shoulder blade had cracked. The power of that palm was truly terrifying. Ahem! Suddenly he burst into a violent cough. Blood coughed out of his mouth, and it was clear that his internal organs had been injured as well. His eyes suddenly swept around. It was found that after the initial chaos, the Iron Family's guards gradually reorganized and started to fight back, and the people he sent out gradually fell into a disadvantage. Looking at a pair of dogs and men not far away, the eyes of the leading man in black revealed a color of anger. But the injuries on his body were not enough to allow him to continue to carry out his mission. After only a moment of hesitation, he turned around and drilled into the mountains without looking back. Seeing the leading black-robed man leave and her own guards gradually gaining the upper hand, Tai Sun Yang turned back to the man beside her. Are you alright? Though she didn't outwardly show concern, she had ignored the large hands on her waistline. Seeing that the other party didn't reply, she thought that something had happened to the other party and couldn't help but whisper. In fact, there was absolutely no need for you to block that slap for me. You know that I have the strength to cope with it. Suddenly, she felt herself disengage from some embrace. Tai Sanyang subconsciously raised her head to look, only to see a light smile on a good-looking face. Her bright eyes were stunned, and a flash of surprise appeared in the bottom of her eyes when she came back to her senses. You're okay? Li Dao touched the part of his back where he was hit by the palm. At first he still felt slightly numb with a little tingling, but now he didn't feel anything. It looked like most of the leading black-clothed man's palm force had been blocked by his metamorphosed skin, and only a small portion of it had been driven into his body then digested by his chi and blood. The reason why he chose to block that palm was also because he had gone through a judgment in his head and did that only after holding a great deal of certainty. That slap really could have killed him or would have seriously injured him. In the face of someone he didn't know, even if it was a very beautiful woman, he wouldn't have chosen to block it. It's okay. After saying that, Li Dao gazed around and realized that there were still some scattered soldiers of the black-clothed people that had not been resolved, so he was ready to raise his sword to mix a little bit of attributes. What do you want? Tai Sanyang inquired as she noticed Li Dao's preparatory movements. To help them? Help them? Tai Sanyang looked at the scattered caravan. A touch of coldness appeared on her absolutely beautiful face. No need. Let them clean up their own mess. She used to think that the Iron Family's convoy had some small problems that didn't affect the big problem, that even if her own personal maid reminded her, she helped these people to make excuses and didn't intend to pursue anything. But after seeing it today he realized how scattered the people below the Iron Family already were. A convoy under attack with a bunch of guards is as good as a waste. The scariest part was that not many people had noticed her as a fleet owner until now. Hearing Tai Sanyang's words, Li Dao froze, but didn't pay any attention. For others this might be a thankless task, but for him it was different. These were ready-made attributes in front of him. Kill one and earn one. He wouldn't give up just because of a woman's words. For him now, a woman would only affect the speed at which he drew his sword. Before Tai Sanyang could react, Li Dao had already killed the crowd. Seeing this, Tai Sanyang subconsciously wanted to use her status as a family head to order this person in front of her who didn't listen to good words. But then it occurred to her that the other party had only joined their Tai family caravan on a temporary basis, and wasn't a subordinate of the Tai family. In particular, she had a very big secret clutched in her opponent's hands. Ugh! A flash of complexity flashed in Tai Sanyang's eyes. Miss. Bai Yuer got out from inside the box at some point and ran over with a worried face. When she saw that her own young lady was intact, she threw her arms around her and said with a sobbing voice, "It's great that you're okay, young lady." Bai Yuer's appearance made Tai Sanyang's mood happy for a moment, although she understood that Bai Yuer, who was with him, should be fine when Li Dao appeared. She was still inevitably a little worried afterward. Bai Yuer seemed to remember something at this time, poked her head out to look around, and carefully asked, "Miss, where is the bad guy? I asked him to protect you." Dead. Thinking of the man who was not polite to her at all, Tai Sanyang couldn't help but say, "Ah." Bai Yuer's expression was stunned, her eyes turned unconsciously red, and then she fell silent. Seeing her own personal maid in this state, Tai Sanyang sighed quietly. "Well, just kidding with you. Your bad guy is alive and well." What she didn't notice was that there were a few sour notes mixed in with her words, and she didn't know who Handsome was jealous of. "Really?" Beyonce huffed and asked in a small voice. "Really? That's good." Hearing that Li Dao was fine, the corners of Bai Yuer's mouth, who had a sad face just a moment ago, unconsciously hooked up a naive smile. The other side, with Li Dao joining them, the group of assassins assisting the black-clothed man were soon all taken care of. Some of them were killed by Li Dao, and some of them were left alive, looking like they wanted to ask something out. After settling these people, the guards then thought of Iron Sanyang's presence as an afterthought. One by one, they suddenly panicked and ran to where Tai Sanyang was. Upon seeing that Tai Sanyang was intact, the group of guards breathed a long sigh of relief. Soon they fell to their knees in unison. Third miss. The subordinates are late. Please chastise them. The head guard and the guards said in unison. Looking at her men, Iron Sanyang's bright eyes carried a touch of coldness, but it was quickly suppressed by her. In a hoarse and rhyming voice, he slowly said, "Get up, and pack your things to return to the imperial capital first." A head guard carefully raised his head. Third miss. What about those assassins that were captured? Tai Sanyang glanced at one of the fearful-faced assassins not far away and said in a decisive tone, "Kill them all." Killed them all? The head guard looked surprised. Before the crowd could react, a sudden blade light slashed through the group of assassins' necks, only to see all the assassins suddenly die. On the side, Li Dao heard the prompt in the system's ear revealing a satisfied smile. This should be considered a white pickup attribute. What are you doing? One of the chief guards suddenly rose and chided. On your knees. Do you hear me? Third miss told you to kneel. Tai Sanyang glanced at Li Dao and turned back. I am telling you to kneel. Ha? The head guard looked puzzled. Tai Sanyang's tone was indifferent. These people can't ask anything at all, so just kill them. So we're not investigating? At those words, Tai Sanyang looked at the group of guards who were kneeling in front of her without saying anything, and turned her head to look at the direction of the imperial capital again. Everything will wait until we get back. Chapter 33, Tai Sanyang's invitation. Titus arrives. Because the assassin's line was aimed at Iron Sanyang, so the caravan's goods did not suffer damage, and after simply disposing of the bodies of their own people on the ground, the caravan was able to continue on its way. Li Dao was sitting on one of the carriages polishing the Shen iron sword in his hand when Bai Yuer suddenly ran over. Bad man. Miss wants to see you. See me? Li Dao put away his Shen iron sword and looked puzzled. Can Miss Yuer know what your lady is looking for me for? Bai Yuer delicately said. I don't know. You'll know when you go. After hesitating for a moment, Li Dao still decided to meet. It was just a daughter, albeit a smart one, but he had nothing to worry about. Besides, it was that Iron Lady who should be worried. After all, he was holding a big secret from the other side. A few moments later, Li Dao and Bai Yuer got inside a carriage. There was a lot of space inside the carriage, and the arrangement was gorgeous, not much worse than the luxurious carriage from before. Tai Sanyang sat on the innermost side, a small table in front of her with a teapot and a few teacups on it. Seeing Li Dao come, Tai Sanyang's eyebrows lowered as she picked up the teapot and poured a cup, softly saying, Yuer, pass this gentleman tea. Bai Yuer scowled at Li Dao for a while, but still obediently picked up the teacup and handed it over. Please drink tea. Sir. Thanks. Receiving the cup of tea, Li Dao's gaze looked towards Tai Sanyang's stunningly beautiful face. I don't know what this time Miss Tai invited me for. Tai Sanyang put down the teapot, picked up the teacup, and said softly, this gentleman saved my life, and this invitation is to thank him. Li Dao sipped his tea. It tasted good, raised his eyes and said, Miss Tai's good fortune will come from heaven, that even if there is no Li Mao, I think it will be able to turn good fortune into good fortune. The tea in Tai Sanyang's teacup suddenly spilled inadvertently, and she slowly put down the teacup. Even if it's as Gongzi said, but if you can dodge it once, it might not be good to dodge it the second time. On the side, Bai Yuer was dazed by the exchange between the two, trying to think hard but just couldn't figure it out. What goes around comes around, and I believe in the Iron Maiden. Li Dao raised his hand and lifted his teacup in a toast to Tai Sanyang. Ugh! Tai Sanyang let out a long sigh and suddenly raised her head, her pair of bright eyes looking straight at Li Dao. Sir, I don't want to beat around the bush. May I ask if you have a family? Li Dao sniffed and froze for a moment before he said, there used to be, but now there might not be. He used to have a family, and his former status could have been a dead man, while his current status was that of a free man, a loner. Hearing these words, Tai Sanyang revealed a touch of joy between her brows and softly said, then I wonder if your excellency has any thoughts of joining a party of clans. What does Miss Iron mean? I would like to invite your excellency to join me. You want me to be your protege? Aha! Tai Sanyang's stunningly beautiful face revealed a very serious expression. If Gongzi is willing to be my disciple, Sanyang will be grateful. Heavy thanks? Li Dao laughed softly. I don't know what would be a big thank you. I see that your excellency and Yuer are very happy with each other. I can betroth Yuer to your excellency. When these words came out, Bai Yuer on the side froze. The previous words Bai Yuer didn't understand. Just this one sentence she understood. She had a feeling of eating melon on herself. Li Dao glanced at Bai Yuer, who had frozen on the side, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. Miss Tai should have misunderstood. Miss Yuer is very similar to my former sister, so it's inevitable that a sense of closeness was born. And what does the gentleman want? Tai Sanyang was inexplicably a little anxious in her heart. She had never been so anxious to negotiate even the biggest business for the Iron family on weekdays. And the reason for this is because she has had a special ability since she was a child. She can sense when something is good or bad for her. And it's with this ability, combined with her brilliant mind, that she's able to be a fish out of water in the business world. At the moment that particular feeling came back to her, and it felt extremely intense, and she felt that if she could pull the man in front of her onto her big boat, it would be the most successful business she had ever done. Hearing Tai San Yang's words, Li Dao subconsciously wanted to jokingly say I want you, but the words died on his lips. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that if he just said the 4 words I want you out loud, there was a high possibility that the Iron Lady in front of him would say yes. It had been hard to get out of that place on death row, and he didn't really want to put another shackle on himself, especially because of a woman he hadn't seen a few times, even if she was pretty. Still, in his current situation, a woman would only affect how fast he could draw his sword. I'm sorry, Miss Iron. Mr. Li doesn't have anything he wants and doesn't have any thoughts of joining a party for the time being. Leto shook his head no. On the one hand, he really didn't have the idea of giving someone a gatekeeper, and on the other hand, the Iron family couldn't give him what he wanted. Like if he wanted to regain his previous identity, could the Iron family do it? Impossible. That's even if the Tai family is a royal relative, the first imperial merchant of Diqian. Even if Tai San Yang had already fully grasped the Iron family, it was not possible. Not to mention that she was only temporarily holding the Iron family's power right now. After being rejected by Li Dao, Tai San Yang's expression froze. How long had it been since someone had rejected her so decisively? With her financial power, it was all enough to attract most people, and if it was paired with her looks, it could be said that the vast majority of men would find it hard to resist this temptation. Not expecting to be rejected so decisively one day, she was tempted to persist in pursuing the matter a bit more, but quickly reined it in, knowing from her frequent business dealings that pursuing too much would only lead to boredom. Since Your Excellency doesn't have this idea for the time being, then San Yang won't force it. Tai San Yang from the waist took out a golden waistplate engraved with the word iron and handed it over. But the gentleman's life-saving grace is not to be taken in return. Please accept this waistplate. Holding this waistplate, wherever there is the location of the Iron family to see the waistplate as if to see me. The gentleman in the future in the Great Qian walking around also walks the convenience of the walk. Li Dao smoothly took the waistplate to look at the eye. The front is the word iron on behalf of the Iron family. The back is engraved with the word Sanyang on behalf of the Iron Sanyang. The waistplate is made of gold. I should say that it is worthy of the rich and powerful Iron family. There is enough luxury. This, even if alone melted as gold to sell it, is estimated to be enough for the average population to eat for many years. For the waistplate, in addition to the explicit understanding, there should be the meaning of sealing. After all, he holds a hidden secret on the Iron Sanyang. Okay, thanks for the belt tag. Li Dao did not refuse and resolutely accepted the waistplate, which also represented his promise to help Tai San Yang hide the fact that she possessed cultivation. Upon hearing this, Tai San Yang's face looked much better. If even the waistplate was rejected, then there really wasn't much she could do. Why don't you add some tea for the prince? Bior, who was still in a daze, was suddenly woken up from her disorientation. Oh, dumbfounded. He nodded and rushed to get the teapot. Don't bother. Li Dao waved his hand. Mr. Li has already stayed here for too long. It's time to leave. He was body afraid that he was going to be labeled as the Iron Sanyang on his head if he continued to stay. From the previous attack on Tai Sanyang, it was not difficult to see that this Tai family caravan appeared to be smooth, but there was no telling how many unsuspecting people were hiding inside. He didn't want to be misunderstood, and plainly be treated as an enemy, and then blocked the gun for someone. Thinking about it, he was very thankful that the strengthening of his body was accompanied by the strengthening of his brain. Otherwise, with his previous mind, facing a top-notch smart person like Tai Sanyang, he would probably be tricked out of his pants in minutes. After Li Dao finished speaking, he got out of the carriage without the slightest hesitation. Inside the carriage, Tai Sanyang gradually came back to her senses, her mind subconsciously thinking of that person's departing back before. Since her appearance first appeared, I don't know how many men wanted to share a room with her, and even a glance from afar could make many men have sleepless nights, but today also just met an outlier. Look at her as if she were a flooded beast. She could sense that the other woman wasn't playing some kind of lustful ploy, but was actually trying to get away from her, afraid that she was sticking too close. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Tai Sanyang's absolutely beautiful face. In the old days, men had been slushy fools in her mind, but she hadn't expected to meet one different today, and she admitted she was a little curious. She felt a pang of defiance in her heart at the thought of the man's resisting gesture, and a long-lost urge to conquer rose. Thinking of the strong feeling she had created when she met the other person herself, she instantly made up her mind. The other side. Li Dao had just stepped off the carriage when he felt some hidden gazes fall on him. with a sweep of his gaze toward the surroundings. Those hidden gazes dispersed again. It was true as he thought. There was a lot of trouble in this Iron family caravan. It's also a good thing he didn't stay long, or he likely wouldn't have been able to really wash his hands of it. After the caravan had traveled a little further, it was getting late. At Tai Sanyang's order, the caravan then began to rest in place for the night. Bad man, the lady has assigned you a carriage. Li Dao had just wanted to lie down on the van box to rest when Bior's soft and sweet voice came to his ears. At those words, he was a little confused for a moment as to what the woman meant. Was that he had already made it clear that with that woman's mind she should know what he was thinking. Tell your lady not to bother. I'll just sleep here. Li Dao simply refused. Bad man, are you going to say no? Bior suddenly blushed and said, Miss said that if you refuse, then later on she will come over and personally invite you to rest in her carriage. She was a little shy just thinking about it, since she was resting with her own young lady. If the bad guys agree, then wouldn't the three of them have to sleep together? Surely the lady wouldn't sleep next to the bad guy, then she would surely sleep between the two. She felt her head spinning at the thought of a lady on her left and a bad guy on her right. Li Dao was surprised that this woman had pulled such a stunt on him. Though well-intentioned, he always had the feeling that the woman was trying to get something else going on him. Don't let your lady come, I promise. If he really let that Iron Maiden personally invite to sleep in the same carriage, it was estimated that the next day everyone would know that he had become Tai Sanyang's guest of honor. He wondered what the Iron family would do to him, but he knew that once he reached the imperial capital, then he would become the public enemy of the men of the imperial capital. Because when he was once a dude, he had also fought with the rest of the imperial capital's dudes for a head of cards woman in a greenhouse, and knew those dudes very well. Once that happened, he had only one choice. That's running away. After all, his true identity was a bit too sensitive. If it was known, it was estimated that the whole of Deqian would have no place for him. Under Bior's guidance, Li Dao was quickly brought to a carriage that could be used for accommodation. Miss Yull. As Bior was about to leave, Li Dao called out to her. Bad man, what else do you want? Please, Miss Yuer, tell your young lady that I am a person who loves to talk in my sleep and talk very loudly, especially if I am in a bad mood. Does this have anything to do with my lady? Just pass the word along. Okay, but don't you forget tomorrow's story. Got it. After returning to the carriage, Bior truthfully passed Li Dao's words into Tai Sanyang's ears. Stinking man. Tai Sanyang clenched her shell teeth. How could she not expect that she was clearly showing her goodwill, but drew such a fierce reaction from the other party? Was he so resistant to her? Or does he resist all women? But that's not right either. Tai Sanyang glanced at Bior on the side. That guy's attitude towards his own personal maid was much better, so he was obviously targeting her. There was nothing she could do about it though. Who let her be pinched? Forget it, let him off the hook for now. Go back and clean up the people down there first before we talk. Tai Sanyang's eyes looked vaguely out of the curtains. At this moment, inside the carriage where Li Dao was. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 87. 81. Available attributes, 9. 08. Add sum. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 96. 89. Available attributes, 0. The familiar heat flow reappeared, causing Li Dao to stretch his body, and a sound of sinews rattling came from within his body. When the heat faded, Li Dao clenched his fists. After some hard work on his part, he finally became strong again. Taking a look at the panel's nearly 100 physique, he couldn't help but think of the special situation that occurred when his physique reached 10 points. According to projections, there should be a chance of metamorphosis after the physique reaches 100 points. A skin metamorphosis alone had increased his actual battle power greatly, and there was no telling what metamorphosis the next metamorphosis would bring him and what effect it would have. It was a pity that there were so few enemies today, or else he might have been able to pile up his physique to 100 points today and undergo a second metamorphosis. The next day, the convoy officially set off again, possibly because of an attack on the convoy, traveling faster. Adding to the fact that he had already traveled a large portion of the road. At this speed it was estimated that he would be able to reach the imperial capital in less than 2 days. The closer he got to the imperial capital, Li Dao felt his heart beating fast at the heart. Maybe that's what's known as being close to home. 2 days passed quickly. The empire has arrived. Li Dao, who was leaning against the edge of the carriage, suddenly heard someone shout. Raising his head towards the distance, he saw a majestic and towering city wall lined up horizontally in the distance. Its overall scale majestic. In Li Dao's impression, just the outermost circle of the imperial capital's city wall was 100 meters high, and non-advanced martial artists could not cross the wall. This is something that would probably be unexplainable to a modern person in a previous life. After all, in the previous world, just the 100-meter high buildings were only slowly built in recent times, not to mention this longitudinal and extremely deep 100-meter city wall. the caravan moved slowly toward the city gates. Just approaching the city gate, many neatly sized huts and houses appeared on both sides, as well as many civilians. When they saw the Iron family's caravan traveling, the civilians made way towards the two sides of the road, each looking at the caravan with envious eyes. After all, everyone knew that the Iron family was the #1 imperial merchant in Deqian and the richest. The caravan soon came to the city gates. There were 3 city gates in front of him, with many soldiers guarding them to supervise the pedestrian carriages entering the city. It was logical that even the Iron family caravan would need to be checked. However, when the Iron family's caravan approached, the city gate guards stood on both sides in unison without the slightest obstruction, and even the leading guard at the head clasped his fists in greeting. Iron Sanyang's carriage stopped as it was about to skim past the lead guard. "Y'all." "Yes, ma'am." The curtains lifted, revealing Bai Yuer's cute and pretty face as she picked up a money and threw it at the lead guard. From the lady, the lead guard didn't refuse and gave a very respectful show of goodwill with a smile. "Thank you, third miss." "Thank you, Miss Yuer. Go." Tai Sanyang's indifferent voice rang out before the caravan began to continue walking. Seeing this scene, Li Dao couldn't help but laugh lightly. This is a bit of the Iron Lady's demeanor. Chapter 34, The Yuanfu Mansion, where the family is separated from the people. The carriage slowly drove into the city, and what met his eyes was an extremely spacious long street. According to the memories in Li Dao's mind, this long street was called the Dragon Road, 10 kilometers long, which could be extended all the way to the palace city, was a full 222 meters wide, and was very wide both horizontally and vertically, dividing the entire imperial capital into 2 halves, east and west. Successive emperors of the Dacian dynasty have traveled this road on their ascension to the throne. Although he already possessed the relevant images from before his memory was revived, Li Dao was still shocked in his heart when he saw this magnificent scene with his own eyes. This makes him not think of the previous historical heyday of the great Tang dynasty's Chang'an city, which also has a historically famous walkway Vermilion Bird Avenue, but it was only 5 kilometers long and 150 meters wide. The scale of the great Qian imperial capital is more prosperous than the Chang'an city in memory. Recalling the information about Deqian in his mind, Li Dao realized that the Dacian dynasty was very much like a combination of several famous dynasties in the history of his previous life. Qin's military martyrdom, Han's might, Tang's fame, Song's wealth, and yes, Ming's rigidity. If you compare countries to people, Dacian is the absolute protagonist with the perfect protagonist panel. The only pity is that if this is an ordinary ancient world, with the strength of the Dacian dynasty, it is entirely possible to single-handedly challenge the neighboring countries and complete the unification of this side of the world's history has never been. Unfortunately, chivalry is forbidden by martial arts. This world possesses martial artists as a type of cultivator. It would be fine if it was a low martial world, but the problem was that this world's power system wasn't low. A Hotian martial artist can break 100 armors without perishing. An innate martial artist's lifespan is extended by 105 years, and he breaks 1,000 armies without dying. Zongshire martial artist longevity then extended 100. Non-human can be defeated. 10,000 troops from the freedom to come and go. The strongest grandmaster martial artist show on the surface has even reached 500, and can ride the wind by virtue of emptiness and cross the river and sea, and his strength is already more than an ordinary person can look up to in a lifetime. Deqian's country is very strong, and all the successive kings have not been a waste of time, and at the very least, they are also qualified to keep the king. But so what? No matter how much power you have, what is the life expectancy? Once a certain generation encounters a corrupt king, how long can a Norse dynasty be corrupted? Pity. With his powerful eyesight, Li Dao had no difficulty in seeing the magnificent palace city in the distance of Longdao. Judging from the historical experience of the previous life, the current Dacian should be its most prosperous moment, reaching the extreme point. According to the theory of when prosperity is great, there is always a decline. If the next generation does not have a great king, this Dacian dynasty should go downhill. And from the previous memory he learned that the current Dacian emperor's son quite a lot, but there is a bright ruler of the phase is less and less. The vast majority of them are almost the same as before him. Playboy stream. Of course, camouflage of another calculation. When he thought of this, an absolutely beautiful jade person Princess Manhwa suddenly popped up in Li Dao's mind. If this one were to inherit the great cause, he should be able to continue to maintain the present-day Dacian dynasty, and perhaps even go further. Unfortunately, not every woman is Wu Zetian, especially in the Dacian dynasty. It is almost impossible to be Wu Zetian. After enjoying the scenery of the Dragon Road, Li Dao was ready to leave the Iron family's caravan. Already in the imperial capital, it was time to go back for a visit. He swept his eyes over the carriage where Tai San Yang was, jumped off the carriage that was escorting the goods under the very different gazes of several guards. and turned around to quickly step into the crowd on both sides. The moment Li Dao left, Tai San Yang inside the carriage seemed to sense something. Gone? Tai San Yang heard a burst of self-talk. At the same time there is also some small loss. The two at least is also considered to know each other. Before leaving even do not say hello, especially when she couldn't help but be tickled inside at the thought of how the man had treated her. For a businessman, it is very hard to have a treasure put in front of you but run away on its own long legs. Forget it, just let you run first, and when you're done with the matter at hand, I'll show you this girl's methods. Letting go of her complicated thoughts, Iron Sun Yang ordered the convoy to speed up. Bai Yule was sitting there with a silly grin on her face. She was still ready to have the bad guys finish the rest of the story for her when she got home. In ancient times, among the 4 elephants, the Eastern Green Dragon was the leader. Therefore, in the imperial capital, most of the dignitaries live in the eastern city of the imperial capital. The closer you are to the palace, the higher your status. Li Dao ancestor is the founding father of the Great Qian, was once appointed as a first-class marquis, one step short of being able to seal the public as a duke. The status is also considered more honorable, so the place where he lives is also in the East City, and the location is closer to the palace city. Before, this geographical location was good and could help the Yin Yuanfu house drive connections, but since Li Dao's accident, after the rumor of Princess Mingyue's innocence was destroyed, this good geographic position also ushered in a backlash for him, making the Yin Yuanfu house a disgrace among the nobles, and every time a pedestrian passes by they can't help but abuse and spit on it. There was even a loyal admirer of Princess Mingyue who, in anger, directly peed in front of the stone lions outside the door of the Yin Yuanbo mansion with his pants down. However, instead of being shamed, this kind of thing achieved that person's fame and even became the guest of honor of several families. Once this matter came out, the entire imperial capital set off a storm. At one time everyone took pride in insulting and trashing the Yin Yuanbo house, even a lot of readers to do some abusive Yin Yuanfu poems to attract people's attention, but did not think that there are really people use this as a means to climb up the high branch. This is even more stab the nest of the readers. The imperial capital within the circle of readers almost every day someone composed poems to abuse the Yin Yuanbo house. Now that more than 3 months have passed, although the heat has gradually faded quite a bit, there are still some abusive poems vaguely circulating every day. In the meantime, outside the Yin Yuanbo residence, at this point it no longer has the same polish it once had. The walls on both sides are filled with insults, and the corners are even blackened with dirt residue. Even if someone cleans them every day, it doesn't help, and the 2 majestic stone lions at the entrance followed suit, emitting a disgusting odor. At this moment, the vermilion red door under the plaque of the Yin Yuanfu mansion was opening. Hurry up, it's too late, take them all and hurry up. This place is just too much to stay in. Aren't we going a little overboard with this? Excessive what? This house will soon be broken up, take it or leave it. Only to see that outside the gate, many people dressed as slaves were running outward from the gate, and each of them was bulging in their arms without knowing what they were holding. Suddenly, a little girl in green clothes ran out from inside the gate and stopped in front of the crowd. Don't take it, you're not allowed to take it. These are all from the house and all belong to the prince. The little girl looked at the group of people with a face full of stubbornness. Her eyes reddened and tears hung in the corners of her eyes, looking like she would cry out at any moment. Seeing the little girl in such a state, the rest of the people's faces also showed some guilt, but more than that, they were helpless. At this time, one of the people in the line spoke out. Miss Wine, don't stop us. We are also forced to do so. Yeah, if we don't take them now, then after today they'll all be someone else's. I advise you, Wine Girl, to pack up some things and withdraw as well. This Yin Yuanfu mansion is on the verge of being a thing of the past. When someone spoke up, the rest of you followed suit. The girl called Whiner shook her head and stubbornly said with a sobbing voice, But what you guys are doing is just wrong. Ugh. At that moment, a long sigh rang out, only to see an old man with a full head of white hair walk out from the gate. Upon seeing the old man, the group of people who had been speaking loudly before instantly shut their mouths, a flash of worry appearing in the bottom of their eyes. Grandpa Li, look at them. Seeing the old man, the wine seems to have found its backbone, and rushed over to assist the old man. The old man's cloudy eyes looked at the sight of the wine to reveal a faint smile. To be looked at the rest of the people under the eyes will become as calm as a dead lake. Being seen by this pair of eyes, the people below didn't dare to breathe, simply because the old man had accumulated power for a long time, and every one of them had a psychological shadow. After a few moments, the old man did not insist after all and shook his head. Go away, all of you. Go far away and don't come back. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Wine Child, was jolted, revealing unbelievable gazes. Put! A man suddenly fell to his knees and heavily kowtowed 3 times to the old man. Thank you, Grandpa Steward. Thank you, Grandpa Steward. After kowtowing, the man got up and turned around and ran away. The rest of the people immediately returned to their senses when they saw this, and in unison, they knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. Thank you, old steward. Thank you, Grandpa Butler. Thanks. After doing this, everyone ran away, and soon a group of people disappeared outside the Inuanbo mansion without a single person left. After a few moments, only after everyone had left did Wine come back to her senses. Grandpa Lee, why is this? The old man's cloudy gaze looked into the distance and let out a long sigh, revealing a touch of sadness. The home is almost gone, so let them go. It's also considered to be an area of virtue for the young master down below, and it also allows the young master to feel a little better down there. Hearing these words, tears flowed down Wine Child's face. Is there really nothing else that can be done? The old master is gone. The main mother is gone. The young miss doesn't know when she will be able to come back, and now the young master is also gone. And the young master has only this one home left. If this place is gone as well, then who will remember the young master? There's no way around it. His Majesty has already stripped the house of its title, and now it's just an empty place. And the Chancellor's office wants to completely erase the traces of the Inuanfu house on the grounds that the title has been eliminated and the land has been taken away. So we can't stop it at all. The old man could look at Wine Child by his side and sighed. Wine Child, you should also leave. This place will not be home tomorrow. You are still young and good looking. After you go out and find someone to marry, you can also live your life peacefully. No. Jor shook her head without hesitation, her eyes misty with tears. I was born as young master's person and died as young master's ghost. I'm not leaving. The old man froze. You gave it to the young master? Wine's pretty face instantly blushed, and she hastily shook her head. No, I just thought so myself. The old man smiled faintly. It looks like our Wine is running to auntie from the start. Wine blushed even more, a little embarrassed. Ugh. The old man once again let out a long sigh. Wine, you are a good girl. If the young master is still alive, I will try to do everything, young master, to take you, but it is a pity. Wine's face went white, her gaze suddenly firm. I can marry young master even if he dies. The old man froze. You. He instantly understood the mind of this little girl in front of him, and sighed in his heart that things are unpredictable. He didn't expect that the large Inuanfu belonged to this little girl in front of him who was the most rigid, and that the young master had really picked up a good girl back in the beginning. The old man stroked Wine's head. All right, go inside and go to sleep. This is still our home until tomorrow comes. Aha. Upon entering the mansion, for the old man and the Wine Child were the only two left in the mansion. Grandpa Lee, it's meal time. I'll go cook something. There you go then. After Wine Child left, the old man swept his gaze around the courtyard and slowly walked towards a room. Soon, half an hour passed. Wine took one look at the few dishes that were done and ran out in her apron. Grandpa Lee, it's time to eat. Just ran to the hall. The Wine Child face puzzled. Usually eat here. Why do not see Grandpa Lee people? So she started looking around. As time passed, the more Wine looked for the more anxious her heart became, and at the same time, she had a sense of foreboding. One incense stick later, when she passed by the Lee family ancestral hall, she subconsciously glanced inside. Grandpa Lee. Wine's face was happy. At the same time, her heart was relieved, only to see that the old man was currently kneeling down on the futon inside the ancestral hall. She immediately walked towards the ancestral hall. Grandpa Lee, you are here to do. Looking at the old man, she subconsciously reached out to touch him, but just as her hand was about to touch him, it suddenly stopped in midair and the smile on her face slowly dissipated. Grandpa Lee? Wine called out softly, her voice carrying a bit of slowness, but the old man didn't respond. She cautiously walked up to the old man, only to see his eyes closed tightly while a letter was placed on the ground in front of him. Grandpa Lee. Wine held out a finger under the old man's nose. In the next second, the whole thing suddenly froze. Breathing is gone. Suddenly, she dropped her gaze to the envelope and picked it up to take a look. The captions reads the words Wine personally. She slowly opened the envelope, took out the letter inside and looked at it. It was a letter written by the old man before he died. Wine. By the time you read this letter, I will have followed the young master. You don't have to feel bad, because I've known for a long time that my days are numbered, and this is the end of my life, and the folk count it as a joyful morning. Seeing this made Wine's heart feel much better, but she still couldn't hold back her tears. Next she continued to read and found that the back was a self-report of Grandpa Lee's life. At the age of 4, he joined the Lee family, and was given the name Lee Chang by the family head, and now he is more than 94, and has stayed in the Lee family for 90 years, and has served the Lee family for 4 generations of family heads. It is also explained later on why he knelt at the Lee family shrine. He felt guilty for not guiding the young master on the right path instead of the master, so he knelt down at the Lee family ancestral hall to apologize to the ancestors of the Lee family. He knew it was selfish of him to suddenly leave Wine alone with a girl, but life had an end and there was nothing he could do about it. At the same time, the letter ended with a wish he had written down. He wanted to be buried in the backyard of the Lee family when he died. He entered the Lee family from there and also wished to be buried there long after his death. Chapter 35, Going Home. Things are different. After reading the letter left by Steward Lee, Wine fell into a state of disorientation. After a few moments, Wine's eyes revealed a resolute look, wiped the tears from her face, and bowed deeply to Steward Lee's corpse. Grandpa Lee, don't worry. I will fulfill your wish. Time passes. Soon it was evening. The night sky of the imperial capital suddenly flashed with a shocking thunder, and continuous heavy rain sprinkled down from the air. The backyard of the Inuenfu mansion. The place was empty, with only pouring rain rolling down, and countless raindrops hitting the ground. Electricity suddenly flashed across the sky, and a white aura spilled into the courtyard. Only a petite figure stood drenched in rainwater under a large tree in the backyard. Up close, Wine was drenched in the rain and had a shovel in her hand, constantly shoveling dirt from the ground. A cooler was spread on the ground to one side, and Steward Lee's body was laid out on it. He had read Steward Lee's letters during the day and understood that Steward Lee's wish was to be buried here. Tomorrow, the Inuenfu mansion would be taken away by the Chancellor's residence, so she had to bury Steward Lee overnight. Luckily, the rain in the sky had loosened up the soil a lot, otherwise this kind of tiring work of digging a pit might not be possible for her, a young woman less than 16 years old, to dig in one night. Finally, half an hour later, the palms of his hands were worn out as the Wine finally dug a hole out of the ground. Taking one last look at Steward Lee's body, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward to tug on the cooler, struggling to drag it to the dugout pit. Phew! After getting everything done, she wiped the rainwater in front of her eyes and whispered, Grandpa Lee, after you go down there, if you meet the young master, you tell him to wait for me. I will also go down to look for you guys soon. When she finished, she braced her cold body to climb out of the pit. Hiss! Suddenly there was a stinging pain in her palm and she looked down to see a cut in her palm from a rock. In this moment, the pain of the body tugs at the pain of the heart. She finally couldn't help but sit on the dirt and cry. Master is gone. Madam is gone. Young master is gone. And now even Grandpa Lee is gone. Wine's face was sad. The rain was cold. Her body was cold and her heart was even colder. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness in her head, as the prolonged drenching caused her to become unwell. It was also at that moment that she saw a confused figure come into view. In her dizziness, Wine lifted her hand in an attempted grab. Suddenly his eyes went black, and the whole person instantly lost consciousness. And the moment before she lost consciousness, she suddenly felt herself wrapped in a warm embrace. Is it the young master? Young master! With a startled cry, Wine suddenly opened her eyes and jerked up into a sitting position. She gazed around and found herself in her own room with a burning candle on a table not far away. She couldn't help but freeze at the sight. She was in a coma, but she wasn't losing her memory. She remembered how she had appeared inside her room when she had obviously fainted in the rain in the backyard and there was no one left in the house. She touched her forehead and found that it was a bit hot. It looked like she had fainted before because she was cold and feverish from the rain. Suddenly, she vaguely remembered what had held her while she was unconscious. Wine hurriedly lifted the quilt to check, and found that she had unexpectedly even her clothes had been changed into new ones. Her face instantly hardened. Although it was only a simple outer garment, but it was also about her innocence. Who on earth had changed her clothes? It was hard to believe that someone from the house had gone and returned. It was fine if it was a woman, but the thought of being changed by a strange man made her whole body feel bad, and she even had an urge to cry out. Suddenly, she thought of Steward Lee, so not caring about his still weak body, he hurriedly got out of bed and put on his shoes and pushed the door and ran out. A short time later, Wine arrived in the backyard and froze. It was still raining, but the hole she had dug for Steward Lee had been completely filled. Who the hell is it? Wine's mind was in a million different places. That's when she noticed some footprints in the dirt in the backyard. It had faded under the muddy water, but she could still tell it had been left behind not too long ago. The footprints were much larger than hers and would have been those of a grown man. A pang of fear ran through Wine's mind at the thought. Who the hell is it? What does he want? Despite her fear, after a few moments Wine decided to investigate. Judging from what the other party had done, there should be no malice towards her. Otherwise she wouldn't be lying intact in her room. Your own room? A light flashed in Wine's head. The man knew her room, so he must know her. Was he really an underling of the family? Looking at where the footprints had been left, Wine took a deep breath and began to follow them. Half an incense stick of time later, Wine dragged her weakened body to the shrine, where the footprints ended in her search. Phew! Wine took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the shrine door. It was also at this time that a thunderbolt flashed through the sky, and white light illuminated the shrine along the cracks. All she saw was a figure dressed in black standing in the shrine. Ah! Wine subconsciously exclaimed in shock and hastily covered her mouth. And the cry of alarm disturbed the figure. And in the dimness she only felt the other turn back and move towards her. In fear, Wine subconsciously turned around and was about to run. He ended up being blocked by the threshold and fell to the ground in one fell swoop. Don't you come any closer. Wine backed up helplessly with her hands on the ground, tears instantly hanging on her delicate and cute face. Instead of stopping, the figure quickened its pace and approached her. Finally, the figure stood in front of her and paused directly in front of her. Boom! At that moment, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky once again. The white aura instantly illuminated the entire courtyard. Wine also followed the white aura to see the figure's face clearly, and for a moment she froze. The mind unconsciously said, "A good-looking face." When she came back to her senses she was nervous again. So what if she looked good? She didn't recognize it and that scared her even more. That's when she realized the other woman had raised her hand at her. Is the other side trying to kill me? Wine subconsciously thought. Seeing the hand getting closer and closer to her head, she confirmed her thoughts even more. As many of the bad guys she'd read about in the word books like to slap people's heads. Is it possible that she's going to die like this? Death was nothing. Anyway, she had already thought of going down to look for the young master after burying Grandpa Lee and putting on her wedding clothes. But would getting your head smacked in the face be too much of a death sentence? Will young master dislike her after she goes down? Within this short period of time, countless thoughts raced through Wine's mind. Finally, the hand landed on top of her head. It was also at the moment of contact that Wine clenched her teeth and prepared to suffer death. But after a few breaths, she realized that the hand that landed on top of her head hadn't exerted any force. It had simply been placed there. Did this man want to give her a different way to die? But immediately afterward, the hand began to rub the top of her head, tickling it quite nicely. It made her think of when her young master was still in the mansion during his lifetime. Every time she was with young master always liked to rub her head like this. That even when she was angry, she was still rubbing her head. Exactly the same feeling as now. Exactly the same? Wine stiffened and jerked her head up. A good-looking face caught her eye. Good-looking but unfamiliar. Never seen before. But why was the feeling in her head so familiar to her? Young master? Wine couldn't help but carefully call out softly as she looked at the unfamiliar face. At the sound of the voice, the man in front of her gave a beat on his hand and suddenly revealed a smirk as he slowly uttered a sentence. You tell me. Upon hearing the voice, Wine's pupils shook. It's the young master's voice. Though the looks were different, the voice she remembered well. Are you really the young master? Wine covered her mouth with a look of incredulity. Li Dao raised his hand and gently pointed at the young girl's eyebrow, and said frivolously with a slightly high tone, Little girl, young master, I'm missing a little follower by my side. Do you want to mix with me? When these words came out, Wine's entire body was shaken. Young master, it's really you. Wine suddenly drilled into Li Dao's arms as she couldn't help but shout from her mouth. The reason why it was so confirmed was because every move of this man in front of her just now was exactly the same as when the young master picked her up and took her home back then. And this matter was only known to her and her own young master. No third person in this world knew about it. Feeling the excitement of the young girl in his arms and her waning body bones, Li Dao couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. You little girl. I didn't eat properly when I wasn't at home. Right. How come you're all so thin? Forget what the young master told you back then? At those words, Winechild still buried her face in her own young master's arms, but there was a muffled voice coming from her. Young master said he likes soft girls. But young master is not at home, people just can't eat. Wine suddenly couldn't help but let out a sob when she finished speaking. Until now her heart was still unbelievable, feeling that everything in front of her was a dream, because everyone had told her that the young master was dead, including the family, and Grandpa Lee. So the sudden appearance of her own young master made her think it was a dream. If this was really a dream, she really didn't want to wake up. Li Dao let out a long sigh, his eyes looking towards the empty backyard. He didn't realize that he had only been away for more than 3 months, and so many changes had occurred in the mansion. The once large and Yuanfu mansion was left with only one little girl to keep it to herself, and the old butler who had watched him grow up since he was a child was buried in the middle of the backyard. Everything about it gave him a sense of things being different. But who is to blame for all this? He looked down at Coco's eyes and realized that the little girl had fallen asleep in his arms at some point, and a pair of small hands were still gripping his clothes as if they were afraid that he would be gone as soon as they opened their eyes. Seemingly sensing the presence of her own young master, Weiner slept so soundly for the first time in the last 3 months or so, with tear stains and a smile on her pretty face. Looking down at the lovely person in his arms, Li Dao couldn't help but mutter to himself, let your little girl be capricious for once. Young master. Wine sat up from her bunk once more, and as soon as she opened her eyes her gaze began to look around. Soon she saw a figure sitting at a table and stool in her room. Young master. Wine's excited bare feet then ran out of bed and directly to Li Dao's side. You girl, go put on your shoes. Looking down at the small and delicate pair of jade feet, Li Dao reprimanded. Wine then felt the coldness in the center of her feet, spat out her little tongue, and rushed back. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and raised her head with a red face and asked, Young master, was it you who changed my clothes last night? What? Want to hold your young master me responsible? No. Wine shook her head in quick succession. So you want to? Nothing. After saying that, he lowered his head with a red face to put on his clothes and shoes, but in his heart, he was secretly happy. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she raised her head and said, Young master, I forgot to tell you, today the Chancellor's office will send someone to collect our home. What are we going to do? Wine then told Li Dao all about the recent events in the mansion. The Chancellor's residence? He was not surprised that the knighthood was unloaded by the Dacian emperor. After all, the Li family had only one sole seedling passed down to his generation, and he had no offspring, so it was only right that it was taken away after his death. But he was a little surprised to be served even his home. From Weiner here, he learned that because of Princess Manhwa, the great Qian emperor had only targeted him alone, and did not implicate the rest of the people within the Yuan Bo house more than once. Or maybe the great Qian emperor doesn't see these small fishes and shrimps at home at all. But the Dacian emperor cannot see the Chancellor's office, and some people who want to curry favor with the Chancellor's office does not mean that they cannot see, especially in the case of the two sides of the mutual contradiction. It looks like the Chancellor's office is trying to cut down the number of people here. There was only one explanation for the Chancellor's office not stopping when he was dead. Young master, why don't we run? Wine tugged on Li Dao's shirt from the side. She also had a number in her mind about what had happened to her young master. And although she didn't know why her young master had changed drastically and survived, she definitely needed to keep it a secret. Before, she was very reluctant about the Yuanfu mansion because it was her home. But now that the young master was back, with the young master around, any place could be a home, so she wasn't so resistant to leaving. Run? After thinking for a moment, Li Dao softly said, It seems that there is only one way to run. For him now, although he could continue to stay in the imperial capital with his now newly acquired identity, what could he do? Watching your enemies make waves in the imperial capital? And, no matter what, his identity was still in danger in the imperial capital, in case it was discovered over time. At that time, the great Qian emperor would definitely not let him go. So staying away from this place of wrongdoing for now is the best option for now. Still, there are some things you must take with you before you leave. Wine, wait here for a moment. With that, he turned and left the room. Shortly afterward, Li Dao arrived at the shrine from last night. Pushing open the shrines, one could only see a spirit tablet appearing in front of them, and there were a few plaques on top of it. The largest of the plaques read the 5 words First Class and Yuan Marquis. The rest are plaques that the rest of the Li family have been given by successive Dacian emperors. Li Dao first lit 3 joss sticks of incense to pay 3 obeisances to all the ancestors, and then knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. Bang! Getting up, he suddenly jumped up and his whole body came directly above one of the tallest plaques. Above the plaque rests a box more than 3 meters long and with a handle, covered in dust. As soon as he reached out, he lifted the box straight up with one arm, then dropped it out of the air and onto the ground. Bang! A tremor shook the ground as he landed. Not because of his weight, but because the contents of the box were so heavy. Chapter 36, Family Weapons and 3 Secret Books. Phew! Li Dao blew a long breath into the box, and the layer of dust on it was blown away and fell to the ground. Finding the latch, he reached out and squeezed it to shatter as much as he could under his immense force, and then he opened the case. When the case was opened, a faint scent of blood interspersed with the smell of iron drilled into his nostrils. As he looked, he saw a 3-meter-long dark halberd being quietly placed in the box. In the empty space of the box, there were also 3 yellowed ancient books. Old man, these things have finally passed into my hands. Reaching out and stroking his hand over the cool halberd, Li Dao spoke softly under his breath. At the beginning of the Great Qian founding period, the Li family relied on the military title was awarded the first-class marquis, so the Li family belongs to the military general's family, where the Li family head must be armed from childhood, grew up automatically become a party of the Great Qian generals. It was also for this reason that the Li family had already gone through the 10th generation from the founding of the Great Qian dynasty to Li Dao's generation, yet it was still a third-class earl. All because during that time there were certain generations of Li family heads who became generals and made war achievements to maintain their titles, or even to be promoted. Of course, not every generation of the Li family became generals. If you want to achieve martial arts in Dacian, there must be a prerequisite. That is, the cultivation level should be up to standard. Li family can skip a lot of trouble directly become a party general, but all the prerequisites are to have cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the more soldiers in charge. If there is no cultivation, it can only be enlisted in the army as a bi-civilian officer. This was why Li Dao's father in this life had to test his qualifications early on, because he wanted his son to have a good foundation. However, what I didn't expect was that Li Dao was unable to cultivate at all. However, Li's father was also open-minded, and after realizing that his son could not cultivate, he did not force him, choosing to let him enjoy his life smoothly. As long as the Li family could be passed on, it did not matter if there was a scrappy family head in the middle, as long as the next generation could take over. But Li's father didn't realize he hadn't been able to nurture his grandson himself because of his accidental death, and his own son almost died in a place like a death camp. Touching the halberd in the case, Li Dao couldn't help but recall his childhood. He wasn't exactly a dude before his memory came back. Before the qualifications were tested, his father was also very strict with him, waking up early and going to bed early to exercise, practicing calligraphy and writing poems to completely train him as an all-round talent. At that time, his mind was also very firm, and after learning that his own father was a general, he also fantasized at that time about becoming a party general to go into battle to kill the enemy and build a career. Unfortunately, everything had changed since he was tested to have no qualifications for cultivation. Li Dao looked at the halberd, reached out and grabbed it to pick it up. It turned out that the halberd was made of cold material, similar to the Xian iron sword at his waist, but its texture was better than the Xian iron sword. It was then that he remembered that Father Li had once said that this family heirloom halberd was made from 10,000 years of metaphysical iron. The halberd is 110 feet long, which is 3 meters and 2 meters in common parlance, and is black in color, bearing a dragon pattern, so it's also known as the dragon halberd. Li Dao tried weighing it and realized that the weight of this dragon halberd was not ordinary either, probably because of the material. The halberd weighed at least 200 pounds. If you wanted to use this halberd to go into battle, you would need to be carrying at least 1,000 kilograms of strength to be able to do so. And if you wanted to utilize the dragon halberd freely, you would need at least 3 kilograms of strength. No wonder when I was a child, I heard my father say that this halberd, generations of Li family owners and the Li family founding ancestor, is the only one who can easily use this dragon halberd. This weight, unless someone is born with God's strength, plus the practice of hammering the body's feats, which may be able to use this dragon halberd up. Otherwise, as far as the average innate martial artist is concerned, but with the strength of the flesh, it is also difficult to use this weapon. Placing the dragon halberd back into the case, his gaze fell on the 3 books to the side. Pick it up and realize that the 3 books are called Unparalleled Halberd Technique, The Tiger's Heart Technique, The Faustian Art of War, that is, a martial art, a cultivation technique, and a book of arms. For these 3 books, Li Dao had the impression that they were family secrets that belonged uniquely to their Li family, but he had heard that all 3 books were easy to learn but hard to master, and very few people could really master these 3 books completely. After a quick glance, Li Dao put the 3 books back into the case and closed it. It's time to go. 2. Li Dao rekindled 3 incense sticks and respectfully knelt in front of a group of ancestral spirits before turning around and lifting the box to walk out of the ancestral hall. Shortly afterward, he found the genealogy again in his own father's living study and put it away. The large and Yuan Bo house has no value other than the rest of these. The remaining things are lost. As long as these things are there, sooner or later, the Li family will be able to re-establish itself. Soon, Li Dao rediscovers the wine. Girl, we should go, Li Daogang said as he pushed the door open and looked at Wine. Well, young master. Wine ran to a side cabinet and opened it up, pulling out a long-wrapped package inside. It looked like she'd already made preparations to leave ahead of time. Go. Aha. Soon after, outside the Yuan Bo residence, a team of people rushed outside the residence with something, and these people also attracted many people watching to come over. Looks like many people know that the Yuanfu house is going to be in trouble today. Passers-by also began to talk as they watched the scene. TSK, the Yuanfu house is going to have bad luck today. More than just bad luck. The Chancellor's office has made a move, and from now on there will be no Yuanfu house in the imperial capital. Serves him right. Who let that dude dare to badger Princess Mingyue's innocence? Not being put to death 9 clans even if the Yuan Bo house is lucky. That's true, but it's a shame. Unfortunately what? It's a pity that from now on the imperial capital will have one less thing to relish. With the Yuanfu house gone, let's see who those scribes can still curse. When you say it like that, I suddenly feel that this hand of the Chancellor's house has in turn helped the Yuanfu house. The Chancellor's mansion team came out of a person wearing a steward's clothing, commanding a crowd of people. All together, give me rushed in to smash. Inside and outside all give me a smash again. Not allowed to leave a complete thing. Yes, with a command. A group of people rushed towards the inside of the Yuan Bo mansion. Soon there were several slaves smashing against the vermilion door outside of the Yuan Bo mansion. and in a few moments the vermilion door was smashed to smithereens. Seeing this scene, the butler revealed a look of satisfaction and continued to command, "The rest of you hurry up and smash whatever is intact inside." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the two stone lions outside the door of the Inuenfu mansion, revealing a cold smile. Coming to a stone lion, he raised his hand and slapped it, only to see a stream of real chi visible to the naked eye spit out. The stone lion instantly exploded. Immediately after that, he slapped another stone lion in the same way and shattered it as well. Seeing this scene, someone in the crowd marveled. Worthy of being the Chancellor's residence, a random butler comes out with an innate realm cultivation. Someone added, "What's the innate realm? I've heard that the Chancellor's residence is filled with experts, and there are also high achievers in the sovereign realm." In the meantime, in a remote alleyway on one side of the crowd, Li Dao and Wine stood amongst them watching the scene not far away. These people are too much. Wine's eyes were red with anger. It was hard for her not to be heartbroken as she watched her home being personally allowed to be trashed. Li Dao shook his head, placing his hand on the top of Wine's head to soothe her for a moment, and slowly spoke. "It's just reality. No need to feel bad. If it was the person he was before his memory was revived, he would probably be furious when faced with this scene and would even rush out to fight those people. But the revival of his memories, coupled with his experience in the death camp, had made him see through everything. No matter where you are, it's always the underdog. Today, his Inuenfu power is small, and he can only blame himself for being too weak for being ruined by the Chancellor's office. But all the same, the day he is strong, then the Chancellery deserves to die. Let's go. Let's get out of here first to prevent the Chancellor's house from not stopping and targeting even the people in the house." Lido spoke out. Upon hearing this, Wine didn't care about being uncomfortable and asked, "Then, young master, where are we going now?" Li Dao touched the box on his back. His mind suddenly remembered the words Wei Yun had once given him, and suddenly raised his hand and placed it on top of Joer's head and said, "Joer, tell young master the truth. Do you still want to come back here in the future?" Joer looked at the courtyard that had been smashed not far away, and suddenly turned back to look at her young master with a worried face. "I'm afraid that something will happen to young master." Obviously, she was well aware of how unseemly her young master's identity was. Li Dao could see his little girl's thoughts and shook his head with a faint smile. "Nothing will happen to your young master. You only need to tell young master me if you want to come back in the future." Think. This time, Wine gave an affirmative answer. For her, there are two stages of life. One was the agonizing days of following her parents into exile and living her alone. The other is the happy life of being picked up by the young master after coming to the imperial capital and being fed and dressed warmly, and being teased and molested and loved by the young master. It could be said that the second part of her life was the most precious memories of her life, all of which took place within the Inuenfu residence in the imperial capital, so it was natural that she would think about returning. Upon hearing this, Li Dao stroked his little girl's hair and laughed softly. "Then let's go to a place that will allow us to walk into the imperial capital brightly in the future." Joer looked surprised. "Young master, is there really a place like that?" Li Dao smiled faintly. "Young master me. I've crawled out of a place like that before." Wine suddenly showed a puzzled expression. "Young master, why is it crawling?" Lido shook his head without explaining why, but in his heart he was saying silently, "Because that place is hell for ordinary people." "Alright, let's go." "Yes, young master." The smashing sounds outside continued, and on the other side of the alley, a large and a small silhouette gradually walked towards the depths of the alley until they disappeared. Iron family residence. Two silhouettes sat under a gazebo in a courtyard. Among them, the young girl with a slightly more mature temperament sat on a stone bench silently making tea. Another slightly more youthful young girl squatted down to tease the fish in the lake with a branch in her hand. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. Soon after, a man aged over 40 years old with a loyal and honest appearance half-kneeled on the steps outside the gazebo. Subordinate Tai Xin, pay my respects to Third Miss. Tai Sanyang sat in the gazebo without even looking at the visitor, poured herself a cup of tea and then tasted it with her red lips, nodding her head in satisfaction before turning her gaze to the visitor. "How's the investigation going?" Tai Xin sniffed and lowered his head and said in a deep voice, reporting back to Third Miss. "It has all been investigated clearly. All the traitors are all under guard." "Have you investigated the other thing I asked you to investigate?" "The investigation is clear. The Grand Prince and the Second Prince have recently gotten very close to the Third Prince, while we have also investigated clearly that there is some friction between the Fourth Prince and the Third Prince." Tai Sanyang paused in her hands. "Alright, I know." Tai Xin asked again, "May I ask Third Miss how those traitors will be dealt with?" "Tell them to go slower on the road." "Understood, Third Miss." "Alright, stand down." Then the subordinate will take his leave. Without lifting his head, Tai San respectfully bowed down and saluted, then turned to walk away. After the people left, Bai Yuer, who had finished playing on the side, came over and asked suspiciously, "Miss, are you suspecting that the Grand Duke and the Second Duke are ambushing people to deal with you? What are you thinking about, you girl?" In front of Bai Yuer, Tai San Yang was not as harsh as before, and her tone was much softer. "I'm not the one who suspected those two idiots." Also, Bai Yuer suddenly snickered. "Although the two young masters are idiots, loitering all day and being bullied by you, Miss, all day long, they still love you, Miss, as their sister." Hearing this, a smirk also appeared under Tai San Yang's eyes. Outsiders look all say that this daughter of hers has stolen the limelight from her two brothers, and there are even rumors that she wants to kick out her two brothers and hijack the Iron family's industry. But only she knows. She can go to today as all the two brothers hard to stuff her, and no one knows her two brothers face what attitude she is. She didn't care about the reputation though. After all, a bad reputation was much better than a good one in her eyes, especially if she was a woman. But then she turned her head and had a headache, and when she thought of what her men had just reported, she said to Bai Yuer at the side, "Go tell those two idiots that they are not allowed to say anything about me outside in the future." Then, her tone changed and she said in a cold voice, "And informed the people below to cut off half of the fourth prince's business and all of the third prince's business." At those words, Bai Yuer couldn't help but stare. From the previous report of Tai Xin, she also greatly understood that the matter on the way back to the imperial capital was probably related to the fourth prince. Now how it seems to be the opposite. Couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why, Miss?" Tai Sanyang hummed softly and explained, "Because the two of them have different purposes. The fourth prince is targeting the third prince, and it's my two foolish brothers that the third prince is counting on. Although those two idiots are no good, counting on the two of them is targeting our Iron family, and it's because of him that the latter happened. So who is he targeting if not him?" Bai Yuer frowned her embroidered eyebrows. "But the fourth prince is targeting you, Miss, alas. Is that the only punishment? Who said that? So what do you mean?" "Miss, the Iron family is the Iron family, and I am me, so of course I need to take my revenge personally." At those words, Bai Yuer silently mourned for that fourth prince in her heart. She vaguely remembered what the last person who had been handled by her lady herself looked like. It's as if even the man with his entire family has been pitched to the far north. Tai Sanyang suddenly patted Bai Yuer's shoulder. "All right, quickly go and inform down. Wait for the afternoon to accompany me into the palace, to see how Mingyue is doing lately." "Yes, ma'am." Chapter 37, Princess Mingyue. In the afternoon, the Great Qian Palace, the place of the harem. Tai Sanyan led Bai Yuer to walk on top of the long corridor under the guidance of the palace maid. Bai Yuer looked at the long corridor 50 steps away from a female guard in a strong suit showing a surprised look, and inquired in a low voice, "Miss, how did so many people suddenly appear in this harem place?" At those words, Tai Sanyang looked at the courtesan leading the way in front of my eyes, saw that she didn't react and sighed in relief, and glared back, "Don't speak if you don't know how to speak." "Oh." Bai Yuer hastily covered her mouth. Soon, the two came to a courtyard. Walking into the courtyard, a palace appeared in front of the two. The palace plaque reads 3 large letters, Bright Moon Pavilion. As the name suggests, this is precisely the residence of the first princess of Diqian, Princess Mingyu. "Both of you please wait. Allow me to inform the princess first." The palace maid came to the front of the palace and softly called out, "Your Highness, Miss Tai has come to seek an audience." The voice came out, and the palace was silent for a moment before a voice came out from within. "By order of the princess, please invite Miss Iron into the hall." At the sound, the palace maid pushed open the door and made an inviting gesture. "Miss Tai, please come in." "Trouble." Tai Sanyang nodded and led Bai Yuer into the palace. Just as they entered the palace, another palace maid appeared in front of the two. "The two of you, please follow me." After saying that, he took the initiative to lead the way in front, making his way through the palace. During that time, the palace was empty and quiet. However, Tai Sanyang, who possessed innate cultivation, realized that there were many people hidden within this palace, and all of them possessed cultivation. Vaguely she also sensed many auras that were not weak to her. Shortly afterward, the two came to another temple door. The palace maid didn't inform this time, and directly pushed open the gate, making a gesture of invitation. "Gentlemen, the princess is waiting inside." Tai Sanyang nodded and walked in, and Bai Yuer hurriedly followed. This time when she went in, Tai Sanyang saw a white veil hanging in the room not far away. Behind the gauzy curtains, there was a figure that was as shapely as she could be just by her figure, leaning on the bed. "Sanyang, you're here." The silhouette behind the gauzy curtain sat up and said in a soft voice, "Someone come, give a seat to Sanyang and little Yuer." "Yes, princess." 2 palace maids carried 2 chairs and placed them beside Tai Sanyang and Bai Yuer. Tai Sanyang sat down and surveyed the arrangement of the great hall. "Mingyue, What are you doing here? The silhouette was no other than the owner of this palace, Princess Bright Moon Xiaoyu. Ahem. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from the curtain, and the voice was even more delicate. I recently contracted wind cold, and I was afraid of infecting people, so I pulled up the curtain to block it. Hearing this, Tai Sanyan's face revealed a touch of worry. Didn't you ask the imperial doctor to take a look? Princess Mingyue softly said. The eunuchs have looked at it. It's not a big deal. You don't have to worry. Tai Sanyang sighed in relief. That's good. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Mingyue, do you know about the Yuanfu mansion being smashed by the Chancellor's mansion today? I don't know. A few moments passed before a voice came from within the veil. Thinking of this, Tai Sanyang couldn't help but say in a delicate voice. It's all because of that damn dude. How dare he spoil. Forget it. In short, he deserves to die. Seemingly afraid of poking her BFF's hurt spot, she temporarily changed her tune. Princess Mingyue said softly, the past is the past. Although she said so, but listening to Tai Sanyan's ears is to feel a trace of complexity. Obviously their own this princess best friend is not so lighthearted as it looks so on the surface. But yes, how can any woman unravel that quickly when it comes to something like that? After that, the two talked about a few more things. Probably because Princess Mingyue was sick. Most of the time during this period was spent with Tai Sanyan chatting with Princess Mingyue about some of the interesting things she had encountered outside. Especially when talking about the recent events, Tai Sanyan's tone was much more cheerful. Tai Sanyan laughed softly. You don't know that our silly Yuer was tricked by that guy. Bai Yuer drummed her pretty face with a disgruntled look. I'm not stupid. It's all because the bad guys are too bad. Tai Sanyan laughed. I don't know which girl's face was whitened with worry after hearing me say that guy died. Princess Mingyue also timely softly said. Yuer, if you really look at it, can be sure to let the third mother to help you properly check. Princess, Miss, you. Bai Yuer's face was scarlet, and she didn't know if it was because of her shame and anger, or because she was guessed. The three of them chatted for a while longer, and when Tai Sanyang realized that it was getting late, she got up and said, it's getting late. Mingyue, if you're sick, take an early rest, and it's time for Yuer and I to leave. Okay, I'll have someone drop you off. Trouble. Thus, under Princess Mingyue's greeting, the palace maid led the way to send Tai Sanyan and Bai Yuer out. One incense stick later, after Tai Sanyang and Bai Yuer left completely, Princess Mingyue's voice came out from behind the gauze curtain. All of you go out, this palace is going to rest. At those words, voices came from all around the hall. Yes, Your Highness. After waiting for a short while to make sure that everyone hidden in the room had left, a voice suddenly rang out in the empty room. You were nice to that friend of yours earlier. Why don't you speak to me in that tone from now on? Princess Mingyue's voice suddenly rang out in the room. Only the strange thing was that it was clearly the same voice. But this voice did not have the softness from before. Instead it was vaguely flirtatious. Soon, Princess Mingyue's voice once again resounded within the room. Maybe? Although it was only 3 words, but the voice once did not have the softness and flirtatiousness before, but instead it was unusually cold, as if it was a clear and cold white moon in the sky, giving people an infinite distance. Is it hard to believe you don't believe me by now? Who are you to make me believe you? But you really are me, and I really am you, and no one can change that. The flirtatious voice was laced with a touch of teasing, as if to say to the cool voice, then I don't believe you either. Never mind, believe it or not, but I'm sure you'll beg me sooner or later. Why I asked you to. You're me. I'm you. I don't believe that you can't feel the abnormality inside your stomach. I've counted the time. We haven't been to Tian Anemone for 3 months, right? Are you the one who screwed up? I'm not capable of that. It's all thanks to that benefactor of mine. Your benefactor? Well, it's the guy who ran over here 3 months ago, and without him I wouldn't have had a chance to get out. There was a seriousness in the tone of the flirtatious voice. The cool voice paused before saying, so when you snatched my body in the first place you pleaded with father? The flirtatious voice laughed. Don't just talk about me. We were the ones who pleaded together, and it's impossible for me to take full control of your body if you don't agree. The cool voice was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I just don't want Qinger to hate me. Charming voice, it's useless to talk about this now. My benefactor was killed by our father all sneakily. Even her home was destroyed today. But then again, from what I understand from your correspondence with her, the odds are that the little girl is not someone who is not aware of right and wrong. And this is something that my cheap benefactor did wrong, isn't it? In a cool voice, I should thank him too. To be honest. Flirtatious voice, you do deserve thanks. Or you might have been betrothed to your cheap cousin after the banquet that day. It's significantly more lucrative to be pressed by a man for only an hour than to be pressed by a man for the rest of your life. The tone of the cool voice was mixed with a share of shyness. What are you talking about? Flirty voice, just being honest. Men and women aren't all that. Clear cold voice, not talking to you, I'm going to sleep. Flirty voice, we'll sleep together. Remember what I said. Beg me if you can't hide that naivety. I might be able to help you since we're one person. Clear cold voice, I don't need your help. Flirtatious voice, oh, some things are out of your hands. After that, the room fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. At this time, outside the palace city, Tai Sun Yang and Bai Yor were sitting inside the carriage heading towards the Tai family. I say Yull, what do you say we pull that bad guy of yours together? Having pretty much taken care of the matter at hand, Tai Sun Yang thought again of the man who held her secret. Bai Yor's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed. Miss, the bad guys have already rejected you. Is there still a chance? Poof. Tai Sun Yang wiped her face and laughed softly. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared. I don't believe there are still men that I, Tai Yang, can't handle. Hearing this, Bai Yor also came energized. Then I'll leave it to you, miss, to tie him back to tell us a story. The story he promised me last time hasn't been finished yet. Tai Sun Yang pondered carefully for a moment and spoke. Then when we go back, let's have someone investigate his identity and information first, then find his weaknesses before attacking him in one fell swoop. It was also her most common tactic, because as a businesswoman, the last thing she believes in is human nature. And as far as she's concerned, all business is a matter of not having enough chips. She couldn't believe that she couldn't grasp a man with her abilities. Half a month later, when she got home and had it investigated, she froze. Is that all you have on him? Under the gazebo, Tai Sun Yang held a piece of paper in her hand, and a flash of incredulity flashed through her beautiful eyes. On the paper in her hand, there was only a very simple pen and ink. Outside the gazebo, Tai Xian half kneeled on the ground and said in a deep voice, back to miss. That's all there is. We only investigated that the place where he first appeared was in the town of Jade Gate, and the earliest contact was a gatekeeper at the Jade Gate Pass. But the message was disconnected when it reached that gatekeeper, who refused to reveal the identity of the target of the investigation. Upon hearing this, Tai Sun Yang's embroidered brows frowned slightly. That little gatekeeper refuses to speak? Aha! Paid? Gave it, didn't ask for it, just wouldn't talk about it. Speaking here, Ironheart suddenly said, if Miss allows it, my men can find a way to make him talk. Tai Sun Yang's face darkened. She was trying to draw people in, not to make enemies. If it was an enemy, then she didn't mind using a little bit of tact. Thinking about that man, she had a feeling the outcome would be very bad for her if she dared to do that. Forget it. Tai Sun Yang waved her hand. There's no need to continue investigating further. That's it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yor asked from the side, Miss, are you giving up? Give up? Tai Sun Yang laughed. There is no such thing as giving up in my life. At this moment, no one knew exactly what was going on in her mind. In the meantime, on an ancient road in the eastern part of Diqian, a carriage traveled slowly through it. Li Dao, who was sitting in front of the carriage, suddenly sneezed out. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Wine's head poked out to reveal a heartbroken gaze. Young master, I told you to wear more clothes. At those words, Li Dao himself froze. How could he possibly get sick and catch a cold with a body that was nearly 100 times that of an ordinary person? But he wasn't sure what was going on with that sneeze of his, and it wasn't easy for him to refute his own little girl. It wasn't long before Wine came drilling out with a coat. Gongzi, it's almost mid-autumn. It's getting colder over here, so wear more. Seeing the little girl's stubborn face, Li Dao knew that he couldn't argue, so he took the coat and draped it over his shoulders. Then, she also added a piece of clothing to herself to sit beside Li Dao, and she asked softly, Young master, how long do we have to walk this way before we stop? Li Dao reached out and touched the top of the girl's head. Don't worry, it won't be long before we're almost there. Coo. At that moment, a muffled sound rang out. Wine blushed instantly. Ha! Li Dao couldn't help but laugh. You girl is hungry. Xiao Wine air beamed. Young master, don't all those dry rations top up the satiety? Okay, not laughing at you. Li Dao recalled in his mind for a split second, then spoke. Alright, there is a village another 10 miles down the road, so let's see if there's any food there at that time. The reason why he said that was not because he had been here before, but because he had long ago memorized the map all in his head. Hearing this, Xiao Winer's eyes lit up and she directly hugged her own young master's arm and shook it. Then young master, you make the horse faster. Got it. Li Dao threw the whip and the carriage sped up towards the front. One incense stick of time passed. Young master, look, there's the village up ahead. Looking down the road, little Wine stood on the carriage pulling Li Dao and said, well, see. Li Dao had just finished smiling when his ears slightly twitched. His expression was stunned, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Chapter 38, The Slaughtered Village. Farewell to the northern barbarians. At this moment, inside the Peach Source village, not so long ago, this was a smooth and peaceful village. But since a group of northern barbarian cavalry entered the area, all the peace and tranquility was shattered. Ha 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 ha, all the little ones kill me and rob me. All the rest except the women. A cavalry general in northern barbarian armor let out a loud shout to his men after laughing. Ha ha ha, the women are coming. I'm going to kill 10 this time. The Dacian people are weak. How can 10 be enough? I can kill 100. Then let's compete to see who kills more people. Just compare. Who's afraid? Accompanied by the hideous laughter of the northern barbarian cavalrymen, all the villagers within the Taoyuan village panicked and began to run around and escape. Just this attitude instead made these northern barbarian cavalrymen more and more excited. Each one of them yelled while drawing out their long knives to kill the unarmed villagers around them. And for a while, the entire Peach Source village seemed to be shrouded in a layer of blood color above it. An alleyway. A simple-looking man full of nerves escorted his wife and son through the path. Ha ha, here are 3 more mice. At that moment, a voice made the trio instantly tense up, only to see that on one side of the alley, a northern barbarian cavalryman carrying a sword was looking at the 3 with a teasing face. Mother, you take the child and run first. I'll stop him. The man saw a burst of despair in the heart of the northern barbarian cavalry, and hurriedly shielded his wife and children behind him and shouted. But the man in charge. The wife cried and hugged her own child with a look of dismay. Having never encountered such a thing, she could only stand still, not knowing how to choose. Thinking of his wife and children, the man looked at the slowly approaching northern barbarian cavalry. Suddenly a boldness rose in his heart. I'll fight you. He took out his most commonly used scythe from his waist and charged directly towards the northern barbarian cavalry. Just kill him. Kill him so you can escape with your wife and child. He. The northern barbarian cavalry did not take the men's charge seriously, with teasing smiles on their faces. Swish! The man held up his scythe and fought through gritted teeth to swing it down. However, the northern barbarian cavalryman simply stepped back, and the man's attack fell short. Because of inertia, he fell directly at the feet of the northern barbarian cavalry. Dang it! Seeing this scene, his wife not far behind him, holding his child, showed a horrified expression. Humph! Incompetent Dacian people! The northern barbarian cavalryman sneered and drew the long sword at his waist. Go to hell! No! Not far away. His wife watched as the bright white knife plunged into her man's chest, her eyes filled with despair. Nice looking little! Come back with me! The northern barbarian cavalryman looked at the woman not far away in front of his eyes and couldn't help but show a lewd smile. The next second he blanched and looked down to find the man still alive, a bloodied hand clutching his calf in a death grip. Run! Run! The man cried out at his wife with the last of his strength. Poof! The northern barbarian cavalryman snorted coldly as his long sword swung down without mercy. Stabbing! The man stared and broke his last breath. Dang it! The wife didn't know where the courage came from. Obviously she was afraid before. She looked at the northern barbarian cavalryman who killed her man with red eyes and gritted teeth with hatred. I'll fight you. The wife didn't care about her own children, and her anger and blood were so strong that she rushed at the northern barbarian cavalry as well as her own man. Ha! There's a delivery. The northern barbarian cavalryman dodged just as his wife rushed forward, and the woman was embraced in his arms. Woman! Isn't it a bit early if you want to throw yourself at me? But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a yelp of pain, only to see the woman bite down on one of his fingers at some point. Let go! You let go! The intense pain made the northern barbarian cavalryman unable to resist punching and kicking the woman. But the woman's eyes at this moment has long been no other. Enduring the pain also want to die biting the fingers in the mouth. Me! The northern barbarian cavalryman was just about to do something. Suddenly a voice was heard. You hit my mother? I'll fight you. At some point, the child also ran to the northern barbarian cavalryman and directly hugged his thigh and bit down hard. The intense pain once again stimulated him. All die for me. The northern barbarian cavalryman didn't care about beauty in his anger. He raised his sword and directly cut the child by his own leg. With this cut, the child was instantly lifeless. The woman on the sidelines saw this scene and her heart skipped a beat as a wave of power surged through her. There was a click. The northern barbarian cavalryman's face plummeted as his hand was released by the woman. But he was missing a finger. Give me back my finger. It suddenly occurred to the northern barbarian cavalryman that the broken finger could still be attached in a short time if he could save it, and he hastened to shout at the woman. The woman's hair was disheveled and her eyes were scarlet, only for her to suddenly grin and her mouth to start chewing. It seemed that in order to let the northern barbarian cavalryman see clearly, she also purposely opened her mouth wide to let the other party watch how his fingers were being chewed into meat foam. The northern barbarian cavalryman saw this and angrily drew his sword directly and swung it down. Stabbing. The woman collapsed to the floor with a crazed smile. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* The northern barbarian cavalryman subconsciously looked down, and saw that even in death, the woman's eyes were staring at him, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into her heart. Asshole. The glance sent a chill down his spine, and the fear made him resist the urge to swing his knife at the woman's body. Finally, he didn't stop until the woman's face was completely disfigured. Phew. After breathing a sigh of relief and listening to the sounds of shouting and fleeing that still existed outside, he decided to grab a woman and get it out of his system. At this time, not only this alley, the same tragedy is happening everywhere in Taoyuan village. On a long street, a group of northern barbarian cavalrymen chased a group of women around after killing men, old men and children for fun, and they were just chasing around, watching the women running around in despair, as if that would satisfy their inner evil. Ha ha ha, little pussies running that way. He, the way is not clear here. Do you want to come into your brother's arms? I'll give you a chance to strip and run and I'll let you go. Surrounded by a group of northern barbarian cavalry, a group of women were surrounded in the middle of the road. They huddled against each other in fear, their eyes filled with terror and despair, especially those who watched their family members die horribly in front of their eyes. They were in immense pain. At this time, from which stood out a northern barbarian cavalryman said, "Well, play almost on the line. Don't forget that here is still in the territory of the Great Qian. See good, if the army of the Great Qian dynasty found out, it will not be fun." Once they heard this, the expressions of the rest of the people immediately tightened up a lot, but the talking northern barbarian cavalryman suddenly smiled again and said, "Don't lose heart, everyone, this one today is just a small fight. When sometime later you'll be able to wreak havoc on this piece of land as you please, then you can play as you please. No one will care about you." At once, all the northern barbarian cavalrymen's faces showed excitement, as if they had already seen that scene before their eyes. Okay. The small leader of the northern barbarian cavalry looked at the group of women and said, "Find a rope and bolt them all up first, and leave when the others have cleaned the place out." Just then, a carriage slowly came from the other end of the long street. "Look, little captain, there are strange wagons coming." A northern barbarian cavalryman found it and hurriedly reported towards his leader. For a moment, these dozen or so northern barbarian cavalrymen all looked along the long street in unison, and they all saw a carriage. One of the northern barbarian cavalrymen with a better eye suddenly pointed at the carriage with a look of surprise. "Captain, look, there's a superb woman on the carriage." Oh, the cavalry captain's eyes lit up as he looked along and noticed it as well, but he likewise noticed the man on the other side of the extremely beautiful woman, which made him frown. So he ordered, "Whoever goes over there kills the man for me and snatches the woman." "I'll go." Soon someone volunteered, although they knew that such an extreme woman could not take their turn, but when they tied over they could still have a good time not. As for the man next to the woman, he didn't put his eyes down at all. It looks like the size of an ordinary man in Dakian, and they are very different from the northern barbarian men, and at first glance, it is a small white man, and he can cut 10 of them with one knife. The other side, the two people sitting on the carriage were no other than Li Dao and his family's personal maid, Wine. Young master, they are, because Wine Child stayed in the imperial capital all year round. This was also the first time she came to the eastern part of Daqian and had not seen the northern barbarians, so she did not know the people in front of her. Li Dao's original mission in the death camp had been related to the northern barbarians time and again, and he recognized the dress of these people at a glance. These are northern barbarians. Northern barbarians? Wine had an innocent look on her face. Why are the northern barbarians here? Because they're no good. Before even entering the village, Li Dao had already smelled the faint odor of blood in the air and the noises inside with his superhuman 5 senses. And, after entering the village, the smell of blood inside the village became even stronger, and the noises faded to nothing. After seeing those northern barbarian cavalrymen not far away, how could he not be clear about what was happening inside this village, especially now that he had seen a group of women surrounded by a group of northern barbarian cavalrymen? There was nothing to suggest that a tragedy had occurred in this village not too long ago. At that moment, Wine spotted a northern barbarian cavalryman riding by. She couldn't help but pull her own young master's sleeve in fear. "Young master, what are we going to do when he comes over? Otherwise, let's take a detour." "Detour?" Li Dao shook his head and softly comforted. "Don't worry, it's fine." Wine still obediently nodded her head. She trusted her own young master 100%. Soon, the northern barbarian cavalry arrived in front of the two, and nonchalantly sneered at Li Dao. "Daqian little white boy, thank you for giving us such a great gift. In return, I have decided to let you go a little easier. Do you want to kneel down and thank me?" Looking at the extreme woman so close to the little white man in front of him, the northern barbarian cavalryman was a little angry. Especially when he saw that good-looking face, he was getting more and more angry. He now wanted to see the appearance of the little white man in front of him humble and let him humiliate. "Young master." Although Wine was scared, she just clutched Li Dao's sleeve with a death grip. For Wine's reaction, Li Dao also understood. After all, in Wine's mind, the impression of him was still stuck in the impression of the dude he once was. Don't worry, you won't be seeing him anytime soon, Li Dao comforted. The other side. The northern barbarian cavalryman was stunned to see that no one from the two paid any attention to him, but he soon became angry. The other party didn't take a look at what was going on right now, and dared to ignore him. Kid, you give me, put. The northern barbarian cavalryman couldn't continue halfway through his sentence. Looking down, he realized that at some point a long, bright silver blade had penetrated his neck, preventing him from making the slightest sound at all. Put. The northern barbarian cavalryman broke his breath and fell to the ground. The Wine beside Li Dao covered her mouth in shock, her face incredulous, because she had just seen that it was her own young master who had thrown the knife out, and although it was quick, she had still noticed it because of her close proximity. When did her young master become so powerful? And what exactly did you go through during the time you disappeared before? Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 21. Li Dao jumped off the carriage and walked over to the corpse of the northern barbarian cavalryman to pull the Xian iron sword out from the opponent's throat. Wine. The next image might be a little hard to watch, so go in first. Aha. Wine nodded a little worriedly, but dutifully got into the carriage. At this moment, the rest of the northern barbarian cavalry not far away also discovered the abnormality over here. The cavalry captain frowned when he saw his men die. It looks like we've met a tough opponent. Captain, so what do we do now? Should we go together? Wait a minute, there's something odd about the other side. Call first. After saying that, he took out a bamboo tube from his bosom and pulled a line on it towards the sky. Bang! The bamboo tube exploded in one bite, followed by a sound in the sky. Call someone? Li Dao also saw the other party's meaning, but he didn't react much. After all, for him, the more people were the better. It wasn't long before a sudden clatter of hooves sounded nearby. Soon, only many northern barbarian cavalrymen were seen coming from all around the village. In less than half a pillar of incense, all of the northern barbarian cavalrymen who had previously entered the village appeared on the long street. Most of the northern barbarian cavalrymen still had a lot of looted things on their horses, and some of them were dragging some women looted from the villages behind them. What's going on here? The northern barbarians' leader came out of the northern barbarians' cavalry at this time and asked with a frown. The cavalry captain quickly stepped forward and said, reporting back to the commander, my side encountered a superb woman originally wanted to capture and offer it to the commander you. But I didn't realize that there was a man beside the other side who looked to be quite strong, so I specially notified the commander you. Extreme women? The northern barbarian leader's eyes lit up and he looked around. Where is it? The cavalry captain pointed down the long street, hidden by that man inside that wagon. The northern barbarian leader glanced over and saw Li Dao while similarly seeing the fallen northern barbarian cavalryman. His eyes narrowed slightly as he judged. By the looks of it, it should be a martial artist. A martial artist? Would that be tricky? The cavalry captain said with some uneasiness. Humph. The northern barbarian leader snorted coldly. So what if he's a martial artist? Seeing as he's not more than double 10 years old, he's at most a mid-Hotian martial artist. This commander can already be a Hotian 3rd grade. Besides, I still have so many cavalry in my hands. As long as he's not an innate martial artist, then it's not a big problem. Could he possibly be an innate martial artist? Impossible. How could such a genius appear in such a hellish place? Therefore, the northern barbarian leader didn't have a bit of panic in his heart at the moment. Instead, he felt that this wave was very stable. Chapter 39, The Sword of Equality for All Beings. Not only did the northern barbarian leader not panic, but he felt that the strange man not far in front of him was already a lamb to the slaughter in his eyes, and the woman in the carriage was already in his pocket. He beckoned. Get together. Surround him and that wagon. Don't let him find a chance to run away from me. Yes. The cavalry captain rode towards where the carriage was with a dozen or so cavalrymen. When one of the surrounded women saw this, a hint of indignation flashed under her eyes, and she immediately got up and shouted, Run! They're going to get you. Shut up! The northern barbarian leader's face changed, and with a flick of the horsewhip in his hand, he directly sent the woman flying out and falling heavily to the ground. Li Dao's sharp 5 senses detected the movement over there, and as he looked at the group of northern barbarian cavalry charging over, he lifted his Shin iron sword and paced forward. When the cavalry captain saw that the other party still dared to lean over of their own accord, his face turned cold. A few men go and watch that carriage, and the rest of you surround him for me. Yes, soon. The northern barbarian cavalrymen approached Li Dao, and 2 of them, ready to follow their own captain's orders to watch the wagon, rushed ahead to skim past Li Dao's sides. It was also at that moment that 2 cold lights flashed through the air in the blink of an eye. The captain of the cavalry, who had just approached, froze for a moment, and asked the men aside, Did you see anything happen just now? Did anything happen? I didn't see it either. The man didn't move a muscle. Just as several people were discussing, the cavalry captain suddenly realized that the two men he had sent to watch the wagon had suddenly stopped halfway down the road and were not moving. "What are you two doing?" the cavalry captain subconsciously shouted. But the two men still stood still and didn't move, including the horses at their crotches. Suddenly, a bloody line mark appeared between the necks of the two horses appeared. Then the same blood mark appeared on the two northern barbarian cavalrymen. Just as everyone was puzzled, they realized that the two northern barbarian cavalrymen had moved. Not normal movement, but their bodies moved from the center, and likewise the necks of the two horses. Poof! With 4 consecutive landing sounds, everyone then realized that the two northern barbarian cavalrymen had been chopped down in unison along with their horses' heads. But there is only one party at hand. That was the little white man who was walking slowly towards them. This bizarre scene caused the group of northern barbarian cavalrymen close to Li Dao to change their colors. Individual timid northern barbarian cavalry saw the other side approaching, some couldn't help but want to pull the reins tight and retreat. "Don't be afraid of him." Seeing the unstable morale of his men, the cavalry captain wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, "Captain!" Suddenly, a northern barbarian cavalryman yelled out with panic on his face. "What again?" The cavalry captain was taken aback. He's gone. At that moment, the crowd looked up and realized that the man who had just walked towards them had disappeared at some point. Stabbing. Suddenly, a splash of blood spilled through the crowd. The rest of them looked in the direction the voice came from, only to realize that the other party had already come to them at some point. Li Dao glanced at the door of a wide-open room off to the side and spoke slowly. "You all deserve to die," only to see that in the middle of the door of that room, there was blood on the ground, and a man and a woman died tragically in a pool of blood. Alongside the man and woman, there were 3 other bodies. The oldest looked to be about 10 years old at most, while the youngest looked to be only a year or 2 old. Just a normal, happy family of 5, but just a tragic death in their own home. Although there has been an understanding of the cruelty of the northern barbarians to the subjects of the Great Qian, but when he really saw this scene, Li Dao felt that he still had some difficulty accepting it, and he needed to vent a little when he had a hard time, and these northern barbarian cavalrymen in front of him were the best target. Bang! Li Dao took a heavy step on the ground, and under the strong force his entire body copied the Qian iron sword and went straight towards a northern barbarian cavalryman. Seeing this, then the northern barbarian cavalry subconsciously raised their swords to block. Click! With a crunching sound, the long sword shattered along with the northern barbarian cavalryman. Li Dao's steps did not stop for a moment, and without hesitation, he turned his head to target the next northern barbarian cavalryman. At this moment, the cavalry captain panicked, and hastily roared. All moved to encircle him, and come together to cut him down. But at the moment the remaining northern barbarian cavalry didn't stand a chance, because when one northern barbarian cavalryman dies, it doesn't take more than 3 seconds for the next northern barbarian cavalryman to die right after him. After a short 30 seconds, only the cavalry captain was left alone around Li Dao still on his horse, watching the surrounding subordinates who were just freshly alive all turn into corpses. The cavalry captain finally panicked, his body trembling uncontrollably. 10 meters away from him, Li Dao flung the Qian iron blade on his hand and a trail of blood spilled onto the ground. Yet then he came towards the cavalry captain with his sword. "Get the hell out of here!" Terrified, the cavalry captain hastily pulled up the reins and tried to flee. But he found that the horse under his buttocks didn't move a muscle, refusing to budge a fraction of an inch. He sensed his horse's body trembling. Is it scared? Too scared to move. Seeing Li Dao getting closer and closer, the cavalry captain finally couldn't hold back. "Damn thing, you move!" He jabbed the tip of the knife hard directly into the horse's ass, trying to use the pain to spur the horse into moving. But accidents happen at this moment. Spurred on by the pain, the horse was moving, but instead of turning its head and running, it was struggling up in place. The cavalry captain was caught off guard by this suddenness. One slip and he fell off the horse. It was at this point that the horse stopped at the same time, and as if it sensed that no one was tying it down any longer, it turned and ran without hesitation. Cavalry captain? His entire body froze in place when he saw this scene. How could this beastly thing leave him alone and run off by himself? "Asshole, I'll kill you when I get back." The cavalry captain cursed loudly in exasperation. At that moment, a footstep stopped behind him, causing him to shudder inwardly. Turning his head, he realized that the man who had slaughtered his men had come behind him at some point. Well, the cavalry captain was just about to open his mouth to say something, but the next second a cold light flashed through him. He could no longer make a sound, for a bloody gash had been made in the neck by a blade. Kill 1 enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 68. When the last cavalry captain died, Li Dao was left with a field of corpses around him, and he stood alone in the center of the corpses with his bloodied Qian Tai sword. At this point, From beginning to end this all seemed long, but in reality just less than 3 minutes had passed. Therefore, for the northern barbarian leader and his party not far away everything seemed a little too sudden. He only saw that Li Dao had cut down all of his men as if they were cutting vegetables and melons, so crisply that none of them had reacted. At the same time, this scene caused the northern barbarian leader to put away his cocky eyes. Understand that the person in front of you is a tricky one. Commander, what do we do now? A northern barbarian cavalryman asked out loud. The northern barbarian leader said in a deep voice, "This guy is not ordinary. Tell everyone to be careful." If the other party had just shown the obvious characteristic of true chi externalization, he would have turned around and run away without hesitation, because their team combined would not be enough to kill an innate martial artist. But recalling the other party's murderous actions just now, he didn't see a single fluctuation of true chi. That meant that the other party was not an innate martial artist, and was only considered more powerful amongst the Hotian martial artists. Although he had lost more than a dozen of his men, he still had more than 90 men remaining in his hands, and with him, an expert of the Hotian 3rd grade. That would be enough to deal with the other party even if they were of the Hotian 1st grade. At those words, the remaining northern barbarian cavalrymen also put away their previous frivolity. Some of the men began to drop the weights from their horses, along with the women who had been tied to them, and loosened them and dropped them aside in obvious earnest. The women gathered together soon after they were released and did not run away, because they knew that it was useless to run away. And if the northern barbarian cavalry won in the end, their bare feet could not outrun the four-legged horses. Might as well stay and silently expect the unknown man to save them. Thinking of this, they prayed silently in their hearts. Not far away, inside the carriage, Wine carefully lifted the curtain, and at a glance, he saw Li Dao standing in the middle of the corpses. The corpses were completely ignored by her, and she was relieved to see that her young master had no problems, and at the same time, she silently cheered her young master in her mind. After resolving the northern barbarian cavalry around him, Li Dao did not stop and continued to walk towards the northern barbarian cavalry on the opposite side. Whether it was for the sake of harvesting attributes with killing or for the sake of the heart, these people were going to stay here today. Kill! With a silent thought in his heart, Li Dao lifted his Shin iron sword and quickly rushed towards the large force of northern barbarian cavalry. On the opposite side, the northern barbarian leader had also been prepared for this scene for a long time, and immediately ordered, "Kill him for me. Those who get the head will be rewarded with 100 oxen and sheep, 10 beautiful women, and a promotion in rank." At those words, the eyes of a group of northern barbarian cavalrymen reddened. There was nothing more inspiring than these things. At once, each of them took out their full momentum to charge towards Li Dao alone, unbeknownst to the other side. In their eyes, their so-called charge was like a human sliding and shoveling a tiger, a complete gesture of trying to hold it up. But if a tiger can survive, will Li Dao survive? No, because he's not a tiger. He's a Tao Tai with an infinite belly. He could eat as many of these ordinary northern barbarian cavalrymen as they came. A northern barbarian cavalryman at the head rushed the fastest, because the previous scene had given him a deep impression. He understood that the enemy's blade in front of him was sharp, so naturally it was impossible to fight hard. So he cleverly found one of the opponent's weaknesses. The opponent was standing alone on the ground, while he was charging on horseback. Next he just needed to hit the opponent with his horse. If the opponent dodged he would naturally be fine, but if the opponent insisted on settling the horse, then he could finish the opponent off with his backhand. As he thought about it, it was as if he could already see the reward of the commander beckoning to him again. When he was about to approach his target, he realized that the other party had not dodged, and his heart was overjoyed. Especially when you see the other side of a look of wanting to fight hard is in the heart cursed as stupid. He is a charging horse. Even if you are a martial artist is also difficult to resist. Facing the oncoming horses, Li Dao raised his palm. In the next second, the horse's face impacted directly on top of this one meaty palm. But what the leading northern barbarian cavalryman didn't expect was that the imagined image of the other party being knocked away didn't appear. Instead he flew, as the horse's hasty stop caused him to fly out due to inertia. In mid-air, he only saw a flash of cold light. His body couldn't help but go cold, and his entire body quickly lost consciousness. In the end, what that northern barbarian cavalryman saw and thought was all in his own head. Unbeknownst to him, in Li Dao's eyes, he was just like a mole cricket at his feet, which he could trample to death with his hand. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 0. 19. Ignoring the system beeps in his ears, Li Dao gripped his Shin iron sword and quickly charged into a group of cavalry. The blade kept waving in the air, and with the sharpness of the blade and the strength of the power, no one could block him wherever he passed. One man had almost flipped an entire team of northern barbarian cavalry up. In a single stagger, a dozen northern barbarian cavalrymen died under his blade. The reason why the rest of the northern barbarian cavalry were safe and sound was solely because they did not have the chance to rush to Li Dao just now, so they dodged a bullet. And this bloody massacre by Li Dao instantly made a group of northern barbarian cavalrymen much more awake and no longer mesmerized by what their commander had promised them. What are you waiting for? Kill for me. The northern barbarian leader also rushed over at this moment, shouting angrily at his subordinates. Seeing his men hesitate, he cursed decisively. What a bunch of losers. Turning his head, he turned his gaze to Li Dao. Kid, next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. After that, he said to his men, I'll charge first. You losers stay close. Once they heard this, the northern barbarian cavalrymen then gradually gathered their energy. Their commander is so good. They just need to play match. Kill. The northern barbarians' leader let out a cry and rode his fast horse towards Li Dao to charge head-on. The northern barbarian cavalry behind him also charged again when they saw this. Kid, eat my blade. The northern barbarian leader quickly rushed in front of Li Dao while swinging the long sword in his hand. This blade fell from the air, mixed with boundless momentum, along with the northern barbarian leader's unprecedented aura of the past, as if a fierce tiger opened its huge mouth and came straight at Li Dao's face. Jab! In the next second, a splash of blood spilled through the air, and a human head flew high into the air then fell to the ground. Li Dao carried his sword and looked at the dead head of the northern barbarian's leader murmuring, good momentum, but unfortunately not useful. In just one look, the northern barbarian leader died under Li Dao's blade. This was what made Li Dao so powerful. The physical enhancement would completely enhance his entire being without a single dead spot. With his current physique that was nearly 100 times that of a normal person, levels below innate martial artists did not pose any threat to him. In a hard-hitting situation, no one amongst the Hotian martial artists could block one of his slashes. Therefore, whether it was a Hotian first grade or an ordinary person, it was just a matter of a slash for him. This slash, Leto again called it, the sword of equality for all beings. Chapter 40 Physical Body Breaks 100. Metamorphosis again. At the back, a group of northern barbarian cavalry charged towards the enemy under the leadership of their own commander. Their aura unrelenting. With their own commander at the front they must have no problem. Maybe they could even pick up the enemy's head to take a wave of rewards in the process. But a scene that left them collectively dumbfounded appeared immediately afterward. Their commander rushed up. A knife was slashed to death. What about them? Are you still flushing? Almost everyone had only one thought, and that was to turn around and run away. Now whoever continues to rush up is a cutie. The commander of the third rank of the Hotian was killed by a single slash, and they were expected to go up and carry a few slashes. So all the remaining northern barbarian cavalry make the same move, pulling the reins tight together and choosing to hang on for dear life before a wave comes back to haunt them. But they accidentally both underestimated the speed of their charge. One thing Li Dao knew from his previous life when he was studying for his driver's license was that he must fasten his seatbelt when he stepped on the brake sharply when he was going too fast. What if I don't have a seatbelt? Then wait for it to fly out. And right now none of these northern barbarian cavalrymen were wearing seatbelts, so most of them staged a straight-up human fall. Li Dao could see what these people were thinking, but how could he give up the meat that was on his lips? Without hesitation, he copied the Xian iron sword and rushed forward to harvest the lives of the northern barbarian cavalrymen. A knife cut through, blood splattered everywhere. Kill 4 enemies, gain attribute, 0, 75. 2 knives cut through, and limbs flew about. Kill 6 enemies, gain attribute, 1, 12. 3 slashes skimmed the surface and heads fell to the ground. Kill the enemy. In the midst of the killing, Li Dao could only hear the system's beeps constantly ringing in his ears. Finally, 1 incense stick later, the chaotic long street quieted down. Only corpses were seen all over the place, and not a single northern barbarian cavalryman was able to escape. Save me. Me. I don't want to die. At that moment, a hand covered in blood stretched out from the pile of corpses, and a northern barbarian cavalryman who had been chopped off 2 legs and an arm struggled and moaned. Stabbing. Li Dao mercilessly ended it with a slash. There is no need to leave any room for error against these people. Just like that, a group of northern barbarian cavalry fell to Li Dao's hands. He was surrounded by dozens of meters littered with corpses and limbs. Extraordinarily bloody and horrifying. Phew. Li Dao took a long breath and slowly calmed the restless heart in his chest. This time he was really happy with the kill. There were more than 100 of them, and each of them provided him with at least 0.1 more attribute. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 96. 89. Available attributes, 29. 14. Looking at the column of available attributes, Li Dao felt a great sense of pain. This wave had harvested nearly 30 points of attributes in one breath, which was almost worth a third of his overall attributes. More importantly, with this wave of attributes, his physique would be able to point to 100. Young master. At that moment, Wine's shout brought Li Dao back to his senses. Lifting his head to look, he realized that Wine had gotten off the carriage at some point and had come to his side, looking at him with a concerned expression. Looking at the chaotic and disgusting corpses around him, Li Dao couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Aren't you scared, girl?" "Scared of what?" "These bodies." Joer looked down at the corpses around her, and suddenly kicked at one of the corpses, and there really wasn't a bit of fear on her face as she bluntly said, "I'm not afraid of them. I'm more afraid of young master you getting hurt." After saying that, she couldn't help but grope around Li Dao's body. "Young master, let me check to see if you are injured." "Stop, stop, stop. I'm not hurt. I don't believe you. Look at all the blood on you. None of that is mine." The scene seemed a bit bizarre, especially since both men were standing among the corpses at the moment. If the corpses could move, it was estimated that they would very much like to get up and lie somewhere else at this moment, and definitely did not want to lie under the eyes of this man and woman. A few minutes later, after some inspection to make sure that his young master was fine, Wine was relieved. Suddenly, a scattering of footsteps reached the two men's ears. Looking back, she saw a group of messily dressed women walking in a group. Poof! All the women fell to their knees in unison. "Thank you, Enron," one woman said, kowtowing over and over again. They, like Wine, were not a bit afraid to face the field of bodies, but unlike that, Wine was ignoring the corpses because she had only her own young master in her heart. And these women are the heart has been completely occupied by hatred. For these corpses did not fear, but more want to eat these people alive. These are the same people who killed their loved ones and destroyed their homes. Looking at these women, Li Dao felt pity. But the reality is this. This place is too close to the eastern border of Dacian, and now that it is mid-autumn, the weather has turned cold. So recently there has been constant friction between many tribes on the border between Dacian and the northern barbarians. Almost every day, some small branch of the northern barbarian dynasty's army would sneak into Dacian territory to create chaos and loot supplies. This is friction between nations, and ordinary civilians have no control over it, and are resigned to their fate. And up to this point, all he had done on his own was to be able to not resign himself to the same fate as these people. Afternoon, near dusk time, Li Dao did not leave, but instead went along and brought Wine to stay in this Taoyuan village for the night. On the one hand, it was a precautionary measure to see if there were any remaining northern barbarian soldiers. There's also the aspect of trying to give these innocent women a sense of security for the time being. The men in the village have all died out, and they can only take Li Dao as their spiritual support for the time being. At the entrance of a courtyard, he sat on a chair and watched the remaining women of Taoyuan village packing up their things. At first he thought of helping, but was refused by these women. In their words, the grace of saving their lives and avenging their deaths is not repayable. So how can they let their benefactors work? Seeing that the women were persistent, Li Dao did not force himself. At the same time he sees clearly that women in this era are not the same as the women of the previous modern era. In the face of bloody body parts, they were able to clean them up without a change of color. In the face of the family tragedy that had just occurred and the pain of losing their loved ones, they were able to grit their teeth and continue to hold on to life without giving up hope for survival. In short, these women look weak on the outside, but inside they're rigid and a little scary. "Young master, it's time to eat." To the side, Wine suddenly brought a plentiful pot of rice. Li Dao looked at it. It was sumptuous. "Where did this meal come from?" Wine smiled. "It's something big sister Lu made especially for you to thank you as a benefactor." Li Dao shook his head, but still picked it up. "This will not be the next time. If there is a next time, it will be deducted from your monthly money." Wine's pretty face was suddenly embarrassed. The time came quickly to evening. Because of the encounter during the day, the women had specifically found a larger courtyard in the village for Li Dao to live in amongst the master bedroom, while they were crammed together inside a few other guest rooms. Although they didn't show anything when they worked during the day, they were still filled with fear inside. Living in a courtyard with Li Dao, their benefactor, could give them some psychological comfort. After everyone's asleep, the dimly lit Li Dao suddenly rose, glancing at Wine, who was sleeping soundly in the other bed. He quietly pushed the door open and walked out of the room and into the courtyard alone. After making sure no one was around, he mentally mumbled, "Panel, owner, Li Dao, physical, 96, 89, available attributes, 29, 14, with a broad sweep." He then added in his mind to himself, "Add some." At once, all the available attribute points on the panel were added to physique. Owner, Li Dao, physique, 126, 03, metamorphosable. Available attributes, 0. When he saw the change in the panel, Li Dao said the word sure enough in his heart. The previously suspected metamorphosis reappeared. Dozens of breaths later, only after the hot current of body strengthening in his body faded away did Li Dao then place his gaze on the 3 words metamorphosable. I wonder if that same bodily function will complete the metamorphosis this time. With this curiosity, Li Dao decisively tapped his mind on the 3 words metamorphosable on the panel. In the next second, a familiar tearing sensation arose within him, only unlike the last time. Probably because he had already experienced this kind of pain once. This time Li Dao's expression was not as grim as before, and, probably because of the increased strength of his body, which gave him full control over his own body. This time he noticed at the very beginning that a certain function in his body was showing changes. This is blood? In Li Dao's perception, a phenomenon similar to the one that occurred when his physique was strengthened appeared within him, but the physical enhancement of his body was the appearance of an unknown heat flow provided by the system, and this time he could notice that his blood was undergoing some sort of change within his body. He forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body and lowered his head, and sure enough, he realized that all the veins on his body had already risen, and the blood inside was constantly running and flowing, and he noticed that along with the flow of blood in his body, some red substance was squeezed out of his pores, just like the last time his skin metamorphosed to shed a layer of skin, only this time it was replaced with blood. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, these red substances should be the waste blood that had been renewed and replaced. Along with the passage of time, the red substance on Li Dao's body grew more and more, and in the end, it gradually formed a layer of blood scabs stabilized on his skin. Finally, the blood metamorphosis was probably complete, and the tearing sensation inside him began to slowly disappear. After the tearing sensation had completely disappeared, Li Dao tried to move a little. There was a click. After the crunching sound, fine cracks appeared in the blood scabs on his body. With a pinch of Li Dao's hand, the bloody scabs in his palm all turned into dust and fell to the ground. With a slight shaking of his body under his control, all the blood scabs all fell off and fell to the ground, as if it was a cicada molting its shell. Extraordinarily amazing. I wonder what effects blood metamorphosis can bring. The skin metamorphosis that allowed him to be immune to a lot of damage was sick enough, and it goes without saying that the importance of blood to a person should give him a few surprises. For now, the first thing is to get a little of your own blood first. This time it could be difficult for Li Dao. His metamorphosed skin continued to strengthen along with it through the constant strengthening of his physique. Now that his physique had broken 100, he was a bit skeptical that the few innate martial artists who had fought him in the beginning would still be able to break his skin if they fought him again. He picked up the basalt knife he had just brought out with him and placed it on his finger. 1 point. Not enough. 3 points of force. Not enough either. 5 points of power. Finally, after using almost half of his strength, he barely managed to slice the sharp blade of the basalt knife close to his skin. It's just a shallow bit, but it should be enough to squeeze out the blood. In the meantime, Li Dao's keen sense of smell picked up a strange fragrance. His gaze fell directly on the blood that oozed from beneath his skin, and if his sense of smell wasn't failing him, the scents were emanating from the blood on his fingers. Is it hard to believe that the blood metamorphosis is what made his blood evolve into perfume? Li Dao shook the thought away from his mind. There must be other effects of his blood besides this, but right now he couldn't figure out how he was going to experiment with the efficacy of his metamorphosed blood. Kiki. At that moment a voice caught Li Dao's attention. Lowering his head, he saw a large black rat out to do its dirty work in the night, sniffing around at his feet. Suddenly, the big black rat seemed to smell something. Li Dao could see the big black rat's eyes light up even through the darkness, only to see that this big black rat was about to climb straight up his leg, and he subconsciously stepped on the big black rat's tail to stop him. While he wasn't afraid of rats, the things were a bit of a spacer for humans if they crawled on him. Squeak. In itself, with the nature of a rat, the probability of encountering a situation like being stepped on by someone's tail would be to panic and struggle to escape. But the rat under Li Dao's feet didn't panic and was still thinking of ways to try to climb onto Li Dao, as if there was something in Li Dao that made it thirsty. Li Dao was quick to notice this peculiar phenomenon in the rat. It's hard not to. He looked down at the drop of blood at his fingertips that gave off a strange scent. The only thing on him at the moment that could possibly attract this rat could be this drop of blood. Otherwise this rat could still fall in love with him interracially. Want to try? He happened to want to try out what effect his blood actually had after undergoing metamorphosis. And right now there wasn't a little white mouse delivered to his door. Although this little white mouse looked a bit dark, Li Dao then didn't mind that the big black rat was dirty and directly picked it up with his hands. After all, the environment in the death camp back then was much dirtier than this little thing. At that time if this appeared, everyone grabbed it. After all, it was a piece of meat, and how could one possibly mind that it was dirty? It was also because he didn't have the ability to catch rats before the system appeared in the first place, or else he would have probably just eaten them raw in his situation at that time. After taking the rat in his hand, he tentatively passed the finger with his own blood on it, probably sensing something. The rat wrinkled its nose before suddenly struggling frantically in his hand, stretching its neck and continuously extending towards the bloodied finger. If it wasn't for Li Dao's death grip on it with his hand, it would probably have flown out long ago. Li Dao's fingers slightly exerted force, and the rat's mouth was directly broken open by him. Placing the bloody finger on top of the rat's mouth and gently squeezing it, the drop of blood fell into the rat's mouth in one smooth motion. Immediately afterward he let go of the mouse and set it down on a stone table to the side. The mouse didn't flee in a panic when it was put down, but stayed still where it was. After waiting for a while, Li Dao frowned slightly. Can't it be that this metamorphosed blood really just smells good and doesn't do anything else? When Li Dao's thought had just risen, he suddenly realized that the rats had moved. Squeak! Only a yelp came from the rat's mouth, and suddenly it began to roll over on the stone table, and every now and then it twitched, looking very painful. Li Dao's brow furrowed as he kept his gaze on the rat. A dozen breaths later, his gaze froze. Only the mouse suddenly stopped struggling and a miraculous scene appeared. The rat's size unexpectedly began to swell, and its limbs and tail became thicker, the whole seeming to have mutated. What made Li Dao feel even more surprised was that he actually detected an inexplicable closeness from a mouse. Chapter 41, The Miraculous Effects of Precious Blood. Finally, after a minute had passed, the rat stopped changing. At this point in time, the rat has changed drastically from the original rat. The body size was larger, looking stronger, and the sharp claws and the teeth in its mouth had become sharper. What's more, he saw a flash of spirituality appear in the rat's eyes. This kind of look is mostly found in some highly intelligent animals, similar to the category of dogs and cats, but rats are not included in this category. But now it appears. Of course, the scariest part was the inexplicable closeness. Squeak! The mouse suddenly yelped a few times and crawled to Li Dao's hand to lie down obediently. Li Dao's heart stirred as he subconsciously read, "Stand up." It would have been impossible to follow a person's orders as a mouse, especially a wild mouse, and not that smart. But under Li Dao's command, the rat actually stood up obediently. This scene made Li Dao's eyes light up. Rolling, the mouse rolls around on the stone table. "Stand up straight." The mouse stood up again, both little paws placed squarely. Suddenly, Li Dao had a brainstorm and said, "Fly one, mouse." It didn't move this time and gave Li Dao a very humanized look back. It seems to be saying, "Big brother, are you kidding me? I'm a rat. I don't have wings. You're making it hard for me." Seeing that the mouse didn't move, Li Dao said with some disappointment, "Other people's shucks can fly airplanes. You can't do this. Mouse, you humans need to listen to what you're saying again." Li Dao recaptured the rat in his hand and looked at it carefully. Can it be that this ordinary blood directly turns into treasure blood after metamorphosis? Li Dao couldn't help but think of Elder Tang, who seemed to have the same blood as Elder Tang's flesh. He then studied the mouse in his hand for a while longer. A preliminary conclusion was eventually reached. That is, his present-day blood can indeed be called precious blood. Currently treasure blood is able to mutate normal creatures. The exact upper limit is unknown, but it is currently useful for the category of rats. Also, creatures that swallowed his precious blood would naturally feel close to him and would listen to his commands to a certain extent. At that moment, he glanced at the fully healed wound on his fingertip. In addition to those 2 points above, because of the metamorphosis of his blood, his own recovery power seemed to have been greatly enhanced. Previously, wound recovery required the wound to turn into a blood scab and then fall off before the wound could recover. And now the wound was actually healing directly. Even the process of scabbing was directly omitted. As for the rest of the functions, Li Dao was not sure for the time being. It was also blamed on the fact that the system function was too simple. It could only be simple and crude to infinitely improve his physique, and he still needed to figure out exactly how to do it himself. Simpler is better though. Fancy systems are a headache to use. Li Dao looked down at the little mouse in his hand and muttered, "I wonder how many drops of precious blood you can withstand." Little one. His blood could strengthen the little mouse, but there was definitely a limit to everything. And unlimited enhancement was definitely impossible. So now he wants to experiment. So, Li Dao cut his finger in the same way and squeezed out the blood, and a strange fragrance soon emanated in the air. Smelling the strange fragrance of the precious blood, the eyes of the little mouse, who was still peaceful, instantly lit up. Squeak! Unlike the initial, this time the little mouse didn't pounce mindlessly. Instead, he chose to stand on the stone table, his eyes looking thirstily at the owner of the precious blood. A pair of small paws still making a gesture, as if saying again, "Please give it to me." Li Dao couldn't help but stare at this scene. It looked like the precious blood had developed this rat's intelligence more significantly than the physical changes. He picked the rat up and without him having to do it himself, the rat opened its mouth on its own. Li Dao didn't hesitate, and squeezed his finger, which was already about to heal, back from the wound to allow the precious blood to drip down. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. Just as the 4th drop of precious blood had just fallen into the mouse's mouth, it obediently closed its own mouth. Seeing this, Li Dao placed it back on the stone table. Upon landing on the stone table, the little mouse hit a spacer and walked unsteadily with confused eyes, as if the human was drunk. Finally, it found a spot near Lido and plopped down. It was also at this point that changes began to appear in its body. The body began to expand, and in the blink of an eye it began to contract again. After a short while, only the claws and teeth of the little mouse began to fall out. In the end, even the hair on its body was shed by the body, and all of it fell off. Soon after the magic happens, only the change in the body of the little mouse stopped and changed to the size of a palm. At the same time, the claws and teeth as well as the fur it had just shed surprisingly began to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few minutes later, after everything had grown back, the little mouse gradually came to his senses and opened his eyes. This time Li Dao clearly noticed that the spiritual wisdom in the little mouse's eyes was even more obvious. In his previous life, Li Dao had seen a friend's German Shepherd dog, which was very humane and had humanized eyes, and the mouse in front of him had about as much animation in his eyes as his friend's German Shepherd did back then. At the same time, Li Dao also discovered something. The mouse in front of me had undergone a fading, and in addition to its size, its appearance appeared to have changed considerably. Not like a normal big black rat, but more like the flowering branch rats he had seen in his previous life. The fur is also not pure black, but light gray, and is only light gray on the back and the upper left and right corners of the face by the eyes, with white fur on the tip of the nose and the rest of the face. Take a closer look and it's kinda cute what's going on. Squeak! The little mouse ran up to Lido's right hand, which was resting on the stone table, and rubbed its head against it. At this time, Li Dao also realized that it might be because the little mouse swallowed more precious blood, so it became closer to him. This little thing. Li Dao didn't pay attention to the little mouse for the time being after chanting, but instead closed his eyes and sensed his body. The effect of the precious blood was peculiar, and it must have something to do with the substances in his blood. According to the law of conservation, this part of the energy must have come from him, so he wondered what symptoms he would experience by consuming the precious blood. To put it another way, what price he would need to pay. With his resilience, a few drops of blood could simply be recreated in his body. If he really didn't have to pay anything, that would be too much. After sensing for a moment, Li Dao suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be? With a thought, Li Dao opened the system panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 126. 03, 125. 93. Available attributes, 0. Upon seeing the changes on the panel, Li Dao instantly understood exactly what was going on. Judging from the changes on the panel, it should be his own physique that the precious blood consumes, but it looks like it should only be a temporary drain, not a permanent one. But that was right. After all, he had never heard of anyone drawing blood that could still take away a person's overall attributes. It would be too unscientific if that could be true. After solving the doubts in his mind, Li Dao also breathed a sigh of relief. The specific effects of the precious blood would have to be slowly experimented with later, and there was no chance for a while. Looking at the residue on his body from the previous blood metamorphosis, Li Dao came to a well and removed his clothes to wash up slightly. That's when he noticed that the little mouse had followed him at some point, only to see it run to a pool of standing water. Following Li Dao's example of having an example, it cupped a ball of water with its little paw and wiped it on its own body, as if it was washing itself again. Seeing this, Li Dao raised an eyebrow and picked up a wooden ladle to fish up some water and placed it in front of the little mouse. Use cleaner water if you want to wash. The little mouse sniffed and looked at the murky stagnant water, then at the clear water, ran over and jumped right in and started soaking and washing straight away. The scene amused Lido as well. I was thinking of releasing it directly after experimenting with the little mouse, but now I see that the little mouse looks like it wants to follow him. If the little mouse was still in the same big black rat's appearance as before, Li Dao would definitely be reluctant. But now that he was looking at the appearance of quite cute, he didn't mind so much, so he simply took it as keeping a pet. With that, one man and one mouse shuffled together in the moonlight. Shortly afterward, Lido returned to the room with the little mouse. First, he came to Wine's side, only to see that she was still sound asleep. At this time, Wine seems to dream of something and reveals a naive smile, and mutters under his breath, "Young master." Hearing this, Li Dao revealed a light smile and bent down about to help her cover up. Suddenly, Wine said again in a confused manner, "Young master, don't touch." Lido, the hand in the air, was suddenly unsure whether to retract or fall. In the end, he tucked Wine in, and pinched that little nose before he left. This girl, what a day to dream blindly. Coming to his own bed, Li Dao laid down on it while placing the little mouse on a side table and said, "Don't scream at night." Squeak! The little mouse suddenly made a few small grunts. "What do you want?" Squeak! Lido saw the little mouse pointing with its paw and took a look to realize it was a pillow. "You too?" Squeak! "All right, Li Dao handed over the pillow and the little mouse flopped down on the pillow, stretching his forepaws comfortably and fell asleep. Seeing this, Li Dao shook his head and closed his eyes to sleep as well. A few seconds later, his eyes snapped open, and only one thought ran through his mind. How was he able to understand the call of the little mouse? Early the next morning, rats! A piercing sound woke Li Dao up, and when he opened his eyes to look, he saw that Wine had woken up at some point, and was jumping on the ground with a panicked look on his face. At her feet, little mice squeaked and scurried. Young master, it's a rat. Seeing Li Dao waking up, Wine immediately ran over with a scared look on her face. Li Dao was a bit speechless when he felt Wine's shivering petite body. Yesterday, she wasn't afraid of that northern barbarian cavalry's field of corpses and limbs, but as a result, today, she was facing a small mouse and yelling instead. Well, alright. Li Dao looked back at the little mouse. What are you doing scaring her so early in the morning? The little mouse nimbly climbed onto the stool and jumped onto the table and stood up and started squeaking. You mean she scared you first? Squeak. And she hit you had to run. Squeak. Okay, don't be condescending, I'll apologize for her. Looking at the little mouse's aggrieved little expression, Li Dao momentarily cried and laughed a little. On the side, Weiner looked at her young master chatting with a mouse with a face of disbelief. Young master, you can understand it. Aha. So it's picked up the pet last night, so don't you be afraid. Hearing the pet, Winechild couldn't help but say with palpitations, but young master, that's a rat. Li Dao laughed. Take a closer look at it before you do. It's not like a normal rat. At those words, Wine then cautiously took a closer look at Coco Mouse. This is not to see. A look she realized that this mouse is not the same as the mouse she has seen before. Palm size a little cute. It's not scared, is it? Aha. Wine nodded. Scared as a child. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at the little mouse. Seeing that the situation had eased, Li Dao continued. Willing to accept it as a little one? If you don't accept it, then I'll just redrop it. After saying that, he made a gesture to throw it. Mice. Young master, don't. Just after saying that, she was rejected by Wine, and after a few moments, she only saw her red face and whispered, it's kinda pretty, so let's keep it. Okay then, you two make up. Li Dao put the little mouse on the table. At those words, Wine's red face carefully approached the little mouse, as if she was afraid that she would scare it, completely forgetting exactly who had just scared who into stomping in place. I'm sorry, little mouse. It's all my fault for scaring you just now. Forgive me, okay? After saying that, Wine made a begging gesture. The main reason for this was that she had never seen such a small and adorable animal at all, and was too curious to pinch it. At those words, the little mouse seemed to understand and looked at the human in front of him, coming forward and sniffing at the Wine, as if it was smelling something that made it light up. Squeak. Seeing this, Winechild had a puzzled look on her face as she turned around and asked, Young master, what is it saying? It says it forgives you. Really? It's true. Can I hold it then? Li Dao made a wink at the little mouse, and as if one person and one mouse were connected, the little mouse simply jumped into Wine's arms. After a while, Winechild's surprised voice rang out. Young master, it doesn't have a little chirp. It's a little female mouse, alas. Jojo? Li Dao had a question mark on his face. When did this girl learn this kind of tiger and wolf words? Chapter 42, Peerless Halberd Technique. Gang Chi. Joer teased the little mouse in her hand while inquiring. Young master, does it have a name? Name? Li Dao returned. I just picked it up yesterday. I haven't had a chance to name it yet. Why don't you give it a name for it? Wine brightened up and said with some excitement. Can I? Li Dao casually said. It's just a name. What's not to like? Thank you, young master. Wine looked happily at the little mouse in her arms for a few moments of serious contemplation. Then suddenly a light came on. I know what to name it. What name? Young master, how about we call it Yuanbao? Genpu? Li Dao chanted and asked. Why such a name? Wine narrowed her eyes and smiled. Because everyone loves Yuanbao. After saying that, she picked up the little mouse to face her face and said bluntly. Little one, you will be called Yuanbao from now on, understand? The little mouse nodded in response. Seeing this scene, Winechild was surprised. Young master, Yuanbao understands my words, alas. Got it. While Wine and Yuanbao were playing, Li Dao washed up in the house and walked out. Just as he walked out, he saw that the women he had saved earlier were already busy. The village was now short of men and they had to do all the work themselves. A woman was carrying 2 loads of water towards the kitchen, looking like she was struggling. Suddenly, a figure blocked her. The woman subconsciously raised her head to take a look, and hurriedly lowered the burden on her shoulders and said, Un gong, let me help you. Li Dao looked at the woman in front of him who still had a fresh scar on her face, which looked like it had just scabbed over not too long ago, and the bloodstains were still very visible. The woman in front of him was the one who cooked yesterday's meal for him, so he kind of knew her, and he knew about the bloodstain on the woman's face. Yesterday a northern barbarian cavalryman saw her good-looking and wanted to forcibly dominate her, but the result was that the soft-looking woman right in front of him directly scratched her face with her own hairpin. If it wasn't for Li Dao's appearance at that time that made the northern barbarian cavalry target Li Dao, there might have been more than just this bloodstain on the woman's face. No. Seeing Li Dao trying to help, the woman quickly shook her head and refused, but Li Dao wouldn't care about that much, directly lifting the stretcher easily with one hand. Just a little favor. He then carried 2 buckets of water towards the kitchen. The woman saw this and followed in a hurry. Placing the 2 buckets of water in the kitchen, Li Dao clapped his hands. As the woman watched the 2 buckets of water she had struggled to lift being picked up and put down so easily by her own eunuch, she upsetly touched the bloody scabs on her face and enviously muttered to herself, "Eunuch, you're so powerful." Great? Li Dao looked at the 2 buckets that added up to less than 50 pounds and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Maybe this was awesome in her eyes. When he looked up into the woman's eyes he suddenly froze. He saw longing in the woman's eyes. Certainly not a desire for him, more like a desire for power. It was a look he knew well. He'd had it when he'd first learned he was in a death camp. The only thing that could give him security in that situation was power. The woman quickly came back to her senses. Seeing that Li Dao was still in front of her, she smiled awkwardly. "Un gong. You can go out and sit down for a while. The fumes are heavy when cooking." Okay. Li Dao didn't hesitate this time. Turned around and left straight away. After all, he wasn't good at cooking and couldn't help much by staying. Of course, if he wanted to, with his current brain he could easily learn it and even become proficient in a short time. After leaving the kitchen, Li Dao didn't walk around, because he knew how the women in this village treated him. Running around would only affect these women. Soon, he was alone in the backyard. From the back of the carriage, he found the box he had brought from the Yuanfu residence. Opening the chest, the dragon halberd inside appeared in front of him. Li Dao did not focus his attention on the dragon halberd, but instead reached aside and took out the book of unparalleled halberd technique and flipped through it. When I was young, I didn't have the chance to practice this family heirloom, but now that I have free time, I can practice it. Leaning back and sitting on the carriage, Li Dao flipped the secret book of the peerless halberd technique open for a closer look. Previously, he had a secret martial arts book Wild Wind Blade technique. Compared to the Gale Blade technique, this book of peerless halberd technique in his hand was even more profound. If the Gale Blade technique was a simple basic knowledge in the category of elementary school textbooks, then the unparalleled halberd method is high school OU level knowledge. Hard to learn and hard to master, especially from the secret book of the peerless halberd technique he learned. The power of the peerless halberd technique was all in the word peerless. Want to cultivate this unparalleled halberd method? Non-natural divine power is difficult to start, because this halberd method is wide open. Take the fierce and domineering route, and also need to be equipped with a heavy halberd to be able to. So for the average person just getting started is hard for most people. At the same time, this halberd technique had a complex and delicate variety of techniques along with its wide openness. In short, one cannot practice with power but without wisdom, nor can one practice with wisdom but without power. One needs to be powerful and wise to be able to practice. He remembered his own father saying when he was a child, that even the founder of their Li family at the time had not been able to practice this peerless halberd technique to its great completion. The reason for this is that the ancestor one had power and wisdom, but not a lot of wisdom. But yes, after all, most martial artists are somewhat deficient in certain areas. And right now, although the peerless halberd technique was difficult, it was more than suitable for Li Dao. In terms of force, his physique could be infinitely enhanced. With his current physique, his strength had already broken 10,000 pounds, and this number would be doubled upwards a few times when he exploded. In terms of wisdom, the ability to forget and learn from the past was just a little basic ability attached to his brain after many enhancements. Enough to see how powerful it was. Li Dao kept flipping through the peerless halberd method in his hand, and a little man had been automatically reproduced in his mind. The villain held a heavy halberd in his hand and continuously wielded it in Li Dao's mind based on his increased reading. One incense stick of time later, Li Dao turned over the last page of the peerless halberd technique, and the entire secret book had all been memorized in his mind. He sat down on his knees in front of the wagon, closed his eyes and began to meditate. And the little man in his mind began to continuously rehearse the peerless halberd technique that he had just read from the secret book, over and over and over and over. Not knowing how long had passed, Li Dao suddenly opened his eyes. Rolling over to the back of the carriage, he poked his hand in the box, and the 200-pound dragon halberd was easily taken out with one hand. Coming to the center of the empty backyard, he closed his eyes and began to follow the villain in his mind as he practiced the peerless halberd technique he had just learned. The 200-odd-pound dragon halberd was like nothing in his hands as it continued to slice through the air. It was probably because Li Dao's power was so great that every time he danced through the air, he made a dull figure. As time passed, the dance of the dragon halberd became faster and faster. The tip of the dragon tattoo halberd grazed the ground, and although it didn't touch, it inexplicably left a long mark on the ground. 10 minutes later, the movements of Li Dao's hands gradually stopped. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he realized that the entire backyard was a mess, with scratches everywhere. Even a shallow mark appeared on the wall that was still a few meters away from him, but he hadn't even noticed a single touch of collision when he was practicing the peerless halberd technique just now. Whoosh! Li Dao swung his dragon halberd with his eyes open this time. With his naked eyes, he saw an invisible sharp edge appear at the tip of the dragon halberd when he swung it just now. Big Dipper, Li Dao muttered to himself under his breath. There had been a record of astral energy in the peerless halberd method. The Big Dipper is something produced by a combination of power and skill. Rigid and overbearing. The stronger the power, the fiercer the astral energy, possessing more destructive power than true chi. Because astral energy could not be obtained by cultivation and could only be practiced by relying on pure strength and delicate skills, only a small number of people could master it. And once the cultivation of the peerless halberd technique practiced the astral energy, it also meant that the peerless halberd technique had reached the level of minor accomplishment. That's a small success? Once again, Li Dao had underestimated his talent in martial arts cultivation. It should be known that that old ancestor of his had cultivated a lifetime of small success in the unparalleled halberd technique in the first place, and had not been able to touch the great success until his death, while he had done it in just less than half an hour. Of course, his peerless halberd technique had only just become a small success, and it wasn't as good as the old ancestor's peerless halberd technique that was infinitely close to becoming a great success, but it was exaggerated enough. Looking at the dragon halberd that was getting smoother and smoother in his hand, Li Dao put it back into the case. It is not that he does not want to continue to practice the undoubted halberd method to further, mainly according to the instructions of the undoubted halberd method, want to practice the undoubted halberd method to the great success. The role of rigid practice is not big, mainly still need to kill in the battlefield to keep on the enemy to sharpen. Putting down the dragon halberd, he also put back the secret book of the peerless halberd technique in his hand, and then his gaze went to the remaining two secret books. The hegemonic tiger heart technique was quickly ignored by him. After all, this thing was a true chi cultivation technique, which was completely useless to him, a person born without veins, and reading it would just add to the sorrow, so he could only pick up the secret book called Faustian Art of War. Sitting back in the carriage again, Li Dao picked up the Faustian Art of War and casually flipped through it. A few minutes later, Li Dao saw a tenth of it and realized that it was really a secret book on the art of war. However, unlike the traditional secret books of military arts that were usually circulated in the open, this was an exclusive secret book of military arts that had been passed down by the Li family. There was a soldier training method called iron floaters recorded in the floaters' art of war, as well as many battle formation methods that matched the iron floaters. In Li Dao's impression, his father had also once talked to him about the Iron Faust. It was rumored that the reason why his old ancestor was able to be named a first-class marquis back then was because the iron floaters under the Li family's old ancestor helped the great Qin dynasty's great ancestor make countless credits back then when he fought the world. According to what his father had said back then, because at that time, their Li family's old ancestor had only joined the great Qin dynasty under the great ancestor halfway through. Otherwise, just by virtue of Tai Fudu's achievements, their Li family would still be able to get a duke, not to mention a king. Unfortunately, Tai Fudu gradually disappeared in the long river of history because of the final training difficulties, coupled with the fact that there were no people who were better than Blue and the descendants behind the old ancestor of the Li family. Thinking of this, Li Dao quickly flipped to see Iron Float's training methods. Just by looking at it, he instantly understood why it was said that iron floaters were difficult to train, because Iron Float's requirements for those training were perverse just from the start. The height requirement needs to be 8 feet tall. 8 feet in Dakian is roughly the level of 1 meter 8.5. Secondly, it is also necessary for these people to be physically fit. These are also just starters. It was at the back of the line that Iron Faust really trained. In short, after a set of look down, Li Dao felt that this iron floater was either something else or a special forces soldier in the modern era of his previous life. Think about it, with equal strength, one side is full of ordinary people, and one side is full of special forces. That's not a proper crushing game. According to the explanation of the Faustian art of war, the Iron Faust can face off against an enemy 10 times its own size or more. Even the Faustus art of war says that if the commander is strong enough, the strongest state of the Iron Faustus can even face off against 100 times its own number of enemies, and still at equal strength. If this was in the previous life, whoever said this Li Dao would definitely call the other party a liar. But this is a time when there is a practice of Dharma and everything is different. In particular, he saw many things in the Faustian art of war that he didn't understand. For example, the buccaneer art of war also says that the training of the Iron Buccaneer mainly first need to condense the Iron Buccaneer's military power, and then under the continuous killing of the military power into military might. There's some kind of military spirit type thing in the back. Anyway, it's complicated is all. After spending 10 minutes, Li Dao memorized the entire Faustian art of war in his mind. It was just as well to merely memorize it, as some of the things in it were so foreign to him that he needed to digest them slowly. At that moment, Wine's voice came from the front yard. "Young master, it's time to eat." "Got it." Returning a cry, Li Dao opened the box and put the Faustian art of war back in, then walked out of the backyard. Shortly after he had finished eating, Wine found him holding the little mouse, or Genpu. "Young master, when do we leave?" Wine asked as she approached the door. "Leave?" Li Dao froze. "Do you want to get out of here early?" No. Joer quickly waved her hand, then whispered, "I was looking at the sisters here as being too pitiful, and was thinking about whether or not I should stay for a few days to spend more time with them." "That's it? Young master you mean?" Li Dao laughed softly. "We're not in a hurry, so it's fine to stay for a few days." "Really?" Joer smiled in delight. "Young master, you are so kind. Was it bad before?" "It was good. Now it's better. Little ass kisser. Step aside and play." "Slightly. I'm going to go play with Genpu." Looking at Wine's running back, Li Dao smiled and shook his head, his eyes looking towards the rest of the women busy in the yard. In fact, even if Wine didn't mention that one, he wouldn't have gone too fast. He knew one thing very clearly. That is, the women of Taoyuan village had just had a tragedy like that, and their emotions were just unstable. And the reason why they could calm down now was also because he had given these women a certain sense of security. So stay a few more days and wait for these women to come to terms with reality before you leave and you won't have to worry about it. Furthermore, he had killed his way out of the death camp, gone all the way straight to the imperial capital again, and ended up traveling continuously for half a month. So it was time for him to take this opportunity to take a good rest. Chapter 43, Authorizing Women to Fish. Leisurely time always goes by faster. In the blink of an eye, Li Dao and Wine had stayed in Taoyuan town for 10 days. During these 10 days, the remaining women of Taoyuan town, with the help of Li Dao, managed to bury everyone inside the village into the earth. After these 10 days of gradual easing, the women's emotions are gradually recovering from their initial panic. That's why people in this era are so resilient to stress. So a moment of hardship can't defeat them completely. The 10th day of the stay, night, a bonfire was burning in a courtyard in Taoyuan village. At this point, all the women dropped what they were doing to gather around the sides of the campfire. Li Dao sat on one side and spoke slowly under his breath. Just like that, after countless people struggled in unison, the foreigners surrendered, and the red totem was inserted in every piece of land in that country, to all of them ushered in a new life. Li Dao took a sip of the tea poured by Wine Child on the side and slowly said, "Well, the story ends here." Looking at the crowd who couldn't return to their senses for a long time, he inquired, "Anyone who didn't understand, I can help you out." As soon as the words were spoken, a woman raised her hand. Li Dao looked at it and revealed a light smile. "Lu Xia, do you have anything to ask?" After more than 10 days of contact, with his superb memory, he had memorized the names and looks of everyone here, and he would know all of these people. Lu Xia was coy and red-faced, but still summoned up enough courage to say, "Un Gong, is it true what you said in your story about women being able to hold up half the sky?" Upon hearing this, the rest of the women came to their senses. They had heard such a line inside the story before, but didn't really take it seriously, just as a story. After all, their perception from birth to now was an appendage of the times. Often some of the scourges of the country and the redheads are used to criticize their women, but when someone does ask, they want an answer, especially since the answer came from their benefactor. Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked at the group and nodded his head. "If the women are all like you, then what I say is true. The reason why women such as them are emphasized is because a certain number of women are literally unable to top themselves, and have trouble even standing up straight in a decent manner." After hearing Li Dao's affirmative answer, the eyes of all the women present couldn't help but light up. They don't even know what to do with themselves when their family is missing its breadwinner. And after the sadness has faded, what's left inside is more confusion. What were they, the rest of them, to do without a single man in the whole village? Nowadays, when they hear the saying that women can hold up half the sky, they suddenly feel that they can also carry the pressure of their own men. Seeing the whispering women, Li Dao nodded slightly. It looked like it had an effect. Then he could leave in peace. "Eunuch, are you leaving soon?" Suddenly, a voice rang through the crowd. Li Dao was slightly stunned. His gaze went towards the crowd, only to see a woman with a scar on her face get up and gaze towards him. It was the same woman who had helped him carry the water in the first place. If memory serves, the woman's name is Lu Xior. Because Lu Xior's voice was not small, the rest of the people also heard it. A flash of panic subconsciously appeared in their eyes. Although they had already prepared themselves mentally, they were still a bit unable to accept it for a moment when they suddenly heard that the benefactor of these people was leaving. Yeah, we should leave too. Li Dao didn't deny it. There are some things that can't be hidden from smart people, like this Lu Xior girl in front of him. Enku, are you really leaving? Stay for a while longer. Youngjio, please don't go. Can you not leave? We can't let you go. Someone in the crowd soon spoke up to retain the situation. Not waiting for Li Dao to open his mouth to say something, suddenly Lu Xior let out a very stern voice. All be quiet. Gong has his own matters. That can be something you guys can sway. Gong saved our lives and helped us to avenge our deaths. Can it be that you guys want to repay Gong with this kind of irrational and unreasonable appearance? Can you live with your conscience? Lu Xior's words came down. All of them instantly fell silent. One by one, they exuded expressions of shame, even to the extent that individual women sobbed on the spot. Looking at Lu Xior, Li Dao couldn't help but admire her as well. Facing the coercion of the northern barbarian cavalry cannot hesitate to use disfigurement to protect his innocence, and at the same time can also guess that he is about to leave, and now can also suppress the rest of the women with their own strength. This is definitely a proper strong woman if you put it in the former modern era. Seeing that no one refuted herself, Lu Xior turned to look at Li Dao. Poof! Lu Xior directly knelt down. Benefactor. Although we haven't read much, we also know that the kindness of saving our lives cannot be repaid. We only hate that we and our sisters are unable to repay the kindness right now. I think that if in the future Enku has something that our sisters can help with, please Enku can think of us, and this favor will not be forgotten in the world. Seeing this, the rest of the women knelt down in unison. This favor will not be forgotten in the world. Immediately afterward, a group of women began to kowtow. Young master, on the side, Wine couldn't help but speak out at this scene. Leto shook his head. It's fine, because he understood that this was the only thing left for these women to do, and that to refuse would be to humiliate them. A few breaths later, seeing that it was almost time, Li Dao voiced a reminder. Okay, that's enough. At those words, Lu Xior also stopped immediately. The rest of them stopped when they saw this. Li Dao suddenly revealed a light smile. Don't look. I'll wipe your foreheads first. Hearing this, the women glanced at each other and realized that all of them had blackness at their foreheads. Suddenly a laugh broke the silence. It was as if some kind of switch had been flipped. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, and at the same time broke the haze that had been building up in their minds for so many long days. A few moments later, the laughter gradually subsided and Li Dao clapped his hands. Alright, everyone stop laughing for now. When they saw the benefactor speak, all the women collected their smiles. Glancing at the ladies, Li Dao spoke. It's considered fate for us to spend 10 days together, so I'll give you all a gift before we leave. For a while, all the women revealed curious gazes. Li Dao beckoned, and Wine Child on the side brought a package to him. Lu Xior. Yes, eunuch. You come here. Lu Xior stood up, walked over to Li Dao, and respectfully said, Gong, this one is for you. The package in Li Dumi's hand was placed in her hand. Eunuch, what's in here is, just open it up and see for yourself. May I? Sure, it's yours if you give it to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Xior then carefully opened the package. What came into view were 3 books. Upon taking a good look at the 3 books, her pupils shook and she hurriedly said, Unkong can't, this is too precious. Precious? Li Dao shook his head. These things are worthless to me. But, Lu Xior wanted to say something else. No buts. Li Dao interrupted her and said bluntly, don't you want to hold your fate in your own hands? Or maybe you want to watch that scene from earlier appear here in Taoyuan village? Look behind you at them and what they do to protect themselves. One sentence after another was like a bayonet piercing into Lu Xior's heart, causing her mind to gradually clear. Li Dao stroked the top of Lu Xior's head as if he were stroking a wine. There's also a very real problem. Then it is this ordinary. How do you intend to help me? The only way to do that is to get stronger. Or maybe your so-called payback is just talk, with no thought of actually realizing it. No. Lu Xior hurriedly shook her head and suddenly fell silent again. She looked down at the package in her hand, which contained 3 books. Yellow Sun Technique, Blast Wind Blade Technique, Mandarin Duck's Combined Attack Formation. Among them, the Yellow Sun skill was something that Li Dao had exploded from a northern barbarian commander back then. The Blast Wind Blade Technique, on the other hand, was something he had gotten by improving the Gale Blade Technique, and it was very suitable for ordinary people to get started quickly. As for the Mandarin Duck's Combined Attack Formation at the end, it was from the Faustian Art of War. It's a simple combining formation, and it requires a small number of people. which is very suitable for these women in Taoyuan village. As for why they are giving them people things, it is because of the truth that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Instead of worrying about them, let them get stronger on their own. Nor do they need to be as strong as they are. That even if each of them just initiated the yellow sun technique and could barely become a Hotian martial artist, then they wouldn't have been able to fight their way into the Taoyuan village so easily in the face of those northern barbarian cavalrymen in the first place. Even if there are individuals who have practiced a little better. Again, facing those northern barbarian cavalry at the beginning is not without the possibility of winning. Seeing Lu Xiao'er's silence, Li Dao didn't say anything either. You could tell by a pair of clenched hands that she wanted this chance to take control of her own destiny very badly. Finally, after a few moments, Lu Xiao'er relaxed. After raising her head again, Li Dao saw a fire in her eyes, not knowing exactly what kind of fire it was, but understanding that she accepted it. Thank you, Enron. Lu Xiao'er didn't know what to say, and could only repeat the words that were often on her lips, but this time the tone in which it was said gave off a different vibe. It always felt like it had a bit of a frenetic vibe to it. Lido didn't give it much thought. She figured it out just fine. The next day, early morning, outside the village of Taoyuan, Li Dao led the carriage slowly to the ancient road outside the village. Behind him, followed by Lu Xiao'er and a group of other people, they looked at Li Dao on the carriage with eyes full of reluctance, but they couldn't say anything. Li Dao jumped on the carriage and turned around to whisper to the line behind him. Alright, just send it here. You guys hurry up and go back. Upon hearing this, the crowd didn't know what to say, and in the end, they could only bow in unison and say, Benefactor, goodbye. Li Dao smiled slightly. I hope to see you guys again in the future. Take care. Hiya. Accompanied by the sound of a whip, the carriage drove along the ancient road, slowly moving towards a further distance, leaving a single figure looking into the distance. After a long time, when the carriage completely disappeared at the end of the ancient road, the crowd only gradually came back to their senses, and it was hard to hide the loss on their faces. On the side, Lu Xiao'er took in the faces of the crowd. She stepped out and suddenly spoke. Let me just ask you, do you want to repay the favor of your benefactor? The crowd froze, but soon said, I want to. How can I not want to? At that time I have been desperate, if not for the benefactor, but really do not know what I can have the courage to live. I almost died at that time at the hands of the barbarians of the Northlands, and if it wasn't for Nkong, I wouldn't have survived. I almost lost my innocence, and it was all because Nkong saved us. Seeing this, Lu Xiao'er nodded. Since you all want to repay the kindness of your benefactor, then from today onwards we have to do one thing, and that is to become stronger. Because only by getting stronger can we be a useful person. Only by getting stronger can we live with dignity. The grandfather said that women can hold up half the sky, but ask yourselves if you can really do it? Hearing this, the group of people got a little weak. It sounded good yesterday, but today, after sobering up and looking at the endless work at hand, they immediately doubted themselves. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said, Lu Xiao'er, just tell us straight out what you want us to do with you. A flash of fire flashed under Lu Xiao'er's eyes as she spoke. Cultivate. Cultivate? Many of the people present had a confused look in their eyes, and many of them didn't understand what this was about. Seeing this, Lu Xiao'er also understood the reason for this, so she said bluntly, you don't need to think too much. You only need to know that if you want to become a useful person, to become a useful person to Ungung, you only need to listen to me. The people looked at each other face to face and nodded in unison. Lu Xiao'er, you used to be the village flower and the prettiest looking. We'll listen to you. Lu Xiao'er, I wasn't convinced of you before, but for the sake of that scar on your face, I'm with you. I'm with you. Me too. Watching the crowd agree to come down, Lu Xiao'er took a deep breath, feeling a lot of extra burdens on her fragile shoulders, but she quickly pulled herself together when she thought about her previous encounter. In my heart, I silently said, Eunuch, we will definitely meet again. Chapter 44, Yunchi City, Daqian Dynasty, with the central state, where the imperial capital is located. As the center, the land of 6 states is divided around it. Among them, Yunzhou resided in the northernmost part, bordering the northern barbarians. 3 days later, finally, Li Dao sat on the carriage and looked across the sky as a magnificent city gate appeared in the distance. On it were written the 3 big words Cloud Rising City. Has the young master arrived? Wine poked her head out of the carriage as she looked towards the city gates in the distance with a curious look on her face, as it was the first time she had traveled this far to a completely unfamiliar place. Well, here it is. Li Dao drove the carriage forward very quickly, and soon afterward came outside the city gates. Only 2 rows of soldiers were seen checking the information of the pedestrians coming and going in a well-organized manner. The carriage stopped when it was Li Dao's turn. A small guard came up and inquired, how many of you are there? 2. Please let the person inside the carriage out. I need to check the identity. Wine, come out. Shortly after, the two of them, Li Dao and Wine Child, stood together. Across the street, the guardsmen were holding the two men's dental tags in their hands and scrutinizing them. A few minutes later, the small soldier guarding the gate inquired, "What is the reason for coming to Cloud Rising City this time?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao, with a faint smile on his face, blurted out, "From the army." "In the army?" Hearing this, the gate guard soldier couldn't help but freeze, his eyes looking up and down at the person in front of him. A moment later he asked, "You want to join the army?" "Why?" Li Dao returned. "Naturally, it's to build a career." The small soldier guarding the gate, "The world is so big, there are many places to join the army. Why would you come to Yunchi City?" Li said, "Look at the northern barbarians." Gatekeeper, Lido shrugged. "Is there a problem with my answer?" "No problem." The guard soldier continued. "It's just that it's a bit of a shame for you to come to be a soldier when you look like this." Li Dao said softly, "There's nothing to be sorry about. The appearance is even better looking. After 100 years, isn't it still a pile of dry bones? And if you can build a career in the army and leave a name behind you, then it will not be in vain that you have come to this world." Hearing these words, the guard soldier couldn't help but say, "Well said. It looks like you've even read a book." He returned the toothplate over and spoke out to remind, "If you really want to join the army, there will be a draft in Yunchi City in 3 days, so you can go and try it out." Li Dao looked puzzled. The senator still needs to try? In his impression, ancient enlistment in the army, someone as a soldier, someone wants, and even excessive point to encounter some emergencies will also be mandatory conscription. How to him here to try? The small soldier guarding the gate smiled and said, "That's the general army. They recruit people as long as they are able-bodied and of a clean family are all coming. But this draft in 3 days is different." Lido asked curiously, "What's different?" The little soldier guarding the door said with a proud face, "Because the general who will be recruiting the troops in 3 days' time is our Jinbei waiter Shinchong of Yunzhou. Who in the entire Yunzhou doesn't know that if one can stay under the Jinbei waiter, it must be an elite soldier, and the treatment is one of the best in Dakian. And more importantly, it's honorable to talk about it. If you want a wife in Yunzhou, all you have to do is say that you're a soldier under the Jinbei clan, and you won't have to worry about finding a wife at all." Jinbei? Li Dao filtered through his mind and quickly found information about Jinbei Ho, Jinbei waiter Shinchong. From the Shen family, a famous family in the founding of the Great Qian dynasty. His ancestor was a first-class public official of the founding of the country. But in the end, the Shen family, because of the wrong side in a certain generation of Dakian emperor to seize the throne. That generation of Dakian emperor came to power while Shen family title again and again depreciation, and finally almost kicked out of the ranks of the nobility. However, in Li Dao's father's generation, the Shen family finally produced a dragon. He was born with extraordinary qualifications in martial arts, and was well versed in the Book of War, and was not bad at using the military. After fighting all the way from the army until now, he was appointed as the second-class Jinbei waiter by the current Dakian emperor. Back when he was still in trouble, there were rumors in the imperial capital that the Jinbei waiter was about to be promoted to first-class marquis. Some even said that the Shen family's current generation was expected to regain the honor of Duke of State. In short, from the point of view of life experience, this Jinbei waiter can be called the protagonist of life. Looking at the whole of Dakian is a first-class character. Seeing that Li Dao didn't react, the gatekeeper soldier said bluntly, "In short, listen to me, we'll be right. 3 days later, the north gate of Yunchi City will recruit soldiers. You must remember that. If you miss this time, you won't know when the next time will be." Returning to his senses, Li Dao nodded. "Thank you, brother, for the reminder." The gate guard laughed. "What kind of reminder is this? Even if I don't say it, you will know shortly after you enter the city." Lido said bluntly. "That said, thanks are due." The little soldier guarding the gate laughed. "If you really want to honor this love, then just promote me when you become a great general that day. I'm not asking too much, just switch me to the walls. It's a bit too much work to guard the gates down here." When he finished, he made himself laugh. After all, a great general is not for everyone. Although the man in front of him looked smooth, he was just a rich kid from his temperament. Judging from his past experience, these kinds of rich kids, those who could hold on to their training in the barracks, would already be considered formidable. Li Dao sniffed and smiled faintly. "If you have the chance, yes." The gatekeeper was also chatty and happy. "I'll be waiting for you then. You don't want to keep me waiting. Don't worry, it won't be long." In the end, the gate guards casually inspected the carriage and released it. On his way out, he reminded, "Don't forget." Lido raised his hand and waved it to show that he remembered. Soon, the two of them arrived within Yunchi City. Just after entering Yunchi City, countless shouts rang in Li Dao's ears. Not far from the city gate, A large number of traders were buying and selling goods along the street, and there were dozens of hundreds of carriages escorting the goods parked on the side. Young master, why is this place so lively? Wine poked her head out to see this scene, couldn't help but ask out loud. Li Dao laughed lightly. Do you know why this place is called Cloud Rising City? Wine doesn't know. Yunqi City is the beginning of the cloud state of the city, when the cloud state is not yet established. A founding general of the Great Qian dynasty on the basis of this Yunqi city constantly for the Great Qian dynasty to open up the border and expand the land, and finally formed the cloud state, the starting point of the cloud state, and therefore named Yunqi City. Li Dao looked at the traders, continued. Yunqi City in the outward is one of the 7 famous passes of Qian Fufeng Pass, which leads to the north of Qian. Fufeng Pass is a military site. The general public cannot stay, so this piece of the north of the vendors will only be in the Yunqi City, this place to settle down. With the passage of time, this is also the formation of the border, a prosperous commercial area. The human town he went to in the beginning was actually considered a piece of merchant town, but since it was again too close to the border and not very safe, most people still preferred to stay here in Yunqi City. As long as Fufeng Pass remained unbroken, Yunqi City was not in danger. Dechen had been founded more than 200 years ago from now, and since the construction of Fufeng Pass, it had never been breached once. So there were many merchants who even used Yunqi City as a base and were permanently stationed here. I see. Young master, I understand. Wine suddenly turned her thoughts. Young master, you said before that you wanted to join the army. What's wrong? So what am I going to do when you join the army? Are you going to leave me behind? Wine hugged Zhenpu with an aggravated look on her face. Li Dao glanced away. If you don't let go, Yuan Bao is going to be taken away from you. Taken? Wine subconsciously looked down, only to find that she had strangled Zhenpu's neck and was now spitting out her tongue and rolling her eyes. Ah, sorry Zhenpu, I forgot about you. Wine was quick to release her hand and set it on the planks of the wagon. Zhenpu lay on the board sucking in big breaths for a long time. When Wine carefully raised her hand and tried to approach again, Yuan Bao directly ran away and hid behind Li Dao, a pair of small eyes humanizing the color of fear. Li Dao stroked Yuan Bao's head to soothe him and looked up. Your young master, I didn't say I'd leave you behind. If I really had to leave you behind, then I wouldn't have come to the Clouds Rising City. In itself, Li Dao had already thought about his future path before on his way to the imperial capital. That's joining the army. There are 3 reasons for this choice. For one thing, the title of an Yuan Bo is one that he took over from his own father and passed down through the generations. But now the title has been cut. If there was to be a real hell in this world, in the event that he lost his knighthood, if he went down to hell at some point in the future, it was likely that he would be subjected to rounds of greetings from the 18 generations of his ancestors. Although it was said that he was a reborn person, according to the general novel's formula, he should regard the people here as natives and consider himself superior. However, he was just an ordinary orphan in his last life, and could not experience any bloodline affection at all except for his nun life. But this life had it, with a loving mother who favored him gently, a father who was majestic, yet not lacking in concern, and a witty and loving sister. Compared to his last life, he lived a more fleshed out life in this one. Really, it was the last life that was more like a dream to him, a boring and tedious dream. Compared to his last life, he was even more unable to part with this life, not to mention that he was still living in this life now. It was also for these emotional reasons that he was angry about what happened to those people in Taoyuan village. The reason for this is that he has become immersed in this era and substitutes himself into it. Therefore, the first reason for joining the army was to get back the Li family title, or else he would be sorry to his father, and even more sorry to his ancestors in the Li family. And the second reason, that had to do with what he had experienced since his memories were revived. The first thing was the fall of the chancellor's office and some of the imperial capital's nobles against the Yuan Bo house. While he understands that this is human nature, he knows better than to return a favor like an eye for an eye. Join the army to get back the title and return to the imperial capital before you can properly settle the score with these people slowly. There is another reason. That is, he thought that one day he could hold the power to stand in front of that great Qian emperor, and then confess his identity to see what his reaction. Of course, the time for true confession must also be the time when he can control his own destiny. Definitely not going to load up on a wave when you haven't grown up. 100 times the normal mind wouldn't let him think that way. And the third and final reason is the most important one. That's how he grew. His system functions are destined to take him down a white-knuckle path. He was able to grow so quickly to where he was now thanks to the experience he had during his time in the death camp. So the battlefield is what suits him best. In fact, if he hadn't brought Wine Child with him, then after he left the imperial capital, it was estimated that his first choice would be to look for Wei Yun. Wei Yun understood his abilities and could cooperate with him to make him grow up quickly, but with Wine he'd have to think about her. That's why it was chosen to come to Cloud Rising City. She could be settled within Yunchi City while he joined an army near Yunchi City. While it may not have gotten off to a quicker start up front than it would have with Wei Yun's help, it was actually not too far off for him. Even, in a sense, Cloud Rising City might actually be more suitable for him. After all, if the Great Qian really one day can the northern barbarians go to war, Fufeng Pass, which was the closest to Yunchi City, was definitely the primary target of the northern barbarians, the so-called main battlefield. If anything, that outlying part of Long Valley Town is suitable for a guerrilla fight with the northern barbarians. Then the main battlefield here is a real meat grinder. The kind of meat grinder that hundreds or thousands of people smash into and only sprout blood. That kind of scene, even thinking about it could make Li Dao's mood heat up. After all, in his eyes, this kind of meat grinder was not only not dangerous, but more like a fish out of water for him. Thinking of this, he could only silently say sorry to Wei Yun in his heart. At this very moment, a place outside the Yunzhou border plateau, after Wei Yun had straightened out his mighty warrior battalion, he prepared to take his men to a different place. The mighty battalion had suffered heavy damage some time ago, and he needed to go back to the rear first to replenish the mighty battalion's personnel. Wei Yun was riding his horse when he suddenly sneezed. Seeing this, Lu Neng beside him couldn't help but joke. Chancellor, would you still get sick even though you're an innate martial artist? Wei Yun rubbed his nose. What's wrong with an innate martial artist? That's also a human being. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and turned back to say, it's been more than a month since this passed. That guy 9527 has already arrived at the imperial capital long ago, right? Lu Neng did some math and nodded. By time even if it's slower it's still about right. Thinking of Li Dao, Wei Yun had an expectant look on his face. I wonder when that guy will find his way over. If that guy joins us, the mighty battalion's combat power has to be raised by a large margin. Lu Neng couldn't help but strike from the sidelines. Aren't you afraid that guy won't come and run to someone else? Wei Yun hummed lightly. That kid is holding a new household registration. His previous connections are useless. Besides us, where else do you think he can run off to? Lu Neng. It's good that you're confident, Chancellor. Wei Yun gazed into the distance and couldn't help but mutter to himself. I hope that guy will come back soon. This side is already a bit restless. Chapter 45, Buying a House, Joining the Army. When it does enter Cloud Rising City, the first thing Li Dao did was to place Jor in the inn first. Then he sent some things he brought out from an Yuanbo's mansion to the pawn store and exchanged them for some silver taels. After that, he used a portion of the money to get the pawnshop owner to help him find a set of accommodation in Cloud Rising City, because a series of processes go quickly and cleanly. After only half a day, they arrived outside a residence under the guidance of one of the pawnshop owner's men. Xiao'er pointed at the house and greeted warmly. Guest, our shopkeeper said this is the house that definitely meets your requirements. Li Dao stood at the door and took a general look. The two-entry courtyard was enough for him and wine. He gazed over to Junior. Sure, this is a safe place to live? Yunchi City was not like the imperial capital. At the foot of the imperial city, especially the safety of the Yuanbo mansion he already lived in, needless to say, because of its proximity to the palace city. Every night there were soldiers patrolling on the bright side, and in the dark there were brocade guards hiding in the shadows. Crooked criminals and the like wouldn't even dare to go near that place. But it's different out there, especially Yunchi City. Most of the people here came from all over the world, mixed with fish and dragons. Most of the people who came and went here were just a little stopover and then they would go on their way. So, with all the people here, safety becomes a major issue. It wouldn't matter if it was Leto himself. The average petty thief coming to the door is a sheep in a tiger's mouth. But Li Dao is mainly going to join the army himself, and this place is expected to be inhabited by wine alone for a long time. So naturally, he has to consider security. Upon hearing this, Xiao'er said with a confident look on his face. Don't worry, in the entire Yunchi City, apart from the military camp, there is no place safer than this place, and even in a sense, this is also the most dangerous place in Yunchi City. Leto was quite surprised. Why do you say that? Xiao'er hemmed and hawed and laughed. Guess, do you know who most of the people living here are? What man? Guests don't look at the fact that most of the people living here are civilians, but in fact most of these civilians have one thing in common, and that is that most of the men and their families are soldiers. Xiao'er pointed to the opposite door and said, just for example, across from you here, a family of wives and children live here. Don't look at them as being good at bullying, but no one dares to mess with them because their family man works as a soldier under the Jinyuan candidate. There's a lot of solidarity in the area around here because of the same families and men. No one has the guts to make trouble here. Speaking here, Xiao'er's voice lowered and whispered. I also heard that even our Yunchi city lord had suffered a loss here, being scolded by an older woman who didn't even dare to return the favor. Hearing this, Li Dao understood. This place is supposed to be similar to the military compound in the previous life. That being the case, security goes without saying. Moreover, since most of the men in their families had joined the army and seldom came home, and the place was mostly filled with women, Wine wasn't afraid of being bored here, so he slapped the decision down right away. Then choose this house. Xiao Er quipped. You have a good eye, guest. Upon hearing this, Li Dao casually threw a small piece of broken silver over. Please help complete the formalities as soon as possible. After receiving the broken silver, Xiao Er cheerfully said, No trouble, no trouble, I promise to let you move in today. Half an hour later, the deed of the house was successfully handed over to Li Dao under the handling of Xiao Er. Rewarded. Seeing that Xiao Er was so crisp and clean, Li Dao then gave the other party another piece of broken silver. Junior neatly collected the silver and laughed. You say that, it's all as it should be. And if you have anything in this cloud-rising city in the future, just look for me and I'll make sure to do it properly for you. Li Dao nodded. Okay, being new to the area, it would be nice to have a local to help with some things. Then you're busy. I'll leave you to it. Shortly afterward, Li Dao picked up Wine from the inn and brought her to the newly purchased house. Touching Wine's head, he whispered, This will be our new home from now on. New home? Wine surveyed the house in front of her with curiosity and anticipation. Much smaller than before. The thought of her sneaking a glance at the young master. Smaller is better. You can be closer to your own young master in everything. When she thought of what Steward Li had said to her at the beginning, she blushed and couldn't help but steal a smile in her heart. Li Dao was not clear about the family matters. So he said, Wine child, you go in and take a look. If there is anything you need, talk to me. I'll have someone prepare it. Don't worry young master. Leave everything to me. Joer had a confident look on her face. When she was in the Yuanbo residence, part of the family's affairs were handled by housekeeper Li, and the remaining part was handled by her. So this point couldn't be simpler for her. 3 days passed quickly. During this period, Li Dao had also seen Wine's housekeeping ability. In just 3 days, the entire house was clearly organized by her. From the smallest flower, to the largest ornament, to the largest furniture decoration, she understood it all by herself. He just needs to run his errands every day. And, to make it easier for someone to help out with the wine later. In the past few days, Li Dao had also visited the neighborhood with Wine. At first, when it was learned that Li Dao and Wine were newcomers to the neighborhood, the neighbors were wary of the two strangers. But when they finally learned that Li Dao was going to join the army, the neighbors' attitudes turned a little kinder. And eventually, with Wine's self-cooking qualities, it didn't take long to get acquainted. All in all, everything went well. Early morning 3 days later, Li Dao walked out of the room after simply washing up and greeted the next door. Wine, I'm going out first. Young master you wait. A footstep sounded in the next room and Wine quickly ran out. When she saw that Li Dao was already fully dressed, Wine child beamed. Young master, why didn't you wait for me so that I could serve you to wash up? I've got my arms and legs. I can do it myself. And you're tired all day long. There's no need. I'm not tired. I'm happy to serve young master. Hearing this, Li Dao couldn't help but smile. So he said, Then how about this? You help me identify a few maids and have them come and help you. So you can also be idle and take care of me. No. Wine subconsciously objected loudly, but quickly noticing that there was something wrong with her attitude, she quickly said with a red face again, It's not that Joer doesn't agree with young master that you're looking for a new maid. It's just that we've just come over and everything is still unfamiliar. So it's better to wait for a period of time for this kind of thing. Like this? Aha. Wine nodded repeatedly. Li Dao smiled faintly. Alright then, it'll be a while. At those words, Wine subconsciously let out a long breath. Suddenly there was a feeling that his reaction was a bit too much, and he hurriedly looked up, only to see his own young master's expression that seemed to be smiling, and his face suddenly reddened. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, It's not easy to be alone with young master. I'm not going to help find a maid. If you want to find one, let young master find one himself. With his own young master's vision, that maid is not easy to find. Li Dao looked at the time and felt it was about right. Alright, I'm going out. You stay home. Well, young master, you remember to come back early for dinner. Got it. Pushing open the door to his room, Li Dao came into the alley. Moving along soon came to a crossroads where he saw 4 or 5 older women sitting outside a house chatting. Seeing this, Li Dao took a deep breath before he boldly continued to walk forward. The sound of footsteps soon caught the attention of several of the older women. Upon seeing Li Dao, a few of the older women's eyes lit up. If it isn't the new Li, going out. An older woman spoke up. Well, I heard that the Jinyuan candidate is recruiting today, so I'm going to give it a try. Li Dao returned. Another damsel on the side excitedly said, Then you should try hard. If you become a soldier of the Jinyuan candidate, the treatment will be good. Immediately afterward, an older woman on the side said with a proud face, That's not true. My son is under the Jinyuan waiter, or has a position, and can manage 5 men. After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Dao. Little Li, if you can become a soldier of the Jinyuan candidate, when the time comes, I'll have my family's brat take care of you in the barracks. Li Dao, then I'll thank Dame Lu first. I'm in a bit of a hurry on my end, so I'll leave you to it. Then, damsels. After saying that Li Dao does not do extra a millisecond to stay, a blink of an eye people disappeared in the alley, as if there is some kind of flood beast behind them. This instantly froze the few damsels in place. It took a few moments for a few of the older women to come back to their senses. One of the older women couldn't help but mutter, "This little Li is running really fast. I still want to introduce my second uncle's granddaughter to him." Your second uncle's granddaughter? The 300-pound one? If I were to say forget it. Little Li is afraid that he can be scared to death when he sees it. Don't think I don't know. You're saying this because you want to introduce your daughter to Shaoli. Just the way your daughter looks. Ghosts shake their heads when they see her. Say one more word. Surname son. Hey, you octogenarian. You can't keep me from talking. You've got a lot of guts after a few days. Let's see me catch you in the act today. Soon after, a series of shouts and scuffles rang out in the alley. In a few moments, the neighbors, one by one, smelled the smell and ventured out to see what was going on. No one went up to stop. Looks like it has long been accustomed to, and even some people in advance have served stools, a look of ready to watch the show. In the meantime, after escaping the sight of the older woman, Li Dao let out a long breath of relief. There's nothing wrong with the people here, but they're just overly enthusiastic about him, especially after learning that he was single and that wine was merely his maid. Almost every time he encountered one of these damsels he would be pulled in and nagged. In short, he was constantly being introduced to someone. He'd rather face the millions than the mouths of these damsels. It took a long walk down the long street for his heart to settle down. The next step was to take a look at the north of Cloud Rising City. A column of incense later, Lido came to the north of the city. Compared to the prosperity of the south of the city, the north of the city is obviously much worse. And the reason why it's poor is because there are many military camps stationed here and it's a heavily regulated area. As he got closer and closer to the north gate of the city, Li Dao realized that the pedestrians coming and going around were no longer women. They had all turned into men. Soon, close to the city gates, Li Dao spotted a line that had been very long. On one side of the line, he saw a board with 3 large letters written on it. Recruitment Office. This should be it. Li Dao looked around and realized that everyone around him was running towards the group. If it wasn't for the Jinbei waiter, it shouldn't have been possible for so many people to take the initiative to join the army. So, along with the crowd he got in line. Standing in the crowd, Li Dao was particularly conspicuous, all because of that face. Maybe these people are curious as to why someone so handsome would choose to be a soldier. The line moved forward a little. I don't know how long it took, but there was finally movement up ahead. Only a short distance away were many refusal stakes separating the outside world from a campsite. At a gap in the middle of the refusal stakes, several soldiers maintained order, and on the side, there was another person with a handbook registering each person's identity information. Next, named domicile. That's sir, my name is Li. Okay, next. With that, it wasn't long before it was Lido's turn. Next, you. But the recorder froze for a moment as he looked up to get a good look at the face of the visitor, but quickly snapped back to his senses. Named domicile. Back to your excellency, the name is Li Dao. And the household registration is Liang. The household registration system of the Dacian dynasty is the same as that of the ancient times in the previous world. There are 5 classes, namely, noble, good, merchant, slave, and lastly, untouchable. The first 3 correspond to the scholar peasant industry businessman. The slavery is dependent on the first 3, the latter pariah independent of the outside. And the most terrible thing is that the pariah has inheritance. A generation for the pariah, the descendants of generations for the pariah. Their own irrevocable, and more refers to the sinner. Li Dao's status was once a first-class noble registration, and now that he has gone through the death camp to regain his household registration, it is already good enough for him to keep his good registration. If you want to be a soldier, the only people who are eligible are soldiers, farmers, peasants, industrialists and businessmen. The latter 2 are not eligible. Alright, get in there. Next, the recorder recorded Lido's name in the book then said, "Thank you, my lord." Li Dao skipped the few soldiers who were keeping order and followed the steps of the last person into the barracks place. Shortly afterward, a whole procession came into view. Those who had registered earlier were grouped together, with a few men in officers' attire off to the side. Li Dao had just walked into the group when he heard a sentence ring out. 50 people is enough. Now all of you follow me. If anyone falls behind there is no need for an examination. It is directly counted as elimination. An officer stepped out and finished, then turned back towards the depths of the barracks without hesitation. Seeing that a group of people were still staring at nothing, someone from the team of officers on the side reminded, "What are you waiting for? You all want to be eliminated." Thus, the people arranged in a queue then hurriedly followed, and Li Dao was also in the queue. At the same time, Li Dao noticed that the people who came after him continued to line up just like them. It looks like every 50 belongs to a batch, and then there is an enlistment test, led by the officer. Li Dao's group of 50 people soon arrived in front of a tent. A sign was erected on the side of the tent. It has a big word written on it, medicine. The officer stopped behind the door of the tent and turned around. "Do any of the 50 of you have any physical defects? And if you do, get out of the line and get the hell out of here before it's too late. Save us all some time." After a few moments, seeing that everyone remained silent, the officer nodded. "No one even. Now wait outside. I'll go in first." With that said, leaving the confused crowd behind, he burrowed into the tent. Chapter 46: Qi and Blood Like Dragons. Shocking old military doctor, sniffing the faint scent of medicine in the air, then taking a look at the large sign, and finally combining it with the officer's words. Where was Li Dao not clear about what he was here for? He hadn't realized that there was a medical examination required to become a soldier in ancient times. This inexplicably reminded him of the medical examination process of the army in his previous life, and he subconsciously clenched his gluteus maximus. If that happens, I'm not going to be a soldier anymore. Shortly afterward, the crowd heard movement coming from inside the tent, only to see a group of people dressed similarly to their party come out from inside. No more, no less, exactly 50, looking like they were all coming to join the army just like them. Li Dao's gaze quickly swept over the 50 people. A moment later he breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. There was nothing unusual in the expressions of these 50 people, and there was nothing strange about their walk, so there shouldn't be some special checking process. Immediately after the 50 men stepped out, 2 officers stepped out. "Make a bet to see who has more people on their hands to pass the test." "What's the bet?" 10 meals at the Heavenly Fragrance House. "Playing this big?" "Just ask you if you're betting." "Who's afraid?" "I'll bet." After the 2 chatted, the other officer took off with the team, looking like they were headed to the next test. The officer leading Li Dao and the others looked back at Li Dao and his group. "You all heard it. I made a bet with that friend of mine. Now let me inform you all in advance that if I win the bet, I'll be very responsible and tell you that I'll definitely take care of you and try to get you all into some good places. But if I lose, of course I'll take care of you too, but it certainly won't be the kind of care you're thinking of." Upon hearing this, everyone's face changed except for Li Dao. "It's not even enlisted yet, and I can't believe I'm being missed." In this regard, Li Dao was not surprised. After all, veterans bullying new recruits seemed to be an army tradition. Under the command of the officer, Li Dao and his group walked inside the tent. The scent of the medicine was stronger when he entered, and an old man with white hair and a white beard in military armor sat on a blanket with a table in front of him. "Elder Zhang, please." Facing the old man, the officer's demeanor was respectful. "Aha." The old man raised his hand. "Go wait aside." "Yes." The officer dutifully sat down on the sidelines, not daring to make the slightest advances in front of the old man. Elder Zhang patted a white cloth on the table. "The first one who comes first, sit on the opposite side and put your hand up." The one who was first in line quickly stepped forward and sat cross-legged on the opposite side, placing his hand up. Zhang Lao reached out and pressed his hand on the man's wrist and began to take his pulse. In a short time, the mouth was heard to say, "There is no great bodily harm, it is all a matter of minor ailments." At those words, the man's face was happy, but he was happy a bit too early. Hearing the latter, his whole face instantly collapsed. "Kidney qi is deficient. There is some yin deficiency, and the liver qi is slightly tired." Retracting his hand, Zhang Lao did not care at all about the opposite side of the person. Hair black face said, "You have some excessive housework. Need to restrain our young people." The person on the other side of the red face mouth hard. "I have a good body. Especially that aspect." Zhang Lao's expression remained the same, and he said with a bashful face, "You had intercourse 3 times last night, and now your legs are still soft. How do you know?" The man subconsciously changed his face when he finished speaking and turned red. Looking around at the people gloating, he hurriedly got up and burrowed into the group to hide, and when the second person saw his turn, his face couldn't help but change. But wanting to join the army, this was something that had to go on, and I only hoped that the old man in front of me would be merciful with his mouth. The people in the back thought it through and one by one lost their smiles and began to pray silently in their hearts. On the side, the officer's eyes showed a touch of nostalgia when he saw this scene, when he also walked out from here. Reality is always harsh. It may be because most of the ancient times are married too early, coupled with the fact that most of the men are young and not too big or difficult to hold. So it results in the phenomenon that 9 out of 10 men are weak, and there is one that is even more weak. Zhang Lao's words came down, and there was absolutely no man who could stop them. If only one person has a problem, then this could be a joke. But when everyone has problems, then it's not a joke. It's normal instead. When the 49th person was also uttered the word very weak by Elder Zhang, the crowd's gazes swept towards the only remaining Li Dao. Meanwhile, upon seeing Li Dao's looks, some murmurs came out of the tent. Good guy. This dude is really good looking. Isn't it a pity to be a soldier? How nice to be a duck. It's cool and makes money. As far as this brother's looks are concerned, he is the vainest of all present. Who is in favor of it and who is against it? Needless to say, this dude is definitely vain. If I had this look, I would pack 10 a day. The kind where the girl pours money. Ignoring the words of the crowd, Li Dao sat down cross-legged and then placed his arm in front of Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang froze for a moment after seeing Li Dao's face, not because of his looks, but because as a Chinese medicine practitioner, apart from taking his pulse, he was also proficient in a handful of look techniques. Then even without taking his pulse he could tell that the person in front of him was in good health. But the process that needs to be followed still needs to be followed. He pressed 2 fingers into Li Dao's wrist out of habit. The next moment he froze instantly. There was only one thought in Elder Zhang's mind at the moment. Why this horrible pulse? The blood is as majestic as a tumbling flood. Strong as an ox is not enough to describe the sinews and bones of the person in front of him, with the blood such as a dragon to describe it more appropriately. In the barracks as a military doctor for more than 50 years, from his hands over the people without 100,000 also have 80,000. He has also seen many gifted people, but all of them cannot compare to the person in front of him, or simply cannot be compared, especially when his fingers pressed on the other party's tendons. He actually had a bit of a pinch, all because the other party's tendons were pulsing too forcefully and could not be pressed easily. At this point many people on the sidelines were waiting quietly, waiting for Elder Zhang to make a shocking statement. Then they could watch the joke from the sidelines. But it turned out to be unresponsive after waiting for half a day. It's hard to believe that this guy is already so weak that he makes Elder Zhang unable to speak. Someone speculated viciously in their mind. Finally, another minute or so passed. Elder Zhang was a little reluctant to let go of his hand. This kind of pulse was something he never got tired of touching. What a pity. Seeing that Elder Zhang hadn't opened his mouth yet, someone on the side couldn't wait and said, "Elder Zhang, aren't you going to say something?" At those words, Elder Zhang looked at the group of people around him. After so many years of living there he didn't know exactly what these boys were thinking. He said in a faint voice, "The lad is in very good health. A good catch. Crowd, that's not what they want to hear. You're talking about kidneys, liver, lungs and all that out of your mouth." But Zhang Lao has sat down to judge. Cannot let them that, directly not in the attention of the crowd. At this time, someone couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "How can it not be false if it's just a little white boy? This old man can't be lying to us." The officer came up at some point and kicked the speaker in the ass. "Just you kid. Elder Zhang is also something you can doubt." When he finished, he looked to the rest of the group. "When you're done, you can all get out." The officer bowed to Elder Zhang. "Elder Zhang, we will leave first." "Aha." Old man Zhang responded softly without lifting his head, but suddenly thinking of the young man just now, he raised his head and said, "Pay attention to that last young man before." The officer looked puzzled. "What's wrong with him?" Zhang Lao didn't answer positively, but only said meaningfully, "Anyway, just pay attention. It won't do you any harm." The officer scratched his head, a little puzzled, but since Elder Zhang had said so, he took it to heart. Outside the tent, a group of people were gathered together, except for one man who was out of place with the crowd. That is Li Dao. The reason for this is because he has good kidneys and makes the remaining 49 feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, the officer stepped out, his eyes subconsciously glancing at Li Dao, but after looking at him for a while, he realized that the person in front of him had nothing more special than good looks. Setting his emotions right, he turned back to the team. "All of you pay attention to me in the future. Don't talk nonsense in front of anyone." Luckily Elder Zhang isn't angry, or else there would be good consequences for you. Someone couldn't help but ask curiously, "Big brother, what is this Elder Zhang?" "What man?" The officer sneered. "He's the one you all cry and beg to please and dare not offend. You only need to know one thing. 80% of the military doctors in the entire Yunzhou military camp are the disciples and grandchildren of this one, and a large portion of the military camp's top brass in the entire Yunzhou have had their lives saved by Elder Zhang, including our Jingyuan candidate, General Shin Heavy. To tell you the truth, you can offend anyone in the barracks, that even if you offend some generals and the like you can have a way out, but if any of you offend Elder Zhang in the barracks, then I can tell you directly and responsibly that you can wait for death." Hearing this, the crowd realized how powerful that old man was before. Although it was only a small healer with a small position, but its potential energy is terrifying. Li Dao sighed in his heart. It's true that no matter what era it is, healers are always the most popular, especially doctors in the army. Who knows how many people are standing behind each other? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but think of the old ghost. This guy is also very skilled in medicine, but how is it that he only knows how to offend people? And it's been over a month, so I don't know how things are going on their end. But with old ghost, a man of the people, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, the old ghost was so easily offended that he could live to be over 100 years old, so he obviously had quite a few means of preserving his life. After that, led by the officer, the group went to another place, a very large square. Many people had gathered here by now. The vast majority of the people were dressed in the same loose attire as them, that is, civilian attire, and unsurprisingly were all people who had come to join the army for the test just like them. In the center of the square were platforms, each with several officers presiding over it. Every so often, a participant would go up to the stage and the person on the stage would come down. The officer stopped outside the square and turned back. Next is the last test, which assesses your physical fitness as well as your own specialties. If you want to be a soldier under Jinyuan candidate Major Shen, you will definitely be eliminated if you are too ordinary. Either your physical quality is up to standard or you must have a skill that is suitable for the barracks. If you don't have either of the two, then you can turn around and go back right now, and save yourself from being disgraced and dragging me down with you later on. Hearing this, the people present looked at each other in dismay, but there just wasn't a single person who left. Obviously, being able to come here to join the army all had a certain level of confidence. Some of them even cast their eyes on Li Dao. In their minds, if anyone among the 50 of them was most likely to be eliminated, it was this outlier among the 50 of them. Growing up like a white boy, their bodies definitely didn't work, and they completely disregarded what Elder Zhang had said earlier. To this day there are still many people categorized as Zhang Lao's old eyesight and put the wrong pulse. After waiting a moment, none of the men came forward. The officer nodded. However, it can only be seen that these people are more confident. Whether they have the strength or not still need to conduct a specific test. The officer turned his head and looked around, his eyes landing on one of the lesser staffed rings. Since you all believe in your abilities, let's now enter the official test. First we'll start with the test that everyone must pass, the physical fitness test. On the battlefield, no matter how capable you are, physique is the most necessary. A good physique can make your possibility of surviving the battlefield infinitely greater. Now all of you come with me. Chapter 47, Strength Test. Led by the officer, Li Dao and his group quickly arrived in front of a ring. After getting close to the ring, at this point, everyone could see the exact situation above the ring clearly. In the center of the ring, many stone blocks of various sizes were placed. It looked like the barracks were supposed to use strength to test how fit a person was. In the ring at the same time were two other officers. An officer, who looked civilized and had a scroll and quill in his hand, would record the grades of different people. The other officer was the tall, imposing sword who was responsible for protecting the weightlifters, and was there specifically to prevent some unsuspecting guy from hurting himself by lifting weights over the top. The officer leading Li Dao and the others walked up to the ring and whispered something in the ear of the recorder officer, who looked at Li Dao and his group and nodded. Soon after, the leading officer jumped down from the ring and came in front of the crowd and spoke. Alright, after this batch of people are tested, the next batch will be your turn. I hope you can perform well. Upon hearing this, the group of people who were originally still full of confidence inexplicably felt some tension. It's normal. Something that's fine for entertainment in general, but once it becomes a serious test, anyone who comes in will be nervous. The leading officer looked at the number of people still lined up in front of him, and continued, I also know that you guys will be nervous, so if you're bored, you can take a look around the ring first and relax. As soon as they heard this, the crowd dispersed and all ran to the side of the ring. Li Dao was also curious about the test in the ring, so they walked over together. Upon arriving at the ring, he saw a man on the stage being tested, only to see that the man picked up a huge stone stretcher and struggled to lift it up. His entire face suffocated red, the veins on his arms and forehead all flooded up. It looked like the pressure was extremely great. On the side, the officer in charge of protection stood calmly, but Li Dao noticed that the other party seemed to be casual, but was always ready for rescue. 5 seconds later, the man testing dropped the stone stretcher, which hit the ring with a muffled thud. The man turned his gaze back to the recorder, and when the recorder nodded, the man breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a contented smile, looking qualified. Seeing the man about to step down, a voice suddenly came from the stage. Go ahead and challenge the next one. Yeah, keep up the challenge. You've already qualified anyway. The better the grades, the better the barracks you'll be assigned when the time comes. So go on again. The following people have opened their mouths and warned. The man in the ring had a flash of heart in his eyes, He'd made it anyway, so what was the harm in trying? He looked to the recorder and raised his hand. May I continue the challenge, please? The recorder said bluntly. If you succeed in the challenge, you can continue to challenge the next stone stretcher. And if you succeed in the challenge, the results will count as usual. So if you want to challenge, then go ahead. The man nodded and came to the third stone stretcher. With all eyes on him, he took a deep breath, placing his hands on the stone stretcher. Get up for me. The man struggled to pull the stone stretcher up in its entirety. Just as he tried to lift the stone stretcher over his head, he realized he had overestimated himself. The whole person's footsteps were unsteady and the stone stretcher fell directly toward the back. Soon a large hand came from the side to help grab the stone stretcher, which spared the man. Thanks. The man stood still and then hurriedly said to the officer at the side, It's okay, next time pay attention. The officer stepped forward with the stone stretcher in one hand and placed it back in its original position with significantly more ease than the man. The man failed to lift the stone stretcher, was self-consciously humiliated and grayed out of the stage. Soon, another person walked up and started testing. Under the stage, Li Dao also understood some of the circumstances in this weightlifting test from the murmurs of the people around him. In the ring, there were 5 stone stretches. They are 150 pounds, 200 pounds, 250 pounds, 300 pounds, and finally 500 pounds. Among them, being able to lift the first stone stretcher was qualified, but only to enter the most ordinary army as the most ordinary soldier. The further you go, the better the grades, the better the treatment, and the possibility of entering the elite battalion under Shinshong, the Jinbei waiter, especially the last 500 pounds of stone burdens. As long as anyone could lift them, they would basically be assigned to the best barracks and enjoy the best benefits. Of course, the prerequisite is that pure physical strength does this, and no true chi may be used. The average adult man in this world can lift 100 pounds, so being able to lift 150 pounds is considered rare among ordinary people. This shows how difficult it is to become a soldier under Jin Yuan candidate Shinshong. And the fact that the lift here is with the hands extended straight above the head adds to the demands placed on oneself. But all this is just a process for Li Dao. Standing under the ring, Li Dao watched as one after another came up to the stage. It was found that most of the people who were able to come had a more than average level of physical fitness. A good half of the 10 managed to lift the first stone stretcher. As for the second stone stretcher, only 1 or 2 out of 10 could lift it, and the third is even less, with maybe 1 out of dozens of people able to try and lift it. The fourth was even more so, as no one had tried it yet, let alone the fifth stone stretcher, which was placed there almost purely for show. As Li Dao pondered, a sudden cheer came to his ears. He gazed towards the ring, only to see a burly man had managed to lift the fourth stone stretcher. No wonder it could cause the people under the arena to gasp in surprise. Bang! 5 seconds later, the stone stretcher fell to the ground, and the burly man, ignoring his dislocated arm, looked back at the recorder with an expectant expression. The recorder revealed a light smile. Congratulations! The challenge was successful and the grade was passed. The burly man's face was delighted, and the people under the stage clapped their hands. Challenge the fifth stone stretcher. Suddenly, someone shouted from the stage. Immediately, there were quite a few people who began to echo those who told the burly man to try that fifth stone stretcher. The burly man revealed a look at his dislocated arm, leaving out a bitter smile, and shook his head. Forget it, I'm self-aware. That's no way I can succeed in the challenge even if I'm in my best state. After that, he walked off the stage. After stepping down from the stage, many people gathered around the burly man, and one by one, they let out congratulatory noises. Although picking up the fourth stone stretcher and entering the barracks also started from the lowest level of ordinary soldiers, but similar to the burly man who was obviously more likely to get credit for promotion, naturally there would be many people who would tend to be close to him, followed by one after the other. One by one, people stepped up to the ring to be tested, waiting for the turn of the team that Li Dao was on. The group then went to the side of the ring and lined up. Before, they were the ones who watched the others get into the ring, yelling and shouting with vigor. And when it was their turn, one of them instantly quieted down. At the urging of the recorder, the foremost kidney-weak brother took the lead on the stage, probably a little nervous and a little overwhelmed for a moment as he stood still. Want to challenge that stone burden? Pick yourself. The recorder chimed in. Oh, returning to his senses, Brother Kidney pointed to the first stone burden. I'll pick this one. Shoo! There were boos from a few people in the group. Brother Kidney was self-aware enough to ignore the boos. He came to the first stone stretcher, took a deep breath and grabbed it. Get up for me. A wave of doing air. The kidney brother directly lifted the stone stretcher up and over his head, and with a flourish, he succeeded. And then he only needed to hold on for 5 seconds. The crowd on stage saw the scene and thought it had been stabilized. But when he was about to hold on to the 4th second, Brother Kidney Void suddenly changed his face. Poof! In everyone's astonished gazes, Brother Kidney Void directly fell to his knees, and the stone stretcher in his hand was thrown out. The recorder saw this and said bluntly, "Challenge failed." Next, Brother Kidney's face instantly went white. There was only one chance for one person, and obviously he missed it. One could only walk towards the ring with a gray head, muttering under his breath, "Damn, it's all because that was too greedy last night." Originally, if the first person in a team succeeded in a challenge, it would give a great deal of morale to those behind them. But if they fail, those behind them will feel even more pressure. One by one, the team leader walked onto the stage. But as time went on, everyone realized that the quality of this team seemed a bit poor. Other teams had 7 or 8 out of 10 people who could succeed in the challenge. But the one Li Dao was on only had 4 or 5, which was more than a little bit worse. The guys, the lead officers watching the stage, couldn't help but blacken their faces. At that moment, an officer stepped aside, no other than the other officer with whom he had made the bet. "Ha ha ha, you're going to lose this time. Not only does my team have a high pass rate, they also have a fierce man who can lift the 4th stone stretcher," the officer said cheerfully. The leading officer's face darkened even more after hearing this, but he still stubbornly said, "Humph, my men haven't finished testing yet, and even though I'm losing in terms of numbers, what if a man comes out on our side who can lift the 5th stone stretcher?" Seeing that the guy in front of him was still undeterred, another officer immediately said bluntly, "Ha ha ha, you think it's that easy to be able to lift the 5th stone stretcher? I'll put my words here today. If one of your team comes out with someone who can lift the 5th stone stretcher, not only will this bet be counted as a loss for me, but I'll also double my treat. But if it doesn't show up, how about you double up on me?" The leading officer's face became even darker. This guy is really greedy. 10 meals is not enough to insist on rubbing another 10 meals. However, he had already said his words just now, and not inquiring now would be purely hitting himself in the face. After a moment's hesitation, the lead officer gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll bet with you." The other officer was surprised to see this. "You really dare to bet?" The leading officer snorted coldly. "How many times have they all dribbled on the battlefield? What is there to be afraid of? Just 20 meals in the district. It's enough to chop off a few more ears on the battlefield. Just keep your mouth shut. I'm not a tough talker. I went out today and my left eye jumped, which is a sign of good things to come. That's pure self-deception on your part. So what can you do if I lie to myself today?" Over here, Li Dao's team took the stage one after another. The people below the ring were bored of watching because of the lack of success of each one. Soon, the man in front of Li Dao also stepped into the ring. A few minutes later, challenge failed. Next, another challenge failed. Not far from Li Dao's group, the leading officer's face turned blue. This was already the first one. Seeing this scene, another officer on the side laughed. "I'd say there's only one man left. You don't expect him to lift the 5th stone burden, do you? If you want to talk about looks, this one under you is indeed the best of the best. But if you want to talk about strength, you should save your breath." This was because compared to the person who had failed the challenge before, Li Dao appeared to be smaller on the surface, and compared to the vast majority of the people around the ring, apart from being taller, the rest of his aspects all showed a harmless appearance. The lead officer didn't know what to say, but could only be silent in response. Under the gaze of many people, Li Dao gradually walked onto the stage. Since many of them didn't have very good grades, no one spoke out of turn, and the people on stage felt a pang of tedious boredom when they saw the people on stage, because there was no need to look to know that this person was going to challenge the 1st stone stretcher, or the kind of challenge that didn't work. The recorder glanced cockeyed at Li Dao, then lowered his head while preparing to record while pointing at the 1st stone stretcher. "Go ahead and try lifting it straight away. Can you change it?" The recorder looked up with a surprised expression. "You don't want to challenge the 1st stone stretcher? Do you realize that there is only one chance to challenge? And if you fail, you can't start over." And many people on the stage heard Li Dao's words. Many people have felt funny. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Let him challenge, we want to see it too." When did the barracks become a place where such bimbos should come? If you can't do it, get off the stage and go home to your milk. "Kid, my third uncle's 13-year-old sister-in-law is stronger than you are long. Hurry down and don't delay everyone." No matter what the place, there are always people who step down and hold high, especially in a place like a military camp where strength is used to speak. Without hearing the voices below him in either ear, Li Dao said bluntly, "I understand, but I still insist." When the recorder saw that he could not be persuaded, he did not say anything more. He was just a person responsible for recording. "Go change then." After saying that, he also gave a look to the officer in charge of protection not far away. "It means, there's work coming. Don't stand around." The officer in charge of protection nodded and made his way towards the 2nd stone stretcher. However, Li Dao's walking feet did not stop in front of the second stone stretcher, but continued to walk backwards. The scene froze everyone in the room. They all had one thought: what does this guy want? Is the second one not enough to challenge the third one? Isn't he ashamed of himself? However, when they reached the third stone stretcher, they realized that the man on the stage still hadn't stopped. By the end of the day, there wasn't even a glance at the fourth stone stretcher. He came directly to the fifth stone burden, the last and heaviest one, a stone burden weighing 500 pounds. You want to challenge this stone stretcher? This time, even the officer who had been silent and specialized in protection couldn't help but speak up. No, yes, but, speaking of this, the officer said bluntly, if it was the fourth stone stretcher I would have been able to protect you, but with this fifth one I can only say that I won't let you get hurt too badly. At that, he paused, then continued, assuming, of course, that you can pick it up first. Chapter 48, The Fifth Stone Stretcher. The pity of being unable to cultivate. Pick it up? Li Dao shook his head and smiled without saying anything as he walked to the fifth stone stretcher. The crowd on stage also understood what was going on when they saw the scene. How dare you challenge the fifth stone stretcher? Today, from the beginning of the test, the fifth stone stretcher didn't even have a single person who attempted to challenge it, and the person on the stage was still the first. For a while, everyone waited for the joke, but what Li Dao did next surprised them a bit, only to see that on the stage, Li Dao did not bend down and reach out to hold the stone stretcher, but placed one foot underneath the center wooden stick. Boy, what are you? Before the officer in charge of protection on the side could finish, Li Dao hooked his foot. In the next second, the stone stretcher was picked up in everyone's unbelievable gazes and came directly into midair. Under the effect of inertia, the stone stretcher came to midair and began to fall. While the stone burden was falling, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and gripped the wooden stick in the center of the stone burden. After the middle of the wooden stick had an upward force, the heavy stones on both sides began to press the sides of the stick downward, making a crunching sound and causing the stick to bend right into an arc, as if it would break apart at any moment. But in the end, it didn't break. After holding it steady, Li Dao held the stone stretcher in one hand and yanked it directly upwards. In a few moments, the stone stretcher weighing 500 pounds was easily lifted over his head. The scene froze everyone in the room. Each one of them revealed an expression as if they were looking at God. All of them showed disbelief, and individuals stared with wide eyes and open mouths, unable to close their mouths for a long time. For a moment, the whole room went quiet. Snap! A sudden voice rang out, breaking the silence. The recorder looked down and realized that the booklet he had used to record his grades had somehow fallen to the floor. Li Dao chanted 5 times in his mind, then let go of his hand as he stepped backward. Boom! The 500-pound rock made a loud noise as it hit the ring. Some of the people leaning against the ring could still feel it shaking. At the same time, the loud noise brought everyone to their senses. For a moment they didn't know how to put it into words. Grip it! One man couldn't help but exclaim. But suddenly he froze again. What kind of word was that and why did he say it? But it's quickly ignored again. And it's always awesome and done. Li Dao turned back to the recorder. May I ask if I have a passing grade? If it doesn't pass, must I lift it again? One sentence managed to bring the recorder to his senses, and he hurriedly said, Passed? You passed? Are you kidding me? Do you really think I didn't see you raise it with one hand? If this is not qualified, then so many people in the room can go home and wash their hands. Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded and silently walked off the stage. It was at this moment that everyone on stage cheered. Awesome dude. 500 pounds. That's 500 pounds. Did you guys see that? He still lifted it up with one hand. The dude was born with natural strength, right? Born to be strong. All I can say is that God had the nerve to feed this kid. Equally shocked were the remaining 49 people who were on the same team as Li Dao. They finally understood why Elder Zhang was the only one who praised him before. It's because people really aren't on the same level of existence as them. Many of them had a hard time understanding what level it was to be able to lift a 500-pound stone burden with one hand. The other side, the corners of the mouth of the leading officer, who was still black-faced, gradually began to rise. On the side, the officer who had bet with him had his previous smile completely frozen on his face, and he still hadn't reacted until now, until the lead officer tapped him on the shoulder. Remember, 20 meals, not one less. After the leading officer finished laughing, he walked away. A short time later, he rejoined the front of the line. Looking at the group of people surrounding the city, he turned cold and snapped, What are you all doing? Don't give me to disperse. A single sentence caused the people who were still surrounding Li Dao to instantly disperse. In the next second, his originally icy face instantly turned into a smile as he spoke straight to Li Dao. Kid, good job. Didn't disgrace me. The rest of the 49 people could not help but feel a chill as they watched this face, but cannot say anything. Who let others than they are powerful? In the military camp, Strength is the hard truth. The leading officer and Li Dao greeted before his eyes looked at the others. This group of people but let him almost lose today, thanks to the back of someone staged a forceful. Otherwise, glancing at Li Dao, he lightly hummed, "Today, for the sake of this brat's face, I'll spare you guys once, or else." Looking at the ill-spoken lead officer, part of the group subconsciously gulped. And then the next thing was business as the lead officer surveyed the group and continued. The next test is a bit more special. First of all, I'll start by asking if any of you are martial artists. Several people in the crowd had an excited look on their faces when this statement was made. My lord, I am a martial artist. Me too. I'm a Hotian 8th grade. Is it okay for me to have a Hotian 9th grade? Soon enough, 5 people came out from the group, the tallest being that Hotian 8th rank, and the remaining 4 were all Hotian 9th ranks. But don't look at the high percentage of 5 out of 50 who are martial artists. That's entirely because many of these people come from the rest of the world by name, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Most families have trouble even getting enough to eat, let alone practicing martial arts. Looking at the 5 men, the leading officer subconsciously glanced at Li Dao who was on the side and said suspiciously, "You're not a martial artist?" In his opinion, of these 50 people, the young man in front of him was the one most likely to be a martial artist. Li Dao shook his head. No. The leading officer looked up and down and couldn't help but say, "Look at you also, family should also be good. Shouldn't have no contact with cultivation exposure to cultivation. Then you this, born with an extinct vein. There are no veins in the body, just unable to cultivate." Extinct veins? Unable to cultivate? The lead officer froze, not expecting such a reply. A look of pity immediately appeared on his face. In his opinion, it was a waste that such a good seedling was unable to cultivate. On the side, those 5 people with cultivation heard this and were also stunned, because only those who had been exposed to cultivation understood how painful it would be if a person could not cultivate to become stronger. Originally, even though they had cultivation, they were shocked by Li Dao's strength earlier. After all, in the early Hotian realm, one's strength would not surpass that of an ordinary person by too much. The 500 pounds of strength in that single hand alone was enough to deter them. But now that he heard that he was unable to cultivate, he instantly balanced his heart and even felt a little pity for the other party. After all, no matter how great the strength is, the upper limit is where it is if you can't practice. Instead, they can continue to improve themselves. After understanding this, the leading officer did not say much and turned his head to look at the remaining 5. If you have cultivation, follow me to another place for the test later. Then he gazed once more at the remaining men. Do any of you possess some other skills? Like, for example, skills like archery. If any can be tested and if they meet the standard they can also enter the barracks. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a couple of people raised their hands. The lead officer looked at it and nodded. Alright, then you can all go with me for the test next as well. Then of those remaining, those who did not pass the test now have 2 choices. One goes to the cafeteria and then goes home. The second is to go straight home. Hearing this, many of them showed lost expressions. Individuals can't take the anger of their elimination and turn around and just walk away. At the end of the day, some people like Li Dao were left. The lead officer looked over and said bluntly, "You guys come with me and take care of your business first." Shortly after, Li Dao and his group were brought outside a tent. There were quite a few people gathered inside, all of whom had passed this recruitment test. "You guys wait." Leaving a word, the leading officer went into the tent, and in a few minutes came out again, with some papers in his hand. "Write down your names, as well as your temporary place of residence in Cloud Rising City on a piece of paper and give it to me." After that, the papers were handed out to each person. The line was quickly written and then the paper was handed in. Putting the paper away, the lead officer said bluntly, "Alright, that's it for you guys, and I'm going to give you 2 choices just the same. Either go to the cafeteria and get a meal or go home and wait for the announcement." Compared to the unlucky ones who were eliminated, these people naturally chose to stay in the barracks to dabble in food when they were happy. During that time, there were a few others who tried to pull Li Dao along. After all, although Li Dao couldn't cultivate, most people in this world didn't have the opportunity to cultivate. The same as not being able to cultivate. These people naturally wouldn't think too much about Li Dao. Just know that this guy is awesome and pulling in a relationship will do you no harm. Li Dao shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, you guys can eat here. Someone at home has already prepared a meal waiting for me." Seeing this, someone cheerfully joked, "It looks like you're not as honest as Elder Zhang said." Li Dao smiled faintly and didn't do much explaining. After taking care of everything, Li Dao left the barracks and made his way back. Soon after, he returned to his home in Yunqi City. "Young master, you're back." Seeing Li Dao, Winechild immediately came out to greet him with a delighted face while holding Yuan Bao. It looked like he was busy in the barracks, but in reality it was only the past morning and he was back just in time for dinner. When you're done with your work, you'll be back. Naturally. Leto sniffed at the air. Is dinner ready? It's done. Just waiting for you, young master. Shortly after, Li Dao sat at the dinner table looking at Wine Child, who was walking towards the side with her rice bowl with a speechless face. I thought I said you could come up to the table and eat with me later. What's the point of running? Jiora whispered. Young master, Butler Li taught that there is a difference between honor and inferiority. Li Dao put down his chopsticks. Then would you say that Steward Li is bigger? Or me? Of course you're the bigger, young master. You're the host family after all. So who do you listen to more? Listen to you, young master. Then why don't you sit over here? Oh. Wine spat out her tongue and ran to the table and sat down carefully. Li Dao used his chopsticks to pick up a chicken leg and put it into Wine's bowl before eating it. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he picked up another piece of meat and placed it in a spot on the corner of the table. Yuan Bao ran over at the smell and had no problem sitting down and hugging the meat before eating it. See how conscious the other Yuan Bao is? You'll learn more from it in the future. Wine looked at Yuan Bao with an aggravated face. When did her own pets get to compete with her for favor? As if sensing something, Yuan Bao looked at Wine Air with dull eyes, looked down at the meat in her hand, and suddenly raised her small paw to push the meat towards Wine Air. Seeing this scene, Wine couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit foolish for being jealous of her pet. Giving Zhenpu's bulging face a pinch, Wine gave it another piece of meat as an atonement for her overthinking earlier. Seeing this, Li Dao shook his head and picked up the large wooden barrel in front of him to eat his meal. Since the physical fitness has increased, so has the amount of meals. It was also thanks to the fact that if he didn't engage in strenuous exertion on weekdays, his body would lock the energy loss in his body on its own. Otherwise, with his body that was more than 100 times that of a normal person, the amount of food he would have to eat would have to be 100 times that of an ordinary person. Meals alone will be a big expense by then. As he thought about this, he thought about the benefits of joining the military. That's saving money on meals. The main barrier for Dacian to defend against the northern barbarians is the Fufeng Pass. The north is centered on Fufeng Pass, and the east and west are connected into a defensive line. This border line, which is more than 800 kilometers long, has a year-round garrison of up to 150,000 troops. Then, even if it fluctuates from year to year, it won't float there. And this army of about 150,000 was divided into 15 legions. Each legion had 10,000 men, and was divided below it into 2 secondary legions at the 5,000 level. The Adjutant General's Corps would again be divided into numerous battalions further down the line. And at the battalion level the number varied from as few as 500 to as many as 1,000. Normally the recruits are divided among the various battalions below the legion, and there are strengths and weaknesses in these battalions, each with a different role. Some legions recruit to replenish weak battalions, so they come and go as they see fit. But if it's some powerful battalion that needs to replenish its talent, then it needs to be tested. The reason why Yunqi City's recruitment was so red-hot this time around was because all of the recruited soldiers would be assigned to the direct legions under the control of Jinbei waiter Xinchong. That alone makes successfully recruited soldiers naturally a little more advanced than those in other legions, although the 15 legions at the border were in Xinchang's hands. But after all, there is a difference between close and distant. Some welfare benefits will naturally favor Xinchang's direct corps, that even if Xinchong has never opened his mouth, the following people will also do so. And that's precisely why the requirements will be stricter. In Jinbei waiter Xinchang's direct legion, that even ordinary camps needed people who had been assessed to be able to join. One day later, after a day of recruiting yesterday, everything has been registered. The next step was to distribute the batch of recruited soldiers. At this time, Yunqi City's northern camp, representatives from all the major camps of Xinchang's direct legion were concentrated here. At this moment, each of these people were looking at each other with unfavorable expressions, because the next people around them are enemies to themselves, the enemy who robbed people from them. Chapter 49 Arranged. Special Camps. Shortly after, a middle-aged man wearing armor but with a bookish look walked in from outside the tent with a book under the escort of 2 personal guards. Lord Zhang. Seeing the visitor, everyone in the tent rose and said respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded and walked to the upper seat and sat down directly. The middle-aged man's name was Zhang Qi, and he was in charge of recruiting new recruits for each camp in Yunqi City, as well as being responsible for distributing the recruited soldiers, which was why so many people were respectful, because if you upset this one, when the time comes, you'll have some crooked soldiers shoved into your hands, and we'll see if it's hard for you. Zhang Qi slowly opened the book in his hand by placing it on the table in front of him. Without further ado, he directly spoke. Yesterday's recruitment had a total of more than 8,000 people taking the recruitment test. There are 3,121 people who passed the physical test without cultivation. There are 238 people who possess cultivation. There are 569 people with special skills. 3,928 in all. Speaking here, Zhang Qi lifted his head and gazed at all the rest. Currently, the main legion excluding the soldiers from previous attrition, the major camps should have a total of more than 8,000 people, which are enough to make up for the entire legion's missing numbers. So let's each report on how many they need to replenish next. As soon as the words fell, a sudden calm fell over the tent, and everyone looked at each other. Only a burst of breathing could be heard. Suddenly, one person got up and said, "Lord Zhang, I'm applying to replenish my battalion with 200 men. What I want isn't much. Half with cultivation and half ordinary soldiers will do." When these words came out, everyone looked at the person who spoke in unison, and one's eyes were wide open. I thought to myself, your kid is eating too ugly. One person has to eat so much. In the next second another man rose. You dare to swallow so many people in a camp of 700 in your district. Can you eat them? If you ask me, you have just the right qualifications for me. I'm a 1,000-man reinforcement battalion, and I'm short of men. Soon, there was another person on the side of the seat who retorted, also strengthen the camp. When the barbarians pulled out your ass, I don't know who saved you. If you dare to ask for so much, I dare to swallow all the rest. You kids are looking for trouble, aren't you? So what if you're looking for trouble? Forgetting that you still owe me 300 good horses, which you ended up not paying back when you said you wouldn't. I'll your grandmother. I haven't told you anything about you robbing me of my loot. What if I just robbed it? You still owe me. His grandmother. Are you trying to touch it? A touch is a touch. At that moment, a lump of dirt flew out of nowhere and hit one of them on the forehead. The scene was quiet for a moment. Dirt clods are not very damaging, but extremely insulting. That battalion commander touched the clods of dirt on his forehead. His face turned from green to black and back again, and suddenly slammed the table. If you dare to do it, then don't even ask for it. Let's see if I don't you to death today. Who knows that the opposite side is also not the least bit weak. Directly lifting up the table with one hand. Then don't even do it. Old me also put up with you for a long time. In the blink of an eye, the two battalion commanders bumped into each other and began to choke. This action seemed to ignite the fire of the rest of the people in the tent, and those who were on good terms with this side went up to help. And those who were on good terms with that side also began to help. And so it went on, one ring after another, and the 30 or so tents began to fight directly in a group fight. On the main seat, Zhang Qi sat steadily in front of the table and even had the mood to pour himself a cup of tea to drink. To the side, his personal guards couldn't help but open their mouths when they saw the scene. My lord, won't you open your mouth to persuade? Zhang Qi lifted his head, revealing an expression that he had long been accustomed to, and said calmly, persuade what? Let them fight. It's like this every year when they meet. Fighting also has the benefit of a year of accumulated grudges, and fires are eliminated, so that we can properly talk about things, or really directly talk. You believe that a month of this matter cannot be talked about. At those words, the two personal guards also froze, feeling that there was such a statement. However, it was also true that to be able to become the battalion commander of a direct legion under the Marquis of Jinbei, the cultivation requirement was at least innate. If there was a real fight, then it wouldn't be this petty. They also saw that these battalion commanders were currently in real close combat, and no one was using their true chi, which looked like they were really consuming their own fire chi. Half an hour passed quickly. The group fight in the tent is also coming to a stage where it's almost over. Stand up and fight if you want to keep fighting. Just sit on the ground and watch if you don't want to. Finally, when the last two battalion commanders sat on their asses, it was all over. But while the hand movements ended, the mouths continued to communicate. Damn, whoever did this hit me so hard. Bit me in the ass. One of the battalion commanders touched it on his ass and ended up with a teeth mark. But he saw one person beside him instantly without cursing, only to see the other side of the chest. Two groups of clothes were scratched, revealing two. Laugh if you want to. The battalion commander who was covering his chest looked at the reddened faces of the people around him and said in an unhelpful manner, ha 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 ha. At these words, the surrounding people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Each of them was more or less bruised, but harmlessly so. At this time, Zhang Qi's voice rang out, are you done fighting? When you're done fighting, hurry up and pack your things, or don't even think about asking for anyone this time. I would directly suggest that General Shun relist a few battalions out separately. At that, everyone immediately got up from the ground to clean up. Shortly afterward, everyone resumed their seats, and the atmosphere in the tent was not as stiff as it had been at first. Okay, Zhang Qi swept his gaze across the crowd. Now all start talking nicely to me, and whoever talks nonsense, get yourself out. Seeing that no one else blew up, he continued. So, Let's start with the first one. Before the words fell, suddenly the curtain of the camp tent lifted and a soldier ran in from outside, quickly coming to Zhang Qi's ear to say something. After hearing this, Zhang Qi's expression froze before he nodded. Then please come in. After the soldier walked out, the curtain was soon lifted and a young man who looked to be in his early 20s walked in. And when those present saw the visitor, they froze, and soon rose immediately. Lieutenant Qi, why are you interested in coming around here today? Zhang Ji walked up to greet him. The man arched his hand and cupped his fist. Lord Zhang, I have come with a mission. Oh, what mission did General Shen give you? Zhang Qi instantly came to be interested. The man's gaze looked at the rest of the group and slowly said, came to identify a group of reserve personal soldiers for General Shen. Upon hearing this, the rest of the people in the room froze. When they came back to their senses, one of them didn't look very good. It's a nice way of saying you're here to find someone, but in reality it's actually specifically to rob them. Zhang Qi didn't react too much, but only asked, I remember that General Shen's personal guards have always been fine. Why are they suddenly recruiting? The man surnamed Qi said bluntly, because my master will be transferring soon and will be taking some people with him, so this is to prepare in advance. Oh, Zhang Qi looked surprised. How could he be suddenly transferred? It's hard not to. Suddenly, a flash of shock appeared in Zhang Qi's eyes as he looked at the man surnamed Qi in front of him. Vice Captain Qi, you've broken through? The man surnamed Qi smiled faintly. Not long ago, he had a lucky breakthrough. Hiss. Hearing the exact answer, Zhang Qi sucked in a breath. He had heard of this one's former glory. Named Qi Sheng, from the Qi family of the imperial capital, he was a famous genius in the imperial capital when he was young, becoming an innate martial artist at the age of 20. This was not so long ago that he was still in the mid-innate stage, and now he has unexpectedly broken through to the late innate stage. A 23-year-old late innate martial artist. No wonder his master would transfer away. This is clearly giving way to his disciple again. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi put down the shock in his heart and said bluntly, everything is General Shen's main concern. You pick this batch of people, Captain Qi first. There was a lot more peace in those words. A 23-year-old late innate stage. In the future, he will definitely achieve the Grandmaster realm, and may even have a glimpse of a Grandmaster. There is no harm in befriending such a character. Not to mention the fact that the other party came with a mission. Seeing Zhang Qi open his mouth, the rest of the battalion commanders had absolutely nothing to say, because this Qi man they could not afford to mess with even more. Although it sounded like just a vice captain, it was a personal guard, following General Shen around at all times, and there was a master who was the captain of the personal guard, a half-step Zhongzhi realm martial artist. This kind of character, not to mention them battalion commanders, even some generals have to be polite when they see this kind of person, because who knows if something that should be said or not will come out of his mouth into General Shen's ears. Zhang Xiai did not mince words and pushed the booklet that was placed on the table against Qi Sheng's face. Qi Sheng wasn't polite either, or he didn't need to be. On the side, Zhang Qi said, I wonder how many reserve personal soldiers General Shen needs. Qi Sheng looked through it while saying, my master should be taking away 8 of his own soldiers, so I need 8 reserve soldiers on my side as well. So I don't know if Lord Zhang has any good seedlings here for me to pick from. A good seed? Zhang Qi thought for a moment, then said, when it comes to good seedlings there really is one. What kind of good seedling? With just physical strength, one arm can easily lift a 500-pound stone burden. Oh, Qi Sheng's expression was also astonished. One arm could lift a stone burden of 500 pounds, so the strength of both arms was at least 1,000 pounds or more. Or purely physical strength. It could definitely be considered a good seedling. What's his name? Qi Sheng asked. Lido. Lido? Hearing that name, Qi Sheng couldn't help but frown. Zhang Qi had been paying attention to Qi Sheng and saw the scene and inquired, is there anything wrong? Qi Sheng shook his head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It should just be a renaming. The dude who defiled Princess Mingyue is dead. The thought of it caused an inexplicable depression in his heart. When he was a teenager in the imperial capital, he saw Princess Mingyue for the first time, was shocked by her stunning face, and since then he has not been able to forget. The reason why he can break through the late innate stage at such a young age. In addition to his own natural talent, there is another idea that is thinking of improving their status in the future to be able to distance themselves from the Princess of the Bright Moon a little bit closer, and even have the ambition of a kiss. However, he hadn't expected that before he could build his career. News of Princess Mingyue's defilement came from the imperial capital. If Princess Mingyue was married, he wouldn't be so angry. With His Majesty's love for Princess Mingyue, he will surely find her a man who is a good match, whose status and identity is certainly not bad, and he will admit that he lost. But the point is that Princess Mingyue was defiled by someone, especially when the other party was a down-and-out third-class earl, a foppish scum. It unbalanced him for a while. even this time to be able to break through the late innate stage. Also because he heard this news during the cultivation results in anger on the spot into the devil, so that he had to force to break the mirror. It was also fortunate that he was lucky and managed to make a breakthrough with the help of his own master's life-sacrificing efforts, or else he wouldn't be able to live without dying right now. This made his hatred for this dude Li Dao even stronger in his heart. At the same time, deep down he actually had a share of envy and jealousy, even sometimes thinking that it would be good if he was that dude. It would be worth it even if he sacrificed his identity as a teenage heavenly pride. Anyway, now that he heard the name he felt bad, even if it was just someone with the same name. Qi Shang returned to his senses and then asked, "The physique is good. It's considered to be natural divine strength. What about the cultivation? Has he ever practiced cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi thought of the report from the people below and frowned. "There is no cultivation, and I heard him personally say that he was born unable to cultivate. Unable to practice?" Qi Shang frowned. "No, mere strength is not enough to be General Shen's personal soldier. One must have cultivation. General Shen's own soldiers will be personally instructed by General Shen and myself, and their strength will rise in a short time. That Li Dao you're talking about is indeed powerful in terms of natural divine power, but natural divine power at most allows his strength to be comparable to a Hotian martial artist below Hotian 3rd grade, whereas if you want to formally join the pro troopers, you have to be at least Hotian 3rd grade or above to be able to do so. So it's fine to have a poor physique, but the cultivation talent must be good." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi could only find some new suitable people for Qi Shang. One incense stick later, after some careful selection, he finally found 8 people who could satisfy Qi Shang. Looking at the list in his hand, Qi Shang nodded with satisfaction. "I'm really troubling you, Senior Zhang." Zhang Qi shook his head. "No trouble, it's all for General Shen." "Okay, then I'll come by in a few days to collect them." Qi Shang was just about to walk away when something suddenly came to his mind and he stopped again. Seeing this, Zhang Qi asked, "Is there anything else Vice Team Qi wants?" Qi Shang said bluntly, "It's nothing much, just wanting to help you make a suggestion, Lord Zhang." "Oh, what's the suggestion? Didn't Lord Zhang mention a man named Li Dao who was born with divine power before?" "Yes there is. What's the problem?" Qi Shang smiled slightly. "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I feel that this kind of person is a natural-born tough man of the sands. I personally feel that a challenging place like the Huangsha town camp would be more suitable for him. I don't know if Lord Zhang has any thoughts on this." Huangsha Township Camp? Zhang Qi frowned, for how much he knew about this camp. It was also under the direct camp under Jinyuan candidate Xin Chong, but this camp was very special. Even among all the camps of the entire 150,000 strong army in Yunzhou, it was one of the camps with the highest mortality rate. It's certainly not that this one camp was weak and therefore had a high mortality rate. In terms of soldiers' combat power, the actual combat power of this Huangsha town camp could also rank among the top 10 among the hundreds of camps in the entire Yunzhou. The reason for this and the high death rate is that most of the people in this camp were soldiers who had been ostracized because they had made mistakes in the rest of the camps or were disobedient. Therefore, there is another nickname for Huangsha Township Camp, Stingers Battalion. 80% of the entire camp insiders are pricks, and another 20% are pricks among pricks. All in all, a very contradictory military camp. Chapter 50 Pure-Blooded Wolf Pups in Heidongking. At the very beginning, when the Huangsha Township Camp was first established, there would still be new recruits assigned there. But in the latter part of the year, after the Huangshazen camp had completely turned into a prickly camp, there were no more recruits assigned there, because the recruits who went to the prick camp were either assimilated into the new pricks by the people there, or they were played half to death by the pricks there and ended up crying and running back to tell on them. In short, the vast majority of soldiers couldn't stay there. At first many of them thought about fixing up the Stingers Battalion properly, but the problem was that all the Stingers were smart enough to do things without leaving anything to chance. Targeting people will also be targeted within the rules, without hurting or maiming them. In short, teasing, so that there is no excuse to punish. And so it was that as time went on, the prickly battalion was rolling in more and more notoriety. Now that Qi Shang had asked him to send Li Dao to the Huangsha town camp, it was obvious that he had no good intentions. Once he thought of the reaction of the other party when he heard the name Li Dao before, he could guess what was going on by a large margin. For a while, a trace of displeasure arose in Zhang Qi's heart, but the problem was that he couldn't have a fit. After all, Qi Shang had only suggested it verbally. He could not listen, but the consequence would be offending Qi Shang. One was the red man beside the Marquis of Jinbei, a teenage pride with exceptional natural talent. One was a new recruit with no identity or background, only a natural divine power, but unable to cultivate. It's a person who knows what to choose. Zhang Qi was no exception, and although he didn't want to do so, things were just the way they were and he could only go with the flow. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Qi nodded. Alright, I understand. It just so happens that there is also a shortage of people over in Huangsha town, and I feel that he is quite suitable there as well. Hearing this, Qi Sheng revealed a smile. It looks like Senior Zhang and I share the same feelings. Senior Zhang is good at listening to others. This kind of merit I will share with General Shen. Zhang Qi could only echo a smile from the sidelines. Qi Sheng then turned around and left directly. Standing outside the tent, thinking about the new recruit named Li Dao, he thought in his mind, who made you have to be called this name? You can only count yourself unlucky. 2 days later, Li Dao sat in the hall of his home, flipping through the Faustian Art of War that he had retaken out of the box. Although he had completely memorized the contents of the Faustian Art of War in his mind, he felt a little more comfortable reading it in a book. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Lido put down the book in his hand obediently. Before he could get up, Wine's voice rang out from within the courtyard outside. Coming. Wine opened the door and looked a little puzzled at the armored soldier outside. Who are you? Is it the Li Daojia? The soldier inquired. Well, what do you want with our young master? Li Dao successfully enlisted in the army, and I've come to deliver a letter of report. After saying that, the soldier handed over a yellow letter. Oh, Wine's face dawned on her and she hastily took the letter. She closed the door to her room after the soldiers left, and just as she turned around she saw her young master already standing in the courtyard. Young master, your check-in letter. Wine ran all the way to Li Dao and handed the envelope over. Stroking Wine's head, Li Dao took the letter and opened it. Huangsha Town Camp? Li Dao pondered in his mind for a moment and realized that this large camp was not present in some of the camps he had recently learned about, but it was an official letter sent to report on it, so there should be nothing wrong with it. After that he proceeded to move on to the back. The general idea was that he needed to report to the Huangsha Town camp within 3 days, and it was imperative that there was no delay or he would be treated as a deserter. At this time, Li Dao suddenly realized that there seemed to be a light layer of writing on the back of this letter. Turning it over reveals a line of notes. It is written that if you do not fit in, you may apply for discharge at the military barracks office in the north of the city in 3 days. Li Dao frowned slightly. How could he not remember when the Deqian's army was so humanized? As far as he could remember, once he joined the army it was difficult to get out again. In ancient times the army didn't give you any lectures on humane management. In the absence of disability, it's actually possible to get a discharge, but it requires a tattoo on your face. This is not like the previous world, where tattoos became a fashion trend. In Deqian, unless tattooed with some positive words such as Jingzhong Baogua, otherwise, the tattoo generally means that the person is not a good person, or a sinner. Similar to some people with tattoos of tigers and the like, most of them are because they are carved words or very ugly, in order to make it a little more beautiful so they will cover the previous words with new tattoos. Otherwise no one in the general public normal head will do this. That's why Li Dao found the latter note strange. Forget it, in case it's a new policy under the Marquis of Jinbei. For this detail Lido did not take it seriously. The death camps themselves had adapted to it. So what could be wrong with a proper military camp? If he really didn't fit in, then it would have to be that the barracks didn't fit in with him, not that he didn't fit in with the barracks. 3 days? Li Dao glanced at Weiner beside him and suddenly thought of something. So he greeted Weiner and he quickly went out. Shortly afterward, he met up with a man. Guest, hello again. The person who met up with Li Dao was no one else but the pawnshop store assistant who had brought him to see the house in the first place. Li Dao casually threw over a piece of broken silver and asked bluntly, "Did you find what I asked you to find for me?" The store assistant took the broken silver. His smile grew even more. "Guessed your matter small has always been in mind. Long ago to help you find a good. Now you can go to inspect the goods." Li Dao was quite surprised. This shopkeeper was quite capable. What he said yesterday was solved today. Alright, let's go check it out then. Led by the store assistant, Li Dao followed all the way to a remote alley. There's no one around. It's quiet. It's a good place to kill someone. Seemingly worried about irritating his guests, the store assistant made a point of explaining. Guests, don't be offended. It's all serious business. The reason why it's all here is because it's cheap to rent a room here. Lido nodded without saying anything. Or maybe whether the other person is good or bad is only good and not bad for him. If the other party really had evil intentions, then he could only be forced to accept the attribute that was delivered to his door. Soon the shopkeeper came to a house. Bang bang bang. A knock on the door was soon followed by a voice from inside. Who? It's me. Hearing the shopkeeper's voice clearly, the door of the room opened from the inside, revealing a one-eyed dragon with a face of horizontal meat that didn't look like a good person. Seeing the store assistant, his afterglow swept a glance at Li Dao. The one-eyed dragon then said, "This is the guest? Otherwise, hurry up and get out of the way. Don't delay the guests from seeing the goods." Okay. Cyclops moved out of the way. Guests, follow me. Soon, The three made their way to a door in the backyard. Cyclops reminded, "Please stand back a bit, guest." Just as Li Dao was uncertain, the backyard door was opened. In the next second, a large swath of black shadows lunged towards Cyclops. After taking a closer look, Li Dao was stunned and realized that these black shadows were all kinds of animals. There were cats and dogs, birds and horses, a miscellany of everything. The point is that all of these animals have one thing in common, and that is that they are more or less flawed in one way or another. When confronted with the Cyclops, the animals came together very enthusiastically. On the contrary, the one-eyed dragon, his face full of horizontal meat, unexpectedly revealed a touch of gentleness. All right, all get out of the way. Don't block the way of the guests." When he finished, he turned back and scratched his head. "Sorry about that, guest. None of them mean any harm." Leto nodded. "I can see that." On the side, the store assistant explained, "Guests don't look at his long and fierce. This guy is famous for his soft heart. His favorite thing is to raise these small things. The reason why he is blinded in one eye is also in order to save a certain wild dog was accidentally scratched blind." Then, as Cyclops continued to lead them, the three of them arrived at a house. There were 2 cages placed inside the house, and Leto, who had just walked in, was attracted by what was inside the 2 cages. A cage held 2 young wolf pups inside. One is solid black and one is solid white. The pure white wolf cub lay on the back of the pure black wolf pup, while the black wolf pup saw the visitor's gaze instantly alert, but did not appear to hiss in response, like a calm observer. Inside the other cage were 2 young birds with white fur and feathers with a hint of black, and even though they were young birds, their eyes were also stern and unusual. "This is hedonism?" Leto said with some surprise. "The guest has a good eye." The one-eyed dragon looked at the 2 little ones inside the cage and explained, "Not long ago I was out walking business and accidentally came across 2 wild wolves fighting 2 haydonking. As a result, both sides ended up fighting and dying. And right near where they were fighting they came across these 4 little ones and brought them back." Speaking of this, a trace of reluctance appeared on the one-eyed dragon's face, but he still said, "What do you think, guest? You can just take it away if you want it." Li Dao looked at the Cyclops. "It looks like you don't actually want to sell it, so why don't you keep it for yourself?" One-eyed dragon smiled bitterly. "There's no way. Running a business lost a bottom. Although I like it, but people have to always live first, right?" Li Dao nodded and looked at the faces of the 4 little ones and nodded in satisfaction. "Since you can spare them, they are." Originally, Li Dao was thinking of buying 2 wolfhounds to watch over the house while using them to do some small experiments. Get 2 more common birds of prey, also to see if they can be trained to be tool hawks that can contact each other. As a result, I didn't expect to encounter 2 pure-blood wolf pups and 2 hedonism. These 4 little ones are not ordinary from their faces alone, especially the haydonking, which is known as the god of all eagles. Everything was ready. The only thing to consider now was whether the precious blood in his body could work on these 4 little ones. If he couldn't, he'd have to tame it slowly himself. Let's hope the precious blood is more useful than expected. And the only way he could consider the next step was to experiment successfully on these 4 little ones. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Once the money and goods were cleared, Li Dao covered the 2 cages with black cloth and then left under the extremely reluctant gaze of the one-eyed dragon. Looking at Li Dao's back as he left, the store assistant patted his buddy. "I know what you're thinking. You're afraid that this master will treat them badly, right?" Cyclops was silent and didn't say anything, looking like he was acquiescing. The shopkeeper laughed. "You recognize this vision of mine, don't you? What the hell are you trying to say?" The store assistant looked at the disappearing back at the other end of the alley and sighed. "As far as I can see, this master will definitely be a flying character in the future. Those 4 little guys with such a character. Not a loss. Definitely better than with you. The guy who runs around all day." Cyclops grunted softly. "You're only as good as your mouth. Forget it if you don't believe me. I'm going to find a way to hug this master's thigh anyway." Leaving behind a sentence, the shopkeeper turned around and left. Hugging a thigh? Cyclops looked down at his 2 legs and frowned to himself. His legs aren't as thick as mine either. Soon afterward, Leto rejoined his family. "Young master, what are you doing here?" Just as he arrived home, Wine came running out, clutching Genpu. "Wait and you'll see." After Leto finished speaking, he returned to the room with the 2 cages. Removing the black cloth from the cage, he pulled his basilisk from the table. The moment they saw the Xian iron blade, the 2 wolf cubs and the 2 haydonking inside the cage were immediately alert. The wolf cub lay prone, the haydonking spread its wings, and its 4 pairs of eyes stared at the Xian Tai blade in death. "It's kinda exciting." Li Dao shook his head, then slashed down on his own arm in a single slash as the 4 little ones stared in disbelief. The next second, a bloody gash appeared. He obediently picked up the teacup on the table and placed it under the wound. Drops of precious blood dripped from the wound. A dozen breaths later, The injury was recovered when the precious blood in the teacup was received halfway through. That should be about right. Looking at the precious blood in the teacup, Li Dao thought in his heart. In the beginning, Yuan Bao also failed after swallowing just 5 drops of precious blood. The 4 little ones in front of them were still in a juvenile state, not much bigger than the original Yuan Bao, and there shouldn't be a lot of demand. When Li Dao approached the 4 little ones with the cup of precious blood, the 2 wolf cubs with the most sensitive sense of smell were the first to notice it, and there was instantly more than a touch of longing in their eyes. To Li Dao's surprise, the pure black wolf pup was agitated for a moment but didn't directly rush over like Yuan Bao had done before. Instead, he quickly quieted down, his gaze still carrying vigilance. The pure white wolf cub was a different story, and was about to pounce while barking, but straight away the pure black wolf cub was pinned down. The little one is quite alert. From this point on, the pure black wolf pup looked even more unassuming. The other side, the 2 Heidonking also smelled the scent of precious blood as an afterthought. They were both firm, determined eyes looking straight into their teacups. Chapter 51, Successful Transformation, Meeting a Noble Person. Li Dao first came to the 2 wolf cubs with the teacup containing the precious blood. The pure black wolf pup was instantly alert, shielding the pure white wolf pup behind him. Li Dao had just raised his hand when a dull hissing sound came out of the pure black wolf pup's mouth. Kinda mean. Li Dao ignored it and directly went up and grabbed towards the pure black wolf cub. Ow! The pure black wolf pup directly opened its mouth and bit the hand that Li Dao reached over, and threw its head around to tear it. Stop it! Li Dao crashed down with a brain, and the pure black wolf cub was directly bounced off the ground. Picking the pure black wolf pup up, he passed the teacup to the wolf pup's mouth. The pure black wolf cub that smelled the precious blood suddenly snapped out of his dazed state. If it was far from smelling the flavor of the precious blood, it could still restrain itself, but this was delivered to its mouth. Even if its self-control was no longer strong, its body's instincts it could not resist. Straight away, he spat out his tongue and went to lick the precious blood from the teacup, probably tending to instinct. The licking stopped after about a third of the precious blood. After that, the 2 eyes looked drunk and fell softly directly into Li Dao's hands. Seeing this, Li Dao placed the pure black wolf pup on the table and waited quietly. About a few minutes passed before the pure black wolf pup on the table suddenly reacted. The whole body jerked involuntarily, followed by the same situation as Genpo before. Old fur for new fur, old teeth for new teeth, old claws for new claws. At the same time, Li Dao also detected what seemed to be an extra trace of connection between himself and the pure black wolf pup. A few more minutes passed before the pure black wolf pup finally woke up. This time when facing Li Dao there was no more ferocity in the beginning, but an instinctively close look, like a dog that had been raised for many years. At the same time, Li Dao also got a good look at the pure black wolf pup's new image after being transformed by the precious blood. Originally, its fur was still a bit dull, but now it turned dark and shiny, like ink. He went up and touched the body of the pure black wolf pup again, and found that even its physique had gotten a little bigger. The important thing was that he could detect that the pure black wolf pup was like Yuan Bao, appearing to evolve in the nature of its bloodline, and he thought that its potential would be truly revealed when it grew up. With the performance of the pure black wolf pup, Li Dao knew that his precious blood experiment was successful. Treasure blood could not only transform creatures the size of Yuan Bao, but also large creatures such as wolves, only that more treasure blood was needed. Thinking of this, Li Dao couldn't help but murmur, I also wonder what the effect of the precious blood would be when given to humans. The thought was fleeting. Now that there is no suitable person around to experiment on at the moment, you can't use wine as an experiment. Next, using the same method, Li Dao filled the pure white wolf cub with precious blood again, probably because of the closeness with Li Dao. The pure black wolf pup didn't react too much to him touching the pure white wolf pup. Instead, it arched the pure white wolf pup to let it take the initiative to get close to Li Dao. The other side, with the success of the experiment with the pure black wolf pups, he also came to be confident. Regardless, he poured the same amount of precious blood into the 2 Heidonking, during which he was also allowed to bleed again. The 2 Heidonking probably saw that Li Dao's actions were beneficial to them, so they didn't resist. Instead they were obedient. 5 minutes later, the baptized object of the precious blood has another wolf cub and 2 hedonisms. The pure white wolf pups were the same as the pure black wolf pups. Their fur turned snow white and shiny, and compared to the pure black wolf pups' high coldness and arrogance, the pure white wolf pups appeared lively and cute. Having just finished his metamorphosis, he dared to jump directly onto Li Dao's shoulder as a sign of closeness, and the 2 Heidonking also appeared to have a huge change after their metamorphosis. Larger in size and with sharper claws. The important thing was that the original pair of yellow pupils suddenly turned golden, looking extraordinarily godly and handsome. Ow! At this moment, the pure black wolf cub suddenly let out a dull hissing sound towards the 2 Heidonking. Pure white wolf cubs saw the scene and joined in. After all, they were wolves, and there was something about being truly ferocious. So did the two Haidongqing, and in the face of the sudden hostility, they shook their wings in a return gesture. At this time, Li Dao suddenly remembered that these two sides were feuding, and their parents were killed by the other side's parents. Originally they were intellectually clueless and not able to express hatred very obviously, but now that they had been baptized with precious blood, they instantly understood that both sides were enemies. Come on, we'll be family from now on. Stop it. Li Dao spoke out to calm him down. Yuan Bao could understand him, so I'm sure these four could as well. However, to his surprise, these four little things were probably overwhelmed by hatred, and none of them gave him a positive reaction. In that case, it's suddenly, only the bodies of the wolf cub and the young Haidongqing, who were still facing each other, were seen shaking, as if they had suddenly suffered a shock. They turned back to Li Dao in unison. In this moment in their eyes, it was as if the person in front of them who had brought them close suddenly transformed into an apex predator and unleashed hostility on them. Faced with this kind of hostility originating from someone close to them, the four little ones quickly conceded. The two wolf pups lay on the ground whimpering. The two Haidongqing also bent their lofty necks. Seeing this, Li Dao then collected his own murderous aura before reaching out his hand and knocking each of the four little ones on the top of their heads. I don't think your parents wanted you to kill each other and follow in their footsteps before they died. So from now on, all of you get along, and whoever doesn't, then I'll have to force you to get along. Li Dao looked at the four little ones and said very seriously. Seeing that the four little ones didn't respond, he raised an eyebrow and his voice sank. Scream when you hear me. Woohoo! Jojo. The four little ones made pitiful, helpless noises. Seeing this, Li Dao nodded in satisfaction. Come on, stop selling your pity. All of you go out with me and identify yourself. Yard. Joer was watering the flowers with Yuan Bao, but her attention was focused on the door of Li Dao's room, curious as to what her young master had just brought back. The sound of the door opening on this side had just sounded, so she hurriedly raised her head to look at it. Young master, what are the four of them? Wine's face was surprised when she noticed the four little ones, but she quickly revealed a fond expression, because after being baptized by the precious blood, the face value of the four little ones, who were already good-looking, soared, and they were naturally pleasing to the eye. Today went out and just bought. When I go to the army, this white wolf cub will be responsible for accompanying you as well as looking after the house, as well as this Haidongqing. If you miss me you can let it send me a letter. Originally, Li Dao was going to leave both wolf pups at home, but the pure black wolf pup's temperament was clearly not suitable for a houseguard, so he thought he would bring it with him when he reported. After all, the barracks didn't say he couldn't keep wolves. Thank you, young master. Realizing that it was all for her, Wine's eyes reddened with emotion. Li Dao reached out and touched the little girl's head. Now that there was only such a little girl left by his side, it would be a lie to say that he was not heartbroken. Suddenly, Wine thought of something and inquired, young master, do they all have names? Not yet. Same as Genpu. You name them. Thank you, young master. Wine looked to the four little ones, starting with the pure black wolf pup on the left. One black and one white, so simply just call them black and white. The other two, a black and deep white called white shallow, a black shallow white deep that would be called Marasa. What do you say, young master? Little black and white? Upon hearing this, Li Dao sized up the four little ones, which fit quite well, and nodded. Yes. After saying that, he turned to the four little ones and said, have you all memorized your names? Little black and white whimpered breathlessly. Bai Shamo Shamo was glowing, obviously happy with her name. One day later, outside the alley, Li Dao was leading the horse with one hand, while Wine was following behind him with a face full of reluctance. Go back, there's no need to send any more out. Lido turned back and whispered, young master, I'll wait for you at home. A qualified woman would not make things difficult for a man. Wine wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said softly. Li Dao nodded, placed Blackie in a bag on the side of the horse's back, and rolled onto the horse. Hiya! Without much hesitation, he flicked the whip, and the horse lifted off with Wine's unwilling gaze. Anyway, being in the military is a vacation. Not that it's a one-time thing, so you don't need to stay too long. Shortly after, Li Dao arrived at the military camp in the north of the city. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered here. According to the rules of recruiting, after enlisting in the army it was determined that you would be assigned to a large camp. If you don't want to go on your own, then you can go to your local recruiting office and look for a convoy that specializes in going to the camp you belong to. Li Dao led his horse through the many caravans looking for the one going to Huangsha town. One incense stick of time later, Li Dao frowned slightly. This way, he saw dozens of camp's convoys, but he just couldn't find the convoy of Huangsha town's camp. Puzzled, he found a guard soldier and pulled out his report letter to inquire. This brother, I'm an enlisted recruit. May I ask where the caravan to the Huangsha town camp is? Huangsha town camp? The guard soldier froze and looked at Li Dao with odd eyes. Are you a new recruit assigned to the Huangsha town camp? What's the problem? The guard soldiers were momentarily speechless, and were about to say something, but suddenly thought of something that the above had explained to them yesterday, and immediately stopped. Then said, the caravan you said was going to the camp at Huangsha town is not here. Why? Because it's more remote and the terrain is complicated. Really? Really? Li Dao's eyes twitched slightly as he continued to ask. Then may I ask how I should go to the Huangsha town camp? Just right ahead on your own. Li Dao nodded. Understood. After that, he turned and left. Watching Li Dao walk out some distance, the guard soldier whispered to himself, what an unlucky fellow, to be assigned to the Huangsha town camp. I don't know who he offended. In the meantime, 100 meters away, Li Dao's ears twitched and his expression flashed with a hint of unnaturalness. What was so strange about the Huangsha town camp that it made people say that he had offended someone? How could he be offended when he was new and had never had friction with anyone? But now is not the time to think about that either. Regardless of what the Huangsha town camp was, he had to go forward to report. Otherwise he would have to be labeled as a deserter if he didn't go without authorization if he was found out. However, there was still plenty of time at the moment, so it would be a good idea to inquire about the situation at the Huangsha town camp. Soon after, Li Dao found the shopkeeper that he had met only yesterday, inside a tea house. Guest. After meeting, the store assistant greeted warmly after sitting down. I came to you this time to ask you about a place. What place? Have you heard of the Yellow Sands Township camp? The store assistant smiled at his words. Naturally, I've heard of it, the legendary prickly battalion. Camp Stinger? Li Dao raised an eyebrow and threw over a piece of broken silver. Tell me carefully. After receiving the broken silver, the shopkeeper began his enthusiastic explanation. With the shopkeeper's introduction, the so-called Huangsha town camp gradually became clear in Li Dao's mind. Danger, confusion, killing. The more he listened to Li Dao, the more he got on top. Who had such a taste for him, to assign him to such a place? For an ordinary soldier, a place like the Huangsha town camp would likely be very uncomfortable to go to. But for him, with so many military camps in Yunzhou, there was no better place to go than the Huangsha town camp. Offend someone? Forced to go to the Yellow Sands camp? If he really let him know who intentionally placed him in the Huangsha town camp, he would really have to thank the other party. This was also the reason why he didn't know about the place called Huangsha town camp before. If he really knew, he wouldn't need to be set up. He'd just go himself. After understanding clearly, Li Dao's heart was relieved. After saying that, the store assistant couldn't help but ask, Guest, you have a friend who has been assigned to the Huangsha town camp? Li Dao sipped his tea and said in a faint voice, Not a friend. That? It's me. Gone. Without waiting for the shopkeeper to react, Li Dao had already turned around and descended the stairs. Soon, from the second floor, shopkeeper saw Li Dao's back as he rode away on his horse. He scratched his head in confusion. By all rights, a person assigned to a place like the Huangsha town camp should have a hard time. Why did he feel how this noble man of his looked so impatient? Chapter 52, Difficulty? Raise the city gate with only one hand, 20 kilometers outside of Fufeng Pass, all of which are part of the Great Qian territory. 10 kilometers out, there was a 10-kilometer buffer zone that had been mutually agreed upon with the northern barbarians. This area is shared by both dynasties. Most of the friction between the Great Qian and the northern barbarians also took place here. On the immediate edge of this one buffer zone, a small town exists in a patch of yellow sand. That's why this town is also known as Huangsha Town. Inside one of the tents of the Huangsha Town camp, there was a burly man with a full beard and nearly 2 meters tall. The burly man's name was Zhao Tong, and his identity was the chancellor of the Huangsha Town camp. At that moment he looked at the letter in his hand with a surprised face. What the hell? A new recruit was assigned this year? Over the years, Yellow Sand Town had only had people who had made mistakes and been punished for coming over. When had there ever been a newcomer who had run over on his own? Soon, Zhao Tong figured it out and muttered to himself, It looks like this new soldier has offended someone. After thinking for a moment, he called out towards the outside. Come on, man, add a command. A soldier walked in from outside the tent. Boss, what's up? The soldier was not polite when they met and asked directly. Zhao Unity wasn't surprised by this attitude. Or perhaps this was the way the soldiers of the Huangsha Town Battalion got along with their superiors. Zhao Tong laughed. Go tell the people below me that there are newcomers joining the army this year, so that each and every one of them should pay attention and not scare the newcomers. After understanding the situation clearly at the tea house, Li Dao rode his horse all the way towards the so-called Huangsha town. During that time, he went out of Yunqi city, and half a day later, he saw Fufeng Pass, one of the 6 famous passes in Deqian. But because he was in a hurry and didn't have time to take a closer look, he continued all the way towards Huangsha town. Until early the next morning. This should be it. Li Dao sat on the back of his horse, looking at the distant Lust town in his mind, so he drove his horse toward the town. The other side. Several soldiers were patrolling the walls of Yellow Sand Town. Although Huangsha Town was notorious for having a lot of pricks, they had all the rules that should be in place, or else they wouldn't have been able to exist until now. Because Li Dao didn't have half a disguise, the people patrolling the wall saw the people rushing not far away at a glance. When they thought of what their own boss told them yesterday, how could they not understand that this was the newcomer? I think it's a newcomer, right? It must be. Who else would want to come to this hole alone? What are we going to do? Call someone? There's no need to shout. Since he's a newcomer, let's teach him the rules of a newcomer first, and save him from not adapting later. That's right too. It might not be our turn if we call them. After the two soldiers had discussed the matter, they waited with anticipation. A few minutes later, Li Dao drove his horse and finally arrived in front of the Huangsha Town gate. A soldier on the wall inquired, "Who is the visitor?" Despite the guesses, the process has to be followed. Lido took out the report letter from his arms. The new recruit came to enlist. Recruits? A soldier stroked his chin with a skeptical look. We haven't had any new recruits come to our Huangsha Town camp for many years. You can't be lying to us. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. He still knew the process of recruit enlistment. Once it has been determined that the identifying information is okay, the recruit's information is usually sent to the place where the recruit needs to report as soon as it has been determined. So there is no situation where the recruit goes and the local barracks don't know about it yet. Apparently, this so-called prick battalion was stabbing him. He didn't show much, just picked up the letter of report and said bluntly, "The letter of report has a stamp on it that identifies me." Stamps? The other soldier on the wall made a gesture to look down, then shrugged. "Sorry, I can't see well enough." Upon hearing this, Li Dao remained unperturbed and only said in a faint voice, "Then may I ask the two of you, what should I do right?" The soldier spread his hands. "It's only right that you take care of your own business. There's nothing we can do about it." Another soldier followed. "Or you could go back and ask someone to come over and explain who you are. Of course, it can't take more than 3 days, and more than that and you're a deserter. And that's going to be a problem." Li Dao glanced at the two and didn't say anything, but instead blew a whistle towards the sky. In the next second, an eagle's cry rang out from the sky. Only a black sharp shadow was seen swooping down from the sky. Just as it was about to hit Lido, it instantly stopped again and landed on his shoulder. The sharp shadow was not something else. It was none other than the white shadow that Li Dao had brought out. After a precious blood metamorphosis, even a young bird was more powerful than many adult eagles. "Go, send the letter up." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao picked up the report letter in her mouth and spread her wings and flew up to the sky above the two soldiers. Then put the report letter down. But along with the release of the letter, it has a little bit of personal stuff in it. A soldier subconsciously caught the falling envelope. In the next second, a white liquid fall landed again at his brow. Reaching out and subconsciously sniffing, a fishy odor entered his nostrils, or he did not understand what it was. "Kid, you, quiet, don't forget the rules." The soldier was just about to get angry when he was interrupted by another soldier off to the side. At those words, the soldier thought of something when he came back to his senses and took a long breath to calm his mind. But his face was still ugly. Lido said from under the wall, "Now you two can see clearly." Without looking, the soldier said, "Look carefully." "And then what? So can you open the door for me and let me in?" "Sorry, we two don't have that right." The soldier sneered and explained, "The two of us are just in charge of patrolling, not opening doors. By the way, it is not coincidental to tell you that the two soldiers guarding the gate have been sent to rest because of heatstroke from the heat, and there are still 3 hours before the next batch of changing of the guard. So now you either have to wait 3 hours, either that or open the door and come in yourself." Obviously, Li Dao's behavior had made the other party angry, and this was going to be difficult to the end. They had that patience, but Lido did not. So he asked, "What does it mean to open your own door?" When the soldier heard that Li Dao actually had the intention of opening the door himself, he immediately revealed a bad smile. Straightening up, he said, "The gates of the town of Huangsha are not like normal gates, they open upwards. One of the things you want to do to open the gates is to pull them up with an internal mechanism. Another one is to lift the gate by brute force." Hearing this, Li Dao glanced at the Huangsha town gate. It was found to be different from the usual double opening gates in that it was made of many solid wooden stakes horizontally and vertically plus iron, with gaps above to accommodate this gate, and sharp wooden tips embedded in the ground below, so that it could indeed be lifted up. Looking at the two soldiers on the wall, Li Dao, I led my horse towards the gate. The two soldiers on the wall looked at each other when they saw this and immediately froze. "Isn't this recruit a little cutie? And he doesn't really want to carry the gates. Want to know? Just go and see." "Yes, yes, yes." Go and see, if he really wants to lift the gates, I'll really laugh at him. Go go go. When Li Dao came to the city gate, 2 guards from the wall also came inside the gate. He also saw the 2 men through the 4-way gap in the middle of the gate, but ignored them and didn't ask them why they ran down unruly. He took a long look at the gates in front of him, reached out and knocked on them, and nodded after a moment's thought. When this city gate was made, it should have been made in a special way. Although it is wood, its weight is definitely heavy enough. In the meantime, the 2 soldiers on the opposite side were also stunned when they saw Li Dao with such a serious expression. It looks like this guy really wants to try. Just try it. We have said that, but this guy is really young. This stimulation can't stand it. Really neat, those old pricks inside probably even more can't stand it. What do you think in case this guy wants to really lift the door? Are you dreaming? This door is made of complete solid ironwood, but also after perforation dipped in oil, the weight of the next level, plus the top of the iron nails, which adds up to a total of conservative 5,000 pounds of weight. If he can really carry it up by himself, I will directly on the spot on my knees to recognize him as his father. One soldier made a promise on the spot. Another soldier slapped his head. What am I thinking? How can someone lift this door alone? If he can lift it, you recognize him as a father. Then I'll recognize him as a grandfather. The kind that kneels 3 times and kowtows 9 times on the spot. While the 2 were discussing, Li Dao's side had already made preparations. He rapped on the door and then removed the top half of his shirt, as he might damage it later. After the top was removed, Li Dao, who was originally thin in his clothes, revealed his muscles that had been constantly strengthened and had perfectly firm lines, finally giving off an extra mang aura. Coming to the gate, he crouched slightly on the lower half of his body and placed his hands under one of the smooth horizontal logs. Then take a deep breath. Up. In the next second, his waist and legs along with his arms fired, only to see that under the tremendous pressure, the muscles on his entire body had obviously risen by a circle, with a layer of blue veins rising above them at the same time. Crunch! Just at this moment, the original motionless gate unexpectedly began to tremble, and a little bit of fallen ash shook down from the cracks above, and also made the sound of wood friction. No way! Not far inside the gate, 2 soldiers saw this scene and their entire expressions froze. What in the world was this new recruit from? To be able to shake this 5,000-pound gate, even just shaking it was not something an average person could do. However, what shocked them was yet to come. Along with Li Dao increasing his strength little by little, the gate slowly moved in trembling. Finally, it kept rising under his terrifying power. A few breaths later, the wooden door came to be lifted directly to the neck by Li Dao. It wasn't enough though. He could get past this height, but a horse couldn't. Not to mention he didn't like to enter with his head down, especially in front of 2 pricks. Rise for me. Li Dao once again unleashed the power within himself, and with both hands, the 5,000-pound gate was directly lifted over his head. The shocking doesn't end there. After determining the stability of the gate, Li Dao suddenly drew out a hand and directly chose to jack the gate up with one hand. He had to say that the 5,000-pound gate was pretty heavy, and one hand made him finally feel a little pressure, but it wasn't a big problem. He reached out with his other hand to take the horse's reins and pull it through the door. Seeing this scene, Li Dao then drew back, lowering the gate in his hand. Boom! There was a loud thud as the gate hit the ground. The gate didn't just slam into the ground, but also equally into the hearts of the 2 pricks. Amidst the loud noise, the 2 men only felt their legs go weak. Facing a fierce man like Li Dao, the thorns in their bodies couldn't harden. Li Dao got dressed and led his horse to the 2 soldiers. Poof! Before he could say anything, he suddenly saw the 2 men fall to their knees. Father, Grandpa. After saying that, the soldier who called his grandfather began to kowtow. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. The 2 of you are. The soldier who called his father said. I said earlier that I would recognize you as my father if you could carry the door in. And him? He said he'd recognize you as a grandfather if you lifted the door and came in. And he'd give you 3 knees and 9 kowtows kind of thing. Saying this, the soldier who called Li Dao's father didn't feel like he had lost out. After all, even though he had called the man father, he still had a good old son by his side who called the man grandfather. So when you counted it up inside and out, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all, right? Hearing this, Li Dao said bluntly, I didn't hear that just now. In fact, you guys didn't have to do this at all. The soldier shook his head. Soldiers in the Huangsha town camp, a mouthful of spittle. Do what you say or be even more humiliated. Aren't you all rumored to be pricks? Pricks are when we make mistakes and disobey, and how we behave, which is a different thing. Li Dao froze. Originally he thought that the assassins of the Huangsha town battalion were a group of soldier gangsters, but now at a glance it was a little different from what he had imagined. The soldier on the side quickly stood up after kowtowing. Recruit, count yourself out this time. I'll mark this one down. Initially stunned and confused, his prickly nature is now coming back to haunt him in retrospect. Li Dao was first stunned, then laughed lightly. Alright, then I'll mark you down as well. Poof. For some reason, hearing this, the soldier who had put in the harsh words inexplicably felt a pang of weakness. That's when he saw a hand reach out. What are you doing? Don't think I'm afraid of you. The soldier was startled and subconsciously took a step back in caution. Li Dao laughed lightly. I was asking for my letter of report. Hearing this, the soldier's expression stiffened, and his old face reddened at the thought of his reaction just now. Give. Throwing the letter back to Li Dao, the soldier directly turned and ran away, looking like he also knew that he was old and humiliated. Li Dao gazed at another soldier. This brother wonders if he can take me to the chancellor to officially report. Seeing as you're not a bad kid, it's a good thing to do. Forcing a wave of steps down on himself, the soldier stepped forward to lead the way, but it looked like he was clearly convinced by Li Dao, which was why he had this attitude. Chapter 53, Northern Barbarians Attacking Camp? Pursuit. Because it was located near the buffer zone between the Great Qian and the Northern Barbarians, although Huangsha Town was a town, it actually didn't have a single civilian like the original Na ***** a town, and only had a battalion of assassins stationed there. So, everyone you meet along the way is a soldier of the Stingers Battalion. I say Xue Bing. Who is this? New face never seen before. A few soldiers suddenly stopped in the middle of the road and teased with a gangly face. Suddenly, one of the soldiers seemed to think of something and said in surprise, he should be the new recruit the boss was talking about. One of the soldiers looked Li Dao up and down and teased. Xue Bing wouldn't have gone soft and let go of the water, right? How come this newbie kid doesn't look like he's in any trouble at all? Unbeknownst to him, Xue Bing was very nervous inside at the moment. Not nervous for Li Dao, but for the few soldiers in front of him. This newcomer's nature was not clear for the time being, and if he really moved his hands without any lightness, these guys in front of him would be in deep trouble. So he hastily blocked the few people who were leaping forward. Don't mind your own business. This man is different. I still have to bring him to the chancellor. Hearing this, several people were instantly displeased. Don't care what kind of person he is, as long as he comes to Huangsha Town, that's the same, a soldier said irritably. At this time, Xue Bing was also very upset and simply said with a stern face, you guys can do whatever you want, but you have to wait for me to finish bringing him to see the chancellor. In his heart, he was thinking, when he finished meeting the chancellor he would flash, and then everything would have nothing to do with him. In the end, Li Dao was still successfully rescued by Xue Bing. Shortly after, the two arrived outside the tent where the chancellor, or Zhao Tong, was located. Wait outside for a moment. I'll go in and explain to the chancellor. After saying that, Xue Bing walked into the tent alone. Zhao Tong was sharpening the knife in his own hand inside. When he suddenly saw someone coming in, he didn't have the good sense to say, Xue Bing, you're AWOL again. I think you want to be confined, right? Xue Bing had a bitter smile on his face. Boss, isn't there something I'm looking for you for? What's up? Get on with it and get the hell out of duty when you're done. Boss, that new recruit you were talking about earlier is here to report. Recruits? Zhao Unified froze, seems to be thinking of something, asked without good humor. You kid will not be the new recruits play bad, so ran over to beg for mercy. I am not all said to pay attention to a bit of proportion. You guys. Xue Bing interrupted his own chancellor with a dark face. Boss, can you listen to me first? What's there to say? Zhao Tong said angrily. I've told you all to restrain yourselves before. How are we going to recruit people for our barracks in the future if we go on like this? Upon hearing this, Xue Bing couldn't help but mutter. Recruiting? Only a ghost would be willing to run to this hellhole. Zhao Tong's ears twitched and his eyes widened. What are you kids talking about? Xue Bing shrunk his head and hurriedly continued. Alright boss, is it alright to wait for me to give you a clear explanation? Just as Xue Bing was about to tell the whole story, there was suddenly a commotion from outside the tent. Report! In the next second, a soldier walked inside the tent, half-kneeled on the ground and cupped his fists. Boss, that group of barbarians from the northern land is here again. Asshole! Upon hearing this, Zhao unified and slapped the table. Don't these barbarians rest all day long? Is it fun to run around every day? The soldier looked at his own furious chancellor and inquired in a low voice. Boss, what now? Zhao Tong glared back. What else can we do? Call the heirs for me. This time let them have no return. With that said, he stepped aside to a wooden rack to remove his armor. Seeing that Xue Bing was still there in the afterglow, he frowned. What are you still doing here? You brat! Why don't you go out and call someone for me? Boss, that new recruit. Without waiting for Xue Bing to finish, Zhao Tong directly interrupted him and said, what newbie or not, come here and your lousy soldier. Isn't it just being bullied fiercely? You take it straight along. Let him vent any grievances he has at the barbarian, and afterwards something else when he can walk off the battlefield alive. After saying that, He started to put the armor on his body, no longer paying attention to Xuebing who was on the side. Seeing this, Xuebing had a bitter smile on his face, thinking of the downward spiral that the recruit had given himself when they met. It was impossible for this recruit to die even if he died, lifting a 5,000 pound gate with one arm. Who could stop that? Still, it's good for them. And one more awesome person is one more security. Li Dao stood outside the tent, looking at the rest of the tents as the soldiers suddenly scurried out, revealing a touch of doubt. At this time, Xuebing walked out of the tent. What's going on here? Because his 5 senses were too sharp, many unwanted sounds and odors would be detected by him. So on weekdays he deliberately suppressed his 5 senses and only opened them up when needed. So naturally he didn't understand what was happening around him. Xuebing said bluntly, "The barbarians have come to disturb the camp." Li Dao raised an eyebrow. "So what do I do now?" "Xuebing, boss told you to follow us into battle first, and wait until we're done with these barbarians before we talk about what's behind us." At those words, Li Dao couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. It's really better to come early than coincidentally. This has just come to report to the report and encountered such a good thing as being attacked by the camp. Xuebing saw Li Dao's silent thought that the other party was not satisfied with such an arrangement. After all, that there is not yet officially reported to let people go to war. So he explained, "Huangsha town camp is like this. If you are not accustomed to..." "Wait, what are you doing?" Looking at Li Dao who had already rolled over and mounted his horse, he was dumbfounded. Li Dao's face was puzzled. "Wasn't it you who said you wanted to go to war?" "Sherby, I was going to ask you why you're so positive. But at this moment, we can't care so much. If we wait like this, it is the crime of slacking off." So he hurriedly took out a horse at random from a side stable. Then said, "Follow me." In this way the 2 men and 2 horses quickly went out of Huangsha town with the flow of people. In the meantime, within the buffer strip near the large camp in the town of Yellow Sands, hundreds of northern barbarian cavalrymen on horses kept roaming around. The scene made the 2 Yellow Sand town soldiers in charge of guarding the area rage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's these ing assholes again. I want to rush over in them. A soldier couldn't help but say. Just wait. They haven't crossed the buffer zone yet. They can't do anything without permission. The other soldier, though also angry, had a few moments of sanity mixed in with his exasperation. According to the rules set by both the Great Qian and Northern barbarians, friction could not occur within the buffer zone, and once one side took the initiative it would cause a series of troubles. Only strike when the other side crosses the cordon. This was why the hundreds of Northern barbarian cavalry on the opposite side were emboldened, because once this side of the action, they will have an excuse to target the camps stationed at the border of Dakian. When a burst of tug-of-war down Dakian will only lose more. It might be argued that Dakian could have used the same method to harass the Northern barbarians, but actually it would be nice if it worked. The Northern barbarians were rich in good horses, and most of the horses in Daqian were traded from the Northern barbarians. Everyone knew to keep the good stuff for themselves, and the Northern barbarians were a bit more refined compared to the horses that the Dakian soldiers rode. This also led to the fact that it was difficult for the Dakian cavalry to catch up with the Northern barbarian cavalry, and the other side was easy to catch up with them instead. And the difference in maneuverability prevented the Dakian from making the same move as them. Similarly, there is another most distressing reason is that in the face of these behaviors of their side of the Great Qian have to defend. Because everyone knows that some tribes in the Northern barbarians and the Great Qian are not dealing with each other, and the friction is currently intense. One day you do not prevent may give the Northern barbarians can take advantage of the opportunity. Then it will not be so little trouble, but the sky big trouble. The soldiers within the Huangsha town camp were prickly but quick to organize. In less than half an incense burner, under Zhao Ton's leadership, a group of cavalrymen from the Huangsha town battalion came barreling towards the cordon. Li Dao also rode along in the midst of it. When he saw the Northern barbarians' cavalry in the distance, his 2 eyes couldn't help but light up, for the cavalry moved a great deal, carrying smoke and dust with them all the way. So the Northern barbarians' cavalry side quickly discovered Zhao Ton's supporting team. Seeing this scene, the Northern barbarians' leader who was in the lead grinned and shouted at his subordinates behind him. "Little ones, all of you, run up for me, hoo 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 hoo." With a series of yells, the Northern barbarian leader with a group of Northern barbarian cavalry suddenly came towards the Daqian cordon line and crossed it in the blink of an eye. These assholes, doing this again? Zhao Tong seemed to have thought of something and his face darkened again. Immediately, he waved his hand. "Give me a chase, and try to keep the people in Daqian territory for me." As soon as the group turned around, they chased after the Northern barbarian cavalrymen. Seeing this scene, the Northern barbarian cavalrymen yelled even more fiercely, letting out loud laughter while constantly teasing the pursuing Yellow Sand Town cavalrymen behind them. Unfortunately, their horses were not as fast as the Northern barbarians' cavalry horses, so they could only be constantly kite And once the other party got tired of playing and headed for the buffer zone, there was nothing they could do about it. But they couldn't yet let the other party stay in Dakian territory. Seeing this scene, Li Dao frowned. Is it hard to just chase after them? Xue Bing on the side laughed bitterly. What can be done? There is not a single one of us who is afraid of hard contact, but after the other party has suffered a few hard losses, they have switched to this kind of play. Can't we ambush them in advance? Advance? How do you advance? The opponents themselves are sneaking in at random times. Xue Bing shook his head. Moreover, we are the only large camp in this vicinity, and we are unable to unite the rest of the large camps to help us surround and chase them, so we can only delay it again and again like this. Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked at the distant northern barbarian cavalryman and didn't know what to think. At that moment, a gobi beach appeared not far from both sides. There is another canyon there that exists within the Great Qian. The canyon is 10 miles long, and once you enter the canyon, you need to cross it completely to get back to the buffer zone. The northern barbarian leader was leading the way, and one of his deputies said cheerfully on the side, "Head, what are we going to play this time? Is it hard to believe that you want to use this canyon?" The northern barbarian's leader smiled confidently. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Daqian's horses aren't as fast as our northern barbarians' horses, so what's the point of them being powerful? It's no fun playing on the plains alone, so why not just play something a little more challenging? If we ride through this canyon on horseback, in addition to spelling out speed, we will also spell out horsemanship, and won't it be more painful to crush these Daqian people in both aspects? After saying that, he swept his gaze to his cadre of subordinates and let loose. If anyone is caught up in the middle of this canyon today, then kill yourself with your own sword, lose in horsemanship, and apologize to the bear god, and to the great king for cultivating you. Understood. The northern barbarians' cavalrymen had confidence on their faces, obviously confident in their horsemanship, or perhaps they were not putting the Daqian cavalrymen in their eyes at all. Led by the northern barbarian leader, the group of northern barbarian cavalry slowed down to the entrance of the canyon. Only after seeing the group led by Zhao Tong getting closer and closer did he throw up his horsewhip and charge into the canyon with all the northern barbarian cavalry. At this moment, Zhao Tong, who was not far behind him, also saw this scene. A centurion beside him voiced out, "Boss, it looks like this god northern barbarian cavalry is trying to seduce us inside the canyon. There won't be an ambush." Zhao Tong's eyes were dead set on the disappearing northern barbarians' cavalry at the entrance of the canyon, and his mind couldn't help but think of the constant harassment from the other side in recent times. A fire flared up in his heart, and he immediately ordered, "If there's an ambush, then there's an ambush. I can't wait to have a hard fight with them." After saying that, he took out his prickly boss demeanor and directly ordered, "You bastards, all of you run faster for me. Whoever is slow goes back to be served with whips." Instead of worrying in the face of such an order, the prickly soldiers grew more and more excited, and wondered who was influencing whom. Li Dao, who was at the end of the cavalry line, could not help but stare at this scene. The legendary prickly battalion was really extraordinary. Soon the group arrived at the entrance to the canyon. Zhao Tong took the lead and rushed into the canyon without a care in the world. It was also because of this aura of his that the assassins behind him were like chicken blood. However, when it was about to enter the canyon, Li Dao pulled on the reins, causing the horse to come to a direct stop. This scene caused Xue Bing, who was on the side, to freeze and hastily slow down. "What are you stopping for?" Li Dao looked up at the mountain walls on both sides of this canyon. "We definitely won't be able to catch up with the northern barbarian cavalry if we chase after them like this, so I'd like to take a different path." "A different road?" Xue Bing was dumbfounded. "Where else is there a road for you to go?" "There's only this one road, alright." Li Dao sniffed and shook his head. "There is no road in the world, but if you walk more, then it becomes a road." He jumped off his horse and picked up the chest on its back. Seeing this scene, Xue Bing couldn't help but freeze. "What do you want to do again?" Li Dao said bluntly. "Go ahead and leave me alone." "You." Xue Bing was just about to continue saying something when he ended up seeing a figure running all the way up and jumping up the mountain wall of one of the canyons in a leap of more than 10 meters. And without a moment's pause, it kept jumping upwards and soon disappeared above the canyon. Xue Bing's mouth was open in shock. Could this be the road he was talking about? Suddenly, he glanced aside at his horse, which was still snorting, and hastily shouted toward the top of the canyon, "Brother, your horse." Chapter 54, Single Man Blocking the Road. Relying on his brute strength to keep borrowing strength, Li Dao quickly jumped to the highest part of the canyon. Looking down the canyon crack, from afar, he saw the northern barbarians' cavalry running forward and the Yellow Sand Town Battalion cavalry chasing behind them. But no matter how you look at it, there was still no possibility for this cavalry group from Huansha Town to catch up with the northern barbarians' cavalry, and the distance would only get further and further away. At that thought, he looked to the far end of the canyon. Should be able to catch up. With this thought in mind, Li Dao carried the box on his back and began to run towards the end of the canyon on top of the canyon cliffs. As he quickened his pace, his speed grew faster and faster, running out tens of meters in the blink of an eye, faster than even riding a horse, which was why he abandoned his horse and chose to chase after it alone. With his current speed, there were hardly any animals that could run faster than him. Canyon. The Northern Barbarian leader led the Northern Barbarian cavalry continuously through the canyon. The debris on the floor of the canyon was completely useless to them, and they flashed past it easily. The group couldn't help but laugh as they looked behind them at the Dachin cavalry that kept chasing but couldn't catch up. The Dacian people behind us. Are you guys without milk? Why are you running so slowly? You Dacian people can't be that good. What gives you the right to fight us on the plains? If you ask me, you'd better hurry home and give up this grassland to our Northern Barbarians. The Northern Barbarian cavalrymen spoke to each other, loudly, and the echoes in the canyon were even louder. Even in the midst of a messy hoofbeats, Zhao Tong and the others could hear it clearly. One was furious, but could do nothing about it. Damn it, don't let me catch you or I'll have to rip the mouths off these rotten people. Zhao Tong couldn't help but curse, with constant wear and tear. The Northern Barbarian leader suddenly saw a bright light not far away and understood that it was the exit of the canyon had arrived. Ha ha ha, little ones, it looks like the Dachin people have teased us again this time. The Northern Barbarian leader laughed out loud. After saying that, he followed up and continued. Alright, today's mission is done. It's time to go back. Let those guys back their play on their own. Yes. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Northern Barbarian cavalry also let out loud laughter. Behind them, Zhao Tong and the others soon realized that the exit of the canyon was in the distance, and their faces darkened. This would be even harder to catch if the Northern Barbarian cavalry got out. Thinking about this, he only felt uncomfortable, with no place to use his strength. Seeing that the exit of the canyon was getting closer and closer, the Northern Barbarians' cavalry team subconsciously sped up their horses to rush out. However, just then, boom, a loud noise rang out above the exit of the canyon. In the next second, only a large amount of debris could be seen falling from above the exit of the canyon towards the bottom. The Northern Barbarian leader who had just rushed here instantly changed his face when he saw this. Retreat! With a command, the surrounding Northern Barbarian cavalry quickly reacted and steered their horses back in unison. Only a clattering of crumbling earth continued to fall, soon piling up a small steep slope not far in front of them, blocking their way. After the Northern Barbarian leader returned to his senses, he carefully observed the situation and felt a long sigh of relief in his heart. The road was blocked a bit, but it was barely big enough for the horses to climb up. Really, if they were completely blocked, then they could only go to war with the Great Qian people behind them who were enraged by them. He shuddered at the thought of the damage from the first few head-on scuffles. Looking at the Dachin cavalry that kept catching up behind him, he was afraid that a delay would lead to a change, and immediately ordered, "Everyone speed up and ride out of the canyon. Don't be caught up." Upon hearing this, the Northern Barbarian cavalrymen realized the gravity of the situation and did not delay any longer. The few Northern Barbarian cavalrymen leaning forward rode directly up the steep slope, and the Northern Barbarian cavalrymen behind them followed. Just as the foremost Northern Barbarian cavalry was about to climb up the steep slope, suddenly there was a movement in the sky. The Northern Barbarian cavalry subconsciously raised their heads to look and found a humanoid black figure falling from above the canyon. Bang! The silhouette happened to land at the top of the steep slope, blocking the Northern Barbarian cavalry right in front of them. Ahem! Li Dao fanned the dust in front of his eyes, looked at the crowd of Northern Barbarian cavalry in front of him and sighed in relief, muttering to himself, "Luckily I caught up with them. If I let them go I guess I won't be able to sleep well tonight." The Northern Barbarian leader was startled by the sudden appearance and subconsciously asked after returning to his senses, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao lightly laughed. "What time is it that you still have the time to ask me who I am?" Seeing this, the Northern Barbarian leader there was still not clear that the other party was here to find trouble. Looking at the gradually clear sound of hoofbeats, he also knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Now no matter who was in front of him, if he blocked their way, he would have to die. So he immediately ordered, "Kill him and charge out." Hearing the order, the foremost Northern Barbarian cavalryman no longer hesitated and rode decisively towards Li Dao. Seeing this scene, Li Dao faintly smiled. Reaching out, he flung the basalt iron sword at his waist behind him and opened a side case, revealing the dragon-tattooed halberd inside. Caressing the halberd, Li Dao muttered, "It's time to try out this peerless halberd technique." When the first Northern Barbarian cavalryman was the first to charge in front of Li Dao, he directly drew the curved sword at his waist and slashed at him. In the next second, a penetrating sound rang out, only to see that Northern Barbarian cavalryman being picked directly in the air by a halberd. A large amount of blood kept spilling towards the ground. At the same time, Li Dao also discovered another amazing thing about the dragon halberd. That is, it surprisingly did not drip blood. That is, blood would not flow down the halberd body. Bang! Li Dao shook the tip of his halberd, and the body was flung straight out by him. The long-lost system beep also rang in his ears. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 0. 23. Looking at the rest of the stunned northern barbarian cavalry, Li Dao hooked his hand. Come over here. After returning to his senses, the northern barbarian leader's face instantly darkened. All of them? I don't believe that he alone can still block so many of us. Kill! With a cry, the rest of the northern barbarians' cavalry charged towards Li Dao. Because if they waited here, when the Dacian cavalry behind them killed over, they would have no good fruit to eat. Facing the oncoming northern barbarians' cavalry, a flash of red light flashed under Li Dao's eyes and he grinned. Good coming! He clenched his dragon halberd with one hand and struck a sweeping blow. Stabbing! The two northern barbarian cavalrymen who rushed at the front, along with their horses, were split into two by the astral energy attached to the dragon tattoo halberd. The northern barbarian cavalrymen behind them simply couldn't react, and continued to charge forward and backward headlong. Matchless, chaotic dance. Li Dao waved his dragon halberd, cutting countless residual shadows in the air. At that moment, it was as if his entire body was transformed into a meat grinder. Any northern barbarian cavalrymen who rushed to within a certain range of his circumference were turned into several knots, with blood continuously spraying towards the surroundings. In just a few moments of effort, dozens of northern barbarian cavalrymen died under his dragon-tattooed halberd. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the air, only to see a northern barbarian cavalryman with a face full of surprise crossing over the heads of a group of people, seemingly trying to fly through the air over the obstacle that was Li Dao. In the next second, a halberd ran through the sky, directly from the horse's belly consistently upward, together with the horse on the back of the northern barbarian cavalry through. At a closer look, that northern barbarian cavalryman with his horse was held up in midair by that silhouette with a halberd in one hand. At this second, all the northern barbarian cavalrymen fell silent, their eyes looking at this scene for a long time. Feeling the blood dripping down his cheek, Li Dao's right hand shook. Stabbing! The man and horse on the halberd were instantly torn apart, spilling blood and flesh all over the ground. In response, Li Dao did not have any negative fluctuations in his heart. All he had was pain. After seeing the cruelty of that group of northern barbarians in Taoyuan village, his impression of the northern barbarians had reached a deep abhorrence. Let's put it this way, killing these northern barbarians was the same as letting him kill Sakura in his previous life. There was absolutely no psychological burden at all. Right. Shaking the blood from the dragon halberd, Li Dao raised his forehead to reveal a pair of godly eyes, pointing the halberd in his hand towards the remaining northern barbarian cavalrymen, revealing a brilliant smile. Gentlemen, why don't you come up here to die? This sentence seemed like a thorn in the heart of all the northern barbarian cavalrymen. Looking at Li Dao, who was covered in blood under the afterglow of daylight, and the limbs of his compatriots on the ground around him. At this moment, in the hearts of these northern barbarians, the person in front of them was no longer like a human being, but more like a murderous ghost. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a northern barbarian cavalryman, probably completely unable to bear the psychological pressure given by Li Dao, suddenly turned around and ran. The run seemed to ignite some sort of switch, and many of the northern barbarian cavalry chose to flee. At this moment in their minds, facing the murderous evil spirits blocking the road in front of them does not have any chance of winning. On the contrary, there is still a glimmer of hope of escaping from the hard fight with the Dacian cavalry behind them. Don't run, all of you! The northern barbarian leader shouted in exasperation at the sight of this scene, but at this moment his majesty was gone. From the time he chose not to fight the Dacian cavalry hard, he was doomed to encounter such a situation sooner or later. Looking at the fleeing soldiers, the northern barbarian leader turned back to Li Dao and gritted his teeth. Pretend to be a god. Give me death. After saying that, he lifted the scimitar at his waist and ran straight towards Li Dao. In mid-air, the scimitar was attached to a hidden dash of true chi. In an instant Li Dao judged what cultivation level this northern barbarian leader in front of him was. Judging from the hidden true chi, this was a Hotian first-grade peak Hotian martial artist, and it was also the kind of Hotian martial artist that had already touched the threshold of an innate martial artist. If he was given some more time, it might really be possible for him to make a successful breakthrough. Unfortunately, that time is gone. Without entering the innate, there was no difference between an ant and a mole in front of Li Dao. Facing the oncoming northern barbarian leader, Li Dao's gaze was bland. The dragon tattoo halberd in his hand directly stabbed out quickly, heading straight for that blade. In an instant, the scimitar and the dragon tattoo halberd clashed together. There was a click. In the blink of an eye, cracks covered the entire scimitar under Li Dao's terrifying power. The northern barbarian leader's face also instantly turned pale, but at this moment he had no chance of regret. Poof! The The dragon-tattooed halberd paused for a split second before it directly shattered the scimitar and ran through the northern barbarian leader's neck in the process. Li Dao flung his hand smoothly, and the northern barbarian leader was thrown out like a ragbag. It fell to the ground and struggled for a few seconds before breaking. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 3. 41. Those remaining northern barbarians cavalrymen who were still waiting for their leader to make a move and didn't flee froze at the sight of this scene as a whole. A peak Hotion first grade. Just one step away from breaking through to the innate expert was just casually settled as a stinking fish and shrimp. At this moment, the ones who reacted also knew that it was completely impossible for them and others to fight against the person in front of them. Immediately decided to turn around and find the Dacian cavalry to fight for their lives along with those who were scared out of their wits. Want to give away your head? Leto quickly realized what these people were thinking. In his opinion, these northern barbarian cavalrymen were purely and simply trying to give away the heads that belonged to him to his teammates. How could he tolerate this? He was a lone carry alone. How much of a disadvantage would he have to be picked up at this time? Immediately, he lifted his dragon halberd and chased after him. And so it came to pass. Li Dao was alone with his dragon halberd chasing after a group of northern barbarian cavalry to kill them. The other side, Zhao Tong led his men to keep chasing after them. Looking closer and closer to the exit of the canyon, his heart was desperate. And just when they were about to give up, what did they see? The northern barbarian cavalry surprisingly turned around and rushed back. Whether this was a conspiracy or the northern barbarian cavalrymen had lost their minds, Zhao Tong would not let it go. However, the closer the northern barbarian cavalry got, the stranger Zhao Tong's expression became. How is it that these northern barbarian cavalrymen don't look like they want to fight them, but rather like they are running for their lives? But what the hell is there for them to run for their lives? But now is not to consider these. Zhao Tong raised his sword and ordered, "All give me a good stare. A barbarian cannot be put over to me. Whoever puts it back will be put in solitary confinement for me. Do you hear me?" Understood. On the opposite side, the northern barbarian cavalrymen also noticed Zhao Tong and the others who were blocking the road not far away. Thinking of the terrifying people behind them, they couldn't care less and hardened their hearts. "Kill!" the northern barbarian cavalrymen shouted. And with a brainstorm, they launched a charge. Seeing this, Zhao Tong also called out and charged with a group of people. The two sides soon battled. I don't know if they were stimulated by Li Dao. These remaining soldiers, northern barbarian cavalrymen, were all like playing chicken blood, and their combat power exploded in a short period of time. In the meantime, on the other side, Li Dao pursued and chased all the way. Finally realizing that the remaining northern barbarians cavalry had already exchanged blows with the Huangsha Town battalion people. Watching those soldiers from Huangsha Town camp slashing at the bodies of the northern barbarian cavalry, he was a bit helpless. These northern barbarian cavalry were sent really fast. Chapter 55, Killing Star. Shocked crowd. Looking at the northern barbarian cavalry that gradually fell into the Yellow Sand Town cavalry, Li Dao ultimately did not choose to go up and continue harvesting. On the one hand, he's earned it on the big head side. This attack on the camp northern barbarians cavalry only sent 300 people. Before he killed on the spot, plus all the way to chase and kill, probably half of the people died in his hands. Plus the northern barbarians leader also gave him to kill. Has been considered to be a great deal of money. The second thing was that his presence was unfamiliar to these soldiers of the Huangsha Town camp. What about this in case you rush in and are taken for an enemy? When the time comes to fight back or not, simply give the remaining northern barbarian cavalry to these future comrades. Also as a gift. Although the northern barbarian cavalry were all as violent as chicken blood under Li Dao's intimidation, they were still weaker in strength than these pricks in the Huangsha Town camp. In less than half an incense stick of time, the last northern barbarian cavalryman fell under the swords of the crowd in the Huangsha Town camp. Phew! Ouch! Zhao Tong looked at the corpses of a bunch of northern barbarian cavalry on the ground with a cool face. He'd put up with enough these past few days, and it was finally time for him to seize the opportunity. But soon he froze as a thought occurred to him. These northern barbarian cavalrymen are cuties. Are they? Why rush over to get killed? There's also the fact that this number is not right. Judging from the bodies on the ground so far, there should still be half of the northern barbarian cavalry. Where are they, people? He subconsciously looked in the direction of the canyon exit and suddenly froze. Boy, who are you? When did you get here? Zhao Unicorn looked at Li Dao, who was squatting on a rock not far away. With a surprised face, Li Dao stuck his dragon halberd on the stone, pulled out the report letter from his pocket, shook it in the air, and threw it over in his hand. Recruit Li Dao, come to report to Huangsha Town. Zhao Tong looked at the envelope that flew over and reached out to catch it, opened it and froze. It was really a new recruit. Then why are you here? And how did you come from that direction? Zhao Tong asked with a frown. Without waiting for Li Dao to reply, suddenly a person drilled out from the crowd, and when he saw Li Dao his gaze froze. You actually did it. The person who came was none other than Shui Bing, who hadn't reacted when he heard that familiar voice from the back of the group just now. Now taking a look, thinking of what Li Dao said earlier, and then taking a look at these oncoming northern barbarian cavalry, he couldn't help but gulp, as if he had thought of something. Xue Bing, what do you know? Zhao Tong gazed at Xue Bing. After Xue Bing returned to his senses, he came over to Zhao Tong's ear and said something. At first, Zhao Tong's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes glazed over when he heard the end. Xue Bing, do you know what a crime it is to deceive your superiors? Boss, as far as I'm concerned, I'm lying to you. I just met him too. Hiss. Zhao Tong sucked in a breath of cool air. If what Xue Bing said was true, then their Huangsha town camp could be considered to have come to a big Buddha. At this time, the rest of the surrounding Huangsha town soldiers did not understand what was going on and only knew that Li Dao was a new recruit. Immediately, a couple of restless pricks wanted to walk over and test the new recruit who had suddenly appeared. All settled down. Zhao Tong, who had returned to his senses, saw the appearance of his men when he immediately said, if it was a normal recruit he wouldn't mind his men teasing. After all, this was sort of the introductory rule for the Huangsha town camp after it became the prickly battalion. But if the other party was really like what Xue Bing had said, then these pricks going up would probably be touching their heads. Everything still has to be confirmed once things are true or false. Glancing at Li Dao, Zhao Tong said to the rest of the men, all of you get on your horses and go to the exit of the canyon to look for the rest of the northern barbarian cavalry. As soon as they heard the northern barbarian cavalry, the assassins immediately ignored Li Dao as a new recruit, and one by one, they were excited to be on their horses. As he passed by Li Dao, Zhao Tong said in a deep voice, just follow. At this time, Xue Bing led two horses to Li Dao's side. Brother, I brought you your horse. Looking at the familiar horse, Li Dao was a bit surprised and immediately said, trouble you. No trouble, no trouble. After Xue Bing finished speaking, he sneaked up to Li Dao's ear and inquired in a low voice, I say brother, did you do all this? Li Dao rolled onto his horse and laughed softly, just go and see. He doesn't deliberately show off anything, but he doesn't deliberately suppress himself either. From contact with Xue Bing it was clear that this prickly battalion lived up to its name. He also didn't mind using the prick to give himself some presents, while making himself less of a problem. Itself is not very far from the exit of the canyon. In a few minutes the crowd came to the exit of the canyon. As soon as they got close, a strong smell of blood entered everyone's mouths and noses. Fixing their eyes, all the assassins of the Huangsha town camp, including Zhao Tong, were shocked. What a tragic scene this is in front of us. They dealt with the northern barbarian cavalry and left a few whole corpses for each other when they hacked them to death. But what about the scene in front of us? It was completely a bloody mill. Either limbs or blood foam. Not a single complete body. And the surrounding ground was as if it had been washed in blood. After returning to his senses, Zhao Tong glanced back at the beautiful boy sitting quietly on his horse behind him. Seemingly noticing Zhao Tong's gaze, Li Dao responded with a kind smile. Only paired with the bloodstains on his cheeks gave it a demonic look. To be honest, Zhao Tong was completely unable to associate this scene in front of him with the new recruit behind him. The picture was a little too incongruous. But according to what Xue Bing said, this was the only possibility. Zhao Tong took a deep breath, knowing that he might have encountered the biggest thorn in his side since the creation of the Huangsha town battalion. He dismounted from his horse and walked through the blood towards the pile of corpses, seemingly searching for something. Finally, a few moments later he found what he was looking for. A corpse. It was the corpse of that northern barbarian leader who had repeatedly sent people to provoke their Huangsha town camp. When he intercepted those northern barbarian cavalry before, he was a bit surprised why their leader was missing. It turned out that he had already died here. Crouching down, Zhao Tong's gaze fell on the pit at the neck of the corpse. The wound was so great that it nearly tore off the entire neck, leaving only a thin layer of body tissue attached. There were no other signs of injury up or down the circumference. He closed his eyes for a little brainstorming before suddenly opening them to reveal a shocked look. This was clearly damage caused by a single blow, with absolutely no resistance at all. He looked around at the bloody scene. Was this really caused by that recruit? Why is his strength so awesome? The biggest curiosity is what's going on over at Yunqi City. Such recruits were sent to their Huangsha town camp. Is this considered pie in the sky down? Boss, what the hell is going on here? A centurion couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire after recovering from his shock. Upon hearing this, the rest of the people's gazes were also focused on Zhao Tong. The theme being that the scene around them was too frightening. Zhao Tong stood up, and his gaze fell on Li Dao through the crowd of people. And he didn't hide it. Not to mention that there was nothing to hide, because all these things were going to be counted as war merit. Straighten up and say, if you want to know, just ask the rightful owner directly. The Lord? Who's the rightful owner? It's hard to believe that the rightful owner is among them all. Following Zhao Tong's gaze, everyone noticed Li Dao, the newly enlisted recruit. Boss, You can't be talking about him. How is that possible? A centurion couldn't help but say. Zhao Tong laughed lightly. If you don't believe me, why don't you go over there and try? I remember, don't you love to temper newcomers the most? The centurion froze, glanced at the harmless Li Dao, and subconsciously looked at the bloody ground around him, and couldn't help but shiver. That's fine if it's fake, but if it's real, go up there and wonder who's coaching who. With so many people, he'll stay out of the limelight. Zhao Tong saw this and his gaze went back to the rest. If you guys don't believe me, just go ahead and try. I don't think he would refuse. At those words, everyone subconsciously looked at Li Dao, who was not far away. Li Dao shrugged, a light smile on his face, and remained silent. Seeing this scene, even those who were originally somewhat disbelieving began to believe a bit in their hearts. After all, certain gestures can't be put on by ordinary people. Not to mention the fact that in the future it would be someone inside a big camp. If it was fake, sooner or later it would be revealed, and then it would only be worse. Seeing this group of pricks coming down obediently one by one, Zhao Tong revealed a contemptuous gaze. Thought these guys could come up with a few that had the balls to try. And that's it? It was also a case of him having to look at the big picture and give the newcomer a face. Otherwise he would have gone up and tried. Looking at the surrounding limbs, Zhao Tong frowned and said, Men, count the corpses of these barbarians and calculate the battle merit. One person came out of the crowd and looked at the mess around him with a speechless face. Good lord, so many stumps. How does this make him count? But rules are rules. He can only go hard. Zhao Tong came in front of Li Dao and looked straight at him. Your name is Li Dao, isn't it? Well, Chancellor. Suddenly, Zhao Tong grinned and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. I really have to thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, it would have been hard for us to catch this group of barbarians. You don't know. These people of ours have been annoyed by these barbarians all this time. This was true. If it wasn't for Li Dao's surprise interception, today they would have been designated to return home defeated. Li Dao said bluntly, if the Chancellor really wants to thank me, then just let me go into battle more often to kill the enemy. Zhou united and froze. Why? Most people should resist these. Li Dao had a serious face. I have no other ideas. I just want to shine for the stability of the Great Qin border. Zhao Tong, having already regrouped the northern barbarian cavalry, the rest of tending the battlefield was soon over. Within a short time, the soldier who had tallied the battle achievements came to Zhao Tong to write down the record on a piece of paper and handed it over. Zhao Tong took a look and immediately froze. That new recruit killed 153 northern barbarian cavalrymen? The tallying soldier replied. Yes, boss. According to the calculations of the left ear at the scene, the total is 153, including that northern barbarian leader. Hiss. Zhao Tong sucked in a mouthful of cool air. There were some things that he didn't know until he counted them, and then he realized that he was shocked. He looked toward the figure sitting alone on a rock polishing his halberd not far away, and thinking about what he said earlier, he couldn't help but say to himself, that's quite a killer. But on second thought, such a killing star was his future subordinate mood was pleasant. The only affliction was that judging from the opponent's current record, it would be difficult for him to suppress this new prick. Never mind. A powerful prick is better than a powerless softy. Zhao Tong got up and ordered. Since we've finished cleaning the battlefield, let's start returning. It was a bumpy chase all the way, but the ride back was smooth. Soon after, the large force returned to Huangsha town. Inside the tent, Zhao Tong sat on a blanket and waved a brush on a booklet to write down a name. Looking up at Li Dao, who was standing 5 meters away. Formal reporting is complete and recorded. From today onwards you are a member of our Huangsha Town Battalion. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked after him, what level is your cultivation? To be able to kill the northern barbarian leader at the peak of Hotian in seconds, you wouldn't be an innate martial artist, would you? He glanced at the information on Lido in the manual. 19. That's young. If it was really a 19-year-old innate martial artist, that was truly terrifying. Li Dao shook his head. Chancellor, I do not have a cultivation level. No cultivation? Zhao Tong blinked with a dumbfounded expression. Without cultivation, then how did you stop those northern barbarians cavalrymen and kill the northern barbarians leader who was at the peak of Hotian? Lido shrugged and said bluntly, I was born with divine power. Born with divine power? Zhao Tong suddenly thought of what Xue Bing had said to him earlier, and with a shocked expression, he said, earlier, you lifted the Yellow Sand Town gate entirely by your body? Aha! Hiss! Zhao Tong was once again shocked by this new recruit of his, carrying that facade with his flesh alone. Was this still human? The two talked some more next. When Zhao Tong learned that Li Dao was unable to cultivate, he made the same reaction as the rest of the people, looking at Li Dao with a gaze full of pity and sympathy. In response, Lido said he was used to it. And the reason why I will say these is also to understand that some things in the end is ultimately to be put on the surface. set in advance to save the future to be pursued again. Shortly afterward, Li Dao left the tent. Chapter 56 Oppression. Resistance. The sun is about to set. By a tent. Dozens of shirtless soldiers were washing and showering next to the well. As Xuebing stripped off his clothes, he said towards some of the curious soldiers around him, "Let me tell you, our new one here is really not to be messed with. Do you know that Ironwood Gate in our Huangsha township, which weighs 5,000 pounds, and as a result, that recruit lifted it with ease." It scared Zhao Guang and I silly at the time. Hearing this, the faces of the surrounding soldiers were disbelieving. In their perceptions, 5,000 pounds of strength was simply impossible, even if they were born with divine strength. Humph. I'll admit that the new recruit is good, but I'll deny you if you're going to say he's strong. Among the soldiers, a burly and strong man who was nearly 2 meters tall stood out as he said in tongues, "With that kid's small body, I can easily pinch him with one hand, you guys believe it or not." The burly man looked at the group of people for a moment of silence with a questioning face. "What's going on with you guys?" At that moment, a voice sounded behind him. "Excuse me, is this the 6th tent?" The burly man turned his head to look and his expression froze, realizing that the rightful owner of what he had just said had arrived. Seeing the silence around him, Li Dao continued to ask, "May I ask if this is the 6th tent?" The burly man remained silent. Not that he didn't want to speak, but he was too nervous to speak for a moment. I don't know why, but it was clear that the other man looked a whole lot smaller in size than him. However, standing in front of the other party, he could feel an invisible oppression that made him instinctively retreat. It was important to know that he was not only powerful, but he was also a Hotian 4th grade martial artist, one of the strongest in the Huangsha town camp. Finally, after some mental struggles, he was gradually able to speak. Then, it's the 6th tent. He slurred the words out brokenly. "Thanks." Lido nodded and turned toward the tent behind the group. In the Huangsha town camp, except for the centurion and the chancellor, the rest of the people had to live in the collective tent. No one was an exception, and naturally it was the same for him when he first came here. After Li Dao entered the tent, everyone present subconsciously sighed in relief, because at that very moment just now, it wasn't just the lanky burly man who was nervous. They were nervous as well. What was different was that they were completely nervous because of the opponent's battle record today. "Zhang Meng, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, someone noticed that the lanky strong man's body, which was clean just a moment ago, suddenly broke out in a sweat, and his face went a little pale. After returning to his senses, Zhang Meng shook his head. "It's fine, just a bit uncomfortable." Someone snickered. "Didn't you just say you could easily take him down? Why didn't you do it?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng glared at the man who had spoken, but did not say anything more. By now, he had not been able to completely recover from the emotions he had just experienced. At this point he couldn't figure out for himself why he was afraid of himself when it was obvious that the other guy hadn't done anything. It wasn't a mental fear. It was more like his body's instincts were repelling him from making any other move. After walking into the tent, Li Dao looked at the beds and realized that they were 2 large rows of bunks, which looked to be 20 people per tent. At the same time, there was a strange smell in the air, which would be called man smell. He didn't care. This was much better than the inside of a death camp. He made a general sweep and found a spare bed to throw his things on. Ow! Suddenly a wailing sound rang out, only to see a black ball drilled out from the mouth of the cloth bag. It was the little black who had slept for a long time. As for Bai Xiao, he didn't have to care. In this plane it could hunt and feed itself. "Be quiet." Rubbing the top of Blackie's head, he sat down on the bunk. Mentally, panel, owner, Li Dao. Physical, 126. 03. Available attributes, 39. 46. One look at today's haul and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Killing more than 100 barbarians reaped enough attributes to nearly top a third of his overall attributes in one go. As he thought, this place, the Huangsha town camp, was truly his treasure. Thinking of this, he once again silently thanked the one who had deliberately placed him in the Huangsha town camp in his heart. In the meantime, somewhere in the camp near Fufeng Pass, Shishang touched his nose in confusion after sneezing. How can he still sneeze when he's in the late innate stage? But soon there was no time to think so much, because today was the day his master was transferred, and he was about to take over his master's position and become the captain of Jinbei Hoshin Chang's personal guards. Having gotten this far, all that's left to do is mix up the seniority. You can also use the status to expand your network. With the potential of Jinbei Marquis Shinchong, in the future, there may not be no possibility of soaring to the heavens, and then his status will also rise. At the same time he had a deeply hidden thought in his mind. The innocent Princess Brightmoon is hard for him to climb high. But what about Princess Akatsuki without her innocence? He really didn't mind at all, despite being broken by a dog count. Suddenly, He thought of the man he had set up with the same name, Li Dao. So he called someone in and asked, "Any news about what I asked you to inquire about?" The henchman returned. "Lord Zhang Sai did as you requested, Captain. And I heard that the man has already gone to Huangsha town." Upon hearing this, Qi Sheng revealed a smug smile, and after letting his men go out, he muttered to himself, "This Qi looks quite knowledgeable, so he should be able to make arrangements." At the same time, the thought of that Li Dao living an uncomfortable life under his arrangement, he was in a pleasant mood. Sixth tent. Li Dao looked at the panel in his mind and murmured, "Add some." In the next second, all the available attributes turned into a stream of heat and began to transform his body. After a few dozen breaths, the heat faded. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 165. 49. Available attributes, 0. The physique reached over 160, and as before, the increase in physique increased the defensive nature of his skin once again. Currently, he felt that on this surface layer of skin alone, few martial artists in the pre-advanced stage were estimated to be able to break through it, and it was estimated that when the physique reached around 200, he might be able to ignore the attacks of the pre-advanced stage. There was also the fact that Li Dao discovered at the same time that the strengthening of his physique had also strengthened and transformed the precious blood in his body. The precious blood ran more freely within him as well. He even felt that he could slightly affect the blood in his body under his intentional and unintentional thoughts. All in all, things are looking up. Feeling his body's newfound strength, Li Dao was once again proud of his efforts. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how the battlefield was really perfect for him. If it were anywhere else, hell knows how long it would take to save up so many attributes. What's more, killing people on the battlefield didn't cost him a bit, but instead, he could also reap the benefits of war, which was a win-win situation for him. It wasn't long before the soldiers washing up outside were done. Most of the people washing up around the 6th tent were from the 6th tent. Shui Bing and Zhang Mang were also staying in the 6th tent, probably because they had talked about others behind their backs before. A group of people stood outside the tent not daring to enter. "Zhang Mang, as the leader of our 6th tent, you go in first," Shui Bing said from the sidelines. Zhang Mang couldn't help but feel a jolt when he thought of that scene before, and looking at the gazes of the people around him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Just enter." After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the tent and stepped inside. As a result, just after he went in, he saw Li Dao, and their eyes locked together. It was also at this moment that the strange feeling rose again. He bit the tip of his tongue, which snapped him out of it at the pain, and then said dryly, "So, that didn't bother you, did it?" Li Dao looked puzzled. "What's the disturbance? Isn't this a group tent?" "Oh, that too." Zhang Mang laughed awkwardly as he walked over to his bed. He was relieved when he saw that his bed was still some distance away from the other bed. At that moment, the people outside followed. The same as Zhang Mang, these people came in peace and quiet. One by one. No one to make a conversation. Just rules and regulations to do their own thing. This scene as Shui Bing looked stunned. Usually these people where there is this way. One by one to come in either shouting or shouting. There was also Zhang Mang as well. Usually he was the most arrogant and domineering within the 6th tent. Why was he like a quail today? He glanced at Li Dao and realized that this atmosphere was probably because of him. But it's not so depressing. What he didn't realize was that because they were all pricks, they got together like a pack of wild animals in a forest. There are black bears, tigers, jackals, cheetahs and wild boars. All of them are creatures of a feral nature. And although they are all more or less disobedient to each other, there is not much difference in nature. And Li Dao's appearance was as if he had suddenly thrown an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex into the midst of their ordinary beasts. Both were equally beasts, but there was a huge difference in the level of life. And the reason why Shui Bing would be a bit more comfortable was because he had already initially seen the gap between the two sides and was still being pressed into submission. And there was no longer a bit of resistance on the inner side. In the face of the oppressive feeling on Li Dao, he wouldn't try to reject it. Instead, he would subconsciously submit to it, but not the rest of the people, who are instinctively repulsed by strange visitors. But again, because the other party is so powerful and they can't make a threatening move, they can feel very uncomfortable. It would be acceptable to say that the other party was so powerful that they beat all of them into submission as soon as they came in. But the most frustrating thing for them was that the other guy just did nothing. He was just there quietly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Over there, they don't move at all. And over here, they don't dare to move at all. This feeling of not being up and down has created this situation. Over here, Li Dao similarly noticed the bizarre atmosphere of the tent. Where's the promised prick? Why are they all acting like good little boys? Completely oblivious to the fact that everything was his own doing. I don't know how long it's been. Suddenly a violent commotion rang out in the 6th tent. I really can't stand it. Only Zhang Mang suddenly stood up from his bed with a ferocious face and shouted towards the people around him. This scene was a sight to behold for the rest of them. Recruits! Zhang Mang suddenly cried out, his eyes looking towards Li Dao, who was sitting on the bed and looking at the Faustian art of war. Li Dao put down the book in his hand. His gaze swept towards Zhang Mang, who was not far away, his brows slightly frowning. Is something wrong? This gaze caused Zhang Mang to get the words he was about to say out of his mouth stuck in his throat again, and at this moment he suddenly had the urge to retreat. But there was a fire inside of him that was suppressed, along with a fire that belonged to the unyielding nature of a prick. And with a bite of his tongue to let the pain spur him on, he finally said what he wanted to say. Recruit, I challenge you. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Mang uttered these words. Li Dao was also stunned when he heard this, but soon a faint smile appeared on his face as he placed the Faustian art of war in his hand on the side of his pillow and softly said, It's fine. After saying that, he swept his gaze over the rest of the crowd. I've heard that the soldiers in the Wangsha town camp are either pricks or pricks of pricks, so what do you guys think? This sentence came down, and also instantly stimulated the rest of the people in the sixth tent. Or perhaps it was Zhang Mang's performance that broke that sense of separation between the two sides. Thus, recruit, don't think we're afraid of you just because you're stronger. A newcomer also dares to give us a downward spiral. Believe it or not, I'll make you not walk out of this sixth tent today. I can't stand it either. And to be honest, I've been looking at you for a long time. The group of people who were just like good babies instantly turned into fried cats under the stimulation of Li Dao's sentence, exploding all of their previous suppression. Only Xue Bing in the corner was confused, not understanding why these people were suddenly so angry. At the same time, he had a familiar feeling, as if he had seen this similar scene at some point. Facing the clamor of a group of people, Li Dao sat up from his bed, gazed at the group of people, and said softly, No, can you all go together? That's what your boy said. Several soldiers who were closest to Li Dao looked at each other and gave each other a few glances. Suddenly they lunged towards Li Dao in unison and rushed at his limbs in tacit agreement, looking like they wanted to control him. Originally, they had thought that it would be risky and difficult to do so, but they hadn't thought that they would be able to control Li Dao's limbs very smoothly. The four of them rejoiced. What are you waiting for? Get together and teach him the rules. Go! Someone shouted and a group of people surrounded them. In the next second, the four people controlling Li Dao felt a terrifying pressure coming from the limbs they were controlling. Before reacting, suddenly felt the sky turn upside down in front of his eyes. After that, it felt like he detached himself from the other side and flew off. The four people flew out backwards before directly crashing into the rest of the people who had surrounded them. Those people were still thinking of catching the four, but just as they touched them, they felt an irresistible force come upon them. The end result is that everyone falls backwards onto the floor. Li Dao didn't know where he found a slender bamboo pole to hold in his hand, his eyes simultaneously looking at the fallen crowd, speaking softly and reassuringly, Don't worry, I'll be very measured. A few moments later, the entire sixth camp tent resounded with a burst of pig-killing squeals. P.S. Please readers, read what the author has to say in this chapter. Chapter 57, The Tammuz King Who Has All the Matters Going Wrong. 10 minutes later, Leto threw the already deformed bamboo strips into the corner and sat down on his bunk. Not far from him, all the people from the sixth tent except Xuebing were huddled together, one by one. The whole body is full of traces of being beaten by the bamboo strips, the appearance to be more miserable and miserable. Look at Li Dao's eyes are full of fear. Eyes are all weak and helpless and stifled. Fear not. They 18 people together to beat up a person. The result is even the other side hair did not touch, while they average each person hard to be pumped nearly 100 times. The point is that bamboo strips don't hurt people badly, but they just hurt. This being crushed unilaterally forced them to surrender. Li Dao looked at the group led by Zhang Mang and said bluntly, Convinced? Convinced. Everyone nodded in unison. Still challenge me? Everyone shook their heads in unison again. You see how good this is? People in a tent should harmonize a bit. Don't yell and scream about nothing in the future. Looking at the line of people who still didn't dare to move, he yawned and waved his hand. All right, everyone pack up and sleep at ease while they can. When he finished, he fell back on his bunk and fell into a deep sleep because of his hyperactivity during the day. It wasn't until a rhythmic breathing sound rang out that Zhang Mang and the others exchanged glances, and only then did they carefully move. Someone couldn't help but whisper, Old Zhang, it's all your fault, nothing to shout about, letting everyone take a beating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mang glared at him without any good humor. Do you think I want to be beaten? At this time, someone said with an odd face, Do you guys think I'm a bit cheap? I felt uncomfortable all over when he was there before, but as a result, after taking this beating, I actually feel a lot more at ease. Just as these words came out, the one who said them froze, and he realized that the expressions of the people around him had all turned odd as well. Did you? Stop it. Me too. I thought I had a problem and didn't dare say anything. Count me in. I feel that way too. Someone looked at Zhang Mang, Old Zhang, could it be that you? Zhang Meng's old face reddened and said through gritted teeth, I'm also okay, I don't know what's going on. I just can't control myself. It always feels like if I don't let it out I'll be suffocated. At this point, someone else voiced a key issue. What are we going to do after that? There was a moment of silence. If we get such a beating today, how can we get along in the future? We're all in the same tent. We don't see each other. At some point, Xue Bing came to the side of the crowd and looked at the group and said quietly, since we can't beat him, why don't we choose to join him? Hearing this, the line froze. Zhang Meng turned back and said, how so? Xue Bing began to explain. With the skills that person has shown, it's obviously impossible for him to remain a junior soldier, and it's estimated that he'll soon be promoted up by Boss Zhao. There will definitely be some unification of people when the time comes. You guys are just afraid that he'll target us in the future, but if we become his own people, we can avoid that. Instead, it's good to be cool under a big tree. Imagine him as one of our own. Don't you think that not only should we not be afraid, but we will feel an inexplicable sense of security? At those words, everyone in the room froze, because that's a damn good point. Very heartwarming, isn't it? A group of people looked at Zhang Meng. Old Zhang, you're the strongest among us. What do you think we should do? Zhang Meng's heart was a bit complicated at the moment. It would have been normal to say that he was educated to the point that he must have tried to educate himself back. After all, he was the prick of pricks. But for some reason, after listening to Xue Bing's words, that physically unnatural situation appeared again. But instead of the fearful trembling and inability to move that he had felt before, there was some excitement. It was as if there was a feeling in the underworld that made him choose to agree with Xue Bing's idea. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Meng felt like following his feelings. Nodding, he said, let's try it then. In the meantime, deep in the northern barbarian plains bordering the Great Qian Kingdom, there was a royal city. This place belongs to the large northern barbarian tribe, the royal city of the Tamu tribe, the king's palace. At this moment, King Tamu and a portion of his subordinates within the Tamu tribe were converging here, and a portion of them were gradually coming. On the throne, the 50-something-year-old King Tamu did not appear to be old, and was still filled with a look of determination. This was all because of his years of painstaking management, allowing the Tamu tribe under his command to continue to grow stronger. Even when compared to those large tribes that had grown for many years, even he felt that in his lifetime, he could elevate the Tamu tribe to the level of a mega tribe kind of level. One must know that the entire northern barbarians' territory was so large, and among the hundreds of tribes, the only super large tribes were the 4 that guarded around the imperial court. If he could push the Tamu tribe to that point, then he would be the most special tribe independent of the imperial court, and would be the tribal king whose status was second only to that of the northern barbarian emperor. The mere thought of it made his emotions run hot, even if a male lord emerges from his children's descendants. Then, thinking of this, King Tamu glanced at the 3 figures standing in the corner of the king's hall. Forget it, the next generation can't be counted on. Unless he can recreate it, he'll have to wait for the next generation. On top of that, there was something else bothering King Tamu lately. That is, I don't know why. Before it was clear that everything was going smoothly according to his plan, but in the last few months I don't know what happened. Many things that had been arranged had taken a twist. First, the 3rd prince of the Falling Cloud tribe died on his way to negotiate an alliance with their Tamu tribe. This led to a breakdown in talks between their Tamu tribe and the Falling Clouds tribe, and even came close to forming a bond. Then there was the deal with the Blaze tribe that was looted halfway through and destroyed 100,000 arrows. The arrows were nothing. The main thing was that their Tamu tribe had also invited someone else from the Blaze tribe to escort them, and as a result, the Blaze tribe had lost a group of people for no reason at all. The most serious thing was that the half-step innate martial artist lost was still the heir of one of the elders of the Flame tribe, and at one point it almost caused a rift in their alliance with the Flame tribe again. There was also the matter of the peace between their Tamu tribe and the Great Qian Ninghui princess. Originally, he also wanted to use such things as peace and marriage to combine the internal contradictions of the Great Qian to get a little thing, so as to make a little padding for the later things, to see if he can count on something. But it turned out to be a good thing. And it was intercepted in an ambush before it even got out of the northern barbarians' territory. This made such a big joke he couldn't afford to keep it going. The first few months were pretty much just all bad. Nothing went right. It's only in the last month or so that the situation has slowly improved a bit and things are gradually getting back on track. On the throne, King Tamu slowly opened his eyes, and his unimpressive and angry eyes swept the group of ministers below, finally landing on one person. Sentu, how have the talks between your side and the Falling Cloud tribe been going lately? King Tamu asked as he looked at a fat man dressed in exotic clothes covered in gold and silver. Upon hearing this, Senta clumsily half-kneeled and bent his head respectfully. Back to the king. The Falling Cloud tribe, whose internal strife with the death of the third prince of the Falling Clouds has allowed the Eagle faction to gradually take control of the discourse, and they agreed to our idea of an alliance. But their demands are a bit greedy, and my subordinates do not dare to make a decision without authorization. Oh, King Tamu's eyes twitched. What are their demands? 20,000 oxen and sheep, 3,000 steeds, and gold and silver. And finally, Sento whispered. And lastly, they want 20% of the profits from the success of our plan. 20% profit? King Tamu couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. It's really a lion's mouth. And how do we reply? Your Majesty? 20% profit? It's fine to tell the people of the Falling Cloud tribe. But, King Tamu glanced at Sentu and said in a faint voice, but I need them to divide half of their forces to aid us. Your Majesty. So what if they don't agree? Disagree? Then just tell them from the Falling Cloud tribe that if they don't cooperate, then we will be contacting their good neighbors from the Huyan tribe. Hearing this, Senta's eyes lit up and he bent his head. Your Majesty is wise. The Huyan tribe has an old grudge against the Falling Clouds tribe. It's unlikely that they'll let us turn around and go after the Huyan tribe's people. King Tamu raised his hand, and Senta turned and left. He then turned his gaze back to a man on his right. Senta, how are things over at the Blaze tribe? Senta stepped forward and said bluntly, back to the king. The Blaze tribe has needs as well. What needs? They want us to hand over to them a medium-sized iron ore mine in our name close to their Blaze tribe. Iron or mountains? King Tamu hesitated for a moment and looked up. Agreed. These things can't be realized into existing equipment for the time being anyway, but we can't suffer too much. As much as possible, we can negotiate a little more equipment down from the hands of the Fiery Fire tribe, so that we can also arm our sons and daughters of the Tamu tribe and reduce their casualties. Yes, Your Majesty. Thinking of the loss of those things, King Tamu thought of those annoying things from a while ago. If those had been taken care of, it wouldn't have been such a hassle and wouldn't have to be delayed until now. Rubbing his temples, King Tamu turned his gaze back to a burly general. Senj, how are you doing with what I asked you to do recently? The general named Senj stepped forward and said, back to the king. The previous harassment plan went well. Most of the Dakian camps close to the buffer zone were too much to be disturbed, and at first they chased after us desperately, but as time went on and they realized that we were just simply teasing them, they gradually began to slack off. That is to say, there has been a situation on the side of the Huangsha town camp, which has been entangled with us the longest today, and the squad of cavalry which was sent out at present has not returned to this time, and it is very probable that it has been sacrificed. Upon hearing this, King Tamu inquired, Huangsha town camp? That's the same camp we had the most friction with before? Yes, Your Majesty. So, other than this Huangsha town camp, the rest of the place went well, right? It all went well. King Tamu nodded. That's fine then. It's just a problem in one place. Once the rest of the place is settled, we can specifically target this Huangsha town camp then. Afterwards, King Tamu swept his gaze and looked at the rest of the people. This recent period of time is when our time is the most precious. You all also arrange the matters at hand for me as best you can, and at the end of the day, whoever has a problem will be held responsible for me with their entire family. Yes, the group of ministers all half-kneeled in unison. Huangsha Township, early the next morning. Ha ha ha, old Zhang, what's wrong with all of you? Were you thieves last night? Scared me. Could it be that Boss Xiao went to your 6th tent last night to check on your bed? Gee, it's kind of tragic to watch it get smacked. While washing up, Zhang Mang and the others' appearance was seen by the people in the other tents who made jeering noises. It made Zhang Mang and his group's faces flush. Finally, unable to resist, Zhang Mang threw off the towel on his hand and pointed at the people around him with a thick neck and a red face. Whoever dares to say another word, I'll tear his mouth off right now. He was convinced by Li Dao's education, but it doesn't mean that the thorn in his side will be completely converged in the future. In front of the rest of the people, he is still the arrogant and domineering Zhang Mang. Probably seeing that Zhang Mang had really moved on, the jeers were much quieter for a while, mainly because Zhang Mang was considered more powerful before them. Normally, if it was Zhang Mang alone, a group of them laughing at him would be a joke, and there was no way he would beat up a group of them. But there were more people today, and if the jokes continued it might be the other side swarming them. Move over. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Zhang Mang. Hearing the voice, Zhang Mang's body trembled, and the anger on his face came to an abrupt end, and his expression instantly changed to a docile one before he made way, and the rest of the people in tent number 6 also made way when they saw the visitor. This scene could be said to have stunned those who had previously laughed at Zhang Mang and the others. What is this? Why are all the pricks suddenly going soft on this new recruit? But Zhang Mang and the others wouldn't care about these people's reactions. To be convinced is to be convinced. without remorse. One by one, without paying attention to the rest of the people, they just obediently followed behind Li Dao and went forward to wash up together. Only a field of eaters was left behind. Chapter 58, Adding to the ranks and becoming a Shishong. Arriving at the well, Li Dao was about to carry a bucket to fetch water, when suddenly a hand reached out to the side and snatched the bucket. Before he could speak, Zhang Meng hemmed and hawed. "Brother Li, let me help you." Li Dao froze, looked at the other party's big rough face, and touched his own fairly decent-looking face. Was he that old? It was unknown, but naturally he was happy to see someone helping. "Thanks." Receiving the bucket of water handed over by Zhang Meng, Li Dao returned. Zhang Meng scratched his head. "Brother Li, what are you talking about? We are all brothers in the same camp. What's not to be polite about?" Li Dao looked at Zhang Meng, and then looked at the line of people behind him, and suddenly put down the bucket in his hand. This scene startled Zhang Meng and the others, and they subconsciously stepped back. It turned out that Li Dao just put down the bucket and tried to pick up the ladle inside. The group of people immediately felt a pang of embarrassment for what they had just done. Li Dao glanced at the line of people and said as he shuffled around, "Alright, let's just say what's going on directly. No need to beat around the bush." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng took a deep breath and spoke. "Brother Li, our brothers want to follow you and recognize you as our boss." "With me?" Li Dao paused in his hand and asked. "What do you mean?" "It's that we want to hang out with you." "Want to hang out with me?" After rinsing his cheeks and body a little, Li Dao turned back to the men in front of him. "You want to be soldiers under me?" "Yes." "You guys are overthinking it then. I'm just a normal soldier now, just like you guys. That being said, but with your strength, Brother Li, you'll surely be promoted in minutes. So how about letting us follow you then?" After wiping the water stains from his body, Li Dao formally looked at these people in front of him for the first time. Since he came to Huangsha town yesterday, he also came into contact with these pricks. Indeed, compared to the soldiers he had once seen in Wei Yun's hands, these pricks in Huangsha town were much stronger. With the goal of increasing his strength and power, he would naturally have ideas to bring these people under his command. He had thought that this sort of thing needed to be done slowly. After all, pricks were inherently difficult to tame, and there wasn't that sort of possibility for a while. But I never thought that just one night had passed in Zhang Meng and these people came to the door on their own. There were only 19 of them, but it was a start, and corralling the pricks was a bit easier than he'd thought. With the revolving speed of his mind, he quickly figured out the reason in his head. Stingers, unlike the average soldier, are not easily subjugated to anyone, and the average soldier will follow your orders as long as you have a superior. But it doesn't work if the prick is you have status. He must be convinced to submit in some sense. And it's amazing how last night's misguided lesson managed to convince these pricks. Of course, there are still benefits to being a prick compared to an ordinary soldier. The first thing is that the quality of each aspect is stronger than ordinary soldiers. And there is also the fact that once subjugated, their loyalty will be far higher than ordinary soldiers. Looking at the expectant gazes of Zhang Meng and the others, a light smile suddenly appeared on Li Dao's face. "If you want to mix with me, then wait for me to mix up my official position first." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng's eyes lit up. This should be considered an agreement, and his heart was relieved. Xue Bing immediately changed his tone on the side and said, "Boss, you don't have to worry about that. Our Deqin dynasty is a military title system. With the battle merit you made yesterday, it's enough for you to be promoted and get a military title. I think it will be finalized today on Boss Zhao's side. After all, with such a fierce man like you in hand, no one would let go of being a pawn alone." Coincidentally, Xue Bing had just finished saying these words when a well-dressed soldier walked over. "Li Dao, is it?" The soldier walked up to see Li Dao's raw face and asked directly. In the next second, Xue Bing's group of people surrounded the soldier. Zhang Meng even tugged on the soldier's collar and asked with bad words, "Kid, what's the matter with finding our boss?" The soldier was confused. "Who am I and where am I? When did a new recruit just come in for his second day and have such a high status?" "All right, put him down." Hearing his own boss's voice, Zhang Meng then put the soldier down and patted his shoulder. "Our boss is looking for you. Give me a better attitude." The reason for this attitude was because since they recognized Li Dao as their head, the higher they raised his status, the higher their status would naturally be. So the first thing they did was to divide Li Dao from the ordinary soldiers. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up in front of the rest of the ordinary soldiers. Looking at the nervous soldier, Li Dao said bluntly, "May I ask what you want from me?" The soldier looked around at the group of fierce men around him, afraid that he would be beaten up by the group if he said the wrong thing. So he carefully said, It was Commander Zhao who told me to call you." When Li Dao heard this, he said, "Okay, I understand. I'll go as soon as I'm dressed." The soldier nodded, then walked away as the group looked on. Seeing that there was no one else, Xue Bing couldn't help but say, "Boss, Boss Zhao's side is 80% asking you to go over there to clear the war effort. Go and find out. Soon after, Li Dao, who had put on his Deqian military attire, came to the tent where Zhao Tong was. Commander Zhao. Hearing the voice, Zhao Tong lifted his head and saw that the visitor was Li Dao with a joyful smile. You've come just in time. I'm counting your battle achievements on my side to see what reward is due to you. Holding the booklet in his hand, he said, calculated according to Great Qian's war merit, an ordinary foreign enemy soldier is worth 1 war merit. The Northern Barbarian Cavalry belongs to special soldiers, and 1 can be counted as 2 battle credits for calculation. At the same time, depending on the cultivation level, there are also different battle merit bonuses. Thinking of this, Zhao Tong looked up and said additionally, here's something to tell you. Because apart from that Northern Barbarian Cavalry leader who knows the exact cultivation, the rest of the Northern Barbarian Cavalry aren't aware of it. So these people can only be calculated according to the ordinary battle merit, and only the Northern Barbarian Cavalry leader can individually use their cultivation to calculate the battle merit for you. You can understand that, right? Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded. Can understand. That's good. Zhao Tong continued his tally. You killed a total of 153 Northern Barbarian Cavalrymen this time, earning 306 battle merits. The Northern Barbarian Cavalry leader has a special position, and can be counted as 50 battle credits alone, and because of his cultivation of the first grade of Hotian, an additional 100 battle credits will be added to you. So, you earned a total of 456 battle credits yesterday. Zhao Tong looked at Li Dao and smacked his lips. This battle merit of yours is considered to have broken the record of the first battle of our Huangsha Town camp recruits. Currently in the entire Huangsha Town camp excluding me, and a few centurions, there is no one with a higher war record than you. That said, you should know about our Deqian's military title system. Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded. Choosing to enlist in the military, this aspect is something he naturally understands. In the history of his previous life, the military title system of the Qin dynasty was divided into a total of 20 levels. The military knighthood of the Dacian dynasty was different from that, being divided into 30 levels. These are further divided into levels, with different levels having different privileges. The most junior military knighthood may simply give one a little higher status than a civilian. However, if it is the highest ranked military title, its status is even comparable to that of a prince. However, since the Dacian dynasty created the military merit knighthood system, no one has yet been able to raise the military merit knighthood to the highest level. The reason for this is because the highest grades of the military honors have some special requirements in addition to the number of battle honors. Throughout the history of the Great Qian, except for a few founding generals, there was almost no one who could fulfill these special requirements. Taking the highest level, the 30th level military merit knighthood, its requirements needed the person in question to be the commander-in-chief of the Great Qian dynasty and successfully complete a battle to destroy a country before he could apply for promotion. If in the early days of the founding of the Great Qian, that era of 100 parallel states difficult is difficult, but it is possible. But now, the 100 countries around the Dacian dynasty have been united into single-digit dynasties, and each dynasty's national strength is not bad. It's almost impossible to wage a war of extermination under these circumstances, because if you have to start a war of extermination, then even if you can really do it, then the day you exterminate someone else's country is the day you get exterminated yourself. After all, the rest of the dynasty isn't the masses eating from the sidelines. As a result, those military knights of the highest rank have become almost ornamental. However, even so, there are still countless people who have gone on to become soldiers, because even if you remove those highest few military titles, the rest of those military titles are enough for ordinary people to fight for their whole life and even die in battle. Finally, Li Dao also knew a feature of the military honors. That is, military knighthoods cannot be hereditary. Most of the people who can hold a military title are people with real power in their hands. Therefore, the one who set up the title of military honors specifically set the condition that the title of military honors could not be hereditary, so as to prevent the possibility of the inheritance of military power from becoming bigger. Of course, the top didn't completely block the road. If you want a hereditary title, you can take a military title in exchange for a noble title. That is, a marquis, duke, and other such orthodox titles. Only, the military power needs to be surrendered in the exchange of titles as well. In short, compared to the military titles of the Qin dynasty in the previous life, the Dacian dynasty was more rigorous about this aspect, while wantonly delegating power to boost the military's authority. It is likewise protecting imperial power in other ways. Zhao Tong continued, since you understand that's easy. Of the 30 levels of military knighthood, each of the initial first 5 levels requires 100 battle merits, which means that you can apply to be reported as a 4th level military knighthood. The reason why so many battle credits are consumed is because battle credits can be earned in other ways besides killing the enemy. Just for example, if you boil seniority, an ordinary soldier who enlists for a week automatically gets a war credit. There are also a variety of barracks missions and more. It's just that the advancement of the pre-military knighthood comes faster by going into battle and killing the enemy to raise the knighthood compared to all that. And at a later stage, then it is necessary to unify the army to complete a large number of military tasks or make merits to promote the military title. The reason why it was so late in the game was because if it was true that according to the rules of the Dacian dynasty, a person really only relied on killing the enemy to gain battle merit, then just the kills required to elevate to a 10th rank military title would be an astronomical number for an ordinary person. Further on, it would really be paving the way for yourself with a mountain of corpses and blood. A general's success is also real, and this is still the ordinary generals. If a high-ranking general wanted to complete his promotion through killing, he would have to refer to the saying, slaughter 9 million, and only then become a male among males. Okay, please trouble the chancellor, Leto said with a nod. What's the trouble? You deserve it. After saying that, Zhao Tong suddenly opened his mouth and continued. This application for a military title still has to go through the process, and it won't fall on his head for a while. But I do have an extra reward for you here. Li Dao's eyes flickered. May I ask what the reward is? Zhao Tong looked over with his eyes and said bluntly, want to lead the army? Sure enough, that's the kind of reward. Li Dao had already made a guess when Zhao Tong opened his mouth. Faced with such a question, Li Dao nodded his head without thinking and said, naturally, I want to. Zhou laughs uniformly. I knew it. Immediately afterward, he continued, originally, with your strength it would not be a problem to become a centurion, but you have just enlisted in the army, and although your battle merit is enough, your seniority is lacking, but you don't have to worry. There is this expression of promotion by exception in the army, so as long as you can subsequently continue to improve your battle achievements, I can promote you to centurion by exception. Now, you can start by becoming a shiksa to learn how to command an army. I remember you live in the 6th tent, so how about you take care of all the people in the 6th tent? It had to be said that Zhao Tong's maneuver down the line was exactly what Li Dao wanted. Leto nodded. That will do. Shortly afterward, Li Dao left the tent. And I don't know about that little cutie, stuffing good soldiers like this into. Looking at Li Dao's disappearing back, Zhao Tong subconsciously said but couldn't go on halfway through, always feeling that this sentence seemed to insult himself by saying it. So the words came to a sharp turn and he said to himself, this kind of good soldier is born with a good battalion, and our Huangsha Town battalion is really a perfect match. He couldn't help but grin away at himself when he finished speaking. Chapter 59 Li Dao, do you want to get stronger? Just returned to the 6th tent. Xue Bing, Zhang Mang and the others then immediately came over. Xue Bing inquired with curiosity. Boss, what is Elder Zhao calling you over for? As you might expect, a promotion. Really? Zhang Mang continued to ask. What official was promoted? What title was promoted? Li Dao touched and came over to Bai Xiao and said bluntly. Shishong, 4th class military title. Shish? Xue Bing's face was delighted. Boss, that means you can lead the troops? Lead the troops? Zhang Mang said immediately afterward. Then let's go over to Boss Zhao's side and apply to transfer us over. Li Dao shook his head. No need. Commander Zhao's side has already divided all 19 of you under my team. Really? A group of people's faces were happy. Xue Bing even said bluntly. Boss, it looks like Boss Zhao's side is really optimistic about you. The average Shishong leads 10 soldiers. Your side has almost doubled. Zhang Mang sighed long and hard on the side. And boss, you just joined the army on the first day and you're already a 4th class military knight. I've kind of been mixing all these years for nothing. Xue Bing said in an unkind manner. You have at least mixed up to the 3rd class military honors. Most of us are only 1st class military honors, and individuals have no military honors whatsoever, right? Zhang Mang laughed and made a show of showing off his muscles and said, it's not that I'm strong enough. There would be no one to refute this statement. The 4th rank of Hotian was considered to be the most powerful group amongst ordinary soldiers. If not for Zhang Mang's late enlistment, coupled with his constant mistakes, he could have been a centurion with his strength. The entire Huangsha town camp he also only gave face to Zhao Tong. The rest of the people, even those few centurions, they do not bring to serve. Looking at the envious gazes of Xue Bing and the others, Li Dao's heart stirred and he opened his mouth to ask, do you guys want to become stronger? Hearing this, Xue Bing said without hesitation, of course I want to, but there's no way. Most of us, except for old Zhang, are ordinary people. One is that we missed the age of cultivation, and it's very difficult to practice the gongfu provided by the military. And the second is that the qualifications are not good, and it's a waste of time to cultivate, and cultivation doesn't do as much for the strength as exercising the body does. Li Dao understood that this was the reason why most ordinary soldiers did not have cultivation. According to his understanding, there were gong methods in the army that were specifically supplied to ordinary soldiers for cultivation. After all, that dynasty didn't want an army that was all cultivators. But that's simply not possible. There's not that much resource energy to train so many people. The resources and energy available will only be provided to individual special minority armies. The most soldiers could do was to provide them with a basic gungfu and let them cultivate on their own. Qualified, well-practiced ones who seize the opportunity can be promoted all the way. Those who don't have the qualifications to practice well then continue to be ordinary soldiers. After listening to Xue Bing's explanation, Li Dao continued, I have a practice method here that can make you guys stronger in a short period of time. Are you guys interested in trying it out? The reason why he said that was because Li Dao thought of the Fudo art of war's method of practicing troops regarding the iron Fudo. Although the requirements for practicing ordinary soldiers into iron floaters were very high, but after a few days of research he found that its practice method could be simplified a bit. Even if he couldn't practice iron floaters, he was still able to achieve a great degree of practice effect. So Li Dao wanted to try its effect according to the method he summarized. If it works well, then he can use it to develop his squad. When his own squad gradually took shape, then he could organize to build the real iron float, that Iron Faust who used to be invincible on the battlefield. Boss, are you telling the truth? Upon hearing this, Xue Bing and the others revealed a look of surprise. What do I get out of lying to you guys? Li Dao looked at Xue Bing and the others. So do you guys want to try? Of course I'm going to try. Who wouldn't want to get stronger? Don't look at Xue Bing and his group as pricks, usually very grumpy, but in reality, only they knew their own suffering. Being in the most remote border of the entire Dacian dynasty, every day need to be vigilant to prevent the northern barbarians from attacking the camp. Every day suffered from the double pressure of physical and psychological aspects. This is the kind of situation that will cause problems in the mind of anyone who stays in this place for a long time. And if they can get stronger, they can, on the one hand, vent their excess energy and stop themselves from thinking too much. The other side of the coin is that by getting stronger then they won't have much of a burden on their psyche. Xue Bing took the lead, and the rest of the people, including Zhang Meng, chimed in. Li Dao continued, think it over? If you really practice it will be very bitter. I don't have a word for backing out here. The average person might get weak in the heart when they hear that. But these pricks are not like normal people. Instead they look like they are stimulated. It's just practice. How hard can it be? Boss, I'm right here in person. If I can't practice to death then practice me to death. I don't carry fear at all. Suffering is nothing. It's not in my destiny. So please feel free to ravage me. Boss, a group of people, you and I, boarded up and slapped their chests in determination. Seeing this, what else could Li Dao say but to laugh lightly? I hope that you guys can really carry it as well as you say you can. For some reason, it was clearly a very amiable smile, but at the moment, it creeped Xue Bing and the others out, but soon stabilized. The edge of life and death have struggled for I do not know how many times. The district is just a little bit of suffering. Nothing at all. That afternoon, Li Dao found Zhao Tong. What did you say? Zhao Unity looked at Li Dao with a surprised face. You said you want to practice? Right. Zhang Meng and the others want to become stronger. As their superior naturally wants to fulfill their wishes, and as they become stronger, it counts as me becoming stronger as well. If you can really create a loyal team, the effect is far greater than one person. After all, there are some things that can't be done by just one person. Zhao Tong asked with some surprise. Zhang Meng's pricks can listen to you? Li Dao thought about it and gave a reply. They're pretty well behaved. Zhao Tong, the soldiers under his command he could still not understand. And good behavior was too out of character to put on Zhang Meng and these people. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tong continued to inquire. What method do you want to use to help them become stronger? Don't tell me it's some kind of gongfu or something like that. They are soldiers with ordinary talent. The most basic gongfu of the military camp can't even be practiced. It's useless if you give them even more powerful gongfu to give. It's not a gongfu, but a method of practicing war. Practicing military law? Zhao Tong's expression was stunned and his eyes twitched. Family tradition of practicing soldiering? Yes. Zhao Tong's face was surprised and he couldn't help but say, having a family heirloom for practicing army. It looks like your kid isn't simple. This is because often people who have a family tradition of practicing military law have mostly produced high achievers in their ancestry, as any special military service is bound to leave traces in history. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Tong raised his head and asked, then what do you mean by coming to me this time? Practicing? It's not as good as training martial artists, but it still requires some resources, Li Dao said more politely. Zhao Unicorn was stunned and returned to his senses and said without any good humor, your kid's words are just wanting money, right? Li Dao, then you say give or take. Zhao Tong immediately lost his good humor. Hey, You say that as if I owe you. No, Li Dao explained. Just tell us if we're soldiers under you. So what if it is? So when the soldiers under you get stronger, are you considered stronger? That's the way to put it. When you become stronger you can lead us to more battle successes. And you'll have a light on your face. And then you can use the battle successes to increase your rank as well. That's quite a point. Li Dao clapped his hands to his sides. Then who do you think I'm practicing for? Zhao Tong subconsciously said. For myself? So it's okay to give a little for yourself, right? It's definitely okay for me to do it for myself. Then why are you hesitating to pay? Li Dao spread his hand in front of Zhao Tong, who was still in a state of disorientation. Nope. Wait. Zhao Tong shook his brain, always feeling that something was wrong. Obviously this kid in front of him wanted to practice. How did the responsibility run to him in the end? Li Dao multiplied his words. What are you waiting for? You give to get. You put in 1 gold today, and you'll reap 10 in the coming year. The more you invest, the more you get, and it's not so little to miss this opportunity and try to invest next time. By the way, I'll tell you again. I'm practicing a very powerful type of soldier that has disappeared from history for hundreds of years, so you're going to be famous in history if you really do. Zhao Tong. He didn't feel anything in front of him, but as soon as he heard about cyanide he was inexplicably very impressed. One has to keep something for oneself in one's lifetime, especially for generals like them. The name behind them can be more valuable than even their own lives. After thinking about it for a while longer, he felt like he was about to grow a brain, and finally clapped his hands and said, Alright, it's okay if I give you guys the resources. Hearing this, Li Dao revealed a satisfied smile. But, although Zhao Tong was a bit irrational, he was not really a little cute. Said, but I want to see the real effect. If the effect is not good, I'll see how you kid will end up then. Okay. Shortly afterward, Zhao Tong suddenly came back to his senses and muttered to himself, why am I a bit bewitched that I agreed to a Shirshan's request to practice? Practicing is normal. Every military camp will have a big practice when new recruits are enlisted to develop the basic fighting ability of the soldiers. But practice tends to be practice on a certain scale. At least 100 men or more are allowed. What kind of picture is this of a shiksa practicing with 19 men? The point is, how much good can 19 well-trained soldiers do? However, right now, the words were all said and done, and there was no use in backtracking. If this is reversed, it is estimated that no one in the entire Huangsha town camp will be able to look at him as the chancellor. I'd love to kick that kid's ass. Although he said this on his lips, he quickly calmed down and muttered to himself, young people, let's give him a chance this time. 3 days later, although Zhao Tong had been a bit reluctant behind him, according to what Li Dao needed, some things were quickly let back to be procured and delivered to Li Dao. Outside the 6th tent, Zhang Meng's group of people watched Li Dao put some things into the iron pot in the middle of the campfire with some curiosity. Xue Bing couldn't help but ask, Boss, what are these things you're cooking? Li Dao explained as he cooked. It's for helping you guys get stronger. Zhang Meng sniffed the scent in the air and his eyes lit up. Boss, could this be the legendary refined medicine? It just smells extraordinary. I wonder how effective it is to drink it. Li Dao glanced at a few people with a strange look. Who told you this is for drinking? And what else? These are applied externally to prevent over-practicing and to prevent accidentally practicing you to death. Tent 6 crowd? Alright, all of you, get out of my way. Don't bother me. It's hard to practice this stuff. Hard to practice? The group fell silent. This random pot, random fire, random addition of herbs, obviously very random. However, what they didn't know was that the reason for this was all because Li Dao had already penetrated a part of the floating pill art of war and refining pills, coupled with the fact that he had a very subtle control over himself to be able to do so. If an ordinary person came, he would have destroyed all of the pots of pills in a matter of minutes. This is another aspect of the benefits of a strong physique. With his ever-increasing brain power, Li Dao's talent in terms of learning and knowledge had now reached a very frightening point. Overwatch is already a basic skill. The real ability is gradually revealed along with the increase of his knowledge. Soon, after a night of refining pills, Li Dao had prepared everything that could be needed to practice for some time. Next you can move on to the official stage. However, before entering the formal stage, Li Dao felt that he needed to teach these people some basic things. Early morning on the 4th day, the 6th tent line looked at the tofu block-like quilt in front of them with a skeptical expression. There's a way to fold a quilt? Boss, is it necessary? What's the point of practicing this? Li Dao looked at the line of people revealing an indifferent expression. It looks like you still need to be taught how to learn to listen and learn what it means to have orders. At this point, the party was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, until they saw Li Dao take out a tender bamboo strip from behind his back that was so tender it could come out of the water. A group of the expressions on his face also froze instantly. It's not. Again? Chapter 60, Beginning of Military Training. Half an hour later. Leto nodded as he glanced at the slightly square-looking quilt on the bed. It's only the first day, so you can't ask for too much. And overall it's probably about as good as you can look past it. He turned his head to look at the group. I'll let you all off the hook today. If tomorrow is the same as today, then I'll show no mercy. Zhang Mang and the others took a pitiful look at the dozen or so bloody stripes on their bodies, and one could only nod. At this point, many people already had a bit of regret in their hearts. They said they would just suffer a little bit, but they ended up making people fold quilts, and they had to be square blocks, and so far they don't know what that's good for. Looking at the gradually rising sun outside, Li Dao continued. Alright, the next step is outdoor training, so all be mentally prepared. Once they heard about the outdoor training, one of them was relieved. In their impression, the so-called outdoor training was nothing more than some physical training, and this kind was not a small thing to them. Looking at these people in front of him, the corners of Li Dao's lips rose. Hopefully these people will continue to laugh later. 1 hour later, on the training ground in Huangsha town, Zhang Meng's group of people couldn't stop laughing. All of them stood in the center of the training ground, one by one, standing straight. Leto went back and forth among them with a thin, tender bamboo pole. Suddenly, his afterglow swept over something. A flash of green flashed under the eyes of the crowd and smacked a soldier hard on the waistband. Hiss! The soldier sucked in a breath of cool air and instantly stood up straight, not daring to bend a bit. Finally, Zhang Mang couldn't hold back a bit and couldn't help but speak. Boss, hiss. The next moment, the bamboo pole smacked him on the back, making him suck in a breath of cold air. Li Dao's voice came from his ear. I told you, you have to call in a report and speak only with my permission. Zhang Mang endured the pain and said, report. Say, what's up, boss? I'd like to ask how long we have to stand before we can rest. Leto glanced at the sky and replied, stand until mealtime. When these words came out, Zhang Meng's entire body was confused, because they are now still standing less than half an hour, already a bit unable to carry this to the meal point. There are still at least 2 hours it. For such a reaction Leto understood, but did not sympathize. What? Who just said they could stand all day? Zhang Meng said bitterly, I also didn't expect that just standing could be so tiring. The rest of the group had the same idea. At first, when I heard that I was just learning some kind of military posture, I didn't really understand it, but once I heard that I just needed to stand up straight, one of them didn't take it seriously at all. But when I really stood it, I realized that I had overestimated myself. After only 10 minutes had passed, their legs were already numb and sore. Obviously the sun wasn't shining, but the sweat was flowing all the time. It's not exhausting, but it's just hard and torturous. Upon hearing this, Li Dao lightly laughed. Are you guys trying to ask why you keep standing like this when this light standing is useless to you? Zhang Mang didn't say anything, but his attitude was one of acquiescence. Li Dao looked at the hard-working line of people and said in a faint voice, it's simple. Exercise your willpower. I know a lot of you are tempted to say you're so willful that you're not even afraid to die, but I'd say not being afraid to die has nothing to do with willpower. What I call willpower here is the ability to will yourselves, to resist stress, and to persevere. So instead of refuting my words, you should do it on the spot. And if you can't do a basic human action like just standing, then don't talk to me about willpower. Hearing this, Zhang Mang and the others fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't understand the words, so they understood the meaning. Instantly, their gazes hardened and they were going to show Li Dao whether they had willpower or not. Seeing this, Li Dao nodded silently in his heart. That's the difference between a prick and a common soldier. It was hard to stimulate ordinary soldiers when they encountered something like this, and even if they could, they wouldn't last long. But pricks are different. A little goes a long way, and the chances are that the emotion will grow stronger over time. With that emotion up, the rest of the training will be much easier. Sure enough, it went on until 2 hours later. Not a single person was ever again subjected to Leto's bamboo pole. However, they had also reached their limits at this point. All of their bodies were involuntarily trembling, and individuals had even begun to wobble on their legs. In the face of this kind of involuntary bodily reaction, Li Dao didn't care, as long as it wasn't laziness of his own active will. After feeling almost done, Li Dao spoke. You can rest now. Unexpectedly, not a single person in the room moved after those words. It wasn't that they didn't want to move. It was that they couldn't feel their legs anymore and couldn't control them. It's normal. Newcomers stand around all morning for the first time. It's the same for anyone who comes. It wasn't until Li Dao stepped forward and one of them pushed, which caused them to sit on their asses on the ground and slow down, enjoying the feeling of freeing their legs. Leto asked, comfortable? Comfortable. Couldn't be more comfortable. More comfortable than even going up to Springhouse. I never thought rest could be this comfortable. So comfortable I don't even want these legs anymore. You talk, and one by one, You lay down in a two position and moan. Be comfortable while you don't forget that it's time to eat. I'll give you one incense stick of time to eat. Out of time. Upon hearing this, the group of people who had long been hungry were startled, and one subconsciously tried to stand up, but they all fell over. However, they wanted to say something before realizing that Li Dao had already turned around to eat, leaving behind a group of them. What do? I can't stand up at all. Xue Bing said bitterly. Zhang Mang touched his parched stomach and looked at the direction of the meal with a clench of his teeth. If you can't stand up, then crawl over. A few minutes later, inside the barracks used for eating, the people in the rest of the tents in Huangsha town looked at Zhang Mang and the others who climbed in and froze. Zhao Tong, who was eating in the barracks, also froze when he saw this scene, and looked at Li Dao, who was sitting across from him, and said, I heard people say that you guys just stayed at the training ground for the morning, and with the energy of these guys is to run for a day without bringing it like this. How did you do it? Li Dao looked up and smiled lightly. Want to learn? I can teach you. You can teach your family's practice? Can't teach. And what do you mean by that? This is just basic training before I practice. Zhao Tong? He instantly showed a skeptical expression. This is how people are trained before they are even formally trained. If this really goes into practice, that's going to kill people. I said take it easy. Don't screw up my soldiers. Also my soldiers, don't worry. Li Dao quickly finished the meal in front of him and raised his head. Chancellor, please ask the people in the mess hall to prepare larger bowls for me. This running around is really troublesome. Zhao Tong froze and looked down at his meal, having only just taken a bite. Looking up again can look at Li Dao just a moment ago was full bowl has been empty. At the same time, he was also a bit speechless at Li Dao's words. He's a commander-in-chief and he has to care about things like the size of the bowl? Angry, but inexplicably powerless. 7 days passed quickly. Last time since the northern barbarians suffered another big loss under Li Dao. The Huangsha town camp was once again tranquilized. Seeing that there were no attributes to harvest for the time being, Li Dao devoted himself to training Zhang Mang and the others during this time. In the training ground, Zhang Mang and the others were fully committed to Li Dao's order. Every move was set up by Li Dao for these pricks according to the rules of the army in his previous life. Now 7 days have passed, and all the basic training they have completed, and the results are quite good. It wasn't easy to say to others, but they had already managed to carry out Li Dao's orders without hesitation, and had themselves strictly followed Li Dao's rules. And that was enough for the time being. Night. Inside the 6th tent, the group immediately plopped down on top of their beds as soon as they returned after a day of training. Further up on the beds, each one has a very square block on the end. Li Dao finally walked in from outside the tent. As soon as he entered, a dark shadow came at him head-on. He lifted the black shadow in one smooth motion. Woohoo! The dark figure was no other than Blackie, whom he had always kept by his side. I don't know if it was the effect of Li Dao's precious blood. In just less than half a month, Xiao Hei's size soared, 1 day at a time, and now the height had reached his knees. It is also predicted to be at least 1.5 meters tall in its adult state. The same anomaly appeared in Shiresu, who was put out to pasture. The length of the spreading wings is nearly 2 meters or more, and this is still the juvenile form. Play aside. Really think you're young, Li Dao said while placing Xiao Hei on the ground and rubbing the dog's head violently. Woohoo! You're still not convinced. Look how old you are. Xiao Hei was aggrieved. He was obviously only a child just out of the month. It wasn't its fault for growing so big. The rest of the people in the tent were used to seeing this man and wolf exchanging words, and just took it as their boss's hobby. Zhang Mang sat up from his bunk at this time and spoke. Boss, when are we going to start the formal training you mentioned? At those words, the rest of the people's gazes focused. Li Dao rubbed Xiao Hei's dog head while thinking, and after a while spoke. Since you all are so impatient, let's start tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, but soon there was some trepidation. They had the same concerns as Zhao Tong. It's not even official practice and they're already like that. Can they stand up to it if it's official? But soon they were inspired with renewed confidence. They're pricks. What have they ever been afraid of? Li Dao took in the expressions of the crowd and nodded silently. It had to be said that Zhang Meng's quality of these people was very high. He was already thinking of trying his best to successfully polish Zhang Meng and these people into a talented person. That way he wouldn't need to come personally to practice again in the future. But if that's the way to think of it, then he's going to have to take it a little more seriously now, too. Well, then, let's replace the weakened version of the previous training method with the official Iron Faust training method. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. A sunny day in the training ground. The 19 men in the 6th tent stood in the sun, bare-chested and holding spears nearly 3 meters long, with a stone dangling from each of them at the very ends of the spears, which weighed differently because of the physical qualities of different people. While maintaining such movements, they didn't move a muscle, letting the sweat slide off their skin. Li Dao held the bamboo pole in his hand and cruised back and forth. According to the Fudo art of war, Iron Fudo is a type of soldier that can fight freely both on and off the horse. On the horse is the Iron Faust heavy armor cavalry, like a self-propelled tank, invulnerable and invincible. On the dismounted horses were the heavily armored troops of the Iron Floaters, immovable and impeccably defended. And the spear was the most important weapon of the heavy armored cavalry of the Iron Floaters, used for clinical charges. When the Li family ancestors under the 3,000 iron buttons, the most glorious battle is once 3,000 iron buttons holding a spear to escort the Li family ancestor directly chiseled through the opponent's 300,000 troops. In the army of the enemy decapitated the head of the enemy, and thus the iron buttons name shocked the heavens. The reason for this relied on the unrivaled aura and steady spears of the Iron Floyd soldiers, during which any one person revealing a break in the middle of the charge could lead to problems for the team, so it had to be strict. Li Dao's gaze turned to Zhang Mang at the front of the group. Because of his high cultivation and strongest physical qualities, he was the temporary captain of the team that was chosen to charge the people at the front. If only Tiger were here. In fact, the moment he finished studying the Faustian art of war, the first person that came to Li Dao's mind was Su Hu, 12 years old, 2 meters 5 tall, gifted physique, coupled with that fierce as a tiger's temperament, the absolute most perfect captain of the Iron Float. If we could make Su Hu become an Iron Floater in charge at the front, the power of the Iron Floater as a troop type would all get a huge boost. Unfortunately, a bad day on the side of the little madman, and Su Hu is unlikely to return for the time being. Li Dao looked at the time and ordered, "Stop and rest." After an order was given, Zhang Mang and his group took a long breath and put down the spears in their hands with great difficulty. Then each took out some black ointment and applied it to their arms. Hiss! Those who had applied the ointment sucked in their breath. Even though they've been using it for half a month now, they still can't get used to it. That tingling sensation to the bone marrow, aching and itching but unable to restrain, is truly unbearable. It was also fortunate that the first thing Li Dao did initially was to boost these people's willpower, or else what would have appeared now would have been a bunch of donkeys rolling around. However, as hard as it is, there is an upside. These ointments will strengthen their physique in the overdrawn areas and relieve muscle fatigue every time they have overdrawn. We'll go eat after we're done smearing. It's just our turn to patrol the buffer zone today. Understood. At that, the line of people instinctively spoke in unison. Chapter 61, Attack. On the buffer area beyond the Wansha Township Zone, Li Dao rode around the plains with Zhang Mang and the others. At this time, Li Dao also changed into the Dakian military clothing. In addition to the appearance of the rest of the dress has been with Zhang Mang and other people into one. And after nearly a month of military life, as he coached Zhang Mang and the others, the temperament in him was shifting towards that of a soldier. Zhang Mang held the yellowed straw in his mouth and looked at the empty plains and muttered to himself, "So boring. Might as well go back to training." At those words, Xue Bing and the others also nodded in unison. When they first started training, they felt tortured. Every minute was torture. But along with them becoming stronger with the naked eye, those tortures gradually became tasteless, giving them an addictive feeling. They loved to get into that sweaty, sore feeling of overworked muscles. Anyway, they might only be out of sorts if that day of training really stops. Xue Bing suddenly thought of something and drove his horse forward to come beside Li Dao. "Boss, when do you think we'll be able to get out of the division and become what you call the Faustian army?" Li Dao turned around and looked up and down, and Xue Bing instantly lifted her chest as if she was intent on proving herself. After looking at him for a moment, Li Dao suddenly smiled. "Since you're so impatient, then in the future, all of you will double the amount of training, and I guarantee that you'll become a true Faustian army sooner rather than later." Xue Bing? Before he could react, he was greeted with beatings from Zhang Mang and the others. Seeing this, Li Dao shook his head and drove his horse to the front. These people were getting stronger with his help during this time, but then he had a hard time, having thought that the great gift of northern barbarian cavalry that he had encountered when he first entered the Wangsha town camp was just the beginning. I hadn't thought there would be a bit of a follow-up. Suddenly, Li Dao raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see that accompanied by many cows and sheep, a team dressed in northern barbarian costumes appeared in the distance. "Do any of you have any idea what this is all about?" Li Dao looked back at Zhang Mang and the others and asked. Upon hearing the voice of their own boss, the jostling people immediately stopped, and following Li Dao's gaze, they also saw those people in the distance. "This should be an ordinary migration." Xue Bing spoke from the side. "What do you mean?" Xue Bing smiled and explained. "Isn't it already late fall and almost winter? The Northern Barbarian dynasty is located in the northern section of the country, and the further north you go the colder the winters get. So every year when it's almost winter there are some Northern Barbarian nomadic tribes that migrate south to prevent freezing. And this buffer area between Ardachian and the Northern Barbarians is the furthest south they've gone, and these Northern Barbarians should want to be stationed in this buffer area for the winter. Looking at the team of cows and sheep that were getting closer and closer to them, Li Dao's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, "Are you sure?" Shui Bing hesitated for a moment. "This happens every year, so it shouldn't be a problem," Li Dao once again asked. "Then have you encountered any of these nomadic tribesmen in the buffer zone in past years?" "Of course I've encountered it, and that's exactly what I'm saying. And how are they treating you?" "How else? Although the Great Qian and Northern barbarians have sworn an oath of peace, small frictions are never broken. Usually when they encounter nomadic tribes in the buffer zone, they will deliberately avoid us for fear of conflict with us." "Well, did you turn your head to see if they meant to avoid us?" "Aha!" Upon hearing this, the crowd looked back in unison, only to realize that those nomadic tribes had already driven their cattle and sheep not far from them at some point. Shui Bing's face suddenly changed. This was obviously coming straight at them, and he subconsciously said, "What do they want?" Li Dao didn't answer, but calmly ordered, "Everyone line up." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng and the others instinctively drove their horses into formation and took out their spears to cross in front of them. Li Dao, on the other hand, drove his horse to the very front of the group. At this time, the nomadic tribesmen were still behind them, and their cattle and sheep fell close to Li Dao and the others first. Without orders, Zhang Meng and the others didn't move a muscle, letting the cattle and sheep pass by. "Do it!" Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out from the herd. In the next second, they only saw that among the cattle and sheep, some of the cattle and sheep directly turned over and transformed into a single northern barbarian, directly drawing their swords towards Li Dao and the others. Seeing this scene, it was as if Li Dao had prepared for it. Formation, kill the enemy. With a command, Zhang Meng and the others also quickly entered the battle state. Faced with an incoming line of men, they quickly returned fire. The attackers had just approached the group when they were accurately penetrated through their bodies by the spears of Zhang Meng and the others. The distant nomads approached at this point. Seeing that the war has already begun, they are no longer camouflaged, and have unloaded the things on their bodies and drew their swords to fight over. Seeing this scene, the corners of Li Dao's mouth rose. "Finally, I've waited for you guys." He directly jumped down from his horse, because it was just a patrol, so he put his dragon tattoo halberd in the Wangsha town camp and didn't bring it out, and now he could only pull out the Xian iron sword on his waist. The moment Li Dao landed on the ground, suddenly a few more people around him killed out from the herd of cows and sheep. 2 were aimed at his legs, and 2 came towards his head and heart. Bang! Li Dao lifted his leg and backpedaled, instantly sending 2 kicks through the air. In the next second, the 2 figures drew a residual shadow in the air as if they were broken dolls and flew out directly backwards. And with the 2 knives coming at him head-on, Li Dao cupped a long knife in one hand. With a little force the long blade shattered in his palm and he slapped the man in the face with another smooth slap. There was a click, accompanied by a crunching sound. The man's neck flipped backward straight 120 degrees, and he died on the spot. Facing the other blade, he also met it with a direct slash. Stabbing, the silhouette directly separated into 2 halves in mid-air, spilling blood all over the ground. The system's beep sounded. Kill 4 enemies, gain attribute, 1. 26. At that moment, the distant nomads also killed not far away. Li Dao looked back at Zhang Mang and the others and realized that their side was able to fend off these enemies. Then he stopped paying attention and turned his head to turn his gaze to the oncoming nomads. As the men approached, he realized that these nomads had cultivation on them. At the same time a familiar aura was detected in both. This is an innate martial artist? Kill. Just as they approached, several nomads quickly killed towards Li Dao. Each of their swords were powerful and swift, and their feet were stomping on the body. However, 4 silver lights flashed in the air, and 4 heads fell to the ground. Kill 4 enemies, gain attribute, 6. 45. Li Dao shook off the blood on his basalt iron sword and muttered to himself, "Fancy." This scene also caused the pupils of the remaining nomads to shrink. It was clear to understand that he and the others had met a hard case. An innate martial artist looked at Li Dao and voiced out, "What's the situation? Didn't they say it was just an ordinary patrol?" Another innate martial artist's face was also unsightly. Could it be that something went wrong on the scout side? But soon, the 2 calmed down again. "Whatever. Let's get these people sorted out first and then go back and settle the score. There are no traces of true Qi exodus. At best, they are Hotian martial artists. There is no need to be afraid. Who's on?" "I'm on." As soon as the words fell, one of the innate martial artists took the lead in striking out at Li Dao. Withering palm. The innate martial artist was worthy of being an innate martial artist. His stance was swift and he quickly arrived in front of Li Dao. One could only see his palms entwining yellow innate true Qi. Bang! This palm blasted solidly into Li Dao's chest. Seeing this scene, a hint of smugness flashed in the eyes of this innate martial artist. A mere Hotian martial artist. No matter how strong it was in front of their innate martial artists, was just a bigger mole cricket. However, he soon sensed that something was wrong. Why was there no sign of weakness in terms of breath after the other party had eaten his palm hard? When he raised his head just in time to meet a smirking look. You can push a little harder. I can still hold it. Leto dusted off his chest and spoke softly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The innate martial artist on the opposite side was immediately enraged. Although he didn't understand why the other side ate his palm hard without any reaction. But he couldn't even endure this attitude. You gave me. Pop. Before he could strike, a slap hit him in the face. Under this palm that contained terrifying power, the true chi within this innate martial artist's body instinctively released to protect him. However, after the slap collided with the layer of innate true chi, the innate true chi deformed, and after filtering out much of the force, the remaining force still slapped on this innate martial artist's face. In the next second, a silhouette spun dozens of times in the air. When he landed on the ground, he only heard a fluttering sound, and the silhouette had coincidentally knelt down directly in front of Li Dao. Raising his eyes again, half of his face was already swollen beyond recognition, and a stream of blood was seeping out of his 7 orifices. Li Dao couldn't help but say as he looked at the innate martial artist whose consciousness had become completely blurred. You really think that I will stand and wait for you to move your hand a second time? After saying that, the Xian iron blade made a stroke. The head of this innate martial artist flew straight up. The system's beep sounded. Kill 1 enemy. Gain attribute, 10. 36. According to Li Dao's previous speculation, the overall attributes of an innate martial artist started at 100. That means the person in front of him has only just stepped into the innate. No wonder it's so weak. But it was fine. He had given him the attributes of nearly 50 northern barbarian soldiers alone, which was a small profit. Li Dao raised his head to direct his gaze onto the other innate martial artist among the nomads. There was a leaping impulse in his eyes. Previously, he suffered a loss and let go of a lot of meat that was on his lips. This time he can't let it go again, or else he really won't be able to sleep at night. Faced with the rapid death of one of their own innate martial artists, the nomads on the opposite side hadn't reacted for a moment. This was an innate martial artist, not some stinky fish and shrimp. How could he be killed so simply? They had originally thought of relying on these people to take care of the entire Huangsha town camp. As a result, now that he hadn't even seen Huangsha town yet, he was on the verge of losing to a patrol with only a few dozen people. At this moment, when they froze, Li Dao did not. He came directly in front of a group of nomads. It was at this point that these people reacted. A nomad closest to Li Dao reacted and subconsciously wanted to return fire. But it was too late. His head fell to the ground along with a cold aura. Yet this is not the end. Facing Li Dao, whose physical quality had reached more than 160 times that of a normal person, the vast majority of the people present would have their lives taken away without even having the chance to react. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The remaining innate martial artist's eyes were filled with horror at the sight of this scene. It was clear that there was no innate true chi in sight. So why was the other party able to slaughter them so simply? Even an innate martial artist like him couldn't get more than a few moves in the hands of his opponent. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, how could he not understand that the other party's target was himself? Can't stay here. Must bring back news of this change. The remaining innate martial artist made a choice and directly turned around to flee the scene. But Leto had long been prepared for this moment, only to see that he had pulled out a spear from nowhere. Looking at the innate martial artist who instantly ran 100 meters away, he squinted his eyes and took aim. His waist and legs powered up, and he violently threw the spear in his hand. Whoosh! The spear cut through the air and flew out at extreme speed. In the distance, the fleeing innate martial artist saw that he had already run a few hundred meters and looked back. Realizing that the monster had not caught up with him, his heart let out a sigh of relief. But just then, a bad feeling welled up in his heart and grew stronger. Poof! Suddenly he only felt a pain in his heart and looked down only to see a black spear running right through his heart. Under the residual force of the spear, his entire body was taken out immediately afterward, and finally nailed to the ground in death. Li Dao clearly saw this scene with his amazing strength. Kill 1 enemy. Gain attribute, 11. 09. The system beep proves that the enemy is dead. Luckily the shot was accurate enough. Li Dao clapped his hands and gazed at the rest of the enemies whose faces were filled with terror. What followed was his one-sided crushing slaughter. Faced with a constant stream of enemies coming from the herd, Zhang Mang and the others no longer relied only on brute force against the enemy as they had initially done, but instead chose to use the same battlefield killing method that they had learned with Li Dao. From being rusty in the beginning, I got more and more comfortable by the end. The more they faced enemies several times their size, the more comfortable they became. If this had been in the past, facing such a number of enemies, they would have already fought individually and even suffered casualties already. Finally, after the cooperation of several people, the last enemy was also cut down by them. The eye was let loose. and not another enemy burrowed out of the herd of cattle or sheep. Looking at the corpses of the enemies around them, the smiles on the faces of the group suddenly widened. There's nothing like the corpse of an enemy to use as proof of one's strength. Chapter 62, Li Dao, you are the Chancellor. Boss, look how well we did. The first thing Zhang Meng did after coming back from his joy was to claim credit. Boss, what are you? Under the puzzled gazes of the group, Li Dao dragged the two corpses over. Li Dao's tone was casual. I just slaughtered two innate martial artists. Although they are not very strong, but they should still have some value. By the way, I will bring them back to see if I can exchange them for some battle merits. Crowd, slaughtered. Two innate martial artists? Not very strong? A little value? For war credit? Why does that sound so weird in and out of words? These are two innate martial artists. It was important to realize that their Grand Commander, Zhao Tong, was only an innate. This randomly pulls out a person who is the level of 1,000 captain. However, just like this, as if being treated like livestock randomly slaughtered. They knew their boss was strong, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. The innate martial artists were not even put in their eyes at all. Seeing that several people were lost in thought, Li Dao clapped his hands. Alright, come back to your senses and clean up the corpses to return to the Huangsha town camp. He then looked around at the cows and sheep and reminded again. Think of a way to bring those back as well. Xue Bing looked puzzled. Boss, what do you need these cows and sheep for? For money. Where do you think you get the ointments you train with? After an incense stick, the crowd quickly cleaned up the corpse. It was quick on the way out, but slow on the way back because they had to drive the cattle and sheep. Xue Bing looked at the corpses packed behind him and couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you know what these northern barbarians are from? Why are they attacking us? Upon hearing this, Li Dao glanced at the corpses. Judging from the markings on their clothes, these people should be from the northern barbarian dynasty's Tamu tribe. Speaking of the Tamu tribe, Li Dao couldn't help but think of those days in the death camp. Almost every death row mission had something to do with the Tamu tribe. And this time, I didn't expect it to be right again. The Tamu tribe? Xue Bing frowned. What the hell do they want? Li Dao returned. What they do is not our business at the moment. It's better to go back and let Commander Zhao care for himself. Although he said so on his lips, he already had a slight idea in his mind. After all, some things are in evidence. If the ones he was thinking of were true, then this next one on the plains was going to be interesting. Shortly afterward, the crowd returned to Huangsha town. Inside the main army tent. What? Your patrol in the buffer zone was attacked by the northern barbarian Tamu tribe? Zhao said with shocked eyes as he stood up by slapping the table. It's important to realize that provocation and this kind of active attack can be two different things. Well, it includes two innate martial artists, dozens of Hotian martial artists, and hundreds of soldiers. Lido reported. That much? Zhao Tong pursued. According to the kind of situation you mentioned, then how did you guys come back? Where are those people from the Tamu tribe? We rode back. Naturally. As to those you speak of, Li Dao looked at the tent curtains and said, it's outside. Commander Zhao can go take a look. Outside? Zhao Tong's face changed and he hurriedly headed outside. When he walked out, he found that Zhang Meng and the others were outside. Lido, where's the man you were talking about? Zhao Tong's gaze swept around, and there was no one else present except for Zhang Meng and the others. Xue Bing, too, with a report. Xue Bing took out a sack from his horse and threw it on the ground before slashing it with his knife. The two bodies fell out of the sack in one smooth motion, with many freshly cut left ears sprinkled over and around them. The two corpses belonged to those two innate martial artists. Commander Zhao can inspect them if he doesn't believe me. Those left ears are what's left of those enemies. I won't count those Hotian martial artists for you. Just consider it a discount and just count them for me according to the battle merit of an ordinary soldier. There are also some cows and sheep that can be exchanged for resources for me. Let's give you a 20% discount, Lido said in a thinly veiled voice. However, in Zhao Tong's ears, only the first sentence was heard. Two corpses of two innate martial artists? With some disbelief, he immediately stepped forward and placed his hand on the corpse, ferrying his innate true chi into it. A moment later, Zhao Tong's face changed. It was really the corpse of an innate martial artist, because when a Hotian martial artist breaks through to an innate martial artist, the veins in his body will undergo a metamorphosis, which makes the innate martial artist's veins distinguishable from those of ordinary people, so he could be so sure. Did you kill them all? Zhao Unity looked at Li Dao with a surprised face. Aha! Lido nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tong's gaze continuously looked Li Dao up and down, and finally couldn't help but say, you really can't cultivate? Why don't you try? After saying that, Li Dao raised his hand up. Without saying a word, Zhao Tong directly pinched Li Dao's wrist then channeled in his innate true chi. After a few breaths, Zhao Tong's expression froze. In the end, he was staggered throughout. He swam his innate true chi around in Li Dao's body, and not a single hair of the vein was visible. But it was this kind of person who had hardened his flesh and decapitated 2 innate martial artists. Li Dao, how nice it would be if you could cultivate. While not detecting the veins, Zhao Tong also sensed the terrifying power of chi and blood in Li Dao's body, which was not like a human being, but more like a humanoid monster. If this kind of person could cultivate the strength of the physical body coupled with the cultivation of true chi, how powerful it would be in the future could not be imagined at his level. Li Dao had a calm face. He had already looked away long ago when he recalled those memory fragments from his childhood. So what if you can't cultivate? As long as you can keep getting stronger. For example, these 2 dead innates, who had been practicing hard for decades to step into the innate, were killed by his 3 punches and 2 kicks. So, now is the time when it is possible for him to practice, and he may be too lazy to do so. After all, with his current rate of increase in strength could be much faster than orthodox cultivation. Looking at Zhao Tong, who had fallen into sadness for himself, Li Dao spoke out and reminded, "Commander Zhao, you should still think about why these Tamu tribe people attacked the Huangsha town camp first." "Attacking the Huangsha town camp?" Zhao Tong frowned. "Weren't you the ones who attacked?" Seeing that Zhao Tong hadn't figured it out yet, Li Dao directly analyzed. 2 innates, dozens of Hotian martial artists, and hundreds of ordinary soldiers. You think this formation showed up near the Huangsha town camp just to attack one of our patrol squads? Only after hearing this did Zhao Tong figure it out, and suddenly added, "They wouldn't be coming to retaliate against us. After all, we destroyed one of their cavalry squads only half a month or so ago." Li Dao covered his forehead. He thought that Zhao Tong, as a 1,000 husbands growing up commander, could think about some things, but he had not thought that he was so narrow-minded. So he continued, "May I ask what the buffer zone between Daqian and northern barbarians is used for?" "Stabilize the relationship between Daqian and the northern barbarians to prevent the conflict from expanding. Then if one day the northern barbarians cross the buffer zone and launch a direct attack on the Great Qian military camp, what kind of behavior is that? War." Zhao Tong's face instantly changed after he subconsciously finished speaking, and he also finally figured it out. "Li Dao, are you saying that the northern barbarians are going to go to war against Great Qian?" Li Dao recalled the information in his mind and combined them to make a judgment. It's not necessarily the northern barbarians who want to go to war against Daqian. It's more likely that it's an extremely individual who is restless. Zhao Tong nodded with seeming understanding and muttered to himself, "The northern barbarians shouldn't be so bold. You have to realize that Daqian is not a weak country. The reason why Daqian can occupy the entire continent's most central region, has the best geographical environment, the reason is because of his strong. If weak, it would have been surrounded by the major dynasties divided up. On the national strength, any pick a dynasty out alone compared with the Great Qian are far from it. Therefore, it was impossible for the northern barbarians to act so irrationally." Zhao Tong couldn't think of anything after half a day's thought and couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Li Dao, what do you think of this matter?" Li Dao's face was calm. "You're the chancellor." If anyone else had spoken to him in that tone of voice, he would have been unable to resist getting his hands dirty, but for Li Dao he could not. After all, there were still 2 uncooled bodies of innate martial artists on the side. Zhao Tong's old face reddened with some embarrassment, but he quickly calmed down, and after thinking for a while, he said bluntly, "Just analyze it for me, and afterwards, by virtue of today's portion of battle merit, how about I guarantee you a position as a centurion?" Li Dao looked back at Zhao Tong. "Sure." Zhao Tong patted his chest. "If I don't get it done for you, I'll give up my position as chancellor to you." Li Dao smiled slightly. "I don't mind if you want to sit for me." Zhao Tong gave a blank look. "Hurry up and help me analyze this. It's not a trivial matter." Li Dao looked around and suddenly his eyes fell on the border map on the wall inside the tent. "Go inside and talk." So he led Zhao Tong and also Zhang Meng and his group quickly entered the tent to the map. On the map, Li Dao quickly found the location of Huangsha town. Based on the markings on the map, he also quickly analyzed the geography of the northern barbarians and Great Qian's borders on the map. At the same time, his mind began to rapidly capture some useful information from among the sightings. About a few minutes later, just as Zhao Tong was about to run out of patience, Li Dao came back to his senses. Zhao Tong immediately inquired, "What did you think of?" Li Dao glanced at the map and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the Tamu tribe to play so big this time." "What do you mean?" Li Dao reached out and made a point on the map, pointing to a buffer zone in the middle of northern barbarians and Daqian. "This section should be where the Tamu tribe meets Daqian's border. Where this buffer zone meets the Tamu tribe, there are close to a dozen border camps similar to the Huangsha town camp. Among them, the Huangsha town camp is not geographically located close to the center, but rather closer to the edge of the buffer zone where the Tamu tribe is located. And the people of the Tamu tribe along with such fringe areas are going to send their troops to overrun the blockade. If it's not unexpected, He's also targeting the rest of the camp and is still prepared for it. Zhao Tong froze. What do you mean by being prepared? Li Dao explained. Forget about the northern barbarian cavalry that I encountered on the first day of my report. From the first day you guys saw them, it is estimated that they started to make plans in their minds. Those northern barbarian cavalry constantly harassed just to lower your psychological defenses, thus preparing for today's action. Zhao Unity was shocked, and a layer of cold sweat couldn't help but rise behind his back after a little thought in his heart. And what is their goal? Suddenly Zhao Tong opened his mouth and asked, Target? Li Dao glanced at the map and his eyes wandered for a moment to land on a location. Unsurprisingly, this should be their target. Zhao Tong's eyes widened as he looked at where Li Dao was pointing. Impossible. How could the Tamu tribe be so unwise? That's the Fufeng Pass, a border fortress that hasn't been broken for 200 years. Upon hearing this, Li Dao shook his head. There is no barrier in the world that cannot be broken, especially when everyone sees it as a result. That's often when he's at his most vulnerable. After hearing this sentence, Zhao Tong fell into silence, because it made so much sense that he couldn't even argue with it. So what do you say we do? Zhao Tong turned back to Li Dao. What to do? Li Dao swept the map. First of all, let's first determine the strength of the Fufeng Pass. If memory serves me correctly, there are 150,000 resident troops in Yunzhou, and 10,000 of them are resident near Fufeng Pass. That is to say, the direct army that was held by Marquis Jinbei Xinchong. Another 80,000 were assigned with various places within the Cloud State to maintain law and order everywhere. The remaining 60,000 troops have been guarding the vast plains outside of Fufeng Pass, defending the border against accidents in the northern barbarians. Suddenly, Li Dao seemed to think of something and turned back to ask, Commander Zhao, do you know where Jinbei Waiter Xinchong is? Zhao Tong hesitated and pointed to a location on the map. Seeing the location on the map, Li Dao froze. Shouldn't he and his garrison be near Fufeng Pass? How did they appear here? Zhao Tong explained. General Shen randomly inspects the major camps on the border every once in a while. But you don't have to worry. The garrison won't be mobilized. General Shen will just bring his personal guards to complete the inspection. Li Dao? Chapter 63 The Northern Barbarian Army. After listening to Zhao Tong's words, Li Dao's gaze immediately fell on the location he had just pointed out on the map, and his mind began to calculate again. Zhao Tong said with a big grin from the side, Do you hardly think that the Tamu tribespeople will directly target General Shen? You don't have to worry about that. General Shen is in the Zhongshe realm. You haven't seen the Sovereign Realm should not understand the power of the Sovereign Realm. That's really just unrivaled in a million ways. Upon hearing this, Li Dao asked bluntly, According to you, then in the future, fighting a war can be done directly on the Sovereign Realm. So what is the point of having ordinary soldiers? So what do you mean? Li Dao looked at the map and explained. The difference between the Sovereign Realm and the innate martial artist is that one uses true essence and the other uses true chi. The so-called invincibility of 10,000 soldiers is also based on some conditions. There are really tens of thousands of soldiers to surround him. There is no need for other Zhongshe realms to step in. Only some innate martial artists who can slightly resist him for a while can step in to drain the true essence in his body, thus trapping and killing the Zhongshe realm. After all, the Sovereign Realm is still flesh and blood as well. If it's the clan realm of the Tamu tribe that steps in, then it'll be even easier. Li Dao then picked up the flag representing the enemy on the map and inserted it at several locations on the map. At the same time, he explained, From the map, if the several large camps in the border fortress are uprooted by the Tamu tribe, it's just right to present a closed siege to the one where the Jinbei Ho is located. Speaking here, he gazed at Zhao Tong. Here's a word for you. Xinchong in terms of strength being in the Zhongshe realm indeed surpasses countless others. But what really makes him sit in the position of Marquis of Jinbei is still his ability to fight battles. If it's like you said, then a Zhongshe realm could be the Marquis of Diqian. Zhao Tong suddenly had a jolt. What do you mean? Li Dao swept the map. If I'm not wrong, the Tamu tribe is trying to trap the Marquis of Jinbei in this camp and then attack Fufeng Pass. Once they succeed, then they will isolate Jinbei Ho's contact with the outside world, and with the group of dragons without a leader. Xinchang's immediate legions and the rest of the local armies in the vicinity of Fufeng Pass will definitely fall into a state of panic to a certain extent. By the time the Tamu tribe's heavy forces move south, Fufeng Pass won't be so easy to defend. Zhao Tong's face blanched, and he quickly explained again, with the Tamu tribe's troop strength, it's impossible for him to achieve such a comprehensive layout. Li Dao's face was bland on the side, but there is more than one Tamu tribe in the northern barbarians. The words have been said here. Zhao Tong is the slowest reaction at this moment also figured out. So what do we do now? Zhao Tong directly placed his main focus on Li Dao and pursued him. It's simple. The Tamu tribe wants to block the news across the board. If under normal circumstances he shouldn't have failed with this move, but he's still missing a move. And at the moment we don't have any problems in the Huangsha town camp, which means they have a gap. What do you mean? It's very simple. Now go fast and furious to where the Jinbei Ho is located to inform him of the news that the Tanu tribe has invaded, and that's the end of it. Yeah. Zhao Tong finished his gaze and then looked at Li Dao. Li Dao, you analyzed it so thoroughly, so why don't you go? Li Dao gave a blank look. Who would believe this kind of big event if you let me go? I'm afraid that I won't be charged with disturbing the military in a minute, so it's necessary for you, the Chancellor, to personally bring the message over so that they might still believe it. Available. For some reason, after that wonderful play by Li Dao just now, Zhao Tong felt like he couldn't find himself for a moment. Li Dao said, don't say anything. If you go late, when the army of the Tanu tribe besieges the Jinbei Marquis, then everything will be too late. So I'm going alone? Do you think it's appropriate for a group of people to go? Who will stay behind when we go to Huangsha town? This way we won't let go of the defense as usual, except for a piece of news. All right. After making a decision in his mind, Zhao Tong pulled out a token from his body and handed it over. It is? Take the token. Everything in the Huangsha town camp will be left to you to mobilize, and you'll be the temporary 1,000 husbandman. Li Dao took the token and glanced at it. Looking up, you're not giving it to those centurions? I don't feel comfortable leaving it to them. It's better to leave it to you. Obviously, Li Dao's previous theories had successfully conquered this biggest thorn in the side of the Huangsha town camp besides Li Dao. That's fine. In less than a few minutes, Li Dao was right outside the tent watching Zhao Tong run out of Huangsha town on his fast horse. Seeing this, Xue Bing on the side couldn't help but ask, Boss, is the situation really that dire? Li Dao looked at the setting sun near dusk and said in a faint voice, it will only get worse than this. Everything he had just deduced was based on the information he currently had. How about analyzing the part he doesn't understand? There are variables everywhere. For example, Zhao Tong went on this trip with his analysis of the situation. When he arrived at Marquis Jinbei's place, he still had to convince Shinchong with what he had analyzed. As a party general cannot just listen to the words of his men, will certainly find a way to verify. This back and forth may be delayed, and then as usual, surrounded by the enemy. In short, there is too much trouble embedded in it to be pursued in detail. Zhang Mang looked aside at Li Dao, who always had a light smile on his face, rather puzzled, and asked, but boss, why do you seem to have no tension at all? No? Zhang Mang shook his head. Not only no, instead it seems like there's a bit of excitement. Okay. No wonder Lito wasn't nervous. Mainly because the atmosphere of this coming war was more to his liking than the calm and quiet days. That's not to say he likes war. Of course. He simply wanted to harvest the lives of the northern barbarians to enhance his strength. Xue Bing suddenly asked again from the side. So boss, do we need to prepare to do something now? Go back to bed. What does this mean? After a good night's sleep, so as to meet the coming enemy. Xue Bing, Jiang Meng, night. After everyone had rested, Lito murmured in his mind. Panels. Owner, Li Dao. Physique, 165. 49. Available attributes, 34. 83. Most of the attributes were provided to him by the two innate martial artists, and the rest were left out. System. Add points. After a dozen breaths, the heat dissipated. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 200. 32. Available attributes, 0. By now, Li Dao's physique reached 200 times that of an ordinary person. Sensing the changes in his body, he couldn't help but murmur. I don't know what level of martial artist his current strength can match. However, as of now, none of the early mid-innate martial artists should be much of a threat to him. Any more powerful and he wouldn't know it. Forget it, don't think about it, the strength will continue to keep rising anyway. After rubbing Xiao Hei's doggy head, Li Dao closed his eyes and fell asleep. Blackie, half squinted and half awake, got up, his round eyes in a daze. After a moment it glanced aside at its master and got up and walked over to him to lie down at ease. Early the next morning, woo-woo, at the whine of a horn, the entire Huangsha town camp suddenly exploded, because that sound signifies that an enemy army is attacking. Grip it. What's the situation? How come the enemy is suddenly hitting us? It's not going to be another one of those northern barbarian cavalrymen running over to molest us like before. Who knows? Anyway, let's get dressed first or we'll definitely get whipped if Boss Zhao finds out. When all the soldiers of the Huangsha town camp winded up running to the assembly site, they found that there was already a group of people standing here. Zhang Mang and his group stood neatly side by side, looking at the soldiers who arrived later to realize what they used to be like in the eyes of others. The military uniform is not properly worn and is free and undisciplined, but there was some small pride in his heart at the thought of what he looked like now, and at the very least they had changed. Once the soldiers were pretty much assembled, some of them noticed a problem. No, where's Boss Joe? Yeah, he's usually the first one there when it comes to things like this on weekdays. It's hard to believe that Boss Zhao rewarded himself yesterday, so he didn't get up. Then we'll have to laugh at him later. The soldiers in the crowd were talking to each other. Everyone be quiet. At that moment, Li Dao walked to the front of the group and spoke out. At that moment, all eyes subconsciously looked over. After seeing the visitor clearly, the individuals stopped paying attention and continued to discuss their own. However, when Li Dao pulled out the token given by Zhao Tong, everyone fell silent. At this point, several centurions stepped forward. Li Dao, how come Boss Zhao's token is in your hand? A centurion stepped forward and said. Li Dao glanced at the person who spoke and said bluntly, Commander Zhao had something to do last night, and gave me the token to act as the temporary commander of the Huangsha town camp before saying goodbye. No way. You're just a shiksa. Another centurion came out and retorted. In response, Li Dao had a calm expression and simply held up the token and said, Seeing the token is like seeing the chancellor. You may not follow the rules, but you will have to bear the consequences yourselves. The battle in Li Dao Canyon did scare many people at first, but nearly a month has passed and people are gradually forgetting these things. A hot-tempered centurion immediately stepped forward and said, You let me take the consequences and see. Yes? Li Dao turned around with a pair of eyes falling on the person who spoke. The person who spoke just wanted to say something, but after seeing those eyes, his heart instantly felt as if it had been stabbed by a needle, and he felt a palpitation, as if something terrible would happen if he said something carelessly. Just as he was hesitating, a long, sharp chirp suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked overhead, only to see a black bird chirping in the sky. The black bird was none other than Bai Xiao, whom Li Dao had brought from his home. Hearing Bai Xiao's shout, Li Dao instantly understood the meaning. He gazed at the rest of the group and said bluntly, Those who are obedient will go together to the northern wall of Huangsha town. After he finished speaking, he beckoned, and Zhang Mang and the others immediately followed, leaving behind a group of people who looked at each other in disbelief. Are we going or not? A centurion frowned. After all, the token couldn't be fake. The centurion who was previously intimidated by Li Dao stalked his neck and said, No go. A mere brat still wants to order us? Woo woo. It was also at this moment that a familiar long sound echoed out over Huangsha town. If the first voice might have been meant to get them to assemble, this second voice was a bit more elusive. The faces of the centurions and motionless soldiers present suddenly changed. In the next second, everyone couldn't care less and ran towards the direction that Li Dao had just left. In the meantime, on the northern ramparts of Huangsha town, the sound of horns was unceasing. At this moment, Li Dao had already stood on the city wall with Zhang Mang and the others, his eyes looking towards the end of the plains in the distance. Soon, some black dots appeared in their field of vision. If you look closely, you will see that the black dots are a human head. At this moment, everyone on the city walls except for Li Dao tensed up, because they had heard Li Dao's analysis yesterday and knew what they and the others were about to face. What the hell? Who's blowing the war cry? Do you know what will happen if you lie about the military? Can you afford it? Tell me where Boss Xiao is. I'm going to ask him myself. The noise became clearer as it was accompanied by a centurion walking up the wall. However, before they had a chance to say anything after seeing Li Dao, they were equally attracted by the scenery in the distance. The last angry line of people. The next second the expressions all froze in place. How could they not expect the war cry to be real? Enemy attack. All hands on deck. After coming back to their senses, they were too late to find trouble with Li Dao, and immediately shouted towards the group of soldiers who had followed them. When the soldiers below heard this, they were first stunned, and when they regained their senses, they immediately returned to prepare their things. Li Dao took in the scene, but didn't pay a bit of attention to it. These people can help then help, cannot help him not to force. Along with the passage of time, the distant northern barbarian army was gradually and clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. Looking at the dense heads in the distance, Zhang Mang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and muttered, Good lord, I must have 5,000 people. Xue Bing followed at the side. Nearly 3,000 infantry, 15,000 light cavalry, and 500 heavy cavalry. For a while everyone just felt pressurized, because this number of troops was too terrifying for the Huangsha town camp. The number alone is 5 times more than the battalion in Huangsha town. The most important thing is still the 500 heavy cavalry, which is a meat grinder on the battlefield. Ordinary soldiers who block who die. This number of northern barbarian soldiers was also seen by several centurions not far away. At this moment, they no longer had their arrogance, and one by one, their faces turned white. Despite being pricks, they are not cuties. At a time like this when they can't decide for themselves whether to live or die, the thorns in their side are for show. Chapter 64, The Siege of 3,000 Men. Looking at the army that was getting closer and closer, Under the tense atmosphere, Zheng Meng gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, if I can't, I'll go down and fight with them. That is, I'll bite off a piece of their meat even before I die." Li Dao shook his head. "Let's wait and see. The situation isn't necessarily as dire as it is right now. Now go down and fight with these people." For him it is not good to say, but for Huangsha town camp these people is pure to send to death. Xue Bing and the others were puzzled at the sound of their voices. On the situation in front of them, what else could be cracked? In the meantime, among the ranks marching opposite, a northern barbarian general rode along with several deputies. "San Kai, did the Yellow Sand town camp let us abort 2 innate martial artists yesterday alone?" The northern barbarian general inquired to one of his deputies on the sidelines. The deputy called Senhai clasped his fist and said, "Back to General Sen's. This is exactly this place. Not only that, but the Dacian army here is very difficult to deal with, making our TAMU tribe lose quite a few people in the previous period of time, compared to the rest of the Dacian camps that are a bit stronger." "The elite of the Dacian dynasty?" Senzei frivolously smiled. Senzei, fight for the elite, and this time I will definitely make this Huangsha town camp belong to my TAMU tribe." Senhai sniffed back. With General's presence, a mere Huangsha town camp is naturally at hand. But, Morisawa's words changed and he added, "But there is still one thing that needs to be taken care of." The thing the general said was? Senz looked towards the Huangsha town camp and said in a faint voice, "The failure of yesterday's operation has most likely attracted the attention of the Dacian side. So for the sake of the perfect implementation of the Great King's plan, while attacking this one camp, it is necessary to have people go around Huangsha town and go to meet up with the large force to block the gap." When he finished speaking, his gaze turned back to the 2 deputies on the other side. "Senka, Senmyo, you 2 lead the group around the Huangsha town camp." At that, the 2 deputies frowned. "What about your side, General?" Senz waved his hand and said, "Huangsha town serves as a hub for the Great Qian to target my northern barbarians. It must be captured as our supply line, and as I've just said, I'm going to take this place myself, and I'll meet up with you guys again when I do." Hearing this, the 2 understood, but were still worried. "General, otherwise it would be better for you to leave some of the cavalry behind." Sen shook his head and refused. "No need. Your mission to go over there this time is significant. The cavalry can't be lost. The district is just a Dacian camp of 1,000 people. Can't 3,000 people not be able to take it?" "But General, 2 innate martial artists have fallen here." Senz glared at the 2 of them and said bluntly, "Comparing the district's 2 losers who have just stepped into the innate martial artists with me, have you forgotten that I only broke through to the late innate stage not long ago? Where do you guys think I got this spot under my ass? Let you go, you don't talk nonsense. Delay the battle. Then the king blames you can have good fruit to eat?" The 2 of them stopped talking after that. "Light cavalry battalion. Heavy cavalry battalion. In. Tom is coming with us." After the 2 men led the way and ordered ahead, they turned around and left first after clasping their fists at Morisawa. The 1,500 light cavalry and 500 heavy cavalry behind them followed the 2 men and left as well. Seeing this, Senz nodded, his eyes looking towards the distant Huangsha town camp, and ordered, "Target Huangsha town camp. Advance. Huangsha town side of the city wall." Watching the cavalrymen who rushed out from the Tama tribe's army in great numbers made the group of people on the city wall nervous. "Boss, their cavalry is charging. What do we do? 500 heavy cavalry. How should this be held in front?" Zhang Mang and Xue Bing both said one after another. The remaining few centurions were even more nervous, wearing a look of death. Li Dao's face was calm as he said in a faint voice, "What army have you seen that would attack a city with cavalry?" Hearing these words, the people present couldn't help but stare. Yeah, cavalry is great because of its mobility, and the mounted shooting ability that goes with its mobility, and lastly, the impact, and these 3 in the siege battle roll can be said almost no. After all, the northern barbarian side of the horse no matter how powerful, but it is also impossible to fly to the city wall. "Boss, so this is what they, just see for yourself." Seeing the TAMU tribe's cavalry getting closer and closer, the group finally realized the problem. The other side rides at an angle that just misses the town of Yellow Sands. "Boss, why are they running back there?" Seeing this scene, Zhang Meng hurriedly asked. Li Dao's thoughts moved and he spoke. "It looks like this batch of cavalry is on an important mission, so they've left." "Important mission?" Several centurions' faces changed drastically, and one of them hurriedly said, "Since they have an important mission, it's even more important not to let them pass. We must find a way to intercept these people." Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked back and turned his head to Xue Bing and ordered, "Men, find a rope over here and let this Lord Centurion go down to stop these cavalrymen." Crowd. "You," the centurion who spoke said with a flushed face. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Li Dao said in a faint voice. "My meaning is simple. If you want to send yourself to death, go down by yourself. No one will accompany you. 2,000 horsemen. And 500 heavy cavalry among them. What will you stop with? With your 3-inch tongue? Or maybe I'll stop 1,000 and you stop 1,000? If you can do that, I'll jump right now and join you. If you can't, don't talk. With these 1,000 men going down, it's not enough for the opposing cavalry to reap 2 round trips. When the time comes, people will be able to leave easily as usual, and we'll have to lose this yellow sand town for nothing. The reason why he said that was because Li Dao had already seen that this batch of cavalrymen were obviously different from those ordinary cavalrymen he had once encountered, and these cavalrymen had traces of cultivation on them to a greater or lesser extent. It was true that the soldiers of the Huangsha town camp were more powerful than ordinary Dechen soldiers, but that was also because their character made them more courageous. With not much difference between the two sides, bravery does supplement some of the deficiencies, but if the difference is too great, it's a pure giveaway without self-awareness. That centurion was unconvinced at first, but after hearing these words slightly understood. He was just a little anxious before, but not irrational, otherwise he wouldn't be a centurion in this prickly camp. Finally, the centurion asked with a red face, "So what do you say now?" Li Dao did not speak for the time being and looked back at the 3,000 troops of the Tamu tribe that were slowly walking towards Huangsha town before he said, "From the analysis of all aspects, the other party definitely wants to take Huangsha town, so it's fine to defend the city for the time being. This place, Huangsha town, is more dominated by the defense than the offense." Upon hearing this, the remaining few centurions glanced at each other and silently nodded towards Li Dao, looking like they had temporarily agreed with him as the temporary commander. Seeing this, Li Dao immediately ordered, "Go and have the soldiers bring over the things needed to defend the city." "Yes." A centurion sniffed and immediately turned around and ordered the soldiers under the walls to get busy. Shortly afterward, the 2,000 cavalry of the Tamu tribe completely ran past the town of Huangsha and disappeared far from view, and they would need to face the 3,000 troops of the Tamu tribe that were approaching the city. Outside Huangsha town, 300 meters away, the 3,000 soldiers of the Tamu tribe stopped when they reached this position. This position is a safe spot to prevent the enemy from being the first to attack with arrows. "General, what next?" San Kai, who was in charge of commanding the soldiers, turned around and asked. Sens looked at the people on the walls of Huangsha town and smiled contemptuously. "What are you waiting for? Of course the choice is to attack the city." Sun Kai nodded and turned back to order. "Prepare the siege implements." Within a short time, the ranks of soldiers brought out many ladders and siege hammers. Seeing this, Sun Kai pulled out the long sword at his waist and swung it down towards Huangsha town, while ordering, in small teams of 10, spread out and start attacking the city. After the order was given, the frontmost row of 1,000 soldiers immediately charged at Huangsha town with their siege implements. Seeing this, Sun Hai continued to order, "Those with cultivation are responsible for taking cover against the arrows." Not all of the 1,000 soldiers are ordinary soldiers, but there are also some captains, sergeants, and centurions. Most of them have cultivation, and can help defend against arrows. The other side, the people on the walls have also been ready for a long time. A row of ramparts with archers lined up 3 paces to a post. At that moment, only a few men climbed up carrying a huge altar. At the same time, a foul odor instantly filled the entire wall. Li Dao even subconsciously held his breath. "Good lord, what a punchy flavor." Zhang Mang pinched his nose and said in a hurry. A centurion looked at Li Dao shyly and said, "I heard that when defending the city, you can use fecal water to defend the enemy, so I had the men dig a thatched pit." Looking at the crowd pinching their noses, he awkwardly said, "Or should I have them recarry it away?" "No need," Li Dao said without changing his face. "Something that can defend the city is good." Zhang Mang looked curious when he saw this. "Boss, don't you stink?" Li Dao said bluntly. "Just hold your breath." Zhang Mang, with Li Dao's current physique, a breath can be suffocated for more than half an hour. A moment of breath holding is not a matter of course. The average person cannot learn, just like Zhang Mang, who suffocated for a while is unbearable to bear. The big breath holding and big inhalation stinks so much that his face turns blue and he immediately runs far away. Li Dao stood on the city's head to look toward the oncoming shouting and killing rushing Tamu tribal soldiers. See the distance close to almost immediately ordered, "Release arrows." In the next second, the archers on the walls shot their arrows down. Seeing this, some people with cultivation in the Tamu tribe's ranks stepped forward to help stop the arrows. In the face of ordinary arrows, these people easily intercepted them, and only a small portion landed on some unlucky soldiers. In the ranks behind the Tamu tribe, the soldier commander, San Hai, laughed when he saw the scene. "General, if I look at it, these 1,000 men might be enough to take down this Huangsha town camp." And when Li Dao's side saw this scene, his face didn't change much. This is the world of having practitioners. And many of the ancient things that do no harm are discounted in their usefulness. Thinking of this, he took out a black longbow from the side. According to Zhang Mang, this bow was one of Zhao Tong's treasures in his collection, and the whole body was made of 1,000-year-old ironwood with extremely high toughness. It is said that the bowstring used for traction is made from the main tendon of a ferocious beast. On weekdays, Zhao Tong extremely treasured this bow and wiped it every day. As for why it came to Li Dao's hands, it was Zhang Mang who sneaked it out from inside Zhao Tong's tent. Because this bow Zhao Tong had once said that it could not be used by those who were not born with divine power. Zhang Mang had also tried it at first and could not pull it open. So he stole it and brought it to Li Dao. Can lift a 5,000-pound gate with one hand? This is not natural strength, who else can count? Li Dao touched the bowstring and realized that it was indeed different from ordinary bowstrings. He then put his hand on the bowstring to attempt to pull. Li Dao raised an eyebrow, and his hand pushed again until it was pulled into a full moon. Is it that much of a strain? According to his judgment, pulling this bow would require at least 3,000 pounds of strength. Don't look at the power as nothing to him, but it was for him. For an ordinary person, exhaustion would not allow them to pull this bowstring for even a fraction of a second. Looking at the Tanu tribe soldiers charging not far away, Li Dao took out an arrow from the quiver on the side and hitched it to his ironwood bow. Looking down at the group of people helping Kamen fend off the arrows, he quickly looked at one. Because its movements were the largest, it looked like it belonged to a high grade amongst the Hotian martial artists. Hitch a bow and pull out the full moon. Aiming. This series of movements by Li Dao was done in one go. Release. The moment he let go, the air let out a long roar. The arrow disappeared into the city like a stream of light. In the ranks of the Tanu tribe attacking the city, a man stood in front of many soldiers to block the incoming arrows. Dense. The soldiers behind him couldn't wait to applaud at the sight. Not bad for a husband and wife. Stopping all the arrows. Don't underestimate the husbandman. That's a Hotian second-grade expert. Just charge under the walls in one fell swoop. Just as several people were charging and discussing, they suddenly felt a white light graze in front of their eyes and flash in front of them. When he looked up, he saw that the husbandman, who had just been on a rampage, suddenly didn't move at all. Upon closer inspection, several people were instantly startled, for at the back of their husband's head, a bloody hole appeared, vaguely visible through. At this time, Li Dao on the city's head also heard the beeps from the system. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute 2. 31. Hearing this, Li Dao's eyes lit up and the corners of his lips rose, revealing an expression of having found some sort of joy. Chapter 65, single-handedly breaking the army. Although it was only a short distance of 300 meters, because they were carrying some siege props such as ladders, the Tanu tribe soldiers didn't rush under the Huansha town's walls very quickly. But despite this, their casualties in the face of the incoming arrows remained small. This was because there were many people with cultivation among them who were at the forefront to help them block the arrows that were flying at them. However, they hadn't been happy for long when they suddenly saw a stream of light shooting from the opposite side of the city not far away. Faced with these streams of light, many people were penetrated through their skulls before they could react, directly dying on the spot, and many realized that these streams of light do not fall on ordinary soldiers. Whoever blocked the more arrows would be the next target of the stream of light. A centurion in the charging group noticed this phenomenon, and his gaze looked with shock to the city's head not far away. What the hell kind of thing could shoot their people so accurately? Before he could think much about it, he suddenly felt the hairs of sweat on his body stand up, as if a pair of death-like eyes were staring at him at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he saw a stream of light flying towards him head-on at breakneck speed. At this moment he suddenly erupted, his body instinctively raising his sword to block. In the next second, the stream of light went straight through the blade and through his brow before it didn't go into the ground behind him. Probably because of the obstruction of the blade, the stream of light did not shoot into the ground, and an arrow tail appeared on the ground. The city's head. Li Dao held a 1,000-year-old ironwood bow in his hand and continuously took out arrows from his quiver and shot them into the battlefield. Every arrow can take a life. The system's beeps also kept ringing in his ears. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute 1. 23. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute 2. 67. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute 1. 89. Kill the enemy. And every arrow that took away was also someone with a higher cultivation level. It also gave him his first taste of archery. Li Dao couldn't help but laugh lightly. After playing too much melee combat, being an archer is quite interesting. But he was happy. Then the soldiers of the Tanu tribe would be out of luck. Without the protection of the Hotian martial artists, they were all exposed to the arrows. The number of deaths increased dramatically in a short period of time. This scene was also noticed by Morisawa and the others in the rear. Sun Kai looked at the successive deaths of his men and was heartbroken. Ordinary soldiers were easy to find, but men with cultivation could be hard to find. He turned back and clasped his fists. General, let me step in to deal with that man. Sens could look at the Huangsha town at the head of the city, lifted his hand and said, we can't move for now. If you rush the city, you'll only be passive when you're isolated. Wait a little longer, until they charge the city. Upon hearing this, Sun Hai could only do as he was told, but his gaze was angrily directed towards the figure at the city's head. This way, after a period of charging, the soldiers of the Tamu tribe who rushed at the front finally arrived under the Huangsha town city wall with their siege equipment. Get on the ladder! With a command, nearly 10 ladders were all set up on the walls of Huangsha town. The soldiers of the Tamu tribe below then began to climb up the ladder. Seeing this scene, several centurions immediately ordered, prepare kerosene, dung and water, stones, pour it all down on me, down on me. At the sound, many people picked up what they were holding and threw it down. Also as a result, the archers on the walls received the effects. Far away, Sun Kai turned around at this scene and asked, General, Sens nodded, have the rest of the people all move out? And you few wait for the opportunity to take down this Huangsha town as early as possible. Yes, Sun Hai had been impatient for a long time, and when he heard the order, he immediately ordered the remaining people. All of them will launch a charge for me, and if we take down Huangsha town in half an hour, this general will be heavily rewarded. Kill! Upon hearing this, the remaining 2,000 soldiers shouted in unison and charged towards Huangsha town. Not far away, the crowd on the city wall tensed up once again at the sight of this scene. Boss! Zhang Meng couldn't help but look back at Li Dao. It turned out that his own boss was shooting excitedly with a 1,000-year-old ironwood bow, and his hands were almost swinging out stumps. At the sound of the voice, Li Dao looked back at Zhang Meng. What's wrong? The army behind the enemy is charging. What do we do now? Li Dao raised his eyes and saw 2,000 soldiers rushing towards Huangsha town. Seeing this scene, he replied very directly, just kill them all. He wasn't joking. He really wanted to leave all of these people underneath this yellow sand town city. After all, everyone here was an attribute to him. Although the attributes provided by ordinary soldiers might not be much, a mosquito is still meat, and the accumulated value of more is not bad, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. Hearing his own boss's words, Zhang Meng was startled. Boss, don't joke. It's a question of whether or not you can hold it. How can you kill them all? Li Dao's gaze swept across the battlefield, his eyes quickly landing on the group that was charging straight over, and a bold idea quickly appeared in his heart. So straight away he said, you guys stay here and keep watch. I'm going down there. Zhang Meng's entire body froze. Go down? Go down where? As a result, before he could react, he saw his own boss take out his dragon halberd and jump directly off the city wall. Zhang Meng? Emotional talk of going down. Is this going down? But that's a bit of a stretch. The soldiers of the Tamu tribe were continuously climbing up the ladder. Suddenly, a loud boom rang in their ears. Some of the soldiers looked along the place where the sound rang out, only to see that a deep pit had appeared on the ground at some point, and a silhouette stood in it, and looking at the military attire on its body, it was none other than their opponents, the soldiers of Dakian. Although they didn't understand what exactly was going on, the soldiers of the surrounding Tamu tribe subconsciously had to surround and go up to kill them. Looking at the surrounding soldiers of the Tamu tribe that surrounded him, Li Dao gripped his dragon halberd in his hand and directly flung it. In the next second, everyone close to within 5 meters of his circumference snapped in two from the waist. The lucky ones died on the spot, and those who could still tough it out for a while let out wails of pain. In the blink of an eye, the ground around them was covered in blood. Not long after, a system beep came to his ears. Kill 10 enemies, gain attribute, 1. 7. Li Dao merely glanced at these people and then stopped paying attention to them, as his target was not these people at all. Rather, it was another group not far behind these men. Ignoring the terrified and confused gazes of a group of soldiers from the surrounding Tamu tribe, he stepped on his feet, and the whole person directly rushed out at great speed like a cannonball. It was so fast that it even left residual shadows in the air, and as soon as speed was mentioned, Li Dao thought of some of his previous mistakes in understanding. His physique was currently 200 times that of an ordinary man. Strength, endurance, recovery, and a few other aspects may actually reach the point where an ordinary person is 200 times the size of a normal person. But he found that speed as well as his own reflexes were not the same as the attributes of strength. These two attributes are more similar to the additional attributes of physical enhancement. Will gradually grow with the enhancement of physical enhancement, can only be reflected through his own strength, and will not be the same as the strength of these attributes according to the enhancement of physical enhancement of the same multiples of the enhancement. If the physique is boosted tenfold, then his strength is boosted tenfold, while his speed may only be doubled or even less. Of course, even so, his speed and reflexes were currently beyond normal. P.S. a little loophole in the previous setting. Now it has been revised. Here to add to make the protagonist's strength more scientifically displayed. A million apologies. In the meantime, Sun Hai led the charge, running towards Huangsha town with 2,000 men. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a flying silhouette charging towards their 2,000 men with rolling dust. This caused the lead Murakami to freeze. What's going on here? Why was there a Dacian soldier charging towards them? Clearly they were the ones attacking the city. However, no matter what he thought, the first thing he had to do now was to settle the other party. Along with the silhouette getting closer and closer, Sun Kai's gaze gradually intensified as he had already detected the strong sense of oppression on the other party. No way! It's got to be proactive. Seeing his opponent getting closer and closer, Sun Kai waved the long sword in his hand. Bloody blade technique. Accompanied by the swinging of the long blade, only dozens of red blade chi condensed from true chi could be seen flying towards the silhouette. Opposite. Li Dao looked at the oncoming red blade chi with a condensed gaze and quickly judged the strength of the person. Generally speaking, martial artists who have just entered the innate are able to release their true chi externally, but they can't leave their bodies too far away. And the more sufficient the true chi in their bodies and the higher their cultivation, the farther away their release distance will be. And the opposite side could be a few meters away from him to release the condensed but not false blade chi. Its strength was at least in the middle innate stage. It was about the same strength as the snow demon that he had encountered by the side of the great prince Tamu. In the face of these blade chi, Li Dao wouldn't be irrational enough to fight hard. There was no room for a little carelessness on the battlefield, especially when everything was unknown about his opponent. He slowed down and began to rotate and swing his dragon halberd with both hands in hand. Under his terrifying strength, the astral aura wielded by the dragon-marked halberd directly wrapped up his entire body. When the blood-colored true chi landed on top of the astral shield, it was instantly bounced out. Seeing that all the blood-colored blade chi fell short, Li Dao stopped his movements. And by now, he had also arrived in front of his opponent. Wushuang, breaker! Facing a martial artist who was at least in the middle innate stage in front of him, Li Dao slashed straight down directly with the dragon tattoo halberd in his hand. As early as his own blade chi was blocked, Sun Hai understood that the strength of the visitor was not bad, so his psyche was prepared. When facing Li Dao with this large halberd, he also sensed the horrifying oppressive power of this move, and the first thought in his mind when given the choice was to dodge. And that's exactly what he did, instantly abandoning his horse and sidestepping. It was also at this instant that the dragon tattoo halberd fell. Boom! The dragon tattoo halberd smashed heavily on the ground with a loud sound, and the horse was sliced through the center at the same time. That twisting astral energy release left a long trail on the ground. Morikazumi immediately launched a counterattack as he ducked. The long knife in his hand came straight at Li Dao's heart from a tricky angle, but the next second Murakami's expression froze. His long knife was directly grasped by a hand, and the sharp blade landed on the other's hand without any effect. He subconsciously drew his long knife, but found that he couldn't pull it out at all. Suddenly, he felt a loosening in his hands, but soon he was sweating again as his opponent sent over a meaty palm as he let go. It was clear that the other party's meaty palm was ordinary, so ordinary that it didn't cover any of his true chi at all, but he just felt deadly. Faced with this feeling, he did not hesitate to choose to abandon his sword and retreat. Seeing the attack fall short, Li Dao raised his eyebrows. As expected, the higher the cultivation level, the more extraordinary the martial artist was. Like before, many people who saw him without true chi chose to fight hard, not expecting to encounter a special one today. He didn't feel sorry for himself, though. Although he and this innate martial artist exchanged blows quickly, it was enough for the surrounding soldiers to react. Facing Li Dao as a ready-made enemy, they did not hesitate to choose to surround and kill him. This scene also played right into Li Dao's hands. He wouldn't forget the purpose of his run over. He decisively gave up tangling with that innate martial artist and directly aimed his spear at these ordinary soldiers. Killing that innate martial artist might give him a lot of attributes, but there were too many uncertainties, in case the other party wanted to run away. With the strength of the opponent, it was still very possible. It would be better to eat the meat that was delivered to his mouth in front of him into his stomach. He could not lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame seeds. What's more, the value of so many soldiers of the Tamu tribe combined definitely far exceeded the value of a mid-innate martial artist. Kill. Soon, a group of soldiers from the Tamu tribe charged in front of Li Dao. With a flick of the halberd in Li Dao's hand, several heads flew directly into the air. Kill 7 enemies. Gain attribute 1. 56. However, a steady stream of soldiers were still coming towards him, as if they were afraid that he would kill too much. Of course, there were still some soldiers who continued to choose to run towards Huangsha town when they saw that the enemy was surrounded. Li Dao also noticed it, but didn't pay any attention to it. His task was only to drag some of the people and the few innate martial artists here. As for the rest of the people, I think the one 000 or so people in the Huangsha town camp in a state of defense should be able to handle it. Chapter 66, Massacre. Cutting 3 innate in a row. Facing the surrounding soldiers of the Tanu tribe swarming around him, Li Dao continuously waved his dragon halberd in his hand without stopping. With each swing the system's beeps would ring in succession in his ears. Kill 6 enemies. Gain attribute, 1. 28. Kill 8 enemies. Gain attribute, 1. 74. Kill 11 enemies. Gain attribute, 2. 01. Kill the enemy. Even so, there was still a steady stream of people coming over to give away their heads. At this moment, San Hai, who had previously fought with Li Dao, instantly reddened his eyes when he saw his opponent slaughtering his own soldiers at will. But at the same time, his heart was calm, because he found that his opponent was very strange. Obviously there was no outwardly released true chi, but his strength was still terrifying, that even he, a mid-advanced martial artist, was not sure that he could be sure of being able to deal with the other party, so he had to look for a few helpers. At his gesture, soon the 3,000 men in the group converged around him. The opponent is tricky. Let's go together. Sun Kai ordered directly. Understood. The 3 of them clasped their fists, and their gazes also gazed up. They were only early innate stage martial artists, so they could naturally understand what Sun Hai, a mid-innate stage martial artist, meant by his words. Seemingly understanding that the 3 had some scruples in their hearts, he continued, the 3 of you can just assist me. I'll be responsible for the main attack. Over here. The more Li Dao killed, the more exuberant the whole heart became. Even as a result, his skin couldn't help but gradually redden under the tumbling chi and blood. It wasn't his fault, mainly because the kill was so up his ass. In these few minutes, several hundred soldiers of the Tanu tribe were killed by him. It's not possible to look at the panel's ever-growing list of available attributes without getting a head start. This time it was much more painful to kill than the time when he single-handedly saved Wei Yun. However, just as he was killing with vigor, several strong winds attacked behind him. Li Dao didn't panic. Instead, his mind had long been prepared. He wouldn't have left him alone to kill like that if he were the other side. When he turned his head to look, he only saw 4 figures coming towards the kill from different directions. The one at the head of the group was none other than the mid-innate martial artist with whom he had a previous encounter. At the same time, he also detected the aura from the other 3. A mid-innate with 3 early innate. Bloody blade technique. Bloody blade technique. Bloody. After they were about to get close to Li Dao, these 4 people suddenly swung their swords in unison. But what was unexpected was that all 4 of them had the same sword technique. Even the sword chi that they swung out was also the same. The blade chi coming from all directions left him with no place to dodge straight away. At the same time, it would also allow him to not be able to tell exactly which blade chi was more lethal and which was less lethal. Seeing this, Li Dao couldn't swing his dragon halberd in time to utilize his astral energy to block. But while it couldn't be blocked, it could avoid most of those blade auras. He directly ignored the blade chi from 3 directions and directly charged towards an early innate stage martial artist against one side of the blood-colored blade chi. Seeing this scene, all 4 of them were stunned. Back to God after the heart rejoiced. Seen looking for death. Have not seen so actively looking for death. If the opponent chooses to defend a wave, they may take a little damage but not die. But using the body to harden against the sword chi, really think that he is not made of iron. And even if it was made of iron, it was useless. In front of the blade chi composed of innate true chi, ordinary iron was as fragile as tofu. Just when everyone thought that Li Dao would be split up by the knife chi, a shocking scene appeared, only to see that when a portion of the blade chi landed on Li Dao's body, it directly froze with that flesh and blood body. A moment later, the blade chi was directly toppled by the flesh. Flying? The 4 Mori High people were stunned at this moment even if they were more knowledgeable. What kind of flesh can bounce off sharp blade chi? Is this still a human body? However, at that moment, the 4 of them made a new discovery. There was a blade chi that was not bounced off, because this true chi was wielded by Senkai. A blade chi in the mid-innate stage was naturally different from a blade chi in the early innate stage. It had to be said that it was worthy of the blade chi wielded by the middle innate stage. This time the blade chi wasn't bounced off directly, but directly rubbed against the layer of flesh and blood. Stabbing. Suddenly, accompanied by a slight sound, a splash of blood color appeared on the man's body. This scene also caused the 4 to instantly breathe a sigh of relief that it was finally working a little. However, soon after, they realized that the effect of the blade chi released by the middle innate stage was only to tear a bloody gash in the opponent's body, which had not even managed to make the opponent's blood flow out. This scene made the 4 of them, including Senkai's, mind explode a bit. They could all be innate martial artists. When had they ever seen such a situation? Especially Morikazumi. How could he have never imagined that his blade chi would one day not even be able to cut through a person's body? At this moment, Li Dao did not give the 4 a chance to react. When one of the 4 returned to his senses, he realized that the other party had already rushed to his face. Because of the close proximity, he could even see the glint of redness under the other's eyes. At this moment, his whole heart began to tremble. He tried to escape, but it was all too late. Stabbing, accompanied by a sound of entering flesh. The entire front section of the dragon tattoo halberd completely disappeared into the chest of this thousand husbandman, and a little bit of blood spilled onto Li Dao's cheek. Well, this thousand husbandman subconsciously gripped his dragon tattoo halberd and stared, wanting to open his mouth to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood gushed out, rendering him completely speechless. The next second, a hand pressed against his forehead. This is, Li Dao reached out and gently lifted his hand, and the thousand husbandman who had just been hanging on the dragon tattoo halberd was directly lifted out by his slap, and then naturally shook the blood and flesh on the halberd with his hand. When the thousand-man commander landed on the ground, he was already wide-eyed and broken, dead in the water. There was only one thought in his mind: why him? Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 13, sex wine. The sudden death of one instantly brought Murakami and the remaining two back to their senses. They also understood why the other party chose to harden against the blade chi. It was entirely because they wanted to take advantage of their inattention to break them down one by one. Right now the other side's idea had worked, and they sacrificed one person. Asterisk. Senhai's eyes immediately turned a little red. Clearly the four of them had already cooperated very well, but they still couldn't help the person in front of them. The main reason was that he was completely unable to guess what kind of strength the person in front of him had. To say that it was powerful, but the other party hadn't shown any true chi from the beginning to the end. It was also just to say that the other party wasn't an innate martial artist. But on the other hand, the fact that the other party was able to use his flesh and blood to resist the blade chi condensed by the innate true chi really made him somewhat astonished. Equally terrifying was the other party's terrifying power. Even he completely dared not take the other party's attacks hard, and directly fell into the wrong hands. How could such a monster appear out of a small Huangsha town camp in the district? Over here, Li Dao didn't give the remaining three a chance to react. After successfully taking out an early innate stage martial artist, he immediately turned his gun around to find the second thousand master. Seeing Li Dao charging head-on, the first thing the thousand-man commander showed was not anger at the sacrifice of his comrades, but panic. Although the three of them, the 3,000 husbandmen, were usually not convinced by one another, they knew in their hearts that the strengths were all not too far apart. The fact that this monster in front of him could easily kill one of them meant that it was equally capable of easily killing the remaining two, which made it impossible for him not to be afraid. Bloody blade technique. Unable to avoid and unable to escape, he can only choose to take the initiative and at the same time see if he could find an opportunity to lure him next to Senhai, the vice general. He can't hold his own at the early innate stage, but he should be able to at the mid-innate stage. Well, that should do it. Thus, this thousand husbandman could be seen casually whirling out a few slashes of sword energy, and began to approach towards Senkai. Watching this light and fluffy blade chi fall to the body and be bounced off, and then looking at the other party's movements, Li Dao were not clear about the other party's meaning. But alas, he wouldn't give that a chance. Li Dao stepped heavily on his feet. Although he didn't have true chi and didn't know any light stances, he understood that accelerating in a straight line was the fastest. Bang! After the loud noise, the thousand-man commander who was still trying to fight and retreat suddenly realized that a strong wind was coming at his face, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw Li Dao who had rushed in front of him. No! Before he could say anything, the head of the halberd drove him through the neck. Li Dao casually stirred his hand and flung it out, and the second thousandth husbandman was casually flung out by him. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 13, 25. The deaths of the 2000th captains in quick succession made Senkai even more furious. But after the exasperation came powerlessness, because he didn't dare to choose to fight his opponent hard either, and the last remaining 1000th leader instantly tensed at the sight, because from the looks of things, he's next, General I. This thousand husbandman was just about to say something when Morihei suddenly then interrupted him and said bluntly, "You hold him off for a while, I'll go find General Morihei to deal with him." After saying that, he didn't care if this thousand-man commander agreed or not, turned around and ran away. Shifuyu? At the moment, his mind only wanted to curse. Keep him on top? Do you want to hear what the hell you're talking about? Looking at Senkai's departing back, he realized that he was being given up, all because the enemy in front of him was a monster. Seeing this scene, Li Dao did not choose to block it. He could still rely on his strong body to forcefully kill the early innate stage, but if the mid-innate stage was bent on running, then it would be difficult for him to stop it. Not to mention the fact that there was prey at hand that hadn't been eaten, wasn't it? He could also see that the only remaining 1000 husbandman on the opposite side was nervous, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who made him run not as fast as that middle innate stage? In nature, if you are slow, You are a prey to be slaughtered. The last 1,000 husbandmen took a deep breath and locked his gaze on Li Dao. I will not be afraid of you. Aha! As he said that, Li Dao walked towards this 1,000 husbandmen. The 1,000 husbandmen looked at the sword in his hand and then at the 3-meter-long dragon halberd in Li Dao's hand, and gulped. What kind of a true man is it to use a weapon? A true man is a man who wants to fight physically. Do you dare? Li Dao couldn't help but be stunned and quickly laughed. What do you want? The 1,000th man straightened up and said, how about we all drop our weapons and fight to the death? Li Dao hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. The Shifuyu was instantly delighted and dropped the knife in his hand, although he knew that he still had little chance of winning even without his weapon. The other party's weapon was obviously much more powerful than his, and with fewer weapons he could at least close the gap a bit. What if there's a miracle? What if he can fight back? Shifuyu, your turn. Li Dao nodded. Good. Put. In the next second, the dragon-tattooed halberd penetrated through that 1,000 husbandmen, pinning him to the ground. A mouthful of blood was spat out from the 1,000 husbandmen's mouth, and he had a face of dismay and disbelief. Looking at Li Dao, who walked over, he said with difficulty, Ming. Ming said it was a good deal. Li Dao shrugged and said softly, I just threw it casually. I only blame you for blocking its path. You. The 1,000 husbandmen stared with big bloodshot eyes, pointing at Li Dao and wanting to continue saying something. However, Li Dao did not hesitate to draw his halberd and gagged his last words. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 13. 64. Up to this point, the 3 great commanders of these 3,000 soldiers had all died at the hands of Li Dao. It also similarly dedicates a good value of usable attributes to Li Dao. Li Dao silently labeled these 3 people as good people in his mind. Afterwards, he shook the blood foam from the dragon tattoo halberd and looked behind him. While he was fighting with Senhai and the others, the soldiers who had surrounded him earlier had all chosen to go and attack the Huangsha town camp. From hundreds of meters away he could see the misery beneath the walls of Huangsha town. At the same time, it was also noticed that a portion of the soldiers had already climbed up the city wall to fight with Zhang Meng and the others above. Watching this scene, Li Dao did not make a move. Previously on the city wall he had shot all of the higher cultivation level of these Tamu tribe soldiers with a 1,000-year-old ironwood bow. After that, there was a great slaughter in the 2,000 army, and most of the people with cultivation were killed again. If they can't block it after all that, then they're pretty much losers. Of course, in reality he actually wanted to go back and pick up heads, but there's no way around it. He's got even tougher enemies. Turning his head, Li Dao saw Senkai and a few others riding slowly towards him. He quickly focused his eyes on the first man in the center. To be able to command a mid-innate martial artist, then it would inevitably only be stronger than him. Chapter 67, Hand-to-Hand, Special Attribute of True Chi. Li Dao felt like this was like he had gone all the way to the top and finally met the boss behind this wargame. Let's just predict that the opponent is in the late innate stage. According to the reasoning that mid-advanced heaven is a big stronger than early advanced heaven, this late advanced heaven is not expected to be that easy to deal with. Not to mention that there are also a few elite minor monsters around. So he decided to selectively procrastinate once. The heart murmurs. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 232. Available properties, 147. Sex benign. After seeing the numbers on the panel, even if he had already had mental expectations, Li Dao was also startled by his existing available attribute points. Just a single wave of rushes had accumulated hundreds of attribute points for him. Sure enough, the battlefield was the most suitable place for him to develop. Looking at the generals of the Tamu tribe who approached over, Li Dao did not hesitate to make a choice. Add some. In the next second, all the available attribute points went to 0, turning into a hot stream that surged into his body. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 348. 01. Available attributes, 0. The sudden surge in physical attributes caused the skin on Li Dao's entire body to glow with a layer of red. Along with that, his muscles began to expand along with the surge in his physique. Stabbing. Suddenly, accompanied by a ripping sound, the military uniform on Li Dao's body was stretched open under his expanding muscles, revealing his magnificent body underneath. Phew! Li Dao subconsciously took a deep breath, and his entire body once again became taller under his powerful lung capacity. When he exhaled this breath out of his mouth, it turned into a white practice visible to the naked eye, and with that his pores began to open, releasing the massive amount of heat in his body from his enhanced physique. Led by Mori Hai, Morize and the remaining few vice generals around him walked towards Li Dao. Is that him? Seeing Li Dao from hundreds of meters away, Sens frowned and said, It's him. Sen Hai explained, General must not underestimate this person. This person's body is different from normal. Like a monster, the blade chi of an innate martial artist can hardly harm his body. Even I can only barely injure the other party. That's why I asked the general to take action. At the same time, I suspect that the reason why the team that was sent out before failed was also because of the presence of this monster in Huangsha town. Morisawa showed a somewhat disbelieving expression, but Murakami, as his subordinate for many years, shouldn't dare to deceive him. He turned his head and said, "If what you say is true, then I'd like to try and see how much of a monster he really is." Although there was a small realm difference between him and Mori Haiku, however, everyone knew that in terms of cultivation, there was also a huge difference between minor realms and minor realms, so he wasn't worried about whether or not he would be able to defeat his opponent. In his opinion, the mid-innate Mori Hai was able to harm his opponent. Then he, a late innate, had the ability to kill his opponent, not to mention the fact that he was accompanied by 3 mid-innate martial artists, including Senkai. A late innate stage paired with 3 mid-innate stages could almost be described as a lineup near the top when the Zongsha realm was not present. A dozen breaths later, along with the fading of the heat inside his body, Li Dao's swollen body gradually contracted partially, but it was still a bit more robust than before. After all, how could there be no change at all with the near doubling of the physique? Glancing down at the tattered military clothes on his body, he reached down and ripped them all off and threw them to the ground, revealing his lean upper body. The heat faded, but the surging blood in his heart remained. With his energy at its peak, he was eager to find someone to kill, and a few people not far away were his best targets. His eyes looked towards the enemy 100 meters away as he gripped the dragon tattoo halberd in his right hand. Bang! The dirt under Li Dao's feet instantly exploded, and his entire body directly disappeared in place. The other side. Look out! Because he had been keeping an eye on Li Dao, Sunkai noticed the first moment he disappeared. Help me! Looking at the rushing Li Dao, Sunkai said to his deputies on either side of Morisawa. The two deputies didn't hesitate and immediately stepped forward to either side of Sunkai. And at this moment, seeing the 3 people blocking in front of him, Li Dao grinned, and the dragon halberd in his hand directly swung down towards the middle Sunhai. The dragon tattoo halberd entwined with astral energy fell fiercely. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them decisively joined hands to raise their swords to block. Bang! The dragon tattoo halberd directly and heavily smashed on top of the trio's long swords with a loud sound. The 3 Mori Hai's faces also instantly turned red, only to feel a terrifying power spread from the blade to each of them. It was also fortunate that they were the 3 of them blocking together, or else no one would be able to block this kind of terrifying force falling on any of the 3 of them. It was expected to be smashed into mush in one go. Click! Just then, a breaking sound rang out. The 3 people's faces changed, and they only felt their bodies sink. Looking down, he realized that the horse under the 3 of them's buttocks couldn't carry this kind of force and was directly crushed and broke its legs. Seeing this, the 3 of them looked at each other, and in unison, they launched themselves against a moment, and then dodged towards the sides. This last halberd landed on the horse in the center, and blood foam splattered towards all directions. And with this, it exposed Morisawa, who was just behind the 3 Morikazumi men, to Li Dao's field of vision. As soon as they looked up, their eyes met. Sensei's eyes revealed a touch of gravity. One person knocked back 3 of his men who were in the middle stage of innate cultivation, and hadn't even used his true chi. Only the strength of his physical body was used. It was really a monster, as Senhai had said, in the bottom of Li Dao's eyes. On the other hand, there was a touch of exuberance. A kind of exuberance of finding prey. To be honest, he had long wanted to find a suitable opponent to consider his actual level, and the man in front of him couldn't be more perfect for him. Whoosh! Li Dao backhandedly waved his dragon halberd to directly slice horizontally towards the person in front of him. Seeing this scene, Sen's pupils shrunk, and he pulled out a weapon from behind him, and in the blink of an eye, a weapon appeared in his hand. A 2-meter-long axe. It was a heavy weapon just like the dragon tattoo halberd. Facing the dragon tattoo halberd, Sens also did not hesitate to raise his axe to block it. Bang! The 2 heavy weapons clashed together, and Sens immediately felt a terrifying force coming from the axe handle. Even the horse at his crotch involuntarily went sideways towards one side, but in the end, it was still blocked hard. Seeing this, Li Dao raised his eyebrows. Being able to carry this halberd of his was enough to prove that the person in front of him was not bad. Unbeknownst to him, Morisawa is not at all as relaxed as he appears to be. At this moment, Sens only felt his arms aching, and his palms were cracked at the tiger's mouth. This ignited a fire in the once proud and accustomed Morisawa's heart. Without saying anything, he directly swung his long axe, and his innate true chi surged within his body. Sun-worshipping axe. In the next second, a layer of reddish-colored innate true chi wrapped around the long axe, condensing a giant axe shadow that heavily smashed towards Li Dao's face. This time, Li Dao felt a long-lost aura of danger. This meant that the axe was enough of a threat to him. He didn't foolishly stand still and fight hard. His feet stepped a fitful step back. The giant axe shadow smashed into the ground in a smooth manner. Boom! After the loud noise, A several meter long axe mark appeared on the ground, and the surrounding ground even exploded into a crater. Because of the true chi attribute, those overturned dirt also appeared a layer of scorched black color. Thieves don't go away. After failing to land a single blow, Sens once again came towards Li Dao to kill. Successively, a few more axes came chopping towards Li Dao. Again, Li Dao still chose to circle and dodge. This scene was seen by the three Morikazumi with excited expressions. Worthy of a general, he was able to suppress this monster. Morikazumi, who had a definite encounter with Li Dao, couldn't help but say. The two of them also nodded, because just by exchanging hands once, they understood how terrifying the strength of that Dachin man was, and it was even more impressive to set off their general's power. On Morisawa's side, the successive falls gradually made him lose patience. If you continue to run like this, the yellow sand town behind you will wait for its destruction. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Dao suddenly stopped, and Morisawa's side thought that his words had moved the other side. Unbeknownst to him, Li Dao was just using his superb brain to analyze the situation between the enemy and us, and was making a series of precise calculations in his mind. He's not a cutie pie. Having the ability to not use is just tough. In the case of testing strength, he also needed to ensure his safety. And now, he had finished analyzing the late innate martial artist in front of him in his mind. On top of that, he had also summarized a specific conclusion about the attribute of true chi by fighting many innate martial artists. According to his observation, the higher the cultivation level of the person, the more powerful the base body was. He had studied the yellow sun technique as well as his family's hegemonic tiger heart technique and found that something like true chi could nourish the body. And the higher the cultivation level, the higher the quality of the true chi, and the better the nourishing effect, which was why martial artists with high cultivation levels had stronger bodies. True chi, on the other hand, is actually another attribute developed by the human body. This was why he was able to gain more attributes by killing cultivators. On top of this understanding, he also understands the specificity of the attribute of true chi attribute. He realized that the true chi attribute was actually similar to the freedom attribute. He can add to the major basic attributes of the human body at will. For example, it can increase strength, endurance, speed, and so on, and the secret of feats amplifies this increase. Different feats serve different purposes. For example, a light skill secret can increase speed, and the better the secret, the greater the increase at the same level of true chi. There are even special effects if it is a cultivation technique. If the true chi attribute of the one in front of him was red young, there was also additional magic damage as the true chi increased its power. To put it in simpler terms, an innate martial artist who possessed 10 points of physical attributes along with 100 points of true chi attributes. These 100 points of his true chi attribute could be stacked on these 10 points of physical attribute, but they could only be stacked on the branch attributes of the physical attribute, such as adding strength alone, or acceleration alone. Unlike Li Dao, his attributes were of a unified nature. Simply put, he was a hexagonal warrior without flaws. Although everyone's surface attributes were all 100 points, in actuality the rest of the people only had some sort of single attribute that reached 100 points, while Li Dao had 100 points in all attributes. So, it's the same on the surface, but there's a big gap on the inside. Of course, it wasn't that the practitioners couldn't do it, they still had advantages over Li Dao as well. For example, their true chi was more diversified and was able to derive all sorts of functions out of it, and their gong methods could also increase their own true chi attributes, whereas Li Dao could only simply and brutally swing his fists. And from there, it was possible to analyze the situation of the late innate martial artist in front of him. As of now, to be able to pick up that axe, one's physical attribute should be at least 20 times that of an ordinary person, which translates to their true chi attribute being at least 350 points or more. And its overall attribute was the physical attribute plus the true chi attribute, which was equal to or higher than Li Dao's overall physical attribute. Li Dao pursed his lips as he looked at the flagging opponent in front of him. That's a lot of valuable prey. Sun-worshipping axe. At that moment, Sen's giant axe killed again. This time, Li Dao also stopped dodging and chose to directly battle with his opponent. Wushuang, breaker. Li Dao waved his dragon halberd. 3 inches of astral energy wrapped around the halberd, and immediately blocked towards the giant axe shadow. As soon as the two collided, Li Dao felt the chi and blood in his body being shaken by the force of the counter-vibration, and the precious blood was also rapidly running in his body. And at this moment, he felt that the chi and blood in his body had a feeling of spewing out. The feeling was extraordinarily uplifting, giving him a sense of joy at the sight. And while he was excited, the opposite side of Senzaku was not so happy to see this monster in front of him going hard against him. After all, by increasing most of his true chi on offense, his body would have to withstand more recoil, and he didn't have the same inhuman physique as Li Dao. But, for now, It's just a matter of getting on with it. After the two sides came together in a great battle, you went back and forth without flinching. Although at the beginning, Morisawa could momentarily overwhelm Li Dao in his offense with a momentary burst of innate true chi. However, along with the passage of time, his offense started to weaken a little bit along with the depletion of the innate true chi in his body. Li Dao's side was completely different from that, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. The strong physique and the precious blood in his body added to it, allowing each of his attacks to stabilize at a constant state without seeing the slightest bit of decline. Even along with one exchange of blows, his unparalleled halberd technique became more and more skillful, and his attacks became more and more powerful. With this and that, the momentum on Morisawa's side gradually weakened. This scene was also watched by the three Morikazumi, who were spectators beside them. Suddenly, Sun Kai took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Mori Kai, what do you want?" Two of Morisawa's deputies saw this and inquired. "What for?" Sun Kai said bluntly. "To help the general." "Of course. Don't you know that the general hates it when someone interferes with his killing?" Sun Kai said with a look of displeasure. "This is war, not a child's play. In front of that monster the general is obviously about to fall into a disadvantage. Is it possible that you guys want to wait for the general to die before you go on?" At that, the two deputies froze, looking at the two who were still exchanging blows. They nodded. "Then let's go up together to help the general. And if the general wants to be blamed afterward, let's blame him." All in all, the three had only one idea: to fight and win first. Chapter 68. Li Dao was dead. Only a few minutes passed before Morisawa had to accept a reality. That is, his late innate stage strength really couldn't help this monster-like opponent in front of him, to be able to match him with just the power of his physical body. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such an opponent. At the same time, he also perceived his own inadequacy. If he kept on like this, he would sooner or later reveal his flaws and die at the hands of the other party. It was also at this moment that he saw the movements of the three Mori high in his afterglow, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. He usually hated unauthorized interference from his men when fighting someone, but that was all based on him being able to defeat his opponent. That way he could show his strength. But now that it was a matter of life and death, he wouldn't care so much. Senzawa had detected the movements of the three, and naturally, Li Dao, whose five senses were already extraordinary, could also detect them. Going together? Li Dao's heart was clear. Soon, the three Sinkai came to the side of the place where the two fought. Seeing this scene, Sens turned passive into active and struck out blatantly at Li Dao. Sun-worshipping axe. It was at this moment that the remaining three found the right moment to strike at Li Dao in unison. Because they had learned about the strength of Li Dao's physical body from Sun Hai, the three of them targeted the three most vulnerable areas of the human body. They are, the throat, the lateral rib crevice at the heart, and the third lower extremity. Watching the axe shadow fall, Sens gave an icy smile. "There's no way for you to dodge this time. Did I say anything about hiding?" Li Dao still raised his dragon tattoo halberd as before and blocked towards the giant axe shadow. But what was different was that he didn't choose to carry it hard this time. Under the tremendous force of the giant axe shadow, his entire body was directly cleaved out. And that was just what he wanted. And with that force, he didn't hesitate to turn and lunge at the deputy who had launched an attack at his lower limbs. "Wushuan, take the head." The dragon tattoo halberd directly tore through the air under the terrifying power, and the original 3 inches of astral energy instantly skyrocketed to 9 inches. The deputy was taken aback by the suddenness of the scene and reacted too late to dodge. One could only pour out all of his innate true chi to try to resist this move. Accompanied by the horizontal slash of the dragon tattoo halberd, his blade was directly snapped from it by the burst of astral energy. The so-called innate true chi was like brittle paper easily torn apart by the astral chi. Stabbing. The horizontal halberd slashed, blood spilled, and a human head was thrown high in the air. Li Dao smoothly flung his dragon halberd once again, spilling red and white things all over the place. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 25. 0. This scene instantly caused the two remaining people who were attacking to stop halfway in a hurry. For a moment they were neither on nor off. "On. You guys need to understand what our mission is. If we don't kill him, we'll only die worse later." As if guessing what the two were thinking, Morisawa said with red eyes. At those words, the two Morikazumi winced. Yes, they have an important mission in mind for this trip. Sens didn't care about the one person who had died and didn't hesitate to strike towards Li Dao once again. The two Morikazumis returned to their senses and also gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Seeing this, naturally, Li Dao was even less likely to give up. Today, he could drag the three people in front of him to their deaths on this battlefield by dragging them alone. As soon as they exchanged blows, the three of them used Sens, a late innate stage, as their main force and launched an attack on Li Dao. Under some quick judgment and analysis in Li Dao's mind, he suddenly realized that Sensei, the late innate stage, had actually revealed a crack. Subconsciously, he was about to raise his hand to attack. If this blow materialized, even if the other party was a late innate stage, it would be just as bad, but something inside him always felt a little off. However, at the moment, there was not much to worry about. Poof! Good news! His attack landed. Bad news that falls on the wrong people, because in the nick of time, Morisawa suddenly grimaced and pulled his deputy aside to help him block the gun. Sun-worshipping axe. At the same time, Sens also took this opportunity to decisively swing his full-strength axe towards Li Dao. Because it happened so quickly, everything is articulated. Sens immediately struck out after Li Dao did, and both sides only crossed paths for a split second. Therefore, even if Li Dao's reaction was fast, he did not react to this axe. Looking at the giant axe shadow that came towards him, Li Dao could only instinctively avoid the fatal position of his head. Although his head dodged it, the axe still slashed diagonally at his neck, probably because Li Dao's neck was too sturdy. This axe failed to cleave it in two, but instead, it directly cleaved it out. But this was already enough, because Morisawa had already perceived that this axe had cut in at least 3 inches. 3 inches in the neck position. As long as it was a human being, it would be impossible to survive. It's not abuse, it's padding. Bang! Finally, Li Dao's body fell to the ground 100 meters away, because it all happened so quickly. Murakami, who was on the sidelines, couldn't react for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he didn't look at the dead enemy. Instead, he subconsciously turned his gaze to the deputy in his general's hand who had already broken from blocking the shot. General, Sun Kai muttered incredulously. Upon hearing this, the scowl on Sen's face dissipated, revealing a touch of struggle, but it quickly turned into a hyperactive smile as he explained. Battlefield sacrifices are normal, and since he was originally my deputy, it's even more normal for him to sacrifice for me. Our opponent this time is a monster. Even if we join forces together, it's likely that we won't be his match. In order to win, someone must choose to sacrifice themselves. I'm a general. I can't die. Saying this, Sen suddenly turned back to Senkai and grinned. Senkai, I'm sure you don't want to die either. For some reason, what was clearly just a simple smile made Morikazumi feel a tingling cold all over his body. He was smart enough to hear the meaning in the tone, and his survival instincts made him nod his head in a hurry. That's right, General. I don't want to die. That's right. Morisawa's face gradually flattened into calmness as he glanced at the dead deputy in his hand, casually dropping him to the ground and muttering to himself, "Don't worry. Your sacrifice was worth it. When this tribal plan succeeds, I will ask for your credit for the great king. And you don't have to worry about your loved ones. From now on, your parents will be my parents. Your children will be my children. And I'll take care of your woman for you." This word for word the Mori high on the side were all listening inside their ears, but just didn't dare to say one more word. After consoling himself, Sens gazed at the Huangsha town, which was still bitterly fighting in the distance, and said, "Let's go. Kill everyone within the Huangsha town, and avenge our dead sons and daughters." "Yes," Sun Kai hurriedly answered back. However, just as the two were about to make their move, a voice came from not far away. Upon hearing the voice, the two men's bodies couldn't help but tremble. Morikazumi wore an incredulous expression. Morisawa's expression, on the other hand, went from shock to bemusement, and finally gradually changed to a scowl. He decisively turned his head towards the direction where the voice came from, and when he saw the person who spoke clearly, his entire body angrily gritted his teeth. How could you not be dead? The person who spoke was no other than Li Dao. At this moment, he was standing in place, with a deep wound at his neck, and could even clearly see the flesh and blood within the wound. But just a little bit of blood didn't come out, and there was only that faint scent of precious blood. However, what was even more frightening was that those broken flesh and blood were gradually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everything was like a miracle. A few breaths later, the flesh and blood inside the wound had healed completely, leaving only the bone and flesh and the outer layers of flesh and skin to heal. And the reason for this horrific scene is because, Lido murmured in his mind. Panel, owner, Li Dao. Physical, 348. 01, 304. 79. Available properties, 51. 04. As shown on the panel, his physique attribute had temporarily dropped by almost 50 points, and the only reason this would happen to him was because of the depletion of the precious blood. Obviously, the reason why he was able to recover so quickly was entirely due to the precious blood. Consuming a considerable amount of precious blood in his body accelerated his own healing ability. It was also fortunate that it was only a temporary fall, or else that even if he survived now he would have to be heartbroken. Add some. Looking at the attributes that came from the desperate harvest, he murmured in his mind. In order to ensure that he finished off the remaining bosses and elite minions, He had to ensure stability in his attributes and replenish the attributes that were temporarily consumed by precious blood. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 399. 05, 355. 83. Available attributes, 0. Along with the reinforcement of his physique, the precious blood that had already been consumed was once again replenished, along with the speed at which his wounds were healing also accelerated. The original weakness had slowed down a lot. He clenched his fists and picked up the dragon halberd on the ground, slinging it back over his shoulder. You ask me why I'm not dead? Hearing the other party's angry and shocked question, Li Dao cocked his head and thought for a moment before answering. What about this question? It's probably because I'm not a good person. After saying that, he looked at the other party again with an admiring gaze and continued. This is something I kind of admire you for. Even though I'm not a good person, I'm not as completely bad as you are. To be honest, the reason he was caught off guard wasn't because his mind didn't compute. It was entirely because of his overestimation of the humanity of the northern barbarians, who had repeatedly taught him the bottom line of humanity. Cruelty to the enemy aside, he's also really hard on his own people, and they're the ones he spends his time with. This time the other party failed to finish him off completely, and next he would be ready for the northern barbarians without a bottom line. Hearing Li Dao's voice, Morisawa also realized that the other party's coming back from the dead was not an illusion, but reality. Although his heart was shocked and curious as to how the other party managed to not die even under that kind of attack, he still had to continue at the moment. Morikai. Morizawa's gaze went to Morikai, who straightened up and said, "Get ready to come together." At those words, Sunkai instantly winced. The image of the deputy's death not long ago inexplicably appeared in his mind, but seeing Sen's pair of ruthless eyes, he didn't dare to shake his head in rejection, and could only nod his head and say, "General, I understand." Sen's nodded, his eyes once again looking at Li Dao. Kill! Suddenly, with a loud shout, he regained his long axe and killed Li Dao. Morikazumi was in a charging stance and style, but was noticeably a not slower. Bang! One axe and one halberd soon collided together. At close range, Morisawa also got a good look at the places on Li Dao's body that he had cut earlier. How could a wound that was clearly 3 inches deep now look like a little flesh wound? Soon, he realized that those flesh wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you a human or a ghost? This scene caused Sen's heart and mind to tremble once again. Guess. Li Dao picked up the long axe and swung his halberd again when his opponent lost his concentration. Sen's, who had regained his senses, also rushed to resist, and because of his damaged state of mind, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Dozens of exchanges passed. Li Dao finally caught the opportunity again, and the dragon tattoo halberd grazed the axe handle and swung down. Sen's pupils shrunk, and he subconsciously loosened his axe handle to avoid this halberd. But soon he felt bad. How could he fight with the opponent without his long axe? He didn't have the other party's terrifying flesh and blood. It's time to end it. Picking off the long axe, Li Dao's dragon tattoo halberd swung out again. Morikai. At the point of life and death, Morisawa wanted to do the same old trick, only to look around and realize that Morihei was standing a few hundred meters away from him with a knife, watching him. Morisawa, we agreed to go together. Why are you standing so far away? Sunkai also noticed Sen's gaze at the moment, and instantly understood what the other party meant. His mind was glad that he had prejudged his opponent's thoughts, or he would have ended up in the same place as his previous deputy. This recap also caused Morisawa to miss his last chance to live. Stabbing, the halberd slashed through, and a head was thrown up high. For a moment there was a bit of self-awareness in Morisawa's mind. There was only one question in his mind. That is, how could he have never imagined that a general of the Tamu tribe side, the late innate stage, would die in a small, remote border town? Poof! The head fell, and the system beep sounded immediately afterward. Kill one enemy, gain attribute, 43. 16. When he heard the string of numbers behind him, Li Dao's mind was clear. When converted, the overall attribute of this general of the Tamu tribe was at 430, which was almost 100 higher than his physical attribute. This was why the other party was still able to barely suppress him to a certain extent. If he wasn't wrong, of these 430 overall attributes, at least 400 of them were all true chi attributes. It looks taller than him, but who let him have no shortcomings in his attributes? After the death of this late innate martial artist, that left the last mid-innate martial artist. But before Li Dao could make his move, he saw the opposite Morihei suddenly drop his weapon and raise his hands. This is surrendered? Chapter 69, Victory. The end. After seeing Sen's die, Sunkai had realized in his heart that he didn't have a single chance of winning. Although he still had some soldiers under him, they were of no use at all in front of this monster in front of him, so he might as well surrender. Surrender or die. Surrender saves your life. If he was lucky, He might even be redeemed by the people of the Tamu tribe in the future. After all, he was a mid-innate martial artist, which was rare for a large tribe like the Tamu tribe. Looking at the oncoming Li Dao, Sun Hai directly knelt on the ground. I surrender. Don't kill me. Surrender? Li Dao shook his head. If the other party was facing other great Qian generals, surrendering might still have a way out. After all, the other party's status was not low, and being able to capture the other party alive would inevitably have more benefits than killing them. But he was different, and there would be no such thing as a captive with the northern barbarians with him. However, just as Li Dao was about to lay his hands on him, something suddenly came to his mind and he immediately stopped himself. He looked his gaze up and down at Sun Kai and thought darkly, it's not so bad for a while, but we can use him to try out that idea from before. Sun Hai just felt a strong killing opportunity. He thought he was going to die, but he did not think that your killing opportunity came and went quickly. This is not having to die? The next second, he found himself being grabbed. A voice came from his ear. In order to prevent you from escaping, so some means need to be put on, so bear with me. Before Sun Kai could react, along with a few crunching sounds, a sharp pain spread throughout his body. Ah! Screaming in pain. Sun Kai looked down to see his already twisted and broken limbs. He gritted his teeth and said, you can use your true chi to seal the innate true chi in my body. That way I won't be able to run away just the same. Upon hearing this, Li Dao shrugged. Sorry, I don't have true chi and I won't. Sun Kai? In fact, Li Dao could also choose to directly waste Sun Hai's dantian, turning him into a complete invalid. However, he was worried that if Sun Kai was ruined, the system would give him a price reduction, so he also retained his cultivation. While Li Dao was fighting with Sun Hai and the others, the fight here in Huangsha town was also fierce. Because of the subsequent influx of many soldiers from the Tamu tribe, the walls quickly climbed with many people. It was also fortunate that a large number of experts were taken away by Li Dao, so Zhang Meng and the others were still able to resist. At the gates as well, a large number of Tamu tribe soldiers congested the area, constantly bombarding the city gates with siege hammers. Because the gates were built with horizontal and vertical stakes, there were many gaps in the gates. The Yellow Sand Town soldiers inside the gates with their lances kept attacking the enemies outside the gates who were crashing into the gates by following the gaps. Both sides went back and forth, killing each other. However, compared to the people in the Huangsha town camp, the soldiers on the side of the Tamu tribe were obviously more heavily damaged. The first wave of the 1,000-man charge alone had caused them to damage a large portion of their soldiers because of Li Dao's sudden intervention. The next ladder ascent damaged hundreds more soldiers. And then came the fight on the walls. Because of the favorable terrain occupied by the people of the Huangsha town camp, a large number of people were once again damaged. Coupled with Li Dao's previous massacre, not many of the 3,000 people of the Tamu tribe were left nowadays, and they were still decreasing along with the passage of time. After Mori Hai surrendered and had his limbs broken by him, he tied him up with a rope, and tied the more valuable heads of some of the people like Mori Zai on top of the rope, and then dragged them all the way to the bottom of the Huangsha town city wall. At this moment, corpses were strewn under the walls of Huangsha town, and there was still a strong smell of scorching and stench in the air. It's the smell of kerosene burning bodies and golden juice aka dung. But more than that, it smelled like blood. After all, there were limbs all over the place. He glanced at the gates and realized that they seemed to have been opened. As he got closer, he realized that the gates didn't seem to have been breached, but opened of their own accord. Kill, kill, kill. Don't let them get away. Plug the gaps. Don't spare any of them. Stinking barbarians, dare to hit our Huangsha town. None of you will be able to leave today. At that moment, Li Dao heard some sounds coming from a place not far away. He dragged the miserable Sun Kai just like that in the direction the voice came from. In the meantime, a certain open space in Huangsha township, with Zhang Mang and the others from the 6th tent as the leader and the rest of the people as support. The group of people surrounded the several hundred soldiers of the Tamu tribe in the center. Zhang Mang looked at Shui Bing beside him and laughed out loud. Old Shui, it's still you who has the solution. To dare to open the city gates to set up traps to ambush these dogs, or else we might have to lose some more brothers. Shui Bing smiled confidently. Trust Master Shui. There's nothing wrong with that. A bunch of little barbarians in the district. Master Shui is at my fingertips. Zhang Mang hemmed and hawed and turned his head to look at the soldiers of the Tamu tribe who were surrounded by them. Little barbarian. Still not ready to surrender? Surrender? A soldier from the Tamu tribe said without hesitation. Great Qian people, I advise you that it is better to surrender first. Our general is a late innate stage martial artist. It's not something you people can resist at all. When our general frees his hands, all of you will die. Zhang Meng smiled disdainfully. Late innate stage? Laozi is still in the sovereign realm. Besides, where are your generals after all your talk? The 3,000 of you are almost dead and you haven't seen them yet. The TAMU tribe soldiers were furious. Our general may have been delayed by something. He will definitely come to our rescue. And I'm emphasizing once more. Our general is a late innate stage. And under him there are also mid innate stage, early innate stage, many innate martial artists. So you'll just wait for death. Zhang Mang wanted to continue saying something, but he was interrupted by Xue Bing. Old Zhang. This guy doesn't think he's telling a lie. Could it be that their general is really in the late innate stage? What do you mean? Boss sighed. Then let's take care of all these scumbags before we go to the boss. They didn't consider the gap between themselves and others and the late innate stage at all. Just as Zhang Mang ordered to make his move, a voice suddenly rang out from a short distance away. You don't have to wait for your general. At those words, the faces of the people in the 6th tent were all happy. This was a voice they would never forget even in their nightmares. Boss, are you okay? Everyone, including the soldiers of the TAMU tribe, looked in unison in the direction the voice came from. Li Dao looked at the remaining TAMU tribe soldiers and directly flung the rest of the heads except for Sun Hai. Here's your general. Give it to you if you want it. The heads of Morisawa and the others fell right in the middle of the crowd. The remaining soldiers of the TAMU tribe subconsciously glanced at the heads, and the next second they exploded. How can it be? This is really the general. Not just the general, but the general's 2 personal lieutenants. And here's our 1st battalion chancellor. Our 2nd battalion's chancellor is also present. This time everyone revealed unbelievable gazes. A TAMU tribe soldier suddenly sat on his butt and stammered. General, they were all innate martial artists. How could they just die like that? These soldiers were of the same mind as Sen's. None of them believed that they and the others would die prematurely in a small yellow sand town. However, the truth is often so cruel. Li Dao looked at the group of people who were about to fall into despair and once again added a fire to them. If you still don't believe me, here is another one of your generals. Let them tell you if everything is true. After saying that, he pushed the pale-faced Senkai in front of a group of people. When the soldiers of the TAMU tribe saw Senhai, the last holdout in their hearts was hopeless. General Morikazumi is here, so these heads must be real too. Looking at his men, Senkai said feebly, surrender. In the absence of an opponent, the hundreds of people in the area were not enough to kill this monster around them, and resistance was just futile. This sentence was like the last straw that crushed the camel, completely cooling the blood chi within the group of people. Soon the first man dropped his weapon, followed by the second. In the end, the TAMU tribe's attack on Huangsha town's camp this time was nothing but dead, and the rest of them who were alive were captured, with none of them running away. Win, Zhang Mang chanted somewhat dully. The state of all the rest of them, except him, was also one and the same, because they couldn't believe until now that they could actually win this tough battle. 1,000 against 3,000. Even if they were on the defense, it still left their hearts in disbelief. The reason for this was mainly because Huangsha town was just an ordinary town, not some big city, and it wasn't actually difficult to attack. Soon, all eyes looked at Li Dao, because they understood that the main credit for them winning the war was all on Li Dao. If he hadn't eliminated a large number of the opponent's experts, where would they have won so easily? It was important to realize that the standard for a battalion's grand commander in each country was an innate martial artist, and some strong battalions would even be equipped with several innate martial artists. What's more, this was still a medium-sized army of 5,000 people, and there might really be mid or even late intrinsic martial artists within it, as the soldiers from the TAMU tribe had said earlier. And why aren't these people on the battlefield? There was only one explanation, and that was that it had been resolved by Li Dao, the temporary chancellor of their Huangsha town camp. Boss! Suddenly, Zhang Meng shouted and pounced. The next second, a foot kicked him in the chest. Stopping him, Li Dao asked with a smirk. Zhang Meng, what do you want? Zhang Meng smiled awkwardly. Boss, I just wanted to celebrate. Celebrate the celebration? Yeah. Then you go celebrate alone. Li Dao's toes just gently topped, and Zhang Meng's entire body directly flew backwards, falling into a dog's poop. After saying that, he didn't give the rest of the people a chance to look at the joke, and directly ordered, the people in the first and second tents take care of the battlefield, those in the third and fourth tents take prisoners, and those who resist are killed on the spot. The men in the fifth and sixth tents collected the remains, and as for the rest of the bodies, they piled them together and burned them on the spot. Under one of Li Dao's orders, everyone instantly came to their senses and responded. In this battle at Huangsha town, Li Dao had completely engraved his majesty in the hearts of these people. Even the several centurions were now convinced of Li Dao from the bottom of their hearts. There was not a trace of complaint in his heart when being directed by him, but on the contrary, he also felt inexplicably happy, as if he was a fan who was able to get close to his idol. Half an hour later, everything is working in an orderly fashion. At this time, a centurion found Li Dao and said in a respectful manner, Commander, This is the statistical result of this battle. The commanding officer was called smoothly, and seemed to have spent quite a bit of time mulling it over in his mind. Li Dao took the paper and glanced at it, saying softly, "Lost over 400 men? Commander, don't have to think too much. This kind of sacrifice is normal. This is a border fortress. Many people die almost every day. And since we sacrificed more than 400 people but killed several times more enemies than us, I think the dead brothers will also feel that they have earned it." Li Dao put down the paper in his hand and spoke. "Write down their battle credits at 10 times the number of living soldiers, and if the latter is not enough, distribute it to them from within my share of the battle credits." These dead men needed the war credit to take care of the people behind them more than he did. To him, attribute points were the big headache, and battle credits were just incidental. At the same time, he's pulling his weight a bit with this. After all, something like loyalty needs to be cultivated slowly. Upon hearing this centurion's expression was stunned, and after returning to his senses, his attitude became even more respectful as he returned. "Thank you, Commander." Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was evening. At this time, within the town of Huangsha has been cleaned up more or less. The bodies of their own people are all collected. The rest is those discarded corpses outside of the city. Tomorrow and then busy a little bit can be burned on the spot. In the training ground, under Li Dao's order, everyone started to drink and eat meat to celebrate the victory of this great battle after a long time, and at the same time, they released the pressure in their hearts without any fear. Li Dao accompanied a group of people to play around for a while, and then left alone. Shortly afterward, he came to a clearing and opened a wooden door that lay flat on the ground. The moment he opened it, a cool scent hit him. Familiar scent. The death camp he was in at the beginning smelled like this, and there was one in Yellow Sand Town. But there are no death row inmates here, because it's too remote for death row inmates to be assigned here. Now, it has become the place where the prisoners of the Tamu tribe are held today, and the purpose of this trip was to experiment with one thing. Previously, it was not good to experiment because they had not been able to catch any experimental subjects, but today it was not easy to catch a group of mice in naturally. They had to experiment properly. Chapter 70, Precious Blood Experiment. Lido came under the dungeon holding a torch. Maybe it was because all the dungeons in Diqian were designed the same. Just coming in gave him a feeling of reliving his old dreams. Soon he came to a cell. The rest of the soldiers were stuffed together, except for Senkai, who had a separate, deluxe single room. After surveying the area, Li Dao came to the rest area that was exclusively for the jailers. Find a barrel with fresh water and divide the contents into several bowls. After that, he took out the prepared basalt iron sword from his waist. "It's up to you again." Finishing his self-talk, Li Dao pressed the blade of the basalt iron sword against his finger belly and began to exert pressure. After 10 seconds or so, he frowned at the belly of his finger that had broken through a crack. It was probably because the enhancement of his physique had raised the strength of his skin one after another. So much so that it was now difficult to directly inflict damage on him with a razor-sharp basalt iron blade. Shaking his head to ignore these unimportant matters, he stepped up and squeezed the precious blood out of his fingertips, dropping a drop in each of the bowls of clear water, melting as soon as it entered the water. The next step is to tune in to the mice. Shortly afterward, he re-entered the prison cell. Opening one of the cell doors, he pointed to several of the captives and said, "You 5 come out with me." It may be that because they had calmed down for a while after being held captive, that bone-deep inferiority of the individual captives reappeared. "I'm not going out." One of the chosen captives refused. Li Dao smiled slightly and came to this captive, placing his hand on top of his head. "Not going out? Could be." There was a click. With a crunch, the captive's head came to a 360-degree rotation. After that, he turned his head to look at the remaining 4 and inquired in a faint voice, "What about you guys?" The 4 of them nodded in unison and stood up immediately with a terrified look on their faces. After that, Li Dao picked another person among the rest of the captives to make 5 and took them away. It wasn't until Li Dao disappeared into the cell that the rest of them dared to gasp aloud. Shortly afterward, Li Dao returned to the rest area of the prison cell with the 5 captives. He pointed to the bowls on the table and said, "See those bowls? One person picks up a cup and drinks it." The 5 looked at each other face to face, all seeing the reluctance in each other's eyes. This person in front of them called them surely would not simply drink water. The water must have been spiked with something, but they knew that in front of this fierce god in front of them, there was only one downfall: if they were unwilling, dead. So the 5 hesitated for just a moment before dutifully picking up their bowls. Taking a deep breath, someone was the first to drink the water with added precious blood. The rest of the group saw this and drank from their bowls. Seeing this scene from the side, Li Dao began to seriously observe the 5 people. "It hurts." Suddenly, one of the 5 covered his stomach and let out a yelp of pain, only to see him suddenly fall to the ground and start struggling. And that's just the beginning. Soon, 3 of the remaining 4 also let out screams of pain and struggled with their stomachs. Seeing this scene, Li Dao frowned slightly. Is it hard to believe that precious blood can only work on animals and not humans? But in a sense, humans are also a kind of animal, just with a higher level of intelligence. But Li Dao soon realized that his guess was wrong, because one of the 5 was different from the remaining 4. The 5th man also had a hard feeling on his face and covered his stomach, but it didn't look like the reaction was as strong as the remaining 4. This, in turn, caused doubts in Li Dao's mind. Vomit. Just then, the one who was the first to scream in pain opened his mouth, and the water that he had previously drank was spat back out. And just after it was spat out, the man's expression soothed a lot. Obviously, the previous violent reaction was caused by the precious blood. Immediately after that, the remaining 3 had the same reaction, all spitting out the water that contained the precious blood. In the end, Li Dao could only look at the last person. A few minutes later, that 5th person who reacted the slowest finally reacted. He no longer covered his stomach, but reacted by experiencing body tremors. This instantly made Li Dao think of Yuan Bao as well as the initial reaction of the 4 little ones who swallowed the precious blood earlier. It was also at that moment that he noticed what appeared to be rapid healing of the injuries on the 5th person's previous body. And the aura of the body gradually changed. A few minutes later, the 5th person no longer trembled, and the injuries on his body had recovered. Li Dao spoke out. Raise your head. At that, the 5th man looked up. He continued to inquire. Is there anything unusual about your body? The 5th man said warily. At first there was some slight pain. By the end of the day his stomach began to heat up, and his whole body felt comfortable soaking in the warm water. But now it was a feeling of fullness, strength, and a feeling of being full. Li Dao's heart was clear after hearing this. It looked like the precious blood had indeed been absorbed by the other party. But why were the remaining 4 not able to absorb the precious blood? But he could. Is it a matter of constitution or something else? In his mind, Li Dao began to ponder the difference between the 5th person and the remaining 4, and the reason for this problem. A few minutes later, a flash of images suddenly appeared on one side of Li Dao's mind. Earlier, when he was selecting his captives as he entered the cage, the eyes of the 5 captives were filled with resentment as they looked at him, until after he kills one and reselects one, which is this 5th person. He looked at him with no resentment, only fear and cowardice. Simply put, compared to the 4 that carried resentment, the 5th was not overly repulsed by him. Already thought of that? As to whether that's the reason, try it and see. He walked out of the cell. A few minutes later, 3 men were brought back again. Although one of them didn't say anything on the surface, the bottom of his eyes were full of resentment and indignation towards him. Obvious extremists. The second man, there was anger in his eyes, but not as strong as the first. As for the third, it was someone who was even more cowardly than even the 5th person before him. The kind who spent the whole time shivering and not daring to breathe. You 3, 1 bowl each, Li Dao said, pointing to the 3 remaining bowls on the table. Humph. The extremist grunted coldly, and without hesitation went up and took a drink from the bowl. The second man hesitated for a moment, before following suit and drinking from the bowl. The third warily took the bowl and warily drank. Only a few seconds had passed before the extremist's face turned red, covered his stomach and began to struggle. The sight startled the second man. It took half a minute before he covered his stomach and let out the same yelp of pain as the extremists. As for the third man, a few minutes passed and the whole time he acted as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for Li Dao noticing the subtle trembling of his body, he almost didn't even notice that he was reacting. A few minutes later, the 2 in front of them spat out the water containing the precious blood just like the 4 before them. The last person managed to absorb the precious blood just like the 5th person. This success made Li Dao feel like there was a good chance that his suspicions were true, but for the sake of experimental rigor, he next pulled in some more people for the experiment. At the end of the day, he managed to come to a conclusion. That is, the greater the malice towards him and the more he is rejected inwardly, the less he can absorb the precious blood within him. On the contrary, the more acceptable he is and the less malicious he is to him, the more he can absorb the precious blood within him. It was as if the precious blood contained the will of his ego. This discovery made Li Dao's eyes light up, which meant that he could give the precious blood to humans to use. And, subsequently, after his observation, those who had absorbed off the precious blood had indeed appeared to have the same strengthening effect as Yuan Bao and the 4 little ones. Just as he had thought, physique will be strengthened after absorbing off the precious blood. Since all of them had only ingested a drop of precious blood, there was currently no metamorphosis effect. Thinking of this, Li Dao ended up sending away all those mice that did not succeed in absorbing, leaving behind those who succeeded. As before, he took out the basalt knife and bled it again. Unlike before, this time he didn't put a drop. Instead, the wealthy gave one person a bowl. Soon, a strong scent of precious blood filled the room. Upon smelling the odor, Li Dao clearly noticed that the eyes of several people had changed. However, due to Li Dao's presence, they did not dare to move. 1 bowl per person. Measure it. As soon as the words fell, several people couldn't wait to come up to one person to pick up a bowl and drink the precious blood. Once they were all drunk, reactions appeared on several people in just a few seconds. Ah! With a scream of pain, only one of them fell to his knees. His body began to swell as if he had been pumped up, and strands of blackened waste blood began to ooze out of his pores. Immediately afterward, the same phenomenon occurred with the remaining few. Without exception, all of them have swollen bodies and pores that repel waste blood. 1 incense stick of time later, everyone subsided. At this point, several people were different from before. The bodies have all grown taller, and there are blood scabs remaining on all of them. One of them subconsciously raised his head to look at Li Dao. Ah! In the next second, he suddenly fell to his knees and clutched his head as he screamed in pain. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. What was this again? But immediately after the rest of the guys took one look at him, they all started holding their heads and screaming as well. Suddenly, one of them appears abnormal, only to see that blood suddenly began to ooze from his skin, and a large amount of blood seeped out from under his skin. A few minutes later, the original tall-looking figure disappeared, turning into a skinny figure with only skin and bones left, and if it wasn't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, everyone would probably treat him as a dead man. After that, the same thing happened again one after another, and all of them began to lose blood just like the man before, and finally fell to the ground weakly. At the end of the day, just one person remained, and the most cowardly of them all. After the screams of pain, the last man suddenly stopped, and then he slowly raised his head. However, when he saw Li Dao, he immediately fell to his knees and crawled down with 5 bodies. Seeing this scene, Li Dao's eyes twitched. It was a gesture he had known. A gesture that slaves on this side of the world displayed when they showed that they would give their whole selves to their slave masters. Keep your head up. At that, the last man looked up. Seeing the other party's eyes, Li Dao understood that the person in front of him was submitting to him wholeheartedly. At the same time, he guessed the reason for the visions that appeared on several people before. Previously, a drop of precious blood contained his will was not high, and they were able to barely absorb it. When a bowl of precious blood was drunk, they would need to absorb the will contained in the bowl of precious blood. 2 things can happen in this situation. One situation is the instinctive exclusion of such will. The end result is that it is rejected, and the precious blood will likewise be rejected from their bodies. Because of being transformed before, this weakness at the moment appeared after rejecting the light treasure blood. There is also the gradual acceptance of this will and repulsion. That is, submission. Just like Genpu and the 4 little ones. But the man in front of him was clearly overreacting a bit. Even Yuan Bao and the others didn't have this kind of obedience. Could it be that because it was rejected so hard before, the more it bounced back after it was absorbed? But the experiment was successful anyway. Precious blood is able to be given to people, and only for their own people. The enemy cannot use his precious blood. If one is forced to use it, then one ends up either bearing a huge price or being passively subjugated. Thinking about this, another question appeared in Li Dao's mind. What happens if the precious blood is swallowed for someone who doesn't reject him at all? Thinking of the way the precious blood had transformed a few people earlier, he felt the need to bring this latter experiment forward a bit. Looking at the experiment in front of him, Li Dao said bluntly, "Kill yourself." At those words, a struggle was evident on the face of the last person. It didn't look like there was a lack of ego, just pure willful submission to Li Dao. "Never mind, I'll give you a ride." If it was simply being engulfed by the will in his precious blood, he could still consider leaving the other party alive. But alas, the other side is still barbarians at heart. An arcane iron blade flung across, and a head fell. After waiting for a while, Li Dao realized that there was no system beep, not counting enemies? But yes, the other side no longer deserved to be called an enemy. However, after resolving those few people who ended up repelling the precious blood, the system beep sounded once again. Kill 5 enemies, gain attribute, 0, 96. Upon hearing this, Li Dao said to himself, doesn't it count after being strengthened by precious blood? But it didn't matter. After all, treasure blood wasn't even an enemy if it was successfully strengthened. So it wasn't a loss now. After disposing of the prisoners in the rest area, Li Dao came to the prison cell area. Looking at the captives inside, he suddenly felt as if they were useless to him. The experiment is over, and the remaining value of these captives is to be traded for war credit. In Dakian, a left ear represents a dead man and is worth 1 battle credit, while a living captive is worth 5. All of these people, except for Sun Kai, were captured by Zhang Mang and the others, and the war credit should be counted on them. Li Dao's mind flew through the calculations of the battle merit he had accumulated. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but mutter to himself under his breath. Seems like it could pay for itself. And his feet couldn't help but move closer to the prison door. Chapter 71, The Third Metamorphosis. In a daze, San Kai, who had fallen asleep from the pain, heard a piercing noise. Thinking it was the rest of the tribal soldiers in the cell yelling, he frowned and opened his eyes and chided. Be quiet, all of you. Soon, everyone's voices all but disappeared. Suddenly, it was as if Morikazumi sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. When he opened his eyes, he only saw a figure with a long sword in his hand standing in front of him. Although his limbs were ruined, he was still able to see his surroundings clearly in the darkness with the residual true chi in his body. At some point, he and the person in front of him were the only ones left alive inside the entire cell, and the rest of them had already turned into corpses. Sun Kai looked at the visitor clearly and said in fear, "Why? We've obviously been captured by you. I'm sorry, but you weren't actually considered prisoners from the start. Because Li Dao's starting point at the very beginning was to use these people as guinea pigs for experiments, and now that the experiment is over, then they have no role to play." After learning about the specific use of precious blood, this middle innate stage in front of him had no value. After all, the effect of precious blood on a person didn't seem to depend on cultivation level. Seeing that the other party was really going to kill himself, Senhai fell to the ground and begged for mercy. I'm in the middle stage of innate. A living me is more valuable than a dead one. Leto shook his head. I'm sorry, for me, the dead you are more valuable. In the next second, the basalt knife slashed through, and a bloody gash appeared at Senkai's neck. Because his limbs were wasted, he didn't even have the chance to cover his wounds and could only feel his life passing by. Probably because innate martial artists were more tenacious in their vitality. It was only after a few dozen seconds that the system's beep sounded in Li Dao's ears. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 2779. Seeing this, Li Dao had further speculations about the true chi attributes of innate martial artists. A true chi attribute of 100 should be enough to become early innate. Reaching 200 is almost the middle stage of innate. Reaching 400 is the late innate stage. This shows that the span of the innate realm alone is huge. Li Dao secretly thought in his heart. I wonder how strong the sovereign realm can be again. 1,000 or more. Shortly after, Li Dao left the dungeon with his satisfactory harvest. When he returned to the training grounds again, he found that everyone had gotten so drunk that the only sound left was the sound of the campfire burning wood. After a quick look, he returned to his tent. Panel. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 399. 05, 337. 49. Available properties, 157. 13. After completely clearing out the dungeon, his attributes skyrocketed once again. At the same time, because of the consumption of the precious blood, his physique was once again reduced and his body became weaker. In total, adding up the rough math, he had harvested a total of more than 400 attribute points when he came to the Huangsha town camp. In today's battle alone, he had harvested over 300, at one point almost quadrupling his overall attributes, plus some. After thinking about this, Li Dao didn't hesitate to murmur in his mind. The heat flow arose again, and he settled back into his bunk to wait for his body transformation to complete. A dozen breaths later, owner, Li Dao. Physique, 556. 18, 494. 62, metamorphosable. Available attributes, 0. When the heat flow completely receded, Li Dao looked at the panel, only to find the familiar 3 words metamorphosable appearing on the panel once again. Is it 5 times this time? Li Dao had previously thought that the physique would only metamorphose every 10 times. Thinking about it though, it couldn't be. If that was the case, the rate of metamorphosis behind it would be too slow. Thinking of this, Li Dao attempted to touch the 3 words metamorphosable with his mind, preparing to complete it along with the metamorphosis in one go. As it turned out, he found it wasn't working. Is it possible that it is because the body is in a weakened state? But yes, it does seem a bit inappropriate to molt under these circumstances. It looks like we'll just have to find a way to get rid of the weakened state first. Leto thought silently as he looked at the panel. Because he had previously experienced the situation of consuming precious blood, he had a certain knowledge of how to recover the temporarily consumed physical attributes. Previously, he had discovered that if he was able to ingest a large amount of nutrients in a short period of time, then he could accelerate the recovery of his physical attributes. So many attributes, and I don't know how much to eat to replenish them. Day 2. After the remaining soldiers in the Huangsha town camp recovered from their drunkenness, they once again began to take care of the battlefield outside Huangsha town, and inside the mess hall, Leto kept eating. On the side, there were 3 cooks, each of them working with all their might to cook a roasted whole sheep on the fire rack with the intention of filling Li Dao's stomach. However, obviously so big a sheep, after entering Li Dao's stomach finally disappeared inexplicably. looking at its abdomen in addition to slightly bulging a little. There is no little abnormality. Faced with this kind of abnormality, the three cooks from the beginning of the surprise to the end become a little strange. Maybe that's what makes this temporary chancellor of theirs so powerful. After all, the more you eat, the stronger you are is what they have grown up knowing. Li Dao didn't pay much attention to it as he was preoccupied with observing the recovery of the attributes on the panel in his own perspective. Probably each adult roasted whole lamb was able to restore nearly a bit of his physique. More than 10 heads have been eaten so far, and only 50 more roasted whole sheep are needed next. So his meal went straight from morning to nearly afternoon. The three cooks' hands were sore from turning the roasted lamb, and they watched as more than 60 sheep disappeared into one man's stomach. Hiccup! Li Dao burped and let out a long breath of relief. Not to mention the three cooks. The food was eating him. They're tired enough. At first he tried to chew and taste it. By the end he was just shoving it in his mouth altogether. With his powerful swallowing ability, not two big bones could be swallowed completely, and bigger bones easily chewed and swallowed. Combined with his terrifying digestive ability, food entering his stomach was instantly melted by the gastric juices and converted into energy to replenish his weakened body. Thanks. Li Dao got up and addressed the three cooks. You're welcome. It's all due to the three of us. The three cooks revealed a flattered look and hurriedly said. Li Dao laughed softly. I won't let you guys help for nothing. Just then, the tent of the mess hall was pushed open, and Zhang Meng drilled right in from outside. Boss, big deal. After Zhang Meng found Li Dao, he hurried over. What's wrong? Did someone come to attack the camp again? No. What was that about? It was all those prisoners in the dungeon who were killed, and we still don't know who did it. I killed it. Zhang Meng had a questioning look on his face. Boss, why did you kill them? A living captive can be worth much more than a dead one, especially that mid-innate captive, but he alone is worth at least a centurion. Just simply wanting to kill. At this time, Zhang Meng suddenly thought of a place on the battlefield outside the city not long ago that looked extremely tragic, and at that time, Li Dao was the only one who went, so his entire body couldn't help but tremble. What's the problem? Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng winced and hastily shook his head. No problem. No problem. Barbarians just deserve to die. Boss, you can kill them however you want, Li Dao said bluntly. Alright, that portion of the lost battle credit is counted with me and divided down to the rest. Also, I owe them 60 roasted whole sheep, so help me divide 20 battle credits for each of the three of them, and count them on me as well. Zhang Meng had a bitter smile on his face. Boss, battle merits cannot be given to each other. Is the current war credit tally over yet? Not yet. It's being counted. That's fine. No one knows anyway. Just do what I say. But, no need for buts. If there is anyone who disagrees, just let him come to me. Hearing this, Zhang Meng instantly shut his mouth. After bidding farewell to Zhang Meng, Li Dao came to a separate tent. The body's weakness was now all lifted, and the next step was to officially undergo the body's third metamorphosis. I wonder what aspect of metamorphosis this one will be. Opening the panel, Li Dao used his thoughts to select metamorphosis. In the next second, the tearing sensation in his body that had once overwhelmed him arose again, and to add to his pain, this time it was a double tearing sensation. The first is the metamorphosis of the body's own foundation during metamorphosis, and the second weight was the tearing at the muscle level of his body at the moment, and by this point he had come to understand where in his body he was metamorphosing this time. Muscles. Under his keen perception, he detected that the muscles inside his body were constantly tearing and repairing, as if they were undergoing some kind of transformation. And with each tear repaired, something changed in his muscles. However, Li Dao was completely unconcerned about understanding the principle at this moment. He only wanted to grit his teeth and carry through the pain this time. One incense stick later, Li Dao suddenly let out a long breath, because the pain in his body had finally receded past. At the same time, he realized that the metamorphosis in his body was completely over. He removed the top from his body, and the whole thing froze in disbelief. His previous physique had been constantly strengthened, and his body lines were already perfect, but in fact more or less some muscles could still be seen showing some irregular changes due to acquired effects. But now, after his muscle metamorphosis, every muscle in his entire body was so perfectly balanced, completely like a perfect work of natural sculpture, without a single trace of acquired. It's not a huge departure from the previous great look, but it just feels different. It's like a 99 points meets a perfect score kind of feeling. One side still has room for improvement, but one side has reached its limit. Of course, this metamorphosis could not just give Li Dao a muscular aesthetic, but most importantly, his practicality. Like the skin and the blood metamorphosis, this muscle metamorphosis also gave him a big boost in himself. First of all, the first point, Li Dao realized that his muscles were tougher. This is the same as the skin's previous metamorphosis. The difference being that while the skin is resilient, all the rest of the aspects of resistance are also almost pulled full circle, while the muscles are only purely tough. And this level of toughness was like Li Dao wearing another layer of internal armor inside a layer of body armor. When someone tried to kill Li Dao before, it was basically possible to finish him off if they could break through his skin. But now, just breaking through the skin wouldn't do it. He also needed to break through his resilient muscles. In a sense, the muscles, because of their higher thickness, have a completely greater defense than the skin in the areas of his body that are heavily covered. Simply put, it's his defense pulled up to full strength with another layer of pulled up armor. If that late innate stage appeared in front of him right now and then chopped him with an axe, by the toughness of his skin and muscles he was also able to take that axe of his with his neck. Next is the second point after muscle metamorphosis. Li Dao lifted his right arm and the muscles began to tremble under his control. Immediately afterward, only his right arm began to thicken at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few breaths later, a right arm several times thicker than before appeared. The muscle tone on top is still perfect, but it's just gotten bigger. This is the second feature of muscle metamorphosis, which is also considered an active ability. Li Dao called it release. Because of the enhancement of his physique, in order to maintain his size, his muscles were in a constant state of compression, and he couldn't fully control his muscles until he went through a metamorphosis. However, after the muscles had undergone metamorphosis, he was then able to control them completely, as well as release the compressed muscles. In the released state, there are advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that in this state his muscle potential unravels and his strength increases dramatically. But again, there will be a reduction in speed as a result. Anyway, it's just kind of similar to the secret techniques that martial artists they practice and stuff like that. Before he had been called a monster, Li Dao took a look at the appearance of his current arm. Now he really did have a bit of a monster's appearance. Li Dao's thoughts moved once again, and his muscles began to contract again, quickly returning to their normal appearance. He twisted his right arm and felt nothing unusual except a little soreness. Other than those 2 points, the rest of the benefits of the metamorphosis are more subtle. Everything in the human body that is affected by the muscles is benefited to a greater or lesser degree by this metamorphosis of the muscles. In short, everything is moving in a benign direction. Chapter 72 Marquis Jinbei Shinchong. Li Dao looked at his physique which had reached over 500, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. I don't know how much the physique has reached in order to be able to rival the sovereign realm. There was a very obvious gap between the several levels of the innate realm alone, and a large realm like this would only have an even bigger gap. I don't want to think about it so much, but if we just keep developing anyway, we'll find out sooner or later. In the meantime, a day's journey away from Huangsha town was a small town called Qingping town. In this town, just like the town of Huangsha, a reinforced battalion of 1,000 men was stationed. Pioneer Camp. The reason why it is called the Pioneer Camp is because this camp is located in the very center of the Great Qian border territory. Today, the Vanguard camp was extremely lively, because they welcomed an extremely special guest. That was the supreme commander of the entire 150,000 soldiers in Yunzhou, Jinbei Ho Shinchong, inside the main army tent of Qingping town. Although it was only a visitor, Marquis Jinbei Shinchong was still situated on top of the main seat. The man who had settled on his left was called Tang Shan, the Grand Commander of the Vanguard Battalion, and the person on Xin Shang's right-hand side was no other than his new personal guard Captain Qi Shang. At this moment, Qi Shang was wearing bright silver armor. His face was cold, and he was sitting on the bench with a look of determination, almost writing the word pride on his face. The uppermost seat, more than 50 years of age, Shinchong was dressed in light golden armor, with hard features, a pair of eyes full of majesty, with a kind of air of anger without authority, and a strand of white hair on each sideburn, giving a few vicissitudes of life. Although he didn't look young, because he had already reached the sovereign realm, he was actually only at the beginning of his 50s. Tong Shen. Shinchong suddenly opened his mouth, adding a few points of hoarseness to his majestic voice. Aha! Tang Shan immediately sat up straight, revealing a look of listening to the teachings. Shinchang's gaze fell on Tang Shan, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his originally majestic face as he said, "You don't have to be nervous. Your Vanguard Battalion has performed quite well during this inspection. Compared to the previous inspection of the rest of the camp, your side is more educated, and I need to compliment you on that." Tang Shan had a self-effacing look on his face. Subordinate is just doing what he should do. Shinchong shook his head and said, "In the military camp, doing well is good. There is no need to be too modest." "Yes, General, there's one thing you're not doing well, though. Please, General, that's just too much slack on defense." Shinchong pointed to the map behind him and said, "Although it is said that there are many large battalions defending the edge of the buffer zone at the border, you should know that once there is a problem over there, your Qingping town will be the first to suffer. Once a war is fought, it is this moment of vigilance that is being fought for, and if even this cannot be done, then I am afraid that it will only lead to very serious consequences. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan nodded his head repeatedly. My subordinate understands. After today my subordinate will definitely tighten up his management. Seeing his sincere attitude, Shin Chong nodded. It's good to be able to correct it. And just then, there was a loud noise from outside the tent. Is General Shin here? I want to see General Shin. Don't stop me. I have something big to report to General Shin. Kam your mother? I have said don't stop me. Delay the big event, believe it or not I let you have no balls. This was followed by a series of unpleasant curses. The voice was clearly transmitted into the main tent, and the faces of the group of people who heard it were all unsightly for a while, especially Tang Shan, whose brows were furrowed with a look of displeasure. Shin Chong on the main seat frowned and said in a deep voice, Shi Shang, go outside and see what's going on. Yes. Shi Shang got up and clasped his fists before going out. In the next second, several figures flew in from outside the tent. This was followed by a burst of cursing and swearing. His grandmother, I told you not to stop me. I have something important to report but I have to stop. Now I'm hurt. With that, a burly figure walked in. Seeing this scene, Shi Shang subconsciously stopped in front of Shin Chong with a group of his personal guards. Tang Shan was also the first to draw the long sword at his waist. Bold assassin. Seeing the rest of the personal guards escorting around Shin Chong, Shi Shang was about to draw his sword up immediately. Wait! Shin Chang's command made Shi Shang's just outstretched foot immediately retract. General, you are. Shin Chong ignored it and walked out directly from his personal guards, looking at the assassin who barged in and said with a black face and without good humor, Zhao Tong, are you trying to rebel? Zhao Tong took a look at the sound, and his original arrogant and domineering expression instantly wimped out, and he hurriedly half-kneeled and cupped his fists and said, my subordinate, Zhao Tong, pays his respects to General Shen. Poof. Shin Chong raised his hand to make the people around him retreat, and he himself sneered while sitting back in his seat. How can I, Shin, be that big of a person to make you? Grand Commander Zhao, pay your respects. Zhao Tong could only scratch his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing almost Shin Chong then opened his mouth. Okay, tell me why you don't stay in your Huangsha town, to run over to find me, and so rushed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tong then figured out that he had ridden all night to come here because he had something important to report, so he hastened to say, General, I have a very important thing to report to you. Very important? What is it? Zhao Tong did not make a sound at his words, but looked at the rest of the people in the tent. Shin Chong looked at Tang Shan and his own personal guards, turned back and said bluntly, speak directly, they're all your own people. When Zhao Tong nodded, he said, General, just a day ago, my Yellow Sand Town's team patrolling the buffer zone encountered an attack by the Tamu tribesmen. Assault? Shin Chong thought for a moment and said, the Tamu tribe has a lot of friction with my Deqian, and general attacks are normal. Zhao Tong continued, but General, this time they attacked and sent out 2 early and 8-stage martial artists. Suddenly, Shi Shang, who was on the side, interjected and laughed softly. Commander Zhao, aren't you worrying too much? A mere 2 early and 8-stage martial artists attacking you is a big deal? If that's really the case then there are really too many big events in this world. I know. Zhao Tong was interrupted by Shin Chong just as he was about to say something. Shin Chong frowned slightly and looked at Zhao Tong. Just say what you have in mind directly. Shi Shang was stunned, while Zhao Tong had a happy face and began to explain. He didn't say it himself, but instead, he directly began to talk outwardly about the things that Li Dao had explained to him earlier. Halfway through his speech, Shin Chong suddenly interrupted and inquired, Zhao Tong, is this all in your mind? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tong smiled sarcastically and shook his head. Where could I have come up with all of this? It was all analyzed for me by one of the shikis in our Huangsha town camp. Mentioning Li Dao, he couldn't help but add, speaking of this new Shishang of ours, I'd also like to thank our Yunchi city for not forgetting about our Huangsha town battalion in the last draft. What do you mean? Because this new recruit is the one that was finally assigned to our Huangsha town camp in the last Yunchi city recruitment. I had thought that they were all about to forget about our Huangsha town camp over there, but I didn't expect such an unexpected surprise to come this time. Hearing about the new recruits and the Huangsha town camp, Shi Shang's face on the side suddenly stiffened as he subconsciously asked, what are the names of your new recruits? Called Lido. In the next second, Shi Shang's entire face collapsed. How could he not have expected to hear the name that made him extremely uncomfortable again in this situation? Shouldn't he be having a miserable time at the Yellow Sands camp? How come it sounds like the other guy is not only not having a bad time, but he's doing well? Although in Shi Shang's eyes the other party was just a mole cricket. The thought that he personally went down for the arrangement didn't even manage to solve a mole cricket. but instead made the other party comfortable. His whole body was very uncomfortable. If the occasion hadn't been inappropriate, he probably would have snapped on the spot. Over here, neither Xinqiang nor Zhao Tong had noticed Qi Shang's face-changing stunt, but were still discussing it. When Zhao Tong explained all the circumstances clearly, Xinqiang's face also changed from the blandness at the beginning to a slightly gloomy one. Xinqiang said in a deep voice, "Are you sure what you said is true?" Without hesitation, Zhao Tong said bluntly, "It's all true, and I'm willing to vouch for it with my post. So what if you vouch for it with your position? Do you know how serious the matter you're talking about is? Once it's not handled properly, it's likely to cause a commotion in the entire Yunzhou and even the entire Daqian. How can you afford it?" Because he was unable to deal with that eponymous Li Dao for a while, Qi Shang, after returning to his senses, simply spread the grievances on his body on Zhao Tong, the Grand Commander of Huangsha Town. After all, if he had acted, that Li Dao certainly wouldn't have had a comfortable life. But what he didn't know was that Zhao Unity started out wanting to make Li Dao's life uncomfortable as well. But in the end it was the opposite of what he wanted. Zhao Tong frowned at Qi Shang. He didn't remember having any encounters with this young man. How come he sensed that the other party's entire body was hostile towards him? Xinqiang raised his hand and said, "There are no absolutes in the world, and this matter indeed cannot be concluded casually, not to be disbelieved, nor to be believed in its entirety." Suddenly, Tang Shan, who was on the side, took the initiative to come forward and said, "General, since Commander Zhao said that the other party is rushing towards our vanguard camp, why don't I first have someone go to the vicinity to check it out? Really, if there is a special situation, it should be in time to deal with it as well, and if there isn't, that's even better." Hearing this, Xinqiang hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Not a bad idea. You can let him scout the neighborhood first. If the other party's target is really Ni, then it's unlikely that there will be too small of an action, and there are bound to be traces to be found." It wasn't that Xinqiang was boasting, but he knew his own strength by heart, because there are three means of trying to deal with him. One is to surround him with a large army and wear him out alive in the midst of it. There was bound to be a big commotion in this situation, and even if the defense line was broken, he could sense when a really big force was approaching. Then there was the same level of the sovereign realm to deal with him. This is even more unlikely, because the sect master realm is not like ordinary people to kill, can easily cause the other party to die. A short period of time can be divided into a dead and alive. By the time they reached the sovereign realm, it was normal to fight for 3 days and 3 nights without an overwhelming force. And, if one party wants to leave, it's hard for the other to stay. If the other party wanted to target him unless they sent a lot of sovereign realms to hound him, and the last means is even less likely, that would be a great master directly striking out at him, and then he would be absolutely powerless to fight back. But is it possible? Mortal wars, the patriarchal realm and above are forbidden to intervene at will. Otherwise the saying that the major dynasties will rise up and attack is not just words. And with a single Tamu tribe, he didn't believe that the other party could hire a grand master. In short, all confidence is based on his own strength. Xinqiang looked at Tang Shan and said, "Then you can go farther away if you send someone to scout around." "Understood." Tang Shan nodded and walked out of the tent. As soon as Qi Shang on the side thought that these words were said by that Li Dao whom he had targeted, he couldn't help but continue. "Commander Zhao, if your guess is wrong this time, you can't harbor that new recruit named Li Dao. This kind of thing is just a moment of nonsense, to put it nicely, but to put it more seriously, it's an intent to promote war, and I hope you'll punish him severely when the results come in." In fact, Qi Shang had wanted to say something like he wanted to put Li Dao to death directly, but on second thought let the reason why the other side said that is estimated to be a very motivated kind of new recruits. Rather than let the other side die a painful death, it is better to let the other side live over the life as bad as death. The thought of it made his heart poke with secret excitement. Hearing Qi Shang's words, Zhao Tong frowned and said bluntly, "I can handle the affairs of our Huangsha town camp on my own, so I don't need to bother Lord Qi." Xinqiang suddenly interrupted the two and said, "Alright, I'll talk less. Zhao Tong, you also sit down. When Tanshen investigates clearly, we will know if this is all true." When Zhao Tong saw that Xinqiang was so calm, he nodded, and his mood calmed down a bit, not as nervous as he had been along the way before. Chapter 73, Tanshen Rebellion. Because there was Xinqiang, the Marquis of Jinbei, sitting in the camp, the atmosphere inside the tent gradually calmed down. Xinqiang, Qi Shang, and Zhao Tong each sat in their respective positions and began to wait for news from outside. Soon, half an hour passed. "What's taking so long?" Zhao Tong, who was already idle, soon became somewhat unable to sit still and spoke directly. "General Shun, why don't you let me go and take a look as well?" As soon as the words fell, the tent was opened, only to see Tang Shan walk in from outside all dusty, looking like he had been running for a long time. Xinqiang directly inquired, "Is there any sign of the enemy?" Tang Shan arched his hand and cupped his fist, reporting to the general. There is no sign of the enemy in a 100-mile radius, so there shouldn't be any problems. As soon as these words came out, Shi Shang, who was on the side, immediately spoke. Commander Zhao, what else do you have to say this time? Zhao Tong's face darkened, and he didn't know what to do. Is it hard to believe that he came too early? The enemy hasn't had a chance to get here yet? Or perhaps Li Dao had guessed wrongly, and the too early innate martial artists who had brought people to attack them in the first place were simply trying to get back at them? But either way, the current situation is not in his favor. Xin Chong raised his hand to interrupt Shi Shang's words and spoke. It's good to remain vigilant, as long as nothing major goes wrong. This statement further embarrassed Zhao Tong a bit. Xin Chong seems to be able to see that Zhao Tong is still a little reluctant, so he got up and said, okay, this matter I will go back and send people to investigate. Things will definitely have a result. If the people of the TANU tribe really do the thing of attacking the camp, this marquis will definitely make it pay the price. Yes, Zhao Tong could only say so. Shi Sheng on the side showed a pleased smile, because as long as Xin Chong investigated, things will be pursued in the end no matter how light or heavy. The soldier who bore the brunt of the attack was the one called Li Dao. Xin Chong glanced at Tang Shan on the side. Qingping town has finished its inspection, so it's time for us to leave. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan hurriedly greeted. Why do you need to leave so quickly, General? I still hope that you, General, can help guide the soldiers below. Why don't you stay for one more day? Xin Chong shook his head. This inspection is also a temporary drop of the things in hand to come, and I dare not continue to delay. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Tang Shan could only nod his head and say no more. Shi Shang had the good sense to immediately walk outside the tent and lift the curtain. With Xin Chong taking the lead, the group left the tent. Long Street. Since they were leaving, the group first had to head to the stables to pick up their horses. Although Zhao Tong's mood was a bit complicated because of the misjudgment, the huge stone in his heart called war also fell, and the whole person relaxed for a moment. There was also time to take a moment to admire the camps of our own friends. I have to say that this vanguard camp environment is good. Clear wind. Then the Huangsha town camp that the sky yellow sand is much better. Zhao Tong looked at the soldiers coming and going around and couldn't help but ask, Commander Tang, the soldiers in your vanguard battalion are all very good. It looks like they're all hand-picked. This is something I really envy you for. Upon hearing this, the rest of the group noticed the soldiers with their eyes. Each one of them looked tall and big, much stronger than the ordinary soldiers of Diqian. Tang Shan smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Yes, they can all be hand-picked by me. Zhao Tong couldn't help but sigh. I just don't know why, but I always feel that these soldiers look strange. Xin Chong asked curiously. What's weird? Zhao Tong replied back. Maybe it's my illusion. Dealing with people from the northern barbarian side all day long, I always feel that this body type is more like people from the northern barbarian side. Xin Chong glared at Zhao Unity. Don't joke if you can't joke. Is there a barbarian to describe your own people? Zhao Tong hurriedly turned his head to look at Tang Shan and said, I'm sorry, it's me who said the wrong thing. Don Shan stiffened and smiled. It's fine. Shortly after, the group rode on their horses to the outside of Qingping town. Xin Chong looked at the converging group of soldiers and inquired. This is. Tang Shan smiled and replied. They heard that you were leaving, General Shun, and came over specially to see you off. In the next second, thousands of soldiers shouted in unison. Send off General Shun. Xin Chong glared at Tang Shan as if he was blaming him for all this formality, but turning back to face the soldiers he replaced it with a light smile. Alright, we'll just walk the rest of the way on our own. You all go back. But the soldiers just didn't move a muscle. Tang Shan hurriedly said, let them follow for a while, and forget about him. Xin Chong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. One incense stick later, with Tang Shan and the soldiers seeing them off, the group walked out almost 3 miles. Seeing that it was almost time, Xin Chong spoke. Alright, just send it here. Tang Shan was just about to open his mouth to speak when a sudden subtle shudder reached everyone. Zhao Tong, who had been following at the very back, changed his color when he noticed this movement, and instinctively immediately rolled over and dismounted, lying down and pressing his ears tightly to the ground. A moment later, Zhao Tong's face changed and he raised his head to look at Xin Chong. General, a large number of people are coming towards us. A large number of people? Xin Chang's brows furrowed as he inquired. From that direction? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tong once again lay down on the ground and listened for a while. When he rose again, his face was even more ugly. General, there are them on all sides, and in great numbers. Aha! Xin Chang's eyes immediately changed. As the highest general of Yunzhou, all the troops inside and outside Fufling Pass were under his control. Without his orders, there wouldn't even be a large number of people out on the land. So what's going on now? Kangang let out a cry. With a crunching sound, A sword light suddenly flashed between the people. Poof! A sound of entering flesh followed. In the next second, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, because the person who released the sword light was Tang Shan, and the person who was injured by the long sword was surprisingly Shinchong, who was beside him. At this moment, Tang Shan held the sword and stabbed with vigor. Shinchong grabbed the sword with one hand to prevent the sword from continuing to stab. Tong Shen, when Qi Shang, who was on the side, saw this scene, his face instantly reddened, and he decisively drew the long sword at his waist and stabbed backhandedly. Seeing this scene, Tang Shan knew that he had done his best, and without hesitation, he gave up his long sword and dodged towards his back, falling directly into the soldiers he had brought with him. What shocked him even more was that in the face of the culprit who had stabbed Shinchong, all of these soldiers were indifferent and instead looked at Shinchong and his group with hostile faces. "General, how are you?" After Tang Shan retreated, Qi Shang immediately came beside Shinchong with a nervous face and inquired. Shinchong dropped the long sword in his hand and looked down. The wound pierced the armor because his instinctive reaction didn't pierce in too deep and only injured the flesh. The only thing that made his face ugly was that the blood, which should have been red, appeared a light greenish color. Apparently the blade of the sword carried poison that entered his body with the wound. No harm done. The true essence within Shinchang's body that belonged to the Zhongshu realm operated, and the blood was stopped instantly. Turning his head, he gazed at Tang Shan and the pile of soldiers. "Tang Shan, De Qian treated you well. Why did you betray?" If he still didn't understand what was going on by this time, then he wouldn't be the Marquis of Jinbei anymore. "Betrayal?" Tang Shan sneered and said bluntly. "Joke, I, Tang Shan, have never betrayed from the beginning to the end." "What do you mean? What does it mean?" "Ha ha ha, because I'm not one of your De Qian people from the beginning, but a northern barbarian. What else could it mean? How can you be a northern barbarian?" Shinchong's pupils shrunk. "You clearly, Akira what?" Tang Shan continued to sneer. "Is it that you're going to say that I'm a war orphan who was adopted and raised hard by the De Qian people? Humph. What kind of adoption is that? Do you know who I was supposed to be? I was originally supposed to be the nephew of the king of the Tanu tribe, and I was supposed to be a person of high authority from birth." He pointed his finger at Shinchong and continued to sneer. "In the end I still have to blame those two old undead things for meddling in my business. Why did they adopt me? It's because of them that I'm being forced to live in your De Qian. What's the difference between that and letting me live in the home of my enemy?" Shinchang's face instantly ironed down when he heard this. "You're too ungrateful. Even if you're a northern barbarian, but your parents picked you up from the battlefield when you were 3 years old. If it wasn't for them, you would have died in the battlefield. Where could you be today?" "Humph." Tang Shan snorted coldly. "I'd rather die on the battlefield than live in my enemy's country. And anyway, it's all the fault of that pair of old nobodies." Upon hearing this, Shinchong seemed to be thinking of something. His face suddenly changed again, and he hurriedly asked, "What did you do to your parents?" "Hey, that's a good question." Tang Shan suddenly smiled in disgust. Full of malice. "What can I do to my enemies? Of course it's to kill. You are not to know that they died thinking I was their good old son. Ha ha ha. After I killed them, I also killed all those people in my left and right neighborhood who had grown up being hypocritical to me. And in the end I fed all their corpses to the wild dogs, while the pair of old nobodies I burned to ashes and cast into a bone knife. Didn't they teach me from a young age that the northern barbarians were terrible? Then I shall make them stay forever with a northern barbarian and witness how the Dacian died by their own hands." Shinchang's eyes had reddened when he heard this. Tong Shen. In the next second, a terrifying aura erupted from Shinchong. Seeing this, Tang Shan immediately ducked towards the crowd of soldiers. Shinchong, however, also instantly appeared in front of a group of soldiers. "Help me stop him." Tang Shan, who understood how terrifying the Zhongshu realm was, naturally would not choose to fight hard with Shinchong. The soldiers, on the other hand, immediately stopped in front of them at the sound of their voices. Shinchong said with red eyes, "And why are you betraying?" When these words came out, Tang Shan's loud laughter came from the crowd again. "Shinchong, you don't think that these soldiers are still your Dacian people, do you? To tell you the truth, but all the Dacian people you sent to the vanguard camp over the years have already been secretly executed by me, and now in front of you can all be our northern barbarians." This sentence was considered to have completely ignited the anger in Shinchang's heart. Death to all. Shinchang's true essence surged within his body and he blasted out with a fist. In the next second, dozens of soldiers in front of him were blown into a bloody mist out of thin air in the pressure of his fists. Seeing this scene, Tang Shan's eyelids fluttered as he watched for a while. If this punch had landed on his body, I'm afraid that it wouldn't have ended up with these soldiers as well. Just at this time, the vibration feeling under the feet became stronger and stronger, only to see some black shadows appearing in the distance in all directions, accompanied by the distance getting closer and closer. The black shadows gradually became clearer and clearer. It was groups of cavalry and infantry clad in battle armor running from all directions. The cavalry was divided into many squads, and they also had large banners erected separately. There are crimson fiery totems, white cloud totems, and green grass totems. They represent the fiery tribe, the falling clouds tribe, and the Tamu tribe. Over here, the angry Shinshong wanted to continue striking when he was suddenly hugged by someone with an arm. General, this is not the time to vent your anger. Zhao Tong stopped Shinshong and said. Hearing Tang Shan's words, Zhao Tong was also angry and furious, and wanted to eat all these people in front of him alive. But the current situation did not allow it. From what the other side has done so far, it's clear that they've come prepared. At those words, although Shin Chang's anger was still in his heart, his consciousness was also much more awake. In fact, the usual Shinshong is very stable and does not show his joy in anger. The main reason why he was so furious was because he and Tang Shan's adoptive parents knew each other, and his adoptive father was even a soldier under his command at one time, and Tang Shan was also considered to have been brought up by him from childhood to adulthood. That's why he couldn't suppress himself when he heard Tang Shan's wolfishness. Shin Chang's reddened eyes glanced at the faraway Tang Shan with a smug look on his face and turned back to the cavalry coming from all sides. After hesitating for a moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and he immediately ordered, all of them get on their horses and break out. We can't be besieged by them. Zhao Unity froze, and although he did not understand why Shinshong was suddenly nervous, he obediently obeyed the order. Seeing the scene on Tang Shan's side, he didn't ask his men to block it, but commanded them to retreat backward, as if to vacate the battlefield. After mounting his horse, Zhao Tong asked with some confusion, General, although the other side has many cavalry, but with our strength although we can't fight through it, we can still save our lives, especially since you're in the Zhongshe realm, so you shouldn't be afraid? You think cultivators are really invincible on the battlefield? Shinshong didn't say anything and just asked such a question. Zhao Tong returned, isn't it? We'll know if it is or not when you can command an army of over 10,000. For now it's better to break the game. Chapter 74, Military Power. Breaking the Siege. Shinshong rode on the back of his horse and swept his eyes over the enemy's encirclement, suddenly locking his gaze on a location. All follow me. Shinshong flung his horse whip and led the way straight toward a direction. Zhao Tong and Shi Shang and the others also hurriedly chased after them. In the meantime, several groups representing the Tamu tribe gradually converged as the encirclement contracted. The general of one team looked to the cavalry team on one side and asked with a frown, where are the censors? Why are you the only ones coming? A man came out from the cavalry team and said, reporting back to General Sinlei, because one of the Deqian camps at the border did not succeed in pulling it out. General Sinzei has gone to eliminate that camp with his men, and with General Sinzei's strength, I think he will soon catch up. Sanlei frowned. What is this guy Sinzei doing all day long? He doesn't know how to prioritize things. This is if the great king knows that he is designated to have no good fruit to eat. The heavy cavalry commander said awkwardly, General Sanlei, let's take care of the matter at hand first. Poof. Sanlei snorted coldly, his eyes looking towards their target mission this time. Great Qianjinbei Marquis Shinchong. Sanlei's pupils shrank when he got a good look, and he muttered to himself. He even dared to bring someone to charge the formation. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes glanced at the side ranks. Damn it Morisawa, you're really breaking things. After saying that, he immediately ordered his surrounding men, lean to the right, pull up the military formation, and absolutely not let Shinchong get away. With a command, the tens of thousands of troops of the Tamu tribe immediately functioned in an orderly manner. The other side, the people from the Fiery Fire tribe and the people from the Falling Clouds tribe seemed to sense something and moved as well. Zhao Tong froze for a moment as he looked at the suddenly moving three-party army. This is... Shinchong suddenly pulled the reins tight and stopped, and the people behind him followed suit. Only his brows furrowed as he said under his breath, this is a three-ring formation. Shi Shang inquired, General, what is meant by the three-ring formation? Shinchong explained while observing, the so-called three-ring formation is actually three different military formations, and the combination of all three will constitute the three-ring formation. Is it great? Not great. Although it's not powerful, the three-ring formation is interlocked, and although its killing power is insufficient, it's more suitable for trapping. Shinchong muttered, it looks like these people are trying to trap and kill me. Trapped and killed? Qi Shang frowned. You're in the sovereign realm. Is this possible? Ahem. Shinchong suddenly covered his mouth and coughed dryly a few times, and when he spread his hands, Qi Shang and Zhao Tong were stunned, and their faces immediately showed a tense color. Just a splash of crimson blood in the palm of that hand. General Yu. Shinchong waved his hand to interrupt Qi Shang's words, his deep gaze looking at the surrounding army. The other party first let Tang Shan turn on me, then used the three-ring formation to trap me. so that I would have no time to detoxify the poison. And the three interlocked together in an obvious and long-planned manner. Speaking here, Shinshong looked to the side and Zhao Tong couldn't help but laugh softly. You brat! You're finally reliable for once. Speaking of nothing else, it was the very thing that he had seen through the conspiracy of the northern barbarians. Zhao Unicorn smiled bitterly. General Shun, don't tease me at a time like this. Let's just think of a way to run out first. Upon hearing this, Shinshong smiled slightly, his gaze once again falling on the encircling army. I admit that this time these few tribesmen have designed their ploys perfectly, but with a plan this complex, there are inevitably going to be holes. I don't know why the other side made such a low-level mistake, but it gives us a chance. Zhao Tong asked curiously. What chance? Shinshong said. The three-ring formation pays the most attention to balance, and once it is out of balance, it will be easy to have a break. And there is exactly one place where there is an imbalance in this opponent's army. If it was a complete three-ring formation, the probability of those of us running out would be less than 30%, but with this break, we have at least a 60% chance of running out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tong's face was delighted. Then what are we waiting for? Rushing at the loophole will be the end of it. Shinshong shook his head. Wait a little longer. The other side's lineup pulls too big and is prone to more variations. It's more appropriate to wait for them to get close enough to make it difficult to change the lineup and then rush. Soon, along with the people from the three tribes getting closer and closer, the atmosphere on Zhao Tong's side became more and more tense. Finally, seeing that the time was almost right, Shinshong said in a deep voice, all follow me closely, don't fall behind. Yes, Zhao Tong and the others responded. Shinshong's pair of eyes kept scanning continuously through the encircling army. Suddenly, a pair of his eyes seemed to lock onto a certain part of the opposing army as if they were eagle eyes. All follow. After determining the location of the breakthrough, Shinshong decisively rushed towards the target at a fast pace. Seeing this, Zhao Tong and the others also immediately followed without a hint of hesitation. In the meantime, San Lei, who was in the cavalry group of the Tamu tribe, discovered the movements of Shinshong and the others. Upon discovering the target of Shinshong and the others, their faces became even more ugly. Worthy of being the Marquis of Jinbei, he was able to see through this one breach with a single glance. This made San Lei's heart even more resentful of this bastard sensei. If he hadn't been delayed on the road, he wouldn't have created this situation. Do something, don't let him break out. San Lei gave an order, and several generals with notable cultivation levels responded. On Shinshong's side, he quickly rushed to the front of the army. Don't try to run. San Lei immediately brought people to stop in front of Shinshong and the others. Across the quad, Shinchang's pupils condensed, both fists transported true essence and immediately blasted out towards his body. Seeing this, San Lei's pupils shrunk as he drank. Kill! Along with the fall of his voice, the army behind him also drank in unison. In the next second, an invisible force field condensed around San Lei. Block me! San Lei operated the innate true chi in his body to give a counterattack. The innate true essence and innate true chi collided through the air, causing the surrounding air to condense. Boom! With a sudden shock, San Lei and many of the cavalrymen behind him backed up in unison, and even more were directly shaken out. But what was puzzling was the fact that a strike from the sovereign realm had failed to kill many people. Shinshang's side of his face flushed for a while, and a touch of red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. General! Zhao Tong and the others subconsciously shouted. Shinshong looked at the defeated San Lei and the others and said in a deep voice, don't delay, keep going. Taking advantage of the opponent's military formation dispersing for a moment, Shinshong was the first to kill towards the crowd. In the face of Shinchang's charge, many generals hidden in the army also came forward. However, what shocked people was that Shinshong, whose cultivation was clearly at the Zhongshu realm, was unable to achieve an overwhelming crush in the face of a group of innate martial artists siege, and at most, he was able to repel the opponents. It was only occasionally that some unlucky cavalryman ran into his hands before they were killed outright on the spot. General, let me help you. Seeing this, Shishang thought that having late innate cultivation could help, and directly launched an attack towards a mid-innate general. Facing Qi Shang, a late innate stage, the other mid-innate stage martial artist did not bring any fear at all, and directly fronted up to a hard confrontation. However, after one round, Qi Shang came back defeated. How? Qi Shang's face changed. His hallowed late innate stage had suffered a loss at the hands of a mid-innate stage. On the side, Zhao Tong seemed to think of something and suddenly said in shock, could this be military momentum? Military power? What do you mean by military potential? Combining Shinchang's words from before, Zhao Tong said, I used to understand one thing in a remnant book. When an army reaches a certain number, or when its cohesion reaches a kind of peak, it will coalesce into a special aura called military power. Under that kind of aura, every soldier in the army hooks up in some sense. And one of the most terrifying things about this aura is that it can divert and spread the enemy's power among multiple people, allowing the rest to help take the strain. For example, if you just faced that mid-innate general, it wasn't that he was able to beat you, it was just that he used the power of his military strength. It's likely that they're splitting your power so that it's evenly matched. And the reason why General Shin is having trouble breaking the formation is probably because of this reason. A Zhongshu realm martial artist is powerful and can take the head of an enemy general in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. However, if the opponent were to condense the army's momentum, transferring and apportioning its power down, with each person bearing a portion of it, then the person at the forefront of the resistance wouldn't be killed outright. Of course, this doesn't simply happen. Normally speaking, at least tens of thousands of troops will be able to initially gather military strength. The larger the army, the higher the quality of the soldiers, the stronger the army. Of course, if it's a special troop, it will lower the requirements. In short, the ants bite the elephant is real in this side of the world, but it's also trickery in a sense. If it wasn't for the three-ring formation and Xin Chang's injuries, it actually wouldn't be hard to break this method. Zhao Tong also figured out why Xin Chong had said earlier that he understood something if he could command over 10,000 troops over there. Apparently the thing he said could restrain martial artists was military power. In the face of Xin Chang's lead breakout, the soldiers of the Tanu tribe came forward to surround them. As for the people behind him, apart from Qi Shang, Zhao Tong and some martial artists with innate cultivation and the personal guards, most of the rest of the people were soon drowned and scattered in a group of cavalry, ending up in a miserable death. After all, a breakout of this scale would be difficult to survive without innate cultivation. Boom! Sen Lei once again faced off with Xin Chong, and after the loud noise, a large mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth, and many of the soldiers around him vomited blood and fell off their horses, while spreading Xin Chang's power with the help of the power of the military. But the sovereign realm was the sovereign realm. Even if he had a late innate stage cultivation, he still suffered heavy injuries under the successive pair of blasts, and many of the men around him died tragically because they couldn't withstand the shared power. In short, really facing a Zhongshu realm like Xinchong is 5 words: tough to wrangle and even tougher to kill. However, at this time, Xinchong wasn't doing well either. The wound from being stabbed by Tang Shan was irrelevant. What mattered was the poison the other party had given. Under normal circumstances, it was almost unrealistic to want to use poison against a Zhongshu realm martial artist. This was because the true essence of a Zhongshu realm martial artist could easily expel the poison that had invaded his body. But the problem was that the other party did not give Xinchong a chance to detoxify. The successive killings had resulted in the poison's medicinal properties now gradually invading all parts of his body. If he didn't break out again, then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to carry it for much longer. I don't know how long it's been. After Xinchong punched an enemy general of the middle innate stage to death, he finally rushed to the very edge of the military formation. Seeing the opportunity, a majestic aura suddenly rose from his body, and the true essence in his body boiled and coalesced above his fists. 100 battles killing fist. In the next second, 2 huge blood-colored fist shadows coalesced in the void, blasting directly toward the front with terrifying power. And at that moment, Sen Lei happened to stop right in front of the fist shadow. When he saw that huge fist shadow, his pupils shrunk and he couldn't help but shout, "Xinchong has gone berserk. All hold on to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he released all the innate true chi in his body with a wave of do-it-yourself air in an attempt to ward off the strike. However, when the fist shadow actually arrived in front of him, he realized how much he had underestimated a fuming sovereign realm. In just a moment, the defense in front of him, which was composed of innate true chi, was blasted into pieces by the fist shadows. After that, he only felt that he was plunged into a wild wind and rain, and the whole person almost lost consciousness. Same with him and the hundreds of heavily armored cavalry around him, and the obstruction wherever the shadow of his fist passed. Bang! Suddenly, a large amount of blood mist exploded from under the armor of a heavily armored cavalryman. Immediately after the second, the third, continuous. In the end, with Sen Lei at the center, soldiers within a 100-meter radius exploded into a bloody mist. It was obvious that they couldn't withstand the pressure after the aura sharing and directly exploded on the spot. Sen Lei, on the other hand, was still able to carry on a bit with his late innate cultivation. At this moment, his heart's hatred for Sens had reached its peak. If it wasn't Morisawa, then there was no break in the 3-ring formation. The 3-ring formation does not have a break. Then the military aura will hook more people and will be able to take on more power. He wouldn't have to be such a mess. Under Xin Chang's hard power, Sen Lei eventually failed to block it, and suddenly his eyes went black and he directly fell off his horse. As soon as the main formation Sen Lei fell, the breach in the enemy's military formation became even bigger. Xin Chong, on the other hand, seized this opportunity and directly broke through the 3-ring formation and rushed out with a burst of energy. This scene was also seen by several main formation generals from the Flame Tribe and the Falling Cloud Tribe. What's the situation on the side of the Tamu tribe? How could they let Shinchong escape? Shinchong ran away. Are we chasing after him? Chase what chase? Are you stupid? The three-ring formation is still there, you can still surround him with the help of the army. Now he ran out, who dares to chase after him? He seems seriously injured to me. In case this is the opportunity. A seriously injured Zhongshe is not a Zhongshe? You're afraid that you don't know how badly the last person who underestimated the Zhongshe realm died. If you want to chase after me, I don't want to find death anyway. Then what do we do? This mission is to trap Shinchong. Don't be afraid. Shinchong has been hit by our fiery fire tribe's blood fire guide. No antidote for such a long time, plus a long time to transport the power. The blood fire guide 80% has already entered into his 5 viscera and lungs. He will be ruined even if he doesn't die this time. It's better for him to be alive, and it will be more able to strike the morale of the Deki inside. Chapter 75, Li Dao's decision. After Shinchong broke out of the siege, he ran forward all the way without stopping. Behind him, only Zhao Tong and Qi Shang, as well as a few innate martial artists from the personal guards, were still alive. The rest of them died before protruding from the siege. At this time, Qi Shang was also covered in a blood-stained mess, and no longer had his previous dashing demeanor. It was also the first time he felt that powerless. Poof! Just as the horses were running, Shinchang's figure fell from the horse's back and tumbled on the ground a few times. General! Seeing this scene, Zhao Tong and the others were greatly shocked and rushed over. When Zhao Tong dismounted and came to take a look in front of Shinchong, he realized that at this time, his whole body's skin was reddish, and a faint blood-red aura could be seen bubbling from his body. Hiss! Zhao Tong attempted to touch it, and as a result, his fingertips were directly scalded by the heat that naturally emanated from Shinchang's body. This is blood fire lead? Zhao Tong filtered through his mind and suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Qi Shang asked from the sidelines, "What is the blood fire lead?" Zhao Tong said in a deep voice, "The blood fire lure is a potent poison specially developed by the northern barbarian fiery tribe. Its medicinal properties are led by blood and will travel to every drop of blood in the body over time. As the name suggests, blood fire is the use of blood as fire, which generates a large amount of heat to vaporize the blood until it burns dry." Qi Shang's face changed at the words, and he hurriedly asked after him, "Is there any way to detoxify this poison?" Zhao Tong looked complicated and shook his head. Although the blood flame lead is horribly toxic, it's not hard to prevent it. As long as the poisoning isn't for too long, all you need to do is to use your true qi to force the poison-tainted portion of the blood out of your body. General Shin didn't have time to force the poison in order to break out, resulting in the poison from the blood fire leader now going all over his body. To save in this situation requires a complete blood change for General Shin to be possible. After saying that, Zhao Tong suddenly endured the burning Shinchong and carried him up. "What are you doing?" Qi Shang subconsciously drew his sword. Zhao Tong said with a dark face, "Of course it's to find a way to save General Shin." "Where to?" "Before the other side catches up. Of course we should go to Fufling Pass, and stay outside only to wait for death." After saying that, and not caring about Qi Shang and the others, Zhao Tong directly rolled over onto his horse and tied Shinchong behind his back and whipped towards the distance. Qi Shang looked at Zhao Tong's distant back with an ugly expression. "Chief, what about us?" A member of the personal guards off to the side inquired in a low voice. Qi Shang hesitated for a moment and spoke. "Go after them. We can't let the general leave our sight." 2 days later, Huangsha Township. "Boss, there's news from Boss Zhao's side." Zhang Mang rushed to the main camp tent and found Li Dao. On top of the main seat, Li Dao put down the army basic technique that he had found from the table in his hands and looked up. "Boss, this is a letter from Boss Zhao." Zhang Mang placed a letter on the table in front of Li Dao. Li Dao reached out and picked up the letter, opening it and removing a piece of paper from it and holding it up to view it. After reading for a few moments of effort, his eyes gradually gazed up and thought, and finally he put down the letter in his hand. Zhang Mang inquired curiously from the side. "Boss, what's the situation on Boss Zhao's side? Did you hit the mark with your previous guess?" Li Dao said bluntly. "Bingo!" Zhang Mang clapped his hands and said with an excited expression. "I knew you guessed correctly, boss." Li Dao shook his head. "Too bad it didn't hit again." Zhang Mang froze, his hands frozen in the air. "Why?" Li Dao picked up the letter and glanced at it again, slowly saying, "Just 2 days ago, the Pioneer Battalion's Grand Commander, Tang Shan, temporarily rebelled and stabbed Marquis Jinbei, Shinchong, with a poisoned sword. The Tamu tribe, the Blazing Fire tribe, and the Falling Clouds tribe sneaked up on the 3 parties and used military formations to try to trap and kill Marquis Jinbei Shinchong. Marquis Shinchong of Jinbei found a breakthrough and killed his way out, but was himself poisoned by the rebel general Tang Shan. Currently, Shinchong is in critical condition at Fufeng Pass due to the severe poison in his body. and is still in a state of serious injury and coma. Hearing this, Zhang Meng's entire face froze. Marquesian Bashan is seriously injured and in a coma? This is a heavenly matter. Zhang Meng said with an unbelievable face. Didn't they all say that Marquesian Bashan Chong is a Zhongsha realm martial artist? What kind of situation could have put him in that position? Li Dao said bluntly. The sovereign realm is also a human being, and humans die. Zhang Meng suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. So boss, what's the situation over there now? Li Dao shook his head. It's very bad. Excluding those cavalry teams that we let go in Huangsha town, the rest of the world has a total of tens of thousands of troops crossing into Deqian territory from the rest of the world. And that's even with no subsequent support from the three tribes. Judging by the commotion the other side has made so far, there will definitely be reinforcements to follow. According to Commander Zhao, these armies are currently close to approaching Fufeng Pass, and it's estimated that they'll go to war before too long. Zhang Meng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect things to be this complicated and continued. Then what do we do? Li Dao replied back. On the letter, Commander Zhao said that the enemy is currently trying to block the connection between Fufeng Pass and the outside of the pass with their troops to form an encirclement. So he gave us an option. What choice? Let's abandon the Huangsha town camp and take advantage of the fact that the enemy encirclement hasn't been able to form yet, and enter Fufeng Pass in advance to help resist the combined armies of the three northern barbarian tribes. Or else when the encirclement is formed, we, Huangsha town, will be sandwiched in the middle of the other side's combined armies and the enemy's subsequent supporting armies. As soon as he heard this, Zhang Meng became anxious on the spot. Boss, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and let the people set off. If we really want to be trapped in Huangsha town it will really be over. However, when he finished, he realized that Li Dao wasn't in a hurry, but was thinking about something. Boss? Zhang Meng called out tentatively. Li Dao looked up and said, Zhang Meng. Yes. Zhang Meng subconsciously stood up straight and responded. What do you think is the best outcome if we return to Fufeng Pass? The best possible outcome? Zhang Meng pondered for a moment and replied. Shouldn't the best outcome be to guard Fufeng Pass with the army? So you're saying just those remaining in Yellow Sands can play any key role in this battle? Shouldn't be able to. This was something that Zhang Meng still had some self-awareness of. Stinger camps are a bit more powerful than the average camp, but the degree of power is limited. Just maybe a bit more powerful than the average military camp when it comes to solo combat. But if you really put the Huangsha town camp inside tens of thousands of whole armies, it won't be able to make any waves. A single friction between the enemies and our armies could take away more than just one of their tiny prickly battalions. Zhang Meng suddenly froze, his eyes looking at Li Dao. Boss, then according to your meaning is, Li Dao said with a faint smile on his face, instead of going back to be commanded as cannon fodder on the battlefield, it would be better for us to take the autonomy into our own hands. He's absolutely right about that. Because he had learned why the prickly camp of Yellow Sands was formed, it's safe to say that all parties look the other way. And what would happen to an ordinary military battalion that all parties look at with disfavor in such a great war? Anyone can think with their asses and figure out that the odds are that they will probably end up being sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Simply put, this Yellow Sand Town camp really want to go back. In addition to being able to free point, its status is estimated to be just above the death row camp. Even the right to speak is not a little. That's why Li Dao wasn't really interested in going to Fufeng Pass, because he knew that staying in Huangsha town they could have autonomy. And after going there it would really be a fish on the table. He hadn't forgotten how he got to the Huangsha town camp. Zhang Meng was not stupid, and quickly rationalized the reasoning, and for a while, he was actually a bit afraid. He also seemed to understand the end that he and the others might fall into after going to Fufeng Pass. After thinking about it, Zhang Meng said without hesitation, Boss, just tell us what you need us to do. We'll all follow you. Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked at the map of the northern barbarians on the table and said softly, the general is not subject to military orders. Have Shuebing send an expedited letter to Zhao Commander, telling them that Huangsha town was attacked earlier, and now that it is heavily damaged and unable to carry the wounded far back to Fufeng Pass, they have chosen to stay in Huangsha town for the time being. Zhang Meng nodded. Understood. I'll go inform Shuebing. After seeing Zhang Meng leave the tent, Li Dao's gaze once again fell on the map under his command. Under his breath, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, isn't it a bit too much of a shame not to play guerrilla in such a large grassland? However, if one really thinks so, then it's a bit more demanding, both for the horses and for the people playing guerrilla. Night. In the training ground, Li Dao asked Zhang Meng and Shuebing to notify everyone to be there. After that, he told the story about the letter from Zhao Tong during the day. After hearing Zhao Tong's description of the situation, many people's faces went white. They're pricks, but not unafraid to die. At the thought that they were about to be caught in a siege, Most of them expressed their opinions that they wanted to take the opportunity to return to Fufeng Pass. Upon hearing this, Li Dao spoke about the specifics of the Huangsha town camp. The people present did not have a little cute. They understood the meaning of the words very clearly. For the reason that the town of Yellow Sands was a camp of assassins, there was nothing in the free movement of the border guarded alone. But if once gathered together with the regular army, then it will definitely become the target of everyone. And then the end is expected to be even worse than staying in Huangsha town. Especially some of the pricks who had offended their superiors shook their heads when they heard this, fearing that they would be targeted back. They weren't afraid to fight with the northern barbarians, but they were afraid of ending up dying at the hands of their own people. Commander Li, since Commander Zhao has made you our temporary commander, then we'll listen to you completely. We'll do whatever you say. People would subconsciously follow the strong, and after realizing that they couldn't go back for the time being, they placed all their hopes on Li Dao. Upon hearing this, Li Dao also knew that his purpose had been achieved. It's a simple statement. Instead of staying here and sitting on the sidelines, let's have an exciting let's go fight. After everyone listened to the words behind Li Dao, everyone present was stunned. How could they not expect that even in this situation, there would still be people who would choose to counterattack the northern barbarians? After returning to their senses, all of them inexplicably felt a surge of hot blood again. After all, this kind of thing is really for them pricks. It's so cool. If they survived later, they could brag for the rest of their lives about things like counterattacking the enemy's base camp during the encirclement. For pricks, a lot of things can be left out of the equation, but only the honor stays with them for the rest of their lives. Commander, then do as you say. Asterisk 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 it. As long as I can survive this time, I'll go back high and low and punch the face of my old man who hangs on to his experiences all day long, so he'll know how good his son is. I have a worldly grudge against the northern barbarians. Fight them. In the coming year I will make the genealogy reopen a page from my generation. One person took the lead, and the rest of the group rose in agreement, even knowing full well that there was a high probability that such a thing would go nowhere. Looking at these people in front of him, Li Dao beckoned to Zhang Mang who was at the side. Zhang Mang nodded. Before joining the two of them, Xue Bing, in carrying a water tank to the center of the training ground. Looking at the vat, everyone including Zhang Mang and Xue Bing revealed a flash of curiosity. Soon, Li Dao cleared up everyone's doubts. This water tank is filled with water, and in this water I have added a precious medicine. And the function of this precious medicine is that it can make you stronger. And since you can all be willing to stay, then you can dispose of all this water that has been added with the precious medicine. After all, the only way to survive the battles ahead is to get stronger. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. A precious medicine that can make people stronger? It's amazing that this kind of good stuff could one day come to them, ordinary people. Commander, are you telling the truth? Someone said with some incredulity. Naturally, it's true. Just try drinking some of it and you'll see. Lido said bluntly. In reality, the so-called precious medicine was the precious blood in his body. Since he planned to stay in Huangsha town and play guerrilla with the three tribesmen, he had to boost the strength of his men a bit. And if he wanted to quickly raise the strength of these people, right now there was only one way to utilize the precious blood in his body. In fact, he had the idea of using precious blood to strengthen his subordinates before when he realized that precious blood could have an effect on people. Because if he wanted to make it big in the army and raise his status and power, he had to have his own army in the army. And the effects of the precious blood would be just enough to help him raise an army uniquely his own. Me first. As soon as Li Dao's words fell, Zhang Mang was the first to step forward. Me too. Xue Bing followed close behind. After that, everyone in the sixth tent filed to the back. The rest of the remaining people saw this and got up to follow. Chapter 76 All Treasured Blood. Letter from Zhao Tong. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhang Mang scooped up a wooden ladle of water in the water tank. He subconsciously sniffed and smelled a faint fragrance, which caused him to swallow, and in his heart, he became even more convinced about the precious medicine remark. Gulp. He wasn't polite, and he directly poured a large scoop into his mouth. Xue Bing saw the scene behind him and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Old Zhang, you don't be unkind. If you drink too much, what about the people behind you? That can't be. There are so much. Zhang Mang had just finished speaking when his face suddenly changed, and his skin quickly flushed a layer of red. The scene instantly caught the attention of the rest of the group. Old Zhang, how are you doing? Xue Bing shook it in front of Zhang Mang's dumbfounded eyes. A moment later, an invisible aura suddenly erupted around Zhang Mang. The pores of his body let out a wisp of white breath, and his skin gradually returned to its previous color. Yes, Zhang Mang suddenly exclaimed, his eyes glowing as he said, worthy of the precious medicine given by the boss. With just one mouthful of it, I've actually broken through directly to the Hotian third grade. Not only that, Zhang Mang feel more of the whole body has become much easier than before. as if the whole person came to a baptism. Invisible to him, a kind of wash all the lead, removed the shackles of the feeling of pleasure. What? Old Zhang, you made a breakthrough. Is the precious medicine so strong? Tell me quickly what it feels like to drink the precious medicine. Xue Bing and the others stared wide-eyed. If they remembered correctly, Zhang Mang's last breakthrough was 3 months ago, and according to the normal progress, it would take at least half a year more for his qualifications to break through from Hotian 4th grade to Hotian 3rd grade. As a result, this mouthful of precious medicine went down. Surprisingly, half of the time was directly saved. Zhang Mang laughed and pointed to the water tank and said, if you want to know what it feels like to take a sip yourself, it's not just that. He didn't greedily go for a second sip either, and simply handed the wooden ladle to Xue Bing behind him. Instead, he jogged all the way to Li Dao. I don't know if it was an illusion. Looking at his own boss now always felt more majestic than before, giving him a subconscious sense of conviction and closeness. How does it feel? Li Dao asked as he sized up Zhang Mang. Judging from the current situation, Zhang Mang did not show the slightest bit of rejection and smoothly accepted the transformation of the precious blood. This confirms his statement that the more favorable he is to him, the more he can accommodate the precious blood. Zhang Mang patted his chest and smiled confidently. Boss, I'm feeling very good right now. I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Li Dao nodded. Then stay on the sidelines and look at the rest of them. Yes. Zhang Mang sniffed and obediently stood aside. After that, Xue Bing and the others also began to drink the water with added precious blood in one gulp. There seemed to be a tacit understanding among all of them that each person would only drink one ladle and not more, leaving the opportunity for those behind. The people who drank the precious medicine were all just like Zhang Mang, and their reactions appeared very quickly. At first, everyone thought Zhang Mang's breakthrough was just luck, but later on some people realized that after drinking the precious medicine many people directly broke through on the spot. This made everyone treat this precious medicine even more as a good thing to enhance their strength. Li Dao watched the scene for a moment and thought and figured out the reasoning behind it. From the previous situation where Yuan Bao and the 4 little ones had taken the precious blood possessed the ability to develop their potential. The reason why these people were able to break through was presumably because the precious blood had stimulated their potential to a certain extent, and then the potential had backfired on their cultivation. I just don't know to what level that potential can be stimulated. Soon, half an hour passed. During this half hour, everyone remaining in the Huangsha town camp drank the precious medicine. At this moment, they stood neatly on the training ground, their eyes burning towards Li Dao. Li Dao could clearly detect the color of these people's eyes. It looks like that closeness can work on people too, just not as strongly as it does on animals. But that's right, animals are simple, people are complex, and thankfully so. He didn't want to put on a difficult comedy. If that was the case, he would rather not use precious blood for the rest of his life. Boss, what are we going to do with the remaining 1/3 of the precious medicine? Xue Bing side-checked the water tank and opened his mouth to ask, is there any left? After pondering for a moment, Li Dao suddenly spoke. Then dilute this remaining precious medicine and feed it to the warhorses inside the stables. What? All the people present were greatly shocked. This kind of good stuff should be fed to the horses. Isn't it a bit too wasteful? Li Dao inquired. Are you guys confused? The crowd nodded in unison. Seeing this, Li Dao directly explained. Our next tactic is guerrilla, and the most indispensable thing to fight a guerrilla war is a good horse, and the precious medicine fed to the warhorse similarly boosts your strength. Hearing this, even though they understood the reasoning behind it, their faces were still reluctant. Li Dao smiled faintly. I know what you guys think. It's nothing more than feeling too sorry for yourselves. And what I'm going to tell you is that I don't lack this kind of precious medicine. As long as you can make war and fight every battle well, the precious medicine will follow. As soon as these words came out, sure enough, everyone's expressions changed once again, becoming filled with anticipation. To be honest, even if there was no battle merit, Li Dao would still provide precious blood to these people later, because ever since they swallowed the precious blood, they were even his true subordinates. Then unless they completed the same metamorphosis as Yuan Bao and the 4 little ones that day, something like precious blood, he wouldn't stop. For him, anyway, they only needed to be replenished by eating and drinking. The big deal is that it's just more work for the cooks and more mouth for him. Thank you, Commander. Xue Bing suddenly led the way by raising his hand and shouting, Thank you, Commander. The rest of the people who heard it also raised their hands and shouted in unison. It was as if something had ignited their hearts at the moment, causing their gazes to turn abnormally frenzied. Li Dao inexplicably felt a sense of resonance, as if there was something triggered from these people, yet there seemed to be something lacking. Early the next morning, at Li Dao's order, the people from the 6th tent took the lead and led everyone remaining in the Huangsha town camp to the training ground. Although they had all been baptized in precious blood, this was only the beginning. He needed to make every soldier in the Huangsha town camp the same as the people in the 6th tent. to become a reservist for the Iron Floaters. As for himself, he returned to the main camp tent and picked up the book of basic military feats that he was reading earlier to continue studying. Along with the improvement of his physical body, his own spiritual level was also rising, and his enlightenment aspect was soaring. Therefore, he wanted to try to transform this basic gongfu into one that was more suitable for Zhang Mang and their cultivation. During this time, he also took out his own Baja Tiger Heart technique for comparative study. It's better if this is not researched. Once researched, it really gives him something to research. So far, he felt like he had researched pretty much everything. When the finished product came out after a while, he would be able to cast the feats down for people to experiment with then. And in fact, while studying the true Qi technique, Li Dao was also trying to study another technique, a technique that could match him. The world says that without chakras you cannot practice. But since he couldn't cultivate true Qi, couldn't he cultivate something else? Anyway, as long as it's practiced, who cares what he's practicing? However, what he currently had on hand was still too little. If he could have a large number of secret gongfu books supplied to him to study someday, perhaps he could actually study something with his ever-increasing enlightenment. While his men practiced, he did his own research. Li Dao was still having people poking around outside paying attention to the news from the Fufeng Pass side. After all, if that side didn't move, his side wouldn't be able to move. Otherwise, if he went too far on his side, he would be the one to suffer if the other side turned around and came back. The other party was able to persecute even a Zhongshe realm like Xinqiang to the point of dying from serious injuries, and he wasn't even as good as a Zhongshe realm right now. So, it had to wait for a fight on that side before he could move on his side. When the other side wants to pull back again at the back, then the Fufeng Pass side can also be held back a bit. In short, everything he tried to be as prepared as possible for everything. After all, he was going to the northern barbarians' territory to fight the autumn winds, not to deliver heads. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Inside the main tent, Li Dao sat quietly in front of the long table, with a large black wolf over a meter long lying on its side by its right leg. The big black wolf was none other than Xiao He, and nowadays, its fur was dark and oily, and its fangs were showing at the beginning, making it look extraordinarily powerful. Li Dao just held the book in one hand and jerked the dog's head with the other. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the tent. "Boss, news has arrived from Fufeng Pass. Come in." Xue Bing lifted the curtain and hurried in, placing a letter on the desktop. Li Dao picked up the letter and opened it. It was still a letter from Zhao Tong. After a moment, he put down the letter in his hand. Xue Bing asked, "Boss, what did Boss Zhao say over there?" "Commander Zhao told us to avoid conflict with the northern barbarians and try to hide until the war between the two sides is over." "So is there a fight over there?" Xue Bing suddenly asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Li Dao instantly understood the meaning of these words and said with a faint smile on his face, "Can't hold it in?" Xue Bing scratched his head and smiled. "It's not just me, it's the rest of them too." This was because ever since those of them had absorbed Li Dao's precious blood, their own potential had been stimulated twice, and the grueling training had not only polished their wills up, but had likewise given them plenty of energy, especially after becoming stronger. They wanted to find someone to experiment with their own strength, and the target of this experiment could only fall on the body of the northern barbarians. Li Dao glanced at the letter in his hand and said bluntly, "Commander Zhao said at the end of the letter that the enemy's tripartite tribal coalition has already arrived at 10 miles outside of Fufeng Pass, so I guess they will really fight when they are almost ready." Xue Bing's eyes lit up. "Boss, so what do you mean?" Li Dao straightened up. "Tell them to get ready. Once there's news of war over at Fufeng Pass, we'll immediately set off into the northern barbarian grasslands as well." "Yes." After Xue Bing left the tent, Li Dao brought Xiao He to the outside of the tent as well. Looking at the sky, Li Dao put his thumb and index finger into his mouth. Soon a long cry sounded in his mouth. Shortly afterward, a long cry also rang out above the sky in response to him. A large black shadow fell from the sky and finally landed on Li Dao's shoulder. "Ow!" Xiao He immediately let out a dull, low growl when he saw the black shadow. Not to be outdone, the black shadow chirped in response. "All right, knock it off." Li Dao couldn't help but say as he looked at the tit-for-tat Xiao He and Bai Xiao. He stroked the feathers on Shiraha's body, then pinned a letter to its leg. "Shirato, deliver the letter to Wine." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao rubbed Li Dao's hair, and then spread her wings and flew into the air towards the distance. Looking at Bai Xiao's disappearing shadow, Li Dao muttered to himself, "I hope the little girl doesn't blame me. Fufeng Pass is about to go to war. The Wine inside Yunqi City will surely get the news very soon. If he doesn't write to her again, it is estimated that after a while Mo Shallow will have to fly in every day to look for him." In the blink of an eye, the time came to the next day. Early in the morning, Li Dao had just gotten up when he heard chirping sounds coming from outside his tent. When he stepped out of the tent, he saw two figures hovering in the sky, seemingly seeing Li Dao. Bai Xiao and Mo Xiao fell down one after another. Moxa, why are you here too? Li Dao touched Marasa and teased a bit. Chirp! Marasa purred and lifted her paw, only to see a letter inside the bamboo tube above her. After taking it down and opening it to read the contents of the letter, Li Dao shook his head and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Wine was complaining that he rarely wrote to her, but upon seeing the end, Li Dao raised an eyebrow. In her letter, besides caring about him and telling him to be safe, Wine also wrote about some of the recent events in Yunqi City. Have you already begun to draw out the men of Yunqi City? It looks like it's playing quite big this time. After reading the letter, Li Dao wrote another letter and gave it to Mo Xiao to deliver to Wine. In addition, he looked at Bai Xiao and said, "You make a trip along with Mo Xiao, and if you see both sides fighting, come back immediately to inform me." Chirp! Bai Xiao nodded, looking like she understood Li Dao's words. Seeing this, Li Dao was relieved. With such a scout around, there was no need to worry about the news being blocked by that side. Chapter 77 War begins. Entering the Northern Barbarians. 2 more days passed quickly. This day, Lido patrols around the training ground. In the training ground, headed by the 6th tent, Zhang Mang and the others each led some people to conduct the training they once conducted. I don't know if it was because of the precious blood, but the training progress of this batch of trainers was very fast. In just a few days, its training effect was already on the verge of catching up with those in the 6th tent before. Chirp! Suddenly, an eagle's cry rang through the sky. As everyone watched, Bai Xiao landed steadily from the sky onto Li Dao's shoulder. Chirp! Bai Xiao softly called out twice in Li Dao's ear, causing his eyes to light up. After the exchange ended, Li Dao looked at the crowd of people looking toward him from the training ground, propped his hand on the railing, and slowly said, "One incense stick of time, gather outside of Huangsha town." At those words, the crowd first froze, then their eyes and so on lit up, because they understand that the time has come. Yes, the crowd shouted in unison. After that all of them ran hurriedly towards their tents. In the meantime, the situation inside Fufeng Pass was all kinds of bad. Ever since the accident of Marquesian Bay and the news that the 3 northern barbarian tribes had jointly attacked Fufeng Pass, the entire Yunzhou could almost be said to be in chaos. No one thought that these tripartite tribesmen of the northern barbarians would be so bold. First they ambushed and heavily injured Jinbei Marquis Shinchong, and now they even dared to directly attack Fufeng Pass. What was most unacceptable to all was that the other side's ploy was successful. Nearly half of Yunzhou's 150,000 strong army was isolated outside Fufeng Pass. First, because of the initial sneak attack by the 3 tribes, many camps in the borderlands were wiped out, and these added up to almost 10,000 troops lost. There are also because these days the news cannot be intercommunicated for a short period of time. The other side in fight too suddenly, so once again led to the Fufeng Pass outside of some of the military camps do not respond in time, and again by the tripartite tribal coalition army hit a lot of heavy. Even more, many camps were completely broken up directly outside the pass. So far, the number of troops that converged on Fufeng Pass before the encirclement took shape was less than 30,000 men, and the combined armies of the 3 tribes had nearly that number of cavalry, not to mention the fact that they also had infantry armies. The most crucial thing was that the border fortress had now been taken over by the 3 tribes, and there was still the possibility that there would be a follow-up support force at any time. This resulted in Fufeng Pass now only being able to urgently start mobilizing troops from Yunzhou, but a large cloud state. So many people cannot simply say that the deployment of troops, and it was difficult to mobilize troops in Yunzhou, let alone report the news to the imperial capital for the imperial capital to mobilize a large army over. In short, nowadays everyone's goal was no longer to think about how to repel the allied forces of the 3 tribes, but to find a way to consider how they could hold Fufeng Pass. At the same time, they were also pouring all their efforts into figuring out how to solve the blood fire-induced poison on Jinbei Marquis Shinchong, because if Shinchong was able to wake up, then even if he was unable to utilize his strength of the Zhongshe realm, then he could use his prestige to quickly boost up everyone's morale. However, Shinchong woke up far away. The poison of the blood fire guide has not been unlocked. If not, his body true essence can still protect their own 5 organs. May now people have been lost. In the end, after the news of the 3 tribes' joint army attacking reached inside the Fufeng Pass, only a veteran general who had accompanied Shinchong in battle for more than 10 years could step forward to temporarily take over the temporary command of the army at Fufeng Pass. Outside the Huangsha township camp, Li Dao rode his horse with his Shin iron sword at his waist and hung his dragon halberd at his side waiting quietly. On the ground aside, Blackie was crouched on the ground, and this time he was prepared to take Blackie with him. After all, as far as Blackie's current size was concerned, he was already close to catching up with a normal adult wolf, and it was time to see some blood. It wasn't long before a clatter of hooves sounded from behind them, only to see a single soldier packed up neatly and ran out from within Huangsha town. Compared to before, all of them now gave off a new look, along with the horses at their hips. These horses were also baptized with precious blood, and were definitely much stronger than the elite horses of the northern barbarians, and were strong enough to take on their long-distance raids. After they arrived in front of Li Dao, Xue Bing couldn't help but ask, "Boss, is it really enough to bring only 3 days of food?" Upon hearing this, he glanced at the spear in Xue Bing's hand and the long knife at his waist and said bluntly, "Are those things in your hand ornaments?" Xue Bing looked down and his eyes suddenly lit up, instantly understanding the meaning in these words. He slapped himself in the face. "Why didn't I think of that? We can also return the favor and rob those barbarians in turn." Zhang Mang followed closely. "That's right. If the northern barbarians can rob us, then we can rob them as well." Seeing that the men had arrived, Li Dao picked up the reins and said bluntly, "Don't think about it so much. Now set off straight away." With a command, he rode off toward the grassland buffer. The people behind them also followed with their horses, and a group of people set off in great numbers towards the depths of the grassland, on the boundaries of the land where the Tamu tribe is located. Because of the tribal system and the sparseness of the land, that's why most of the people here are made up of small groups of people, nomadic on this grassland, and don't have a fixed abode. Also as a result, they could also be in small groups, occasionally invading Dakian from small places to loot, whereas Dakian had difficulty dealing with them in the northern barbarian territories. However, what the people of the Tamu tribe didn't know was that soon they would be welcoming a group of uninvited guests. The Semas are a big family. An entire extended family of them lived together and grazed freely on top of the grasslands of the Tamu tribe all year round, made his fortune by supplying the king of the Tamu tribe with a large number of high-quality horses. At the same time, as a big family, they also had their own escorts hired from the rest of the world. At this time, inside the tent of the head of the family of the Morimas, Senma was tallying up some information on the table. His wife came over to put fruit on his table and couldn't help but ask, "What are you up to again? Haven't the horses been turned in this year?" Sama put down the work in his hands and said bluntly, "That's not what I'm busy with." "What's that?" "There's no harm in telling you. Hasn't the Great King already sent his troops to attack Great Xian? In addition to the fixed number of horses, I have also handed over some extra horses to be used as a share of the benefits after this war." Sama's wife looked surprised. "You're so sure we can win this one?" Senma smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Senma, have never failed. This time our Tamu tribe will surely win a great victory, and our family will be able to obtain a rich reward." Seeing that her husband was so confident, Senma's wife said no more, but simply said, "The child's side is having another attack, so you should go and buy some more medicine back some other day." Senma nodded. "Understood." At that moment, a black shadow hovered in the sky above where the Senma family was located, and when it saw the situation below, it turned its head and flew back in the direction it had flown from. After several hours of rushing, Li Dao led his men all the way smoothly through the buffer zone between the northern barbarians and the Great Qian dynasty, and successfully entered the grasslands of the territory of the Tamu tribe. Looking at the endless, empty grassland, Zhang Meng couldn't help but ask, "Boss, this damn place is so big, how are we going to find the barbarians?" Li Dao took a deep breath. "The entrance is full of grass flavor. Even if it is nearly winter, this place is still grass everywhere." He looked at the distant sky and said bluntly, "Don't worry, news will come soon." One incense stick of time later, accompanied by a long sound, Bai Xiao fell straight down from the sky. This time it didn't land on Lido's shoulder, but firmly on top of Lido's horse's head, possibly because of the reason that they all possessed precious blood in their bodies. In the face of the majestic Bai Xiao, the horse didn't spook a bit and quietly let Bai Xiao stay on its head. Chirp! After standing still, Shiraha hawked in one direction. Seeing this, Li Dao nodded. "Got it. Then go ahead and lead the way." Bai Xiao screamed again and spread his wings to fly again. Li Dao turned his head to the people behind him and ordered, "All of you, follow the direction Bai Xiao went to." The group instantly understood why they had been waiting since they entered the grassland, and it turned out that the real guide was a Heidonking. Watching the exchange between the one man and one bird, they became even more adoring of Li Dao in their hearts. Following behind Li Dao, Zhang Mang looked at Xue Bing on the side and couldn't help but say, "Old Xue, I suddenly realized that I have a special ability." "What ability?" "I find it surprising that I can sort of understand bird language." You feel that way too?" "In addition to feeling like I can understand bird language, I feel like I can understand the cry of that wolf in the boss's hand." "That amazing?" The two of them were wide-eyed, only feeling extraordinarily peculiar, but not sure of the exact situation. In the end the two didn't think too much about it. After all, the ability wasn't really a bad thing. It could only be a good thing. I don't know how long it's been. As the sky darkened, Bai Xiao finally stopped in the sky, and a bright light appeared not far from them. Boss, it's a gathering place for barbarians. When he saw the fire, Zhang Mang was the first one who couldn't sit still and said with an excited face. Xue Bing, on the other hand, opened his mouth and asked, Boss, when are we going to make our move? Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked at the tribe not far away and decisively said, since we've all seen it, it's naturally now. Boss, then we. Looking at the hesitant Xue Bing, Li Dao understood what he meant and his gaze flickered before he spoke. Disarm all of their armed forces first. After saying that, he pulled the reins, and the horse rushed straight toward the fire. Blackie followed beside him, howling as he fought to keep up as well. And Zhang Mang and the others behind him only became more excited when they saw this. Follow the boss. Let's charge. Brute. Here we come. Charge. Ha ha ha. Undisguised. The group of men and horses decisively charged toward the camp below like robbers. In the meantime, because Li Dao's side didn't hide the movement, it wasn't long before the Senma family's side realized the movement outside. Sitting in his tent, Senma frowned as he listened to the noise outside and said to himself, what's so noisy out there? Could it be that the horses are rioting? Soon, a guard from the Senma family rushed in running and kneeling on the ground. Family master, go outside and take a look. There's a large group of people rushing towards us. It looks like they're coming from a bad place. At those words, Senma couldn't sit still and stood up and said bluntly, what's the situation? Where did a large group of people come from all this time? When he finished speaking, his mind began to ponder the reason why. Could it be the conflict with the Morihana family last time? That's not right. Haven't we already compensated for it? Or maybe it's someone who's joking with me, teasing me? After half a day of guessing, Senma didn't even target the Diqian army. After all, in his eyes, only they invaded Diqian, where Diqian people dared to run to them. What's more, nowadays, their army has already reached the Great Qian side. In the end, unable to think of anything, Senma simply said, alright then, just go out and take a look. It shouldn't be a big deal. In Senma's eyes, as long as it was within the territory of the Tamu tribe, they, the Senma clan, would not have any major problems. After all, they were also considered to be raising the Tamu tribe's army. Anyone who knew about their Senma family would more or less give him a little face and wouldn't go too far. However, when he had just stepped out of the tent, a hacking sound rang out within their family camp. It was followed by the dismal cries of many people. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, Senma was completely unable to compare the appearance in front of him with the previous stable and peaceful Senma family. Who the hell is it? Senma shouted with red eyes. Be careful, house master. Suddenly, one of the guards off to the side nudged Senma. All Senma saw was a bloodstained dragon-tattooed halberd picking off the guard who had just been at his side. Immediately afterward, a face that made Senma unable to help but feel envious and jealous appeared in front of him. You, who are you? Despite his fear, Senma opened his mouth trembling and asked. Li Dao casually threw out the guards on his dragon-tattooed halberd and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said in a faint voice, can't you recognize the military attire I'm wearing? Senma sniffed and took a closer look at the dress of the person in front of him, and suddenly his pupils shrunk violently, and he subconsciously exclaimed, you are Diqian people. How is this possible? At this moment, he noticed something. A flash of joy flashed under his eyes, and immediately shouted loudly towards behind Li Dao, come over here all of you and kill him. As it turned out, at some point some guards who specialized in protecting Senma came over. Hearing Senma's words, the guards rushed forward without hesitation. What they didn't realize was that Li Dao had discovered them long ago, so their movements were just a self-inflicted trap for Li Dao. The dragon tattoo halberd slashed through, and all of the guards who came together were all separated from their corpses. Kill 8 enemies, gain attribute, 10. 49. From the attributes given by the system, the quality of these guards was not bad. After seeing this scene, Senma's entire body was stunned. He didn't think that the guards he spent a lot of money on would be so vulnerable. Instinct prompted him to try to escape, but in the next second, a dark shadow pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. When he looked back, a mouth full of fangs was aimed at him, along with a pair of fierce and violent pupils. Blackie, he's yours, but remember not to eat anything. Garbage is easy on the stomach. Leaving behind a sentence, Li Dao looked at the rest of the camp's chaos and charged straight away. The purpose of his trip was to combat the northern barbarians on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was time to use these barbarians to brush up his attributes. In the end, only the wide-eyed one wolf and one man remained. Looking at the mouth full of fangs, Senma gave a look of despair. Chapter 78, a cruel scene of killing intent. The cavalry rushed the camp, and it was difficult for the not yet organized Sema camp to resist. Apart from Li Dao who acted alone, Zhang Mang and the others divided into several squads in an orderly manner and rushed into the camp from different directions to kill and create chaos. The Sema camp had little resistance to this sudden attack. Li Dao rode around the camp, not sparing a single enemy who came near him. Within a short period of time, cries and wails resounded throughout the Sema camp. Finally, it wasn't long before some of the guards of the Sema camp formed a cavalry to try to counterattack, but they soon realized how naive they were. In the face of Zhang Mang and the others, who had been baptized with precious blood, these pricks, even if they were barbarians who were famous for their immediate kung fu, they could not do well, especially after Li Dao joined in. He was slaughtered in minutes. With the passage of time, the hacking and slashing sounds within the Sema camp became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Half an hour later, in the clearing in the center of the Sema camp, after a lot of fighting and facing the sudden attack of Li Dao and the others, the armed forces of the Sema camp were all dismantled. Everyone who survived today, men, women and children alike, were gathered in the open space in the center of the camp. Zhang Meng and the others surrounded these people in the center. In addition to the sound of the campfire burning, there was the sobbing of the women in the crowd and the groans of the wounded. Boss. After gathering everyone together, Xue Bing found Li Dao. Li Dao sat on one of the steps looking at a group of people and asked, "How are the battle losses?" Speaking of this, Xue Bing laughed. "Boss, you would never have guessed that not a single person died in our attack on the camp. The worst of the injuries were only just a few stabs in the back from being accidentally pulled off their horses. A little medicine and they'll be fine. Most of them are just minor flesh wounds." Nice. Li Dao nodded, looking like the training had been good. Although it was just an ordinary family camp and not the regular military camp of the Tanu tribe, this result was still a perfect ending. After laughing, Xue Bing looked at those people in the open space. His face gradually calmed down, and inquired in a low voice, "Then boss, how are these people?" "These people. Li Dao was just about to voice his decision when suddenly his ears twitched slightly and he raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure the rest of the place is empty?" "Okay." Li Dao didn't speak, but turned toward a tent. After lifting the curtain and walking in, his eyes swept the tent for nothing. But seeing is not always believing, and following the vague movement he soon came to a carpeted side. Li Dao stretched out his foot on the carpet slightly and suddenly stomped on it. Click! The carpet was ripped up and a blasted wooden door appeared on the floor. Facing him he could only smell a thick, damp stench. Li Dao fanned himself in front of his nose and headed down the steps along the staircase, soon coming to the very bottom of the dungeon. However, his pupils instantly shrunk when he took a good look at the scene in front of him. The dungeon was surrounded by a circle of cells, with a stone platform in the center. On top of the stone platform lay a woman, and the most horrifying scene was the woman's stomach exposed to the air, with a large amount of blood flowing down the woman's stomach, obviously having her stomach artificially broken open. The movement he heard was no other than the sound of the woman's blood dripping to the ground. Li Dao went up to the woman, and when he saw what the woman looked like he had only one thought in his mind. The Great Dryads. The reason why I say this is because the climate between Daqian and northern barbarians is different, and there is a difference in the bloodline, which results in a difference in both the body and the looks as well. The woman's skin wasn't great, but it was definitely considered delicate in comparison to the barbarian woman, and there was no barbarian kind of roughness between her eyebrows. After that Li Dao looked at the woman's stomach again, and after seeing the bloody wound on the woman's stomach with his own eyes his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Suddenly, he was surprised to realize that there was still a faint sound of breathing from the woman. Looking up, the woman's eyes were closed and she was mumbling something under her breath. Li Dao stepped forward to its side and listened. "Kids, my child." The woman's voice was weak, obviously calling out with her last breath. "Kids?" Li Dao instantly understood why the woman in front of him had been disemboweled. He swept his gaze across the modest cage, following the blood on the floor, and soon a barrel in the corner caught his eye. With a touch of bad feeling, he came to the barrel and looked at it. At this glance, even if Li Dao possessed a big heart he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The barrels were not filled with anything else but the bodies of babies, and it was obvious that each baby was not fully developed and had obviously been taken out of the womb alive. Among them, there was a baby's body that was relatively fresh. It looked like it had just died recently, so it should be the child of the sure-die woman. Phew! Li Dao took a deep breath to remove the baby's body. Upon closer inspection, it was realized that a hole had been made in the baby's right chest, and the heart inside had disappeared. Murder for babies. Infanticide for the heart. This made him think of the rumors that the northern barbarians would use babies to refine medicines, and now it seemed that everything was true. Thinking of this, a flash of red light inadvertently flashed under Li Dao's eyes. A few moments later, he took the baby and placed it aside the woman's head, at the same time whispering, "I've brought you your child." It was as if he had flipped some switch with those words, causing the eyes of the already dying woman to open slightly. The woman reluctantly turned her head, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly as her eyes took in the baby. After that, as if she had settled her mind, she glanced at Li Dao on the side and her lips trembled slightly. Although he didn't hear it, Li Dao understood that the woman was thanking him. At last, as if she had fulfilled her last regret, the woman pressed her cheek against the dead baby and slowly closed her own eyes. Watching this scene, a moment passed before Li Dao slowly turned toward the steps. Since Li Dao entered the tent, Zhang Meng and his group outside slowly waited. Looking at the group of women and children who were surrounded and injured, Zhang Meng touched Shui Bing, who was by the side, and couldn't help but ask, "Old Shui, guess how the boss will deal with these people in the end?" Upon hearing this, Shui Bing glanced over and saw the weeping and pitiful women, as well as those children hiding in their own mother's arms, and after hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "It should leave the women, children and the elderly, and kill all of the men." Zhang Meng thought about it and nodded. "It's pretty much the same as I thought. After all, these women, children, and elderly people are almost no threat, and killing all the males is pretty much the same." Shui Bing wanted to continue to say something, but suddenly his afterglow noticed Li Dao walking out from inside the tent. For some reason, Zhang Meng and the others suddenly felt that their own boss seemed a bit different from before, but they couldn't say exactly. "Boss, is there no one alive in there?" Shui Bing walked up and asked. Li Dao replied with a calm face, "Well, there's no one alive. So boss, can you tell us what to do with these people now?" Shui Bing continued to ask. Processing. Li Dao looked back at the group of people surrounded in the center. Since most of the men had died in the resistance, most of those left were old men, women and children. Some of the slightly better-looking women seemed to understand that Li Dao was the one who would decide their fate in the end, and the bolder ones even directly used some small actions to try to exude their charms so as to attract Li Dao's gaze. If it were the rest of them, they might actually be able to get some use out of these behavioral moves. But unfortunately, they were facing Li Dao. How could someone who had been reborn from that data explosion era of his previous life be moved by these women who were not even 80%? Especially since Li Dao had also experienced women like Princess Mingyue in this life, such that he could not see these women even more. And the most important point was that after that scene in the dungeon just now, it made the image of the northern barbarians in Li Dao's mind complete one last metamorphosis. Looking at Shui Bing's seemingly inquiring gaze, Li Dao softly said, "Kill them all." The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, including the surrounded group of northern barbarians. The entire room instantly fell into dead silence after Li Dao's words fell. "Boss, are you telling the truth?" Shui Bing thought he had heard wrong and subconsciously asked again. "Aha." Li Dao nodded, indifference in his eyes. "Kill them all. Leave no one behind." When the last two words not to stay came out of his mouth, everyone present felt the air condense, and a piercing aura made everyone's hairs explode in sweat. "Don't kill me." Suddenly, a woman among the northern barbarian captives got up and exclaimed, "I am a woman. Don't kill me. I can serve you. I can give you children. Don't kill me." With the first came the second, and one by one the women stood up, and some holding children. "My children and I really aren't a threat to you, and we haven't harmed any of you Dakian people. Really? Spare us, do whatever you want to us, just don't kill us, please, for the sake of us being so pathetic." However, no matter how much these people in front of him begged for forgiveness, the expression on Li Dao's face still didn't change a bit. He glanced at Shui Bing, Zhang Meng and the others to the side and said softly, "What are you waiting for?" When these words came out, Zhang Meng and the others winced. Only then did they come back to their senses from their own boss's previous words. They were just a little shocked for a moment, not disobeying orders. Although they still had some feelings of pity in their hearts, the military order was like a mountain, and they would not be soft. "Kill." Zhang Meng first picked up his long sword to cut down a wounded man on the side. When the group of captives saw that someone had actually made a move, they were first shocked, after which everyone's expression changed. How pathetic she had acted earlier, how fierce her eyes were now. This emotion cannot be acted out, except to say that it is in the nature of these people. Once things don't live up to their expectations, then they revert back to what they were. At the same time, the exposure of the men revealed the likeness of the children in their arms. Compared to adults, children don't hide their emotions at all, only to see the complete unabashed hatred in the eyes of these children, where there was no trace of pity. It's a natural backbone in the bones of these northern barbarians, and seeing this scene, the last pity in Zhang Meng and the others' hearts completely disappeared. Sure enough, their boss was right. The only way to treat these people was with a butcher knife. Facing the killing of Zhang Meng and the others, a group of people wanted to try to resist, but how could the unarmed women resist? After an incense stick of time, the entire center of the camp was sprinkled with blood. By now, there was no longer a single survivor in the entire Sema camp. Li Dao had been watching from the sidelines without the slightest thought of intervening. Its purpose was mainly for Zhang Mang and these people. The precious blood had allowed them to complete their physical metamorphosis. Then this time it was for them to undergo a mental metamorphosis. That way they won't suffer later because of their womanhood. Poof! When it was over, Xuebing suddenly sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. The rest of the faces were more or less uncomfortable. Li Dao looked at the group of people and said, "Does it feel a little incomprehensible?" The group didn't say anything, but it looked like they were acquiescing. Li Dao pointed to the tent behind him. "Go in and take a look. You'll know why afterward." At those words, a hint of disbelief flashed in the eyes of those who were originally silent, but obediently walked into the tent. Shortly afterward, one after another re-emerged from the tent. This time confusion no longer existed in their eyes. Instead they were full of killing aura. And now they couldn't wait to kill these people on the ground again after their corpses were resurrected. Obviously, they were also shocked by the scene inside. Li Dao pointed around and said, "This is just a small camp. You guys can associate it with how many other situations like this there are in the vast northern barbarians, so put away your ridiculous pity. One last message for you. If it's not my kind, it's not my heart. Your mercy today may become a knife through your heart tomorrow." Chapter 79, King Tamu's Reaction. Changes in the crowd. During the night, all of them slowly went to sleep with mixed thoughts. Early the next morning, everyone got up and packed up on time and on schedule. After a night of reflection, they had been able to be open and normal about everything around them, even when they were sitting around a corpse and eating. Li Dao took all this in and nodded. "Finish eating and continue on your way." It was probably because of the precious blood, so much so that those who were injured recovered from their injuries very quickly, and after one night had passed, those who were lightly injured had recovered more or less. And the only one who was seriously injured was fine except for the fact that he couldn't exercise strenuously. Xuebing looked at the surrounding campground and inquired, "Boss, what about the stuff here?" Li Dao took a look at the many things they had seized while exterminating the camp here. There were a dozen boxes of gold and silver alone, and a few remaining bits and pieces. After a moment's consideration, he spoke, "Take away what you can, mark what you can't take away by burying it on the spot, and burn some of the ones that can't be stored on the spot. You don't know how much money you have unless you're in charge." If it was just him alone, Li Dao would not care, but now that he had soldiers in his hands, he would have to think about the soldiers in his hands. And, to build an iron pontoon is not just someone alone. Equipment, weapons and some other things need to spend a lot of money to build. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mang and the others quickly finished their meal then got busy. Li Dao found a chest and opened it, only to see many medicinal herbs placed inside. He took out a ginseng inside and placed it in his mouth and swallowed it with a bite. After a few moments he had a flash of light in front of him. Good stuff. From this mouthful of ginseng he detected that the ginseng possessed a large amount of medicinal properties which were surprisingly able to replenish the energy needed by his body. According to his judgment, this one not-so-old ginseng in his hand alone could give him about as much energy as 5 sheep could provide. In this way, if there was enough ginseng, he would be able to quickly recover his attributes while consuming precious blood. If there were enough of them, he could even have all of Zhang Mang and the others complete a full metamorphosis in a short period of time. With that thought in mind, he glanced at the herbs inside the chest and removed the package from the horse, stuffing it to the brim. As for the rest, it was left behind to be removed and brought back when it was all over and back. Almost an hour later, everything is ready to be buried and burned. As for the corpses, no one paid any attention to them. After all, they hadn't thought of hiding from the moment they stepped into this grassland. Finally, all rolled onto their horses and gathered. "Boss, where are we going next?" Zhang Mang asked out loud. It was also at this moment that Bai Xiao's long chirp once again sounded in the sky. Li Dao looked up at the sky. "Follow Bai Xiao and go find your next target." One early morning 3 days later, the great hall of the king's city of the Tamu tribe. King Tamu swept his gaze across the crowd under the stage and waved his hand. "If there's something to say, say it. If there's nothing to say, then all of you can retreat to deal with the front line. My lord, Senta has something to say." Sentu, who was born broad and fat, suddenly stepped out from the crowd of officials and said. King Tamu asked bluntly, "What is it directly?" Sentu nodded. "Your Majesty, intelligence has come from the front. News about General Sen's disappearance has now come to light. You finally heard from that bastard Morisawa? Where is he?" Hearing Sen's name, King Tamu instantly became agitated, because if it wasn't for this bastard Sen's delaying the trip, Great Xianjinbei Ho Shinchong wouldn't have ended up escaping back alive. If Morisawa appeared in front of him now, he'd make him pay hard for his own behavior. Upon hearing this, Senta said with an odd expression on his face, "Your Majesty, according to the inspection of the scouts ahead, General Sen's may have been sacrificed." Sacrificed? King Tamu's original agitation suddenly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "How is it possible to be sacrificed? Didn't he just go to deal with a small Huangsha town? Senta smiled bitterly and explained. Your Majesty, General Sens was the one who disappeared in the Huangsha town of the Great Qian border pass, where there are still traces of the remnants of the army, and it's no surprise that General Sens, along with the 3,000 soldiers, all died in the Huangsha town. King Tamu was shocked. It is Huangsha town again. This Huangsha town is really evil. So he added. And what is the situation within the town of Huangsha now? Senta returned. The early people are gone. Only an empty town remains. According to the intelligence, the people of Huangsha town either retreated to Fufeng Pass after killing General Morisawa, or they are still roaming around the border. Upon hearing this, King Tamu instantly fell silent. After thinking for a moment, he slapped the table and said in a deep voice, Forget it, if that bastard Sens is dead, then he's dead. It's troublesome to continue pursuing this. What you need right now is for the support troops to quickly join up with the troops in front of them. All in all, there's just one requirement. Fufeng Pass must be taken down for me in less than 2 months. The reason why it was 2 months was because if they couldn't take Fufeng Pass in 2 months, it would be even more impossible to take it if they pushed it back, because according to their projections, it would only take 2 months for a steady stream of troops from within Deqian to be channeled into Fufeng Pass. Meanwhile, in 2 months it will officially be winter. By that time, one side is inside Fufeng Pass and the other side is outside Fufeng Pass, and they don't even need Deqian to let go of their hands. The cold weather will defeat them, so they only have 2 months at most, and even 2 months may be less than that. Yes. Sento finished and rejoined the group. King Tamu took a deep breath and continued. Does anyone else have anything else to say? At that moment, another person in the crowd stepped forward. Senta, as I recall you are currently in charge of things within the tribe, and what do you have to say? Senta bowed his head and arched his hand, reporting to the great king. In recent times, a strange cavalry team has appeared within the tribe's territory. They have been burning, killing, and looting all over the place, and so far it is known that 5 clan camps have already been destroyed by this cavalry team. King Tamu's brow instantly furrowed as he inquired. Any investigation into where this cavalry group came from? Senta's head bowed even lower as he replied. Reporting to the great king, because the other party comes and goes swiftly and flexibly, only individuals have seen the target from afar, so it is currently impossible to determine the other party's specific identity. Swift and nimble in coming and going? King Tamu mused. That would mean that the other party's horses are of high quality, at the very least much higher quality than the ordinary horses of the grasslands. Could it be that some tribes see our side attacking Deqian wanting to make a wave to take advantage of the fire? Upon hearing this, Senta spoke up. There is this possibility, so what should we do with this team? Great king? The king of Tamu immediately said in a deep voice. If you dare to offend our Tamu tribe, you must give the other side a look at the color, so that they know that even if we are now at war with Deqian, it is not something that can be messed with by anyone. Isn't it just horses that are fast? Notify the prairie patrols, give them a selection of good horses out of my pastures, and tell them to give me a chase across the prairie to catch up with this cavalry party. It's best to capture them alive for me if you can. I'd like to see which tribe is giving me the eyeballs at this time, and when the war is over on the Deqian side, I'll come and deal with them. After receiving the order, Senda straightened up and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, with Your Majesty's good horse, the other party will definitely not be able to escape. In the meantime, inside a family camp in the grasslands of the Tamu tribe, Zhang Mang and a bunch of other men woke up early to pack up their things. The reason why they were resting in this place for the night was precisely because they had only last night they had exterminated the northern barbarians within this camp. Inside a tent, a bucket of water was placed in front of Li Dao's eyes. He had one hand with his sleeve rolled up to reveal his arm underneath, and one hand was holding the Xin Tai sword. After 10 seconds or so, he slashed his skin with the basalt knife with great difficulty, and dripped the precious blood squeezed from the wound into the bucket of water. He stopped when he saw that it was almost time, only to see his wounds rapidly healing in seconds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, in his mind, he murmured, Panels, Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 679. 16, 603. 49. Available attributes, 0. 3 days ago, his physique attribute was still only 556, and now he already had 679. And all of these physique points that were raised were earned in these 3 days. It's easy to see the joy of guerrilla warfare in enemy territory from this. There was no need to consider anything else, as long as they encountered that in this grassland it was an enemy, a ready-made attribute point, and they just needed to go forward and harvest it. Speaking of which, Li Dao was a little glad in his heart that he had bought the 2 Heidonking, by Xiao and Mo Xiao. In the first place, the reason why the grasslands were able to embolden the northern barbarian dynasty. A large part of the reason is because the grassland is too empty. People who are not familiar with the grassland come here may not even be able to figure out the direction. Not to mention dealing with the northern barbarians, a nomadic tribe that can move at will, on the grassland. And with Shirado, there was no need to worry about that at all. Bai Xiao's role in the grasslands was the same as opening God's perspective for Li Dao. Within a short range, nothing could escape Shirado's eyes. And the reason why he had been able to earn so many attribute points in these 3 days was precisely because of Bai Xiao. After finishing his thoughts, Li Dao looked at the weakened attributes on the panel. After that, he took out a packet of ginseng or something like that and some other great tonic herbs of the past years from his own package. Pick up a random bite and shove it in your mouth. Along with the herbs going down, the attribute points on the panel began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 incense stick later, when half of the medicinal herbs inside the package were missing, the attributes inside Li Dao's panel were fully restored, not needing to take as much time as before. Wrapping the herbs and putting them back into the package, he carried the bucket and walked straight out. Lifting the tent, Li Dao saw Zhang Mang and the others. After 3 days, Zhang Mang and the others had changed significantly again from when they left Huangsha town before. It was probably because the 3 days of killing had caused the precious blood in their bodies to completely fuse with them. The result was that the precious blood came up afterward. And now Zhang Mang and his party each seemed to have gone through a secondary development. Whether it was height or size, there was a significant growth. This can also be seen in the size of the meals. Before, even if they conducted a day of overdraft training, one person would eat at most 3 or 4 pounds of meat, but now the smallest meal would be at least 7 or 8 pounds in one meal. Before, if strict requirements were made according to the physical aspect, then at most half of Zhang Mang's group of people would be able to meet the standard of a regular iron floater. Now, then, one of these people counts as one, and all of them have met the criteria for Iron Faust Sentry. Thinking of this, Li Dao felt that if he had the opportunity to recruit new recruits in the future, it seemed unnecessary to be too harsh in selecting people. After all, as long as the difference was not a lot, the precious blood would be able to make up for the lack of some aspects. Since there wasn't much that could be taken with them, the group quickly packed up. Soon, someone noticed the bucket that Li Dao was carrying in his hand. "Boss, it won't be in here." Zhang Mang carefully moved over to the bucket and sniffed, and a familiar scent drilled into his nose. An expression of astonishment instantly plastered on his face, and he couldn't help but say, "It's really a precious medicine." He raised his head to Li Dao and carefully inquired with an expectant face, "Boss, is this for us?" "Well, take it and split it." "Really? Thanks, boss." Zhang Mang excitedly took the bucket without saying a word. Holding it in his arms carefully, seemed to be afraid of accidentally giving it a spill. Then again, while taking out a wooden ladle, he knocked on the bucket while shouting loudly and excitedly, "The precious medicine is here. Everyone hurry over and gather." Hearing the word precious medicine, everyone's eyes immediately began to light up. It wasn't just Li Dao who had noticed the changes in them during these 3 days. They themselves had noticed the changes in themselves, and because it was happening to them, they felt it even more obviously. And it goes without saying that they know these good changes are the result of the precious medicine. That's why they were so excited when they heard about the precious medicine. Zhang Mang looked at the people who pounced over and laughed as he carried the bucket. "Behave yourselves all the time. Want to take a bowl of precious medicine and line up yourselves. You don't want to eat the saliva of the people in front of you either." Upon hearing this, a group of people immediately went to find their own bowls. Finally, the line of people stood in rows with their bowls, rather like a bit of a group begging for food. Chapter 80, Wei Yun and Lunang. 1 incense stick of time later, each person's bowl was added with a portion of precious medicine, and coincidentally, this time there was exactly 1 bowl of precious medicine for each person, no more and no less. Seeing that everyone had the precious medicine, the group of people couldn't wait to drink all of it. Phew, cool. Sensing the change in his body, Zhang Mang slammed the bowl to the ground with a loud cry. The rest of them were just as intoxicated as he was with the transformation that the precious medicine had done to their bodies. But after all, it was the second time they used it. The effect wasn't as strong as the first time, but it was enough. There was no need for them to be greedy or anything in this way of becoming stronger. It was much faster than practicing on their own. More importantly, they understood that precious medicines were secondary to enhancing their cultivation, and the main thing was to enhance their potential. This was because recently there had been quite a few people who had discovered that their own cultivation speed had increased a lot since drinking the precious medicine. It was only because of the inner trust in Li Dao that this part was completely ignored. This kind of thing only needed to be kept in the heart, and not said outwardly. Soon, after everyone had absorbed the medicinal power of the precious medicine, they all bowed deeply to Li Dao in unison, and the admiration in their eyes was even more intense than before, and had even begun to carry a bit of fanaticism. Li Dao stood up from the stake and inquired, "How does it feel?" Zhang Mang patted his chest. "Very good. Before I felt like I could kill a cow. I now feel like I can kill a tiger. The rest of the guys have all voiced their feelings as well, and in general are all over the place with confidence. Seeing this, Li Dao said bluntly, since you guys feel so good about yourselves, it's time to put some difficulty on you. Up a little harder? Zhang Meng and the others looked puzzled. What does this mean? Was the difficulty low before? However, it seemed that the difficulty was indeed quite low. The few times they came to this grassland to fight, not a single one of them was attenuated, and all of them survived. Xue Bing asked out loud, what do you mean, boss? Li Dao said with a sweep of the camps around them that had been destroyed by them. In the past few days, in order to allow you to acclimatize a little bit, so the camps that I chose to attack were some of the ordinary camps of the Tamu tribe. And next, we will attack the camps of the regular army within the Tamu tribe. He looked up at the group and continued. The next opponents offered to you will continue to escalate. So I hope none of you fall off the wagon and all make it through. If it were before, there would have been a part of the group that would have felt weak hearing those words, but now after the transformation of the precious blood, coupled with the self-confidence that had been beaten out of them from several battles, they were left with nothing but bursting self-confidence. Zhang Mang was even more direct and said to Xue Bing, who was on the side, don't you die, or else in the coming year, Lao Zi will definitely sit on your grave and mock you. Xue Bing disliked it back, if you die, in the coming year I will not only mock on your grave, I will dance on it. Zhang Mang laughed, then we'll see. Xue Bing smiled back, we'll see what we'll see. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Dao no longer said anything more and blew a whistle towards the sky. Bai Xiao responded and leapt towards the distance. The territory of the Tamu tribe. Somewhere beside the yellowing grassland, there is an old road trodden exclusively by men and horses. At this moment, there was a team of hundreds of people traveling on the ancient road. In the midst of this procession of hundreds of people, there was also a horse-drawn carriage. The back of the wagon was pulling one of the cages made of solid wood and chains, and each cage held a dozen or so people inside, adding up to maybe a couple hundred. These people were dressed in rags and were covered in blood. A few had a little bit of spirit left in them. Most were breathless and had many wounds on their bodies. If any Deqian people saw the dress of these people at this time, they would realize that these people were wearing Deqian standard military uniforms. And there was a flag erected in the caravan that took them up, the king's flag of the Tamu tribe. Apparently, these imprisoned Dacian soldiers became the captives of these soldiers of the Tamu tribe. At this time, at the corner of a cage, a man reached out and shook the blood-covered man beside him. Chancellor, wake up, never sleep. Under the man's shaking, the blood-covered man's eyelids fluttered slightly and slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the person in front of him clearly, the man with blood weakly revealed a forced smile. Lu Neng, am I still alive? Lu Neng shook his head. Commander Wei, you're not dead yet, and you can't die. You still have to lead your brethren to kill back. These two were no one else, but the Centurion Lu Neng as well as the Grand Commander Wei Yun of the original Weiwu Battalion. And the reason why they had fallen here was because their town of Changping, like Huansha town, had also fallen to be the primary target of the previous attack by the Tamu tribe. After Changping town was overrun, their remaining people were taken as prisoners, and then these people took them all the way, and it currently looked like they were supposed to take them to their camp in the Tamu tribe. Take the brothers back? Wei Yin pursed his dry and cracked lips, the bottom of his eyes filled with a bitter smile. Look at me now, I'm not even as good as an invalid. How can I take my brothers back? Lu Neng subconsciously looked at Wei Yun, only to see that there were at least dozens of wounds on his body. Although the bleeding had been stopped, many of the wounds had already turned into pus. At this rate, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before someone didn't need to target him, and the injuries alone could take Wei Yun's life by themselves. And that wasn't even the point. The point was that when he fought with the enemy earlier, Wei Yun was accidentally hit in the Dantian area. Although the Dantian was not completely destroyed, it had been damaged, and even the true qi could not be condensed within the body, much less borrowed to suppress the injuries. It was also for this reason that he was treated as a wastrel and locked up with a group of ordinary soldiers, or else for an innate martial artist. The first thing they would want to imprison is to skewer the peep of bone and lock up the true qi in the other person's body. Looking at the rest of his frail brethren inside the cage, Lu Neng himself gradually shriveled up and muttered, "Is there no other way?" Upon hearing this, Wei Yin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What else can be done? At this time, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but whisper, if only Li Dao could have stayed in Changping town in the first place. If he had been there, those two innate martial artists who attacked the camp probably wouldn't have been enough for that kid to fight alone. Li Dao? 9527? Lu Neng said subconsciously. Wei Yin smiled weakly. You remember his death row number. Lu Neng couldn't help but smile. How could he not remember? He was the first death row inmate to walk out of our Weiwu Battalion death row camp. If it wasn't for 9527, I probably would have died long ago and wouldn't even have a chance of surviving this long. Hearing this, Wei Yun also empathized and muttered to himself, yes, if it wasn't for 95227, I would have died long ago as well, and the mighty martial battalion might not even be there anymore. It's a pity that both of us failed to cherish this life given by Li Dao. Speaking here, Wei Yun suddenly muttered in a low voice, I hope that kid Li Dao doesn't find his way to Chongping town behind him. If he knows that we've been swept away by the barbarians, he still doesn't know how he's going to laugh at us. Lu Nong had the opposite attitude. He couldn't help but say, it would be good if we could make that kid laugh a little bit, just in case he could help us take revenge. Revenge? Wei Yun suddenly thought of the scene where Li Dao saved him last time and suddenly laughed. It's really possible. With that kid's temperament, sooner or later, he'll go up against the barbarians. Cough cough. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort surged through his heart, and Wei Yun coughed continuously until a mouthful of stasis blood was spat out from his mouth. Commander Wei! Lu Nong hurriedly shouted in concern. Phew! Wei Yun took a long breath and waved his hand. It's fine. It's just that when the dantian was damaged before maybe even the internal organs were hurt, it's much better to spit it out. However, what he didn't realize was that his breath was getting weaker and weaker as that mouthful of stasis blood spurted out. Lu Nang also sensed all of this and his eyes reddened. Wei Yun reluctantly laughed. What are you kid crying about? I'm not dead yet. After saying that, he gazed at the endless grassland in the distance, holding a feeling he himself was not sure of, and said to himself, Old me is going to keep on holding on. What I'm trying to say is what if another miracle happens? Lu Nang looked at Wei Yun, who was about to close his eyes and whose speech was barely audible, and his heart gradually began to break down. But just then, an eagle's cry rang out over the empty, sprawling grasslands. This eagle's cry seemed to carry a magical power, causing Lu Nang, who was already desperate, to subconsciously raise his head. Aha! In the next second, Lu Nang's tired eyes suddenly widened and his gaze looked straight into the distance. That's, in his line of sight, a little bit of black shadow gradually tumbled over from behind a distant grassy hillside. Even though it was far away, he could see clearly that it was a cavalry team. In the dark he had a feeling that this cavalry group was definitely not the Tamu tribe's own cavalry group. Looking at Wei Yun whose breath was getting weaker and weaker, Lu Nang urgently grabbed him and shook him frantically, and kept saying under his breath, Commander Wei mustn't go to sleep. The miracle you want will come soon. Finally, not knowing how many shakes, Wei Yun violently opened his eyes and took a deep breath, almost swallowing his last breath. He looked back at Lu Nang with a pale face and couldn't help but say weakly, You brat, won't you let me walk in peace even if I leave? Do you know how hard it is for me right now? Lu Nang ignored these words and said, Commander Wei, don't be in a hurry to die first, just turn around and take a look first. What can you tell by looking at it? Despite thinking so, Wei Yun reluctantly turned his head to look. Even his lowered brow widened instantly when he saw it clearly, and in a weak, but urgent voice he inquired, Whose cavalry are these? Lu Nang shook his head and looked towards the running cavalry group. I don't know, but I'm sure the other party is not coming from a good place. And the reason why he would say that was solely because the soldiers of the Tamu tribe who were escorting the caravan quickly stopped the caravan to be vigilant once they realized the cavalry group in the distance. Wei Yun looked at the gradually growing black shadow in the distance and couldn't help but laugh. No matter who he is, as long as he can deal with these dog barbarians, that's enough. He braced himself to sit up and kept saying under his breath, I can't die now. At least I have to see these dog barbarians die before I can die. At the very least, I have to walk behind them so that I can kick a few feet behind their asses when I go to hell. Lu Nang couldn't help but say from the sidelines, Then what if the opposite side can't beat the dog barbarians? Wei Yun turned back. Then I hope that the opposite side is also a dog barbarian. Dog bite dog. With time, the dark shadow in the distance was growing larger and clearer. Many people also saw the one person at the head of the opposing cavalry group. The man held a halberd in his hand and led the group headlong as they galloped across the grasslands. On his side there was another black wolf walking alongside him, on horseback. Looking at the distant Tamu tribe's caravan, Li Dao froze for a moment and muttered to himself. Surprisingly, it's an escort caravan. With his amazing eyesight, Li Dao could see clearly at a glance that the convoy was escorting a group of people. Moreover, he could see clearly that these people were wearing the Dechen standardized military attire. Xue Bing, Li Dao shouted at his back. Boss, what's up? Xue Bing chased after Li Dao and inquired. See that convoy up ahead? Saw it. When the battle starts later, you bring a group of people to save the others, and Zhang Meng will be in charge of the offense. Yes, the other side. Along with the passage of time, the black shadow coming from the distance became clearer and clearer in the eyes of Wei Yun and the others. Lu Nang suddenly rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself with a bewildered look on his face. Am I blinking? How come I see this group of cavalrymen wearing our Dacian's military attire? Wei Yun followed on the side. I may have been blinded as well. In my eyes they were also wearing our Dacian's military uniforms. The next second, the two locked eyes. No mistake. Lu Neng had a look of excitement on his face as he looked at the oncoming cavalry and said, "It really is one of our own." After Wei Yun returned to his senses, he muttered, "But how could one of our own people appear in the northern savage grasslands?" Lu Neng said with a curious look on his face, "I'm even more curious now about who is leading this team." Wei Yun, who had returned to his senses, murmured in a weak tone from the side, "No matter who led the team, just by the fact that he dared to rush over to save us, I'm going to recognize him as my big brother. If he can defeat these dog barbarians and old me still survives, I'll directly recognize him as my big brother for the rest of my life and honor him as if he were my own brother." Chapter 81 Recognition. Rescue. As Li Dao and the others got closer and closer, the people in the Tamu tribe also gradually saw clearly the dress of the visitor. When they saw the familiar military attire on Li Dao and the others, they subconsciously glanced at the group of captives inside the cage. A general of the Tamu tribe quickly reacted. His face changed and he immediately shouted, "It's the Dacian people. Prepare to meet them." In the next second, an arrow broke through the air and directly penetrated through his mouth, disappearing behind him. Ow! Suddenly, a wolf's howl rang out, and the people of the Tamu tribe only saw a black wolf rush into the crowd, and then rushed at the people on horseback and started tearing them apart. Immediately after that, Zhang Mang and the others poured into the crowd with their troops. Xue Bing, on the other hand, led a portion of his men towards the caravan pulling the cage. "Great Qian people, how dare you attack our caravan in the territory of my Tamu tribe? I see that you are really not afraid of death." At that moment, a figure jumped out from the ranks of the Tamu tribe. The person holding a long knife, the body of the innate chi surging, majestic, raising his hands and feet as the northern barbarians, that kind of brutal gas. "Watch out, they have innate martial artists." Seeing this scene, Lu Neng, who had been paying attention to the outside world inside the cage, couldn't help but warn loudly, "Aha!" As Lu Neng reminded him, Li Dao also noticed this side. Although Zhang Mang and the others' strength had skyrocketed in recent times, they were only limited to being under the innate. He naturally wouldn't let someone whose strength far exceeded theirs run out and cause trouble at this time. Li Dao took out the 1,000-year-old ironwood bow from his back. His right hand pinched an arrow at some point, and with an easy pull, he bent the bow into a full moon. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the arrow disappeared into streams of light at his fingertips. And before that innate martial artist who had just jumped up in a rage could properly land on the ground and kill someone, he was suddenly penetrated through the center of his eyebrow by a sudden stream of light. Bang! The innate martial artist who had just been in an invincible stance just dropped dryly into the crowd. Never to return to life. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute 11. 23. And this scene was also watched by Lu Neng and the others. All of them froze. An innate martial artist was killed so easily? The opponent didn't even take 2 seconds from jumping up to landing. Right. And then he just ended up going on his way? Lu Neng looked along the place where the stream of light had crossed before, and suddenly his entire expression froze. His lips trembled and he stammered under his breath. 95. 27? What 9527? Wei Yin said in a weak tone of voice without any good humor. What's the point of thinking about this when it's this time? Lu Neng slowly raised his arm and pointed behind Wei Yun, saying with a bewildered expression, "But Commander Wei, I really seem to have seen 9-5-2-7. Wei Yun's expression changed. Looking at Lu Neng's appearance did not look like he was cheating him. So enduring the excruciating pain in his body, he forced himself to turn around and look at Kagome. In the next second, his entire expression froze as well. It's really him. Looking at the familiar figure, Wei Yun's entire inner self was dumbfounded. How could he not expect that he and Li Dao would meet at this time? Moreover, looking at the Dacian military attire on the other party, he suddenly inexplicably felt a little green in the head. At this time he had only one thought in his mind. Heck, old man was cut off. While Zhang Meng and the others were charging, Li Dao himself did not charge. It was mainly for the purpose of exercising the soldiers under him, and he naturally could not compete with the clamor. He chose to take his 1,000-year-old ironwood bow and shoot the barbarians on the periphery that could crush the soldiers under his command. For example, if an enemy Hotian 2nd grade was up against a Hotian 3rd grade like Zhang Meng, Li Dao would not pay any attention to it because an enemy of this level would be able to stimulate Zhang Meng's potential even more. However, if the Hotian 2nd grade is against the Hotian 4th or 5th grade or even lower cultivation in his hand, he will decisively open the bow and shoot, because the strength gap is too large. There is no meaning of exercise, and it will only increase the casualties for nothing, just as if he crushed the other side of the early innate martial artist. And He also realized that he didn't lose any attribute points in this situation even though he was killing slowly, mainly because he kills the higher quality soldiers on the other side, provides more attribute points than a normal soldier. And most importantly, he felt that if he became a bowman, he would have the joy of being an old 6. Attribute points are important, as is happiness, especially for someone like him who had found joy after a long time. 9527. Li Dao's side was shooting full of joy when a voice suddenly entered his ears. 9527. Hearing this number, Li Dao's body couldn't help but tremble, almost causing the arrow in his hand to miss. Looking in the direction the voice came from, he saw a wretched figure in the middle of a cage frantically waving at him, and shouting under his breath, 9, 5, 2, 7, look here. After seeing the silhouette's appearance clearly, Li Dao also froze instantly and subconsciously said, Captain Lu? At this moment, there was a big question mark in his mind. That's why Lu Neng appeared here and was captured by the soldiers of the Tamu tribe. Soon, his gaze was drawn back to the figure beside Lu Neng. That's Commander Wei? Seemingly noticing Li Dao's gaze, Wei Yun revealed a very forced and not so embarrassed smile. Li Dao quickly scanned through the rest of the cages, and it turned out that he really did find some familiar faces that he had once seen in the mighty warrior battalion. Obviously, the mighty battalion had been taken by these barbarians in one fell swoop. It left him at a loss for words for a moment. To say that the mighty battalion had bad luck, it did seem to be bad. It seemed that since he had been in the mighty battalion had begun to go backwards all the time, and at one point they were almost wiped out by a regiment of people, and now it looked like it had done it again. To say that the mighty battalion was lucky would be a true stroke of luck. All captured in the territory of the Tamu tribe and still happened to meet him here. Regardless of a little hiccup on either of their sides, they probably wouldn't have had the chance encounter they have now. Li Dao lifted his ironwood bow to finish off a few barbarians on the side of Wei Yun's cage, then rode his horse and rushed over. There was a click. Li Dao took the Xian iron sword that Wei Yun had given him and split the cage. Looking at the woeful appearance of the two couldn't help but laugh lightly. Commander Wei, Captain Lu, it's really been a long time. The corner of Wei Yun's mouth twitched in some embarrassment. On the contrary, Lu Neng was not as polite. After all, he was also the one who was first familiar with Li Dao in the first place. 9527. It's really you. I almost thought I was dreaming when I saw you before, Lu Neng said with a sigh. Li Dao smiled faintly. Same here. How could I not expect to meet you guys here? Ha ha ha. Lu Neng scratched his head and couldn't help but laugh. Maybe this is fate between us. Ahem. At this time, Wei Yun, who was on the side, suddenly coughed violently again. It made Lu Neng, who was still laughing, instantly tense up, and only then did he remember that Wei Yun still had very heavy injuries on his body. So he hurriedly said, 9527, Commander Wei is too badly injured. Can you save him? After this cough, originally still a little bit of spirit, Wei Yun instantly atrophied down. As if the wish was fulfilled, directly comatose, the breath also began to quickly atrophy. How to look at his previous appearance is a little bit back to the light, and now that time had passed, it was time for him to be on his way. Let me see. Li Dao dismounted his horse and came to check on Wei Yun. Some time ago inside the barracks, in addition to studying the secret books of Gongfu, he also read some medical books. After all, if you want to transform the Gongfu, in addition to the understanding of all kinds of secret books of Gongfu, you likewise have to understand the human body. Nowadays, although he couldn't say that he had achieved any great success in the healing arts, he could still do a simple body check for people. Placing his hands on Wei Yun's wrists, he soon examined the problems in Wei Yun's body at the moment. The 5 organs are damaged, the qi and blood are corrupted, and the vital energy has been lost. Li Dao muttered under his breath. To put it simply, that meant that Wei Yun's life was already hanging by a thread, and he could break at any time now. Lu Neng asked anxiously from the side, can it be saved? Li Dao looked at Wei Yun, who was about to break his breath, and pondered for a moment before he spoke. For now, I can only try. After saying that, he took out a gourd from his waist and opened it, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Inside this gourd was no other thing than water mixed with precious blood. The reason why he would have this now was because he realized that even after the metamorphosis, the precious blood could still work on Xiao He as well as Bai Xiao, and could promote their growth. So he kept a little bit of it on him all the time. With the injuries Wei Yun had on his body at the moment, the only thing he could do at the moment was to try with the precious blood. Pinching open Wei Yun's mouth, Li Dao poured in the water containing the precious blood. However, an embarrassing scene appeared, as Wei Yun was now very weak, so he couldn't even make the action of swallowing right now. Seeing this, Li Dao did not hesitate to stuff the gourd containing the precious medicine to Lu Neng, who was at the side. Over to you. Give him a drink. After saying that, he returned on his horse and went to deal with the surrounding soldiers of the Tamu tribe. Lu Nang took one side of the gourd and looked down at Wei Yun, whose life was hanging in the balance. Subconsciously gulping, he was filled with reluctance, but knew there was no delay now. Going out on a limb, Lu Nang clenched his teeth and lowered his head after pouring a mouthful of precious medicine. At this moment, Li Dao, who wasn't too far away from the two, saw this scene and shook his head before turning his head away because it was a bit too hot for his eyes. The soldiers in a cage with Lu Nang Wei Yun were dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Although they knew it was a feeding, the scene was still shocking, because of the presence of Li Dao, an accurate sniper. These TAMU tribe soldiers who were responsible for escorting the captives didn't make too many waves. Every one of these people who had been transformed by the precious blood was quite capable of killing the enemy over the level, and although it was also quite difficult, in the end, they all did it. One incense stick of time later, the only people left in the entire caravan were those brought by Li Dao. Everyone was covered in blood and gasping for air, facing the regular army of the TAMU tribe. This battle was considered to be the toughest since they set foot in the northern savage grasslands. Poof! Suddenly one of the soldiers fell to the ground at once. One by one the soldiers fell to the ground immediately afterward. These were the ones who were either dislocated or wounded. Seeing this, Li Dao immediately ordered, "Rest and save." Those who still had energy immediately mobilized and began to help bandage the wounded soldiers. Still, thanks to the precious blood transformation, the soldiers' recovery ability increased dramatically and their vitality became more tenacious. In this way, near death becomes serious injury. Serious injury becomes minor injury. And minor injury equals nothing. At the end of the day, as long as they don't die instantly, they can almost always be saved. While rescuing his own people, Xue Bing also organized some people to rescue the soldiers of the mighty warrior battalion who were locked inside the cages. Only after Lu Nang finished feeding Wei Yun the medicine did Li Dao walk over. "How is the situation of Wei, Commander?" Lu Nang glanced at Li Dao with a sultry look. "It looks like it's coming through so far." Li Dao's face did not change, completely ignoring Lu Nang's gaze as he said bluntly, "That's good." When he finished, he took the gourd from the side. It was also at this time that Blackie ran over from the side. Li Dao looked and realized that Xiao He was also covered in blood and had some wounds on his body, and his pair of eyes still carried a hostile aura that hadn't completely dissipated. "Come here, have a drink to refresh yourself." Xiao He sniffed and came over, and Li Dao handed the gourd over. In Lu Nang's dumbfounded gaze, Xiao He picked up the mouth of the gourd and gulped down all the precious medicine inside the gourd. 9, 5, 2, 7. You've got this drug. Lu Nang has seen the magic of the precious medicine, which can only be pulled back by the next breath. Yet this medicine he even used to feed the wolves? Li Dao casually said. "What's wrong?" "This medicine was meant for it." Lu Nang was even more confused and said bluntly, "You gave it such a good medicine?" Li Dao was puzzled. "What's the problem?" Lu Nang. What could he say? And who was he to say? He could only look enviously and jealously at Xiao He on the side. The time soon came to night. Li Dao directly let the people set up camp on the spot. After a period of time to clean up, everyone was resettled, including the rescued mighty battalion and others. Xue Bing came from the side and reported cheerfully, "Boss, this time we still have no deaths, just a bit too many serious injuries, but we should all be able to pull through." "Well, that's good. Also, we found this map from the innate cultivation general you killed." "Boss." Xue Bing took out a leather map that had been stacked several layers and handed it over. "Oh." Li Dao received the leather map with curiosity and opened it, but he could not help but freeze for a moment, because this map was surprisingly not an ordinary map, but a map marking the many fixed large camps of the TAMU tribe. Though it is said that most of the camps within the TAMU tribe are nomadic camps, traveling around the grasslands, but they also have fixed camps or towns. Otherwise they cannot become large tribes by nomadism alone, and even more unlikely to establish a joint northern barbarian dynasty on the grasslands. Looking at one of the locations with markings on the map, the corners of Li Dao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a nice-looking arc. Chapter 82, Join if you can't get it. Ahem. In a fit of coughing, Wei Yun opened his eyes in a daze. Compared to before, the pain in his body now disappeared. Instead, he began to have a very comfortable feeling. "Commander, you finally woke up." Seeing Wei Yun wake up, Lu Nang, who had just brought over water, immediately ran over. "Lu Nang?" Wei Yun narrowed his eyes and frowned. "Can it be that you're dead too?" Lu Nang froze, and after returning to his senses, he laughed bitterly. "Commander, you're sleepy and confused. We've been saved, you forget. We're still alive. Not dead? How can that be?" Wei Yun recalled it in his mind and suddenly winced, getting up and then looking at himself, only to see that the wounds that had originally turned pus on his body had already scabbed over. And after checking the dantian again, it turned out that the previously damaged dantian had miraculously healed as well. And with a single movement of his thoughts, The innate true qi within the Dantian was able to operate. Li Dao. Is it Li Dao? Wei Yun seemed to have thought of something and suddenly raised his head to ask. Well, it's 9-5. It was Li Dao who saved us. Lu Neng subconsciously wanted to say Li Dao's former code name, but suddenly thought that the code name of the death camp seemed a bit inauspicious, so he hastily changed his words to his name. Upon hearing this, Wei Yun muttered to himself. Surprisingly, it's true. I almost thought I was dreaming. Suddenly, he said with an exasperated look on his face, damn it, I don't know which son of a cut off my old man. He had been thinking of pulling Li Dao under his command before, but in the end, he had run away with someone else. How is this different from your own woman running off with another man? Lu Neng, take me to him. Wei Yun suddenly spoke. But commander, the wound on your body? Wei Yun looked at the wounds on his body and couldn't help but say, that kid Li Dao is really capable of killing people well, and now he will even save people. He casually tugged the bandages off his body. The wound on my body is fine, but the wound in my heart is something. Take me straight to it. Seeing this, Lu Neng could only help Wei Yun to go. Beside a campfire, Li Dao used a cloth to focus on wiping the dragon tattoo halberd. As a weapon that will accompany him for a long time to come, it is important to focus on maintenance. On the side, Xiao He was lying on the ground, while his gaze was fixed on the roasted meat on the bonfire, and from time to time, he even twitched his nose, seemingly smelling the odor. Suddenly, Xiao He's front limbs stood up and a pair of wolf pupils looked to the side. Li Dao followed Xiao He's gaze and realized that Lu Neng was holding Wei Yun step by step. Walked over to the stake across from him while sitting on his butt. Li Dao, you kid saved my life again. I'm very grateful to you. After Wei Yun saw Li Dao, his expression was very serious as he said directly. Upon hearing this, Li Dao put the dragon halberd away and then began to quietly wait for the following. In the next second, Wei Yun's originally serious expression suddenly turned aggrieved, full of grudges and said, but your kid is really unkind. Before clearly said that you want to join the army to come to me, but the result is that you even ran away with someone else. Li Dao. It was his turn to be embarrassed. He hadn't thought for 1,000 years that Wei Yun would mention this to him just after meeting. Just when he wanted to say something, Wei Yun suddenly resumed his original appearance again, then laughed. Alright, I'm talking to you for fun. You saved my Wei Yun's 2 lives, so who am I to blame you? After saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth with a curious expression and asked, say, who exactly did you end up being cut off by? Tell me if I recognize it. Zhao Tong. Recognize. Zhao Tong? Wei Yun's expression froze. Huangsha Town Camp? The prickly battalion? Right. Wei Yun frowned. Not right. With your ability, if you were to join the army, there's no way you'd be assigned to that clock place in Huangsha Town. At least you'd enter some elite camps. Li Dao didn't explain. He just told his previous experience. 1 incense stick later. What? Someone purposely screwed you over? Wei Yun's entire face changed after hearing this. The soldier that he couldn't wait to take into his arms was actually thrown as an outcast in the prickly camp. His grandmother. Don't let me know who it is. Let me know and see if I don't cut him. Saying that, Wei Yun's eyes were red. Damn. You don't want me to don't want to give us mighty battalion you give others count what? This makes Wei Yun, the more he thinks about it, the more angry he gets. If he is robbed by a person who is stronger than him, Li Dao, he will not say anything. After all, people go to the high place. Water flows to the low place, which no one can blame. But to be snatched away by the district's prickly battalion, it filled his heart with displeasure. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hastily raised his head and said, I know that camps can swap people with each other. Li Dao, do you think you want me to find someone to swap you back? Li Dao shook his head. Forget it, the Huangsha Town camp is quite suitable for me, so I don't need to go through that much trouble. Upon hearing these words, Wei Yun only felt a stabbing pain in his heart. On the side, Lu Neng couldn't help but comfort his own chancellor with this look. Chancellor, don't be sad. Individuals have their own personal paths. No one can force them. Wei Yun couldn't help but say, but, I really can't let go. It was especially hard for him to think that Li Dao, a talent that he had personally unearthed, then turned around and was snatched away. Shedding? Lu Neng helplessly said, what can be done if we cannot give up? Li Dao, he already has his own way, unless we join them, but this may be possible. Wait. Lu Neng was about to continue saying something when he was suddenly interrupted by Wei Yun. He looked up and asked, repeat what you just said. Lu Neng froze, honestly said, what can be done if you cannot give up? Li Dao, he already has his own way. Not this one, the next one. Unless it's us joining them. Just after saying that, Lu Neng's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, wait, Chancellor, you really want to do it? What's not to like? Wei Yun asked rhetorically. Lu Neng didn't know what to say. After all, He was just a centurion. In the end he could only say, "You are the Grand Commander of the Hall's 1,000-man battalion." And Li Dao, he's still just a Shirkai. Is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? Wei Yun gazed around at the men who were sleeping heavily with wounds and fatigue and muttered to himself, what is the Grand Commander of a hallowed 1,000-man battalion? Only knowing how to let the brothers under his command die in vain and become enemy captives while he is powerless to do anything about it. But what about Li Dao, who is clearly just an ordinary Shirshang, yet he can lead his men across the grasslands of the northern barbarians, and also has the ability to protect those under his command. Is this a bad fit for me or a bad fit for him? Hearing these words, Lu Nang instantly fell silent. Yeah, and who is he to look down on the Shiksa? Nope, he does look at the Shiksa, but if this Shiksa is Lido. Lu Nang raised his head and looked at Wei Yun, saying in a firm tone, Commander, you decide. After Wei Yun did a final contemplation, his mind instantly came to a decision. As a result, just as he raised his head to say something, he realized that Li Dao was looking at him with a playful expression. He then reacted to the fact that he and Lu Nang were chatting in front of the people involved. Commander Wei, you want to bring people from the mighty martial battalion to join us? Li Dao asked directly to the point. No. It seemed that he was afraid that Li Dao would misunderstand, and then Wei Yun followed up by saying, it's not joining you, it's joining you. Li Dao raised an eyebrow and didn't answer. Wei Yun continued, you are under Zhao Tong's command. If joining you guys is also considered joining his command, I certainly won't recognize it. He, Zhao Tong, is on equal footing with me and isn't qualified to command me yet, and I'm taking the rest of the brothers from the Weiwu battalion with me simply because I want to follow you personally. Speaking here, he looked at the soldiers coming and going around him and whispered, although this person of mine doesn't have much ability, his eyesight isn't bad, or else he wouldn't have plucked out such a talented person as you, and with your ability, I'm sure that you've already convinced these men of yours from the bottom of your heart by now. Upon hearing this, Li Dao couldn't help but clap his hands, worthy of being a Wei commander. Wei Yun said bluntly, just say whether you want it or not. Li Dao smiled slightly and said bluntly, yes, why not? No matter what, your Wei commander's face still needs to be given. Wei Yun shook his head and said, since you chose to follow you don't need to call me Wei commander, just call me Wei Yun directly. I've seen these people of theirs address you as boss, so I'll call you boss from now on as well. That won't be necessary. It must be used. There is no age in the army. Whoever has the hardest fist is the boss. If I call you by your name, you can't look at it, and I guess the rest of your men can't look at it either, so don't make it difficult for me. Seeing this, Li Dao did not say anything more. Wei Yun looked at Lu Nang, who was still frozen on the side, and slapped him on the back of the head. What are you still frozen for? Don't recognize the new boss yet? Oh. Lu Nang came back to his senses and hurriedly said, boss. Looking at Li Dao, he couldn't help but recall in his mind the first time the two of them met. At that time, he was a towering centurion, while Li Dao was just a death row prisoner inside a cage. As a result, it was only a matter of time before the two of them had a wind and water revolution, and they were meeting each other and calling each other boss. Of course, it wasn't that he had any resentment in his heart. It's just a matter of remembering the past. At this moment, Li Dao suddenly took out a bucket from behind his back and placed it in the middle of the three. This is. Wei Yun had a puzzled look on his face. Without waiting for Li Dao to speak, Lu Nung, who was on the side, wrinkled his nose, and when he smelled the familiar fragrance, he suddenly said with a look of surprise, boss, could it be that this is the medicine that was contained inside your gourd before? Well, these are. At these words, Lu Nung pulled aside Wei Yun and said, Chancellor, no, I should call you Brother Wei now. Brother Wei, this medicine is good stuff. After that, Lu Nang went over what had happened to Wei Yun before. I don't know if I was talking too fast and let my mouth slip, but Lu Nang also told the story about the medicine he was feeding. Wait, your boy just said you fed me medicine with something. With the mouth, how? To be honest, Wei, this point you have to thank me. My old Lu, but even women have not kissed it. The first time I kissed you, it is considered cheap. When saying this, Lu Nang completely failed to notice that Wei Yun's face on the side was red and white and black and green. Lu Nung, Wei Yun suddenly stormed up, not caring about the injuries on his body. He was so angry that he kicked over. Lu Nung was directly kicked out. After that, Wei Yun kept wiping his mouth with his hand and kept spitting, as if this would bring back his innocence, and Lu Nang got up from the ground revealing a grimace, giving the impression that he had been started. Li Dao joked on the side, alright, don't blame old Lu. You should also thank him. If it wasn't for him, it's unknown if you could pull through. Wei Yun's face is still dark, especially when he saw Lu Nang's big cake face. His stomach just flipped. He couldn't help but huff and puff and said, it's not me who blames him. If it's a different person who loves to be clean, It's just that it's a man. But who let Lu Nung? This guy is notorious for not brushing his teeth. And I can't get over it in my heart. Li Dao froze. His feelings were for this reason. Okay, that's a strong argument. He can't stand it. But after all, it saved his life. Wei Yun glared at Lu Nang before he didn't intend to make much of it. He turned his head to look at the bucket in front of him and asked, "Is this thing really as magical as Lu Nang said it was? Didn't you try it yourself?" "I'm just a little surprised." As a user, Wei Yun of course knew the effects. Even a broken dantian could be repaired. It was enough to be called a divine medicine. At the very least, he hadn't heard of any medicine that could heal his dantian so quickly in all the years he had lived. He then asked, "Then why did you give me so much medicine? Could it be for those injured soldiers?" "It's not that I don't feel sorry for those brothers of mine. It's just that their injuries can recuperate on their own. Isn't it a bit of a waste to drink this medicine?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao slowly explained the effects of this bucket of precious medicine. "Are you telling the truth?" Half a minute later, Wei Yun looked dazedly at this one bucket in front of him. "Try it and see if it's true." Suddenly, Wei Yun raised his head and looked fiercely at Li Dao. "You prepared this in advance. Could it be that you have long had an idea for the Weiwu Battalion?" Li Dao shrugged and didn't say anything with a faint smile on his face. It seemed like nothing was said. But then again, it seemed like everything was said. Seeing this scene, Wei Yun's heart was filled with a burst of discouragement. Full of speechlessness. "It's been calculated by your brat again." Li Dao laughed softly. "It's not that I've counted on it, but it's the only choice you have," Wei Yun said. "I'm convinced that I haven't misjudged you. You are indeed better than me, and better suited to lead an army than I am. Li Dao. I'm also convinced that you're a good judge of character." Wei Yun. Chapter 83 Arrival in Sin City. Wei Yun carried the bucket with the precious medicine and walked over to Lu Nang and kicked him. "Take it and follow it." Shoving the bucket into Lu Nang's hand, he walked towards where the soldiers were resting. Early the next morning, everyone snapped out of their sleepiness. Especially those captured generals of the mighty battalion hadn't slept so peacefully for a long time. And some of them had even slept since yesterday once during the day. Nowadays, the vast majority of the injuries on these people from the mighty warrior battalion were nearly healed. This was all because Wei Yun woke them up one by one in the middle of the night yesterday to feed them the precious medicine. At this moment, the gazes of these people looking at Li Dao were filled with gratitude. After Wei Yun's explanation, they also understood that it was Li Dao who had saved them, and at the same time gave them precious medicines to recover their injuries and enhance their strength. Wei Yun looked at his men and said in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten what I told you last night, boss?" Upon hearing this, the generals of the mighty battalion looked at Li Dao and said in unison, "Obviously, Wei Yun had told them about his decision while feeding them the precious medicine." "Aha." Li Dao nodded. "With these guys, he has an even bigger team on his hands and is making some progress in his career. And still, because of the precious blood, he wouldn't worry about the people he had carefully cultivated ending up scattered. As long as the precious blood was there, even if the group was broken up in the future after they returned from the northern savage grasslands, they would definitely end up reuniting in the future because of the precious blood." Wei Yun turned his head and asked, "Boss, what is our next plan? Return or remain in the northern savage grasslands?" Li Dao turned around and asked, "Old Wei, do you know where those northern barbarian teams were planning to take you before?" Lu Nang suddenly raised his hand and said, "Boss, I know." Tell me about it then." "When we were being held in the cage earlier, I heard two barbarians talking about sending us to a place called Sin City." "Sin City?" Wei Yun's expression was stunned. Seeing this, Li Dao inquired, "Old Wei, do you know about this Sin City?" Wei Yun nodded, knowing some. "In my understanding, Sin City does not refer to a specific city, but a general term for a certain type of city. In the northern barbarians, almost every large tribe has a city named Sin City. The city of Sin is famous because the city of Sin is filled with sin. You may not understand much about Sin City, but you should be able to understand the slave trading market." Li Dao raised an eyebrow. "You're saying that Sin City is where the Tamu tribe sells slaves?" "Pretty much." Upon hearing this, Li Dao stroked his chin and suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. Making a decision, he said, "Since we're not sure where to go now, let's go to this so-called Sin City." "To Sin City?" Wei Yun frowned. "Sin City is generally an important place for a large tribe, and we may also encounter many incoming and outgoing northern barbarians along the way. If we kill all the way there, the other side will surely be able to analyze our target as well, and it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Who says we're going to kill it? How about?" Wei Yun was just in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly realized that Li Dao's gaze was looking to the side, only to see the bodies of those dead barbarians from yesterday piled up in an open space to the side. At this time, Li Dao stepped forward and patted Wei Yun's shoulder, saying bluntly, "I can only condemn Old Wei for you to be prisoners for a while longer. Wei Yun? A day and a half later, on the stretching grassy ancient road, a caravan with a large banner of the Tamu tribe slowly arrived not far in front of a city. Above the city's gates are two large characters carved in stone. City of Sin. Damn it, don't these barbarians have any clothes that are one size too big? Strangling old me's balls hurts. In the caravan, Zhang Mang was riding uncomfortably on the back of his horse, one hand constantly trying to tug his pants down. On the side, Xue Bing, who was also dressed as a northern barbarian, couldn't help but snicker. Just hold on a little longer. We'll be there soon. Stabbing. Along with this voice, Zhang Mang's expression suddenly rose red. Xue Bing hurriedly covered her mouth, forcing herself not to burst out laughing. In the end, Zhang Mang could only give up on himself and said with a black face, "The quality is really bad." In the meantime, in the middle of the caravan, Wei Yun and the others were locked in the same cage as before they were rescued. "I say boss, can you do this? Don't get caught in the crossfire." Wei Yun sat in the carriage cage covered in filth and whispered to Li Dao who was beside him. At this time, Li Dao was also dressed as a northern barbarian. I have to say that good-looking looks look good in anything. Even the strange clothes of the northern barbarians, Li Dao can wear a different feeling. Upon hearing this, Li Dao's gaze looked at the Sin City not far away. It was found that there were soldiers constantly patrolling outside the gates of this Sin City, and on the city walls there was a guard at every 3 steps, so a very strict job had been done in terms of defense. There would be people checking in and out at the city gates, and from the surface alone, this Sin City contained quite a lot of troops. Lito wasn't too worried though. Turning his head, he gave Wei Yun a reassuring look. If it's a frontal clash, it might not be that easy to take this place, but if it's internal, it's a different story. Anyway, you guys stay inside. Everything will wait until you go in, because there are so many people coming in and out of Sin City. There is a queue for the row. For insurance purposes, Lito rode to the very front of the caravan and waited for the platoon. Soon enough, the platoon took their turn. When he saw Li Dao's convoy arriving, one of the city gate guards stepped out and reached out to stop the convoy. "Where did you come from with the caravan?" The guard at the head of the group shot a glance at Li Dao and inquired. In the next second, a horsewhip was thrown out from Li Dao's hand, directly onto the guard's face. "Get out of here. Can't you see that we're escorting Diqian's prisoners? Do you still need to ask such questions?" This scene could be said to have caused everyone present to freeze, especially when Zhang Mang and the others saw how fierce their own boss was. Each one of them was nervous and put their hands directly on their weapons. However, a scene that surprised all appeared. The guard who was whipped glanced at the back of the caravan, and his original expression that still carried anger instantly disappeared as he hurriedly said, "I'm sorry this lord. It's my little one who was unintelligent." After saying that, he waved to the back, signaling to let the caravan into the city. Li Dao did not even look at these people, greeted the crowd behind the still frozen into the city, during which no one blocked, all obediently make way. It was not until the caravan had fully entered Sin City that the guards who had blocked the road before breathed a sigh of relief. "Chief, why did they go in without checking?" a junior soldier asked in disbelief. The road-blocking guard turned his head and said without any good humor, "Didn't you see what kind of people are being escorted behind that caravan? It looks as if they are from Daqian. Those people are Diqian's soldiers. Nowadays our Tamu tribe is at war with Diqian. Those who can escort Diqian's soldiers to Sin City must be from the front line. These people just came down from the battlefield. Are you sure you have to stop the road to ask for an explanation?" Speaking here, the roadblock guard looked at the rest of the soldiers around and said, "In the Sin City here, one by one, all along a bit of color? We guard here to get more oil and water is also safe. Then don't on the front line down too much. Really want to be entangled in these people. That can be subjected to the old crime." At those words, the rest of them nodded in a seemingly understanding manner, but there was one thing they understood. Although they are the same soldiers, those who go to the front line and those who don't are two different concepts. After the convoy settled into Sin City, Li Dao and his group gazed around. It turned out that from the outside looking at the city of Sin is plain and unimpressive, showing the mountain, but it is the inner world. On both sides of the center street, all the vendors were hawking. There were all kinds of things being hawked and sold, and the most noticeable ones were those chained in front of some of the stalls. He or she was gray and numb and stood in front of them as if they were goods being hawked and sold at a price. Accompanied by Li Dao's convoy entering the street, it directly attracted the attention of many people, especially when some people saw the Diqian soldiers inside the cage in the middle of the caravan. Many of them had a glint in their eyes. There were a lot of people leaping forward as if to do something, but soon, a man stopped in front of the caravan. When the rest of the people saw the man blocking the way, one by one, their faces changed, revealing a look of unwillingness. Li Dao had been paying attention to everything around him and was not annoyed when he saw someone blocking the road, but raised his hand for the caravan to stop and took the initiative to inquire. Is there something wrong? The person who blocked the way was a fat man in a fancy dress with a wide body, and the jade chain around his neck and various gold rings on his fingers appeared that he was of extraordinary value. To be able to strut around like this in a place like Sin City, one's identity must be extraordinary. Only the fat man said cheerfully, "This general, you should be coming to this Sin City for the first time." Oh, Leto raised an eyebrow. How so? The fat man continued to laugh cheerfully. "Because you don't know me, General. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Du Yu, the second boss of the Sin City slave chamber." Li Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. "Du Yu? You're not from our northern barbarians?" Du Yu smiled kindly. "General guessed correctly. I am indeed not from northern barbarians. So you're. I'm not going to hide it from you, Army Master. But I'm from Dichien. A Dakian? Then why are you here?" Li Dao raised his eyebrows and said in a slightly playful tone. Du Yu continued to laugh. "You don't have to worry, Military Master. Although I am a Dakian, I actually don't have any feelings for Dakian. Compared to Dakian, I consider northern barbarians as my home even more. I grew up living on the border. I was 8 years old when I was mixing with this Sin City, and most of the time, I lived in northern barbarians. You can completely treat me as a Dakian with a northern barbarian's heart." Hearing this, Li Dao smiled more kindly and said bluntly, "Is Boss Du very aware?" Du Yu laughed. I should. Li Dao's side of his face suddenly calmed down as he inquired, "Then may I ask Boss Du what you're stopping the road for?" Du Yu's eyes flashed with a glint as he heard the words and asked bluntly, "Trouble to ask the general. What is the reason for you to come to Sin City with these Dichien soldiers behind you?" Li Dao smiled faintly. "To be able to come to Sin City you said there could be something." Hearing this, Du Yu's eyes brightened even more and asked, "Could the general be trying to buy and sell these Dichien soldiers?" "What? Boss Du has an idea?" "Naturally there is. After all, I am a businessman, and businessmen seek profit. It's not appropriate to talk about this kind of thing on the street, is it?" Li Dao suddenly said. Du Yu was overjoyed at his words. "Ha ha, General is sorry. It's Du Mao who has been poorly entertained. But please don't worry, General. Come to Du Mao's place, and I guarantee that you and the brothers behind you will live comfortably in Sin City." After saying that, he beckoned, and soon a few people from the surrounding crowd came in carrying a sedan chair. Du Yu greeted Li Dao before sitting on the sedan chair. "Please follow, General." Du Yu sat on the sedan chair and then walked towards the front of the street amidst the crowd of spectators. Li Dao took a deep look at the sedan chair and beckoned to the crowd behind him. "Go, follow the sedan chair in front." Soon after, the caravan followed the sedan chair seemingly to the center of Sin City. Compared to the crumbling street at the entrance of the city, this seemed to be the main place in Sin City. The main street has become wider and cleaner here, and on both sides are all kinds of stores dressed up in rich and ornate costumes. The palanquin continued inside until it came to a stop in front of a place with slave chamber written on a plaque. After Du Yu got down from the sedan chair, he greeted the store door. "General, please." Li Dao glanced over and nodded to the group behind him. Zhang Meng and the others followed and dismounted in unison. After that Du Yu looked at the carriages equipped with cages and said, "General, please don't worry. You and your generals can just follow me in. I will send someone to settle your goods. If there is a loss of one person, our Chamber of Commerce will compensate you according to 10 times the value." Upon hearing this, Li Dao turned back to Wei Yun in the middle of the cage and shot a wink before turning back and saying, "Then I'll trouble Boss Du." Du Yu laughed. No trouble. General please. Boss Du please." Chapter 84, Li Dao, taking you home. Upon entering the slave chamber, a man dressed as a butler soon came up. Du Yu looked at the butler and said, "Greet some people over here and properly entertain our honored guests." He then looked at Li Dao. "General, let the brothers stay downstairs and play. We'll just go upstairs and deliver it." Li Dao nodded at Zhang Meng's group and turned back. Yes. Under Du Yu's leadership, the two quickly came to a box on the second floor. After settling Li Dao, he gave a wink to the butler who followed him. Then smilingly, he turned around and sat down across from Li Dao. Du Yu picked up the wine pot and poured wine for the wine cup in front of Li Dao, while tentatively asking, "Is General a man who came down from the front line?" Li Dao picked up the wine glass and sniffed it, drinking it in one gulp and laughing lightly. "It shouldn't be hard for those of us to tell." Du Yu heatedly smiled. "It's not hard to see that the general is a tough general at first glance. He should have beaten the Dichien army to death in the battlefield. Otherwise he wouldn't have captured so many Dichien generals." Li Dao paused and asked rhetorically, "Boss Du himself is from Dichien. Does he really not have any feelings for Dichien?" "Feelings?" Du Yu shook his head and laughed. "As a businessman, the most worthless thing like feelings should be discarded. And I feel that the Dichien people are too hypocritical, and too easy to cheat. Or you northern barbarians are good and straightforward. Don't you think so, General?" Li Dao nodded. "Well, you're right about everything. At that moment, the door to the box room suddenly opened. Only the butler walked in, and behind him were a dozen or so women dressed in revealing veils. The white-skinned pretty body with that exotic dress gave people an extremely seductive feeling. Li Dao retracted his gaze after a quick glance. Boss Du, what do you mean by this? Do you laughed? General, you just came down from the battlefield. I think it must be difficult to eliminate the fire. Especially for the general you arranged to use to eliminate the fire. These people you can pick and choose as you like. No need to be polite. How do you want to play how you want to play? After saying that, the kind smile on Du Yu's face suddenly turned a bit sinister as he looked towards the group of women. In front of the general. Why don't you hurry up and show yourselves? Yes. The women seemed to think of something. Their tones trembled, and they immediately began to dance in place, vying to express themselves. Du Yu's face quickly returned to his previous smile again. General, you choose. Li Dao sipped his wine and asked, these are all Daqian women? Du Yu nodded his head and smiled. Daqian women are born watery and most popular. They are valuable in the market. So where did they all come from? Their origins are many. Some are mothers who were bought back and got pregnant, were born and raised a little bigger to turn around and sell back to us. Others were looted within the Daqian territory, and some were tricked into coming here. Du Yu pointed at the women. General, you'd better pick first. Upon hearing this, Li Dao swept the women in front of him. Although he couldn't see their faces through the veil, he could tell from their eyes that they were afraid of being chosen in their hearts. But the act was complete, and he ordered 2 women at random. It's just the 2 of them. Du Yu smiled. The 2 chosen by the general stay. The rest go down. After the rest of the women left, 2 women came to Leto on their own accord. Before the 2 women could get their hands on the halberd, Li Dao said, press my shoulders first. I've killed too many people on the battlefield, and my shoulders are a bit sore from swinging the halberd. At that, the 2 women's eyes panicked even more, but with a glance at Du Yu on the side, they still endured their fear and began to press up on one side. Seeing this, Du Yu also knew that it was time to talk about business, so he began to smile. General, I wonder if there are some words that can be said directly. Well, if there's something wrong, just say so. Li Dao leaned back on the reclining chair behind him, closing his eyes and enjoying himself at the same time. He said, then forgive Du for being blunt. I would like to ask the general a question. How are you going to sell those hundreds of Daqian soldiers you have? When these words came out, Li Dao obviously felt the 4 hands on his shoulders tighten, but he didn't move his voice and instead said, listening to you, Daqian soldiers are very popular in your area? Du Yu laughed. That's natural. Most male slaves don't have enough to eat or wear, and the quality is poor. But it's not the same for Daqian soldiers. The soldiers who can guard the Daqian border are basically of very good quality, and naturally the price is also high. Moreover, because our northern barbarians have been feuding with Daqian for many years, there are many nobles who love to torture Daqian soldiers, and in this slave market, anyone who carries the word Daqian is worth quite a lot of money. Leto suddenly opened his eyes and asked, so how do you want to buy it? Upon hearing this, Du Yu hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, how about 1 gold for 1 person? Leto said in a skeptical tone. 1 man, 1 gold? Du Yu's face changed slightly before he said, if it's not appropriate, then the general might as well say a number. Li Dao put up 2 fingers and said bluntly, 2 gold per person. Du Yu's face suddenly looked a bit ugly. General, this price is a bit too difficult. The market does not have this price. Li Dao smiled slightly. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Boss Du. What is it? There is an innate martial artist inside this batch of captives. What? Du Yu's face was shocked. Really? Li Dao nodded his head. Well, it's just that the Dantian is a little damaged, but it's a genuine innate martial artist. Du Yu's face instantly looked happy. Then General, do you mean that this innate cultivation captive is also for sale? 5,000 gold. What? Li Dao sat up and said bluntly. I want to sell this innate martial artist for 5,000 gold. Du Yu's face suddenly became difficult, and he spoke. 5,000 gold is too expensive. I can't get an idea. General, how do you think about 3,000 gold? This is a very good price. You also said that the innate martial artist you have in your hands has a damaged Dantian. So, Li Dao did not hesitate to interrupt Du Yu's words and said directly, 5,000 gold is 5,000 gold. After saying that, he gazed at Du Yu and continued, if you can't get an idea, then let someone who can get an idea come and talk. Hearing this, Du Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, I wonder if the general could wait for me to inform him. Go on, don't keep me from enjoying myself. After saying that, Li Dao closed his eyes again and leaned over head first, enjoying the services of the 2 women around him. Then please wait, General. After Du Yu finished speaking, he immediately got up and walked out, and reminded the butler outside the door as he was leaving, you wait outside the door for the general's orders. Don't barge in. Thus, inside the large box, only Li Dao and the two women were left. Use some force. Li Dao suddenly spoke up. The two women sniffed and remained silent as they continued to exert themselves. After a few minutes had passed, a faint snore sounded and the two women stopped slowly with a tremor in their hands. Raising their heads, the two women glanced at each other, seeing a touch of determination in each other's eyes. After that, the two women used one hand to gently continue to press lightly, while the other hand had pulled out a slender hairpin from the top of their heads. In the next second, the two of them moved in unison as if they had discussed it, stabbing the hairpin in his hand towards Li Dao's neck. But soon, the two women were stunned. They realized that the hairpin had failed to penetrate the other's neck, and instead the hairpin had bent a little. It was also at this moment that a scene that horrified the two women appeared. Li Dao slowly opened his eyes and looked at the hairpin in the hands of the two men and said, "What do you want?" Seeing that they had been discovered, a flash of fear flashed in the eyes of the two women, but they quickly revealed a look of determination. "Stinking barbarians, I won't let you go even as a ghost," one of them shouted, and both of them took the hairpin in unison and stabbed it towards their necks. Since they couldn't kill the barbarian in front of them, they would just kill themselves, because if they survived they would only be worse off than dead. As a result, before the hairpin could stab themselves, they realized that their hands were loose and the hairpin was snatched away. Looking up, he realized that the hairpin had been taken away by the very brute in front of him. When Li Dao rubbed his hands together, the hairpin turned into a small iron ball. Thud! The iron ball hit the ground, and it also seemed to hit the hearts of the two women. They sat on the floor with panicked faces and despair in their eyes. Suicide is not an option. So here's what happens to them next. Li Dao suddenly revealed a faint smile. "Alright, see how scared you guys are." A woman raised her head to look at Li Dao with a vicious gaze, gritting her teeth. "Stinking brute, don't think that we're really afraid of you. Feel free to kill or die as you please. Don't pretend. My lady doesn't eat that." Maybe the broken cans are starting to break and women are starting to let themselves go. The other woman didn't say anything, but she was also looking at Li Dao viciously. At that moment, Li Dao suddenly got up. The next second, the two women hugged each other in fear. Outside the door, the butler heard the voice and smiled a smile that a man would understand, then carefully stepped away from the door of the room for fear of disturbing the people inside. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no movement, the two women carefully raised their heads and looked, only to find that the stinky brute had sat down on the seat and was looking at them with a smirking expression. The two women blushed instantly, embarrassed by how hard they had been earlier. Seeing this, Li Dao did not tease the two. Sensing that there were no more people outside the door, he then spoke out. "If I say that I'm not a barbarian, but a Deqian person, do you believe me?" As a result, he found the two women looking at him with disdain as they listened. "Alright." Seeing that the two didn't believe him, Li Dao rubbed at his face and wiped away some of the paint that northern barbarians like to smear on their faces, revealing his original appearance. The result was two women looking momentarily dumbfounded. Li Dao now continued. "Now you should believe a little. Although the northern barbarians and the Dacian people are roughly the same, they can still see the difference in some aspects. As a slave living in Sin City, he had seen too many northern barbarians, so after seeing Li Dao's true face, he quickly realized that the other party looked different from the northern barbarians. The slightly older of the two women asked carefully after returning to her senses, "Are you really from Deqian?" As in fake. In the next second, the woman was wary again. "Fatty Do is also from Deqian. And how are you different from him?" Seeing that the other party was still skeptical, Li Dao breathed a long sigh of relief and suddenly his eyes changed. Coming to the two, a hand pulled the woman who didn't talk much into his arms and snapped her neck, saying bluntly, "Next I ask you to answer. If you don't answer I'll just kill her." "You killed." Ahem. The woman in his arms was still trying to struggle and say something, but she ended up being stuck by the neck. The other woman saw this and hurriedly said, "Don't kill her. Ask and I'll tell. How many years have you spent against the slave chamber?" 10 years. Know much about this place? There's basically some understanding. Know much about Sin City? Know what you should know, and don't know what you shouldn't know. After that, Li Dao asked many more questions. Eventually the questioning was almost over, and he released the woman in his arms right back to the other man and pushed her to him, then sat down to think about something. The woman who took the woman frowned back at Li Dao and said bluntly, "Who the hell are you and why are you asking those questions?" Li Dao raised his head and said bluntly, "Didn't I already tell you guys before? You're really from Deqian, and you're not in league with Fatty Do. A gang?" Li Dao laughed softly. "Does he deserve it?" The woman froze, then asked suspiciously, "Who the hell are you?" "Great Qian soldiers." When these words came out, both women were instantly stunned. This time, they didn't suspect anything, because by now the other party should have no more reason to deceive them. The older woman suddenly continued to ask, If you are a great Qian soldier, then what is the purpose of your coming to Sin City? Purpose? Upon hearing this, Li Dao was stunned and slowly spoke. Originally, the purpose of this trip was only to kill the enemy. But what about now? One more reason. The woman froze and subconsciously asked. What reason? Li Dao gazed at the two women, smiled slightly, and said bluntly, does taking you home count? As soon as the words fell, the two women's bodies trembled, as if their entire bodies had been electrocuted. Going home. They hadn't thought about those two words in years, and had long since not even recalled them in their dreams, and now someone was actually asking to take them home. Chapter 85, Sins Under the City of Sin. After returning to her senses, the older woman shook her head. Your Excellency is joking. After so many years, where do we still have a home? After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Dao and said seriously, if you need my daughter's help, just give me a command, and I only ask that you kill some more barbarians on behalf of my sisters, so that we will not have wasted our lives. Seeing the woman like this, Li Dao also knew that the other party didn't want to cause him any trouble. After all, Sin City they have been living in for a long time and clearly know the horrors of it, while Li Dao is only in initial contact with them. Without understanding they don't dare to rashly go and gamble with their own sisters' lives. Seeing this, Li Dao didn't say anything more, and behind them they would know if what he said was true or not. After that, Li Dao chatted with the two for a while, and also knew the names of the two women from the chat. The older one is called Red Ling, and the younger one is called Green Row. It was the name given to them by the Slavers' Chamber of Commerce, and their real names had long been forgotten because of the time that had passed. Half an hour later. Guest, is this a good time? After the knock fell, the butler's voice followed. At the sound of the voice, Hong Ling and Greenie's hearts panicked. It's okay, Li Dao said in a soothing voice. Hong Ling glanced at Greenie by her side and suddenly raised her hand to slap her face a few times before ripping some of the clothes off her body and messing up her hair. Then again, she did the same thing all over herself. After doing so, he explained to Li Dao under Green Luo's aggrieved gaze. Your Excellency doesn't understand the northern barbarians. They are barbaric and impolite by nature. If not, you're afraid you'll be suspected by them. Li Dao looked at the two women. It was true that they were women who could be ruthless to assassinate him, ruthless to others and ruthless to themselves. He nodded and reapplied paint to his face as well. Only then did he say to the door, now come in. The compartment door opened. The butler took the lead and walked in, followed by Du Yu. When he saw the look of Hong Ling and Green Luo beside Li Dao he smiled heartily, then immediately stood by the doorframe and made the ceremonial gesture of invitation. The next second, a tall figure stepped in through the door. The visitor was tall and distinctive in that he was not dressed as a northern barbarian, but in a Dakian fancy dress. And what attracted Li Dao's attention was the aura on the other party. Although he appeared to be a normal tall man on the outside, he instinctively detected the bloody and vicious aura of the man in front of him. Simply put, the visitor was not a good person. The senses that the other party gave him were no weaker than the late innate stage that he had taken out outside of Huangsha town. In other words, this person's strength was at least at the late innate stage. Seeing the man enter, Du Yu hurriedly introduced, General, this is our Sin City's Vice Lord Sin Lei, who is also the owner of our slave chamber. Turning his head he introduced, Boss, this is the general of our Tamu tribe who came down from the front line, called. Du Yu then forgot that he didn't seem to know what the other person's name was? Sentine. Lido took the initiative and said, Sentine? Senrei's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, why haven't I heard of such a general in the Tamu tribe? This sentence caused Hong Ling and Green Luo on both sides to instantly tense up. However, Li Dao said with an open and composed face, I also didn't know that Sin City still had someone like you. In an instant, the atmosphere in the box became oppressive. Suddenly, Sen Lei laughed. Ha ha, just kidding, the Tamu tribe is so big, how can I know everyone? It's normal that I don't know the general. Li Dao's face did not change color as he said in a light voice, alright, let's talk about business directly. I have to continue playing after this. After saying that, he also made a gesture to put his arms around Hong Ling and Greenie on either side. The two women also cooperated, revealing a posture of desire. Upon hearing this, Sen Lei didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, General Sun Tan, your previous asking price was a bit high. How about 3,500 gold? 5,000 gold. Not for sale for 1 gold less. General, this is too much to ask. This will make it difficult for me, alas. Can't you give me a face? As soon as the words fell, an invisible sense of oppression rose from Sen Lei's body. At that moment, the entire air of the box seemed to freeze. The figures of Du Yu and the butler beside Sen Lei couldn't help but hunch under the aura. The pressure on Li Dao's side was even greater. Hong Ling and Green Luo's eyes were full of panic. Li Dao could detect the two women's rapid breathing and violent heartbeat from a distance. Seeing this, Li Dao raised his eyes to look at Sen Lei and said softly, face? It's something you have to earn on your own with strength. In the next second, an even more terrifying aura than Sin Thunder suddenly erupted from Li Dao's body. In an instant, it was as if the entire box was tinted with a reddish aura. All three people present, including Sin Lei, except for Hong Ling and Green Luo, felt a shocking killing aura enveloping themselves. On top of that, they had a feeling that their life instincts were being suppressed. It's as if the mouse instinctively meets the cat, a natural bloodline suppression. Noticing all of this, Sin Lei pupils violently shrunk, suddenly grinned. Will body breath immediately dispersed? Bluntly said. Or general powerful. 5,000 gold on 5,000 gold. As Sin Lei hand over the general this friend, Li Dao then dispersed the breath from his body and said in a faint voice, a friend has been made, so let's go get the money. Di Wu. Go get the money. At those words, Do you flew away? That scene just now could be said to have scared him. Not a candle's worth of time. An exquisite box was then placed in front of Li Dao. Do you open the box? Inside was neatly placed 5,000 small gold cakes. The gold color shook people's eyes. General, take inventory. Do you said cheerfully from the sidelines? Snap. Li Dao snapped the box right back and looked at Sin Lei across the room. There would be no need to order. I believe Vice City Lord Sin Lei is not missing out on this bit of me. Sun Rei laughed. Since the deal has been completed, the general might as well have dinner? Li Dao leaned aside and waved his hand. Dinner is not necessary. I want to take a stroll around this Sin City now. After making so much money in your Sin City, how can I leave some more for you? At first there was still some sulking in Senra's heart when he was rejected, but when he heard this his eyes couldn't help but light up. Since the general likes to shop, then I will answer the general's request and make sure that you are satisfied. Sun Rei turned back to Du Yu. Pick one for the general with an eye for understanding. Du Yu nodded his head repeatedly. Understood. I guarantee to satisfy you, General. At this time, Li Dao took hold of Hong Ling and Green Luo on both sides. Can't the two of them take me around this Sin City? Why do you need to find someone else? Du Yu froze and inquired. General wants them to take you? No, it's okay. It's just, that'll do. I like them both. On the side, Sen Lei glared at Du Yu and turned back. Since the general is willing, then let the two of them accompany the general. Seeing this, Du Yu hurriedly answered, Yes, General, but I am worried that they are not taking good care of the general. I wonder if I can be allowed to guide them temporarily. This is still possible. Soon, Hong Ling and Green Luo were brought out by Du Yu. After leaving the side of Li Dao, directly in front of Du Yu, the second owner of the two women's hearts are a little weak, afraid to give to see what is not right. However, Du Yu did not do anything else. Instead he cheerfully praised, You two have performed well. There will be a great reward when this time is over. But before that, you will have to entertain this honored guest. So, I'm here to dictate something to you. Next, Du Yu told the two girls about some of his commands. The two women froze as they heard nothing else, but some places within Sin City that ordinary people couldn't go to and that most people didn't know about. And these places that are spoken of are where the city of Sin really hides its sins. At the end of his words, Du Yu pulled out an identity plate from his bosom and handed it to Hong Ling. Take this identity plate. With it you will be able to pass through those places unhindered. Remember, the time you spend with the general, you will have a 1% commission on those purchases for how much he spends. And if you do a good job, maybe you can earn money that will redeem you this time, and then you will be free to leave this Sin City. Hearing these words, the two women's bodies trembled, and a flash of light flashed under their eyes. Although they had rejected Li Dao before, it wasn't that they didn't want to be free, but they were afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to do it. But when they heard Du Yu's words, their hearts were moved because they had the rule of ransom here. Only very few people could reach it. So understand how to do it? Du said from the sidelines. Understood. The two women nodded. Alright, you guys go in. Don't make the general wait. Soon after, Li Dao took Hong Ling and Greenie downstairs. At Du Yu's prompting, he first brought the two women to where Zhang Mang and the others were. However, just after arriving at the place, everyone except Li Dao froze. In the middle of a hall, Zhang Mang and the rest of his party had a lot of food in front of them and were accompanied by beautiful women. However, these people only had food in their eyes and completely ignored the lure of the beautiful women around them. General, your men are. Hong Ling couldn't help but ask in a small voice. This is my rule for leading soldiers. When the mission is on the line, you can't get close to women. Li Dao said bluntly. Both Hong Ling and Green Luo were stunned, looking at Li Dao and then at the group of soldiers sitting upright, and were inwardly shocked. They had been in this Sin City for more than 10 years and had seen all kinds of people, but they had never seen this kind of soldier in front of them. Zhang Mang Shuebing came out. The rest of you can make yourself at home, as long as it's not excessive. Yes, General. After the 5 people stood together, Li Dao said, You two go and inform Old Wei and the others. and tell them to listen to the other party for the time being, and don't engage in excessive behavior. Boss, what about us? You guys just stay here for now and wait for me to come back for everything. After saying hello, Li Dao turned back to Hong Ling and Green Luo and said, next, the three of us will go to the Sin City and stroll around. Not anywhere else. Just the place you told you about earlier. Your Honor. Hong Ling froze and looked at Li Dao with some surprise. Li Dao laughed lightly. I'm a person with sensitive ears. I accidentally heard it. Then you still have to go. My lord. He's trying to screw you. Pit it. It's money for nothing anyway. You don't have to understand now. You'll know in time. After understanding, Hong Ling and Green Luo began to take Li Daochu into some important places in Sin City. And when Li Dao really wandered around these places, he was still surprised by the sins buried beneath the Sin City, including Hong Ling and Green Luo. They hadn't seen these scenes that shook their three views today in all their years in Sin City, especially in some of the scenes. It made them all a little glad that they were able to serve in the slave chamber and not end up in the same situation that some of these women had ended up in. If that's the case, then they are truly worse than dead. P.S. The specific plot will not write. Afraid of you say I water. Readers can make up their own brain human evil lower limit substitution into it on the good. I don't know how much time has passed. When Li Dao came out of a place with Hong Ling and Greenie, he noticed something wrong with the expressions of the two women. Their eyes were dull and their bodies were still shaking. You are. Just as Li Dao opened his mouth, the two women suddenly hugged each other and cried bitterly. Afterward, when pressed by him, the two women told the truth. My lord, we have just seen in there a sister of ours who once ransomed herself. Sisters? Li Dao's mind pondered for a moment, and his mind suddenly flashed back to the performance he had just seen in the store behind him regarding a vaseman stick. The two women were also the ones whose moods changed after seeing that human stick. Can you talk to me? Upon hearing this, after the two women calmed down for a while, Hong Ling began to explain the reason for this. It turns out that the women have money to spend on entertaining guests on a regular basis, and the Slavers' Chamber has always had a rule that everyone who can earn enough to be worth 100 times their own value can ransom themselves out of the city of sin. And many of their sisters are constantly striving with this goal, including them. But today's scene completely shattered their hopes. For that manstick was one of their previous sisters who had succeeded in redeeming herself. I thought that the sisters could escape from this city of sin after redeeming themselves, but I didn't expect to end up in such a life is better than death situation. So I don't need to think about it to know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm just afraid that as soon as I redeem myself, I'll be caught and resold in the back. This instantly dashed their last hope. Suddenly, a box was placed in front of the two women. My lord, you want to save her, then buy her. The two women were stunned, and returned to their senses. But, no need for buts. As before, the money is for nothing, and it doesn't hurt me to spend more. Chapter 86 beginning. At those words, Hong Ling gave Li Dao a grateful look, and without any further hesitation, he carried the case into the place where he had come out before. Not a candle's worth of time. Hong Ling then stepped out of it holding a vase with a cloaked head and body on the mouth of the vase. Poof! Just before walking to Li Dao, Hong Ling directly knelt on the ground and said, Thank you, my lord. Seeing this, Greenie at the side also hurriedly followed and knelt down. Li Dao waved his hand. Alright, get up. Kneeling here isn't very nice. Hong Ling sniffed and saw that the gazes of many people around her were attracted to her, and she hurriedly stood up, but the gratitude in her eyes was gathering. After that, she handed the box back to Li Dao. Li Dao took the box and weighed it. He couldn't help but stare. How much gold did you spend on the ransom? Hearing this, Hong Ling's expression froze and she didn't say anything, only carefully raising a finger. $1,000? Aha! It looks like you're getting slaughtered as a big one. After all, a complete Dacian soldier is at most 2 gold. This one vase human swine is surprisingly 500 times that of a Dacian soldier. What else can it be if it is not slaughtered? Hong Ling's face flushed with embarrassment and she didn't know what to say more. Li Dao didn't blame Hong Ling either. He just looked back at the previous store and silently memorized this place in his heart. Alright, let's go. Since we're already out, let's spend this 5,000 gold today. Time passes quickly. It wasn't until evening that the three of them re-entered the middle of the slave chamber, and Diwo had been waiting at the door for a long time. As soon as he saw Li Dao come back, his eyes were glowing as he greeted him. You came up and asked directly and cheerfully? Did General have fun today? Li Dao said in a faint voice. Doesn't Boss Do know if he's happy or not? From the time he left the house earlier he had been aware that someone behind them had been following them, so naturally he knew what was going on. Don't blame the general. I'm not worried about some ungrateful person messing with the general. You didn't hide his face and admitted it directly? Li Dao lightly grunted. The money is all spent in your Sin City. Are you satisfied? Do you is also a veteran? And said directly, it's good that you're satisfied. General, It doesn't matter whether we're satisfied or not. Humph. Rest went. Don't let anyone disturb me at night. I have a wake-up call. Don't blame me if I'm really disturbed to do something. Understood. Soon, Li Dao was arranged to come to a luxuriously decorated room. Hong Ling and Green Luo naturally followed up and entered the house together. It was also at this moment that some movement suddenly resounded within the box on Hong Ling's back. After noticing the movement, Hong Ling immediately opened the box, only to see a whimpering sound coming from the vaseman stick inside. Sister Lan, you're awake from your nap. Hong Ling immediately placed Lan on the table and carefully lifted the strands of hair from her forehead, revealing a pair of numb, desperate eyes beneath them. Upon seeing Hong Ling and Green Luo, the so-called Sister Lan suddenly struggled with excitement, constantly whimpering but unable to make a single sound. It looked like in addition to cutting off her limbs, Sister Lan even had her tongue cut out, leaving only her eyes, ears and nose intact. Hong Ling hurriedly comforted. Sister Lan, you don't have to be afraid. We've already ransomed you. But that didn't help at all. Lan was still whimpering and struggling, making the vase move around on the table. My lord. Sister Lan, this is. Helpless, Hong Ling could only turn her gaze to Li Dao on the side. Li Dao looked at Lan and said, I think she wants to beg for death. As soon as the words fell, Sister Lan's eyes looked towards Li Dao and nodded frantically, a flash of hope blossoming in her eyes. With this appearance, she only wanted to beg for death right now. Beg for death. Hong Ling and Greenie froze, and then suddenly shuddered when they saw Lan's appearance. When they think of themselves in this context, it seems that death is no longer a horrible thing, but rather a relief. My lord, help Sister Lan. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Ling said with reddened eyes. It was naturally impossible for them to lay their hands on Sister Lan, so they could only beg Li Dao once more. Li Dao suddenly looked at Sister Lan and spoke. In reality, you don't have to be in such a hurry to seek death. Lan's gaze was stunned as she looked at the strange man in disbelief. She couldn't imagine what value she had in living like this. Li Dao followed up with, if you believe me, you can hold on for a little while longer, because I know a doctor with very high medical skills, so maybe he might be able to make you like a normal person again. He was not talking about anyone else, but the old ghost who was an acquaintance who had walked out of the death camp together. With the old ghost's out-of-this-world medical skills, even a man could be completely transformed into a woman, and regeneration of severed limbs was not impossible. My lord, are you telling the truth? When Sister Lan couldn't speak, Hong Ling opened her mouth and asked in an incredulous tone. Lido said bluntly, anyway, if it's any more miserable than it is now, what's the harm in believing in it? Hong Ling looked at Lan with an expectant gaze. Sister Lan was instantly caught in hesitation, and when she saw the emotion in the eyes of both Hong Ling and Greenie, she finally made up her mind and nodded. It was like the man next to her said. She was already in such a miserable state, so what was the harm in holding out a little longer? Hong Ling and Greenie cried tears of joy when they saw the scene and couldn't help but come forward to hug Sister Lan. At this moment, Li Dao suddenly spoke. That's it, you three will rest here tonight. I have to go out. Hong Ling sniffed in disbelief and asked, where are you going so late in the evening, my lord? Li Dao smiled faintly. Going to do a great thing. Remember one thing, it might get messy out there tonight. Don't run when you hear the commotion outside. Someone will come and take you away later. Leaving these words behind, Li Dao turned around and left. After leaving the room, Li Dao went straight to the downstairs. It was because Zhang Meng and the others were gathered here at this moment. As soon as he pushed the door, Li Dao saw that the room was packed with people. Boss, what are we going to do tonight? Xue Bing opened his mouth and asked. Instead of answering directly, Li Dao asked, is there any paper and pen? Though puzzled, the group dutifully searched out the paper and pens. Receiving the paper and pen, Li Dao placed them on the table and began to write and draw. Soon he stopped and had many more papers at hand. When the line of people around them saw what was on the paper, one froze on the spot. The paper was nothing else but a single map, and it looked like it was the very map of the Sin City they were in. The maps are the same, but the locations marked on them are different. These marked locations were no other places than where Li Dao had gone today. With a superb memory, there was no problem at all in drawing out the location positions of these places completely. Li Dao pointed at the map and said, your goal tonight is to free the slaves inside these places, create mass chaos, and make this city chaotic. Zhang Meng and the others looked at the map and nodded to distribute it. Speaking here, Li Dao glanced at his party and said in a deep voice, one last reminder to you all. This night's mission is dangerous, so be sure to pay all the attention to it, and although it's a bit unrealistic, I still hope that at the end of the day, you'll all be able to return to Deqian with me. Zhang Meng suddenly patted his chest and said with a big grin, don't worry boss, our Faustian army is invincible and we'll all go back alive. Xue Bing also said cheerfully, boss, you also underestimate us too much, not to mention a small city in the district. is that the northern barbarians' imperial court when we do not bring fear. Some of the rest of the people have also expressed their opinions. Upon hearing this, Li Dao nodded his head and said, then prepare yourselves, and in half an hour, when the people of Sin City are almost rested, you will set out in the night, create chaos, and rush to gather in front of the city gates before dawn. Yes. Afterward, after parting ways with Zhang Mang and the others, Li Dao then a courtyard where he found Xiao He who was temporarily locked up. After seeing Li Dao, Xiao He easily broke the rope and ran over excitedly. Little Black, help me find where Wei Yun and the others are. Little Black sniffed and whimpered lowly for a few moments before sniffing the air and then heading in one direction. Soon, the two arrived outside a compound in the night. Woohoo! Blackie suddenly whimpered and snapped twice. There are 8 people in there? Woohoo! Got it. Leave it to me. Li Dao drew his Shen iron sword from his waist and walked brightly towards the courtyard. Less than a minute later, he walked out with his bloodied basalt knife and greeted Blackie. When the man and the wolf reappeared in the compound, Blackie suddenly ran towards the wigwam on the side. Lido followed it up and found a passageway at the back of the wigwam. They're locked up in there? Woohoo! Okay, then you stand guard at the door. I'll go in and see if there's anyone you can come in and call me. Woohoo! After the exchange between the one man and the wolf, Li Dao walked into the passageway with his Shen iron sword. Upon entering the passage and walking a bit, he felt himself coming underground. Soon afterward, he opened up before his eyes. Who is it? As soon as Li Dao appeared, he immediately caught the attention of the guards inside. He swept his gaze roughly to determine the number of enemies, and without any nonsense, he made a decisive move. A dozen breaths later, Li Dao shook off the blood on the Shen iron blade, and the system's beep sounded in his ears at the same time. 16 kills, attribute gained, 24. 76. It should be said that it was worthy of being the number 1 slave chamber in Sin City, and the cultivation of the guards were not bad. After taking care of the guards, Li Dao walked directly and openly into the inner cell where the slaves were kept. After walking in, Li Dao found a passageway hundreds of meters long filled with cells on both sides, filled with all kinds of slaves. In the face of the sudden appearance of Li Dao, they did not yell and scream, they just numbly huddled in the corner. Looking at the eyes seemed to be more desperate than even the death row inmates in the death camp at the beginning. After walking all the way to the deepest part, Li Dao then saw the imprisoned Wei Yun and the others. Boss, you're finally here. Upon seeing Li Dao, Wei Yun immediately became excited. Hell knows how much he held back pretending to be a slave. Li Dao chopped the lock on the cell door with a knife and said bluntly, alright, you guys can vent next. That's what you said. Wei Yun cheerfully walked out from the cell door, and Lu Nang and the others followed behind him. Because of the commotion, the scene could be said to have stunned the slaves in the rest of the cells. The cell that was still dead silent instantly turned noisy. Are you guys going to break out of jail? Help me. I'm with you. Please, take us with you. I have a family at home. My lord, you are Dakian people aren't you? We are Dakian people too. Take us with you. Hearing the shouts of these people, Wei Yun turned back to Li Dao. Li Dao said bluntly, in addition to bringing you away this time, I had the idea of letting them out, and as to whether or not they can escape depends on the will of heaven. Wei Yun nodded and instructed his men, go and release all the slaves here. Soon after, all the cages inside the entire dungeon were opened. However, all the slaves did not move for the time being, but instead, they turned their gazes towards Li Dao and his group. Li Dao glanced at it and handed the Shen iron blade in his hand back to Wei Yun. This blade will be returned to you for now. Wei Yun took the knife and looked at Li Dao, who had an empty hand, and inquired, what about you? In the next second, Li Dao took out the 1,000-year ironwood bow from his back. Tonight, I'm using this mostly. After that, he patted Wei Yun's shoulder. These slaves will be left to you to lead, and then move in the last half an hour. And after that, help me to take away 3 people inside the attic box, and then rush to the city gates to gather in front of the city gates at dawn, and then it'll be fine. For now, I'll be going if I have other things to do. After saying that, he turned around and left directly without hesitation. After leaving the dungeon, Li Dao rubbed on Xiao Hei's head outside and said, you'll stay with them. Woohoo! Got it. You be safe too. After saying that, Li Dao's feet were a little bit, directly jumping onto the eaves of the roof, and the successive jumps soon came to the highest roof. In the darkness of the night, Li Dao swept the surroundings with a glance with his 5 senses that surpassed normal people. Although Sin City was a city, it wasn't actually very big, because it's hard to build a real city on the steppe. Instead of Sin City being a city, he was more like a larger town, only roughly less than 3,000 meters long both horizontally and vertically. Li Dao's eyes looked around, and finally his gaze locked onto one of the tallest buildings near the center of a Sin City. About half an hour later, at the top of a towering attic, Lido sat crouched above. Beside him, In addition to the dragon tattoo halberd being carried with him, there were also many bags of arrows that had been temporarily purchased in Sin City during the day. He pulled out his 1,000-year-old ironwood bow from behind him and rubbed one of the arrows in his hand while quietly looking into the distance and waiting. Chapter 87, Chaos in the City of Sin. Slaves fight back. In the darkness of the night, the moon hung high in the sky and the stars shone. Most of Sin City had long since gone to sleep, and the entire city fell silent for a moment, and Sin seemed to settle in, with only the occasional patrolling guard, or drunken guest appearing on the streets. But this is only on the surface. Behind the scenes, the evil in this city of sin continues to grow. However, at this moment, in the dark places of this city, many people's silhouettes gathered into a ball and began to roam around in the darkness of the night. Long Street. A drunken customer staggered down the long street, all rancid and savoring the woman he had slept with not so long ago under his breath as he walked. TSK, worthy of the great Chien woman, is watery, and so save up some money must buy a person to put at home day and night to play. But he was about to pass an alley when suddenly a hand poked out of the darkness to clasp his neck and mouth. Woo woo! The drunken man just wanted to struggle, only to hear a crunching sound. The man instantly lost his voice, followed by the body was dragged into the alley. Old Zhang, are we just going to kill everyone we see? A soldier beside Zhang Mang inquired in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mang glared back and said bluntly, "This damn place is full of barbarians. There is not a single good person. Just kill them." After that, he reminded the rest, "Remember, there are no good people in this Sin City except for a portion of the slaves. There is no need to show mercy." Understood. After the instructions were finished, Zhang Mang led the people to a tall building with many red lanterns hanging. Zhang Mang poked his head out to take a look, then looked down at the map in his hand, then said, "The place that the boss specifically marked should be here." Turning back to the crowd, he inquired, "Are we all ready?" The rest of them pulled out the long knives at their waists and nodded. "Ready, ready. Then, and remember our mission. Free the slaves primarily, kill secondarily." Yes. After saying that, Zhang Mang directly led his men over the wall and entered. A few moments later, a group of people's cries of alarm suddenly rang out from the originally fairly quiet high-rise, followed by a burst of miserable screams. The original gate suddenly opened from the inside, only to see a large number of poorly dressed men running out of it. After a few more minutes, many more people came out of the gate. Most of them were women in colorful dresses. There were also many poor people with broken arms and legs, and finally a group of women and men in rags. All of them were slaves trapped here. Zhang Mang looked at the group and said directly, "Today is your most likely chance to escape Sin City. If you want to leave, run towards the city gates and don't look back." Suddenly, one of the men in the crowd stepped out and asked, "Who are you, my lord?" Zhang Mang said bluntly, "Captain Zhang Mang of the Great Chien Huangsha Town Battalion. You're actually soldiers of the Great Chien." At these words, all the slaves present froze. They would have thought that it was the rest of the slaves revolting. They would have thought about the business fights within Sin City, but they just hadn't thought that it would be someone from Dichien, because Sin City is too far away from Dichien. Many people have been in Sin City for decades, and have only heard of Dichien soldiers being brought into Sin City as slaves, but have never seen Dichien soldiers who have fought their way into Sin City, so you can imagine how shocked they are. Suddenly, a crippled-looking 50-year-old man came out from the crowd. "Lord Zhang, could you allow me to go with you to rescue the rest of the people?" Zhang Mang shot a glance and frowned. "And you are?" The crippled man grinned. "Nankai Town Battalion. Li Eru, like you, my lord, used to be a Dakian soldier, was accidentally captured and came here 15 years ago, and survived until now, my lord. You see that this crippled leg of mine is not expected to be able to run too far, so why don't you let me stay and help you, my lord?" Hearing that it was a former Dichien soldier, Zhang Meng's eyes instantly changed. Looking at the crippled man's eyes with a deadly intent and suppressed hatred in the depths, he unhooked his own saber from his waist and handed it over, grinning, "Then I'll trouble you to take care of our brothers later, old brother." At those words, the crippled man's body couldn't help but tremble, and while receiving the saber, he said in a trembling and sincere tone, "Thank you." Seeing this scene, many of the remaining rescued slaves took the initiative to come forward. They had become slaves and lived here, not because they had lost their bloodlust, but because there had never really been anyone who could lead them and let them see the hope of escaping. And today, Zhang Mang and the others' actions had caused the long-suppressed bloodlust within them to erupt. "My lord, take me along too. I want to join you in saving people. I want to save lives, but more than that, I want to kill the barbarians. My wife and children are in the hands of the barbarians. Can you also give me a sword so that I can join you?" "Me too." Zhang Mang and the people around him exchanged glances. Then, he picked some of the men at random and gave them weapons saying, "You will come with us." Most of these people are people with cripples, and people with no light under their eyes. Seeing this scene, the remaining people wanted to continue saying something, but they were interrupted by Zhang Mang. Just don't join in. Look at the women around you. They need your help more than anything else. Take them with you and flee towards the gates. The rest of them froze for a moment at the words, but after seeing the women trembling with fear, they said no more. You guys run, we'll go too. After saying that, Zhang Mang led his men towards the next target location without looking back. In the meantime, the same situation appeared in 4 places throughout the city of Sin. It wasn't just one place that was in disarray, but the entire city of Sin blossomed all over the place. In just less than an incense stick of time, the originally still quiet Sin City instantly became lively. In no time at all, the streets and alleys were littered with freed slaves. Because of this chaos, all the freed slaves had only one idea, and that was to run out. They knew that this would be the most likely chance for them to escape from Sin City, and if they missed it, then they would have no hope for their entire lives, and some men and women would even be trapped in this hell of sin for generations to come. The other side. Half an hour arrived. Wei Yun and the others also killed their way out of the dungeon immediately, but instead of taking the slaves away for a moment, they were the first to rush the slave chamber and start venting. Under Little Black's leadership, Wei Yun came above the attic and found a compartment before directly pushing the door and walking in. At this point in the room, Hong Ling and Green Luo, who were listening to the commotion outside, looked at the door with nervous faces as they hugged Lan. Just entering the door, Wei Yun saw the trio at a glance, during which his gaze lingered on Sister Lan for a moment longer, a hint of anger flashing in the bottom of his eyes before inquiring, "May I ask which of Hong Ling?" Upon hearing this, Hong Ling froze for a moment, her mind thinking of Li Dao's words from earlier, and she hurriedly said, "It's me. I'm Hong Ling. I'm glad it's you. It was the boss who came to ask us and others to take you away. Now come with us," Wei Yun said directly. "Aha." Hong Ling nodded repeatedly. In the midst of the city of Sin, the commotion that accompanied the inner turmoil grew louder and louder, quickly attracting the attention of the Sin city guards. Upon learning of the mass rioting of slaves, a sudden horn sounded within the city of Sin, and hearing the sound of the horn, the large number of guards who had been resting woke up from their sleep. Then prepare to enter the interior of Sin City to suppress the unrest under the command of your superiors. The roof of the tallest building in the center of town. Relying on his amazing eyesight, Li Dao quickly noticed these circumstances. He muttered under his breath, "It's finally starting." An alleyway. A group of rescued slaves gathered together and carefully ran towards the city gates. Suddenly, they came face to face with a group of escorts entering the city. In an instant, the slaves were stopped in their tracks, somewhat at a loss for words. For these people, the psychological shadow cast by the northern barbarians was too great, so great that they would instinctively fear and be afraid when they actually met them. What will my lord do with these slaves here? Looking at the slaves who were too scared to move, one of the escorts asked towards the captain behind him. The captain inquired, "What kind of slaves are they?" Back to the captain. "It all looks like a common slave." "Common slaves? Just kill anything that's not worth anything." The captain's tone was dismissive, as if he had no regard for the human lives of these men. Upon hearing this, the escorts were not polite, and each of them sneered as they picked up their weapons and approached the slaves. One of the team members approached one of the slaves before looking at the yellowish liquid oozing out of the other's crotch with a look of disgust on his face. Looking at the other's horrified expression, he cursed outright. What a disgusting piglet. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to bring up his sword and slash. The scared, pissed-off slave's pupils shrunk, subconsciously closing his eyes and waiting for death to come. Soon he didn't notice the pain or the feeling of life passing by. He only felt a warm liquid suddenly fall on his face. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the escort member who was about to kill him just now had an arrow stuck across his head, and blood was splattered from the other's temple. Poof! The team member fell straight to the side of the scared, pissed-off slave, one eye looking at him in death. Who is it? The surrounding guards were startled by the sudden arrows, and each of them hurriedly dodged towards the surroundings, leaning under the eaves of the house and not daring to move. The guard captain, who was full of arrogance before, also immediately rolled and crawled to hide. However, after waiting for a while, they realized that no more arrows were flying. Could that one just now have been a stray arrow accidentally shot by someone? Everyone thought this in their minds. The head of the escort suddenly felt a gaze keep falling on him after he calmed down. A sideways glance revealed that the scared, pissed-off slave lying underneath his dead subordinate was watching him carefully. "Asshole, it's all you." If it was a stray arrow, then the death of his own subordinate would be blamed on the damn slave in front of him. Why did he fall in that position, and why did he run away? If he didn't run away, where did all this come from? Die for me. After seeing that there were really no arrows coming, the chief of the guards didn't hesitate to take his sword and was about to slash towards the scared, pissed-off slave. However, a cracking sound rang out in the next second. His arm, which had just poked out under the roof, was instantly pierced by an arrow. Screaming in pain, the long blade came out of his hand and he subconsciously pulled his arm back. It was then that they realized that the other arrow was not an accident, but that someone was actually watching them in the darkness, covering his injured arm. The escort leader glanced at the slaves who were at peace with each other, and then glanced at the scared and pissed slaves who were only 2 meters away from him, and understood that the other party was afraid that they were specifically targeting them. Bastard! You slave! What are you looking at? Why don't you pick up your knife? The chief of the guards had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only growl towards the scared pissed slave. As far as he was concerned, such inferior people should listen to him. I don't know if it was an instinctive obedient response, but the scared pissed slave actually did pick up the long knife, and probably because of his nervousness, the hand holding the knife was still trembling. The captain of the guard saw this, and his face was delighted, but he soon leaned back angrily against the roof and said, "Don't touch my knife with your dirty hands, and give it back to me now." "Oh." The scared pissed off slave responded and instinctively approached the captain of the guard with his knife. However, when he had just approached the head of the escort, he didn't know what came into his mind and suddenly stopped where he was. Seeing that the scared pissed slave suddenly didn't move, the head of the escort immediately insulted. "What are you waiting for? Hand it over to me." At this moment, he had already thought in his mind that when he brought the knife over, he would let this slave in front of him be his shield. Then he could leave this dangerous place. However, the next second a sound of entering flesh rang by his ears. The stinging pain caused him to subconsciously look down, and the result was that just he saw his long knife go straight through his heart. At that moment, he raised his head to look at the slave in front of him with an unbelievable gaze. "You!" The escort leader's voice seemed to suddenly irritate the scared pissed slave, only to see his hand holding the knife suddenly pull out, and then stab it again without hesitation. After that, the scared pissed off slave drew and stabbed down again and again in quick succession. Between this action after action, the scared pissed slave's eyes gradually changed, from the numb despair and horror at the beginning, to gradually turning into hideousness and madness at the end. To the end of his whole face was only a wink of epileptic smile. Suddenly, the scared pissed slave jerked his head back to turn his gaze to the rest of the guards who were hiding. When these escorts met that pair of eyes, their hearts trembled, because those were eyes that were crazier than a wild animal. And one thing they noticed afterward was that the emotion of scaring the piss out of the slaves seemed to be somehow contagious. Those slaves behind him originally also began to gradually climb up from the ground, and after raising their heads, they only saw that their gazes had also turned a little crazy at some point. There was only one thought in their minds now, that is, the most cowardly of them all could kill the leader of the other side. So why not them? So a few moments later, a bloody friction of extreme horror erupted in the middle of the alley, a tall building in the distance. Seeing this scene, Li Dao withdrew his gaze and turned to another direction. In his vision, he saw many people in special costumes were constantly roaming around the eaves of the house. With his own extraordinary perception, he could detect some extraordinary aura from these people. Li Dao took out his ironwood bow and muttered to himself. Finally, the main meal. Chapter 88, Li Dao, it's you who are surrounded. Above a patch of rooftops in Sin City under the dark night, nearly 100 black shadows led by the leader of one person constantly leaping and moving in them, their figures drifting and swift. Looking at the fires and the sounds of killing that were constantly burning all around Sin City, the black shadow at the head of the group said in a deep voice, "One group of 10 of you, scatter to suppress the rebellious slaves. Make sure to settle all this before dawn, otherwise no one can escape the crime if the Vice City Lord blames it." Understood. The rest of the crowd behind them nodded confidently. After all, up until now they had simply assumed that the riot was simply a riot within the slaves. As executioners specially trained by the City Lord's mansion, they had dealt with this kind of thing countless times before, and this riot was only a slightly more tumultuous one for them. Facing those slaves who had been oppressed for a long time, it was as if they were giants facing mole crickets, and they could easily trample them all to death without any difficulty at all. However, just as the group was confidently trying to move separately, suddenly someone saw by the light of the moon a stream of light flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Before the man could get a good look, the stream of light flickered away. In the next second, a silhouette fell directly from mid-air. The sudden death of a person is obvious because a group of people are gathered together and have not been separated for a while. The pupils of the black shadow in the lead shrunk, and he hurriedly said, "Someone is sneak attacking. Quickly dodge." Upon hearing this, all the remaining people began to dodge towards all directions. However, at that moment another batch of streams of light came flying under the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, 3 more people died under the stream of light. One of the corpses happened to land right next to the black shadow of the leader. He could clearly see the arrow sticking out of the corpse's brow. Bowman! The black shadow's pupils shrunk, and his gaze followed the direction from which the stream of light flew. In the darkness of the night, it was so dark in the distance that it was completely impossible to see where the unknown archer's position was. Noticing that everyone had taken cover, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Commander, what should we do?" one of the executioners inquired to his commander from behind cover. The Black Shadow, also known as the executioner commander, pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at the two executioners not far away and said bluntly, "You two go out and lure him out, so that when the other party's position is determined, you can use the cover to go over and finish the other party off straight away." The two chosen ones hesitated for a moment before nodding. Before, they were only attacked by a sneak attack. That's why they were caught by that unknown archer. Now that they were alert, they should be able to dodge the other party's arrows. After getting ready, the two executioners harnessed their lightness to get to the roof again. The two chose wisely. They ran in two different directions at the beginning, and while running away, they kept a dead eye on the surrounding movements. Suddenly, the sound of arrows breaking through the air rang out. In the next second, two streams of light in the darkness shot towards the two men separately. This made the two men startled as to whether there was one or two people on the other side. But soon, it was too late for them to think about that. The stream of light was fast, so fast that they could see the stream of light, but their bodies were too late to react. Two poofs. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the two executioners once again fell from the air. The scene sent a bit of a shiver down the spine of the remaining executioners. The arrows were too fast, so fast that they felt like they couldn't react. "Commander-in-Chief." One of the executioners was about to say something when he suddenly realized that his own commander's gaze was locked on a direction in the distance. At this moment, the executioner commander was extremely shocked in his heart. After the seduction just now, following the bearing of the start of the stream of light, he had managed to determine the other party's approximate location. But to his surprise, according to his observation, the arrows were coming from thousands of meters away from them. To be able to have such speed and lethality at such a distance, how he thought about it felt unusually exaggerated. Could it be that the other party was a special martial artist who specialized in the Bao Dao? This was the only explanation that could explain why the other party shot arrows with so much power. Thinking about this, the executioner commander felt like he had completely guessed what was going on with the other side. The opponent, because he was a martial artist specializing in the Bao Dao, and only dared to hide in the dimness to sneak attack, then it was evident that the other party was bound to not be good at close combat. Nowadays, he saw that although these people seemed to be suppressed by the other party alone, it was only because the other party's attack range was too far, momentarily restraining them. Once they get close to each other, then it's bound to be a wind and water show. After thinking about it, the executioner commander nodded and said to those hidden around him, "You guys take cover and follow me." In the dark, led by the executioner commander, a group of executioners kept approaching in one direction with the help of cover. At this moment, although Li Dao, who was 1,000 meters away, could not see clearly where they were, he had already guessed the other party's general idea in his heart. Interesting. Li Dao couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The group walked for some time, led by the executioner's commander. After roughly walking a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, the executioner commander carefully raised his head and scanned around with his gaze, but there was no sign of the enemy. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and directly assigned two people. "You two go out and test the waters." The two chosen ones blushed profusely, but looking at the stern look of their own commander, they still obediently did as they were told. "There is still a chance of survival if you go out now, but if you disobey the order, you may be worse off than dead." However, the two had only just shown their heads when they were blown away by the sudden onslaught of streams of light, as if the other party had been waiting for this moment. It was also this time that the executioner commander's face showed a flash of excitement. Although two people had died, he had managed to capture the other party's location. Not paying the slightest attention to the two dead executioners, he immediately pointed not far away and ordered, "He's right on top of that tall building. Go over there together and round him up for me." At those words, everyone moved and quickly approached the tall building. Since they were all martial artists, all of them soon sought the underside of the tall building to surround it. Seeing this, the executioner commander ordered, "Now, everyone together." The last word up hadn't even fallen from their mouths when suddenly they noticed a dark shadow falling from a high building. Boom! After a loud bang, all the executioners, including the executioner commander, stood frozen in place. The ground was stomped out in a large crater from the black shadow's fall, and the black shadow revealed itself. It was a handsome-looking man. The man held a black longbow in one hand and something wrapped in black cloth in the other. From the black longbow in the other party's hand, it was easy to tell that the person in front of them was the target of their trip. But what made the executioner commander very puzzled was that the other party obviously knew that they had already arrived, and even dared to jump into the encirclement by themselves to throw themselves into the net. Although he was puzzled, After taking a look at the nearly 100 subordinates around him while the other party was only one person, the executioner commander was in no hurry to settle the other party. Instead, he first opened his mouth and inquired, "Kid, who are you? What is your identity? And what does this slave riot have to do with you?" Originally they thought it was just an ordinary riot, but now it looked like there were some people behind the riot. Upon hearing this, Li Dao swept the surrounding line of people and smiled faintly. "Are you also popular for talking nonsense when you kill people?" The executioner commander's face darkened. "Kid, you're surrounded by us now. If you're a bit good you might even get a good death. If you're not then it might be hard for you to even think about dying." Surrounded? Li Dao swept his gaze over the crowd and shook his head. "You guys are wrong. It's not you guys who surrounded me, but I surrounded you guys." "You?" The executioner commander was about to say something when Li Dao's side suddenly moved. Repping the ironwood bow to his back, he stabbed directly towards one of the executioners with the black cloth in his hand. Stabbing. The dragon tattoo halberd broke through the cloth and directly penetrated the neck of one person. Afterward, he looked at the line with a light smile on his brow and said bluntly, "Try to work on surviving me." The executioner commander was infuriated by this sudden scene, and immediately ordered, "All of you, get on me and kill him." The order was given and all the executioners attacked without hesitation. It should be said that it was worthy of being a hand-picked executioner. From the offensive aspect, among these 100 people, the weakest strength had a middle third grade, the stronger ones had an upper third grade, and there were even a few existences whose cultivation was close to innate. If some early innate stage martial artists encountered a siege of this scale, they would probably all drink their hearts out, but they were unlucky enough to encounter a monster. Matchless, chaotic dance. Seeing the crowd surrounding him, Li Dao did not hesitate to use the group battle stance and the peerless halberd technique. In the next second, astral energy spilled out in all directions from above the dragon tattoo halberd. This was because the astral aura would strengthen as Li Dao's physique strengthened and his halberd technique refined. What was once only 3 inches of astral energy has now evolved to a full 9 inches. Wherever the dragon tattoo halberd passed, even if it didn't touch the opponent would be torn apart by the astral energy entwined on the halberd blade. With just a slight collision, a large number of people were directly torn apart with their weapons. In a flash, it was as if the area around Li Dao was directly transformed into a meat grinder. Anyone who came within 5 meters of him was all cut down miserably. After this scene occurred, it instantly shocked the executioner commander who had originally wanted to watch the show. "I thought we agreed we weren't good at melee combat? Why does the other side look so fierce now? *********************************************** ing Understanding that he had run into a tough opponent, the executioner commander naturally would not let his men die in vain. Immediately, he pulled out the long knife at his own waist and killed. Slaughtering blade technique. The executioner commander swung his long sword, and the innate true chi in his body surged out, condensing a blade chi that continuously attacked towards Li Dao Fei, but the next second his entire body froze on the spot. His blade energy was directly churned by an invisible sharp edge after approaching the opponent's 5-meter range. This monster! Obviously there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of true chi, but he was able to make it this far. A sense of fear arose in the executioner commander's heart for no reason. Over here, Li Dao didn't have much of a reaction to the actions of the executioner commander. He just wanted to simply convert all these high-quality brutes in front of him into his own attribute points. Killing normal people gives 0 or so attributes, and these people in front of him, at the very least, could provide him with more than several times the number of attribute points of an ordinary person. Nearly 100 people sounded like a lot, but in the midst of focusing on the kill, Lito was just that. Soon, all of the executioners in the room except for the executioner commander died, leaving only a field of blood. P.S. Read what the author says. Be sure to read it. Explain the previous question. Chapter 89 Morile decides. See you again, do you? Li Dao shook the dragon halberd in his hand, shaking off the blood stains on it, and gazed at the last remaining executioner commander. Upon noticing the other party's eyes that regarded him as if he were a piece of grass, the executioner commander shivered. This look was familiar to him, for it was the look with which he had once regarded those slaves in Sin City. In the next second, the executioner commander turned around and leaped up without hesitation, utilizing his light power to quickly vanish towards the distance. Because he knew that he was completely no match for the other party, he chose to run away to go back and report to the Vice City Lord. There was a chance of being verbally abused or even punished, but it was better than losing your life here. Run? Li Dao shook his head and stuck the dragon halberd on the ground, taking out the ironwood bow from behind his back. Why does he carry an ironwood bow with him? Not in response to the scene that's happening in front of us. Knock 3 arrows in one breath. Aim, and let go. A set of moves can be done in a single motion. Whoosh! The 3 arrows disappeared directly into the dimness with great speed. Over here, the executioner commander was burying his head in his hands to escape, when he suddenly heard a burst of broken air coming into his ears from behind, and his face immediately changed drastically. The scene of the other party's massacre just now made him forget for a moment that the other party was actually still a very strong archer. What's the difference between him running away like this straight on the roof and looking for death? He had the intention of dodging, but unfortunately, by the time he heard the sound he was too late to do so. Poof! The executioner commander watched as 2 arrows passed through his left and right chest respectively, at the same time as his eyes went black. There was also an arrow that went through his brow at the same time. Before he died his heart inexplicably felt a comical pride. Everyone else had died to 1 arrow and he had 3. He had earned 2 more. On Li Dao's side, he put away his ironwood bow after the arrow was shot. A few breaths later, the system's beep sounded right on time. Kill 1 enemy. Gain attribute, 15. 34. Strength is good. Looking at the dropped attributes, the other party's cultivation should be infinitely close to the middle innate stage. After that, Li Dao opened the panel again. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 714. 16. Available attributes, 186. 49. After saving Wei Yun and his party earlier, his attributes managed to break through the 700 mark, and the more than 200 points of usable attributes that were now accumulated were all accumulated after coming to Sin City. Sure enough, Sin City was as good a place for him as he thought it would be. Plus some. In the next second, a raging stream of heat surged through his body, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. Dozens of breaths later. Phew! Li Dao took a long breath and looked at the panel again. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 965. Available attributes, 0. P.S. It was originally set to be 899, but a little extra was added to accommodate some of the OCD readers. Another 100 points of physique would follow, and his total physique would reach 4 digits. Thinking of this, he gazed over to Sin City, which had fallen into chaos, and said to himself, I think we should be able to get enough together tonight. As time passed, under the efforts of Zhang Mang Shuebing and the others, Sin City was getting more and more chaotic. What Sin City has done has built up resentment among the slaves who live in Sin City. So when those slaves were rescued, a part of the slaves who were desperate to the point of numbness didn't choose to escape from this city that was like hell to them, but chose to use their own lives as the cost to explode the anger that had been pent up in their hearts for many years. Originally, under Li Dao's arrangement, Zhang Mang and the others only needed to liberate some of Sin City's larger slave gathering places, thus creating a large amount of chaos and then destroying the place while drawing out some people to deliver them to their doorsteps. But in the present day, the chaotic effect is spreading. Thanks to the efforts of some of the slaves, a large number of slaves even broke into the homes of the residents of Sin City directly one by one in order to take revenge on those who bought and sold slaves, kill the original inhabitants of Sin City and free the slaves therein. In short, the city of Sin is now at a point where the oppression of the slaves by the slave owners is so great that it is now erupting into a violent effect. And also because of all the commotion going on, the city lord's mansion was also starting to become a bit unsettled. In the city lord's mansion, ever since the city lord left for the Tamu tribe's king city, Vice City Lord Sun Lei had been in charge of the city lord's residence. Vice City Lord. Vice City Lord. Something big has happened. The butler within the city lord's mansion ran to the backyard in a hurry and kept shouting loudly. In one of the compartments, Sun Lei was sleeping soundly while holding the concubine that Diu had given him when he was suddenly disturbed by the butler's voice. Asshole, what's worth all the yelling about? Finally, Sun Lei opened his eyes fiercely and walked out of the house with a look of exasperation as he left the tenderness. If you don't say something good or bad today, then you won't want your tongue in the future. Sun Lei, simply dressed in a white liner, looked to the butler in a morose tone. The butler's face was aggravated as he hurriedly said, Vice City Lord, something bad has happened. There's a slave riot inside Sin City. Slave riots? Sun Lei's face darkened. For something like this you still need to find me. I see that you really can't live after so many years of living. Seeing that Sun Lei was about to make a move, the butler hurriedly explained, My lord, this slave riot is different from the previous ones. There are many rioting slaves. Sun Lei's face remained hard. A lot, and how much? And shouldn't you get the execution squad and the others to deal with this kind of thing? I've searched, and the people from the execution team have gone out, but it's been almost an hour that's passed, and there's still a lot of noise out there, more so than before. The butler had only just finished saying this when suddenly a loud noise faintly sounded outside and grew louder and louder. Suddenly, a boy ran in from outside and knelt on the ground. Butler, Vice City Lord, there is a group of slaves outside smashing the door. What? Sun Lei's face suddenly changed. The location of the city lord's mansion was a distance away from the downtown area of Sin City, and most of the surrounding area was the residences of some of the Tamu tribe's dignitaries in Sin City. and now the slaves were able to kill outside the door of the city lord's mansion. So it could be imagined how chaotic the rest of Sin City could be. Senlei's feet stepped down, his body's true chi surged, and the whole person directly rose up into the air to come above the top floor of the city lord's mansion. As he glanced around, the city of Sin was filled with flames shooting in all directions, and faintly he could hear some people shouting, "Assholes, how did it come to this?" Senrei's face darkened even more as he landed. The city lord had just left a short while ago, and the Sin City under his governance had caused such a mess. So he could think with his ass and know how the city lord would punish him when he returned. Especially now that the matter has not been resolved and the situation is getting worse. Senlei suddenly frowned. No, those waste slaves alone couldn't have made such a big mess. There must be a ghost here. However, despite knowing that, the priority now is to solve these rioting slaves. Suddenly, the noise outside became louder, and it looked like a slave had managed to break into the city lord's mansion. Noticing all of this, Sunrei went back to the house and quickly changed his clothes, taking out his weapon, the wolfsbane, and walked towards the front yard with a grimace. A few minutes later, the entire front yard of the city lord's mansion was stacked with the corpses of many slaves. The wolfsbane in Senra's hand was stained with the blood of the slaves. Butler, in, take some men and follow me out of the house. Vice City Lord, the city is in such a mess everywhere. What place are we going to deal with? Who said I was going to take care of it? The housekeeper's face was stunned, somewhat uncertain. The commotion outside was so big. How could he not deal with it? Senlei carried his wolfsbane and looked at the pile of slave corpses and said coldly, "Follow me directly to the city gates. These ones who are not afraid of death are just a few. Most of the slaves definitely want to escape. The city is in such a mess that it can no longer be dealt with now. So it would be better to just block their way at the city gates, and then how to hold them will still be how to hold them." The butler froze and suddenly had a joyful expression. Worthy of being the Lord Deputy City Lord, you can find those people's weaknesses at the drop of a hat. Humph. Senlei suddenly snorted coldly and looked back at the butler and said in a cold voice, "In the future, when the city lord is not around, when you see me, address me directly as the city lord, and the next time you say something wrong then you'll cut out your own tongue." The butler nodded his head in a cold sweat. "All right, take the men directly with me." In the meantime, as time passed, seeing that there were no more experts in Sin City to come to support him, after shooting out the arrows in his hand, Li Dao picked up his dragon halberd and began to roam through the streets of Sin City, facing the people within the Sin City. Except for the slaves, he killed everyone he saw. There is not an innocent but a slave who can inhabit such a place, all of whom deserve to die. Furthermore, most of the people here are northern barbarians, even if a few have some Dakian people that are also body is Dakian heart in the barbarians of the banana people. Kill is not innocent. Half an hour later, after killing a few ungrateful northern barbarians, Li Dao suddenly heard many messy footsteps coming from one end of the street. Looking back, he saw a large group of ragged slaves running in his direction. These slaves held a variety of weapons in their hands, and their gazes were filled with killing intent. However, these killing intentions were not directed at Li Dao, but at the people they were chasing. Li Dao glanced with some curiosity, wanting to know who the person who could trigger the pursuit of so many slaves was, but as a result, he found a familiar face. Only in front of the slaves, a chubby figure kept escaping forward under the protection of 5 guards. This person was no other than the second boss of the slave chamber. Do you? Li Dao also instantly understood why there were so many slaves chasing one person. As the biggest slave trader in Sin City, he could be said to be pulling hate all over the place in the eyes of these slaves. The other side. Diyu was flustered and puzzled at this moment. How could he have never imagined that he would face a group of slaves in the middle of the night? If the guards hadn't pulled him out of bed temporarily, I'm afraid he would have been dead already. Phew, Diyu panted and ran? He was puzzled as to why these slaves ran out, but at this point there was no mind to think about that. He only had one thought now. That was to run to the city lord's residence to ask for help, and when he had arrived at the city lord's residence to make sure it was safe, he would slowly concoct these piglets who dared to rebel. Lord Do, there's someone ahead. Suddenly, a guard's worry voice rang out. Diyu fearfully thought that there was a group of slaves blocking him in front, but he froze when he looked up. Then again he showed a look of great joy and rushed to the guards. Run forward. That general I know. After that, Diyu shouted across the distance, General Sun Tan help, because he had seen Li Dao and Sun Lei's chi exchange in person before. The General Sun Tan in his mind was a very powerful person. If the other party was willing to make a move, then these slaves behind him were nothing at all. Because Li Dao had been standing still, Diyu quickly arrived in front of him with his own guards. General, Diyu gasped, full of joy. Li Dao smiled faintly at his words. Boss Du, why are you in such a sorry state? Seeing the other party communicating with him so calmly, Diyu thought it was stable in his heart and spoke. General, the slaves somehow suddenly rioted. After that, he glanced at the blood on the dragon halberd. General, you've been caught up in the slaves too? Li Dao nodded. Ran into a few ungrateful ones who crashed into it. In the meantime, the slaves who had come after them quickly came to a few people. Upon seeing a few people not moving at all, these slaves subconsciously slowed to a halt. Because of the other party's perversity, they were a little afraid to act rashly for a moment. On the contrary, Du Yu, seeing that he had found a backer, opened his mouth and said, General, please take a hand to help me kill these slaves, and afterwards, Du Mao will be grateful. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Dao inquired, what heavy thanks? Seeing that things were negotiated, Du Yu said bluntly, anything, as long as Du Mao has it. Really? Really? That's just right. There's one thing on Boss Du's body that's exactly what I want. What? Your life. Before Du Yu could react, Li Dao reached out and probed. In the next second, along with several crunching sounds, a sudden onslaught of severe pain spread throughout Du Yu's body. He looked down and saw that all of his limbs were deformed and twisted. Lord Du, seeing this scene, the few guards on the side first sat down, but in the next second, the dragon-tattooed halberd swept across, and 5 heads flew up out of thin air. Kill 5 enemies, gain attribute, 4, 12, poof. Du Yu fell straight to the ground as his limbs twisted. Looking at the dead guards, he gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain and asked with eyes full of incomprehension, General, what are you doing this for? Li Dao squatted down and smiled lightly. Boss Du, why do you think Sin City is suddenly like this? Du Yu's expression froze, then a flash of shock flashed across his eyes. It's you! In a tone full of confusion he asked, what are you doing this for again? Why? Li Dao smiled faintly. It's simple, because I'm from Deqian. Du Yu's pupils dilated and snapped back. Then those Deqian soldiers you escorted. It's just an act. In order to get an idea of what's going on inside Sin City from you. And how dare you? Du Yu didn't want to believe what Li Dao said until now, because the other party was just a little bit of people. But they dared to directly make a big fuss over Sin City, which was something that had never happened in the entire history of Northern Barbarians. Chapter 90, Du Yu's Downfall. Blocking the door to confrontation. Earlier, seeing Du Yu and Li Dao greeting each other very warmly, the slaves who came after them thought that the other few were in a group. However, the scene that happened next could be said to have left their group dumbfounded. Can't understand why people who know each other would kill each other. Li Dao turned back to the group of slaves who had escaped, and with a light tap of his foot, Du Yu, who was lying on the ground, flew up and fell down in front of them. He's all yours, do with him what you will. After saying that, he carried the dragon halberd to turn around and leave. A leading slave couldn't help but ask out loud as he looked at Li Dao's back, who are you? Li Dao waved his hand without looking back and didn't say anything more, until Li Dao's back completely disappeared into the dimness. The group of slaves turned back to their senses, their eyes looking at Du Yu, who fell on the ground and could not move. Du Yu looked at the slave's eyes that wanted to eat people with a tense face, and hurriedly said, what are you guys going to do? I advise you not to act rashly. If you kill me, the people of the city lord's mansion won't spare you, and all of you will die. Upon hearing this, a slave with a blind eye and a broken arm stepped out and said in a cold voice, as early as the moment those of us arrived in Sin City to become slaves, we were already dead. The reason why we losers have carried on until now is that we were waiting for this moment. Someone asked out loud, what now? Kill him directly? Kill what? It's too cheap to kill him. What then? To pay him back properly for what we've suffered. Of course, this is good. A group of slaves just discussed how to concoct Du Yu. Listening to Du Yu's fearful heart, the punishment from these people's mouths was familiar to him, yet previously it had been inflicted by him on others, and now that it had fallen to him, he was instantly emboldened to think about it, and his scalp tingled at the thought of it. Can't be tortured. Absolutely can't be tortured. If that's the case, he might as well die now. It was also at this moment that Du Yu's heart was so hard that he bit off his tongue with his teeth. On the side, a slave noticed this scene and exclaimed loudly, not good. This guy wants to bite his tongue. Du Yu laughed hideously and stammered something, as if he was laughing at the other party's plan to torment him not being able to succeed. However, a pale-faced slave looked at it, but said calmly, what bull ******* biting his tongue to kill himself. This situation can't even be suicidal. It's just adding to the pain. What's the point of being so tense? Many of the uninitiated froze and couldn't help but say, but that's what the books say. What does the book say? The book also says that no good deed goes unpunished and no evil deed goes unpunished. So why don't we see it punished on anyone? Du Yu also heard the exchange between these people and he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Biting your tongue is a fake? So what's he gonna do now? It was also at this point that people talked their way out of the situation. My ancestor's great-grandfather used to be an executioner inside the imperial palace. and I remember that there was a lingering punishment that was very torturous, so why don't you let me try it? You're good. I practiced with the animal when I was a kid, but I didn't make it. But although I can't do the perfect 3,000 slashes, I should still be able to do 1,000 slashes, and with this guy's fat head, another 1,000 slashes would probably be no problem. Okay, then it's all yours. Can you find me a smaller knife? I've got a small knife, but it's a little rusty and a little dull. Yes, it's just for temporary use anyway. After discussing the matter, the group of people brought Duyu to a deserted compound. Soon, miserable cries resounded through the area. On this side of the northern savage grassland, even in the fast-approaching winter season, the dawn is still fast. The riots within Sin City were on the verge of subsiding by the time the sky was slightly light. It's not the quelling of being subdued that's quelled. It's the fact that what should be destroyed has been destroyed, and someone has been found who can't take it out on them. And after stopping, looking at the fast-dawning sky, all the escaped slaves subconsciously began to withdraw towards the city gates, wanting to leave this hell completely. However, when the remaining slaves arrived at the city gates with hope, the scene before them silenced them all, only to see that a large number of slaves had already converged at the city gates, but just no one moved. This was because under the leadership of Sin City's vice city lord, San Lei, almost all of the remaining armed forces within the entire Sin City had also converged here. Apparently, the reason they were able to wreak havoc within the city before was because these people had blocked their way out early on. In the meantime, Zhang Meng and the others had also arrived at the city gates one after another after a night of fighting, and had similarly seen the scene before them. Xuebing looked at the large force of guards at the city gates from a short distance away and said with an ugly expression on his face, "No wonder everything about the previous action was so smooth with almost no twists and turns. So it turns out that these people wanted to directly break the back." After a night of killing, Zhang Meng and the others couldn't calm their bodies, so they immediately said bluntly, "Whatever, it's just right to get together and kill." Xuebing said without any good humor, "You went up there probably to be killed by the other side. Do you really think we can do anything?" It was true that they were much stronger compared to before, but that was also in the acre and a half of the Huangsha town camp. Now they are in the enemy's lair. Zhang Mang was about to say something else when a voice suddenly interjected. "It's true that we can't rush up now. That would just be a waste of time." At the sound of the words, everyone looked in unison and realized that it was Wei Yun who had brought people over, followed by many slaves. Zhang Mang inquired, "What does it mean?" Wei Yun looked at the city gates not far away and said bluntly, "I've already inquired about the cultivation of the Vice City Lord of Sin City before. It's at least in the late innate stage. Are you sure that we, the people, can rush through? Not to mention the late innate stage. Even the mid innate stage was a tricky existence for them. Really want to rush together." In addition to Wei Yun, this innate martial artist in the case of the other party does not deliberately target the situation, can be a little bit of certainty to rush out. The vast majority of the rest of the people rushed out will only be in vain to send death. Upon hearing about the late innate stage, Zhang Mang, even more arrogant, knew the gap in strength between the enemy and us. So he asked, "Then what do we do?" Wei Yun said bluntly, "When boss comes over, that late innate stage existence is the only one he can deal with. General to general, soldier to soldier." In the meantime, Sun Rei was guarding the city gates with a group of his men, and they had also seen a large group of slaves converging not far away early on. The butler couldn't help but inquire when he saw this scene. "City Lord Sun Lei, why aren't we making a move now?" "Do it?" Sun Rei turned his head and said in a faint voice, "Why did you do it? For this group of wasted slaves? And what do you mean? Sin City is so chaotic, there must be foreign forces interfering. Wouldn't making a move on the slaves now give the other side a chance? It would be better to wait for them to show up of their own accord. And what if they never show up? Oh, they may be able to wait, but can these slaves? You can see the look in their eyes." At that, the butler looked up. At this moment, the eyes of the group of slaves closest to the city gates not only had the color of scorn for them, but also the color of longing for the world outside the city gates. Their desire for freedom was at an extreme, especially for some slaves who had been living in a dark environment, and at this point they could explode at any time. San Lei then continued, "In the darkness of the night, the initiative was in the hands of the other side. Now that it's light, then it's our turn to take the initiative." The butler's eyes lit up at his words. "Your Excellency is wise." At this moment, the group of slaves who had first arrived at the city gates not far from the opposite side finally became somewhat unable to hold back. I can't stand it anymore. Dead or alive, I'm going to charge. Yes, even if I die, I'll die outside of Sin City. I never want to go back to that environment. Big deal." A portion of the group consulted a little and immediately decided to grit their teeth and charge. Kill. In the next second, hundreds of slaves charged directly towards the outside of the city gates. Seeing this scene, San Lei's eyes flashed. and instead of commanding his men, he picked up the wolfsbane in his hand, and with a stomp of his foot the whole man rushed out. Bang! He dropped to the very front of the line, in front of a group of slaves. Seeing Sunray alone, the slaves did not fear, but continued to launch their charge. Seeing this, Sanlei grinned, and when the slaves had just rushed in front of him, a sweep of the wolf-teeth baton in his hand sent dozens of slaves flying directly out. He just opened his arms left and right, and in less than a minute, hundreds of slaves all fell to the ground. The unlucky ones died on the spot, and the luckier ones had only one breath left. The bloody scene of this person fighting 100 people alone could be said to have shocked all the slaves present. Sunray walked towards the front alone, and when approaching a certain distance, the slaves in the front row subconsciously stepped back. Seeing this, he stopped and swept his gaze over a group of slaves, grinning before saying, "I know you probably don't recognize me, then I will now tell you who I am. I am the Vice Lord of Sin City, Sun Lei." When these words came out, all the slaves subconsciously held their breaths, mainly because most of them had only heard of their names and had not seen them, and only knew that they were a very scary character. Sun Rei then continued, "I know how you got out. You were deliberately released by some well-intentioned people. So, I can give you two choices now. The first choice, to be the tool of those behind the scenes and continue to rebel against us. As for the end, I can tell you with certainty that it will only be the same miserable death as those people just now. And the second option." Sun Rei looked towards the group of people. His voice slowed down and said with a slight hint of compulsion, "The second option is for you all to obediently go back to where you should be right now, and identify the person who released you, so that I can forget about it and keep you alive." After saying that, Sanlei clasped his hands in his arms and said in a faint voice, "This city lord can give you half an incense stick of time to consider, and I hope that you can make a prudent choice." Just as he finished his sentence, a skinny and bony slave suddenly walked out from the crowd. This scene caused the slaves behind him to murmur, not understanding what he was up to. Seeing this scene, Sun Rei brightened up and took the initiative to inquire, "Are you trying to identify someone?" Immediately after that, he added, "I've decided that as the first person to come forward, I can reward you by letting you out of slavery in Sin City, provided of course that you can't leave Sin City." However, the slave who stepped forward didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to Senra. Instead, he stopped after walking some distance. He glanced at Sunray, and a sneer flashed under his eyes. After that, he just took off his pants in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. In the next second, a column of yellowish water fell to the ground. Soon after the water column stopped, he also rushed at Sunray still shaking. After that, he picked up his pants and, without a word, turned and rejoined the slave line. It all happened quickly and took a long time to get back, but it's a silent statement of what's going on. For a while, all the slaves looked at Sunray and the others with the same sneering eyes, but just didn't say anything. Chapter 91 Breakthrough, Army Power Out. Seeing the puddle of urine on the surface of the yellow earth, the look on Senray's face gradually turned from red to green, and then from green to black. I thought that the first one to come forward was a slave who had voluntarily resigned to his fate, but I never thought that a piglet in the district would dare to openly humiliate him in such a way in public. Most importantly, he actually had that little bit of inferiority complex deep down. That was something he couldn't hold back any longer. "You assholes, you brought this on yourselves." Under the guidance of various negative emotions, a flash of hostility flashed in the eyes of the already emotionally volatile Senlei, and without hesitation, he ordered, "Everyone listen to the order. All slaves present will be killed, and not a single one will be allowed to be left behind for me." The butler's face changed at the words, and he ran over to ask after him, "City Lord, wasn't it agreed to take the initiative?" Senlei suddenly reached out a hand and directly cupped the butler in his hand and lifted him up. He forced down his murderous rage and said, "You're talking too much nonsense. Get the hell away from me." With a flick of his hand, the butler was thrown out as casually as if he had been thrown out of rags. Senlei then continued to order, "What are you waiting for? All of you." Upon hearing this, the guard soldiers at the city gates immediately geared up, drew their long swords and began to advance towards the slaves. On the contrary, the slaves had no intention of backing down. They had already thought it through. Living on would only usher in endless torture and oppression, so they might as well let go and die. Among the crowd, Zhang Mang and the others' faces changed when they saw this scene. "Can't wait. Let's go." Zhang Mang looked back at the rest of the crowd and said. Wei Yan glanced at a few people, then at the group of people blocking the front, and finally nodded. Letting these people help them block the enemy was simply not their style, and if they didn't walk out today, they were afraid that they would have to live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. "Let's go!" Zhang Mang and Wei Yan waved their hands, and the Huansha Town Battalion and Weiwu Battalion crowd immediately rushed out from the crowd. Not long after, more than 300 men from the Huangshan Battalion and more than 200 men from the Mighty Battalion, totaling almost 600 men directly blocked the front. The scene was a sight for the slaves to behold, and many recognized these men as the ones who would save them. On the opposite side, San Lei, who was originally filled with anger, froze for a moment when he saw this scene, after which a flash of joy appeared on his face. Seemingly thinking of something, he grinned and sneered. Womanizers, really overestimating you guys. After saying that, San Lei didn't move because he could see that the strongest amongst these people was just an early innate stage martial artist, who wasn't a threat to him at all. As far as he was concerned, that many of his men could take care of it. Do it! As soon as San Lei's words fell, Sin City's thousands of soldiers rushed forward with a single shout. Seeing this, Zhang Mang immediately shouted, "Formation, kill the enemy!" A few moments later, the two sides directly killed each other. This was because there happened to be an innate martial artist in the opposing team, who also happened to be matched up with Wei Yun. However, with the passage of time, Sen Rei's face, which was still full of confidence, began to darken again. It was because he realized that the soldiers under his command were at a disadvantage in a short period of time after they were engaged with their opponents. How could this happen when it was clear that his soldiers were more dominant both in terms of soldier quality and strength? When the slaves behind Zhang Mang and the others saw the scene, each of them couldn't help but raise their voices to cheer. Him. He dies, these barbarians. Hit him, 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 hit him. Yeah, that's it. Just stab him in the lower third of his zipper bag. Zhang Mang and the others were also because of the precious blood in their bodies, and as the battle continued their own aura grew stronger and stronger, and their fighting spirit reached its peak. Kill! A group of people let out a roar. The Sin City soldiers couldn't help but start trembling in their hearts and minds when they heard it, and what was still barely able to attack instantly started to appear as a phenomenon of defeat, and a large number of soldiers started to die in a short period of time. Don't be so cocky, you guys. Just as Zhang Mang and the others wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take these people down in one fell swoop, a sudden enraged roar resounded in everyone's ears. Wei Yan raised his head to take a look and his face instantly changed. Not good. Zhang Mang, be careful. Zhang Mang subconsciously raised his head at the words, and directly saw that Sen Lei had killed him before his eyes at some point. Sen Lei laughed hideously while raising his hand. Kid, I'll tell you one thing today. In front of the truly strong, all of you are just going through the motions of a game. As soon as the words fell, Sen Lei's innate true chi gathered in his right hand, and his fist blasted towards Zhang Meng's face. Because of the great commotion of Sen Lei's strike, everyone noticed the scene. Xue Bing's pupils shrunk as he fought to say, Zhang Meng. The rest of them subconsciously shouted, Zhang Meng. Including the people of the Mighty Battalion who had not been together for a long time were also tense and worried. Facing a punch from a late innate stage, Zhang Meng himself was under the most pressure. But so what if he was in the late innate stage? He would die standing up. I'm gonna you. Zhang Meng broke through the pressure on his body and returned with the same punch. But the scene was so ridiculous in Sen Rei's eyes. A mere Hotian martial artist, who didn't even have innate true chi. How could he resist him? This fist clash was just eggs touching stones. However, just at the moment when the two fists were about to collide together, the hearts of the Huangshan Battalion and the Mighty Warrior Battalion's crowd, including Zhang Meng, suddenly jumped violently in unison. It was also at this instant that they felt certain invisible forces begin to wrap around each of them under the tug of something within themselves, connecting them to each other with an underworldly force. In the next second, Zhang Meng and Sen Lei's fists clashed together. However, to everyone's great surprise, the imagined scene did not appear. In the face of Sen Lei's late innate stage punch, Zhang Meng, a Hotian martial artist, actually managed to block it with his own fist. How is this possible? Sen Rei's face was filled with shock as he looked at the fist against him. The other party could be just a Hotian martial artist. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and his body trembled as something came to his mind. Subconsciously, he exclaimed, military power. How is this possible? In his impression, only 10,000 people could achieve military power. And if the soldiers had a high degree of tacit understanding and were well trained, there would also be less than 10,000 people who could achieve military power. But right now the other side only has just under 1,000 people. Less than 1,000 men can muster the military might that 10,000 men can muster. What kind of monster was this unknown army in front of us? At this time, Zhang Meng himself was also confused. He looked down at his fist into a moment of disorientation. Before that punch he merely felt a burst of strain. When did he become so powerful that he could block a late innate stage martial artist? Is it hard to believe that he possesses some kind of special potential? Many thoughts came to his mind at this moment, and he even fantasized about guessing whether he was the reincarnation of a god. At this point, Sunray quickly came back to his senses, his eyes falling back to the army of just under 1,000 men in front of him. Although I don't understand how you were able to coalesce an army with such a small number of people. You're all still going to die here today. Sunray thought he could easily take down his opponent before, so he just casually struck him, but next he was going to move for real. He took out his own weapon, the wolf-tooth rod, and said with fierce eyes, "Try blocking next." Although the military power was strong, but that also had an upper limit. With less than 600 people in the district, he didn't believe that the other party could really block him. As soon as the words left his mouth, he danced his wolf-tooth stick and then smashed down towards Zhang Mang with a brain. Seeing this, Zhang Mang hastily raised his hand to block. There was a click, the spear broke, and the wolf-tooth stick smashed directly into his chest, only to see his entire body fly directly backwards. In the meantime, Xue Bing and the other group of people all noticed an invisible and enormous pressure coming from their bodies, as if they and the others had also been hit by some kind of heavy blow. It was also fortunate that they had all been transformed by the precious medicine, or else they would all be vomiting blood in this situation. Ha ha ha, let's see how you guys can still block now. Without hesitation, Senlei once again swung his wolf-tooth rod and headed straight for Zhang Mang. Because he took the brunt of the attack, Zhang Mang was injured, with blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the pupils of the wolf-tooth stick that was almost in front of his eyes, he subconsciously shouted, "Boss, help!" Senlei sneered, "Boss? It's useless even if you call Grandpa today." But in the next second, a halberd that was black in color poked out from one side. Bang! The wolf-teeth baton collided with the halberd with a roar. Zhang Mang's face was joyful when he saw the halberd. "Boss, you're finally here." Li Dao picked his halberd with one hand to block the wolf-tooth stick and said without looking back, "Go aside. Don't get in the way." Understood. Zhang Mang immediately rolled and crawled toward the side without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Sanlei's heart was enraged, and he immediately copied the wolf-tooth stick again and swung it. This time Zhang Mang didn't even duck, because a cracking sound rang out. Sanlei's pupils shrunk violently, and he hastily withdrew his hand to explode his true chi to exit dozens of meters away. In the next second, the halberd sliced through, and the ground was torn apart by the astral chi in a trace several meters long. After Zhang Mang ran far away, he couldn't help but spit out, "Boss, you came too slowly." Without looking back, Li Dao said, "I was already there when you guys made your move. Then why don't you come out? And how did you all condense your military power so early if I came out?" Military power? Zhang Mang was confused, not understanding what this was saying. In fact, when Li Dao saw Zhang Mang about to die violently earlier, the ironwood bow in his hand had already been fitted with arrows and was ready to release arrows to save his life. However, just as he was about to shoot an arrow, he suddenly sensed the sudden eruption of chi from Zhang Mang and the others, and stopped immediately, because after a quick analysis in his mind at that time, he had already recognized that this was the military posture that had been mentioned inside the Faustian art of war. Having understood the role of military power, he had waited until now to strike. At this moment, after Sun Lei retreated, his eyes looked straight at Li Dao. "You are their commander?" Li Dao nodded. "Exactly." San Lei frowned, and suddenly his pupils shrank in shock. "Your General Senta." Although Li Dao's face was now devoid of northern barbarian makeup, San Lei still quickly saw through Li Dao's identity. But it didn't matter now if it was seen or not. The showdown was over anyway. Li Dao smiled slightly. Yes. The anger on Senrei's face was hard to dispel. Why? Why are you doing this? Have I ever offended you? At this time, the steward who had been thrown out earlier limped and said, "City Lord, this person doesn't look like one of our northern barbarians, but more like a Diqian." What? Senrei's eyes went wide as he scrutinized Li Dao, and it turned out to be true. Li Dao didn't say anything and just gave the butler a thumbs up. "Bastard, damn it. How dare you lie to me? I'm going to kill you." After the furious Sen Lei let out a roar, he didn't hesitate to pick up his wolf toothstick and directly kill Li Dao. Bear Buster. Accompanied by a roar, a giant bear silhouette coalesced behind Sen Lei. Even the wolf's toothstick was shrouded with a huge layer of wolf's toothstick shadow as it pressed towards Li Dao. Sensing this sense of oppression, Li Dao then clearly perceived that Sen Lei was stronger than the original Senzei, and not by a little. Still, he's not the same person now as he was then. Matchless, ascending dragon. In the next second, Li Dao gripped the dragon halberd with both hands and fiercely picked it upwards. At this moment, the dragon patterns on the dragon halberd seemed to come to life, and a dragon roar could be vaguely heard. In the blink of an eye, the two heavy weapons collided ferociously. Only a fierce astral wind was seen erupting from the center of the collision. Click! When the crowd looked, they found that even the ground beneath Li Dao's feet had exploded into many cracks several meters long. For a moment, The two weapons were just frozen together. Ah! Sunray kept shouting, trying to finish Li Dao in one go, his face reddening from the overexertion. On the contrary, Li Dao's face remained as normal. In a prolonged stalemate, one side will inevitably fail to hold out first. Though Sunray has leveraged the advantage with his top-down power, his backbone is lacking. In the end, it was he who was the first to withdraw his attack. Chapter 92 Morilay dies. Sin City destroyed. Seeing that his opponent was picked off, Li Dao also did not hesitate and decisively took the initiative to attack. Seeing that Li Dao still dared to take the initiative to fight back, Sen Lei landed and stopped before starting to engage him head-on. However, after actually exchanging blows together, he realized how much he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated his opponent. Earlier he had used his power to press people and failed to do so. Now the head-on confrontation down. Its own direct pressure pull full. With each collision, he could feel his arms trembling and tingling under the rigid force of the opposite side. Li Dao attacked while predicting Mori Rai's strength. By all accounts, San Lei's overall attributes were almost twice that of the previous late innate, but for that to still be innate, it wasn't a sovereign yet. For a moment, there was a higher-level view of the sovereign realm in his heart. In the meantime, the two sides represented by Li Dao and Sunray had different mindsets when they saw the two men exchanging blows. When the line of people on the butler's side saw that someone was able to fight against their vice city lord, the mental pressure was pulled straight to full capacity as they understood what would await them if Sunray lost the battle. On the contrary, the group of people behind Li Dao, Zhang Mang and the others were needless to say, they had full confidence in their own boss, and when the slaves saw that one of their own was so powerful, an expectant heart in their hearts went straight to their throats, because they understand that if this man wins, they can escape from here. With the exchange of hands getting longer and longer, at first, Sen Lei was able to hold on for a while with the innate true qi in his body, but as the two exchanged blows, Sunray realized that he could not keep up with the rhythm of his opponent's attacks more and more, especially because of the problem of body bearing. At this time his arms were full of soreness, and along with the successive collision more and more soreness, and he realized that the other party had fought him for so long without a single disturbance in his breath, as if he hadn't consumed a single bit. How could I lose? Senrai's mind was momentarily mixed, except for anger and trepidation, because he understood what would happen to him if he lost. Not to mention the people in front of him, the slaves alone could eat him alive. No, he can't die. He would rather give up the entire Sin City than die here. If the city of Sin is gone and he dies, then all is lost. But if the Sin City was gone and he didn't die, with his strength I'm sure the city lord wouldn't rebel against him for a capital offense. At most he would just punish him. The trade-offs were quickly judged in Senrai's mind. The other side. Li Dao seemed to have sensed something and raised his eyebrows. Suddenly he then danced the dragon tattoo halberd in his hand faster. Sunray sensed the sudden change of pace in his opponent's attack, and guessed that his opponent had the idea of wanting a quick battle. Immediately, he mustered the innate true qi in his body. Bear Buster. This time, he directly used his full strength, and after this strike, he would be able to directly escape with the force of his opponent's counterattack. Seeing this, a faint smile flashed across Li Dao's eyes. Unmatched. Breaking armies. He directly used the most rigid strike in the peerless halberd technique. Just as Sunray was complacent in his mind that his plan was about to work, a variable appeared. Release. It was also at the moment when the dragon tattoo halberd was swung out that he used the ability he had previously developed after his third metamorphosis. In the next second, there was a ripping sound of clothes. In just an instant, the muscles on both of Li Dao's arms quickly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, they became 3 times as thick as before. A pair of arm muscles and sinews were clear, and the veins on them were like a walking dragon wrapped around them. It was also at this moment that Li Dao felt a burst of power. When this surge of power acted on the dragon tattoo halberd, a concussive sound came from the air, and the air around the two of them froze at that moment. Die! The dragon tattooed halberd fell. The air all twisted up at this moment. Then the halberd heavily collided with the wolf toothstick in Senlei's hand. Just as Senrei wanted to use this surge of power to lend his strength to escape, he suddenly realized that what happened next was different from what he had imagined. There was a click. The two weapons merely just collided together, and an explosive sound rang out. Sunray looked over and realized that a fine layer of cracks had appeared on his wolfsbane. Bang! Suddenly, the front end of the wolf's tooth rod directly exploded, and countless pieces of debris flew towards the surroundings at great speed. Because he hadn't managed to withstand this pressure, there was naturally no possibility of using his strength to escape. However, this was not the end. The dragon tattoo halberd in Li Dao's hand was still sweeping towards Senlei's chest with its residual power. Senlei's pupils shrunk, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block. There was a click. Even with the protection of the innate true qi, the flesh and blood body was still unable to compete with the dragon tattooed halberd. Just as they collided together, they saw the tendons and bones of Senlei's hands break and blood splattered everywhere. In the end, the dragon halberd landed heavily on his chest after breaking through the obstruction of his arms. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and Morley managed to use his strength to fly backwards. Only the difference was that this time he might not be able to use his strength to run away, but instead landed heavily on the ground and tumbled several times. This scene was also taken in by all the people around. The scene fell into dead silence for a moment. The butler and his party saw Senlei's defeat revealed an unbelievable gaze, because if Senlei lost, it also meant that they lost, and the downfall could be imagined. Winning! Zhang Mang behind Li Dao suddenly shouted in excitement. Everyone also reacted at this moment. Really winning! The freed slaves each jumped straight up in excitement. The crowd, Hong Ling and Green Luo covered their mouths, their tears drooping as they looked at this scene incredulously. By now their ears suddenly recalled the words Li Dao had said to them earlier, "Take them home." Now it looks like he really did. "Lan, we can go back." The two men hugged Lan in the vase with excitement. Although Lan couldn't speak, a pair of tear-filled eyes showed that she was also very excited inside. After spitting out blood and falling to the ground, looking at his crippled hands, Senrei let out a miserable cry. The grunt had the resignation of defeat and the thrill of pain for him. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming into his ears. Raising his head to look, he found Li Dao walking towards him with his dragon halberd. The survivalist instinctively stomped backward. Under his breath, he also kept saying, "Don't kill me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, our city lord won't spare you. He's stronger than me, much stronger than me." Li Dao said in a faint voice, "Sin City is already like this. Do you feel that if I don't kill you he will let me go?" The words that came out of Senrei's mouth instantly failed to come out. Li Dao said bluntly, "So, it's actually the same whether you die or not." Senlei's pupils shrunk, and he opened his mouth to explain something. In the next moment, he found his vision detached from his body and flying through the air. At this moment he realized he was dead. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 86. 16. When he saw the system beep, Li Dao said in his heart that it was true. His guess was not wrong. Only such an overall attribute would be able to engage him, whose physique had now reached 900. However, the attributes are already at this point yet to reach the sovereign realm. So how many overall attributes does a true sovereign actually have? The question dissipated in Lido's mind after a moment's thought. Now it's better to solve the situation in front of us once and for all. Sunray may be dead, but there's still a bunch of stragglers at hand. Looking at the remaining butler and his party, Li Dao raised his dragon halberd and shouted, "All of you kill with me." With a command, he took the lead. Kill! Zhang Meng and the others let out a shout, and without hesitation, they decisively launched a charge. After all the slaves behind him glanced at each other, they suddenly shouted in unison in excitement as well and started charging towards the city gates. After Sun Lei, the deputy city lord, died, the remaining people were like dirt dogs, easily dying all in the crowd. Li Dao was the first to arrive at the gates of Sin City. To prevent anyone from escaping, Sun Rei had long ago had the thick gates of Sin City closed. Looking at the huge city gate in front of him, Li Dao jumped up in a single leap. Whoosh one! Breaker! A halberd swung down. The entire city gate let out a violent shudder. In the next second, a layer of cracks spread across the entire gate. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the city gates shattered, and the outside environment was reflected in everyone's eyes. After doing this, Li Dao silently stood by the city gates. Shortly afterward, all the freed slaves rushed out towards the gates of the city. Just as Zhang Mang and his group wanted to follow the crowd and rush out as well, they were directly called out. Li Dao looked at the group of people and asked, "They are so excited because they haven't seen freedom for a long time. What are you guys excited about?" Wei Yin seemed to understand. "Then what do you mean, boss? With all of you gone, don't you want anything inside this city of sin?" At those words, a group of people came to a realization. After spending so much effort to take Sin City, if they just left, then wouldn't they have wasted so much effort? Suddenly, Xue Bing inquired, "But boss, we can't take much with this number of people." Li Dao swept the slaves running free outside and said, "You can't take it. What about them? You should know that the so-called freedom can be more than just walking out of the gates of this Sin City. It won't be counted until they actually return to the Great Qian territory. Besides, most of them are defective in one way or another, so how can they live without bringing something back with them?" Hearing these words, the group instantly understood. Move faster. There is too much commotion on this side of Sin City. It's impossible to completely eliminate the roots. We must wait for the people of the Tamu tribe to react and send these people out of the Tamu tribe. Yes. So the group quickly ran out to pull people out of the city of Sin. The rescued people also instantly snapped back from their previous joy when they understood clearly, and turned their heads to join in the task of scouring the Sin City. Time passes slowly. With a lot of effort from everyone, they finally made it to before dark, and all of them managed to scavenge most of the places within Sin City, taking with them whatever they could, and those that couldn't be taken away were all burned in a final fire that burned them all to the ground. Li Dao rode at the front, looked at the group behind him, and ordered, "Let's go." There were only 600 people when they came, and when they went back this number had doubled tenfold, and the line was very long. In the meantime, in the midst of the city of Sin, shortly after Li Dao and the others left, some of the remaining people hidden within Sin City came out from one hidden place to another. When they saw the fires burning everywhere in Sin City and the ruins, these people's eyes were filled with pain, their years of hard work ruined. Someone with a face full of indignation clenched his teeth and said, "These damned slaves, how dare they rebel?" Soon another person said, "This is not the time to talk about this, but we should first report what happened in Sin City. The Vice City Lord is dead. Who are we looking for to report? Go find the City Lord. Let the City Lord deal with those people, and it has to be as soon as possible. Those people have taken away too much of Sin City's belongings. We must have people intercept them before the other party leaves Northern Barbarians." "Alright, then let's go find the City Lord to do us justice. With Lord City Lord's hand, those people will definitely not be able to stop them." Stuck. Chapter 93, Sent Away. Then back to Sin City. One day later, above a certain grassland in the Tanu tribe, there was a large Northern Barbarian army camp stationed here. In one of the tents, a stout man sat on top of the main seat. Before him knelt many gray-headed men. After hearing the report from his men, the man's face changed and he immediately got up and said, "What are you saying? Sin City has been destroyed." The person kneeling at the front hurriedly got down and kowtowed. "Yes, Lord City Lord." The man laughed back in anger. "Sin City is close to the hinterland of my Tanu tribe, with so many people defending it, and that guy Senlei is there. And you're now telling me that Sin City was destroyed by a few hundred people and a bunch of slaves. Are you joking with me? Lord City Lord, we don't dare to deceive you, but it's really like this. Are you sure? And realize that cheating me doesn't end well for anyone." "It's true." The man laughed, a grim laugh, and suddenly spoke. "Then let me ask you, if Sin City is truly destroyed, where were you then?" Once this question came out, everyone present did not dare to chime in. It was impossible to say that they and others simply hid when they saw that the situation was not right. When the man saw this, his smile stopped instantly. "Come on people, drag all these people down to me and split them into 5 horse corpses." At those words, a group of people's faces were shocked, and they hurriedly began to beg for mercy. "My lord, we are innocent. It's not that we don't want to protect Sin City, it's just that there's nothing we can do at all. Yes, my lord, spare us." The man laughed coldly as he looked at the row of people who were being racked up. "When Sin City let you all eat with your mouths full of oil, you broke your heads and squeezed inside. So since Sin City has been destroyed in your mouths, then you all will follow and go to be buried with it." Hearing these words, this group of people also instantly realized that things had already come to this, and it was useless for them to say more. For a moment, there was a million regrets in their hearts. If they had known this, they would have followed those people and escaped from Sin City. Soon, a group of people's mournful screams rang out outside. Shortly afterward, several guards entered the tent. "City Lord, those people have been dealt with." The man nodded and got up. Speaking bluntly, "Go and greet the great general for me. Then pack up and get ready to return to Sin City with me. I want to see if Sin City is destroyed or not." To this day the man doesn't believe his city of Sin has been destroyed unless he sees it with his own eyes. A day and a half later, led by Li Dao, they escorted the rescued slaves all the way back to the side of the buffer zone between Deqian and the Northern Barbarians. The reason why the journey went so smoothly was all because of Bai Xiao, in that it opened God's perspective to the team in the air, in order to allow the team to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble during the rush. After the convoy stopped, Li Dao gazed at Wei Yun. "Old Wei, I'll trouble you to bring them to Chongping town next." Originally, according to normal logic, these rescued people should be resettled in Huangsha town, but compared to Chongping town, Huangsha town is much worse, both in terms of environment and internal facilities. Wei Yun nodded. "Understood. Ensure that they are safely sent to Chongping town." Afterward, he asked, "What about after they are placed? Do you still need our support?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao looked back at me and said bluntly, "Even I can't solve the trouble. Do you feel that adding you to it will solve it?" Wei Yun, bottom line, a bit of a bruised ego, but it was also true that if even Li Dao couldn't solve the troublesome things, he would only have the role of accompanying the burial if he went. Li Dao went up and patted Wei Yun's shoulder. "Alright, when you go back to Chongping town, just practice well according to the method I told you, and when we play here for a while longer, we'll go back to you guys." "Play?" Wei Yun inwardly spat. He hadn't heard of anyone playing at such a dangerous thing. Shortly afterward, Wei Yun and the men of the mighty warrior battalion took all of the rescued people away. Looking at Wei Yun and the others fading backs, Xuebing turned around and asked, "Boss, so where are we going next?" "Where to?" Li Dao looked back at the vast grasslands before saying, "Go to Sin City." Sin City? Hearing this, Xuebing looked puzzled. "Boss, Sin City has already been swept away by us. What's the point of going there? Who says the city of Sin is empty?" Li Dao turned around and said, "Are you forgetting that there's still a city lord there who hasn't shown up? So what do you mean, boss? You have to finish what you start. Understand?" "Got it." Xuebing asked again. "Then, boss, are we still taking a detour this time?" Li Dao said bluntly. "No need. Just kill them directly this time." In the meantime, after a long period of sleepless rushing, Sin City's city lord, Sun Luo, managed to make it back to Sin City with his own escort. Upon entering the gates of the city, the only thing that met his eyes was a mess and ruins. A wrinkled nose could even smell the long lingering odor of charred wood in the air. Crunch! A gnashing of teeth suddenly sounded in Morrow's mouth. Who is it? Watching the Sin City he had worked so hard for so many years to build turn into a ruin, Sun Luo suddenly roared loudly with red eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. It blew so much that the surrounding guards couldn't help but back away from being able to get closer. There was a click. Suddenly, even the ground under his feet directly cracked under this aura. This aura lasted for a good while before it gradually stopped. Sun Luo gritted his teeth and looked back at the guards behind him, saying bluntly, "Find out for me. Find out who did this. I'll break him into pieces." Yes, City Lord. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye another day passed. Inside the abandoned lobby of the City Lord's mansion, Morrow had been sitting here for the duration of the day because of the destruction of Sin City and had not closed his eyes in order to be the first to hear about the culprit. "City Lord, there's a situation." Suddenly, a guard rushed in and half-kneeled directly in front of Sun Luo. "Say," Senro said in an icy tone. The guard said bluntly, "After questioning some of the surviving people in the city, the difficulty of this Sin City is most likely related to the Great Qian soldiers." "Dacian soldiers?" Sun Luo was stunned, and then said with an ugly face, "How is it possible? The front line has been blocked by the army. How could the Dacian soldiers appear in the northern barbarians? And how could they run here to Sin City?" "City Lord, that's just the way it is. According to our analysis, there should be a portion of Dacian soldiers disguised as frontline troops mixing into Sin City and then causing all of this." "What about that guy Moriari? Where did he go?" "Back to the City Lord. Vice City Lord Morilay is dead, and the corpse has been found by us." "Dead? How did that bastard die? How could a peak late in 8th-stage martial artist die so easily?" Morrow suddenly raised his head and inquired, "Can we find any trace of them when such a large group of them escaped from Sin City?" The guard revealed a difficult look and shook his head. "According to the inquiry, those people have already left for nearly 3 days, and I'm afraid it's completely too late to catch up if we want to at the moment." Morrow suddenly slapped the side table into crumbs and gritted his teeth. "So is it hard to just let it go?" However, right at this moment, another guard suddenly hurriedly ran in from outside and said, "City Lord, an unfamiliar cavalry has appeared outside of the city, and judging by the other party's attire, they should be Great Qian's cavalry." "Great Qian cavalry?" Morrow suddenly just sat up from his chair and said in an incomprehensible tone, "Could these be the same people who destroyed my Sin City?" The guard who came in first spoke, "City Lord, this is very likely because it is impossible for 2 Great Qian armies to be here at the same time in a short period of time." Upon hearing this, Morrow didn't know whether to laugh or gasp for a moment. Good. Destroying my city and killing my people. But he still has the guts to come back again. I'd like to see who gave him the courage. Outside the city of Sin, the Great Qian cavalry that came to Sin City was no other than Li Dao and his group. After a day's drive, they rejoined. Zhang Mang asked from the side, "Boss, did you say that City Lord of Sin City he's back? We won't make a trip for nothing." Li Dao looked at the several silhouettes poking out of the city head in front of him and said bluntly, "There's no need to get entangled. Just wait. Not a candle's worth of time." Zhang Meng and the others suddenly saw a group of people walking out from the broken gates of Sin City. The first person quickly caught the attention of the crowd, because at this moment, the other party was emanating a thick killing intent, even from hundreds of meters away. The sweaty hairs on Zhang Mang and the others' bodies were unnaturally standing up on their own. Zhang Mang couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "Boss, this person looks like he's not to be messed with." Lido nodded in agreement. It was because he smelled an aura from the other party that was different from that of an innate martial artist. This aura allowed him to feel an invisible pressure before he even engaged the other party. Of course, there is pressure and motivation. The qi and blood in his body couldn't help but boil as the pressure given by the other party increased. The other party did not directly approach over, and suddenly stopped at a distance of 100 meters away. Soon, a raspy voice sounded, You are the ones who destroyed the Sin City that I spent decades building? From a long distance away, Li Dao could hear a sense of grievance and a deeply hidden murderous aura in the other party's tone. However, before Li Dao could speak, Zhang Meng, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. You are the Sin City City Lord? That's too bad you weren't there. Or you could have seen for yourself how Sin City was destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that the people around him were looking at him with surprised faces. Shui Bing couldn't help but say, Old Zhang, you're really brave. Zhang Meng was unimpressed. What are you afraid of? There's the boss anyway, not far away from the opposite side. Sun Luo couldn't help his eyelids jumping when he heard Zhang Meng's words, and the veins on his forehead involuntarily flared up as he forced down the fire in his heart and said, Isn't your excellency being a bit too arrogant with this kind of speech? He was at least the lord of a city, a martial artist infinitely close to the sovereign realm. When had he ever been spoken to in such a tone? After Sun Luo's words came over, Shui Bing and the rest of the crowd's gazes subconsciously looked towards Zhang Meng once again. Zhang Meng gazed at Li Dao and saw that his own boss did not object. So he spoke again. Arrogant? Is arrogance against the law? That rule says I can't be arrogant. That one sentence could be a mockery pulled full circle. Chapter 94, Engagement, Prejudgment. And at this moment, after hearing Zhang Meng's words, Sun Luo, who had long been unable to hold back, finally couldn't take it anymore. Kid, I'd like to see if your mouth is as arrogant as your strength. 1 second they were exchanging words, and the next the aura on Sun Luo's body suddenly skyrocketed. Across hundreds of meters, Zhang Meng and his group could feel the terrifying sense of oppression. Seeing this, Shui Bing and the others silently moved away from Zhang Meng, as if they were afraid of splashing them with blood later. After feeling this oppressive force, Zhang Meng instantly lost his previous arrogance and silently approached his own boss. Bang! Just then, a loud noise passed. Everyone's gazes looked towards the direction the voice came from, only to find that at some point Sun Luo had already disappeared. Above, Li Dao snapped his head up, only to see the other party leap 100 meters directly above their heads, and the target of the other party was no other than Zhang Meng. In the blink of an eye, Sun Luo approached, grinning hideously as he struck. Die for me, boss! Help! Before the life and death crisis, Zhang Meng decisively shouted. In the next second, Zhang Meng only felt a foot kicking on him, and his entire body directly flew backwards. It just happened to brush against Moro's attack. Sun Luo's eyes resolutely turned back to lock onto Li Dao when he saw this. Li Dao's gaze similarly looked at the other party and said bluntly, I killed Sin Lei, and I destroyed Sin City. Well. Moro was furious and laughed. One by one, they were all making fun of him, but he didn't want to care about the causality of it. In any case, there was one or the other here today, and everyone was going to die. Just take you first. As soon as the words fell, Sun Luo backhanded and decisively killed Li Dao. A layer of fist wrapped in innate true chi directly bombarded over. Seeing this, Li Dao also did not bring the slightest hesitation and blasted out a fist in the same manner. Sun Luo's expression was first stunned when he saw that pair of meaty fists, as he realized that the other party's fists were not wrapped in innate true chi. After that it was a hideous smile. The first thought was that the other party was looking down on him. After all, if he could kill Sin Lei, how could he be an ordinary martial artist? However, when the fists clashed together, Sun Luo's face changed abruptly. Boom! A terrifying air current exploded between the two. The two figures flew out backwards at the same time, and finally landed on the ground at the same time. Boss! City Lord! Both sides immediately came together. Sun Luo looked at his intact fist, revealing a look of astonishment. Clearly there were no traces of true chi, yet he was able to repel him. Just how terrifying was the other party's physical strength? Li Dao landed on his side and similarly looked at his hand. On the surface of his fist, some abrasions appeared, caused by the other party's innate true chi. Although he recovered in the blink of an eye, he had also sensed that the other party was not ordinary. According to the introduction that he had previously read from within the hegemonic tiger's heart technique, the other party gave him a feeling that resembled a patriarch, but was not a patriarch. In his understanding, the reason why a patriarch was powerful was because in order to break through the patriarchal realm, one had to compress the true chi in their body continuously until it was compressed into true essence, and then with the help of the true essence to open up a portion of the veins in their body in order to achieve the patriarchal status. And the reason why a Zongshi was strong was because the high quality of true element could crush innate true chi. If innate true chi was chi, then true essence was water. They are in a sense the same thing, but the quality is really quite different. And after Li Dao's observation during the exchange just now, he realized that this Sin City Lord was still an innate true chi, but the quality far exceeded that of an ordinary innate true chi, but it was not up to such a level as true essence. It reminded him of the time he had met a half-step innate martial artist. Half-step innate, half-step sovereign. Why is it always only half a step? Is it that you don't like to take a direct step? Or maybe it's the fear of taking too big a step and ripping your balls off? But right now, no matter what, a half-step sovereign always carried the word sovereign. As far as the current exchange of hands was concerned, one move down, to be able to injure him already represented that the other party was already very strong. At the very least there was a threat to him. Jiang Meng couldn't help but open his mouth at this time and ask, "Boss, can you do it?" Upon hearing this, Li Dao's eyelids jumped and he said bluntly, "I can't." "So you're on?" Jiang Meng quickly shook his head and waved his hand. "It's better for you to come, boss. I'm really not good at it." "Then you'll cut the crap." Li Dao turned back to Senluo's group and said bluntly, "Leave their city lord to me, and you guys take care of the rest. Can you do it?" Jiang Meng looked at the dozen or so guards on the opposite side of the room, and immediately his confidence came and he said decisively, "Boss, you're underestimating us too much. It's just a dozen or so people. I can handle it all by myself." "Is that so? If I say that there are 2 other early innate stage martial artists among those people, can you handle them by yourself as well?" At those words, the expressions of the rest of the people, including Jiang Meng, tightened. An innate martial artist? Or 2, but none of them are innate. The only precursor still has left. Looking at the hesitant group, Li Dao said bluntly, "Do you guys feel that you can't do it?" The crowd was silent. They understood that they were not weak, but that was also compared to ordinary soldiers. But the innate martial artist, which is placed in the army, is also considered a party of generals, where it is so easy to deal with. Seeing this, Li Dao said bluntly, "To be honest, if it was before you guys really couldn't do it, you couldn't even solve a single innate martial artist. But it's different now." The group looked up with puzzlement in their eyes, curious as to what they were doing differently. Li Dao glanced at the Maro that had begun to approach towards them and didn't explain too much. Only one final word was left. "Anyway, you guys just get on, and then you'll see how different you are from before." Crowd. Seeing that Li Dao was going to deal with that city lord on the other side, Jiang Meng and the others landed their eyes on the dozen or so guards. "Xue Bing, old Zhang. Go, Jiang Meng, although I can't understand it, it's over if I do it." The rest of them were the same, not understanding in their minds, but since the boss had said that they could deal with it, then he could definitely deal with it. After experiencing so much with Li Dao along the way, they had completely trusted him from the bottom of their hearts. When Senluo came before Li Dao once more, there was an additional weapon in his hand. Surprisingly, the weapon used by the tall man was a long sword, completely at odds with his entire style. When close to Li Dao, he did not hesitate to decisively strike his sword. Throughout the 3 rivers, in the blink of an eye, a powerful sword chi arrived in front of Li Dao's eyes. Li Dao reacted quickly by lifting his halberd to block it, and just when the sword chi was infinitely close to him, the sword chi that was originally only one suddenly split into 3 coming towards him from different positions. Stabbing. The dragon tattoo halberd blocked the first sword chi, and the remaining 2 sword chi knots directly impacted his body from both sides, causing his entire body to take a few steps back. Seeing this, Senlei couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. "Kid, blocking sword chi with a body of flesh and blood, you're the boldest person I've ever seen." But in the next second, the smile on his face instantly felt abrupt, only to see, after Li Dao raised his head, 2 extra wounds appeared on his body at his chest. Senluo thought that those 2 sword chi were enough to seriously injure his opponent, but upon closer inspection, he realized that those 2 sword chi had only inflicted a small flesh wound on his opponent, and he was surprised to find that those 2 wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few breaths later, Li Dao re-stood in front of Moro. Aside from the 2 holes in his clothes, the whole thing was completely as if nothing had happened. Monster! Senro gave such a comment in his mind. He never thought that he would one day meet someone who could not be killed by sword energy. And just what kind of person can be so resilient? Soon he recovered emotionally. So what if it's a monster? If he can hurt him, then he can kill him. So he decidedly struck again without hesitation. Li Dao's side of the attention was also focused, because compared to a simple physical cultivator like him, it was obvious that the other party's means were numerous and complex, and he didn't want to fall in the gutter. The other side. After Li Dao and Moro exchanged blows, Jiang Mang, Xue Bing and the others also found the guards of Moro. Kill! Jiang Mang led the way with a loud roar, and without fear, he led several hundred people towards the escorts to kill them. Although the number of people on the side of the guards was not large, but the victory was due to the high strength of the individuals, and they were not afraid to kill them head-on. The higher the strength, the harder it is to tell the winner from the loser. After Li Dao and Senluo exchanged blows, they quickly fell into a kind of scorching state. Both are smart. Senluo and Li Dao exchanged blows for a while, and then he determined that the other party was unable to use true chi and was fighting him with his body alone. Though shocked, he also analyzed the targeted approach to the encounter as a result. That was to try to pull away and use sword chi against the enemy, commonly known as the kite-flying fight. It was the same on Li Dao's side. His mind was much better than Senro's, and he could tell at a glance that Senro was trying to use him as a kite. So, he's always gone for the close play. For every step Moro took back, he closed in. However, the results didn't seem to be very good, as Senra practiced a not-so-good stance, and was very agile by virtue of it. Instead, he could only use his own physique to rampage and move around by strength, lacking flexibility. On closer inspection, Li Dao is still being kite. In Senro's eyes, he saw it the same way, as the other party couldn't catch him at all. While he was able to use his true chi to inflict a bit of damage on the other party from time to time, although it didn't do much, he thought he could grind Li Dao to death even if he ground himself. In response, Sun Luo couldn't help but sneer. Kid, so what if your physique is even stronger? Practicing chi is the right way in this world. Li Dao dodged a sword chi and looked at it, but did not make a sound. But what Sun Luo didn't notice was that Li Dao's one pair of eyes were always watching him, as if he wanted to replicate his entire person in his own eyes. However, in reality, Li Dao did the same thing. In Li Dao's mind at this moment, Sun Luo's silhouette was gradually being constructed in its entirety, exactly the same as he was outside, and even his movements were, with only a slight delay. Along with the two of them exchanging blows the longer they fought, the Moro in Li Dao's mind gradually began to synchronize with the Moro in the outside world in terms of its movements, and it was still progressing. Finally, after some more time had passed, everything in Li Dao's mind all but dissipated. In the real world, the eyes in his pupils also coalesced completely. When he looked up again, in his eyes, a shadow appeared on Moro's body. The silhouette was also Moro, and his movements were surprisingly that much faster than Moro's, seeming to make the movements Moro was about to complete in advance. The corners of Li Dao's lips rose slightly as he said in a faint voice, "You're saying that my physique can't compare to your cultivation?" Moro sniffed and sneered. "And what else?" Li Dao's face was calm as he said bluntly, "Then watch." Release. In the next second, Li Dao's legs muscles exploded, and the entire person fiercely increased his speed by a large margin. With his terrifying explosive power, his entire body was like a cannonball rushing towards Sun Luo at extreme speed while waving the dragon halberd in his hand. Senro saw this and hastily dodged with his stance. However, in Li Dao's eyes, his intentions had already been seen in advance. Unmatched, breaking armies. The dragon tattoo halberd suddenly changed its movements as it probed out, and it was clear that the previous movement was just a bluff. This scene caused Sun Luo's pupils to shrink, and he hastily twisted his body once again in an attempt to dodge. Can you hide? Moro might not be able to match Li Dao's straight line speed, but he did have a flexible stance. But so what if you're flexible? When everything about your movement is within the opponent's prediction, everything is meaningless unless you have an absolute advantage. Thus, Sun Luo realized that no matter how much he dodged, that halberd always reacted in advance, and it gave him less and less time to react as the action increased. Finally, he ended up not being able to avoid it, and had to choose the hard carry. Don't try to get away with it. Under his ruthlessness, Sun Luo directly inspired a large amount of sword chi between the two of them, intending to lose both of them. Seeing this scene, Li Dao didn't even frown for a moment as he decisively lifted his dragon tattoo halberd and stirred into it. Bang! Sun Luo ate the heavy halberd and flew out backwards at great speed. Li Dao was also scarred all over his body by a large amount of sword chi. It's just Calvin. How can you run away? Chapter 95, Moro, Death. Sun Luo flew out backwards, forcibly moving around to step on the ground, the subsequent residual force dragging him hard on the ground with a 100-meter-long scar. Put! Suddenly, Sun Luo covered his chest, his face flushed red, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth and spilled on the ground. He put up his fingers and pointed at several places around himself. His face then gradually recovered before he raised his head to look at Li Dao. Stabbing, Li Dao tore off the clothes on his body that had been cut into strips of cloth by the sword chi, and the upper half of his body was in a state of nakedness. The sword chi didn't just cut through his clothes, it also left densely packed wounds on his body, roughly counting 30 to 40 sword marks. Moreover, he could feel that the sword chi contained in these wounds was still destroying his body, forcing his wounds to stop healing. Seeing this scene, Sun Luo revealed a cold smile. Still thinking of quickly recovering from your injuries? How could I possibly make that mistake again after having suffered a loss in one thing? Without someone helping you force out this true chi, the sword chi on these wounds on your body can still exist for at least 5 more hours, and every wound I inflict on you next will have that effect until you are completely dead. So, not having true chi is your biggest failing. Li Dao looked down at the wounds on his body, and his expression remained bland when he raised his head. Lightly, yes? As soon as the words fell, the thoughts in his mind moved. and the precious blood that existed within his body instantly boiled up. In the next second, countless green veins flared up on the surface of his body, as if a green dragon was constantly circling on the skin of his body, and at this moment, his entire body looked hideous and terrifying, as if he were a demon lord on earth. It was also at that moment that those wounds on his body began to appear abnormal. Whoosh! Accompanied by a cracking sound, suddenly a sword chi shot out from a wound on Li Dao's body surface, leaving a subtle trace on the ground. Immediately after that, a sword chi flew out of those wounds one after another, and whenever sword chi flew out of the wounds, those original injuries began to heal quickly. A dozen breaths later, when Li Dao forced out all the sword chi in his body, the wound had also completely healed and the chi and blood in his body slowly calmed down. He looked up at Moro with the same calm gaze and inquired, "Still failing?" At this moment, Moro's face flushed red. It's not an injury. Rather, the blood in his body began to rise because he had been punched in the face. How confidently the words had been spoken earlier. How much his face hurt now. What should a person do in this situation? There are two options. One is to run away and find a crack in the ground. Another is to address the person who embarrassed him so that no one knows he was punched in the face. The first Moro was naturally impossible to choose, so that only left the second option. Kill. Sun Luo gripped the long sword in his hand, his body boiling with killing intent as he killed Li Dao. Naturally, Li Dao met him without fear. For a while, the two sides once again fought together, not the same as before. In the ensuing exchange of blows, the two remained at a stalemate for the time being though, but it's clear that the probability of Li Dao getting hurt is getting lower and lower. On the contrary, everything Moro did had been predicted by Li Dao, and the degree of prediction had increased drastically over time. If at first he could only predict Moro's movements 0.5 seconds later, but after completely analyzing Moro to understand, Moro's movements for the next 2 seconds were within his prediction. And this result led to the fact that although Moro had not yet been defeated, his defeat had actually been doomed long ago. Unless he suddenly exploded and temporarily broke through to the sovereign realm. But is it possible? The most important thing for the innate to break through the sovereign realm is accumulation. When one does not accumulate enough, is how much more the blood and chi is on the head, can only show a look of incompetence and rage. Back off the left foot. Raise your right foot. Shrink your chest. Step back. Fighting to his heart's content, Li Dao simply hung on to his predetermined results directly. At first Moro didn't notice anything wrong when he heard those words, but over time realized that what the other man was saying wasn't exactly what he was going to do next. It made his entire body freeze right up. The mind subconsciously began to not want to follow the other's judgment. The result was that the rhythm of his battle was interrupted at once, and almost the innate true chi in his body went off the rails. Bang! Without paying attention, Sun Luo's entire body was accidentally slapped out of the room and fell directly to the ground. Looking at Sun Luo, who still had the strength to climb up, Li Dao felt that this enemy was getting harder and harder to kill now. Initially, when his system was not yet activated, he was able to easily kill a strong man across 2 times his physique. Nowadays, it's so hard to kill someone with similar overall attributes, especially after approaching the sovereign realm. Because of the difference in the quality of innate true chi and true essence, the opponent also became more resistant. For a moment he inexplicably missed the days when the system was first activated. Seeing Sun Luo get up, Li Dao did not hesitate to charge up again. Wait! Suddenly, Moro couldn't help but shout out. To be honest, he didn't want to fight anymore at this point in the fight because he knew he wasn't a match for his opponent, so he wanted to try and make peace. But having fought to this point, how could Li Dao stop? Seeing this, Sun Luo couldn't help but shout. If it continues like this, those men of yours will probably be killed by my guards very soon, so let me go now and I'll let those men of yours go as well. At those words, Li Dao paused and smiled faintly. I'll give you the chance to take a look. Hearing these words, Sun Luo's expression was stunned as he subconsciously glanced at the battlefield hundreds of meters away from the two of them. It turned out that the imagined image did not appear, facing the people brought by the other party. His guards were actually in a state of siege. Most of the guards had already died, leaving only 2 early innate guards and a few Hotian first-grade guards still carrying on hard. How can? Before the last word was uttered, Sun Luo's pupils shrank, realizing the crux of the matter, and he couldn't help but exclaim, military power. How could he not have expected that he would see such a thing as military strength in a team of more than 300 people? But rightly so, it was only an existence like military power that could allow a team of several hundred people without an innate to block the attacks of 2 early innate martial artists and some latter heaven's 3rd grade. Li Dao said bluntly, so, resign yourself to your fate. After Sun Luo came back to his senses, his face looked at Li Dao with an ugly expression. Where on earth did you guys come from as an army? How could there be a presence like you on the borders of Diqian? By now, The shock given to him by both the army's momentum and Li Dao itself had kept his heart calm for a long time. In his cognizance, this kind of monster and this kind of army that could condense military power with a few hundred people would be hidden as if they were treasures in that dynasty. And how could they be allowed to run away to play with fire in other dynasties? To this question, Li Dao didn't want to answer and swung out the dragon-tattooed halberd in his own hand. In response, the unwilling Moro could only harden his heart. But no matter how hard he tried, the result was nothing. The injuries on his body were getting worse as time went on. Finally, looking at Li Dao who was once again coming towards him, he managed to put down the pride in his heart and chose to escape. The survival of people and the loss of their land. If you lose your land, you lose your people. As long as he survived, the big deal was to spend another 10 years or so building a new Sin City out of it. After all, he was only in his 70s now, and with the lifespan of an innate martial artist there was still one more 70 years to live. Even if one is lucky enough to break through to the sovereign realm, one's lifespan can skyrocket again. So why lose one's life for a moment's face? After thinking clearly about all this, after being sent flying once again, Sun Luo endured the severe pain and without hesitation, he climbed up and ran towards Sin City by exercising the remaining true qi in his body. The reason why he ran towards this place was because he could effectively utilize the effects of his stance in the city, and the probability of escaping was greater. Seeing this scene, Li Dao froze for a moment and quickly returned to his senses, because he's used to it. All the way from the death camps, he'd encountered too much of this, even equipped himself with a bow and arrow to prevent this from happening. Right now Li Dao looked and realized that he had run a distance because of the two exchanging blows, and it was too late to return to his horse to get his bow and arrow. Finally, he looked down at the dragon halberd in his hand. Looking at Sun Luo, who had already run some distance away, Li Dao muttered to himself, "I'm counting on you then." He also needed to do a little preparation in order to make sure he could get a hit. Release. With a silent sentence in his heart, the muscles in Li Dao's right arm that was holding the dragon-marked halberd instantly rippled. One of his eyes locked onto Senro, and his mind began to rapidly prejudge. Finally, before Moro was about to rush into Sin City, he made all the preparations. He was seen sinking his waist, turning his body sideways, and his right hand, which was rippling with muscles, began to sink. Die. In the next second, Li Dao swung his right hand out with all his might. Boom! Under an incomparably terrifying force, the dragon tattoo halberd directly emitted a sonic boom sound to break through the air, and a circle of shocking ripples even appeared in the air where it passed. The other side. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the gates of Sin City, Sun Luo's heart became excited. Just run in and he'll be safe. However, just then he was acutely aware of the movement coming from behind him. He had thought that Li Dao had caught up with him, but when he turned his head, he was greeted by a halberd. Not good. Alarm bells were ringing in Sun Luo's heart, because with the speed of the halberd, the current him could not use his strength to dodge at all, and now there was only one way left, and that was to block this halberd with all his might. As long as he blocked this halberd, he could use his strength to escape into Sin City. Seeing that the halberd was getting closer and closer, Moro's attention was highly focused. It's now. After Moro judged his position, he directly raised his sword to block, but the next, there was a click. The halberd had just touched the sword, and as a result, the sword instantly shattered apart. Senro's pupils shrunk, but the outcome was already doomed. In the blink of an eye, the halberd disappeared in front of him. Along with the halberd, a portion of his internal organs disappeared. Looking down, a huge gash was ripped open in his stomach, from which he could even look through. Poof! Senro fell to his knees, the light in his eyes gradually dimming, and finally fell headfirst to the ground. Coincidentally, the direction his head was facing happened to be the direction where the town of Chongping was located. Chapter 96, Forming a Net by Conjuring Qi. After Moro died, the system's beeping sound swirled in Li Dao's ears. Kill one enemy. Gain attribute, 121. 46. Sure enough, as Li Dao had thought in his previous judgment, 1,000 attributes was not the limit of an innate martial artist at all, nor was it even enough for the sovereign realm. As far as he could tell, it was estimated that there would have to be 2,000 points of true qi attributes before martial artists could break through to the sovereign realm. After resolving Sun Luo, Li Dao gazed over to Zhang Mang and the others. Because of the army's strength, it was possible to press two innate martial artists to fight even though there were only 300 or so. As strong as the innate martial artists were, when their overall power was spread out to each and every one of them, then they could withstand it. On the contrary, Zhang Mang and the others' attacks appeared a bit more threatening. Go, there's only two of them left. Kill them and show the boss what we're made of. Seeing that there were only two innates left, Zhang Mang, who was initially filled with worry, suddenly went rampant. At this moment, he was inwardly bent on proving a wave of his strength. But just then, Two air-breaking sounds suddenly rang in his ears. In the next second, they realized that the two innate martial artists they had been entangled in for a long time were dead, with two arrows stuck in their eyebrows. Boss? When he looked back, he really found Li Dao, who was raising his bow and shooting arrows in the distance. The group subconsciously swept their gazes towards the surroundings, and soon discovered Sun Luo, who was already kneeling outside the Sin City's gates. Only then did they realize that Li Dao had come over to help them after settling his own opponents. Soon, Zhang Mang and the others rushed to Li Dao's side. Boss, you're too unkind to rob us of our heads, Zhang Mang said with full of grudges. That was an innate martial artist. If they were able to solve two innates today, not only would they be able to prove themselves, but they could properly blow a wave to the others when they went back, and as a result, the duck that had arrived in their mouths just flew straight away. Facing Zhang Mang's complaint, Li Dao said in a serious manner, "Who made you guys solve it too slowly? Not to mention that I was helping you guys with that one." In reality, he was just purely unable to part with the attributes provided by the two innate martial artists. Being killed by Zhang Mang and the others is just 2 battle credits, but being killed by him not only gives you 2 battle credits, but also 2 attributes. This is the most cost-effective way to think about doing it that way for him. Shortly afterward, it was nearing dusk. Li Dao and his group didn't leave Sin City directly, but temporarily raised a bonfire inside Sin City, preparing to rest on the spot for the night. Suddenly, Xue Bing, who was sitting not far from him, couldn't help but ask out loud, "Boss, now that we've settled the matter of Sin City, then where are we going next?" Before Li Dao could open his mouth, Zhang Mang, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth to pick up the conversation. "Boss, if I see it, since we are all here, why don't we just directly penetrate into the Tamu tribe's royal city and capture their great king alive?" Thinking of this, Zhang Mang couldn't help but beautifully continue. "In this way, we have really made a great achievement. When those Tamu tribesmen in Dakian see that their king has been captured by us, will they not obediently fold their hands?" Hearing this, everyone in the room was heartened. If these people of theirs could capture King Tamu, it would be a real honor for their ancestors. Thus, everyone subconsciously looked at Li Dao. Li Dao lifted his head and gazed at the line of people as he said bluntly, "You guys also want to hit the Tamu tribe's royal city?" "Aha!" The group nodded in unison. In their opinion, the Sin City had been taken, and the King City was also a city, so naturally it could be taken. At most it would be on a bit of difficulty. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Li Dao lowered his head again to concentrate on the roasted meat in his hand while saying, "Ideas are fine, but have you guys figured out how you're going to fight your way into the King's City? Do you know how many troops are in the King's City? You guys can also guess if there are any Zhongshe realm martial artists within a large tribe's royal city. And how many innate martial artists do they have within? Have you considered all this?" As each question was thrown out, the group of people who were still hot-blooded just a moment ago instantly felt some chills on their backs. Pop! Zhang Mang suddenly raised his hand and threw a slap on his face. While his expression was sincere, "Boss, I was wrong. I was too arrogant." Li Dao brought the roasted meat to his nose and sniffed it, took a bite, and said as he ate, "It's good for you guys to have ideas, but you have to think about the consequences of everything, and consider the fact that what you're doing is not practical." Just as Zhang Mang and the others were honestly stating that they knew, suddenly another sentence from Li Dao rang in their ears. "However, although we can't deal with the Tamu tribe's royal city head-on for the time being, it's still possible to put some pressure on them slightly." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Zhang Mang's group suddenly lit up. Xue Bing inquired from the side filled with curiosity, "What do you have in mind, boss? Idea? It's the same guerrilla tactics I told you about before, but this time we're not playing with randomness. We're playing with a targeted guerrilla tactic for once, and it's this tactic that's going to take this nature of guerrilla to the limit." Zhang Mang couldn't help but say, "Boss, can you make it clearer?" At those words, Li Dao finished the roasted meat in his hand in one gulp and casually uttered 2 simple words, "Pull." At night, after the crowd rests, Li Dao rested his head on Xiao Hei's back, looked up at the starry sky, and murmured in his mind, "Panel." The next second, the panel appeared in front of his eyes. Owner, Li Dao. Physical, 1131. 49. Available attributes, 151. 43. Add some. A dozen breaths later, the heat in his body receded and he looked up to reread the panel. Owner, Li Dao. Body, 1282. 92. Available attributes, 0. Without realizing it, his physical attribute had actually broken 1,000. It has also accomplished the small goal it set out to achieve in the death camp in the first place, and even exceeded it by a lot. Still, as it stood, his previous small goal didn't bring him enough security. After all, there was a sovereign above the innate, and above the sovereign there was a great sovereign. Besides, according to his guess, There must be a few more levels above Grandmaster, so the point of boosting strength simply cannot be stopped. Thinking of this, Li Dao said to himself, then let's change another small goal. Let's boost it to a small 100,000 first. Early the next morning, under the surprised gazes of Zhang Mang and the others, Li Dao placed the prepared treasure pill in front of a group of people. Zhang Mang happily looked at the bucket and inquired, Boss, are these precious medicines again? Li Dao nodded. You guys have been merited for the destruction of Sin City. These precious medicines are used to reward you. Thanks, boss. After saying that, Zhang Mang excitedly ran off to share with Xuebing and the others while holding the bucket. A few minutes later, Li Dao looked at a group of people sitting on the ground absorbing the power contained in the precious blood. Perhaps it was because the precious blood had risen along with Li Dao's strength, and the power contained within it had also risen. And now the reaction to absorbing up the precious blood was getting stronger and stronger. Under the stimulation of the precious blood, one by one, their skin flushed red, and white vapor even arose from individuals. Based on the current observations, it was estimated that in 2 more times, Zhang Mang and the others would be able to completely and totally metamorphose, and by then, the precious blood's usefulness would be greatly reduced. But although the role of the precious blood weakened by then, it also meant that their potential had been maximized. As of now, after using the precious blood, in addition to the increase in their bodies, it also drastically increased their cultivation speed. It might still not be as good as some geniuses in terms of cultivation, but at the very least it would be much better than ordinary people. Soon, Zhang Mang and the others finished absorbing the power of qi and blood from the precious blood. Just like before, after absorbing the precious blood, one by one, their essence was clearly at its peak. And similarly, the way they looked at Li Dao became even more fervent. At that moment, Li Dao suddenly sensed something. He pulled his senses to the max and sent them out. Soon enough, he sensed an anomaly. In his perception, he found the qi within himself. His chakra was a deep red color, spread throughout his entire body. However, that's not what makes it special. The special thing was that there were hundreds of red threads made up of qi above his qi and extending out. Looking along these qi threads, he realized that each qi thread landed on Zhang Mang and the others, on each and every one of them. As for Zhang Mang and the others, the qi between them was also hooked together, combining like a huge red net. How is this? Li Dao was a bit surprised to notice these things, because the military momentum is made up of these chakras. Normally, one person's qi was nothing and could not affect anything, but when a group of people's qi came together, then it would form into a momentum. On the battlefield it's called military momentum. It's called prana on an individual. In the emperor it is called the emperor's power, which can also be called the king's power. In short, such things as qi are intangible and elusive, and cannot be practiced, but can only be cultivated through one's own aftereffects. And to Li Dao's surprise, normally qi was introverted and dispersion would only be passive along with one's emotions, but now he could actually clearly perceive the qi on him and Zhang Mang and the others. Moreover, as of now, he was actually able to use his own qi to actively stimulate the qi in Zhang Mang and the others, thus actively forming an army momentum. What does that mean? This meant that in the future, as long as he was around Zhang Mang and the others, he would be able to galvanize their military momentum anytime, anywhere, without the need for emotions to sway him. And the most important point is that as the biggest source of qi in the military power, in the case of qi collusion, he could help Zhang Mang and the others share the pressure. At the same time, they can help him share the pressure. Precious blood is such a good thing. When he thought about this, Li Dao's evaluation of the precious blood was even higher in his mind. It was important to know that at the very beginning he hadn't paid too much attention to the precious blood, but now that he looked at it again, the role of the precious blood for him to develop his own power could be described as incomparably great. After understanding the abnormality on his body clearly, Li Dao was more confident in what he was going to do next behind him. Looking at Zhang Mang and the others, Li Dao ordered, "Pack up and get ready to go." Yes,